I am a powerful emperor with 9 lives, but every day I hide in underground caves like a mouse, living in constant fear. Every 3 days, I have to move my home just to avoid a beautiful woman who has indirectly or directly tried to kill me 8 times. In the first life, as soon as my soul crossed over to this Tian Song continent, I thought I was the chosen one of this world. When I saw Jiang Hanshi, who was as beautiful as a celestial being, I boasted and asked her to marry me. She ignored me, and I continued. 30 years in the east of the river. 30 years, before I could finish, she beheaded me with a sword. In the second life, after I had successfully cultivated, I went to seek revenge on Jiang Hanshi. However, as soon as we fought, I discovered that she had actually surpassed me by a whole realm. I ran through 18 mountain ranges overnight but still couldn't escape her pursuit, and was ultimately killed by a sword strike. In the third life, I became smarter. After I had achieved success in my cultivation, I hid on the side preparing to launch a sneak attack while Jiang Hanshi and others were fighting. But I never expected this time to be even more outrageous, as I was just overwhelmed by the aftermath of their battle. In the 4th generation, I decided that I must cultivate to the realm of the great emperor before looking for Jiang Hanshi. However, while contending for opportunities in his secret realm, I unexpectedly encountered Jiang Hanshi, and then there was no more after that. In the 5th generation, I was killed by Jiang Hanshi, who was also flying with a sword, during a sword flying session. In the 6th life, with the experience of the previous 5 lives, I never rode a sword when rushing, only using the teleportation talisman specially developed by the system. However, I never expected that when using the teleportation talisman once, the system malfunctioned and suddenly teleported me in front of Jiang Hanshi, who was taking a bath. As a result, I was kicked to death by Jiang Hanshi's jade foot. In the 7th life, with the experience gained from the previous 6 lives, I diligently practiced in the underground passage every day, but that damn Jiang Hanshi unexpectedly ran into the underground passage I dug to cross the tribulation, and as a result, I was blasted into pieces by her thunder tribulation. In the 8th life, with the experience gained from the previous 7 lives, I never rode a sword while walking, never explored any secret realms, and changed my training location every 3 days. After living in fear for over 1,000 years, I finally reached the realm of the great emperor. Unable to swallow the fact that the Empress had killed me for 7 lifetimes, I decided to seek revenge in a fit of anger. However, as a newly promoted great emperor, how could I possibly defeat the Ice Empress who had been cultivating for thousands of years? In the end, realizing I couldn't win or escape, I mustered all my remaining strength to grab her and then, taking advantage of her momentary confusion, forcefully kissed her with the sword piercing her heart. Finally, satisfied, I closed my eyes as I watched the Empress standing still, her mind in turmoil. When I resurrected again, it was already tens of thousands of years later. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes was to summon the system and see if that enemy Empress was still alive. When the system informed me that there was only one emperor left in this world, and it wasn't the Ice Empress Jiang Hanshi, I burst into laughter. Finally, I could live without compromise. However, just when I thought I had broken Jiang Hanshi's heart with my anger, and she died under the heavenly calamity, I didn't know that Jiang Hanshi was on her way. At this time, I saw that it was almost evening, so I decided to find a cave to stay in first. But no matter how many times I searched, I couldn't find a cave, but I found a village instead. Most of the people in the village were thin as a rail, looking like they were about to die. Just when I thought there was a famine going on, a thin old man suddenly appeared. "Young man, are you lost? Do you have any way to help me get out?" "There's no way. You have to figure it out yourself." "Then what's the point of you?" I didn't care about respecting elders or caring for the young. I just spoke my mind. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected. There is no such thing as morality. "Young man, don't be in a hurry, because being in a hurry won't help. It's good that you came into our village. Otherwise you would probably die outside by nightfall." "Nightfall? Is it dangerous at night?" The old man stroked his long white beard by his mouth, looking mysterious. "Because at night, countless skeleton monsters and evil creatures crawl out of the ground." With that, the old man turned and walked away. I walked around the village twice and found that the big willow tree at the village entrance actually had a hint of divinity. It should be the so-called village guardian god. Under the system scan, willow tree, identity, soul of willow ling, realm, 9 layers of gathering spirit realm, main weapon. Willow branch, soul of willow ling? Who is willow ling? I have never heard of this name in my 8 lifetimes. It seems that this willow tree is extraordinary. At this moment, a willow branch extended from the big willow tree and slowly fell behind me. I didn't refuse either, and sat directly on it. The willow branch slowly retracted, bringing me to the tree trunk and enveloping me in a layer of green aura. This was a small opportunity, and I was delighted in my heart. Quickly activating the chaotic body tempering technique to cultivate. Tempering the body at the 4th level. 5th level, 6th level, and advancing all the way to the 9th level before stopping. I got up and thanked. May I ask what you request? The willow tree extended its branches to send me back to the ground and began writing on the ground. I hope you can help find some food for the people in the village. The village relies on hunting for a living, but the hunting team in the village has not returned for a long time, leaving the villagers starving. I agreed and immediately set off to find prey. As I was digging out 2 bird nests in a large tree, I noticed a teleportation gate forming below. I hid above the tree, holding my breath and watching the scene below. From the circular teleportation gate emerged a pair of fair, long legs, almost causing me to have a nosebleed at first sight. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the person in front of me was not only a woman but also not wearing any clothes. Well, then I must take a good look. However, when I saw the woman's face clearly, I was suddenly scared and all the hairs on my body stood up. This was Zhang Hanshi. I will never forget this exquisite face for the rest of my life. This is the woman who almost killed me 8 times. I turned around and escaped from the place at the fastest speed in my life, cursing the dog system in my heart. Dog system? Isn't she dead? Ding. Host, wait a moment. She has no cultivation now. It's a good opportunity for you to kill her. Just then, Zhang Hanshi also heard the movement in the tree and angrily shouted, "Who is it?" She hurriedly took out her clothes from the divine sea space and put them on. Her body was completely exposed. This was definitely the second time in her tens of thousands of years. It turned out that Zhang Hanshi, due to the injuries to the emperor's body after that great battle, had not fully recovered even after thousands of years. Thinking of the scene where that thief molested her made her feel disgusted, and her Tao heart became even more difficult to stabilize. Helplessly, she could only plan to break through the realm and start over, and then spend thousands of years preparing before being born, using the cultivation of the emperor-level realm and the price of the physical body to restore her body and mind, and then start practicing again. Unexpectedly, the void was chaotic during her birth. Even she, at the emperor realm, could not ignore the terrifying suction force in the void. She had no choice but to find a safe place in the void halfway through her birth. Hearing the system's response, I also did not expect that Zhang Hanshi was now just an ordinary person. It seems like the heavens are helping me too. I arrived behind her with a wicked smile on my face. Zhang Hanshi's face turned cold, quickly drew out the cold sword, and slashed towards her back. A burst of cold air erupted instantly. With a swift movement, I once again appeared behind Zhang Hanshi. How is this possible? Zhang Hanshi's pupils dilated, completely surprised that this person in the dark could evade his cold sword attack. Even if the cold sword was sealed, it was still an imperial weapon. This sword could even injure a giant spirit realm. Moreover, she had probed when she was born, and the highest level here was only the giant spirit realm. Why could this person evade her attack? Then Zhang Hanshi didn't even see my face clearly, and the next thing that followed was a dizzy spell, and I fainted on the ground. Ha ha, you fell into my hands this time. System, come out and tell me, why is she still alive? The system said there are only 2 possibilities. 1. This is not Zhang Hanshi. 2. She wants to start over. It is estimated that the damage to her body and mind after the battle of your 8th life was too great. Not Zhang Hanshi? How is it possible not to be Zhang Hanshi? With her aura that repels strangers and this cold sword, I will never forget her in my lifetime. Wang Feng squatted down and patted Zhang Hanshi's stunningly beautiful white and red face and spoke. Just to make sure, Wang Feng also threw her a probe. Zhang Hensher, 1681–1753. Late Qing writer. Identity, the extreme ice empress who has broken through the realm and reconditioned herself. Realm, mortal. Natal weapon, imperial weapon cold sword, sealed. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's beautiful, but unfortunately it's like a big ice cube. No one can melt her. Wang Feng had already seen this Zhang Hanshi countless times, and he still couldn't help but marvel at this stunning face when he saw it again. Ding! Then there's only the second possibility. Too much physical and mental damage? Then you can go to hell. Wang Feng picked up the cold sword that was still trembling on the ground, and a wave of chaotic spiritual energy surged in, suppressing its coldness. It stabbed down at Zhang Hanshi's heart. Madaka! The cold sword pierced into Zhang Hanshi's chest, just enough to pierce the skin, and then it was difficult to advance any further. Well, I knew it. The Great Emperor Realm recultivation. The cultivation is just not working, but there are still a lot of treasures on his body. It just couldn't be activated. Whereas the body protection treasure didn't need to be activated at all, and would be automatically triggered when the owner's life was in danger. Wang Feng hurriedly threw out the cold sword in his hand. He had just that little bit of chaotic spiritual power. Still holding her cold sword after using it is definitely going to be countered by that cold sword. Wang Feng carried Zhang Hanshi on his shoulders. Since I can't kill you, I will do you. Aren't you badly damaged physically and mentally? I'll make it even worse this time. Gotta coax that cold sword to be available to him for a bit. As long as it's a cold sword he can use. definitely able to kill through here. After all, Jiang Hanshi killed him several times with this cold sword. Hey, look, your master is unconscious. I have to treat her. Are you leaving or not? Wang Feng walked to 2 meters away from Cold Sword and opened his mouth. Cold Sword trembled even more when he heard his words. He even had the face to say such words. Just now it had watched Wang Feng holding it and almost stabbing its master to death. If you don't go, I'll go, and along with you will be your master. The Cold Sword that heard this subsided and trembled 3 times on the ground as if signaling Wang Feng to come over and take it. Wang Feng wasn't that stupid. Blocking Jiang Hanxi in front of his body and holding Jiang Hanxi's soft little hand, he held the Cold Sword. Cold Sword did not pretend when he saw his mind exposed, and the moment he touched Jiang Hanxi, he directly disappeared without a trace. Cut. You won't even use it. You can't get out now. Your master will die for sure. Wang Feng said with a playful smile and an evil grin at Jiang Hanxi. Wang Feng's words instantly made Cold Sword, who was in Jiang Hanxi's divine sea space, anxious. It had forgotten about this, and it had just had to quickly return to Jiang Hanxi's divine sea space in order to prevent Wang Feng from using its might. It was useless to be anxious now. The divine sea space could only be activated by the master so that it could go out. Wang Feng looked at the clothes on his body and thought about it, then shook his head. It's better to use hers to bind it. Wang Feng found a safe position and tore the outer skirt off of Jiang Hanxi. What I didn't expect was that she had a thin layer of bodice skirt on the inside, and one of the 4 divine beasts, the great evil bit, had long since been covered by the slit skirt, but the upper body was still vaguely visible inside, and the spring light was infinite. Wang Feng wiped his nosebleed and reached out to tear it again, and realized that he couldn't tear it off. This also let Wang Feng know why he couldn't stab her heart just now. It was definitely the reason for this muslin dress. Chapter 50. You're afraid you can't. He didn't know exactly what grade of body protection magic treasure this muslin was, but it was definitely very high. At least he couldn't break it with a body tempering realm right now. The one that ripped the clothes from her body into one molded strip after another. Looking at her whole body with only a layer of tulle skirt left, Wang Feng was almost provoked to explode in place, pressing down the restlessness in his heart. He waited until he returned to the village to find a room to take his time. The immortal cultivation world is too dangerous in the wild, and I've heard that many people have died this way. He tied Jiang Hanxi up, especially her hands, for fear that she would suddenly take out a magic treasure from inside the divine sea space. Luckily, her skirt was long enough that the whole person was bundled up with only a nose showing, and Wang Feng pinched her jade-like nose. Wait a minute, I can't stab her in the heart. I can blow her head off. Thinking of this, Wang Feng didn't hesitate and landed a heavy punch to her head. Bang! With a sound, Wang Feng's entire body directly flew out. And what was the reason for this? Wang Feng was furious. Damn it, I can't even kill you, so I'll just heave you and make you raw. The bound Jiang Hanxi seemed to move a little, and Wang Feng hurriedly gave another handful of knives to her neck. Wang Feng realized that as long as it wasn't that kind of fatal attack, it could cause damage to her. And he didn't know what the principle of this was. Looking at Jiang Hanxi, who had become motionless again, Wang Feng had an evil smile on his face. Just wait until he hunts another large demonic beast or wild beast. Little beauty, you can wait you. Wang Feng promised Willow that he still had to do things, carrying Jiang Hanxi while making marks and looking for demonic beasts. As the sun was about to set, Wang Feng carried Jiang Hanxi in one hand. One hand held a demonic beast that looked like a tiger and a lion back in the village. Big guys, come out for some meat. Wang Feng stood on the village road where there weren't many people and shouted with his mouth open, and at once the door of a house opened. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the body-tempering triple-degree demonic beast. However, no one came forward to grab it, not to mention how strong the person who could kill this demonic beast was. Just their bodies and minds alone would not allow them to rob it. Come, don't be so formal. We'll have a bonfire under the willows tonight, and eat all the meat. Wang Feng greeted the group of people, and there weren't many people inside the village. Altogether there are dozens of nearly 100 people like that. This head of such a large demonic beast enough to eat. Besides, there were a couple of birds of prey and a couple of small beasts around his waist. You guys take care of the meat. I have some errands to run. Can someone lend me a room? Wang Feng put Jiang Hanxi, who was tied into a dumpling, on the ground, and untied all the beasts and birds of prey around his waist. The villagers didn't know what the thing was that was tied up with the rotten red cloth. After all, only a nose was showing out. But the figure looked like a woman. Boy, you really went for it. Our whole village should be grateful to you. This side received the news. Village head Mo Lei hurried over. When he entered his eyes, he saw the demonic beast and some small beasts, and directly knelt down on the ground. The villagers immediately followed suit and knelt down, and Wang Feng was startled. Hurrying to help the village chief up, he loudly called out the group of kneeling villagers again. The group of children were also frantically milling around Wang Feng, and the whole village, young and old, was delighted tonight. Finally some meat to eat. Finally no more cutting. If they cut any more they're really going to die. Can one of you give me a room? I'm running some errands. Nee. Feel free to use it. And me, the room is absolutely clean. In an instant, the villagers cried out, itching to directly give the whole house to Wang Feng. In the end, Wang Feng followed the village chief to find an uninhabited house, which was also cleaned, just without bedding. Wang Feng threw Jiang Hangxi towards the bed with an agitated face, killing him 8 times. This was what she owed Wang Feng. Since I can't kill you, I'll just have to grudgingly hate you. Ha. Wang Feng thought for a moment. No, I can't use such a handsome face as mine. Then Wang Feng was disguised into a strangely ugly face, as if it was the shape of a bonobo's face in Zombies. When he entered his eyes, he saw that Jiang Hangxi was staring at him with a pair of eyes that were as if they could take in the heart. This can make Wang Feng look blank, so it turns out that she woke up a long time ago, but she just didn't dare to move easily again. Hey, little beauty, you're dead. Wang Feng's face was full of lewd smiles, which was really a perfect match for his bonobo face shape. Ahem. Jiang Hangxi coughed twice. She really had been disgusted. Don't you dare. As soon as Jiang Hangxi's voice came out, the air inside the entire room felt like it had dropped a few degrees. I dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Smiling wickedly, Wang Feng looked at the so-called extreme ice empress on the bed and laughed. What can you do if I heave you today? Jiang Hangxi's icy cold eyes looked at him dead on, and Wang Feng brought his face over, jerked to the side as he was about to kiss her on the lips. Sure enough, a cold needle shot out from Jiang Hangxi's mouth. The poof stabbed the wall, and instantly a large frost formed on that wall. This made Wang Feng look at a piece of his heart, and he almost got killed by her again. Oh, you're afraid not. Wang Feng was shocked and delivered a heavy blow to her head, and the whole person was blown away with the force. He hurriedly got up and used his body technique to run outward, all the way to the edge of the green boundary, and found that he couldn't get out at all. Scrambling, he fled into the middle of a house to change into something that appeared a little bit bigger. Changing his face back again, he was glad that he had just disguised himself. I didn't expect that in order to discuss Jiang Hangxi, I would save him instead. Walking out as if nothing had happened, Wang Feng was betting that Jiang Hangxi had forgotten his original appearance. After all, his longest living 7th and 8th lives had been in disguise. Bang! A cold sword chi erupted from that house just now, and the entire house instantly became dilapidated. The sword chi hit the boundary and boing, the boundary broke a hole, but it was quickly mended again. Thieves, come out and die. Changing into a blue dress, Jiang Hangxi angrily chased out from it. The people in the village were busy processing the demon beast meat when a fairy suddenly appeared. The village was shocked, stunned, shaken, confused, and then scared. This fairy-like woman was strong, and they were afraid of being slaughtered. Wang Feng wasn't worried. Could he not be clear about Jiang Hangxi's heart? Unless she was provoked, she wouldn't randomly kill people for no reason, which was why he dared to carry Jiang Hangxi back to the village. In fact, Wang Feng was still willing to help the village, so that he could add a big battle force. Although he said that his intention was to do her, but now it looks like I guess I'll just have to use her as a punching bag. Jiang Hangxi stood in front of the dilapidated house and coldly swept her eyes over the villagers, none of whom were the people she was looking for. Sweeping to Wang Feng suddenly stopped for a moment. Why did this person feel a bit familiar? Chapter 6 The Bonobo Man. Wang Feng called a hard ah, but still stood up the waistplate square eyes and she met with a glance and quickly lowered his head. Seeing that he was just like the villagers, Jiang Hangxi also dispelled his doubts. Have you seen one? Jiang Hangxi, who was holding the cold sword in one hand, suddenly realized that she couldn't describe the person's appearance at all. Fairy sister, are you looking for someone with a face like a bonobo? Wang Feng volunteered to walk out. Well, have you seen him? Jiang Hangxi thought about it carefully, and the title did fit that person. He ran out. Wang Feng pointed towards the outside of the green-colored boundary, and it was pitch black outside, so he couldn't see the road clearly at all. I will kill you. Jiang Hangxi's cold eyes looked at the direction Wang Feng pointed and whispered to himself, but one has to leave it at that for now, because even if one goes out there, one may not find him. Self-consciously, she found a spot to sit down and activated the Emperor Ice technique, which was an Emperor-level technique and one of her most regrettable techniques. Last time he had cultivated 2/3 of the remnants of the Emperor Ice technique, and by the time the last one was collected she had long since become an emperor, and one of the reasons for this recultivation was because of that. The consumption of breaking the boundary and recultivating was great. Not only was all the cultivation on his body gone, but even many of his magic treasures and resources were all gone. All that was left of her entire body right now were 3 magic weapons and an innate weapon. There were also a few scattered pieces of clothing and potions, but there wasn't much left. At most, it should only be able to support her cultivation to the spirit expansion realm. Moreover, the body-hardening realm could not yet resist the medicinal power of the pills she had brought with her, so she could only cultivate to the spirit-gathering realm first. And that native weapon was naturally the sealed Emperor's weapon Cold Sword. She already had 2 of her protective spells on display with that bonobo man, and there was still the last one, which would be her big bottom card. Wang Feng didn't dare to disturb her even when he saw her practicing. Disturbing other people's practice is a big taboo. To be chopped. There was a life where he was chopped to death by Kong Hancher in this way. To be honest, Zhang Hanqi still taught him a lot of life lessons, but he learned them with his life. As the saying goes, learning with desperation. It's fine. It's fine. She's practicing. Don't disturb her. Roast the meat first. Wang Feng returned to the crowd and processed up the demon beast meat with them, raising his knife to click 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 click. The bones of the entire demonic beast were directly stripped out by Wang Feng, cut into pieces and then picked up a branch on the side and skewered it. After doing everything, Wang Feng stood up and patted the dirt on his body. Raising his head to look was so shocked that he took a step back, stepping on the demonic beast meat and slipping directly on the ground. It turned out to be Kong Hansei, who had already been standing in front of him staring at him for an unknown amount of time. He'd been handling it too seriously to notice, and his psyche was shot when he looked up and saw it was her. You seem to be afraid of me? Zhang Hanqi's eyes that were tantalizing but made people feel cold looked at Wang Feng and opened his mouth to faintly say, No, 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 fairy sister. I just didn't notice you and got startled. Wang Feng stood up with his hands on the ground. This Zhang Hanqi has been staring at him for what? Recognized? Yes? Zhang Hanqi read out after looking at Wang Feng for a while. Yeah, I'm going to bake. Wang Feng hurriedly ran away. Facing this Zhang Hanqi, he was still very flustered, mainly because the psychological shadow area was too large. Dog system, what to do? Am I going to die again in this life? Wang Feng panicked in his mind and asked up the system, every time he encountered Zhang Hanqi to die, as if it was not the kind of death. Ding! This side of the system offers you a program. Take advantage of her current low cultivation level and rate her step by step. What? Wang Feng directly shouted out in reality, and the crowd all looked over at once. Even Zhang Hanqi, who was not far away, was no exception. What? Paste. Wang Feng's brain turned, and he quickly said that the roast meat was battered, and the crowd saw that it was fine and also busied themselves with their own things. Raid her. How can I raid her? With that big ice cube of hers, I reckon she can just freeze me to death. Wang Feng again in the heart in the system exchange. Not reliable. This system provides a program. Ding, that can't be helped. It's like you guys were made for each other. You've died 8 times. You can't try to raid her once? This is the only chance you have to succeed most likely. Seeing Wang Feng's thinking appearance, the system hated it, and it had said so to Wang Feng before. Wang Feng also tried, but in the end, it still turned out to be to kill her. To kill her even if it is. The hard thing is that it still cannot be beaten. Ding, is she beautiful? Beautiful. Ding, you've seen her body. Do you like it? Like, Tinker Bell. She's got tender hands, doesn't she? Tender. Ding, so you attack or not? Attack. Wang Feng's last cry followed the system's words subconsciously. After realizing that the gazes of the crowd were once again looking over, he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Heave. I didn't expect this demonic beast to be a male. Wang Feng turned over the demonic beast meat skewered on the branch in his hand twice with a surprised face. Come here, eat more of this. This is tonic. Wang Feng looked for the person who looked the weakest in the whole room and called out to him, fetching a bunch of cashews and giving them to him, telling him to eat more. Thank you. The man took the waist of the demonic beast and worshipped it twice. And you kids, come over here. Wang Feng waved at the few kids again, and the few kids ran over with a happy face, wondering what Wang Feng was calling them for. Nah, take these bird eggs. Wang Feng picked up the baked bird eggs on the side and handed them over. Wang Feng was not the only one who was roasting the meat. All the people were roasting the meat. This demonic beast was very big. Wang Feng specifically looked for it. He was naturally too busy to do it alone. Thank you, big brother. A few people milky voice shouted a big brother. Put Wang Feng heard a burst of comfort. Children milky voice is good. Have you seen the big sister? Wang Feng pointed at Zhang Hanqi, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. See, what a beautiful big sister. Wang Feng took some more bird eggs and handed them to the child, instructing, take these bird eggs and go to her. Yes. A few children nodded and jumped up and ran towards Zhang Hanqi. Big sister, this is the bird's egg that big brother told us to bring you. It's so delicious. Under Zhang Hanqi's puzzled gaze, a few children placed the bird's egg in front of Zhang Hanqi, who was sitting cross-legged, turning around and bouncing off to find their parents again. Looking at the bird's egg in front of her, Jiang Hensher gulped without moving. Her current cultivation was not high enough to resist hunger. Stretching out his slender fingers, he picked up a bird's egg and looked at it, and then looked toward Wang Feng's side of the crowd. After seeing that no one was looking at her, she peeled back the eggshell and took a light taste. It was tender and quite tasty. When she had eaten all of the several bird eggs, she realized that Wang Feng was looking at her with a smile on his face. She didn't know why, but she suddenly got weak and glanced awkwardly into the distance. Luckily this person didn't know who she really was. Patting his fingers, which had become a bit tanned from peeling eggshells, he closed his eyes again and sat down to cultivate. A faint chill wafted from her body. Invisible if you weren't paying attention. Ding! Quick! She's shy. Then continue the attack. Which one of your eyes saw her shy? You're trying to get me killed, aren't you? Wang Feng has the experience of his first 8 lives. How could he not know that this Jiang Hanshi is estimated to be, because he used to be the extreme ice empress, and now in eating this lowly food was just embarrassed when he saw it. Chapter 7. Sleep in my room. Hardened body. 6th level. Success. A faint cold aura lingered from Jiang Hanshi's body for a while before entering her body and disappearing. After resting for a while, Jiang Hanshi endured the hunger on his stomach. He should still be able to resist for a few days. Tomorrow, I'll go hunt some demonic beasts, send them some, and ask them to roast them for me, and they should agree. Hey, eat! At this time, Wang Feng walked up to her with a skewer of demonic beast meat. Being close to her always felt like the temperature around her lowered a bit. It was like a human air conditioner. I don't. Gee, you're welcome. Wang Feng saw that Jiang Hanshi was not in a revolting mood. A good opportunity to instantly interrupt her words. A hand reached out and grabbed her soft palm over to hold the branch with the demonic beast's meat strung on it. Jiang Hanshi also didn't expect the man in front of her, who looked quite clean-cut, to suddenly grab her palm. Stressing a bit, I found it surprising that I didn't draw it out. When she was about to push again, she realized that he had let go, and in her grasp was a skewer of demonic beast meat. Wang Feng's face on the surface was as normal, and in his heart he flaunted to the system. See, this move is called lustful tackle. Ding, the host is awesome. This is your last life. Don't let her kill you again. Jiang Hanshi froze as he looked at the demonic beast meat in his hand. The man was a bit full of himself, but it was also kind. So Jiang Hanshi didn't say anything. Thanks. Jiang Hanshi said thank you unskillfully, and Wang Feng waved his hand. Harm. They're all on their own. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng's back as he walked back and took small bites of the demonic beast meat he was holding in his hand. It tastes so good with nothing in it. How did he bake it? When she used to cultivate in the past, she mainly ate grain-repelling pills before the Spirit Junction realm, and after the Spirit Junction realm, she simply ate only things such as elixirs and pills. Naturally, I don't know how these meats taste. I didn't realize that the taste could be so much better than those elixirs that mix sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty pretty much together. Jiang Hanshi's unwillingness to get close to people caused it to seem as if the people inside the village had isolated her. The people in the village were also confused for a moment at this stunningly beautiful woman who appeared out of nowhere. Then he thought of the dumpling wrapped in torn clothes that Wang Feng had brought back. Seeing that angry look of the woman rushing out of the house, and looking at the dilapidated house not far away, no one in the village wanted to talk to her for fear of being decapitated by her sword. At the time of night, the village chief found another uninhabited house for Wang Feng. I heard the village chief say that these houses were originally owned by those in the hunting party, but they haven't been back for a long time, and they're cleaned every day, so just feel free to stay. Wang Feng understood and knew why the people inside the village were starving like this. Their group of mortals did not say whether they could find the demonic beasts and beasts. Even if they did, they would not necessarily be able to fight them. Wang Feng is now considered to be one of the more respected people in the village. After all, he is considered to be an alternative to save most of the people in the village. Thank you, village chief. Take care, oh village chief. Harm. Don't say those words. We still have to thank you. By the way, who is that ninny? The village chief turned his words in mid-sentence and asked about Jiang Hanshi's identity. It's okay. I picked that woman up. I'll set her up later. The village chief looked at Wang Feng strangely when he heard this. No wonder he wanted a room. An errand. It turned out to be something like that, but it didn't seem to work out. Ha. Village chief, you go back first. Wang Feng laughed awkwardly at the village chief's strange look and hurriedly let him go. This was something that would probably have gotten more and more outrageous if he had been allowed to think about it a little longer. Wang Feng stepped his feet and walked beside Jiang Hanshi and said indifferently, "Are you going to sleep here?" Jiang Hanshi didn't know how to answer, so he simply didn't answer him either and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. "Go sleep inside my house." Wang Feng pulled away from her a little before he dared to say this. Sure enough, Jiang Hanshi opened those deep and beautiful eyes all of a sudden to stare at Wang Feng dead in the face. You don't look at me like that. I'm just asking you to sleep in my house. Don't you think that if you sleep here, The whole village will surely come to see you before you go to bed, and then your impression will be that of an unwanted child. Wang Feng was stuttering a bit as he spoke. The shadow of being killed in his first 8 lives surfaced again after being glared at by her so much just now. Zhang Hanqi's pupils shrunk slightly when he heard about the unwanted child. Coil sat there for a while thinking, but finally got up and stood. Wang Feng was delighted at the sight. Sure enough, this Extreme Ice Empress still had a good face, but Wang Feng knew that the Extreme Ice Empress had been abandoned by her parents since she was a child. It was finally picked up by the old generation of holy maidens of the Holy Land and found to have good qualifications, or special spiritual roots, was accepted as a personal disciple, and finally it was a lifelike opening. It's safe to say that there's almost nothing in her life that taints her except for the point where she was abandoned by her parents. Oh yeah, and the last 2 scratches by Wang Feng's 8th and the mouth one. So, go, aha. Wang Feng confirmed and turned around to go back to the house after seeing her agreement. Zhang Hanshi would naturally follow. What Zhang Hanshi didn't know was that there were several empty houses inside the village, and they were just tricked into it by Wang Feng. You seem a little familiar. Zhang Hanshi, who had entered the house, even took the initiative to speak, but it was this sentence that almost made Wang Feng's heart jump out. But I seem to have forgotten you. Zhang Hanshi frowned and thought carefully but still couldn't remember. How can that be? I've never been out of this village since I was born. You must be misremembering. Wang Feng hastened to disrupt her thinking with a bunch of nonsense. Yes? Zhang Hanshi wrinkled her eyebrows and whispered. It might indeed be that she remembered wrongly. After tens of thousands of years, how could Zhang Hanshi remember this nameless junior that she had killed 6 times? Maybe it would have been remembered for a while back then, but it's been tens of thousands of years and it's long forgotten. There were only 2 people she could really remember, and the first was her master. And then there was the one who pinched and kissed her, but all dead. Wang Feng pretended to look around inside the house and spoke as if he didn't realize. Oops, there's no second bed here either. Zhang Hanshi coldly looked at his poor acting frown and spoke. I'll just sleep on the floor. How can this be? You sleep on the bed. I'll just sleep on the floor. Wang Feng opened his mouth as if he was a simpleton, which surprised Zhang Hanshi. Thought Wang Feng was going to say that the 2 of them were going to sleep together in a squeeze. System, what is this move called? Wang Feng said in his mind to the system with a harumph. Tackling? No, it's called a soundbite to make her think I'm trying to sleep with her when it turns out I'm going to sleep on the floor so she'll think I'm a decent guy. Awesome. After hearing the system's compliments, Wang Feng nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Chapter 8 Mission, Rating Extreme Ice Empress Zhang Hanshi. You hurry up and go to bed. How can a fairy sister sleep on the floor? No need. Zhang Hanshi stood in a blue dress and looked at Wang Feng coldly. Wang Feng closed the door, on the spot to the ground and continued to open his mouth. If you do not sleep on the bed, that bed will be wasted tonight. And you sleep on the ground with a small stone will still be uncomfortable. I have thick skin. I'm not afraid of small stones. But you're fine. Wang Feng said to this feeling almost also no longer continue to speak. Say too much instead will lead to her resentment. Aha. Zhang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng on the ground with his back to her was also helpless. There could be such an unspeakable person in the world. Wang Feng's heart rejoiced as he listened to the voice that went to bed behind him. If his favorability in Zhang Hanshi's heart was 1 just now, then it should be 2 now. It's only 98 away from a successful raid, and a raid on Kong Hansio is just around the corner. This broken system is also not even a raid favorability value, can only calculate in their own minds. Ding. Quest, find the hunting party in Lu Village. Time, 3 days. Reward, breakthrough to the spirit gathering realm. Ding. Quest, rating the extreme ice empress Zhang Hanshi. Reward, breakthrough to the invincible realm. Wang Feng was still puzzled when he first heard about searching for the Willow Village hunting team. This mission had a time limit, proving that after 3 days that hunting party would surely die. This was his accumulated experience. And the next moment another quest came out. The quest to raid the extreme ice empress Zhang Hanshi. Directly break through to the invincible realm. What is the meaning of invincible? Is that there is no more enemy? The world he is the master. Wang Feng almost jumped up and put the back of the Zhang Hanshi directly on. After calming down and asked the system strong on the counting of the success of the strategy, if it counted, he was just going to force himself on her at the risk of breaking his hangings. Ding. It doesn't count. Oh. It requires you to rip her off to the point where she's so dead to you that she's willing to give herself to you for nothing. And there has to be yin and yang intercourse, which is the most important step. TSK, that's hard. No wonder the reward is the invincible realm. From the rewards of this invincible realm, you could see how difficult it was to raid Zhang Hanshi, and there's no good touches to look at, so you have to observe her good touches for yourself. In case there was a slip-up, it was expected that he would instantly be chopped directly into mush. Zhang Hanshi wrinkled his eyebrows as he listened to the subtle sounds of excitement coming from his ears every now and then. Wonder what he's doing. Was he watching her do something dirty? Jiang Hanshi still couldn't help but open his eyes and look over, and when he entered his eyes, he saw Wang Feng tossing and turning on that floor. The floors are wiped clean. Wang Feng was thinking about where he should go to look for that hunting team tomorrow, and the more he thought about it, the more he became a little annoyed. Between tossing and turning he came eye to eye with Kong Huncher. Ha ha, still awake. After staring at each other for more than 10 seconds, Wang Feng broke the somewhat terrifyingly quiet atmosphere with 2 awkward laughs. Well, you seem to have something on your mind. Jiang Hanshi heart is also self-deprecating a bit. It seems that the world of men are not all she thought so bad. I was thinking that the entire hunting party from my village had disappeared and didn't know how to go about finding them. Wang Feng stood up and patted the dust on his body, intending to go out to take a breath of fresh air and blow to relieve his boredom. Wang Feng opened the door and came all the way to this side of the willow tree, climbed up its branches and stood up to look into the distance. It was pitch black outside the green boundary, and nothing could be seen. Ugh! Wang Feng, who was lying on the trunk of the tree, took a deep breath and planned to ask the village head tomorrow. The evening breeze blew gently across his face, and that's when he heard another little girl's voice. As soon as Wang Feng heard it, he knew that it was that little girl from yesterday again. Ryujin, Ryujin, I still want to play. The little girl's voice was as small as ever, as if she was afraid to be heard. The willow god didn't deny her request either, pulling out a branch and reaching for it. Wang Feng leaned against the tree trunk with his hands behind his head and looked at the sky. Resting on the green-colored boundary he could still see the stars above the sky. There was also a big moon, which was I don't know how many times bigger than on the blue star side, and it looked as if it was right in front of us. The whispered giggles under the trees had disappeared at some point, and the willow god was back to his old self. A scene of just one man leaning on top of a willow tree in the center of the whole village. It's been almost 2,000 years since I came to this world, and it's as if I haven't lived. Being killed 8 times by that Jiang Hensher. Wang Feng's eyes reddened at the thought of this. In fact, it was his fault that he had to be a mess with Jiang Hanshi. When he first saw Jiang Hanshi, he directly took her as his woman. The idea that he was the chosen one, bound to be invincible, until he was killed good and never had that idea again. It's just that it's like they're glued together, and they're going to run into each other again no matter what. Then the two slowly turned into enemies again, and the 8th fought her 4-6. Both of them were seriously injured. Only that Wang Feng was powerless to fight anymore at that time. There's no telling what she'll do with my emperor body, which is still worth a lot of money. After all, that was in existence on the same level as an imperial artifact, and since he was a dual cultivator of Dharma and body, it was possible that he was even one step better than an imperial artifact. Harm, go back, cultivate more affection with her. It shouldn't kill me when the time comes. Wang Feng jumped off the willow tree and walked back into the house with his feet up. You seem to have cried? Just as he closed the door behind him, he heard the cold, icy voice of Jiang Hanshi, and Wang Feng wiped his eyes. Sand blew in my eyes. I do cry. I don't just cry now. I've cried a million times before. It's all because of you, Kong Hansher. Jiang Hanshi quieted down as he listened to the words he used to lie to children. She didn't ask any further questions. It was none of her business what was on the man's mind. If Wang Feng knew about this, he would definitely yell at her. That's a big relationship. 100% all related to you. Wang Feng looked at her face with tightly closed eyes and her dimpled figure for a while. I have to say this woman would be absolutely happy to death if she married her. Even though he had been killed for 8 lifetimes and had seen Jiang Hanshi countless times, Wang Feng still couldn't help but sigh every time he saw it. There's really no difference between this Jiang Hensher and the so-called fairy in his heart. Seen enough? Jiang Hanshi's voice that seemed to carry a chill reached Wang Feng's ears. Even if her great emperor cultivation was gone, but the divine sense still retained a lot, and it wasn't difficult to perceive Wang Feng's eyes that were staring at her closely. Sister Fairy is so beautiful that I accidentally lost my concentration. Sorry. Wang Feng hurriedly folded his hands and apologized, and saw that Jiang Hanshi didn't say anything else. Wang Feng went to sleep as soon as he laid down on the ground, preparing to get his spirit up and go looking for the hunting team in that village tomorrow. A few minutes later. I know there's a group trapped in one place, but I don't know if it's the hunting party you need to find, Jiang Hanshi said with his eyes closed, while Wang Feng had long fallen asleep. If Wang Feng were awake right now, he would definitely come to say, "You are playing too loud with this horse's back." Jiang Hanshi didn't hear the voice and followed it into a deep sleep. She was also really sleepy. Breaking the realm and recultivating and descending consumed most of her cultivation, divine sense, resources, magic treasures, and many other things. That team was also detected while she was on her way to a panicked birth. Wang Feng also happened to be killed by her 10,000 years ago, and came out to hunt after entering the Willow Village. There was also the scene where Wang Feng saw her walk out from inside the teleportation void. One night without words. Chapter 9 You're in Unrequited Love. The next morning Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi, who was held in front of him in a deadly embrace. The first thought in his head was that he was going to die. What to do? How did I run to the bed and sleep in it? I can't believe I'm holding her. Run! I can't run without running. If Kang Hansei finds out that I slept with her in my arms all night, he will definitely draw that cold sword and give him a go. Looking at Jiang Hanshi's white and red side face, Wang Feng raised his hand gently and slowly, and then raised his foot gently and slowly. The body rolled backward in a smooth motion. Knock knock knock. The sound of a body colliding with the ground came out, and Wang Feng had already rolled out some distance away from the bed. Jiang Hanshi's eyes moved when he heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while before getting up and getting out of bed. What are you doing? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was doing push-ups, to raise the question. His posture. Why is it so indecent? I am doing push-ups, a form of exercise. Wang Feng was doing push-ups somewhat vainly, his eyes staring at the ground, not daring to raise his eyes at all to look at Jiang Hanshi. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're in unrequited love. Jiang Hanshi's cold voice came out, and Wang Feng felt that everything around him was quiet for a moment. Other than her, who else could Wang Feng have unrequited love for here? I did not expect a mouthful of fairy sister. Fairy sister. Looking and a bookish air. The man with a hint of naivety in his elegance is surprisingly this kind of person. No, it's not. I'm really working out here. Wang Feng hurriedly stood up without blushing and locked eyes with Jiang Hanshi, and the two of them stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Jiang Hanshi also dispelled some doubts in his heart when he saw Wang Feng's eyes that didn't look like a fake. And is he really exercising his physical body? I swear by the heart of the word. Wang Feng was ready to swear by his Tao heart in front of Jiang Hanshi, and the push-ups were indeed a workout. So he wasn't afraid. It was mainly because he was afraid that Jiang Hanshi would draw out his cold sword and give him the two swords. No need. Seeing that Wang Feng was going to swear with his Tao heart, Jiang Hanshi interrupted him and the doubts in his heart disappeared into thin air. Swearing an oath with the heart of the Tao is no joke. Breaking the oath will lightly breed heart demons and go off the deep end. If it is heavy, a heavenly thunderbolt will be sent down to strike them directly to death. Okay then. Wang Feng put on a naive demeanor and answered. Phew. Thankfully, she didn't realize I had hugged her. Wang Feng also didn't expect Jiang Hanshi to sleep so much. He woke up when he heard the commotion of him falling to the ground and rolling several times. The two who had packed up walked out with their own thoughts. Wang Feng was thinking about how he should find that hunting team. Jiang Hanshi, on the other hand, was thinking that he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible to rush to the North Realm, find the Ice Palace, and enter its sect. This way her new life as an outsider was considered to have begun once again. The Ice Palace was one of the super holy places in the heavenly Tsang continent. She had also cultivated from inside the Ice Palace last time, and had cultivated all the way to a great emperor. From then on, the Ice Palace was considered to have produced 3 great emperors since the beginning of time, and its status and strength rapidly soared. It was almost tied for first place with the Sword Sect, which was the number 1 in the heavenly Tsang continent, but the Ice Palace still chose to be second by making peace. Wang Feng first went to the village chief ready to ask for news about that hunting team. Looking at Jiang Hanshi, who was heading far away from the village, Wang Feng was not worried about her running away. He could not even get out of this Nanlin at the 9th level of body hardening. How could this Jiang Hanshi, a hardened body 6th level, run away? Knock knock. Wang Feng came to the door of the village head's house and knocked a few times. With a creak, the door opened, and the village head hunched over and looked at Wang Feng suspiciously. Feng, is something wrong? The village chief said and stroked his beard as if he wanted to act like a man of the world. Only his condition seemed to not allow it. I would like to ask the village chief, do you know anything about that hunting party inside your village? You are? The village chief vaguely guessed what he was going to do, and hurriedly spoke up. Little Feng, even that spirit gathering realm captain can't come back. You'd better not go. Our village already owes you a great favor. How can we still let you go and risk your life like that? Don't worry. Have you forgotten the woman I picked up? I asked her to come with me. Wang Feng spoke of Jiang Hanshi, and the village chief looked up to face Wang Feng. That stunningly beautiful woman was indeed very strong. Even the willow god's green-colored boundary was able to break through an opening. The people of the village did not know when the Yanagami became the village guardian deity. Even the mayor of the village had long existed when he was a child. Yanagami. But its cultivation definitely exceeded the spirit-gathering realm, because the only one in the village at the spirit-gathering realm had sparred with it once, spanked by its branches tied up. It's just a shame it can't move its body. Come in and talk. The village chief opened the door to the room and greeted Wang Feng as he entered the house. The house was simple, with a table, chairs, bed and couch, and only some simple household items. The most valuable thing was probably the pieces of demonic beast meat left over from yesterday's meal that was hanging in the house. I don't know what they couldn't come back for, but they're probably dead by now. The village head said this with a somewhat bleak and sad voice. Without the hunting party, it would prove difficult for their village to survive, and that only returning member of the hunt is still awake to this day. No, they're not dead. Wang Feng made an incomparably certain sound. Only the village head's expression was disbelieving. How can that be? They all haven't come back for at least 3 days. 3 days is an invisible rule in the southern forest. Beyond 3 days they basically can't come back. The mayor said and poured a glass of water from the table and took a sip. They're definitely not dead. Just tell me what you know and I can try to get them back in 3 days. Wang Feng's tone of voice spoke with incomparable certainty, and the village headman listened to all of them and cast a strange look at him, wondering why Wang Feng spoke with such certainty. Well, actually the only news I know is that they went east, and then I don't know all the rest. That's it? That's it? Really? Wang Feng mistakenly confirmed it several times. Aha! Listening to the mayor's response, the point really was just to say, where does this leave him? But there is a hunter who escaped and came back inside the village, only he hasn't woken up until now. At this time, the village chief continued to speak, and Wang Feng hurriedly asked him to take him to that hunting member. Wang Feng suspected that the village chief was walking too slowly and carried him on his back to let him point out the way, and then started a mad dash. Slowly, aha. The village chief's voice behind him was brought to a tremble by Wang Feng's big footsteps. After a rush, the village chief finally made Wang Feng stop, and Wang Feng, who was carrying the village chief on his back, looked at the house in front of him, which was no different from the normal house in the village. Chapter 10, Haunted by Evil Ghosts. After putting the mayor down, went and knocked on the door of the room. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. Soon there was a woman with a thin pale face who came out, and there were still teardrops in the corners of her eyes, so it was clear at a glance that she had just cried. Once the woman saw that it was Wang Feng, she greeted him respectfully. After all, it was thanks to Wang Feng that his children could now eat meat and drink soup. Sisterly, is Zhang Xi's body better? The village chief came up and asked with concern. Still the same. Never woke up. Being told of her sadness, Li Mei wiped up her tears again and choked on her tears as she answered the village chief. May I see it? Wang Feng stood aside and opened his mouth to speak out. Maybe he could solve it. At least he had countless feats added to his body. Come in. The house is a bit humble. I hope the benefactor doesn't mind. Li Mei opened the door of the house to let Wang Feng and the village head enter. Won't. Wang Feng quickly waved his hand. What life hadn't he lived? It was good enough to have a house to live in during his 7th life, and he still lived in the tunnels when he died. When Wang Feng entered the house, he saw a little girl and a thin man in his 30s. What made Wang Feng a little surprised was that the little girl was the same little girl who often went to Willow to play at night time, now sleeping sweetly beside that bone-thin man. This little girl should be his and Li Mei's daughter. Wang Feng threw a probe. John Doe. Status, member of the Willow Village Hunting Party. Realm, hardened body 7th level. Natal weapon, none. Status, haunted by evil spirits. This time there was an extra status on top of the panel, which also showed him up. Haunted by evil spirits? You didn't take him to the willow tree? Wang Feng raised the question in his mind. It was reasonable to say that such things as evil spirits haunting the body could be solved by a willow tree with divinity. Looked, long ago, and the willow god stroked a branch across his forehead for a while to stabilize him, but he still won't wake up. Li Mei answered Wang Feng's question as she sat on the edge of the bed and wiped Zhang Xi's palm with a hot towel. Ha, that's weird. Wang Feng chanted to himself. It was indeed strange. The willow tree at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm and with some divinity surprisingly couldn't solve the problem of this evil spirit haunting it. Golden eyes. Open. Wang Feng mumbled in his heart, and a golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to his original state in the blink of an eye. However, in Wang Feng's eyes, the Zhang Xi in front of him had changed. Is this being fused together? Wang Feng looked at a fang ghost monster that was incomparably ugly and had its hair stuck together in a messy mess. It had pressed its entire body almost to the man in front of it. No wonder Willow couldn't fix it. It would have had to just whip the man to death if it had been forceful, but it was fine. Just because Willow couldn't solve it didn't mean that he, a handsome man with countless feats, couldn't. The evil spirit in front of him was only at the 8th level of body tempering. I can't believe you've let yourself go so far. Just sit down for me, okay? You get the kid out of the way and I'll take care of it. Wang Feng asked Li Mei to hold the little girl sleeping next to the man away from him, and his next move was a little too big, causing the 3 of them to back away a little more. Go get a little more healing stuff ready to come over. Oh no. Follow me. Wang Feng suddenly thought of Willow as he spoke. Yeah, he'll just run straight to Willow, and then he'll just let Willow heal when he's done fighting. As soon as he picked up the man, he rushed over to Willow, and the 3 village leaders hurried to follow. The surrounding villagers saw this scene and followed, wondering what Wang Feng he was going to do with Zhang Xi in his arms. By the time Wang Feng ran to the bottom of the willow tree, there was already a crowd behind him. I'm going to treat him later. And the process is a little brutal. So don't run over and interfere with me, Wang Feng said in advance, or else if he stopped halfway through beating that evil spirit out later, the man would be backfired and would surely die. Wang Feng explained to Willow and told it to prepare for the treatment. Again, he transported the few chaotic spiritual energy in the body-tempering realm and gathered it in his hands. Strike the fury palm. Wang Feng's aura changed violently, as if he was a high-ranking ghost remover. A burst of golden light was emitted from his hand against Zhang Xi's chest with a bang. It struck down with a single blow. The double palm clip came back at the same time against both sides of the neck, head, neck, chest, not even quin, and finally the feet. The villagers listened to the thumping sound as if it were a heavy hammer striking them in the heart. Hearing a heartbeat of fear, he hastened to cover his own child's eyes. Li Mei covered that little girl's eyes and shed tears like crazy. Wang Feng's palm hit Zhang Xi, pain in her heart enough to play 2.5 full minutes. Wang Feng, who had finished the set of punches, formed his hands into fists and delivered a hard crashing punch to both sides of Zhang Xi's chest. A mournful scream cried out, and the evil spirit was also sent crashing out from inside Zhang Xi's body by the punch. Back in a panic, he tried to reattach himself to Zhang Xi's body, but Willow was faster. Bang! They gave it a soul-smacking blow, and a crack was made in the ground. Quick! Treat him, treat! Wang Feng fainted after saying this. The exertion on him this time was too great. He didn't even have the spirit-gathering realm now. He had just braced himself to fight through that set. The willow tree's willows hurriedly wrapped around Zhang Xi's body, who had been beaten and spat out blood. If Willow had been any later, the whole village could have just opened up. The willow tree stretched out another willow strip and landed on Wang Feng, and 2 green lights appeared in the village. Wang Feng's face, which was pale due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, was also rapidly flushed. By the time Wang Feng woke up, it was already night. Awake? A voice that was so familiar that it could not be any more familiar entered Wang Feng's ears, and when he turned his head to look, it was none other than Jiang Hanshi. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Wang Feng himself was not seriously injured, but he put on an appearance of being seriously injured. Cough cough, put. Wang Feng transported his chaotic spiritual energy and exploded it at his throat, and a mouthful of blood was spewed out. Since he wants this iceberg to fall in love with him, he's going to have to get a little tough. Jiang Hanshi was startled and stood up from his chair, quickly walking to Wang Feng's side to point a few times at the acupoints on his body. Again, he pressed his thin white palm on Wang Feng's chest to transmit his aura. You're pretty stupid to almost take your own life to save someone else's. Jiang Hanshi frowned as he felt the messy spiritual energy on Wang Feng's body and opened his mouth. Get used to it. Wang Feng trembled so much that he raised his hand and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, hoarse and hard to open his mouth to respond. Why? Jiang Hanshi asked, the doubt in her heart. It was the first time she had seen this kind of person after living for so long. In the past, because the Ice Palace was so well protected, she only had 2 extremes in her life. The first is a life of hooks and dangers everywhere. The second is a life of mediocrity, unlimited resources, and being extraordinarily well protected. Chapter 11. Then you would like to be my kin? She had never met anyone who would put their life on the line for someone else, mostly pulling others out of trouble. Because they are my family. Wang Feng got more and more outrageous as he stared at Jiang Hanshi like a torch. A loved one? Oh, it's a shame I haven't experienced that feeling, and I guess I never will. Jiang Hanshi adjusted Wang Feng's chaotic spiritual energy in his body and said out such a sentence without any expression on his face. In her heart, she laughed to herself. To outsiders, it seemed as if her master had taught her well, but there's nothing of the loved one kind in it at all. The pressure behind her back was known only to herself, and once witch cultivation went awry, her master would either beat or scold her, and only afterward would she continue to instruct. Luckily, she's very talented, and usually what she doesn't learn the first time, she knows after the second time. She didn't hate her master though. Without her master she would have been eaten up out there long ago and wouldn't be where she was today. And do you would like to be my kin? Seeing that the time was almost right, Wang Feng hastily threw out a multiple-choice question to Jiang Hanshi. This question froze Jiang Hanshi. His gaze froze as he looked at Wang Feng's chest, only to come back to his senses not a moment later. Well, you should be pretty much recovered by now. Jiang Hanshi didn't answer Wang Feng's question, but instead changed the topic with a cold and indifferent tone. Ding, host, why did you always think of killing her before? The system watched Wang Feng's operation the entire time and also asked out. Isn't this host very good at flirting? Why did he only think of killing this extreme ice empress in the past? Wang Feng ignored the system and thanked Jiang Hanshi. Thanks a lot. Wang Feng was about to get up when he suddenly saw a bowl of broth on the table. Good guy, he has to get another wave. Wang Feng pretended to get up, but halfway up, he fell back to the bed with a thud as if he was powerless. Jiang Hanshi hurriedly grabbed his arm to hold him up. "I'm hungry." Wang Feng could only take the initiative to speak up himself when he saw that Jiang Hanshi was still sitting there. "Aha! What the hell are you You bring that bowl of broth from the table." Of course, Wang Feng only dared to roar in his mind. It's a good thing that Jiang Hanshi really got up and went to serve the bowl of broth over. Otherwise Wang Feng really couldn't do this scene. "Eat." Jiang Hanshi passed the wooden bowl with broth and a wooden spoon to Wang Feng and said indifferently. Wang Feng could also only reach out with a trembling hand, limply reaching for the bowl in Jiang Hanshi's hand. That look as if the next moment he got that bowl he had to drop it on the floor. Seeing him in this state, Jiang Hanshi also frowned and spoke. "I'll go find someone to come and feed you." When she said that she was about to turn around and go out, Wang Feng hurriedly stopped her. "Wait a minute. It's so late in the day. Surely everyone in the village must have gone to bed. And also, aren't you human?" "That's just it. I won't eat it." Wang Feng's tone when he said this was a little despondent, and his voice gradually decreased. "Aha!" Jiang Hanshi didn't force him to eat when he saw that he wasn't eating. Wang Feng's face is smiling, but in his heart, "MMP. I said not to eat, you really do not let me eat. And you give an oh. When a man says no, he means yes. Do you understand that?" Jiang Hanshi put the bowl with the broth back on the table and said coldly, "Tonight you sleep well on the bed. I'll just sleep on the floor." Wang Feng closed his eyes. He was already powerless to go back to her. He was really drunk on this Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi saw that he did not move, also self-consciously plopped down on the floor and leaned against the wall and slept. Her cultivation at the 6th level of the body tempering realm was not enough to support her for a day and a night without sleep, and she had also activated the cold sword several times during the day, which had made her a little more sleepy. The two of them slept quietly like this until midnight, when Wang Feng woken up by hunger. This time he was really hungry. However, he couldn't normally go to the bowl of broth on the table and eat it, or else he would definitely be known by Jiang Hanshi that he was lying to her. Wang Feng had no choice but to plan to get the bowl of broth by rolling. It would be best to wake up Kong Hanshi so that his scene could continue again. Wang Feng adjusted his psyche and did a little mental preparation, and waited for another pain to be unavoidable. The whole person instantly rolled down from the bed. Originally has been restored to the white and red face was suddenly fell to the blue up. Really painful. A thud rolled under the bed, followed by a roll, arms and feet colliding with the ground with a knocking sound. Jiang Hanshi was also awakened by the commotion and looked around warily. Upon entering the room, he saw a crawling. Oh no! A man on the floor crawling towards the bowl of broth on the table, as if it were a maggot. Who else could that man be? It was the bitter Wang Feng chanting. Wang Feng knew that Jiang Hanshi had woken up, but pretended to be unaware of it and continued to slowly crawl towards the table with his seemingly weak body, crawling for a while and then simply collapsed helplessly on the ground. He was betting that this Jiang Hanshi would not come over to help him. "If you don't help, just sleep on the floor for the night. You're just a little hungry." Jiang Hanshi finally couldn't look at him anymore and got up and walked over to him and squatted down to help him up and back to the bed. Wang Feng did not move and smelled the warm body fragrance around him. It felt really good. "Would you like a bowl of this broth?" Jiang Hanshi stood by the bedside and looked at Wang Feng coldly out. His tone was much better than the words the two had exchanged when they met in the previous 8 lives. "Well, I'm hungry." The current Wang Feng instead looked pathetic, as if she was a little petite wife. "Cool." Jiang Hanshi glanced at the broth that had long since cooled and continued to speak. "It's okay. I used to eat worse than this. Hungry." Hearing Wang Feng's words that he was starving to death, Jiang Hanshi had no choice but to walk over and pick up the bowl of broth and walk over. "I can't hold it." At this point, Wang Feng played a muddy weakness card. "Open your mouth." Jiang Hanshi's icy voice entered Wang Feng's ears. Wang Feng's heart was ecstatic. Jiang Hanshi had finally taken the bait. Wang Feng opened his mouth, and Jiang Hanshi held the bowl and scooped up a spoonful of broth and fed it to Wang Feng's mouth. Wang Feng swallowed with a ton of gulps. This time it was a real reaction because he was really hungry. Ah! Gulp! Ah! The broth gradually bottomed out as the wooden spoon was scooped up and down back and forth. Wang Feng watched the whole time, watching the woman who had killed him 8 times was concentrating on feeding him soup. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Especially that look of concentration. Wang Feng admitted that in fact, he had already had crooked thoughts about Jiang Hanshi long ago in his first 8 lives. Just because the realm didn't work, the two of them weren't even on the same level. In his previous lives, Wang Feng was also incredibly arrogant, causing the two to become enemies in the end. Was it good? Jiang Hanshi fed the last bite into Wang Feng's mouth and asked in a cold outburst. "Good looking." Wang Feng subconsciously answered her, and what followed was her cold stare. My body is a bit uncomfortable, so I'm going to sleep first." Wang Feng was stared at so much that his heart trembled, and he didn't even realize that he had said the wrong thing. and he scrambled to find his bedding. After half a dozen touches, I realized that, heck, there was no bedding in here at all. Ha ha, good night. Wang Feng, whose hand was still stretched out in mid-air, looked at Jiang Hanqi and laughed awkwardly twice to break the awkward atmosphere. Instantly his eyes closed as if he had fallen asleep. Chapter 12, News of the Hunting Party. Jiang Hanqi put the bowl back on the table, walked back to where he had just slept and resumed his sitting position. After a short while another voice came out. I know where a group is trapped. I just don't know if it's the hunting party you're looking for. After a while did not hear Wang Feng's voice. Jiang Hanqi also intends to no longer mention this matter. This is his own lack of destiny. Really? Just when Jiang Hanqi was about to fall asleep, a surprised voice came between his ears. It brought a bit of anger to life in her. She was almost asleep when the man woke her up with another comment. Really? It's just that the matter will be discussed tomorrow. Jiang Hanqi closed his eyes and clenched his teeth a little, his tone more than a little unkind. Hearing Wang Feng in a panic, he didn't dare to make another sound. If she didn't have a protective magic treasure and that cold sword on her, it would be good. So how would Wang Feng be afraid of her? A brain crash would just kill her or do her on the spot. Along with Wang Feng's beautiful fantasies, Wang Feng also sank into the abyss of sleep. Halfway through the sleep his body twitched. It was silent inside the room, with the occasional sound of chattering insects from outside. One night without words, the next day's Wang Feng first came to Zhang Xi's home to see how he was doing. After being greeted inside by Li Mei, whose state had turned into joy, Wang Feng then saw that the little girl was carrying a bowl to feed Zhang Xi, who was still in a weak state, but at least he was awake. Seeing that a guest had come in, and one he hadn't seen before, Zhang Xi cast a puzzled look at Li Mei. This is our benefactor. He's the one who saved you, Li Mei hurriedly explained. And as soon as Zhang Xi heard that the little girl was allowed to get out of the way, he was about to get up and bow and kneel to Wang Feng to thank him. You're not well. You'd better not move. Wang Feng stepped forward and raised his hand to press him back, and Zhang Xi had no choice but to stop. He knew his body well, and he probably would have had to fall down just as soon as he stood up. Many thanks, benefactor. This favor will not be forgotten by our whole family. Benefactor, if you need help just say so. Zhang Xi leaned back on the bed and thanked him. Wang Feng waved his hand and said, Today I am here to find you to ask for news about your hunting team. Zhang Xi burst into hot tears at the thought of those brothers. They are presumed to be dead. TSK. Wang Feng slapped his forehead and said helplessly, how come they all felt that the hunting team was dead? Just tell me the news. Wang Feng didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. When Wang Feng came out from the inside of the house his face was relaxed. The next step is how to trick Jiang Hanqi. Ah no, it's how to call Jiang Hanqi over to travel with him. Zhang Xi had made a mark, and this was the reason why Wang Feng was relaxed. It was much easier to search for people if they had made a mark. Wang Feng returned inside the house he was staying in and realized that Jiang Hanqi's figure had long since disappeared. Wang Feng hurried to the center of the village to look for Willow. After asking Willow about it, Willow stretched out her branches and pointed in a direction, the exact direction of the village's eastern location. Wang Feng just happens to also be ready to go from the east to look for the mark. Along the way to look for Jiang Hanqi, Wang Feng is not afraid to find it. As far as the fate of the two of them is concerned, it was estimated that 99% of the entire cultivation world's karma lay with the two of them, and it's still sinful fate. 9 lifetimes of sinful fate, each of which meets her with unerring precision. Wang Feng ran a distance. After searching for about an hour finally found Jiang Hanqi. This thing in the end ran how far off? Standing in the distance, he watched as Jiang Hanqi was cautiously sizing each other up with a demonic beast that looked like a horse or a sheep. The horse goat that possessed a sheep's head and horse's body violently lowered its head and charged towards Jiang Hanqi. Jiang Hanqi was also not willing to show weakness. Holding the cold sword in one hand, he flew backward. Then with a flash to the side of the horse sheep he slashed down. This sword Jiang Hanqi did not dare to release the cold chi. Otherwise it would definitely freeze the flesh of this horse and sheep to bonkers hard. It will be another pain in the ass to thaw when the time comes. The horse goat was instantly beheaded by a sword. Even though Jiang Hanqi hadn't deliberately tried to release the cold aura of the cold sword, but there was still a layer of frost there in the cut. Wow! Fairy sister is amazing. Wang Feng clapped and applauded from the side and suddenly voiced out a compliment. Jiang Hanqi was instantly alert, looking towards the location where the voice came from. After seeing that it was Wang Feng, Jiang Hanqi also relaxed his guard a bit, and at the same time, he was wondering how he could be here. How did you get here? Jiang Hanqi put away the head and body of the horse and sheep into the divine sea space and walked towards Wang Feng to ask the question in his heart. I've come to look for our village's hunting party, and I've already learned from Zhang Xi that all I need to do is find the mark he made. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi, who was holding a cold sword in front of him, and silently moved away from him, not realizing that this move was discovered by Jiang Hanqi. Are you afraid of me? Just after Jiang Hanqi finished those words, The cold sword began to tremble as if it was guiding Jiang Hanshi to stab Wang Feng. Wang Feng hurriedly pulled the distance between him and Jiang Hanshi a little further away, saying, "I'm afraid of that sword of yours. It seems like it's going to cut me." Jiang Hanshi was also puzzled for a while as he looked at the trembling cold sword in his hand. What's going on with the cold sword? Does it have something to do with this man? But the cold sword's sword spirit divine sense was sealed for the most part, and simple words could not be transmitted to her. Can only rely on the subsequent Jiang Hanshi cultivation increase? The seal will be lifted. Otherwise, if this imperial weapon is not deliberately suppressed and taken out, it can instantly flatten this southern forest. Seeing that the cold sword was still trembling madly, Jiang Hanshi simply put it away. The man in front of her had a heart she still recognized. It should be that there was something about this man that had inadvertently offended Cold Sword. Wang Feng's first thought after seeing her put the cold sword away was surprisingly thinking about whether to knock her out in this instant, shaking the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. After all, it was useless to knock out. "Fairy sister, could you go with me to find the hunting party?" Wang Feng frowned as he stood not far away and looked at Jiang Hanshi, who was not too far away from him in front of him. "No go." Jiang Hanshi refused. The life and death of that team had nothing to do with her. Would she waste her time searching for them? Now that he was at the 9th level of body tempering, the main thing was that he had to break through the spirit gathering realm first. Only after breaking through the spirit gathering realm was one considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of an immortal cultivator. The body tempering realm was just for the fleshly body to be able to adapt to spiritual energy. This was a big stage. Otherwise the system wouldn't have set the quest reward as a realm breakthrough. Someone couldn't break through the spirit gathering realm in their entire life, which also resulted in that person not being considered a true immortal cultivator for the rest of their life. However, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, who possessed emperor-level techniques, were definitely able to break through. But normal cultivation would be more time-consuming, so Wang Feng decided to rely on the system rewards to come faster. At least he didn't need to cultivate for all of these days. He just needed to find the hunting party. Of course, it would be better if he could save it. The villagers were simple and he was still happy to help. Chapter 13, The Whole Drilling Rat. "Please, fairy sister, just help me once. Please, please, please." Wang Feng put his hands together and begged Jiang Hanshi. At that moment, Wang Feng seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Then he smiled and spoke. "Fairy sister, I guess you don't know how to cook yet, right?" With Wang Feng's knowledge of Jiang Hanshi's 8th life, this woman would be damned if she could cook. Even knocking those heavenly materials were seldom seen. And with her current cultivation level she would definitely be hungry. Jiang Hanshi was put on point by Wang Feng's question. She indeed didn't know how to cook. She naturally knew what Wang Feng meant when he said this. "Fairy sister, are you going to eat the meat of this horse and goat raw? That won't do. Eating it raw will be especially fishy." Wang Feng's words had a slight tea flavor to them, and he saw that Jiang Hanshi was thinking about it. Wang Feng didn't bother her. She was at least a female emperor. Not so much that she couldn't even understand such simple words, he said. "Think about it, since you're supposed to be out hunting demonic beasts, and there's a chance that the trapped hunting party over there is a big demonic beast. When the time comes, you kill it and I'll cook it for you. And saving the hunting party can only be done in passing. So isn't that 2 birds with 1 stone? Wang Feng saw Jiang Hanshi vaguely some wavering thoughts and continued to pursue the attack. This is a powerful free hitter that should never be let go. "Follow me." Jiang Hanshi eventually faltered. With her current realm she still had to eat, and she kinda wanted to eat those flavorful roasts and other eats again. Having never eaten these before that time, she tasted them and it made her a little horny. Although the elixir could raise the cultivation level, the flavor was just too unique. Looking at Jiang Hanshi's distant figure, Wang Feng's heart rejoiced. This was a promise. It seemed like there was no need to even look for markers. After all, last night Jiang Hanshi had said that there was a group of people trapped in one place. At that time, even if that team is not a hunting team, it's fine. Save the ones that are beneficial to him, and the ones that are harmful to him, directly call out to Jiang Hanshi to hack to death, and then collect the corpses. Wang Feng followed behind Jiang Hanshi all the way to the outside of a hole in the ground. Wang Feng looked at the large hole at his feet in front of him and asked Jiang Hanshi with an uncertain tone, "Is this it?" "Aha." Jiang Hanshi responded and jumped down directly without saying a word, and Wang Feng followed after scanning around outside. What he didn't know was that there was a spirit-gathering realm tree leopard with skin almost indistinguishable from the bark of a tree in the tree that was quietly watching them jumping down the hole in the ground. The tree leopard raised its paw and licked it, smoothed its fur again, and laid its head down between its hands and faked a nap. Jiang Hanshi, who was the first to land on this side, looked at Wang Feng, who was smashing towards her at great speed above her head, and hastily dodged away with a dodge. "Ah! Fairy sister, help!" Wang Feng shouted frantically in the air, hoping that Jiang Hanshi would hold him, but apparently, he overthought it. Bang! Dust rose in all directions. Wang Feng stood up covering his buttocks in pain. That funny look saw Jiang Hanqi's face change a little, but in an instant, he was back to that cold look. Not sure if he was trying to laugh or some other emotion just now. Hiss, cough cough. Wang Feng rubbed his buttocks and sucked in a breath of cool air, resulting in a mouthful of dust and a crazy cough. The whole person then assumed a posture of one hand covering his neck and coughing frantically, and the other hand covering his butt, not knowing which place to look at first. A cold wind erupted from Jiang Hanqi's hand to blow away the dust around Wang Feng, who finally stopped coughing. Instead, he was frozen and shivering for a while, and finally returned to normal after running the chaotic overlord body technique. Now they had time to survey their surroundings, densely packed with passages, no less than 10 passages as far as they could see right now. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi's mind instantly thought of the burrowing rat. This type of demonic beast is the most happy to drill out a particularly complex tunnel, and it can remember the path of the tunnel clearly by itself. It likes to trick its prey into killing them inside the tunnels, as if the tunnels it fights are a phantom formation. No wonder the hunting party inside the village couldn't get back. It was obvious that they were trapped by the burrowing rats, but the cultivation shouldn't be as high as the hunting team's captain's cultivation. After all, the mission still had more than a day to go. Stay close to me, Jiang Hanqi said and drew out his cold sword and casually found a passageway and walked through. Wang Feng hurriedly followed. When Cold Sword saw that Wang Feng had begun to tremble again, Jiang Hanqi could only instruct Cold Sword in his mind. Tell it that Wang Feng isn't a bad guy and to stop. Cold Sword almost shook Jiang Hanqi's hand straight away when he heard him say that Wang Feng was not a bad person, but then it obeyed and didn't continue to tremble. But this abnormal reaction of Cold Sword also made Jiang Hanqi take a closer look at Wang Feng. An unspeakable emotion came up in his eyes. Wang Feng was relying on the number of passages in the area covered to calculate the cultivation level of that burrowing rat. This stinky rat should be around the 9th level of body hardening. Looking at it, he came to a 4-eye confrontation with Jiang Hanshi, whose measuring eyes he was too familiar with. This Jiang Hanqi designation again does not know what he is thinking. Bang! Just then the passage they had come in through was suddenly blocked by a boulder. That stinking rat! Wang Feng cursed and went forward to the boulder and punched down. Bang! The fist went in, but did not give the boulder to break. It can be seen that the boulder blocked how dead and how thick. Keep going in, Jiang Hanqi shouted Wang Feng back, and the two of them found another random passage to enter. Boom! A boulder flew over from above, and Jiang Hanqi split it with his sword. And when he looked at it, he only saw a rat's ass still chittering and burrowing back. Old 6. This stinking rat! Wang Feng cursed angrily. Seeing Jiang Hanqi walking away hurriedly followed again, the two of them quickly leaped up inside the passage. Along the way boulders, stench, venom, trash and other things all came at them. The worst thing that happened was a pile of poop flew at them. Luckily it didn't hit them. Wang Feng got angry and tore off a piece of clothing in Jiang Hanshi's astonished gaze, wrapped a turd up from the floor to take with him. Jiang Hanqi was at least 3 meters away from him this time. This man wouldn't have any special fetishes, would he? When Wang Feng saw her strange eyes, his brain unexpectedly and abruptly thought of Blue Star's cow dung hot pot. The brain twitch hastily explains. I'm not using this to eat. Well, I know you're not using this for food. And besides, I didn't say you were going to use it for food. Jiang Hanqi interrupted Wang Feng's words. She was more certain this time that Wang Feng might have a special fetish. She hadn't even said a word before the man started explaining. And when he did, it was words of food. It's over. Can't explain it. Gee, you'll see in a minute. Wang Feng saw that Jiang Hanqi didn't listen to his explanation, so he simply waited and told her with practical actions. The two of them ran through a few more passages and finally in one of them the burrowing rat made another hole from above ready to throw a rock at them. Wang Feng listened to the rustling inside the walls and secretly gathered chaotic spiritual energy in his hands. With a boing, the wall broke open. A rat head came out and was about to throw a rock at them, but Wang Feng was faster. Chapter 14, Finding the Hunting Party. The chaotic spiritual energy in his hand surged inside the bag, and viciously threw it at the burrowing rat with a thought. Bang! The entire suit wrapped in the poop of some demonic beast exploded in front of the burrowing rat. Moreover, the chaotic spiritual power was more overbearing, and those poops were blown up to stick steadily and firmly to the burrowing rats. Ha ha ha! Stinky rat, go eat poop you! Wang Feng stood below the drilling rat's vision and laughed, and Jiang Hanqi finally realized what his drilling poop was used for. Z, 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 roar! The burrowing mouse was so angry that it let out a roar, and then it even stopped hiding. Jumping down, he was about to fight Wang Feng to the death, his eyes red. Wang Feng saw the situation and hurriedly let the powerful hitter, running while shouting, Fairy sister, save life ah! Wang Feng ran behind Jiang Hanqi and grabbed her arm looking at the burrowing rat with a scared look on his face. Let go! Jiang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng who was holding his arm with a bad tone. and Wang Feng hurriedly let go. Or else he'd have to die first before the burrowing rat died first later. Fairy sister, hit it! Without the need for Wang Feng to say anything, Zhang Hanshi also rushed up with a few steps with his cold sword in hand. She was also incredibly annoyed with the stinky rat, and didn't expect to end up getting pissed off by a pile of poop from this kid. Looking at the goodies on the burrowing rat, Zhang Hanshi didn't dare to get too close. Cold sword she frantically struck out. // crackling out a burst of output at the burrowing rat. The burrowing mouse didn't expect the human to be so powerful. No, I should say it was the broken iron lump in her hand that was powerful. It took only a moment for a layer of frost to form on its entire body. Seeing the bad situation, the burrowing mouse wanted to escape inside the passage, but Wang Feng could not let it go. Lifting a large rock from the side, he preemptively threw it at the passage it was going to run down. Bang! Blocking most of that passage, the dead brain of the burrowing rat had to go there. Instantly swooped in and nibbled it up that time. Extraordinarily fast. It was only a moment's effort before its head went over, but this also created an opportunity for Zhang Hanshi to make a chilling chop over to its ass. Congeal. With Zhang Hanshi's cry, the drill mouse's legs were directly immobilized, and the thing that held it in place was heck, 2 lumps of ice. Z. The burrowing mouse was anxious and turned its head to frantically go gnaw on the ice on its feet without reaching the gathering spirit realm. With little demonic power, it couldn't shake the 2 piles of ice at all, so it could only use gnawing. When he was finally lapped by a sword, his posture remained the same as when he was chewing on ice. Zhang Hanshi shook off the blood on his sword along with some goodies, and the cold sword shook. A cold aura erupted out, and in an instant, the sword became clean. Snap! Fairy sister, you're awesome! Wang Feng applauded and praised wildly from the side. It was good to have a powerful fighter. You don't have to put in any effort yourself at all. It's just that this beater is a bit cold. Zhang Hanshi didn't reply to him, but continued to take a random passageway about to move on. Don't you want this stinking mouse, fairy sister? Don't! Fairy sister, wait. I want. Wait for me. Seeing that Zhang Hanshi was about to enter the next passage, Wang Feng hurriedly called out to her. Zhang Hanshi was a bit impatient. Why did this kid want everything? But still stopped and stood in place waiting for him. Seeing that she had stopped, Wang Feng hurriedly ran to the burrowing mouse and carefully grabbed both of its hands to carry it over his shoulder, avoiding the poop-stained area. This burrowing rat was half an adult in size, and Wang Feng was fine except that the posture of carrying it was a bit strange. Sister Fairy, could you save the mouse for me for now? Wang Feng thought of Zhang Hanshi's divine sea space. Seeing how she could often change things out of thin air, Wang Feng knew, even though she'd retrained, there was still a lot of stuff on her that she hadn't left behind. Carry yourself. Zhang Hanshi coldly glanced at him. This brat was actually planning to put dead rats with poop stuck to them inside her divine sea space. Well, Wang Feng had no choice but to carry the dead rat all the way and run after Zhang Hanshi. There should be no danger of insects etc. coming out of the cave on a regular basis. In the territory of the burrowing rat, it would never allow another demonic beast to steal its food, unless that demonic beast could reach the point of killing it. After running around for a while, finally inside another passageway, noisy voices were heard, along with wails of pain. Fairy sister, this way. Wang Feng was delighted that he had finally found it, and shouted out to Zhang Hanshi and ran towards that passage. Just meeting them is considered mission accomplished. The wail of pain was small, supposedly for fear of attracting the pre-birth burrowing rats on Wang Feng's back. Ding! Searching for Willow Village's hunting team mission completed. Reward, breakthrough to the spirit gathering realm. Wang Feng's system beep came out almost instantly when he saw that team. The cultivation given by the system felt like there was no change in the body. It was that the spiritual energy in the body was instantly expanded by more than double. It was vaguely meant to be gathered into a ball, which was the meaning of the name of the spirit gathering realm. Wang Feng ran closer to the group carrying the drill mouse. There was one with a broken arm, and the wailing was basically coming from her. Who are you? As soon as Wang Feng approached, there was a middle-aged man who was instantly alert and asked questions. But look at the surprise that flowed from the eyes of the burrowing rat on his back. He, a spirit gathering realm, couldn't even touch that burrowing mouse. And this teenager had even killed it already. No wonder I haven't seen this burrowing mouse in a long time. I'm new to Willow Village, and my purpose is to seek you out. So let's go. Wang Feng beckoned, and the 6 people who heard Lu Village relaxed their guard a little. How's Yanajimura doing? That middle-aged man seemed to be worried. They hadn't gone back for so many days. Yanajimura doesn't have any food stored either. So what's to be done? Wang Feng thought it was better to tell them the truth. Cut the meat and feed the sun. Wang Feng read it out word by word, giving the 6 of them so much shock that they couldn't speak at all. Some of those who heard this news from him even whimpered and fell straight into tears. But it's okay, I've solved that problem. They still have some demon beast meat to eat now. Wang Feng carried the drill mouse on his back to comfort them and reassure them, and the six did worry a little less when they heard his words. Thanks a lot. The middle-aged man seemed to be the leader of this team and excitedly thanked Wang Feng. After all, this teenager was still carrying a body-tempering realm 9th level drill mouse on his back. Killing demonic beasts shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, in the midst of their thankful gazes, came in another soft woman who seemed to be able to take in the heart. It was Jiang Hanshi, and the gazes of the four men present all looked over without exception. In that moment it was as if they had been seduced. They were not the lecherous type and quickly came back to their senses. Always staring at people is always impolite. The heart secretly said that he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. You guys can walk, Wang Feng asked as he looked at the bloodstains on their bodies and the woman who was still wailing with her teeth clenched over her broken arm. Chapter 15, Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting. Aha. That's fine. Just keep up with us. Wang Feng turned around and ran to Jiang Hanshi again, carrying the burrowing rat with poop on its back. Fairy sister, I'll show you the way, and you drive a little. Wang Feng watched with his own eyes as Jiang Hanshi expressionlessly moved away from him a little bit. It was really because the burrowing rat on his back was a bit smelly. Aha! Jiang Hanshi answered as he stood not far away with his cold sword in hand. With that, the group began to find their way. In fact, let's say they were finding their way. They were just following the passageway that was blocked by boulders, letting Jiang Hanshi destroy the boulders one by one. The group soon arrived at the entrance of the cave where they had just come from. Wang Feng looked at the mouth of the cave that was a bit high above, at least 4 or 5 meters high, but it shouldn't be a problem to pop up there if it's for them guys. Wang Feng's eyes rolled. Fairy sister, you go up first. It's a bit inconvenient for me to carry the burrowing mouse on my back. Jiang Hanshi didn't say anything, and threw his sword at his feet and flew up with his sword. The few people present in Lu village were dumbfounded. Was this the Jieling realm? To fly with a sword. Either her cultivation level was very high, or the grade of that sword was very high. I'll go ahead too, so you guys can come back up later. The Lu village 6 were a bit confused listening to Wang Feng's words. What did he mean by waiting for a while before going up? But without giving them a chance to speak, Wang Feng jumped up with a big bounce right after Jiang Hanshi. Ding! Host, this is intended. Look, make good at little old brother. Want to capture the heart of the beauty, need to come a little hard. Wang Feng returned to the system in his mind. And the system didn't say anything else, quietly waiting for a good show. The tree leopard at the second level of the spirit gathering realm looked at Jiang Hanshi, who flew up and bent down without moving. The eyes were sharp, and the tree-like fur on his body exploded into hardness. Whoosh, a wind sound rang out. Jiang Hanshi was startled. Holding his cold sword was preparing to counterattack. And at this time, as if he had been hit by the wisdom descending aura, the douchebag Wang Feng rushed out. Look out! Obviously, Jiang Hanshi was able to block away the tree leopard. But being blocked like this by Wang Feng could only stop his hand movements first. Wang Feng used the burrowing mouse as a cover. Only this tree leopard's claws were incredibly sharp. In an instant, it pierced through the body of the drill mouse. And Wang Feng felt a huge force coming from it and had no choice but to drop the drill mouse. The tree panther wanted to take care of the woman who was more of a threat to it first. This was what it felt most clearly inside its sense of danger. And it was this woman who posed the greatest threat to it. Slapping Wang Feng away, he opened his mouth and shot out a vine towards Jiang Hanshi. Bang! The one who was smacked was not Jiang Hanshi, but Wang Feng, who was blocking Jiang Hanshi's body. The tree leopard also did not expect this person's speed to be so fast that it had just been swatted away by it, and all of a sudden it was in front of it again. Wang Feng was slapped like this, and in the process, he also flew towards Jiang Hanshi, and there was a large, clearly visible bloodstain on his back. Jiang Hanshi's face changed as he looked at Wang Feng. Why was this person so stupid? Looking at Wang Feng, who flew over. This time, Jiang Hanshi didn't hide and reached out to pull Wang Feng. Unexpectedly, Wang Feng's body drooped down and pressed on her at once. Dizzy, fake dizziness is also dizziness. Wang Feng's heart is going to laugh out. This spinster hasn't been around men, so how does she know about men's philandering ways? Jiang Hanshi quickly put Wang Feng on the ground, grabbed the cold sword and slashed down towards the vines that flew over again. The cold air followed the vines all the way into the mouth of the tree leopard. It exploded with a bang, but it didn't do much except frost a handful of times. But this was also expected by Jiang Hanshi. A more intense cold aura erupted as he flung and vibrated the cold sword. How could the cold sword that could even seriously injure the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm not be able to injure a tree leopard of the spirit gathering realm? Standing the cold sword in front of his chest, with a quick swipe of both fingers, he rushed towards the tree leopard and stabbed it. Jiang Hanshi's speed was too fast, and the tree leopard realized that the speed of its limbs seemed to be reduced. He had no choice but to hedge with Jiang Hanshi, only he had underestimated the power of the cold sword too much. The moment it came into contact with it, bang! The entire leopard body was frozen bonkers hard, and the cold sword easily pierced into its brain. The tree leopard died straight away without even showing the shock and fear on his face. With a single reach, Zhang Hanqi put the tree leopard inside the divine sea space and turned around to hurry back to Wang Feng. Looking at the miserable wound on Wang Feng's back, Zhang Hanqi, often cold with 10,000 years of ice-like face, finally have a little do not know what mood change. A wave of cold air was born in Zhang Hanqi's hand to touch the large wound on Wang Feng's back. Wang Feng was able to endure the front, but by then he really couldn't help it and was frozen and shivering. The wounds were frozen numb, and no wound pain could be felt to exist at all. There is only the feeling of being frozen stiff and numb in your heart that you can't feel anything. Zhang Hanqi looked at the shivering Wang Feng but was not surprised. The normal situation. At this time, the 6 people from Lu village who had heeded Wang Feng's words popped out from inside the cave. Once they were out, they knew why the teenager had asked them to wait a while before coming up. There was definitely a fight going on here. As far as that wound on the teenager, it could be described as a gruesome sight. Deep inside the flesh and blood, with the skin split open, and the soft woman was healing him, as if she was healing. A few people were not sure, but this beautiful woman who was traveling with that teenager should be healing her wounds. Over here, Zhang Hanqi, who had removed the wound on Wang Feng's back cleanly, got up and said to the few of them, "You guys carry him on your backs. I still have to go and do some errands." Wang Feng squinted his eyes, taking advantage of Zhang Hanqi's effort to turn around to hastily open them and blink a few times at a few people. A few people would understand, and their bodies, which were still fine, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood collectively. The worst was the one with the broken arm, which poofed out a large amount of blood at the broken arm. She wailed and wailed in pain. Zhang Hanqi's face was cold. Would she be so stupid that she couldn't see that these people didn't want to carry Wang Feng? At least one of you can receive one person to vomit blood. You all collectively vomit this time, when she is a little cute. What? If you don't want to memorize it, just say so. It's a waste of time for him to come all the way here to save you guys. Zhang Hanqi's cold to the core eyes stared at them as he let out cold words. A few people were embarrassed by what was said to them, but the teenager signaled them to do so again, so they naturally had to fulfill the pair. Zhang Hanqi didn't have the luxury of hoping that this group of white-eyed wolves in her eyes would carry Wang Feng. Squatting down, he grabbed the paralyzed Wang Feng by both hands, then slowly carried him to his body. Wang Feng suffered this injury for her, so it wouldn't hurt for her to carry it. Feeling the still shivering Zhang Hanqi on his back, he swept his cold eyes over the 6 people from the Willow village, turning around and leaving with Wang Feng on his back. If he hadn't come all the way here to save them, it wouldn't have happened with this series of events. This kid is really stupid. Why is he like a saintly mother? Even the monks in the immortal cultivation world don't have so many who are as compassionate and self-sacrificing as he is. The 6 people from Yanagi village stood in place scratching their heads as they looked at each other in disbelief. The impression was all but ruined for the sake of that teenager. Don't think about it. The sun's going down. Go back to the village. The woman covering her broken arm wailed and spoke with difficulty. Any later and it would be too late. Chapter 16, Medicine. It's strange to say that there are no evil spirits inside the holes made by the burrowing rats. I don't know if it was killed by a burrowing rat or some other reason. Throw the teenager on the back of the burrowing rat there and go. The middle-aged man shouted, and a man went to carry the burrowing rat. He just didn't know why, but he always felt that the rat stank so bad. And at this moment, Wang Feng was lying on Zhang Hanqi's back feeling the soft body and unique body fragrance. The heart said that the whip was not a bad one. Just being carried by a beautiful woman, Wang Feng suddenly felt that his manly nature was aroused, especially when he was blocked by her body on her back. Don't! Wang Feng hurriedly suppressed it and desperately pressed it. Oh, second brother, you must not get up at this time. This is going to get you chopped up if you accidentally block her. Wang Feng thought his mind to the beautiful scenery, the evil spirits, and the things that made him sick in his previous lives. Finally, the idea that my second brother was going to get up was squashed. Awake? Zhang Hanqi asked as he felt the movement behind him. Is he still shivering? Wang Feng was suppressing the idea of his second brother getting up, but the movement was also discovered by Zhang Hanqi. Can you come down and walk by yourself? Zhang Hanqi stopped and prepared to put Wang Feng down. She felt diabolical even carrying it. She had never been this close to any man before. Wang Feng hurriedly hugged his hands a little tighter around her neck with warm breath and spoke. Fairy sister, I can't walk if you put me down. Zhang Hanqi frowned at him for hugging him like that, thinking about whether or not to kill such a bold person for him, but in the end it was put away. Zhang Hanqi sped up his pace to catch up, looking at the woods that hurried past over and over again. To Wang Feng looking sleepy, shaking his head still cannot resist the sleepiness in his eyes. He was already injured, and the cold was still radiating from his back, which made him want to sleep even more. He couldn't help but hug Kong Hancher a little tighter. his head dropping down on top of her shoulder in one fell swoop. Jiang Hanqi sensed his movement and turned his head to see that he was confronted with Wang Feng, who was leaning on her with his eyes closed. His clean and handsome appearance was okay. Turns out it was asleep. Jiang Hanqi held back that diaphragmatic feeling in her body and clasped her hands around Wang Feng's thighs, which enabled her to run faster. Lifting his foot hard to the ground, the two of them whooshed out. Jiang Hanqi even used a stance to catch up, using the stance that consumed the least amount of spiritual energy. Jiang Hanqi finally carried Wang Feng on his back and ran into the village first in the middle of the coming night. It just so happened that the hunting party also happened to run back. Jiang Hanqi met up with the hunting team behind Wang Feng's back, the chill in his eyes undisguised, poking straight into the hearts of those 6 people. The 6 people only felt a shiver run through their bodies when they met her eyes. The people in the village were also overjoyed to see the hunting team and Wang Feng and the others return. Rushing over, he hurried to bandage the woman with the broken arm first. There were also people who ran over to Wang Feng's side, and it could be said that there were a few villagers surrounding each person who came back. The villagers looked at the woman with the broken arm and Wang Feng, who had a large wound on his back that had smashed his clothes. Most people can't stand to look at it. It hurts too much. Bring bedding, herbs or powder. Jiang Hanqi gave a cold and clear word to the villagers around him and walked inside the house with Wang Feng on his back. The villagers were also very efficient, and in no time ran over with herbs and bedding. Jiang Hanqi took the herb and channeled some spiritual energy into it so that it could firmly stick to Wang Feng. Take his clothes off. Jiang Hanqi called out to the villagers in the back to come over and take off Wang Feng's upper body clothes, complete enough to reveal the scar that went deep into the flesh. Wang Feng suddenly felt a cool whoosh on his body and woke up in a daze. Just before he was fully awake he went ow. A cry went up. Ah! It's so cold. Hiss. Ouch ouch ouch. Ah woo. Feeling the cold unknown thing on his back, Wang Feng was cold and twitched. Painful and cold. What the hell was that? Hold him down. Jiang Hanqi saw the twitching Wang Feng get the herbs stuck in the wrong place, calling on those few villagers to press Wang Feng to death on the bed. Jiang Hanqi only felt a beat of annoyance as he listened to the voices in his ears, and simply picked up a piece of rag and stuffed it into Wang Feng's mouth. Woo woo. Wang Feng felt the pain on his back only to feel like a lamb to be slaughtered, the dead weight of his limbs on the bed, and the cold pain in his back. It's as if you've been anesthetized to open your spine and break your back. Ah to ah. Wang Feng, who was gagged with a cloth, frantically stammered out from inside his throat. He'll just sleep on Jiang Hanqi's back. He won't be killed by her again in this last life, right? The villagers looked at the agonized Wang Feng with an intolerant look and inclined their heads away. This made the idea that Jiang Hanqi wanted to kill him in Wang Feng's mind even greater. These villagers must have been forced to do so by Jiang Hanqi's strength. Wang Feng was about to explode his cultivation at the spirit gathering realm to blast away the few people around him who were pressing him. Don't move! Jiang Hanqi shouted icily and quickly as the man moved around. The herbs kept getting stuck to him. Listening to Jiang Hanqi's commanding voice, it was as if it had a magic power. Wang Feng suddenly felt that things didn't seem to be the way he thought they were, and the spiritual energy that was ready to explode gradually came to a halt. Another piece of herb was applied to Wang Feng's back, and Wang Feng turned his head around, finally saw a little vision of the back, so it was being medicated. At this time, another piece of herbal medicine was pasted on, freezing and wailing Wang Feng in pain. However, this time, Wang Feng was able to hold back from moving his body amplitude so much. Outside, the hunting party was chatting with the villagers about what they were encountering these days. Hearing the voices in the room, he also laughed and shook his head, panting a little. Just that wound that went deep into the flesh and blood was enough for that teenager to suffer these days. That teenager at that time even thought to ask that woman to carry him. Really a hero. Like the sound of killing pigs until the middle of the night to stop. Wang Feng sweaty and powerless lying on the bed. It's like being drained. A few villagers had also left long ago, and Jiang Hanqi sat on a chair and watched as he took a leisurely sip of fresh water. Fairy, sister, you're also too ruthless. Wang Feng sprawled helplessly on the bed. His upper body was naked, and the areas without herbs were still covered with bedding. Those who don't know will walk in and see the scene and think of something beautiful. Jiang Hanqi didn't respond to him and walked to the side to sit down against the wall by himself. Today was supposed to be a day to find some elixirs or exotic treasures, but the plans were all messed up by this kid. Fairy sister, I'm sorry I can't help you bake today. At this time, Wang Feng hadn't forgotten to say that he wanted to help Jiang Hanqi roast this matter. No harm done. Jiang Hanqi sat down on the ground to recover his expended spiritual energy. He was surprised that the man was still thinking about the fact that he had said he would help her bake the meat. This man was fine living inside the mountains, but if he went outside, he would probably be eaten up. Chapter 17, The Skeleton That Broke Into the Village. Jiang Hanqi's spiritual power had recovered to its peak state, and in a couple of days, he would be able to break through the spirit gathering realm. Ben could have broken through today, but it was with the help of something, but now he could only use time for it. But what surprised Jiang Hanshi was that she couldn't see through the man, just like that succubus emperor. At that time, she was also unable to see through that great emperor realm powerhouse that she was fighting with. But in the end, she was still killed. It seems that it should be some special physique that caused Jiang Hanshi to be unable to see through it. However, this person was estimated to be at the 9th level of body tempering at most. None of this was any of her business, and after her temporary stay she was going to leave this place and head all the way to the north. If this man doesn't have the technique, he will probably end up dying of old age in the middle of this village or in the mouth of a demonic beast. Jiang Hanshi naturally wouldn't give a person who wasn't too familiar with her feats for no reason. She wasn't as motherly as the man in front of her, Wang Feng, who has a system on his side. Jiang Hanshi naturally cannot see through it. This was also the reason why Wang Feng wasn't worried about being found out when he was spending time with Jiang Hanshi. She had discovered this invisible feature long ago in her previous lives. Sleeping. Wang Feng looked at the closed eyes of Jiang Hanshi and shouted softly. He felt so cold on his body. What is it? Jiang Hanshi closed his eyes. His tone has always made people feel so high and cold. Fairy sister, I'm cold. Wang Feng saw Jiang Hanshi did not sleep, also no longer with the voice of the breath to speak. The tone of voice was cold, shivering. Resist. Jiang Hanshi stopped talking after she finished speaking, and Wang Feng had already cursed her countless times in his mind. There's nothing human about this thing. Even if you don't take the clothes off your back for me, you could at least take a set from inside the divine sea space for me to make do with. Since the bedding wasn't tight to his body, Wang Feng didn't dare to cover it up at all. Otherwise, if he slept until midnight, the herbs on his back would surely be rubbed off, and the wounds would become even worse by then. The helpless Wang Feng could only hug the quilt and cover the lower half of his body to avoid the wound on his back and sleep. Hopefully he won't stir when he sleeps through the middle of the night. The uneventful life of recuperating from injuries just rushes by. The time came to the 7th day. Every night time during the 7 days Wang Feng would be tied up in bed with 5 flowers, while Jiang Hanshi was drugged. As the sound of killing pigs for 7 days, the villagers have long been accustomed to it. It was a little disconcerting not to hear it again on the 8th day. All the meat is gone, and we'll have to go hunt some more back. The 6 people from the willow village prayed to the willow tree under Wang Feng's gaze. Then they went out of the village. They didn't dare to ask Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi to go with them. This was a great benefactor within their village. Just wait for them to come back from the hunt and eat the meat. The sheep and horses and tree leopards inside Jiang Hanshi's divine sea space had also all been taken out and eaten a long time ago. Now there is really not much food left in the village except for some dried meat. Wang Feng is also ready to leave after seeing that all things are taken care of. Willow's favor of that small chance has long been returned. He was only helping the villagers for the sake of the mission and their mellow smoothness. Sort of payback for being able to have a place to live in the middle of nowhere. Oh village chief, do you have pens and paper here? Wang Feng found the village chief and he asked up for these things that could be written on. And in the end, he only found bamboo slips made of bamboo. Harm. I'll take what I can get. It's not for myself anyway. Village chief, you must build me a temple sometime. Wang Feng intended to transcribe a yellow grade advanced technique to give to the villagers inside the village to make their survival easier. This would also benefit him in the future when he crossed the tribulation. If he did more good deeds, the thunder tribulation would be biased towards good thunder. There are 2 types of thunderbolts in the heavenly pale continent, and a devil who kills countless people would be the evil thunder. The black thunderbolts were ferocious and incomparable, and instead of 9, there were 18. The first 9 courses are beneficial, while the last 9 are pure cleavage, which does not benefit the body at all. The second is the good thunder, which mainly depends on what kind of thunder the thunder is divided into. Even if it's a distant and strong thunder, when the time comes, the gain to the body will remain the same, but the power of that thunderbolt to strike down will become a little weaker. You're leaving? Mole village head looked at Wang Feng and thumped his knees. Wang Feng was startled and rushed to help him up. Little Feng, for so many days, it can be said that our village was saved by you. I thank you for the whole village. The village chief, who was being supported by Wang Feng, was agitated. Wang Feng's favor to Lu village was not insignificant. Ha ha, just erect a statue or a temple for me when you have the chance, and bless me with more blessings for a smooth journey. Definitely, we'll get this done as soon as our village is stabilized. Wang Feng and the village chief chatted a few more times and left with a few bamboo slips. Returning to the house, Wang Feng began to copy the bamboo slips, and before long a yellow grade advanced technique shattering stone palm was copied out by Wang Feng. The feats given by the system were all firmly instilled in the mind, so there was no worry of forgetting them. By the afternoon the hunting party returned, with some minor injuries, and individuals had a few beasts or demonic beasts to carry. The villagers got busy again and started cleaning up the gore. Until the evening Jiang Hanshi didn't come back. Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. The worry wasn't that she was dead, but that she wouldn't be gone faster than he was, right? Still ready for a silent goodbye. Let's see if we can leave a handsome figure in her mind. Brother Do, take these bamboo slips. During the free time of the meal, Wang Feng happened to give the bamboo slips to Du Gang, who was the captain of the hunting team. Du Gang looked through it. The more he looked at it, the more he was shocked. Wang Feng, what kind of character is he? A yellow grade advanced technique said to give it away. This is too expensive. Brother Wang Feng should take it back. Du Gang stuffed the gongfu back into Wang Feng's arms, and what he practiced was only a yellow intermediate level heart method that he had obtained by chance. It took more than 10 years of cultivation to barely reach the spirit gathering realm. Take it when I tell you to. Give the village more practice. I'm sure you want to make life a little better for the people inside the village, right? Seeing Du Gang's hesitant look, Wang Feng simply shoved it back into his arms. Take it. Practice more. Talk less. Well, thanks a lot. Du Gang clasped his fists and thanked him, and finally accepted the shattering stone palm. In fact, he still wanted this gongfu in his heart. It was human nature. Bang! The crowd heard the sound and looked over, and in the night, a bruised Jiang Hanshi wandered in from inside the green-colored boundary opening that she had split open. Following him in was a skeletal man on a skeletal horse with a large long sword in his hand. Raising the large long sword in his hand, he slashed at Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi raised his dimly lit cold sword to block, and his entire body was cleaved out by this great sword. The green-colored boundary was mending quickly, and there were still countless evil spirits outside. Luckily only one skeleton on a skeleton horse came in. Willow's willow quickly lengthened and thumped down on the skeleton's head. The skeleton riding the bone horse also raised its sword to meet it. Chapter 18, Don't you know the law that you have to undress to take medicine? The skeleton's body was surprisingly just jerked off the bone horse, and the sound of the wicker jerking on top of the bone horse thumping kept ringing out. The bony horse was jerked apart and fell to the ground in a few breaths, but the skeleton with the long straight blade seemed to have no sense of pain, and raised the blade to meet Willow with a pair of slashes. Wang Feng's probing took a look at the skeleton. And it must be great. The Bone Horse Skeleton will. Identity, Bone Horse Skeleton General of the South Woods. Realm, 8th level of Spirit Gathering Realm. Natal weapon, long straight sword of the lower grade of the yellow instrument. Wang Feng had also just seen outside the unrecovered boundary that there was definitely more than one of these Bone Horse Skeleton Generals outside the boundary. There were also densely packed skeleton soldiers, and even those with horses saw so many. Some of them still have evil spirits wrapped around their necks, teeth and claws. Wang Feng hurriedly ran to Jiang Hanshi's side and helped her up, putting her arm up to her neck. There were no fatal wounds on her body, and it seemed that if she didn't have that protective treasure she must have died a long time ago. As soon as Jiang Hanshi saw that Wang Feng finally couldn't hold it together, his head drooped and he fainted. Hey! Oi! Wake up! Wang Feng patted her pretty face and shouted a few times. Clank! The cold sword trembled a few times on the ground at this time, as if signaling Wang Feng to save its master. Ding! Quest, kill the Bone Horse Skeleton General who broke into the village. Reward, 100 origin points. Coming on a mission? Wang Feng racked Jiang Hanshi looked towards the Bone Horse Skeleton while that was fighting with Lu Shu and also joined the battle. Du Gang, for a moment surprisingly could not take it. He quickly picked up Jiang Hanshi and ran inside the house. Ran into the house and threw Jiang Hanshi on the bed and ran out again. Don't hurt me. I'll avenge your master. Wang Feng ran next to the cold sword and called out, and the cold sword trembled. Wang Feng carefully touched the cold sword, dropping it as soon as there was any movement. It was good to see that the cold sword understood, and was held in his hand without malice, just a little dim. Wang Feng was delighted and injected chaotic spiritual chi. Instantly the entire cold sword emitted a chaotic colored cold chi around the sword. No longer a dull appearance. Wang Feng stomped his right foot towards the ground and charged towards the battlefield with his sword. Sounding east to west, Wang Feng rushed to the Bone Horse Skeleton General as if he wanted to cut it. The Bone Horse Skeleton would raise its sword to meet it, only to have Wang Feng's figure disappear in front of it. But this Bone Horse Skeleton General's perception was very strong. Instantly a big flip holding up a long straight blade from above to slash behind him. Clank! With a sound, Wang Feng's figure stepped on the ground and skidded all the way back, and Willow Stripes and Du Gang hurriedly rejoined to meet them. After all, the realm was still not good enough, so he could only rely on this cold sword. 7-star steps. Wang Feng gave a silent thought in his heart. The whole person in the pace of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper re-attacked towards the skeleton general, raising his cold sword to slash down with all his might. Boom! The power of this sword directly to the skeleton will be split into pieces and explode. I have to say, equipment suppression is cool. Ding! Killing the Bone Horse skeleton that broke into the village will complete the quest. Reward, 100 origin points. The moment he killed the skeleton general, the system's beep followed. The villagers rushed over to help Du Gang. the whole scene on his most serious injuries. Wang Feng cleaned up the battlefield. Exploded equipment. Exploded a long straight sword. Is just a skeleton will take the hand. It was still a long straight blade of the lower grade of the yellow weapon. And Wang Feng held it in his hand, almost as tall as the others. The handle of the knife is like the kind of grab handle of the Guan Dao, and at the blade is a long, straight knife similar to the mold of that Tang Dao. I'll go. This one is handsome. This one. Wang Feng juggled a few times. This if another bucket hat. This is not proper cultivation. High powerful boom boom mysterious person? Looking at the cold sword in his left hand, Wang Feng remembered that Zhang Hanshi was still unconscious in the house. Good opportunity. Wang Feng rejoiced. Come on man. Herbs. Wang Feng called out to a few villagers to get some herbs and hurriedly returned to the house with his long straight sword and cold sword. Hang the cold sword on the wall. Hang it far away. Don't let it get you later. Looking at Zhang Hanshi's petite body, Wang Feng took out the herbs and rubbed them together, adding a little chaos aura into them. As the saying goes, treating others the way they want to be treated. Right. I almost forgot. Healing definitely involves taking off your clothes. After all, that's how it's played out in the TV series. Wang Feng's hand holding the herbs stopped, put the herbs aside, and closed and blocked the door to the room. The cold sword clanked and trembled against the wall. It had known for a long time that this man was not a good person, but the master had still been protecting him. Hey, what's your hurry? I'm healing your master's wounds. Do you understand? If you don't heal, your master will die. Wang Feng looked at the trembling cold sword, cursed. Healing must undress this reasoning. Do not understand. Otherwise the wound will get infected. It's backed by science. Then regardless of cold sword's frantic trembling on the side, Wang Feng idly stripped off Zhang Hanshi's clothes. Put. Wang Feng wiped his nose and took it down to see that his hand was full of blood, and he had another nosebleed. It was simply too powerful to grasp the power of qi and blood that surged up to his head. Although there was still a layer of tulle skirt protecting Zhang Hanshi's petite body, the hidden feeling made Wang Feng even more excited. I'm healing her. I'm healing her. Wang Feng mumbled a few times in his mind. Then without hesitation, he made a single reveal. The spring light was leaked, and Wang Feng turned his head on the spot when he took a look at it, and the sound of ticking 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 ticked on the ground. It was the sound of the nosebleed colliding with the ground. Wang Feng only felt that his abdomen was so hot and his head was also hot. This was the symptom of qi and blood surging up. Hiss. Who? Wang Feng took 2 deep breaths. How can he be so unproductive? Even her form without tool had been seen, and in turn, the sight of her form and tool was almost too much to grasp. After running the chaotic overlord body technique once, and taking a piece of cloth to wipe his nose, he finally suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Being mentally prepared, this slowly turned his head. Zhang Hanshi, that wearing tool hidden soft skin is visible. The only pity is that there are slit skirt. Wang Feng hurriedly suppressed the agitation in his heart again. Picking up a side of herbs mixed with chaotic spiritual energy, he applied it to the wound that wasn't covered by the muslin and thus was injured. After applying a few compresses to the area, Zhang Hanshi's face slowly reddened with the naked eye, and his body began to radiate heat. This was as the dominance of the chaotic spiritual force cultivated by the chaotic overbearing body technique, a very rigid spiritual force. Actually, the wounds on Zhang Hanshi's body weren't too many, and most of them were blocked by her skirt protector magic treasure. But the place that was cut to was quite serious. Wang Feng medicine is also applied to her arm, neck, small feet, belly, but those feet are as good as they get. The white and flawless with some slight scars. Even more people love heartache. Abbreviation, Jade Foot. Wang Feng rubbed some herbs on it and couldn't help but pat her beautifully curved and white and tender calf belly. Zhang Hanshi's eyes moved as she unconsciously only felt that her body was now so hot. It was like something else was tickling her feet. Seeing her as if she was about to open her eyes in the next second, Wang Feng hurriedly covered her eyes with both hands to death. Luckily, Zhang Hanxi didn't move after a while, and Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If he was found to have undressed her, he would have to fight him. The cold sword on the side shook so much that it went through the wall, and it was obvious how angry it was. Wang Feng didn't care about it and hurriedly dealt with the venue, wiping up all the nosebleeds that fell on the ground, putting Zhang Hanshi's clothes on again and applying herbs to those wounds in his clothes. Otherwise Zhang Hanshi found out that he was undressing her to apply the herbal medicine that would be the end of it. After doing everything, Wang Feng sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Zhang Hanshi's extremely beautiful cheeks. You really can't help but marvel at it once you see it. Being killed by you for 8 lifetimes. I have to ask for some money back. Wang Feng looked at her thin little red lips and put his face up. Wang Feng admitted that he was indeed a bit perverted. After all, who can see a fairy that perfectly matches his or her heart and not have it throbbing in his or her heart? Not doing anything more excessive during her coma was already considered Wang Feng's very bottom line. If we were to be honest, It was actually Wang Feng who couldn't do it even if he wanted to. Unless his cultivation could change back to the 8th world's great emperor realm right now. Cold Sword was so shocked that he couldn't wait to fly up and kill Wang Feng. You just throw me out. Don't let me see this scene. My lord. Ooh. Chapter 19, the end of the southern forest turned out to be a cliff. The next morning, Jiang Hanqi's eyes moved slightly as he slowly opened them and rubbed his forehead. Headache. Sitting up, he noticed that there were herbal compresses all over the place where there were cuts. It's exactly the same herb as the one that was applied to those skymen. Jiang Hanqi hurriedly checked up his body. Luckily, these herbs should be applied from the outside of the clothes. At this time, the cold sword hanging on the side trembled, and Jiang Hanqi walked over to look at it. I don't know what message it was trying to convey, but in the end, it was taken back into the divine sea space. Cold sword, blocking the door shut, Jiang Hanqi changed into a long green-colored dress. Suddenly, he noticed a bamboo slip on the table with many more words engraved on it. Jiang Hanqi walked over and picked it up and read it over, reading it out softly word for word. Pretty fairy sister, I'm going to leave the village and travel far away. Don't miss me. The content on it was simple. It was the news of Wang Feng's departure. And Jiang Hanqi saw another line. Message from the lovely Wang Feng. There's a smiley face drawn at the very end. So that stupid kid is called Wang Feng. The corners of Jiang Hanqi's lips seemed to be about to curl up into an arc, but she pressed them back down. I don't know if this silly boy will be eaten up even after he leaves the village and goes outside. After all, inside her impression, Wang Feng was someone who could lose his life for others. Jiang Hanqi said that he had never seen this kind of person, because usually this kind of person couldn't reach her height and died. Or maybe it will never be cultivated to a particularly high level. I have to go too. I didn't realize this place was so scary at night. I was careless. Jiang Hanqi wanted to leave yesterday night, but halfway through the walk, he realized that skeletons started to crawl out of the surrounding land, and there were also bone horses crawling out of it. The sound of ghostly cries came from the distance as well, and now she finally knew why the village had a green-colored boundary. Turns out it's in defense against these evil spirits. Intending to go in hard, she killed her way through and realized it was the more she killed. It was difficult for her to resist the skeleton's sea of bones even if she was stronger, so she had no choice but to return back. Jiang Hanqi went out and looked at the sky. The sun had just come out not long ago. I think that stupid boy is estimated to have just left not long ago. It's time to hit the road. It's just a small bond with that silly boy, and I guess it'll be hard to see him again later. Jiang Hanqi walked towards the outside of the village wearing a long green dress. The people inside the village didn't know her too well either, but there were still some people who came over to see her off. The fairy in the green dress faded away, leaving a long-haired and waist-length back to the people in the village, and the village returned to its former life. At this moment, Wang Feng was frantically rushing, and during his rush he had also discovered several villages, both dilapidated and intact. However, Wang Feng didn't even go in. He just wanted to leave this hellish place. Just the scene he saw yesterday, the South Forest at night, was really too scary. After so many days had passed, Wang Feng's cultivation level had also come to the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. Spiritual energy should be enough to sustain him until he ran out of this southern forest at breakneck speed. Die! Wang Feng held his long knife and lashed out at the 2-meter-long insect in front of him that was blocking his path. The black snake with its head cut off was still writhing madly. Wang Feng picked it up and disemboweled it, swallowed its bitter bile raw, and cleaned it up with a long straight knife. Pinch and nibble as you rush along. After eating the black snake, Wang Feng felt that the energy within his body had also recovered a little. Feeling the fishy taste in his mouth, he happened to be thirsty and tired, and was ready to find a creek to rest and rinse his mouth. Wang Feng, 1969. Chinese maple painter. Dharma/body realm, 3rd level of spirit gathering realm. Technique, Chaos Overlord technique. Items, none. Origin points, 100. Overall rating, chicken. Wang Feng, who had found the creek, looked like his current panel, and the comprehensive evaluation did not have the word dish anymore. Turning into a chicken, the corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched, and he cursed this retarded system in his heart. Looking at the fish in the river, Wang Feng didn't take his long knife to stick it. Time waits for no one. Got to get out of this so-called South Woods before night. Speed. Wang Feng mumbled in his heart and began to use his stance to catch up. The speed was more than a few times faster than when he had just come out of the village. The sun slowly transformed into a big red color from the west to the middle again, and the clouds in the sky looked like burning clouds. And on each side of a forest in the southern domain there was a man and a woman frantically rushing outside the forest. Cliffs. Wang Feng looked at the unknown height of the cliff above his head and shouted out, not realizing that this forest was under a cliff. Asterisk. Looking at the sunset that was about to fall in the sky, Wang Feng couldn't care less. Luckily, before leaving, He had brought a large long straight sword of the lower grade of the yellow weapon, or else he could only go up with his fingers snapped. Wang Feng ran a few big steps, threw his long straight sword in front of him, and stepped on it with his whole body. Mikado. In the end, it turned out that the long straight blade of the lower grade of yellow weapon was still rising too slowly. As soon as Wang Feng grabbed the long knife at his feet and thrust it towards the wall, his right hand looked for a good place where the cliff protruded. Drawing out his long straight blade, he flicked his right hand with a fierce force, and his entire body flew towards the top of the cliff at extreme speed. Feeling the near fall, another plunge into the wall with the long straight blade, and so it kept repeating. On the other hand, Zhang Hanqi on the other side was also surprised when he saw the cliff. Why was there a cliff at the end of this place? Taking out the cold sword and stepping on it, it began to rise. The cold sword's grade was high and its speed was fast, but it was much faster than Wang Feng, who was struggling to climb on the other side. The sun went down, stars appeared in the sky, and Zhang Hanqi took a step out. Stepping onto the firm ground, the cold sword automatically flew back into her hand. Looking around, it was clearly an area surrounded by cliffs. Bone-like palms came out with a click on the edge of the cliff, but not at the feet where Zhang Hanqi was standing. It seems like there's a possibility that this is a cursed land down here, Zhang Hanqi muttered as he looked at those bone palms that were only found at the location below the cliff. The bonobo guy should have been dead a long time ago too. After all, the bonobo man couldn't even beat her, so how could he beat this evil spirit of the night? It would save her from getting her hands dirty. Zhang Hanqi watched for a while and then turned away from the cliff to go to, and the bonobo guy, as she called him in her mind, was now suffering on her side. The walls kept breaking out of the bone palms, and Wang Feng, he could only madly smash them, or just pull the skeleton out of it and throw it off a cliff. Almost there! Almost there! Wang Feng looked up. He had almost reached the edge of the cliff and could already see no more cliffs above the cliff. Just then, Wang Feng suddenly felt as if something was about to rush out from inside the cliff wall, and hurriedly turned his body around. A skeleton general riding a bone horse rushed out from inside the cliff wall, the green light in his eyes staring deathly at Wang Feng. Ugh! You! Wang Feng looked at the bone horse skeleton general that brushed against him and spat, and the bone horse skeleton general fell down. I'll go. There's still this kind of tawdry operation. Wang Feng looked down. The bone horse under the skeleton general who was riding the bone horse actually carried it and ran up, sticking to the wall. There's no point in dropping down at all. This is not scientific. Wang Feng panicked and accelerated his speed to climb, and finally pulled the knife out. And with a flick of his right hand, the whole person rushed to the top of the cliff edge. The moment Wang Feng rushed up, the bone horse skeleton general's great sword would also arrive. It brushed against Wang Feng's feet and clipped off a small piece of Wang Feng's pant leg. Wang Feng hurriedly stepped on the long straight blade in the air to harness the air to look at the skeleton general with green light in its eyes. A skeleton and a man look at each other. Chapter 20, Giving Aphrodisiac and Sunflower Magic? Wang Feng realized that this bone horse skeleton general didn't seem to be able to get up this cliff, so it seemed like there was some kind of restriction. It's good to have restrictions. Wang Feng flew a little farther away and used the imperial art of sentinel to imperialize a long straight blade to fly and slash at that bone horse skeleton general. The skeleton general wasn't a target either. Looking at the long straight blade that flew in a 90-degree position, riding a bone horse glued to the cliff, raised the greatsword in his hand and slashed up against it. Bang! Shack! The two swords clashed. Both weapons were lower-grade yellow weapons. Only one was a long straight sword. One was a greatsword. And neither weapon would let the other go, erupting into sparks of fire in the night air. The good thing was that the bone horse skeleton general did not have any force behind his back, and when he was slashed by Wang Feng's long straight sword, he immediately fell down the cliff with the bone horse and sword. Wang Feng didn't have much interest in it at first glance, and the imperial long straight sword returned to his hand, tucked toward his back. He grabbed it behind his back in a /slanted look, just one step away from the edge of the cliff with the long knife, and the cliff behind him. That bone horse skeleton general ran to the cliff again at 90 degrees to eyewitness Wang Feng's departure. I'd love to go toe-to-toe with him sometime. The bone horse skeleton general looked at Wang Feng's back and his bony mouth moved. Surprisingly, the raspy whispers that came out of it were actually a sentient skeleton general. Ding! Out of the South Forest, quest completed. Reward, lower grade spirit condensing pill. Wang Feng hurriedly and hastily caught the small bottle that fell from the sky and stuffed it inside his clothes. System, how much storage space can 100 origin points open? Wang Feng asked the system in his mind as he walked along the night road. This 100 origin value was obtained from killing the skeleton general of that Lu village. Not having storage space was a bit inconvenient, and divine sea space needed to be cultivated to Saint King in order to be opened. Zhang Hanqi, she wasn't reincarnated and reborn, so her divine sea space was naturally still there. Ding! 100 origin values can open 1 cubic meter of storage space. 1 cubic meter isn't enough. Even this long knife of mine can't fit in. It's too small. That's just it. The draw function should work, right? Wang Feng remembered that in his first 8 lives, once he had a point of origin points, the lottery function would work. Ding! The host is exploring on his own. The interface is inside your mind. Wang Feng heard the words of the system as well. Recently his brain was being dulled by that Zhang Hanshi. Wang Feng used his mind to tap the system interface in his mind. The lottery function did light up, along with the mall function. Nice yo! Wang Feng clicked on the mall function. This mall is not a mall, but a randomly refreshed mall. It refreshes once a day, 10 items at a time. Looking at the things that were refreshed in the mall, Wang Feng couldn't help but curse the pitiful system in his heart again. First item, Xian Rank Teleportation Talisman. Price, 1,000 origin points. Second, Pango Essence Blood. Price, 999,9999. Piece 3, Ice Cold Soda. Price, 1 origin point. Piece 4, Way. Pitiful thing, you guys are going to smoke out Pangu, and I can't afford it. And you're giving me a brush with this thing. Wang Feng looked at the things on the system panel, especially this Pangu Essence Blood. He had already seen it I don't know how many times in so many lifetimes. Swiping it 9 times, and 8 times on top of the mall panel. There is also this Xian Class Teleportation Talisman. There is a life was this system of Xian Class Teleportation Talisman sent to Jiang Hanshi in front of stabbed to death. A load of crap. Wang Feng spat out and used 1 origin point to buy a bottle of ice cold soda. Clicked the bottle open and drank. Draw me a prize. Wang Feng looked at the lucky draw page on the points. 10 origin points. 100 origin points. 1000 origin points. 10,000 origin points. The interface. Multiplying by 10 times the increment. Wang Feng chose the lottery interface of 10 origin points. 10 The panel for this source point is Spartan as hell, with only a white and green interface. 90% of the occupants are white and 10% are green. Da, 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 da. Wang Feng pressed on it with his intention, and the turntable began to slowly rotate. It also humanizes the sound effects that should be present during the draw, which is just nice to hear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of large flowered pants. There was no doubt that the white ones were drawn. A pair of large floral pants in red with a large flower. Not bad. Wang Feng felt that the pants were still somewhat useful, and he was not ashamed to find a tree and change his pants into big pants directly behind it. The vacuum is finally becoming somewhat secure. Again, stud is an art. Give me an 8-pack. In addition to the 9 origin points that Wang Feng couldn't draw, the rest of them were all poked in at once. As they say, pokies are an art. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 soft bone pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of Heavenly Maiden Scattering Spring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pill of Super Fierce Viagra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of black silk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of Cao Kai Chun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a handsome blue robe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of large flowered pants. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. No! What do you mean? System? Is the operation playing so flirty? Are you planning to make me eat all these aphrodisiacs first and then self-circumcise? Wang Feng raised his long knife and slashed at the air in front of him a few times, fantasizing about the system being split in half right in front of him. Luckily, there are 2 types of feats in the system. One is indoctrination type and one is book type. And indoctrinated types can also choose to learn or not learn. And not learn can be converted into origin points. Ding! The lottery function is absolutely fair and impartial. This depends on the character. Yo yo yo. This depends on the character. You mean to say? Wang Feng was silent at the end of his words. Grandma, 9 draws. Give him 4 that have to do with the lower body, and the one at the top that seems to help him get better at committing those nasty acts. The last one, in particular, seemed to be telling him to add a layer of insurance with the cartilage Dan before using the Heavenly Maiden to get her hit. Then a pill of super strong Viagra, and then finally learning the sunflower magic when it's time to get it on. What a nasty system. Yuck! Wang Feng cursed in his mind. The system didn't respond to him with a voice, but with actions. Wow! A bag or a bottle and so on, all the things in the draw fell down, and Wang Feng couldn't catch it with both hands. It's a good thing those pills come in a bottle or they'd be dirty. Even if he doesn't use it himself, he can still take it to wreak havoc on others. That's how he became an old 6th in his 8th life. He'll see who dares to offend him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You dog system, you don't say anything when you want to give it out. Dog host, deservedly deserved. Wang Feng lazily ignored this retarded thing and picked up the blue robe on the ground and patted the dirt on it. setting his long straight blade aside to lean against a tree. He stripped down to a pair of large pants on the spot to change into the handsome blue robe. Wang Feng didn't have a mirror to see how handsome he was, so he could only stop there for now. Tear the clothes you took off into a large cloth on one side to pack those things and finally tie them to your body. No storage space is trouble. I should say no origin points is trouble. Continuing to rush. There was no telling how much longer we would have to rush before we would see someone. Chapter 21, Encountering a Famous Stupid Dog. That silly boy is probably dead in the dark, isn't he? Zhang Hanshi stepped on the flying sword and flew in the sky. His thoughts even unconsciously drifted to the silly boy in his heart. It's a shame about such an affectionate man. Zhang Hanshi shook off the thoughts in his head to look down. There was a figure on the ground carrying a package that was leisurely rushing along. This figure seems a bit familiar. Zhang Hanshi squinted his eyes and enlarged the focus in his eyes. I can't believe it's that stupid kid. I can't believe he's not dead. A hint of a leap of joy unexpectedly arose in Zhang Hanshi's heart. Even she didn't realize it. That's just it. Karma is here. I wish you to go farther and farther on the path of cultivation. Zhang Hanshi silently recited a sentence and stepped on the flying sword with an acceleration to continue flying towards the distance. Fairy sister. Sister fairy. Wang Feng felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the sky and looked upward. It was Zhang Hanshi and immediately opened his mouth and shouted, wanting Zhang Hanshi to give him a ride. Zhang Hanshi listened to the voices behind him and ignored them. They were not destined to be on the same journey. When she reached the ice palace, she would definitely return to the great Empress realm again on the path of cultivation. And this silly boy was just a small, insignificant stone smashed into her water on her way to cultivation. It made a small ripple and then nothing more. And unbeknownst to her, Wang Feng would be like a meteor that would directly blow her water directly flat. Don't run! Fairy sister, let me get in the car. Wang Feng is chasing Zhang Hanshi straight behind him. Granny, why is this thing ignoring him? Wang Feng was sure that she had definitely heard it. But he had shouted with his spiritual power. I'm going. And accelerated. Wang Feng cursed a few times in his heart as he looked at Zhang Hanshi who was flying away in the sky. You wait for me. Next time I run into you, I'll change my face and body to feed that cartilage pill to you and scare you to death. Zhang Hanshi, you are so hateful. You killed me 8 times and now you won't even give me a ride. Wang Feng bitterly used a running situation to catch up, mainly because of his low realm. The grade of the long straight blade was also low. So the speed of flying like this was not as fast as in running with his stance, rushing one after another. Wang Feng now didn't know which location he was in the Tian-Tsung continent. Anyway, it was still the middle of nowhere, and there were a few small beasts every now and then. As it was now, Wang Feng was roasting a rabbit, and the fire resounded with crackling sounds. There were also bunnies strung up on tree branches nibbling on oil. Ow! Woof woof woof! At this time, a wolf's howl rang out around Wang Feng, as well as a few grating sounds. Wang Feng swept around. He had long been surrounded by wolves without knowing when. These wolves seemed to have no fear of fire. Step, step, step. Wang Feng's pupils shrunk. What did he see? He saw a two-hander. Moreover, this era seemed to have mixed into the Wolf King and the Wolf Pack. And with that intelligent look, Wang Feng recognized it at once. As for why it was said to be the king of the wolves in the pack, it was because only the king of the wolves was qualified to be the first to come out and speak harshly. Woof, woof, woof. There were a few more crisp barks, exactly like the ones earlier. Wang Feng finally knew where the dog barking just now came from. It was none other than this ahem. Yuck. Wang Feng coughed up a mouthful of phlegm and spat it at Era. This thing can also mix into the leader of the wolf pack. Wang Feng is also convinced. Era dodged in a flash, wondering why this human wasn't afraid of it. Woof woof woof. Get out. Wang Feng let out a heckle and continued to roast the cute and nourishing little rabbit. The strongest of the wolves present was only at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. What was strange was that the wolf at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm was not the Wolf King instead. And this Era at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm became the Wolf King instead. Woof woof woof. Era lifted her front right forefoot and beckoned behind her. At once one fierce wolf after another wailed and whined its way out. Just this row. If there is a point of praise key, then Wang Feng designated to give it a point of praise. Convex -- convex 2 great hot. Boom. The 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm and Wang Feng's body was exposed without a doubt. All of a sudden the wolves, which had been as fierce as anything just a moment ago, ran away, leaving Era shivering in place. Sweat. With a flutter, Era stared with intelligent eyes and instantly knelt down, bending his head as if to say, "Big brother, don't kill me. Want some?" Wang Feng waved the roasted bunny in front of Era. Era got down on the ground and nodded and immediately shook her head again. That's smart. To understand human language. Ow. Era hastily nodded her head, glaring round eyes full of hope, as if to say, "Let me go for being so smart." Wang Feng suddenly thought of a good idea at this time and looked at Era's back. The cultivation world's era was naturally much larger than the Blue Star's era. For example, this one in front of Wang Feng was as big as the so-called Tiger King of Blue Star, and the Tiger King of the immortal cultivation world was as big as a normal dinosaur, which Wang Feng had seen. Woohoo! Wang Feng felt the sound of the wind clattering past his ears. It felt too good. He hadn't even ridden a mount for as long as he had lived, and he was all about circling around with that Zhang Hanshi. Giddy up! Wang Feng slapped Era's butt and stuffed the roasted bunny in his hand into its mouth. And naturally, he himself had been fed long ago, and that was the reward. Wang Feng grabbed Era's ears with both hands and his body slumped down, as if he was riding a motorcycle, while the long straight sword was tied to his back with a vine. The sound of wind accompanied by the sound of chewing whistled in Wang Feng's ears. There was also a gush of drool that drifted from the front to brush against him. Stop, stop, stop! Cow, cow, cow! Wang Feng plucked up Era's ear, giving Era a sharp stop in pain. Wang Feng just happened to use his inertia to step towards the cow and horse flying not far away. In the instant before that bull horse could react, drew the long straight blade on its back and raised it for a slash. A chaotic colored arc of saber aura spirit energy slid a gully on the ground at breakneck speed towards that bull horse. Pust! As a voice rang out, the chaotic blade chi continued forward with unabated might. It didn't stop until it sliced down tree after tree, overlapping in the distance. Era's eyes had glazed over at the sight and she had nearly spat her eyes out. If this human wanted to kill it, it could probably collapse on it with a fart. That's nice. Getting to eat two kinds of meat. Wang Feng put the long straight sword aside and lifted up the bull-bodied, horse-faced demonic beast on the ground that had been split in half, grabbing one half with one hand. Hardy, come here, come here. Wang Feng beckoned to Era, who leaned over with trembling feet and small broken steps. Rub your claws vigorously against this knife a few times. Wang Feng found some hay and put it on top of the long straight blade, and Era obediently wiped his paws fiercely a few times. The claws met the blade face to face, spewing out a shower of sparks. This was also something Wang Feng unintentionally discovered. His claws were actually like steel. It was wiped like this until Era was panting, which set the hay on fire. Chapter 22. This person is cold and heartless. This person is affectionate and righteous. Hard at work. Hardy, I'll get you some cattle and horsewhips to make up for it later. Wang Feng patted Era's forehead. Era was still the same stupidity, resting there tired and panting and shaking his head. Late at night in the forest, a man and a dog just rested there and roasted beef and horse meat. Era even howled every now and then, as if scolding its wolf friends. Finally, he was finally honest after being hit by Wang Feng with a couple of brain blows. I'm going to bed. Keep watch for me for a bit, and I'll rattle your little balls if you try to run away. Wang Feng leaned against the tree beside the fire and stared at Era, who was clicking and gnawing on the bull horsewhip. As soon as Era heard this, staring at those intelligent eyes, his two front feet clutched underneath and looked at Wang Feng with a horrified face. The stupid Era had a chance to escape, but it was affected by its intelligence and obediently lay down beside Wang Feng to keep watch for the night. Zhang Hanshi, this person is cold-blooded, heartless, and an iceberg, and I don't know what should be done to take her down. It would probably take him a lifetime to raid her, wouldn't it? Wang Feng closed his eyes and rested his mind, but his mind thought of the cold face of Zhang Hanshi. This cold noodle Wang Feng really does not know how to cook and heat it. It's better to go with the flow. After all, they're not meant to be. Zhang Hanshi was currently lying inside and wearing a veil. Too many people noticed her without the veil, and even with the veil there were still many people looking over at her. Lying on the bed, Zhang Hanshi thought back to the tens of thousands of years of uninteresting life. In addition to cultivation, it made her think again of the silly boy who wailed in pain when she applied the herbs. This person is kind-hearted, simple and innocent, affectionate and righteous, with a silly and very good deception. Out in the immortal cultivation world, it was estimated that he would be scourged to death within a few days. The two of them went to sleep at the same time with different ideas, and accompanying Zhang Hanshi to keep watch was a cold sword. The one who accompanied Wang Feng in his vigil was a stupid Era. One night without words, time came to the third day, and Wang Feng had also been sitting on the back of the wise Era off and on for 3 days on the run. Finally ran outside a city on the morning of the third day. Hadi it's Brother Feng who has apologized to you these past few days. Go back. Wang Feng patted Era's forehead outside the city gates, his tone lamenting and sighing, very reluctant to part. Era was still staring at Wang Feng with a stupid eye, also looking as if he was sad. Go! Wang Feng beckoned, and with a whoosh, Era directly leaped out at a speed of 1 second at 100 kilometers of acceleration. It's hard to find it again, leaving behind Wang Feng, who was frozen in place in a douchey waiting pose. UTM, can you at least mean to turn back? Wang Feng cursed at the direction Era had left, and only then did he walk towards the city gates with his chi xin. Who's coming? Stop! The guards by the city gates looked at Wang Feng, who came down from Era, and shouted, This person must not be simple. I'm a casual cultivator and I'm prepared to stay in this city for a few days. Is this feasible? Wang Feng released the aura of the third level of the spirit gathering realm on his body, and the strongest of that gatekeeper was only at the 9th level of body tempering. The soldier's attitude instantly became respectful. Alright, my lord. I'm just advising you. The son of the city lord was recently invalidated. This city can only go in but not out now. Oh wow. Wang Feng thought of Jiang Hanqi's figure. It wouldn't be her who wasted the city lord's son, would it? After all, she was flying this way. Wang Feng did not dare to be sure. It just so happened that he was going to stay temporarily for a few days, just to watch a good show of catching wanted criminals. It's okay, let me in. Release. The guards saw this and stopped blocking the way, shouting to the crowd behind them to let them go. They're really just cannon fodder for a reporting point. They couldn't stop that wanted man if he really broke through the city gates, and they were only responsible for reporting points to the people in the city lord's office, so they weren't that dedicated. When Wang Feng entered the city, he saw a group of patrolling soldiers far away. There wasn't a single vendor on the street, only a few scattered stores that dared to open their doors. Grand Master, close up your stall and go home. The city is now on alert. No one will come to buy it even if you set it up longer. Not far away was a group of soldiers persuading a stall Moncler outlet store. But the Moncler outlet store just didn't seem to listen. Stubborn. Smash. The leader of the soldiers also ignored the big Moncler jackets outlet, and directly shouted. Several soldiers smashed up against the stall, and that old man couldn't stop them. Wang Feng looked at it for a while and then left. People who were so stubborn in the immortal cultivation world would only die fast. As in his previous lives, he was dead stubborn to kill that Jiang Hanqi, not realizing that he had been killed by her for several lives. Wang Feng found a pharmacy and prepared to sell the aphrodisiac in his hand. If you have it, someone will want it. If this family doesn't want it, they'll sell it somewhere else. And it's useless for him to carry it around, and it's still hurting his body. After searching for a full circle, he finally found a pharmacy with an open store door, and Wang Feng walked in with a long straight sword on his back. Boss, do you take the good stuff? Wang Feng leaned against the cabinet with a look as if he was a thief and whispered to the boss. The boss took a look at it and also got energized and asked, what's so good about it? Wang Feng unraveled the package on his back and put it on the cabinet, and suddenly 2 black silks and a large flowery pantsuit were exposed. This? Looking at the boss's look that you are playing with me. Wang Feng hurriedly took away the big flowery pants and black silk, revealing what's really for sale. Well, there's another gungfu you want or not. I can sell it if you want. Wang Feng has read it. This Sunflower Treasure Dictionary is a yellow intermediate level technique. In order to learn this technique, you must first self-cannibalize. Boss, you should also know how valuable these things are. Especially this gungfu it's absolutely bull. After practicing it, no one below the Jieling realm will be able to defeat it. Wang Feng saw the boss's hesitant look a meal to add more fuel to the fire, talking about how powerful it was going to be. 50 lower grade spirit stones available for sale? Sell. Wang Feng's voice was so decisive that it made the boss think that he had bought at a loss. Oi. It's money for a meritocracy, not the whole package of stuff. Seeing that the boss was going to take away the entire package, Wang Feng hurriedly pressed the package down. Little friend, are you messing with me? A gongfu? Do you think you'll lose money if you sell it to you for 50 spirit stones? You even want the whole package. As soon as Wang Feng's aura was released, the boss instantly shriveled up. He was only at the 2nd level of the spirit gathering realm. It's already considered high inside this city. Then little friend, I won't accept these. I'll just accept this gong method. The boss took the gongfu up, and Wang Feng didn't get angry. Wait a minute and let this boss go make his own choices. Love to be cheap. Okay, forget it if you don't take it. Wang Feng put the 50 small spirit stones handed out by the boss inside the package and packed it, strapped it back onto his back and walked out the door of the drugstore. The boss looked at Wang Feng, who walked away smiling and secretly said, Hey, that little cutie, it's really for sale. Let me see how strong this gongfu is. The boss had just read the first few pages first and it was indeed fine, so he took it. Now read it again, and the sound of turning pages rings out all the way to the end. The owner's look would still be unable to hold back his excitement. What a great bargain to pick up. Chapter 23, Jiang Hanqi's second card. A yellow intermediate level technique would cost at least 100 lower grade spirit stones, and he had bought it for 50 lower grade spirit stones. Ha ha ha, he couldn't help it. He laughed outright until he flipped back to the last page, which had 8 big words written on it. Those 8 simple words almost gave him a myocardial infarction. Want, must, practice, first, this, from, Kung Fu, Palace. What? The boss man was dumbfounded and ran out in a panic. But where was Wang Feng's figure outside? My 50 lower grade spirit stones. The boss gritted his teeth in front of the store, not daring to yell too loudly at all, or else he would surely invite those patrolling soldiers over. He had no choice but to save it first, and it was unknown whether he would sell it or practice it later. Wang Feng was walking on the street with a line on his back. The main thing was that so many stores were not open and he had nowhere to go. Rumble! A loud explosion came over, and the next thing that happened was smoke and fire not far away. There's a show! Wang Feng jumped onto the roof and found a good spot to sit down. After refreshing the system mall, the only thing that ended up refreshing was the cone ice cream that was available for eating. This Thai system doesn't brush melons. Wang Feng spent a little origin point to buy a cone of ice cream and ate it on the roof with his legs crossed. And not far away, also in the center of the city where the city lord's mansion was located, there was a green light and a cold light rising up into the sky. The ground was full of soldiers with bows and crossbows. Wang Feng licked his cone ice cream and threw a scrying technique. And it was really Jiang Hanshi. The other was a middle-aged man who was the city lord of this city. The two of them fought with fire, their weapons hacking out sparks. That thing weapon broke. Ha ha. Wang Feng licked his cone ice cream and looked at the middle-aged city lord in the sky, froze and looked at the lance in his hand. Surprisingly, it was cut off by Jiang Hanshi's cold sword with a single stroke. Damn it! Why would a tiny fifth level of the spirit-gathering realm have such a powerful weapon? The city lord cursed in his heart, but this also made him greedy in his heart. This cold sword was extraordinary at first glance, and even the person was so extraordinary, as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. This woman, not to mention his son, even his old man's heart was moved. Make sure you capture it back and grab that cold sword in the process. Jiang Hanshi shook off the blood on top of her cold sword. The veil on her face had long since disappeared during the great battle. Looking at the city lord, he spoke in a cold voice. If you want to die, I'll fulfill you. It seemed that Kong Hansei was also enraged. Holding up his cold sword and stepping out with a sound explosion, he killed the city lord who possessed the second level of the Junction Spirit Realm. The city lord could only retreat violently. This stunning woman's fighting style was truly too terrifying. Although a large portion of them were relying on their magic treasures to engage him, they were not the least bit broken. Combat experience was beneath even him. I'll let you go. You leave. The city lord after another fight finally couldn't resist. He had no weapon in his hand and still played a fart. Now he was completely chased by the stunning woman with a cold sword. It was really suffocating. Suppressing her by a large realm unexpectedly still couldn't defeat her. However, looking at her, she was already at the end of her rope, and only needed to consume a little more time to make sure that he could take it at will. Get out of the way. Jiang Hanshi felt the little spiritual energy in his body. There was no point in depleting it any further. Solely let him release her. If she didn't leave, even if she killed the city lord, there would still be people in the city who would continue to come up and arrest her. Holy, don't you run towards me. Wang Feng watched as Jiang Hanshi flew stepping on the roof, aiming straight towards him. Wang Feng hurriedly got up and jumped off the roof, hoping that Jiang Hanshi was simply passing by. But obviously, he was overthinking it. As Jiang Hanshi landed straight in front of him with a few flying steps, Jiang Hanshi put away his cold sword. His tone was much softer than usual, and he spoke somewhat weakly. Take me away. Battling across great realms, she had already used countless secret techniques. The current spiritual power could only support her out to the city at best. By the time she ran out of spiritual energy, then she would be a lamb to the slaughter. Now she only had two choices. The first was to offer up that last card. Destroyed this entire city to eliminate future problems, but it is estimated that after using it up, he himself will be seriously injured, and it will not be favorable for future transitions. And the second option was also the one that just popped up because she saw Wang Feng. Naturally, there is a second option. Fairy sister, how am I going to take you here? Wang Feng looked at the city lord in the sky who was eyeing him intently, and then looked at Jiang Hanshi in front of him. Don't worry about him. I'll have my own way of dealing with him if he dares to come over. Aha! Wang Feng quickly picked up Jiang Hanshi and used the fastest stance he could perform right now to run towards the outside of the city at great speed. Jiang Hanshi's body was picked up by Wang Feng, and it was obvious that he trembled. Wang Feng laughed playfully in his heart. Hugging is you. See what you can do to me now. Wang Feng was sure that Jiang Hanshi would never stab him now, because by stabbing him, Jiang Hanshi she herself would not be able to survive, and would surely be captured by the middle-aged city lord who was eyeing him intently in the sky. Use your back, Jiang Hanshi said as she struggled in Wang Feng's arms. Wang Feng hugged a little tighter. Feeling the soft beauty in his arms, Wang Feng's epinephrine spiked and he ran a little faster. I can't. I have a knife on my back and it will affect my speed if I use my back. Don't move. No. When I say it will be, it will be. Wang Feng ignored Jiang Hanshi's struggles and carried her in a princess hug position all the way. The city lord behind was in hot pursuit in the sky, but he didn't dare to come down. I'll zoom in if you keep chasing me. Wang Feng shouted to the sky, but the city lord obviously didn't believe him and still followed behind, consuming them. When Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were almost out of the city lord was finally going to make a move, turning his palm over in the sky and pressing, an imaginary green palm print pressed towards Wang Feng and the others. Fairy sister, quickly, didn't you say you could handle it? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanxi in his arms and hurriedly spoke out. He also knew that Jiang Hanxi she definitely still had means that hadn't been used. Take me with you when I'm done using it and don't do anything else to me. Jiang Hanxi instructed in Wang Feng's arms, and Wang Feng hurriedly nodded in agreement and released Jiang Hanxi from his arms. Nirvana Holy Seal, die, only to see Jiang Hanxi quickly strangling and flying into the air. A jade seal came out from the center of his brow, all jade and blood-colored. It quickly grew larger, and in a split second, it pressed towards the middle-aged city lord flying in the sky. The surprise in Wang Feng's eyes could no longer be suppressed. This was a holy weapon, a body protection holy weapon, second only to an imperial artifact. He also knew why he couldn't blow up Jiang Hanxiang's head, an unsealed holy weapon. Just its might Jiang Hanxi could not make out all of it, but it was enough. The city lord finally knew that he was afraid, only it was already too late. He couldn't even run away if he wanted to. Before he was pressed by the holy seal, Wang Feng even scoffed a few times. I've told you not to chase, now chase yourself to death. Ha ha ha. The Nirvana sacred seal crushed and exploded the large imaginary green palm in the void, and toppled over towards the middle-aged city lord with unabated might. No! With a miserable cry, the middle-aged city lord was instantly toppled by the holy seal and exploded into a bloody mist falling from his mouth. The holy weapon, however, did not touch a single trace of blood mist and slowly flew back into Jiang Hanxi's brow. What a heavenly maiden! Wang Feng watched Jiang Hanxi, who was dressed in a white dress, fall from the air at great speed, and hurriedly raised his feet and ran over to hug her with a jump, dashing away to the horror of the city's crowds. Chapter 24. I'm not a pervert, am I? Running all the way to the middle of nowhere with the beauty's delicate body in his arms, Wang Feng placed the unconscious Jiang Hanxi on a tree to lean against. When I run into you, it's not going to be good. Wang Feng gently tapped on Jiang Hanxi's white forehead and pulled aside the package, automatically ignoring the aphrodisiac. He looked at the cartilage Dan lying there quietly. If Wang Feng dared to drug Jiang Hanxi, Wang Feng was sure of it. The first thing she did when she woke up from the heat wasn't a pop, it was a poof. That's just it, so I won't feed it to you. Though, Wang Feng picked up the black stockings on the side and looked at them, comparing them to the white skirt on Jiang Hanxi through her body. Well, it looks like it's tailor-made. System, you're pumping this specifically for Jiang Hanxi to wear, right? Wang Feng is really speechless to this system. Is there such a coincidence? Tailored stockings. But I like it. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng revealed a sinister smile and slowly extended his demonic hand toward Jiang Hanxi's. Crackle. It was the sound of dry wood burning, bringing some warmth to the lonely night. Wang Feng, on the other hand, sat next to the fire and mumbled a song. Kang Hansei leaned his back against the tree, and his fingers on his abdomen moved. Eyes fluttered open, and into them came the side view of the foolish boy. Cough cough cough. Jiang Hanxi coughed a few times, 8 of them with passivity and 2 of them with initiative. Awake? There's no water here. Eat this to make do. Wang Feng bought another cone ice cream from the system mall and grabbed it in his hand and handed it to Jiang Hanxi. The mall system can only buy one item except for some special items. The others are available for unlimited purchase. They'll just be refreshed and gone tomorrow. What is this? Jiang Hanxi didn't pick it up, looking at the ice cream that was bubbling with a faint cool air and asked, Yummy. What are you afraid of? You're afraid I'll drug you? Wang Feng shook the ice cream in his hand again, signaling Jiang Hanxi to hurry up and take it. Jiang Hanxi didn't take it, but looked at Wang Feng. You're really not going to eat, are you? There's no water here. Wang Feng was a bit surprised, and after a while, he realized that Jiang Hanxi still hadn't made any moves. Can't you move? Wang Feng came a little closer to Jiang Hanxi and realized that Jiang Hanxi hadn't really dodged, so it seemed that he had guessed right. You used that magic treasure by force. Ah, I thought you had full control. Wang Feng casually found a topic in order to break the awkward atmosphere. It used to be possible. Cough cough. Jiang Hanxi leaned against the tree and said coldly, only to feel a tickle in his throat when he finished and coughed a few more times. That means not now. Wang Feng took the ice cream and nibbled on it. It was going to melt if he didn't eat it. Aha. Sorry. Jiang Hanxi said out this sentence to Wang Feng whole confused. This woman will even say sorry? Sorry for what? Wang Feng was also a bit puzzled. Why did Jiang Hanxi say sorry for no reason? I'm interrupting your trip. Jiang Hanxi looked at Wang Feng and said sorry with an apologetic face in his pale color. It's okay. Here, have one. Wang Feng pulled out another ice cream out. which also made Zhang Hanshi doubt in his mind. Does he have a storage bag here? But why don't I see it? No food. Cough cough. Looking at Zhang Hanshi's powerless hands on his belly, looking at Wang Feng wanted to laugh out. Just you will show off. Really good face. Really not eating? No food. Really not eating? Really don't eat. Zhang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng's look and replied indifferently. She can't move. How can she eat? Oh, I forgot. You can't move. Wang Feng acted as if he had just remembered, but in reality, he had a premeditated plan in his mind. Open your mouth. Ah. Wang Feng held the cone ice cream close to Zhang Hanshi's mouth. His own mouth followed suit and opened wide, like he was coaxing a baby. No food. Zhang Hanshi's voice chilled a few points. This stupid kid was a bit too self-centered. Don't be shy. Just tell me if we're family. Not family wins family, you say, right? Wang Feng said this in a serious manner, looking at Zhang Hanshi's eyes. I really don't want it. Cough cough. Zhang Hanshi still had that cold look and coughed a few times every now and then. Wang Feng is angry. It's not up to you. A woman who says no means yes. And you're probably going to cough yourself to death here if you don't get something hydrating in that shape. Wang Feng disliked the cone ice cream on her lips, and Zhang Hanshi's thin lips were instantly stained with ice cream. Still, she didn't open her mouth, tilting her head away with difficulty. How stubborn. Wang Feng stretched the ice cream out again to where she had favored the other side. The ice cream is melting. Wang Feng looked at the ice cream and his hands above has begun to melt a little bit, helpless to take their own nibble up. Zhang Hanshi looked at him, with a little bit of exasperation in his icy eyes, but he didn't realize that his ears were so red that they were almost smoking. Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh at this cute scene of hers. Without cultivation. Aren't you just a neighborhood girl in my eyes? Also like kittens with teeth that seem to bite. Seeing that Wang Feng was still laughing, Zhang Hanshi couldn't help but become even more angry in his heart. Why was this person so unreasonable that she had to touch her mouth first for something she wanted to eat? Her lips were cool and sticky, so Zhang Hanshi couldn't help but lightly purse her lips. Mind marveling at what this is. Sweet and cool as if. Kind of tasty? Wang Feng saw this move of hers and just rested there with his big teeth bared in a smirk as he quietly looked at her. His eyes gave Zhang Hanshi a look that made him feel a little bit ashamed of himself, but he said that he would not eat. Your ears are red, yeah? Wang Feng shouted out as if he had discovered some novelty. No. Zhang Hanshi instantly retorted. How come she didn't feel her ears reddening? Fooled you. Wang Feng knew that she had a good face, so he could only lie to her. The smirking look made King Ganshi want to get up from the floor and give him a slap. What Zhang Hanshi didn't know was that her ears were red as if they had been scalded by hot water at this time, and her appearance was adorable. She just didn't realize it herself. Wang Feng realized that it was really fun to tease this thing with nothing. She was completely held to death by Wang Feng in this aspect of chatting, but it was best to tease her when she was seriously injured, or when her cultivation was fully suppressing her. Otherwise, even if he wasn't killed by her, he'd be spitting blood from the 2 slaps she delivered to his chest. That ice cream was good, wasn't it? Wang Feng pulled out another ice cream and snickered at Zhang Hanshi. Zhang Hanshi didn't reply this time. This item was indeed delicious, but she couldn't eat it to save face, and she was kind of uncomfortable with the feeling of being fed. Cough cough. Zhang Hanshi subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to cover her mouth and cough, only to remember as she moved. She was in a state of complete immobility. It was a good thing she met this silly boy, or she would have been a real lamb to the slaughter. She'd be miserable if someone with bad intentions picked her up. You're too stubborn for brother's liking. Wang Feng held the ice cream in front of Zhang Hanshi, skimmed his mouth instead and shook his head. If you don't eat, brother will feed you with his mouth. Wang Feng greasily gave Zhang Hanshi a moa through the air. It chilled Zhang Hanshi's face a few more points, as if he had a few more black lines on his forehead. Cough cough. Even though Zhang Hanshi was trying his best to suppress the feeling of wanting to cough, he could not resist the itching in his throat. Look, look, look. Open your mouth quickly. I'm leaving when you've recovered better. Wang Feng brought the ice cream up again, and along with it, his face. It was as if he was telling Kong Han Shio that if she didn't eat, then he would feed her himself. This time Kong Han Shio finally compromised by looking at his face that came over to him. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't move, she would have given this stupid kid in front of her a slap right now, spitting blood out of his mouth, so that he would learn a lesson. Wang Feng, who watched Zhang Hanshi open his mouth and eat the ice cream, finally nodded with satisfaction. The feeling gave him a mental kick of accomplishment. I'm not a pervert, am I? Wang Feng suddenly came up with this idea after getting cool in his heart. After all, only a psychopath would be like him, right? Chapter 25. So I can be prepared. Looking at Zhang Hanshi taking small sips of ice cream, Wang Feng wanted to eat it again. Getting himself another one, he fed Kang Ganshi while eating a cone of ice cream himself. This is delicious. And you can eat this shell, too, to top off your hunger. Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanshi, who had already eaten the ice cream on top. A few big bites of the little bit of cone ice cream left in his hand, and he shoved it all in his mouth. With his mouth full, he stammered for Kong Hansher to eat the cone skin containing the ice cream as well. More? Don't! When Zhang Hanshi finished eating, Wang Feng clapped his hands and continued to add firewood to the fire. Took another clean leaf from the side and wiped his mouth. Wipe it off for you, or you'll have a sticky mouth later. Wang Feng picked up another clean leaf and wiped up Zhang Hanshi's mouth. Despite frantically deflecting her head, Zhang Hanshi was ultimately unable to escape Wang Feng's evil hand. You sleep. I'll keep watch, Wang Feng said to Zhang Hanshi while turning the crackling fire with wood. Zhang Hanshi didn't say anything more. She couldn't even recover her spiritual power right now. This was the consequence of forcibly using a magic treasure that was not of the same realm as one's own. Why did it feel like something was binding my legs? Is it a side effect of forcibly using the holy weapon? Kong Hansher looked at the white dress underneath her, and she couldn't see her legs inside. There was nothing for it but to give up. There was no way he was going to ask the stupid kid to set it off. It should be what she thought it was. This silly boy in front of her would usually be a bit naughty, but he shouldn't do anything too out of the ordinary to her. Zhang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was adding firewood and smiling at her, and thought in his heart, I did not expect this silly boy clothes are new. Look is more than in the village, more clean and handsome a lot. The small sound of crackling sparks exploding in the air lingered in his ears, and Kong Hansei fell asleep shortly afterward. Wang Feng gently turned over the warm fire in front of him in the night, and Zhang Hanshi's face became even more soft and beautiful in the firelight. It's my ninth life, and I'm still stuck with you in this one. What is it that causes me to meet you with pinpoint accuracy in each of my lifetimes? Wang Feng couldn't figure this out in his heart as he looked at Zhang Hanshi's stunning face. If he dies again in this life, he is really dead, but he's also used to dying. To say that he cherishes his life, of course he wants to live if he can. If you want to talk about fear of death, he died 8 lifetimes ago, and his fear of death has long since become much more muted. Turning over the crackling fire in front of him, Wang Feng smiled and shook his head lightly. The next morning, Wang Feng carried the limp Zhang Hanshi on his back, while his long straight blade was used as a walking stick, and tapped out the fire in front of him. Wang Feng was carrying Zhang Hanshi on his back with the package tied to his chest, holding the hilt of his long straight sword, knocking and colliding on the ground one by one. Keep looking for a place to stay. Fairy sister, how long will it take you to recover? Wang Feng pestled his long straight sword as he walked and asked Zhang Hanshi on his back to give him an exact time so that he could escape at that time. As for their bathing problems, dust generally couldn't stick to their skin after reaching the spirit gathering realm. At most, the clothes are dirty. Calling me fairy sister now? Zhang Hanshi felt a bit diabolical being carried on Wang Feng's back. She had never been in such close contact with any man before. Oh no! Zhang Hanshi suddenly thought of a great emperor. If she could, she would like to kill that man again. Not simply kill, but lingering. But there was nothing she could do about it now, and the man was all she could rely on now. Was it hard to rely on that dead body inside her divine sea space? However, this silly boy's figure was actually not far from the dead body of the one in her divine sea space. Only the faces were different. The one was flat and unimpressive, and this man carrying her was much cleaner and more handsome than the dead body. In fact, if Zhang Hanshi went to scrape off the skin on the face of that dead body in her divine sea space, then she'll know all the answers. Hey, didn't I do this yesterday to get you some hydration? I'm doing it all for you, fairy sister. Wang Feng hemmed and hawed twice, scratching his head and putting on a naive face. 7 days and nights short, 30 days and nights long. Kong Hansei answered his question, and she was actually a little embarrassed. It would be up to the man to take care of her one of these days. Then, fairy sister, you can tell me when you're almost recovered, so that I can be prepared. Aha! With that, Wang Feng took a chill pill and continued to carry Zhang Hanshi on his back and went on his way, carrying a weak beauty on his back. Wang Feng's speed slowed down a lot. After searching for a long time, he still hadn't found any cities in this neighborhood other than that city without a city lord. We're going to have to spend the night in the middle of nowhere again today. Wang Feng searched for a small river and sat down with a bitter face carrying Zhang Hanshi. Can you take out that cold sword of yours for defense? No, I forced myself to use that jade seal, and now I can't even open the divine sea space. Wang Feng was afraid that someone would touch over and steal Zhang Hanshi while he was fishing. That would be a loss. Now who wouldn't love such a soft and helplessly stunning woman? Even Wang Feng was no exception. And this was the target of his raid. If you can't kill her, you'll have to raid her. Wang Feng had read countless TV dramas in his life, and the one he hated the most was a TV drama called Magic Eagle. One of the beautiful women inside was left unattended and thus had her home stolen. Wang Feng carried Zhang Hanshi on his back to the place closest to the river. Finding a tree for her to lean against, he took some water and fed it to her. Yell if you need anything. I'll go down and catch some fish up for dinner. Aha! Zhang Hanshi didn't expect this stupid kid to be quite vigilant. It doesn't seem to be that hopelessly stupid. Wang Feng was not ashamed to undress in front of Zhang Hanshi. Taking off the blue robe, Zhang Hanshi hurriedly inclined her pretty face. She took back what she had said earlier. The silly boy was just hopelessly stupid in some places. What kind of person just takes off his full body clothes right in front of someone else? Or in front of a woman? Poof! Stripped down to only a pair of big flower pants, Wang Feng with a long straight knife poofed into the water. Opening his eyes, the water was a bit muddy and he could only utilize his spiritual energy to increase his perception. At the same time it slowly stilled, automatically ignoring the small fry. It's now! Wang Feng sensed a large fish swimming past him. At once the hand with the long straight blade plunged into the belly of the great fish with a swift thrust through it. The resistance of the water was as good as nothing on his arms that were empowered by spiritual energy. Poof! Yahoo! Wang Feng swam up from the surface of the water holding a long straight blade with a large mackerel stuck in it and looked at Zhang Hanshi with a freckle. Fairy sister, I've stuck the fish. Dinner is ready. Wang Feng swam towards the shore holding up his long straight blade with a large blue fish on top. When she was almost out of the water, Kang Hanshi, as always, inclined her face with a slight blush. She had never seen a man with his entire body stripped down to his bottoms. Fairy sister, I have pants on. Wang Feng reached out and flicked the large floral pants he wore on his lower half. Sort of shorts, just a little shorter than shorts. You quickly put on full body clothing. Zhang Hanshi inclined his head and spoke, so Wang Feng had no choice but to put on his blue robe first. Zhang Hanshi listened to the rustling sound of putting on clothes was no more. This time he turned his head. Wang Feng found 2 pieces of dry firewood, drilled a notch with the tip of a long straight knife, and began to drill wood for fire. LOL, if only Hardy was here. Chapter 26, You're really not hungry? Wang Feng, who was in the middle of drilling wood for fire, missed Era. To be precise, he missed Era's steel claws. Zhang Hanshi didn't understand what the silly boy in front of him was doing, taking a sharpened stick and drilling it all the way into a piece of broken wood. Wang Feng drilled for at least an hour or more without stopping for a moment. After drilling for 779 minutes it was finally drilled. Looking at the smoke that rose up, Wang Feng hurriedly poured the little spark into the hay and blew it lightly. Fairy sister, look! Wang Feng held up the ball of hay that was on fire and waved it in front of Zhang Hanshi with a smile. There was some surprise in Zhang Hanshi's eyes. I didn't realize that this stupid kid would let him start a whole fire with just a tiny stick and a piece of broken wood. It just feels a little time consuming. When the fire was up, Wang Feng ran behind a tree and changed into a pair of big floral pants. The big, wet, floral pants that he had worn down to the water were a little hard to wear. What are you looking at me for? Fairy sister? When Wang Feng stepped out from behind the tree he realized that Zhang Hanshi was looking at him with a strange look. It caused Wang Feng to be confused. When Wang Feng walked next to his package he finally realized why Zhang Hanshi was looking at him with that strange look. The package that was wrapped was surprisingly open. As to how, who knows? Anyway, the aphrodisiacs inside were all visible to Kang Hanshi. Ha, would you believe me if I said I picked this up? Wang Feng hurriedly walked over and wrapped the package. He said, it's over. It's over. It's over. The favorability in her heart will definitely be greatly reduced now. I should have gotten rid of this puddle at the time. It's a pain in the ass to carry around. But at least this is also the origin point draw. Wang Feng really a little reluctant to give up. After all, where can still be where to wreak havoc on others. And it can be recycled after opening the storage space. Aha! To Wang Feng's surprise, Zhang Hanshi just gave a hmm. As for what was in her mind, Wang Feng did not know. The two of them seemed to act as if the matter hadn't happened. And Kang Hanshi didn't say anything. Wang Feng was grilling fish on the side. And in front of the warm firelight, the atmosphere of the two people who were both talented looked a bit marvelous. Eat? No food. Wang Feng handed the grilled fish to Zhang Hanshi's mouth, who obviously didn't believe him a bit this time. Fairy sister, it's not like I'm using those things for you. One more minute of Wang Feng's words, and Zhang Hanshi's face went cold. Who knows if he didn't sneak some into this fish. Why do you have these aphrodisiacs on you? Want to poison someone? Zhang Hanshi face a little chilly. These aphrodisiacs he no longer poisoned could not possibly go to poison the male, right? I've got a fairy in front of me right now, and I'm going to have to poison the other. Wang Feng realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly shut his mouth. It's not pure cuteness, is it? First showing her the aphrodisiac, then revealing to her face as if she was going to poison her. Just eat. I'm not hungry. Zhang Hanshi's tone eventually softened as he thought about his current situation. She was really afraid that this silly boy in front of her would get horny. You're really not eating? Wang Feng face with some you really are not hungry? I'm really not hungry? Gollum. As soon as Wang Feng finished his words, Zhang Hanshi's stomach rumbled indisputably. and the atmosphere at the scene became awkward. Jiang Hanqi silently closed her eyes, not wanting to face this stomach. She just wanted to not have this stomach now. Wang Feng came a little closer, almost to her ear. Smiling at the faint scent of her body, she smiled and spoke slowly. Are you, really, not hungry? Jiang Hanqi felt a burst of warm breath coming from his ear and tilted his head away in panic. Don't come near me. Jiang Hanqi's tone was normal, but a hint of panic flashed under his eyes. This stupid kid wasn't going to do anything to her. You don't eat? Then I'm going to have to hem and haw. Wang Feng continued to speak without being moved, and at the end of his words, he seemed to be replacing some words with laughter, with a look on his face. Fairy sister, look at your current appearance. Do I still need to administer an aphrodisiac? Wouldn't it be more exciting if I went straight for it? Wang Feng suddenly turned his face, slowly stood up with the grilled fish, and opened his mouth in a serious manner. Jiang Hanqi seemed to have wired up his brain only now. In her state, did he still need to administer an aphrodisiac? Jiang Hanqi couldn't help but think of the image of Wang Feng personally ripping off her clothes in front of her. She, on the other hand, struggled frantically, and in the end, because her body couldn't move, that little struggle was of no use at all. Well, then since you don't believe me, I can't force myself on you. I'll leave when you've recovered from your injuries. Wang Feng turned around with a piece of roasted fish in a disoriented state, just short of tears of aggravation, living like a child distrusted by adults. I'll eat. Jiang Hanqi's melodious voice came from behind his ear, this time a little weak. It was no longer the cold tone like ice that it used to be. Wang Feng's heart trembled a few times, beating madly. This big glacier S-tone is very wrong, but this voice sounds so good. Fairy sister, you believe me? Wang Feng opened his mouth to ask with a surprised face, as if the child just now had been recognized by an adult. Well, Jiang Hanqi's tone was still soft and weak, like a powerless beauty being forced. She did seem quite powerless at the moment though. Wow, that voice. What the hell was she thinking just now? Why did her voice change? Wang Feng felt like that heart was going to jump out of his chest if he listened to a few more voices. Jiang Hanqi had changed her previous attitude, and now she really seemed like a fairy who was so soft that she had fallen into the mortal world. Nah. Wang Feng squatted and sat down, handing the grilled fish, which was still a little warm, to Jiang Hanqi's mouth. Jiang Hanqi pursed his lips and took small bites. Seeing that Jiang Hanqi had finally eaten, a sense of accomplishment arose in Wang Feng's heart. That sense of accomplishment of conquest. Wang Feng felt that he was a bit psychopathic, and even developed a little sense of accomplishment in his heart in this kind of thing. Unfortunately, there's just no salt or chili powder or anything like that. Wang Feng chimed in as he fed Jiang Hanqi. Otherwise the fish would definitely be more flavorful and tasty. I'm full. Why don't you eat them all? Hearing Jiang Hanqi's words, Wang Feng raised the fish in his hand that had been eaten on one side and asked suspiciously, is the stomach that small? I can't believe I just managed to eat only one side of the fish and the other side is still fine. Full. Jiang Hanqi closed his eyes and softly replied back, oh, that's okay. Wang Feng held up the other side and ate it. Wang Feng had thought that Jiang Hanqi would scold him a few times. He didn't hear Jiang Hanqi's curses until he finished eating. Is this asleep? Wang Feng turned his head to see that Jiang Hanqi's eyes had long been closed at some point. Straightening Jiang Hanqi's crooked posture a bit, he turned around and continued roasting the fire. Wang Feng flung the fish bone stuck in the long straight blade and rubbed the blade on the tree next to him. On this, he sat down and practiced. After reaching the spirit-gathering realm, no matter what aspect it would improve a lot. Hunger was the same. And this was the reason why Wang Feng did not intend to continue going into the water to catch fish. Eat the rest of the fish to make do. Ding! Yelled Jiang Hanqi up to re-sleep. Reward, 50 origin points. Wang Feng? What Wang Feng didn't know was that at this moment, Jiang Hanqi and Cold Sword were struggling to resist the jade blood-colored jade seal inside the divine sea space. The forced use of the holy weapon caused her to be pulled hard from her sleep inside her divine sea space by the holy weapon. It wasn't her original weapon, as this holy seal of hers was something she had obtained unintentionally. At best, it was a utilization, and now that she had forcibly used this nirvana sacred seal with a low cultivation level, she had naturally suffered a backlash. And the cold sword, as a sealed emperor artifact, could fight against an unsealed saint artifact already. This would have split it in an instant if the cold sword hadn't been sealed, but without sealing the cold sword in deed words, it was estimated that once it was taken out, the might would be able to crush countless people to death. These are the two extremes, and anything that doesn't promote an imperial artifact is garbage. And the bitter Wang Feng had no weapon available at all from the first to the ninth life, and had been accustomed to using his fists. Hey! Oi! Wake up! Wang Feng still couldn't resist the temptation of the origin points and slapped Jiang Hanqi's face and shouted a few times. Anyway, the current Jiang Hanqi is at his mercy. Waking up and re-sleeping, and Zhang Hanqi can't do anything with him. Hey! Sleeping pretty hard. Wang Feng came with a few more pats and knocked her forehead a few times, but she still didn't wake up. Wang Feng thought at this time that this mission was definitely not that simple. Looks like she needs to be stimulated. Wang Feng pinched Zhang Hanqi's nose and patted her face again, tapped his forehead a few times as if he were drumming up a flashing snowflake TV. That's silly boy. The little man condensed by Zhang Hanqi's divine sense cursed inside the divine sea space. Wang Feng's actions in the outside world she could feel inside the divine sea space. Bang! Looking at the Nirvana sacred seal that was once again pressing over, Zhang Hanqi ignored the diaphragm coming from his face. Divine sense little Zhang Hanqi raised his sword to the top. She could not condense her divine sense to enter this divine sea space, but she was pulled over hard by this Nirvana holy seal. The Nirvana sacred seal was also considered to have helped Zhang Hanqi, and after this time, he was able to get the cold sword out from inside the divine sea space again. The prerequisite was that she could withstand the Nirvana holy seal's backlash this time. Zhang Hanqi looked at the Nirvana sacred seal that clashed with the sword in her hand, a blood light and a cold light diverging. Zhang Hanqi suddenly felt the soles of his feet itching up at this time. After cursing the stupid kid outside a few more times in his mind, he could only increase his efforts against the jade blood-colored jade seal in front of him. Damn! With a wave of Zhang Hanqi's hand, a dead body with closed eyes flew out from the deepest part of her divine sea space. The dead body raised his right hand and slapped it against the jade seal. Bang! This hit gave Zhang Hanqi's divine sea space a few shakes, and Zhang Hanqi's divine sense villain became much dimmer from controlling that dead body. However, the jade seal was also silenced by this slap, and the exuberant bloodlight was even directly dispersed. As if it was a little pitiful, it slowly flew inside a small corner of the divine sea space, not daring to move again. Outside, Wang Feng noticed a little movement in Zhang Hanqi's body. Hurry up and put her shoes back on. This is not a good thing to wear on her legs. Awake? I thought you were in a coma. Wang Feng had a serious face, and if Zhang Hanqi hadn't been conscious inside the divine sea space just now she would have thought that he was simply waking her up. You! Zhang Hanqi let out an angry snort, but the language to curse stopped in his throat again. You have to rely on him these days. People have to bow down under the roof. Fairy sister, what's wrong with me? Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanqi with an innocent face, as if he had become somewhat aggrieved by her. Nothing, as if deflated. Zhang Hanqi closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to Wang Feng. Ding! The task of shouting Zhang Hanqi up to resleep is complete. Reward, 50 origin points. Chapter 27, Zhang Hanqi who can move. Hey, 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 ha ha ha. Watching Zhang Hanqi eat his words, Wang Feng's heart was about to burst out laughing. Not only is there a reward to take, but it's also a thief's fun. Time passes in a hurry. 30 days later in the morning, Wang Feng was now leaning against a tree looking at his character panel. Wang Feng, 1969. Chinese maple painter. Dharma/body realm, 9th level of spirit gathering realm. Technique, Chaos Overlord technique. Items, yellow grade intermediate long straight sword. Lower grade spirit condensing elixir. Uninhibited cartilage elixir. Large flower pants. Uninhibited smallpox scattering spring. Origin point, 425. Overall rating, average. Wang Feng had finally gotten rid of the evaluation of chicken, and this item was an item inside the storage space. Over this month, Wang Feng had already opened 3 cubic meters of storage space with the origin points gained from the mission. In total, it cost 300 origin points. Today is the day I advanced to the Junction Spirit Realm. Wang Feng took out the lower grade spirit condensing pill in his storage space. Although it was the same with or without this pill, but having an elixir to absorb would allow him to break through a little smoother. As soon as he raised his hand and threw the elixir into his mouth, the surrounding aura gathered in no time. Zhang Hanqi, who was still resting with his eyes closed, also felt the fluctuations in the surrounding aura. Seeing that it was Wang Feng who was breaking through the realm also didn't bother him and quietly watched. The strange thing was that she couldn't tell which realm Wang Feng was actually breaking through, and this point puzzled her. Snap! Wang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground for about an hour, and a crunching sound came from within his body. Then the chaotic spiritual energy in his body began to gather towards the dantian. This is the rhythm of knitting spiritual energy together, so it is also called the knotted spirit realm. The consumption of flying would not be as great after reaching the spirit ending. Wang Feng looked internally inside his dantian as the spiritual energy kept coming from all directions. It was a grayish-white chaotic color, and slowly began to condense into a mass of spiritual power that looked like gas and liquid, and his body was changing, turning red, like being burned by fire. The chi and blood in his body was surging and seemed to be gurgling. Looking at the outside world, Zhang Hanqi was surprised for a while. This is the dual cultivation of Dharma body? She had seen Wang Feng releasing his spiritual energy, and now that his body was being strengthened, she naturally concluded that Wang Feng was a dual cultivator of Dharma and body. She thought of the dead body in her divine sea space that was also a Dharma body dual cultivator. It was only shortly after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm that she was beaten and almost killed. If he hadn't been so arrogant, he might have killed her. Dharma body dual cultivation was divided into two kinds of people, the first being the incomparably demonic, cultivating Dharma cultivation and physical cultivation together to what could be called the realm of great power. Crossing the ranks was simple. The second one is the one that doesn't have a high ceiling anymore. If the talent doesn't work, destined to spend his entire life with no connection to realms above the Yuan third realm. Or it was possible to give up one of them and still cultivate to the same king realm. So are you the former, or the latter? Zhang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was making a breakthrough, and said in her heart. She still blessed Wang Feng in her heart that he could become the former. Hey, fairy sister, I've broken through to the spirit gathering realm. Am I awesome? Wang Feng opened his eyes with a joyful face and reported his happiness to Zhang Hanshi. He wasn't going to tell Zhang Hanshi about his real realm. Aha! Zhang Hanshi faintly replied back. Wang Feng was not discouraged and felt the sensation of having just broken through. It does feel good. It feels like your whole body is full of inexhaustible power. I looked at the hem of Zhang Hanshi's skirt, and I wondered if the black silk would stink. I don't think Zhang Hanshi would get foot odor, right? It shouldn't be. After all, I haven't smelled it for so many days, and Zhang Hanshi's white dress is obviously made of a special material. It hadn't gotten dirty until now, and I was going to take this opportunity to molest her. Fairy sister, we haven't even bathed in a long time. I feel so dirty. Wang Feng instantly felt a gaze shooting straight over. Who else could it be but Zhang Hanshi? This silly boy even tried to wash her body. A little anger grew in Zhang Hanshi's heart. This stupid kid really felt like he was getting an inch ahead of himself. In some time she would be able to move, and then she would make him suffer. Just wash yourself. I'm not dirty. Zhang Hanshi naturally rejected Wang Feng's question, and she really wasn't dirty. Okay then. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Zhang Hanshi was relieved in her heart. If he really came forcefully, she really couldn't do anything about it. Poof! Wang Feng plunged into the creek with a jerk, which was a new creek. They had also traveled a lot in the past 30 days or so. It's just that I don't know why, but there are so few cities in this neighborhood, and I haven't seen any even after searching for so long. Wang Feng took out the one origin point self-scented towel that he had refreshed from inside the system mall during these 30 days and took a bath. Every now and then you dive inside the water to fling a few fish to the shore. Smelling the unknown fragrance on the towel, Wang Feng's heart tranquilized a bit. These days it wasn't clear whether his favorability in Zhang Hanshi's heart had increased slightly or decreased greatly. Harm. What the hell? Let's take advantage of her more while she's weak first. Anyway, let's get high on ourselves first. Whatever her good sense is. Life is only a little time. Still have to practice. Do not find more fun to play so line ah. Anyway, Wang Feng is not able to do it. He has the system backing it up. Not afraid of not cultivating. Wang Feng put that towel back inside the 3 cubic meter storage space. Took another new one out of it, dipped it in water and wrung it out. Go ashore. Wang Feng swam back toward the shore wearing a pair of large flowered pants. Putting on his clothes he walked towards Kong Hansei with a towel in his hand. I'll wipe your arms and face without touching your body. No need. Zhang Hanshi wanted to dodge, but her heart was in the right place, watching Wang Feng's demonic hand get closer and closer to her. Wang Feng took the towel and folded it into 4 squares for her white and tender arms and raised it. I have to say, this arm is so white and tender and nice to touch. Wang Feng admitted that he felt that he did feel a little perverted, but it doesn't matter. It's not like he's a gentleman. However, Wang Feng did not give an inch to the point of reaching inside her body. This kind of thing can only be done when she's unconscious. Not at this time. The cold towel wiped on Zhang Hanshi's body. Zhang Hanshi didn't say anything, because she knew that she couldn't scold this stupid boy even if she said more. This month had been arguably the most volatile period of time in her tens of thousands of years. Panic, anger, chagrin, regret, hard feelings, speechlessness, tenderness, powerlessness, resistance, ineffective, and a little happiness. Still, when his towel was about to wipe her face, Kong Hanshi tried to stop him. It actually did raise its hand, just with a hard look. Fairy sister, you can move. Wang Feng's tone was smiling, but in his heart, MMP, it's over. The flirting trip is about to end. The next step is the escapade. Zhang Hanshi grabbed Wang Feng's arm with difficulty and spoke in a cold voice with a cold face. I said, I don't need it. The surrounding spiritual energy slowly gathered, a sign that Zhang Hanshi was recovering. Sister Fairy, since you've recovered, I'll leave. Those fish are for you. Bye. Wang Feng stormed backward and watched as Zhang Hanshi slowly stood up from the ground and turned to run. Although he was now in the Junction Spirit realm, but Wang Feng didn't dare to fight with her, someone who had a powerful boon weapon, and she didn't know how many cards she had on her. What are you running for? Jiang Hanshi stood still and looked at Wang Feng's distant figure with an indignant chortle. That's not what this stupid kid looks like when he's molesting her. Wang Feng ignored Jiang Hanshi and disappeared into Jiang Hanshi's field of vision with a few instantaneous steps, making it difficult to find his trail again. Jiang Hanshi had no choice but to sit down and stabilize his breath first, and greeted the cold sword out to stand aside. Put it in a position where it can be touched at any time. It was only after sitting still like this until nighttime that Jiang Hanshi stood up from the ground. Sweeping around, he just took a few steps forward. Strange, why do my legs feel so uncomfortable? Jiang Hanshi took a few more steps, feeling the sensation coming from his legs, which was definitely different from when he used to walk. Lifting her skirt up, 2 black stockings were covering her legs right down to her feet. All of a sudden the air around Jiang Hanshi was a few points colder. It was really a few points colder. It was cooled down by her invisible emanating aura. Kang Hensher took off her shoes and took off both stockings altogether. If this were Wang Feng here, he would probably have to spray another nosebleed. Jiang Hanshi looked at the 2 black silks that were still warm in his hands. I don't know what kind of material this is made of, and I'm surprised it doesn't stink after wearing it for over 30 days. It was also stained with the body scent of Kang Hansio's body. Wang Feng. Jiang Hanshi stood still and looked at the direction that Wang Feng had left, gritting his teeth and shouting out Wang Feng's name for the first time. She finally realized why that stupid kid was running so fast. Looking at the footwear in his hands, Jiang Hanshi thought about it. In the end, he still put away the black silk in his hand inside the divine sea space and stepped on the cold sword to quickly leave the spot. Chapter 28, Say sorry if you're wrong. Who? Wang Feng, who was running sweating profusely, was laughing in his heart, and by now, Jiang Hanshi should already know what was on his legs. As for why he, a Junction Spirit Realm person, was running around sweating, it was all frightening. Both exciting and frightening at the same time. This feeling scared him into a cold sweat. By now she should have lost the black silk, right? TSK, 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 shame. Would have loved to see her strolling around in front of her in black silk. It's a shame about those 2 black silks, and I wonder if they'll stink. Ding. Host, please rest assured. The system produces. All are fine. Black silk will only be more fragrant. Will not be more smelly. You are wearing a million years. As long as not bad will not wear stink. Utai system. Why are you saying this now? If I knew earlier, I would have taken it off and taken it away from her then. Wang Feng cursed a few times at the system in his head, and another idea popped up in his mind. Why don't we go back and check now? I think she's lost it, right? Gee, just don't meet up with her later. After some careful thinking, Wang Feng still gave up this idea. This idea felt a bit perverted indeed, and there was a possibility that he would still meet up with Jiang Hensher. Woof woof woof. Wang Feng suddenly heard a few familiar voices at this time. Instantly a dog with intelligent eyes popped into his head. Hardy, don't let it get away. It was accompanied by several bombardments and shouted curses. Wang Feng then saw Era, that stupid dog, frantically running towards him and grinning when he saw him. Woof woof woof. Era roared a few times to Wang Feng, who was not far away. This time Era's voice carried a few points of excitement. Era, who was staring with intelligent eyes, drifted to Wang Feng and made a big jump, then knelt down in front of him. Woof woof woof. Wang Feng looked at the few people in the distance and then at Era at his feet. The stupid dog seemed to be begging for his help. Hadi only a few dozen days have passed since I saw you. How did you get mixed up like this? Wang Feng patted Era's forehead in a serious manner, leaving with no lingering at all, and coming back chaste. Let go of that Wolf King. It's our young patriarch's fancy. A few people in the distance wearing green-colored clothing ran over with great strides and stopped not far from Wang Feng and shouted, You call that a Wolf King? Wang Feng pointed at Era, who had a stupid look on his face. Woof, woof woof. Era got up and showed his teeth at the men, but his feet slowly moved behind Wang Feng. The look of that hideous face was completely different from when he saw Wang Feng, and he seemed to hate these people quite a bit. And this is my family's pet. Your family is yours if your young patriarch takes a fancy to it? Wang Feng had a disdainful look on his face. He had guaranteed this Hardy today. It was hard to see a breed that felt particularly familiar to him after being reborn for 9 good years. Ha ha ha. Which one of the 100 miles around here is not our clan stuff? You'd better hand it over obediently or we won't even leave you a whole body. One of them seemed to find Wang Feng's words funny to the extreme and actually laughed out loud. Listening to their vicious words, Wang Feng knew that there was no way to talk about it. Hand it over to leave a whole body. Not hand it over will be thwarted. I'll hand over the putty code. Wang Feng suddenly stormed over and killed them, blowing out a man's head with a single punch in the instant before they could react. The headless boy went straight down, not even reacting. Father, it was our fault. The remaining 3 immediately went to their knees on the ground and kowtowed frantically. Say you're sorry when you're wrong. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't help. Wang Feng raised his fist again. Bang! Another person's head was pierced by the fist. The remaining people saw that Wang Feng did not intend to let them go and drew their long swords to kill them. Che, the trash that only tops out at the first layer of the spirit-gathering realm doesn't know what there is to fool around with. Wang Feng looked at them with disdain to the extreme. He, a person of the Jieling realm, didn't dare to be so arrogant. Woof woof woof. Era looked at the scene with round eyes and stood up, tapping her paws a few times and barking. Then it fell back down again because it didn't fit. Snap! Wang Feng kicked a man's knee and grabbed ferociously at his head. With a snap, the entire head was directly pinched and exploded. Wang Feng's 9 lives are not all in vain. How can he get a foothold in the immortal cultivation world if he is not ruthless? How could he also cultivate to the great emperor realm in the 8th life? You killed us. Then I will kill you. The last man was interrupted by Wang Feng before he could finish his harsh words. A punch directly dented his chest, and his entire body flew out a long way. Finally crashed into a tree and broke. Shook the stain off his hand. Wang Feng took out the towel that had been placed inside the storage space after the bath and had not yet dried and wiped it up. Because time stands still inside the storage space, but it just can't hold living things. Dropped the towel in his hand and started the body mapping. 4 of them. The 2 men had swords. Still unimpressive. Not even classy. Turning on them, these 4 were all little caramels. He didn't even have the lowest level of storage bag, and only had a few scattered pieces of spirit stones on him. As for collecting the body, who cares? Naturally a beast will come and collect his body. Ah Hardy, tell me about you. You've invited such a big trouble for me. Don't you have to mean it? Wang Feng walked over to the stupid Era and stroked its head and opened his mouth. Era's feet trembled madly, and his round eyes looked at Wang Feng's hand, not daring to move. The scene of Wang Feng clawing and exploding at the man's head just now pierced deep inside its eyes and straight through its heart. The immortal strokes my top, and the inch of strength opens the spirit of heaven. What are you afraid of? It's hard to believe that Big Brother will still crush your head? Wang Feng knocked Era's head a few times. This Era was really stupid. What Wang Feng didn't expect was that this stupid dog really spit a small white transparent jade bottle out of its mouth. System, what's in here? Wang Feng picked it up and looked at it and asked about the system, which looked like a pill. Ding! Upon inspection, this is a lower grade bone refining elixir. Lower grade bone refining pill. Ah, not bad, not bad. Wang Feng patted Era's head, scaring the stupid dog so much that he didn't dare to move again, his limbs shivering. Where are your wolf friends? Wang Feng was puzzled. Why is this stupid dog being chased? Usually wolves act in packs. Woof woof woof. The Era that said this barked viciously a few times, and Wang Feng probably knew what it meant. I guess it's the same as the last time I saw him. Directly ran away. This group of wolves are also wimpy enough. Go, 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 go. Wang Feng jumped onto Era's back and grabbed both of its ears and slapped its butt. Let it run wild. This is not the place to stay. It wasn't so much fear as it was having dead people around that made him feel diabolical. Wang Feng had just ridden Era far away in front of him, and then another group of people came in the back. But unlike the group of dead men in green, this group was purple, and all women. How did someone from the Qingxian sect die here? The 5 clean-cut women in purple clothes frowned as they looked at the tragic scene in front of them. Chapter 29, I'm surprised at your bones. This person's hand is so ruthless. He mustn't be offended. Don't offend people for no reason in the last few days. A woman in purple who seemed to be the leader opened her mouth and said, the deaths of these people were so tragic that it was disgusting to look at them. How dare you? The Violet Spirit sect killed my sect's disciples. What is the offense? That must be the crime of extermination. I'll go back and report to the Patriarch quickly. The 5 purple-clad women looked at the 2 who walked in the distance singing in unison. There was a group of people following behind, cursing that they had taken the fall for someone else. Wait, the Violet Spirit sect still has salvation. All we need to do is to marry their sect leader to me, so that we are in-laws and won't have to make a scene. The young patriarch at the head stopped the disciple who was turning around and about to leave. It was as if they were still saved. That is, they were asking their sect master to marry him. As for who killed those disciples, he didn't care. It was just a few disciples. It was not enough to worry about, but he also knew that it was not the purple spirit sect people who killed him by looking at that ruthlessness. But it didn't matter. Was worried that there was nothing to oppress the Violet Spirit sect. Now it's better. The death of that group of disciples they planted on the line. Bah! Get out! The 5 purple-clothed women no longer paid attention to the several people who were singing in unison in front of them, turning around and flying away. If he didn't leave again, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get away. Ha ha ha! Tell your sect master to wash his body and wait in a few days. A few men in green costumes didn't stop them, but put up a fight behind them. Hadi ah, I haven't seen you for dozens of days. I miss you very much. Come on, hurry up and stick out your claws. Era stared into those big intelligent eyes with no brow bones and obediently extended her paw. Wang Feng grabbed it, and scraped furiously at the blade surface of the long straight blade, which was of the lower grade of the yellow weapon. It's still good to have Hardy around. Finally we can stop drilling wood for fire. After building a fire, Wang Feng jerked Era's neck a few times and knocked on its heavenly cap. As soon as Wang Feng touched Era's ceiling, Era shivered straight away, and it seemed that the psychological shadow Wang Feng had left on it was not small. Wang Feng leaned against the stupid dog's furry body. Now it was not only the fire was warm, there was also a cushion. It was so comfortable. Refreshed. What's in the mall today? First item, White Tiger Essence Blood. Price, 888 origin points. Second, Xianling. All the way to the 6th piece. Wang Feng finally saw something that was a little more useful to her, and still affordable. Piece 6, a water bottle with unlimited water. Price, 100 origin points. The few pieces that Wang Feng automatically ignored, which he couldn't afford anyway, bought this infinite water kettle. Finally, you can stop being afraid of running out of water. Looking at the fact that there were still 325 origin points left, Wang Feng planned to save it for a draw of the 1000 origin points prize pool. The prize pool of 1000 origin points is available in purple. Ready to take your chances when the time comes. The time came to the 7th day in a flash. Wang Feng rode Era all the way to the outskirts of a small town. This Era was dead set against following Wang Feng into the human realm. Wang Feng had no choice but to kick it in the ass and tell it to get lost. Walking inside the town. This time it was finally not as cold as the last time the town was in the middle of the city, and there was a constant stream of yo-yos in the streets. Sugar plums for sale. Delicious sugar plums. Buns, freshly baked buns. A yodeling sound from the owner of the street stalls kept reaching Wang Feng's ears, and the sound of people coming and going and chattering. Boss, 2 buns. Wang Feng looked at the bubbling aroma of the buns, was also greedy. Walked over ready to buy 2 to taste. I don't take this crappy rock here, only silver. Wang Feng pulled out a small red spirit stone out. I didn't expect this boss to not know the goods and only recognize the silver. You missed an opportunity to get rich, you know? Wang Feng spoke nervously to the owner of the bakery, which made the owner hate him even more. Bah! The Baozi store watched the nervous Wang Feng spit invisibly to one side and waved his hand to drive him away. Cut! What an attitude! Wang Feng chortled and took the spirit stone in his hand and turned around to look for someone else to see if he could find someone who knew what he was talking about. A single inferior spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 silver taels. If that boss had taken 2 buns to him just now, enough to spend several lifetimes among mortals, and the lower grade spirit stones could also be used for cultivation. Maybe by chance that boss could even become a cultivator. But it's a pity that he doesn't know what he's doing. AI. Junior, I see that you have amazing bones. You must be a cultivation wizard. Wang Feng looked for a 17 or 18-year-old teenager to see if he could casually exchange some silver first. Everyone in this town seems to be a little illiterate. Been to several stores and stalls now and keep saying he's a broken rock. So much for him having to find a young man to see if he could trick him for some silver. When something worth millions of dollars is in front of people who don't know what they're talking about, then it would become worthless. And Wang Feng was helpless. Really? Master, please accept my obeisance. Bang! 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 The teenager who was called by Wang Feng immediately knelt down towards the ground and kowtowed several times to the ground. This made Wang Feng hold directly freeze in place. You're a bit of a mofo. You're not fit to cultivate immortality. I'll go first. Wang Feng ran on the principle that it is better to do more than less. This person is ironically insane. Master, don't leave me behind. The teenager in the back was in hot pursuit. As to why he was, simply because he had just gone to a fortune teller and was dragged in. Still for free. He came to be interested and planned to try it out. The fortune teller simply said, turn right out of the alley, and the first person you meet who wants to take you on as an apprentice, that's your chance. His words were inexplicable, and when he turned his head to the side again, the inside of the closed alley was surprisingly empty, scaring him so much that he ran out. It's not clear if this is an immortal or a ghost. It just so happened that Wang Feng was the first one he met and the one who said that his bones were amazing. Isn't this a damn thing to take him as a disciple? Although Wang Feng was a bit younger and looked older than him, he had heard that immortals were able to return to their old age. This man must be a rejuvenator, right? I must worship him, just so he can raise me. In fact, letting this everyone raise him is his biggest reason. I'm not your master. Get lost nah. Wang Feng pushed at the teenager who was holding his thighs for a while, frantically shaking that leg, and as a result, the teenager just refused to let go. Alright, I'll take it. Lovebirds, get up. Wang Feng had no choice but to help the teenager up in a fake voice. As soon as he let go, he disappeared with a whoosh. "Ah, my master, ah, don't run, ah, how do you lie to your disciple, ah." The teenager wiped his nose like a child in place. Looking at Wang Feng's back, he shouted madly, but in the end, he could only leave forlornly. "Phew, scared me to death. How come a psycho popped up?" Wang Feng ran to the other side of the street and patted his chest and exhaled. Just wanting to sell a spirit stone, he didn't expect to run into a psychopath. "Con Hansher." Wang Feng looked up, and his heart was almost scared to the point of stopping beating directly. "I ran into Kong Han Suk again. Was walking down the street not far away wearing a white bucket hat with a white veil. Others might not recognize her, but Wang Feng knew it was her at a glance. It's no exaggeration to say that she just cuts a nail, and Wang Feng picks it up on the ground knowing that the nail is hers. "It's only been 7 days or so when I ran into her again." Wang Feng turned and ran, praying in his heart not to see me, not to see me, not to see me. Luckily, Jiang Hanqi really didn't see him, but was looking at this and that on the street. I thought to myself that these little objects are quite nice. Having never played with these small items before, she picked up a rattle and spun it around. The girl has a good eye. This is fine whether you play with it yourself or give it to the children in your family. And it's cheap. It only costs 5 won. The owner of the booth smiled and held out 5 fingers. Jiang Hanqi gently shook his head, putting down the small rattle in his hand, and turned to leave. The owner didn't say anything when he saw it, so maybe he didn't like it. The woefully escaping Wang Feng turned his head while running. Somewhere in the moment of turning her head just in time to see her shake her head and drop the rattle. I thought to myself that this thing is surprisingly not able to lose face, and I don't even dare to buy a rattle. And you're not an empress now. Wang Feng, who had fled back to the other side of the town again, scrambled to find an inn and ran in, fearing that he would encounter that teenager again. "Boss, how long can I stay with this one spirit stone?" Wang Feng still took out a small piece of red stone like he had just done at the Baozi store and asked the innkeeper. Chapter 30, Calling for a Rattle. "Calling for me? Guest, are you sure you want to use this spirit stone as silver?" The owner's face was terrified, and Wang Feng knew at a glance that this was a knowledgeable one. "If you really want to use this spirit stone, then this inn is yours to stay as long as you want. No need. Just bring me 80% of the inn's income. The remaining 20% is considered your management fee." Wang Feng put the lower grade spirit stone on the table. The boss collected it. His face was joyful. This was a blood money deal. "This is the key to the topmost heavenly empty guest room in the entire inn. Big boss, you can take it and stay in whichever room you want." The innkeeper took out a bunch of keys from behind him and respectfully handed them to Wang Feng. Wang Feng went upstairs and casually found a room with a heavenly name. Wang Feng, who was lying on the heavenly bed, listed out all the things inside the storage space. Lower grade bone refining Dan X1. Unlimited water kettle X1. Lower grade spirit stone X68. Yellow weapon lower grade long straight knife X1. No entry long sword X2. No entry soft bone Dan X1. No entry ultra mighty Viagra X1. No entry smallpox scattered spring X1. No entry ox open spring X1. Large flower pants X1. Scattered fragrance towel X2. System, except for the lower grade bone refining pills, large flowered pants, long straight knives, infinite water bottles, and towels. All the rest are converted into origin points. Wang Feng looked at the spirit stones inside the storage space and spoke to the system. He was ready to take a shot at the 1,000 prize pool, and that origin point was essential. As for why he didn't convert before, there isn't a medium if the storage space isn't open. The simple fact is that the recycle function is not turned on. Ding! Recycling proceeds, 888 origin points. With 888 origin points plus Wang Feng's original 325 origin points, Wang Feng now had a total of 213 origin points. Come on! Wang Feng sat up from the top of the bed and picked up the kettle on the table and sprinkled a line of water on the floor. Heavenly Spirit, 1,000 prizes jackpot show up. Shipment come. With Wang Feng's command. Stop. The clicking of the jackpot slowly came to a halt. The pointer was about to land on top of the 50% chance white item. No! Wang Feng roared as if it had taken effect. The pointer miraculously stopped at the line where the purple item and the white item met. Ship me out. Ship a big purple. Wang Feng looked at the pointer that stopped at the intersection line. His eyes filled with anticipation. He's only had the needle stop above the intersection line twice in all that time. Yet this jackpot is weird. Stopping at the junction line, it's not giving you the jackpot items on either of those sides. Instead, they are randomly selected inside the prize pool, which is the equivalent of a redraw. The next thing I know, the whole turntable seems to get stuck and bang, it blows up. Just like that, it exploded into pieces inside Wang Feng's mind. However, Wang Feng was excited. Coming. This was how his chaotic buster skill was drawn out. only the level of this carousel was too low. Probably won't give very high level items. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple random weapon with the help of a card. Cards. It's a card. Wang Feng took out a gold-edged card inside his storage space and looked at it, with a large word for soldier printed in its center. Randomized weapons with the help of cards. Function: after using it, a weapon will be randomly selected from inside the Heavenly Tsang continent, and that weapon will be forced to recognize you as the master during the time limit of the card. The weapon may be an imperial weapon or a mortal weapon, and after the time limit of the card has expired, the weapon will automatically return and erase the recognition of the master. Statute of limitations, 3 hours. Awesome! Wang Feng directly cried out. Fortunately, the inn's heavenly room had stronger sound insulation, and there weren't many people around the sky room. It was a bottom card. Insofar as it had the potential to draw an imperial artifact for this purpose, it's still a strong card, and it's entirely possible that a bit of luck could save his life. And the reason it's in the 1,000 origin point jackpot. Naturally, it is also because of this uncertainty of the pumping of weapons. Although Wang Feng is the main use of fists, but there are weapons certainly use weapons. Smashing a weapon with your fist still hurts, unless it's in the form of crushing. However, he was too lazy to cultivate weapons in his first 8 lives. Plus he used his own fists in a more casual manner. There are still 213 origin points left. Should we have 2 more draws? Wang Feng sat on the bed and looked at the remaining origin points and thought, let us have another round. Just leave 113. As the 100 origin points prize pool clattered on the system's dial, the pointer slowly came to rest on top of the green item. The jackpots are divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. It's okay, middle of the road. Wang Feng waited for the system to release it, wanting to see what kind of green item it was. The 100 origin points prize pool has white, green and blue in it, and the green items do seem to be in the middle of the pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a call rattle. A rattle? Wang Feng clicked on his message to take a look and thought, what is the use of this thing? Do you want me to send Kong Hansuk? Calling for a rattle. Function: drops of blood. Holder shakes rattle to make sound. Wang Feng notes did not even finish reading, and took out a long straight knife to his finger. A drop of blood was incorporated into the tiny rattle, which blossomed for a moment. Then there was no more. And then what? Wang Feng hurriedly read through the notes at the back. The person who recognizes the owner of the rattle will feel it in his heart. Ha! Hoping it's me that's calling. This blood drops fast. Wang Feng exclaimed in shock. He saw the blood drop and recognized the owner, then crossed his fingers while watching the notes. Who would have thought it was a little rattle that called to him? Cut! Get lost you! Wang Feng cursed, threw the rattle inside the storage space, lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Boss, open a heavenly room for me. A cold voice rang out from the inn. The few remaining people in the inn at night looked up in the direction from which the pleasant voice had come. A beautiful figure in a white dress, with a delicate and soft body, wearing a white gauze net hat to see the real face of the beautiful figure, stopped at the counter. Miss, all of the heavenly keys are in the hands of my family's grand boss, and now there are only the earthly rooms. The shopkeeper who had been dozing at the counter raised his head to look at Zhang Hanshi and opened his mouth. Then give me a room in the ground. Zhang Hanshi dropped a few taels of silver and took the key handed over by the shopkeeper and headed upstairs. This woman feels so beautiful just by looking at her. Don't even think about it. With her outfit, she's probably an immortal who can slap you into mush with a single slap. Before one man sitting in the inn could finish his words, he was interrupted by another. The tone of his voice was full of disdain for the first person to open his mouth. Chapter 31, The Killing Zhang Hanshi. Finding a room to stay in. Zhang Hanshi plopped down on the bed and cultivated with luck. Zhang Hanshi didn't expect the cost of forcibly using the Nirvana Sacred Seal to be so great. For more than 30 days and nights the whole body was limp and weak, and only one head was still able to move. It was kind of hard to have her head spinning around though, especially when that stupid kid was forcing her to eat. Neck pain when I favor my head. That silly boy must have done something to her, or he couldn't have put those footwear on her. Luckily, I wore a slit skirt those days, or else I would have gotten a good look from that stupid kid. But she woke up fully clothed, so that silly boy should not have taken off her skirt. Although he is naughty, his nature is not bad. He should not be a lecherous person. Otherwise he would have used force in front of her during those 30 days. Zhang Hanshi was secretly glad that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Otherwise she would have used her last card to die with him, even if she had to die during those 30 days or so. Being pinched twice and kissed by the succubus emperor, Wang Feng, can cause great damage to the Taoist heart. Cultivation reconditioning plus the powerlessness after using a holy weapon. If she was forced on by Wang Feng, she would either take revenge or die with him. Though it was said that half of the reason was because of the heavy injuries sustained during the great battle with that great emperor before he was reconditioned. But half of it is also because of that. So you could say it's half and half. The higher the realm, the higher the heart of the Wei will be. And having never been touched by a man, she was all of a sudden molested in front of that great emperor. Naturally, he was incomparably furious, and even his Tao heart began to become unstable. And as for Wang Feng, this stupid kid, Zhang Hanshi had already used his spiritual divine sense to detect his entire body. That's also when the realization that nothing happened after she passed out came down. Zhang Hanshi then took out the few pills in the divine sea space and began to cultivate. These pills that could be saved by her could definitely not be bad. She couldn't withstand the medicinal power of the pills in her divine sea space when she was at the body tempering realm. That's why she went out to Willow Village at that time to look for any low-grade herbs that could be used as a lure to draw her into the spirit gathering realm. I didn't expect to mess up the plan for that stupid kid. In the end, he could only rely on bitter cultivation to enter the spirit gathering realm. But it only took a little more time. Zhang Hanshi swallowed the extremely high-grade elixir in his hand in one gulp and began to break through the realm with the help of the medicinal power. 1 hour. 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. In the middle of the night. At the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm. 3rd shift. 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. In the morning. The 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Become. In a short span of one night, relying on the demonic talent and the medicinal power of the extremely high-quality elixir, suddenly broke through a whole 4 small realms. There were no more than a handful of people in the heavenly Sun continent who could have such a talent. Who? Zhang Hanshi exhaled a soft breath of hot air. The cultivation to the spirit gathering realm no longer needs sleep and so on like the body hardening, but instead, the more it is refined, the more spiritual it becomes. Slowly stood up from the top of the bed and walked out, leaving the inn in one direction. Ow! Wang Feng lifted the quilt on top of the bed and stretched his waist, only to feel soothed and refreshed. He finally had a good sleep. The time when Wang Feng went out was no more than 5 minutes from the time when Zhang Hanxi went out. Murder! Murder! Wang Feng had only just walked out of the inn when something else came up. There were 2 groups of people fighting in the street, not giving way to each other, but the highest cultivation among them was only at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. If I let Wang Feng comment on it, it would be, it's just a scuffle between kids. Wang Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the 2 teams outside. I love to see this kind of good show. Immediately jumped on the house and refreshed the system mall. But alas and alack, there wasn't even a single food item this time. The helpless Wang Feng could only cross his legs in boredom and watch them spacing out. What I didn't realize was that what was in it was relevant to me. Zixin, stop struggling. Be good and wash your body. I'll love you. The right side of the team of people in green costumes grabbed a purple-robed woman who had already lost her breath in their hands, and smiled playfully as they opened their mouths. Jiang Tu, you scum. I just won't marry you even if I die. Besides, didn't I already tell you the whereabouts of that woman a few days ago? A handsome woman with more decorations than the usual purple clothes was staring at the green-clothed man not far away, killing intent appearing in her eyes. Wang Feng used his scrying skill to see that the strongest of the 2 parties were at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm respectively. However, the team in green clothing had more people, and their overall cultivation was also much stronger than the other team. That day I saw with my own eyes that it was your purple spirit sex people who killed her, as well as the fact that your location was inaccurate. So I'll let you have a good time first, and then I'll go looking for her afterward. Bah! Get out! What a serpentine woman! Even the heads of my sect disciples were directly pinched and blown off. Their deaths were miserable. If you don't marry me, how will you let my dead sect disciples rest in peace? The man in green righteously spoke as if he couldn't wait to kill the opposite woman in purple with a few flirtatious and yet handsome, only with the ultimate teasing look on his face. Wang Feng listened to a few more of their harsh words to each other to sort of figure it out. Hopefully, someone had taken the blame for those men in green he had killed in the wilderness that time. No wonder looking at their group of guys in green costumes looked so familiar. Wang Feng read in his mind. Ouch! Ouch! Fight! Wang Feng watched them harsh words against spraying for another moment before suddenly erupting into a big battle, without even saying hello. For a time, the entire street's aura flew across the street, and countless houses were destroyed, while the people inside had long since run away. AI. Zhang Hanshi, why are you popping up again? Wang Feng was watching the play, when this ghost-like Zhang Hanshi popped up again. In an instant, he rushed into the battlefield, regardless of what was going on. Holy, this is horrible. This woman is so mean. Wang Feng hurriedly lay down on the roof, only to feel his body sweating. Did they offend Zhang Hanshi? Killed like this? All of them? Not a single one left. This big battle of mutual assault did not expect that it would end with Zhang Hanshi's intervention. On the ground, no matter whether it was a woman dressed in purple or a man dressed in green, they were all killed cleanly. Jiang Hanshi, who was far away in the center of the pile of corpses, shook the blood-stained cold sword in his hand, shocking the dirty blood off of it. He swept his cold eyes over the corpses of the group and finally stepped onto his cold sword to leave. Touching the body. Hey! Wang Feng waited for Jiang Hanshi to fly away and hurriedly jumped down from the roof to start touching the corpse. However, these people looked to be fighting so fiercely, but as a result, they didn't even have a single thing in their pockets that Wang Feng could look at. Sigh. I really don't know how you guys offended Jiang Hanshi. Wang Feng touched the storage bag of the richest man in green, shook his head inside. It was only logical that Jiang Hanshi shouldn't get involved in a fight between others. If she's a big devil, on being kidnapped back to his village, he would have slaughtered the entire village in search of him. Better to kill 1,000 than to spare one. However, Wang Feng didn't have the heart to guess how they had offended Jiang Hanshi. Just touching the corpse was okay. In a few moments someone else was sure to come by, and he'd have to touch faster. Help me. Wang Feng was happily touching the corpse when he suddenly heard an extremely weak voice, or a woman's voice. Kang Hansher, you're not handling this well. You. Wang Feng read in his mind that this Jiang Hanshi is also too careless. Killing a few people even has a living mouth. Chapter 32, Fragment of the Jade Disc of Creation. Help me. The voice shouted again and Wang Feng turned his head to look, but it was the so-called Purple Spirit Sect Master, the Purple Shan Sect Master. Though she had a deep bloodstain on her neck and should have died a long time ago, but it seems to have been saved by some treasure. Wang Feng saw that the bodies had all been touched. Hurrying over to help her up, he asked, "How did you offend that woman?" Zishan visibly trembled. The scene of being slammed with a sword seemed to flash over in her eyes all over again. Just reporting her whereabouts is all. The voice of Zishan, who was being supported by Wang Feng, was weak and had the feeling of wanting to break and not being able to do so. Oh, close your eyes. I'll channel my spiritual energy to save your life first. Wang Feng looked at Zishan, who had obediently closed her eyes, then gently touched his hand on the top of her head. Bang! Wang Feng, in order to let her die in peace, it also purposely condensed a disembodied spirit claw with spirit energy, making it possible to wrap around her entire head. I'm sorry, who told me I'd keep running into her? I wouldn't be able to take it well if you had some holy ground behind you. Wang Feng's headless corpse apologized a few times, then removed her storage bag, and finally left a body on the ground to quickly leave. Nope. Wang Feng reversed back with a flash, yanking off the jade disc hanging around her neck, and quickly left once more. Wang Feng didn't care what others took the blame for him, he had to save. In the cultivation world, where is this argument? Whoever is strong is the biggest reason. Otherwise, how to be killed by people do not know. He knew to himself that he had some selfishness in it, but it didn't matter. This wasn't the blue planet. It was the immortal cultivation world, and the law of survival was just that. There is no law. What he had experienced in his 8 lives was not much, to say the least, but the peace of the Madonna's heart he consciously can never have unless it is of benefit to him. After Wang Feng left, a full hour or so passed in the town before anyone dared to come and see the battlefield that had stopped. First there were some bold commoners who ran after a glance at the misery. Then another team of men in green clothing ran over to examine the body. The young patriarch is dead. One of them cried out in alarm. It's over. 100 miles around is estimated to suffer. They knew the extent of their patriarch's ruthlessness. The body was touched, so it looks like a third force or powerhouse has intervened. The leading man in the green costume looked at the corpses all over the ground. But the strongest forces they had here were their Qin Xin sect and the Violet Spirit sect. Carry the bodies of the people of the clan on your back and go. The few people examining the corpses hastily led the way, each carrying those green-clothed costumed corpses on their backs. As for the rest of the group of women in purple, just let the town bury them. Night. Small town inn. Heavenly room. Fairy sister, can you put your sword down first? Wang Feng looked at the sword above his neck in horror, and the owner of that cold sword was clearly Jiang Hanshi, who was known as the Great Glacier. Why did you run last time? Jiang Hanshi's tone was cold and knowing. She wanted to see what this stupid kid would make up. Fairy sister, you've misunderstood. I was celebrating that you had recovered and prepared a gift to go. I didn't expect that you would be long gone by the time I returned again. Yeah? Jiang Hanshi's voice was as prolonged as the devil's as the cold sword in his hand slowly approached Wang Feng's neck. What about your gift? Jiang Hanshi's cold sword came a few more points closer, and Wang Feng felt the cold sensation on his neck. Flustered, he took out a small rattle out from inside his storage space. Here. Look. Wang Feng hurriedly handed the call rattle in front of Jiang Hanshi, who didn't expect him to actually take it out. Your gift is to give me a trinket for a child to play with? Jiang Hanshi looked at the small rattle in Wang Feng's hand. The emotions under his eyes were unknown, but the tone in his mouth made people feel cold. Fairy sister, I guess you must not have played with this when you were a child. I think it's too vulgar to give away those cultivation things, so under careful selection, it took 7 days to build a rattle by hand. Knock knock. Wang Feng turned the small rattle in his hand a few times and realized that there would indeed be a tremor in his heart. Fairy sister, take it. This rattle can call out to me. As long as you shake this rattle, I'm definitely at your beck and call. Seeing that Zhang Hanshi didn't react much, Wang Feng gently used his rattle against the cold sword on his neck. Then carefully, he gently tucked the rattle into Kong Hanshi's other empty hand that drooped on his left side. Aren't you forgetting something else? Zhang Hanshi put the cold sword back. His tone was unclear, but both of their hearts knew it. What is it? Wang Feng put on a dumbfounded look and moved his feet slightly, ready to break the window and escape at any time. Wang Feng took advantage of Zhang Hanshi's lack of attention and jumped toward the window. The entire window was instantly smashed open with such a strange speed that even Zhang Hanshi didn't react. Strangely enough, Zhang Hanshi didn't go after him, but instead raised the small rattle in his left hand and looked at it. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and he shook it gently twice, making 2 thuds. Then while observing the little rattle in his hand he walked softly back to his room. The delicate little rattle has 2 little cartoon designs printed on both sides. On one side there was a boy child, on the other a girl child. If Wang Feng had seen it, he would have definitely exclaimed in shock, but there were no those 2 little cartoon patterns before they were gotten by Kong Hanshi. The people on the street and the shopkeeper were startled at the sound, and when they looked they saw only a large black rat scurrying away. Don't run! The shopkeeper stood looking down the street and shouted at the big black rat. Apparently, it didn't help at all. The shopkeeper also knew he couldn't catch up with the big black rat, so he could only rush to that room to check it out. The shopkeeper who came to the heavenly room stared with a blank stare. Except for a broken window, there was nothing damaged. Still, it pissed him off enough to slap at his thighs, but then it occurred to him that this wasn't his inn. Phew. Okay, this isn't my inn anymore. The figure of a teenager in the shadows clenched his fist as he watched the scene of Wang Feng popping out of the window. I must worship you. Now he was even more sure that Wang Feng was an immortal. Jumping down from such a high place was fine. Wang Feng, who was running at breakneck speed over here, along with only feeling a few thuds coming from his heart. Then there was a tremor for a while. Wang Feng didn't expect that Zhang Hanshi would not chase him, but was shaking the rattle. Cut. And talk about kids' playthings and being mesmerized yourself. Wang Feng ran around the town and then walked back to the inn with a calm face after another bout of disguise. There really isn't much of a place to go right now. He also didn't expect that Zhang Hanshi to be living in the floor room downstairs from him. After Wang Feng was discovered by her, Zhang Hanshi even directly barged inside his room, giving Wang Feng a big scare. Luckily he wasn't in the habit of sleeping naked. Ahem. Boss. Open a room of the Xian size for me. Wang Feng, who had transformed into a middle-aged uncle, used his loud voice to call out to the shopkeeper who was counting the accounts at the counter. Okay. Wang Feng dropped a few taels of silver and took the key handed over by the boss and went upstairs. These silvers are naturally the proceeds of the inn today. He doesn't want to go to the earth-size and heaven-size Wang Feng, and he can scare people to death by staying with that big glacier. He also didn't know which number 1 room Zhang Hanshi was staying in. Wang Feng, who was sitting in the Xian-size room, surveyed the jade disc in his hand. This was the thing that protected the life of the woman in purple. System, detect what it is. Wang Feng fiddled with the jasper-colored jade disc in his hand, looking at what should be a protective magic treasure. Ding! Upon inspection, one of the remnants of the jade disc of creation. Ding! Mission, collect the 9 fragments of the creation jade butterfly. Reward, creation tripod. A jade disc of creation. Chapter 33. Get up. Kneel down. Creation jade butterfly. Wang Feng was surprised in his heart. 8 lifetimes ago, but where he was the one who had a little exposure to the knowledge of the immortal cultivation world, he could basically know about this jade saucer of creation. And there's a legend in the immortal cultivation world. In the ancient times, there was a paramount emperor who fought a great emperor realm powerhouse with the complete jade butterfly of creation. One must know that the quasi-emperor and great emperor realms are a hurdle, and those who are not gifted will not be able to cross it in their entire lives. A great emperor realm powerhouse wouldn't say that he could slap a quasi-emperor realm to death with a single slap, but 2 slaps would definitely be more than enough. Wang Feng's talent was not good, but with that chaotic overlord body technique it changed. He was still at the first level, and he just had the chaotic overlord body's chi on him. By the time the second layer was reached there would be force, and after the third layer there would be quality, and at that point the chaotic hegemony body would be complete. In fact, Wang Feng had a guess in his heart that there was a possibility that the chaotic hegemony body technique was not just as simple as a great emperor level technique. It was unheard of for him to be able to change someone's physique and talent, and still, he had cultivated a superb chaotic overlord body out of thin air. Dual cultivation of the Dharma body. Looking at the rewards, there was also an additional tripod of creation. Wang Feng didn't know what this tripod of creation was. He hadn't heard of it in his first 8 lives, but listening to that name should be the same root as that jade saucer of creation. I didn't expect that one of the protective treasures that I casually yanked was actually a fragment of the jade saucer of creation. No wonder she's still alive when that sword mark was about to pierce through her entire throat. It turns out that she's being protected by this jade saucer. Wang Feng's tone was filled with sighs, almost missing this opportunity. Fortunately, he was sharp-eyed and found it in time, and ran back to yank this jade disc off. Throw this jade disc of creation inside the storage space. Wang Feng started to convert all the remaining rags into origin points again. Ding! Recycling proceeds, 6,480 origin points. No! System, your last name is Ma? Wang Feng looked at the 6480 origin points. Was there such a coincidence? Paying no more attention to this issue, he now had a total of 6,593 origin points, which was considered relatively abundant. Wang Feng refreshed them all to see if there was anything he could buy. Enhancing his strength a little more would allow him to mix a little more in the immortal cultivation world. First item, medium grade Xuanju Dan. Price, 1,000 origin points. Second item, Xian rank divine traveling talisman. Price, 888 origin points. The third item, white tiger essence blood of the spiritualization realm. Price, 2888. Piece 4, Pangea essence. There is nothing to see at the end of the day, and the rest are all the ones that Wang Feng can't afford. In the end, Wang Feng bought in Xian rank divine walking talisman and the white tiger essence blood of the spirit transformation realm. This divine walking talisman would be of great use to him in escaping. Unlike the unreliable teleportation talisman and the possibility of transmitting the wrong location, and the white tiger essence blood was of great help to his physical body. Swallowing this drop of white tiger essence blood, Wang Feng estimated that he should be able to break through several minor realms. Wang Feng simply didn't go to sleep, and activated the chaotic overlord body technique to sit in the middle of the bed and start cultivating. And along with this, there was also Jiang Hanshi, who had long ago returned to his own earth-sized room. The next morning, Jiang Hanshi paused from her cultivation and got up and out of bed to head outside. She had to go to the Imperial City to find the large teleportation array. She had already inquired about this being the southern region location of the Sky Pale continent, so one had to teleport to the eastern wasteland or the central state first, followed by the northern realm. As for why it didn't spread to the western desert, because it could be said that the most desolate place in the entire Tian Sang continent was the western desert, but it's also the place with the most abundant supplies, and it's possible that a step under the sand could be a piece of magic. Jiang Hanshi, who had walked out of the floor-sized guest room, looked at the older man who had brushed past her. I wonder why this person feels so familiar. However, she didn't think much of it and stepped out of the inn wearing a white veil bucket hat. Wang Feng looked at the right-turning Jiang Hanshi's profile, and his heart skipped a beat. I don't know if it was a feeling of excitement or some other emotion. Even he couldn't tell. It's time to get some more money from the boss and then it's time to go. Wang Feng chanted and moved towards the counter, calling out to the boss. When he was sure that Kong Hansio was far away, he restored the appearance of his face to the owner's horrified gaze. I will probably not come back these days. You just pretend that this inn is still yours on the line. That is, you have to take out a few hundred silver for me to use as a traveling allowance on the road. Wang Feng knocked on the table and looked at the innkeeper. How can this inn be worth 500 silver taels? After all, this inn he had looked at over the past few days. It could be said to be the biggest one inside this town, and the only one. The shopkeeper knew that Wang Feng was not immortal either. Without the slightest hesitation, he sneakily took out a box in an unknown place and handed it to Wang Feng. Wang Feng opened and looked down. This shopkeeper is a real person, enough to give him more than 600 silver taels. Putting the silver taels inside the already almost empty storage space, he moved to leave the inn. To Wang Feng's surprise, he had just left the inn and was squatted by the teenager who cried and knelt to be his apprentice, squatting at the door like a thief. He was instantly hugged by Wang Feng as soon as he saw him come out, and Wang Feng's palm had stopped at his head. Fortunately, it didn't pinch down, or the street would have become a constant cacophony of noise. Your ing nuts. Scare me. Wang Feng was so frightened by him with some shock and anger in his eyes as he looked at the teenager who was hugging his big feet. Master, my disciple has no father or mother. I only beg you to accept me as your disciple. Master. The teenager, whose clothes were a little dirty, was picking at Wang Feng's pants leg, crying with a snotty nose and a tear. Ding. Quest, take Xiao Hao, who possesses the sun sword body, as a disciple. Reward, sword intent. Ha! I can't believe I gave the mission. Wang Feng's eyes looked at Xiao Hao, who was hugging his thigh, but his thoughts were at the system. Apprentice son, please rise. This disciple of yours, master accepts. After Wang Feng read the system's message, he hurriedly had to help Xiao Hao up. Turns out the thing is still dead in his lap. Master! Don't! Master! You're trying to trick me again. Xiao Hao wiped his nose and rubbed it on top of the pants on Wang Feng's thigh. It almost gave Wang Feng a disgusting kick to send him flying out. I'm going to count to 3. And if you don't get up, then I won't take it. Wang Feng raised 3 fingers. 1, 2, Master, don't. I'll get up. Xiao Hao finally stood up under Wang Feng's pressure, but his hands were still tightly tugging at the corner of Wang Feng's coat. On your knees. Ha! Wang Feng's sentence gave Xiao Hao a whole lot of confusion, telling him to get up and kneel down again. Perform the ritual of worship. Only then did Xiao Hao react and kneel down with incomparable joy. Kowtow 3 times, giving the street passers-by a cloudy look. Wang Feng had been reborn for 8 lifetimes, and inside his head, the cultivation world and modern thoughts were half and half. Since this was the immortal cultivation world, it was natural to use the etiquette of the immortal cultivation world. Ding! Except Xiao Hao, who has the Sun Sword body as a disciple. Mission accomplished. Reward, Sword Intent. Chapter 34, You're a genius. A genius. A genius. Understand? Wang Feng looked at the extra small sword that was transparently suspended inside the storage space. After tapping it with his mind, he immediately felt many more memories related to swords inside his brain. The image of the street in his eyes flipped, and a person exactly like him gradually appeared in front of him. Holding up a vain and transparent 3-foot-long sword was practicing in an open space. Sometimes it was as if the fake Wang Feng in the open space was stuck in a bottleneck practicing sword. Painstakingly thinking about it, I don't know how long it took to start practicing again. As if that was a living, breathing, real Wang Feng. Master? Master? With the arrival of Xiao Hao's voice, Wang Feng was also struck by the scene in front of him changing extremely fast. The last whoosh contracted up and burrowed inside his mind. The image seemed long, as if an unknown number of years had passed, but in reality not even 3 seconds had passed. Xiao Hao suddenly felt a change in the aura of his noble master at that moment. The aura was overpowering, and there was a feeling of countless tiny sharp swords cutting into him minuscule amounts. Zhang Hanqi at the town entrance outside the town seemed to have sensed it as well. Looking back in the direction inside the town muttered, "This is sword intent?" With that, he moved to continue stepping towards the outskirts of the town. Whose is this sword intent? This is all irrelevant to her, and she has seen many people condense out sword intent. But there's a saying that a genius who won't die young, that's a true genius. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Hao, who was a bit farther away from him in front of him, and opened his mouth and shouted, "Keep up with Master. Master will take you to the field." Wang Feng opened the panel and looked at it as he walked along the road. Wang Feng, 1969. Chinese maple painter. Dharma/body realm, first level of Jia-Ling realm. Technique, Chaos Overlord technique. Items, Xian rank divine movement talisman. White tiger essence blood of the spirit transformation realm. Random weapon with the help of a card. Lower grade bone refining elixir. Infinite water kettle. Yellow weapon lower grade long straight sword. Origin point, 2817. Overall rating, it's okay. We have to find a good time to swallow this white tiger essence blood of the spirit transformation realm. The movement of refining the white tiger essence blood of the spirit transformation realm was a bit big, so Wang Feng had to find a good place to avoid being watched. "Oh, apprentice, do you know what position we are in?" Wang Feng looked at the inexplicably acquired cheap disciple beside him and opened his mouth to ask. "Master, I've heard from others that we're in a realm called the Dongyang Imperial Dynasty." Xiao Hao looked up at the noble master, who was much taller than him, and scratched his head in response to his question. "Oh, so it's the Dongyang Imperial Dynasty. You've heard of it, Master?" "Never heard of it." Then it was time for the two of them to walk in silence for a few minutes. "Oh disciple, do we have any clans here?" "The strongest ones are the Xianqing sect, the Purple Spirit sect, and the rest are some that I don't recognize, and the ones I've heard a lot about are these 2 sections." Xiao Hao broke his hands and counted. It turned out that after counting 2 he realized how he couldn't name the rest, stuck as it were. "Oh, so those are the 2. You've heard of it, Master?" "Never heard of it." Wang Feng's words this again Xiao Hao to the whole silence. The 2 people just like this quietly walk a 10 minutes. "Oh disciple, do you know where we have a teleportation array here?" "I don't know." "Oh, 10 days passed in a flash." Wang Feng led his cheap disciple to lie down inside one of the bushes to look at the tiger that was as big as a dinosaur not far away. "Apprentice, go." "Master, if you want to kick me out of the division, you don't have to make me use a method like going to my death to make me quit the division, do you?" Xiao Hao, who was lying next to Wang Feng, twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the tiger that was as big as a small mountain not far away and opened his mouth. "Aren't you at the 5th level of body tempering? You have to remember that you are a genius." "Genius? Do you understand the gold content of the word genius? Geniuses are meant to cross the ranks, and although your physique has yet to be awakened, let's not be afraid to cross the ranks just because of an unawakened physique." Wang Feng said in a thin voice to Xiao Hao beside him in a serious tone. No, master. You're asking me, a body-tempering 5th layer, to go over the top to fight a spirit-gathering realm 3rd layer mighty tiger. Xiao Hao's voice couldn't help but become much louder as he said this, and the ears of the tiger that was as big as a small mountain in the distance twitched. As for why he knew that it was a tiger of the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm, it must have been his master who told him that. Wang Feng looked at the tiger in the distance that had already looked over, and Xiao Hao was unknowingly looking at Wang Feng with this sultry look at the moment, until Wang Feng laughed cheaply twice. Xiao Hao didn't even think about it as he got up and ran to the back, but Wang Feng was faster and swished past him. Master, you're victimizing your disciple, Xiao Haochi shouted and turned his head. Sure enough, the mountain-like tiger was close at hand. Roar! A mere roar blew Xiao Hao over and out, hitting a tree with a muffled grunt. Wang Feng sat on the tree smiling and laughing as he looked down below at Xiao Hao who was confronting that 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. Dead tiger, my master is in the tree. I'll tell him to turn his hand over and destroy you. Xiao Hao got up and surprisingly didn't continue to run. Instead, he was like a little cutie, as much as put up a tough fight, hoping to scare off this tiger that was like a small mountain. Don't be silly, it's impossible for it to comprehend what you're saying, much less understand what you're telling it, without entering the realm of Yuan-san realm. Wang Feng drooped one foot with his back against a tree and Hao looked at Xiao Hao and explained. Xiao Hao was obviously unaware of this, and when he saw that the tiger pounced again, he hurriedly ran and shouted, Master, save me, if Jiang Hanshi were here. Jiang Hanshi, good lord, you two masters and disciples are really carved out of the same bone. Wang Feng sucked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it at the tiger. The tiger was forced back by the pain, and Xiao Hao rejoiced, thinking that Wang Feng would continue to strike. I'm only going to help you this once, and I won't do it again unless you're dying. As a result, Wang Feng just shouted and then stopped moving, sitting on the tree and waiting for a good show. Xiao Hao knew that Wang Feng could not possibly help him anymore. He had no choice but to draw out the 3-foot green blade sword of medium-grade yellow weapon at his waist. This sword was refreshed by Wang Feng in the mall. Since it was his own disciple, of course he couldn't suffer, and instantly spent 500 origin points to buy it directly. His current origin points, excluding some snacks or household items that he had bought in his life in various ways, there's a total of 325 points left. Come on, stinking tiger, I have my master to save my life. You don't, Xiao Hao shouted angrily and charged at the tiger. The tiger was a little afraid of the strong enemy in the tree, but he was also furious when he saw Xiao Hao meet him, and he slapped his palm down at him. Xiao Hao knew that he would not be able to defeat him, and utilized the somewhat unskilled stance that Wang Feng had taught him over the past few days to perform. Barely dodged it, but it still left a few minor bruises on his body. Chapter 35, Refining White Tiger Essence Blood. I chop! Raising his sword straight down, the sword of the middle grade of the yellow weapon instantly left a bloodstain on the tiger's body. Roar! But it also inspired its bloodlust. With a furious roar, he opened his mouth and unexpectedly shot out a wave of light condensed by yellow demonic power. No martial virtue! Xiao Hao cried out in shock and was instantly sent flying. By the time he hit the tree and came to rest, his chest was scorched and dying. The tiger saw the opportunity and lunged straight at him, only his body seemed powerless in mid-air. Then with a poof, a thin scar appeared in the center of the hideous tiger face, and then it turned into 2 halves and split apart. The tiger, which was like a small mountain, was split from head to tail with a neat and tidy cut, and behind the center where its body parted slowly revealed a handsome man with long flowing hair who was closing his sword and rising. It was Wang Feng. Apprentice, this genius of yours is also too drawn out. And you can't even cross a little bit when you cross the ranks. You still need to work on your combat experience more. Wang Feng taunted up Xiao Hao after putting away his sword and walked over to Xiao Hao to channel gentle spiritual energy to him to let him recover from his injuries. Although he knew that he couldn't defeat the tiger in any case, it was already good enough to hurt the tiger. But taunts are still rare. Soon Xiao Hao's black scorched and scarred chest was also restored by Wang Feng's spiritual power. Though using spiritual energy to recover from a big injury can't be recovered. But Wang Feng could still recover from this kind of injury that crushed the enemy realm. Xiao Hao, who had recovered a bit, gritted his teeth and shook his fuzzy head and spoke with difficulty. Master, you used to single-handedly fight such a large tiger like this? Wang Feng easily answered this question of his cheap disciple. I haven't singled out a male tiger, but I've singled out a female tiger that's not much stronger than this 8 times. Every time it's a battle to the death. Xiao Hao's naive eyes opened in shock without the slightest doubt. Really? Master, you are also too powerful. So who won in the end? This? Now it's Master who wins. Xiao Hao thought that Wang Feng had fought 9 times before he could tell the winner. It turned out that the Master still won, and this precious Master was too good. He really had to thank that fortune teller. While he was harboring the idea of finding someone to support him then. Not anymore. Now he truly recognized Wang Feng as his master. Who wouldn't want to worship such a strong master? Enough about that. Now work on your fitness and fight this tiger off. Seeing that Xiao Hao was already healed, Wang Feng walked over and threw the big tiger like a small mountain towards Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao looked at the two halves of the tiger that flew over in panic to catch it, half in one hand. The 5th level of body tempering was still able to resist. It was just a bit tough. They already didn't know how many roads they had run in these 10 days, and they had been to many cities, villages, and towns, and they were now rushing in one direction, which was the Little Sword Sect, a very low-profile name, but the strongest sword clan inside the Dongyang dynasty. What Xiao Hao did not know was that his noble master was planning to awaken his physique as soon as he arrived near the Little Sword Sect, then throw him inside to practice. Wang Feng he didn't bother to bring someone all the time. He didn't have the resources himself. Where else would he have time to take him? Just so he could find a clan for him. His son's sword body is more than enough to enter the sword sect, but the sword sect is in the central state, which is a bit far away. The two of them rushed until night, when Wang Feng found a mountain cave. In 3 tries, the demonic beasts inside were crunched, and by the way, they lived in it. Pulling out the fire discount that he had gotten over the past few days and lighting the fire, Xiao Hao also threw the manticore that was resisting on his shoulder towards the ground. You follow the kung fu I gave you to cultivate first. It's a pity that master doesn't have an emperor-level sword technique for you to learn from either. Wang Feng, who was throwing firewood into the fire, said at the same time. He hadn't really drawn out an emperor-level sword skill ever. I should say that the kung fu he had drawn was very little emperor-level. Other than that chaotic overlord technique, there was only one last emperor-level technique called the 5-spirit emperor technique. It was an imperial-level technique with 5 elemental attributes, but one had to have the 5 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to be able to cultivate it. Master, I'm already content that I can cultivate. Xiao Hao also did not know what the concept of emperor level was, and was only cultivating the saint level technique that his master had mentioned. That saint grade kung fu was called heaven breaking sword technique, which already made him very content. At first he was shocked to hear the word broken sky, being so shocked that he couldn't even speak. The idea of breaking the sky was something he couldn't even think about. When you cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm you have to create your own kung fu. Otherwise you're just a loser. My disciple can't have a loser. Got it? I will just take the system's Gong method to cultivate when I am a loser. But the disciple cannot be a loser. Wang Feng himself silently read in his heart. Aha! I will live up to my master's expectations. Wang Feng carried the 2 halves of the giant tiger outside and took out the infinite kettle to start cleaning up. With unlimited water bottles, there's no need to be afraid of running out of water. The time seems long, but it is short. In the blink of an eye the giant tiger had long since been eaten by them, and about 3 days had passed. These days were spent preserving the corpse of this giant tiger with spiritual energy. Apprentice, protect me. Master is going to refine that white tiger essence blood. Wang Feng watched as Xiao Hao moved a boulder to block the hole, then sat down to look around. It's good to have a cheap disciple. You can let him do anything. That's the point of having a disciple. Wang Feng took out the white tiger essence blood of the spirit transformation realm inside the cave illuminated by the firelight and looked at it. The exterior is protected by something like amber. Inside, on the other hand, was flowing blood, and looking at the drop of blood inside gave one a depressing feeling. Click! Wang Feng threw it into his mouth like a candy bean, clicked and bit it directly. It melted in the mouth, and a stream of essence blood with a light bloody flavor ran down the throat and through the whole body. Wang Feng's entire body began to redden and heat up with the naked eye, and also faintly smoked. Xiao Hao didn't dare to disturb Wang Feng even as he watched the scene. Now should be the time for refining that master had said. He also became more alert. It couldn't be that something suddenly popped out during master's refinement and disturbed him. Wang Feng felt the violent heat inside his body. It felt as if someone who had never had a drink had blown through dozens of bottles of white wine in one breath, so close to spitting blood from the aftertaste of that white wine. However, Wang Feng had already experienced this feeling countless times in his first 8 lives. A wave of chakra passed, and a crackling sound began to emanate from inside the body again. This was the sound of bones being shattered and then remodeled after being rushed by that drop of white tiger essence blood of the spirit transformation realm. The bones in his body then continued to break and repair. Even Wang Feng couldn't help but break out in a burst of sweat. He wasn't just feeling pain now. His body was hot. In Xiao Hao's eyes, his master was on fire. Only Wang Feng's entire body ignited a blood-red flame that went straight to the top of the cave's wall. This is a vision formed by qi and blood. With Wang Feng's current cultivation level absorbing the white tiger essence blood that was several great realms higher than him was still a bit of a stretch. Wang Feng activated the chaotic overlord body technique and began to refine it. The power of qi and blood in his body was also driven up and began to swim inside his body. It was light outside, but the cave was dark, which is why there was a fire burning. And so it went on into the night. Junction Spirit Realm 2nd level. In the middle of the night, at the 3rd level of the Junction Spirit Realm. On the 3rd day, the 4th level of the Junction Spirit Realm. On the 6th day, the 5th level of the Spirit Binding Realm. On the 9th day, the 6th level of the Junction Spirit Realm. Broken. Chapter 36, The Eerie Empty City. An awe-inspiring aura burst out, bringing up a cloud of dust inside the cave. The fire was blowing and whistling as if it would be overthrown at any moment. Hiss. Who? Wang Feng raised his hand above his head and slowly pressed it down, took a deep breath and stood up to move his muscles. There was a succession of sounds of crunching bones of the kind that hadn't been moved for a long time. The sound seemed voluminous inside the sealed cavern. Master you can finally wake up. Wang Feng had just finished moving his muscles when he heard a weak and frail voice, and turned his head to be startled. What kind of ghost are you? I'm Xiao Hao. Only the current Xiao Hao gave the impression of looking at him that his eyes were lifeless. His face was extremely pale, and his lips were dry and cracked. It's not true to say that I was starved to the point where my face was dented. Quickly, drink water. Drink water. Wang Feng hurriedly took a few steps forward and took out the infinite water bottle to frantically fill him with water. This whole thing made Xiao Hao almost gasp for air. After drinking some water, Wang Feng saw that his face looked a little better before he opened his mouth and asked, "How long have you been guarding this?" Wang Feng was not at all aware of the time in the outside world when he was making his breakthrough, so naturally, he didn't know how much time had passed. But look at this appearance of Xiao Hao. He is not eating or drinking to guard, at least must have a more than 3 days, right? 9 heavens, it's okay. If this had gone on for a few more days, you'd probably be starving to death here. Indeed, it's just okay, knowing that real retreats are measured in years. Apprentice, wait here. I'll go catch you some demonic beasts for you to replenish. Wang Feng spoke to Xiao Hao, who was sitting on the ground, and turned around, then kicked the boulder blocking the entrance to the cave to shatter it. Around half an hour or so Wang Feng re-entered the cave, while Xiao Hao was already sitting there cultivating. It was just a pity that his son's sword body had not yet awakened. Although the cultivation speed was still much faster than normal people, it could definitely be even faster after awakening the physique. When the meat was roasted, Wang Feng looked at the wolfish Xiao Hao and asked some questions. After Wang Feng understood what he was doing in all these days, it was found that the child was really naive and really did not eat or drink to keep the watch for 9 days. Other than building a fire, it's all about practicing. Cultivation was still cultivated with his eyes open, fearing that something would disturb him from refining that white tiger essence blood. Good disciple. Master will not treat you poorly. When the time comes, Master will awaken your physique. Wang Feng looked at his own current panel to Xiao Hao's shoulder, patting opened his mouth. Wang Feng, 1969. Chinese maple painter. Dharma/body realm, 6th level of the spirit binding realm. Technique, Chaos Overlord technique. Items, Xian rank divine movement talisman. Random weapon with the help of a card. Lower grade bone refining elixir. Infinite water kettle. Yellow weapon, lower grade long straight sword. Origin point, 2325. Overall rating, not too bad. Good apprentice. Eat up and move away. Wang Feng waited for a while and then looked at Xiao Hao, who had eaten almost as much as he had burped before he opened his mouth to call him. Okay, master. Aha. The two of them walked out of the cave, and Xiao Hao was still unable to open his eyes for a moment from the light outside. By the way, in the future, don't ever say that you took the heaven-breaking sword technique as a saint-level technique, or that I gave it to you. Why? Listening to Wang Feng's words, Xiao Hao was a bit puzzled. What is there to learn here? This technique is too advanced. I'm afraid that it will bring you trouble. It's okay for you to be hunted down and killed, but you don't want to cause me to be hunted down and killed together with you. Also, other people don't want all the other things except for giving you emperor-level techniques. You don't have much of a concept of techniques right now. You'll know in the future. Wang Feng instructed in a serious tone. This saint-level technique was eye-catching even to Saint Kings, let alone those below Saint Kings. Aha! Only after watching Xiao Hao nod his head did Wang Feng continue to move in the direction of the Little Sword sect. According to reliable sources, in order to reach the Little Sword sect, one must first pass through the imperial city of the Eastern Sun Dynasty. It just so happened that Wang Feng also wanted to go and see what the imperial city would look like after 10,000 years, and what changes should be made. But he remembered that some of the royal cities of the imperial dynasties 10,000 years ago were all earth-peaked houses, and the emperor is even a puppet controlled by a great power. It was a long way to travel, and the most worthless thing to a cultivator was time. Except for some old monsters who were dying of old age. Time passed, and 3 more days passed. Go rest in that town up ahead. Wang Feng pointed to the city not far away, and from the outside, it seemed that there were still a few soldiers guarding the outside of the city. Wang Feng and his cheap disciple didn't find anything unusual and walked in. As a result, he was puzzled when he walked in, because it was actually an empty city. Looking back toward the city gates, there were no gates anywhere. This is obviously a phantom array, aka whatever an unidentified and bizarre city is. Oh, apprentice, this is going to be difficult for us. Wang Feng raised his eyes and looked at Xiaohao, who was standing beside him and shivering a little. Master, how is this going to work out? Xiaohao's tone was a little shaky. These days he had also reached the 8th level of body tempering. Only he was new to the immortal cultivation world. How had he ever seen any of this? Illusion-breaking pupil technique. Wang Feng didn't respond to his words and meditated on the pupil technique in his mind. A bright purple light flashed in his eyes, and along with it, his vision turned purple. It's not an illusion. Or maybe this illusion can't be broken with my current cultivation level? Wang Feng muttered in his heart. What kind of ghost city is this? There wasn't a single person. Not even a phantom formation. And the gates would disappear on their own. Along with the soldiers at the gates, they've all disappeared. Even Wang Feng's 9th life did not know what this was because of. Knock knock. At this time, a drumbeat sounded in Wang Feng's heart, and his heart fluttered slightly. Zhang Hanqi, what are you messing up at this time? Really? Sensing the trembling in his heart, Wang Feng cursed. Master, who is Zhang Hanqi? Next to him, Xiaohao asked suspiciously. Why did Master suddenly call out a person's name? It still sounds like a woman's name. That's out of your hands. Ha, right. Just follow me. Wang Feng suddenly thought that he could sense the summoning sound in his heart and go, so that they would definitely be able to get out of this ghost city. Southland. Unknown place. Sky. Zhang Hanqi stood on the flying sword and looked at the small rattle held in his slender hands. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. The two little characters, in particular, are beautifully done with a touch of playfulness and cuteness. Did it really take him 7 days to make this? Zhang Hanqi looked at the small rattle in her hand and couldn't help but read it out softly. No one had ever given her this kind of gift before. She hadn't received a gift since becoming in the great imperial realm. Even the gifts he received before he became a great emperor realm were all those false gifts. It's usually used for cultivation. She, who had never felt the flavor of affection before, couldn't help but think of the words Wang Feng had said. Chapter 37, The Old One Comes. Then will you be my kin? The words flashed through Zhang Hanqi's mind again. Now that she had received this genuine little rattle, it sent a ripple through her heart as well. Couldn't help but shake the rattle in my hand for a while. What she didn't know was that this action also helped Wang Feng get out of that empty city. Shaking the snare drum, Kong Hanxio wondered if this could really summon him. Zhang Hanqi also remembered Wang Feng saying that he would sense the rattle as long as he shook it, but he thought that it should be false. That would be me, right? Zhang Hanqi looked at the little girl on top of the small rattle, chilling a face that was uninviting. But still, looking at it makes one's heart feel a sense of wanting to love and cherish it. Zhang Hanqi turned the little rattle over and looked at the little boy grinning and giggling on it. This is he? Couldn't help but think of the image of Wang Feng smiling and calling her fairy sister again. The cold sword underneath his feet vibrated for a while, and Zhang Hanqi also felt the sensation coming from his feet. It was only then that he reacted, scrambling to put away the little rattle in his hand. Zhang Hanqi, Zhang Hanqi, your heart is in turmoil. Zhang Hanqi shouted a few times in his heart to wake himself up. Definitely can't be messed up by a stupid kid. This can be detrimental to the cultivation path. The face that still had some mild smile on it returned to that cold look. With an acceleration of the cold sword, he leaped out with a whoosh and was no longer seen. Donyang Dynasty, breaking the Jinshi Emperor formation. Wang Feng, who was inside, pulled Xiaohao and crashed against his city wall according to the guess in his mind. Sure enough, the two men's bodies went straight through, and Wang Feng then ran out according to the induction of the drums in his heart. Wang Feng guessed at that time that this city could find its way out as long as there were items outside that could be sensed. So they tried it, and I didn't expect it to be true, but I just didn't realize that there was an illusion of this exit. If the average person had been fooled, they might have turned their head to seek the gates, and Wang Feng does not know is. Fortunately they are daytime into this city. If the night, out of the empty city, Wang Feng pulled Xiaohao and hurriedly ran away from this empty city. Kang Ganshi, I really thank you. All the while shouting at the sky and truly thanking this great glacier. Otherwise it would have taken him an unknown amount of time to get out of this weird city. Turning his head, the city slowly began to transform into a shadow in his and Xiaohao's line of sight. Eventually the transparency disappears and is hard to find again. Master, who exactly is Zhang Hanqi? Xiaohao was puzzled as he followed Wang Feng, having just been in the empty city all the way to out of the empty city. Master, he had been chanting the name Zhang Hanqi. Take your time guessing for yourself and hurry up. Wang Feng knocked Xiaohao's head and turned around. No longer paying attention to him, Xiao Hao covered the top of his head where he had been knocked and grimaced as he secretly memorized the name Jiang Hanqi in his heart. It must be some old lover of Master's, or else how could Master have been thinking about her? Wang Feng and Xiao Hao daywalked for some more time, and the sun spilled over the earth, blazing into the sky. Duck! Wang Feng pressed down hard on Xiao Hao's head and followed suit himself. A spirit sword composed of spirit energy instantly swept over their heads at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Who? Wang Feng was a bit shocked and furious that someone wanted to take their lives after a good walk. Brat! Running pretty far and on. A green-clothed middle-aged man fell from the sky, his eyes malicious, staring at Wang Feng and the two of them with a deadly stare. I know you? Wang Feng was also familiar for a moment when he saw his attire. Isn't that TM's green costume of one of the teams that fought in the town? But this person's costume seemed a little more ornate and honorable. You really made me look for you, but it's a pity that the woman ran away too fast, or she would have been the one to die first. Killing my child. I'll let you pay for your lives today. The middle-aged man in green clothes said here with a loud voice, hating to break them all into pieces. Wang Feng with the but think also no, or left a small tail, just how in the end he sought. Looking at the middle-aged man at the third level of the Jieling realm in front of him, Wang Feng's eyes gradually sharpened. This person must not be capped. This was his principle in the immortal cultivation world. Once he had messed with his enemies, whether weak or strong, we must kill them all when we have the chance. Are you finished? Wang Feng drew out the 3-foot-long sword on Xiao Hao's waist beside him, and happened to play a set to show this cheap disciple. Snap! 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 You didn't think I'd simply come alone, did you? The green-clothed middle-aged man clapped his hands, and two more people immediately flew out behind him. It was also of the Junction Spirit Realm, but it was of the first level of the Junction Spirit Realm. Oh, didn't you just call two more people to die? Wang Feng snorted as the system shielded his cultivation. Unless he released it himself, no one else could really tell. The other party estimated that he should be at the highest at the first or second level of the Jieling realm, otherwise he would have run away long ago. Rampant child. The middle-aged man pointed at Wang Feng. His voice was loud, but he was just slow to make a move, and it all gave Xiao Hao an annoying look. I said, are you guys fighting my master or not? Xiao Hao shouted in an impatient tone. Adults are talking. Why are children interfering? Wang Feng knocked his head, giving him a painful grimace, and even shouted, I don't dare. Wang Feng looked at the three people in the sky and secretly said that they were quite vigilant. If he had been a few days ago when he was still at the first level of the Junction Spirit Realm, there was a real possibility that he would have let them get away. If you don't take the initiative, then I will. Wang Feng activated his chaotic spiritual energy and his whole body suddenly floated up to kill towards the three of them. Apprentice, look closely. Wang Feng, who was holding a long sword, shouted at Xiao Hao, who hurriedly squared his eyes and looked dead on. Formation. Patriarch Qing Xian had expected that he should be in the Junction Spirit Realm. After all, the highest person who died inside the town that day was at the 9th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. He hadn't killed him, but it was always better to be cautious, and now he'd really been tested. What kind of formation can a bunch of you trash make? Wang Feng's figure flashed, and even Patriarch Qing Xian, the person with the highest cultivation level, only saw a blurry figure. Just in a split second the three of them had several more sword marks on their chests. Wang Feng also deliberately pressed his cultivation to play slower in order for Xiao Hao to learn some sword techniques. Still, Xiao Hao seemed to be invisible. Thief, suffer. The three of them weren't living targets, so naturally they wouldn't stand and be with the little cutie. The same way they let Wang Feng perform his swordplay. It was almost just a matter of a breath before the three of them synchronized a few strange hand seals. The surroundings became strange for a moment. There was also some if not all of the green-colored aura around the four of them. Of course, this was naturally not beneficial to Wang Feng. Wang Feng is also not in a hurry, quietly watching them move. Wait a moment together to break his. It didn't take long to round him up. Ha ha ha, this fool won't even move. The formation is up. Even if you're a cultivator at the 4th level of the Jieling realm, you can only perish here today. The yellow rank upper grade triple fierce formation is not something that a fool like you can fight against. Patriarch Qing Xian laughed out loud, and during the time they were forming their formation Wang Feng was actually just staring at them stupidly without the slightest movement. Yoo-hoo, that's a pretty mean name, but do you think your looks deserve to be called mean? Wang Feng had a teasing look on his face, looking at the three with the same eyes as he looked at the three big and small cuties. The same. Kill. Patriarch Qing Xian's voice was cold, and the three of them killed towards Wang Feng in a form of encirclement. Wang Feng raised his sword to meet him, and I have to say that this I don't know what formation. It did make Wang Feng feel that they had become much stronger. Madaka! 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 The three members of the Qingxian sect looked shocked, not expecting Wang Feng's sword speed to be so fast, almost at the same time with a sword against the swords of all three of them. Chapter 38, blow your brains out and throw your bones to the ground. The three collision sounds almost turned into one. Wang Feng's face was disdainful. Those who came to seek death. Then let's fulfill them. Yes? Then what if I am above the 4th level of the Jieling realm? How should your excellency respond? Wang Feng spoke lightly, and the aura on his body gradually climbed up. Wang Feng only felt that holding the sword would only bind his maneuvers, and raised his hand to throw the long sword towards Xiaohao's side. Xiaohao was startled when he looked at the long sword that flew extremely fast in the sky and was ruthlessly inserted into the earth. The three people from the Qingxian sect showed surprise on their faces. Weapons are not even used. What are you going to fight us with? As the fist clashed with the sword, not only was Wang Feng's arm fine, but instead, their long sword was emitting gusts of sparks. Seeing this, Patriarch Qingxian could only take out a blood-burning pill and swallow it. In a few breaths his cultivation rose to the middle level of the Junction Spirit Realm, which was the 4th level of the Junction Spirit Realm. Stoned in front of other people, UTM it. Wang Feng instantly pinched his head in a lightning-fast manner and smiled with a grimace on his face. Bang! The head of the Qingxian Patriarch who couldn't break free in his hands instantly turned into fireworks exploding in the sky. Fortunately, Wang Feng had condensed a layer of spiritual energy in front of his body in advance to prevent these stains from splashing onto him. The remaining two were also frightened at seeing such ruthless tactics, and it was difficult to entertain the idea of fighting any longer. So they turned around and fled. How dare a bunch of mongrels come over and mess with me? How could Wang Feng let them get away? It's possible that behind their clan they are still relying on some so-and-so coinate clans. Beat the young and come the old. Beat the old and come the even older. Dodging over to break the limbs of the two remaining men in an instant. One hand and one head were pinched in death, but Wang Feng was not in a hurry to crush their heads. How did you find us? The two of them didn't say anything, obviously knowing that they were going to die anyway. So what the hell? Why give information to the enemy before you die? Then they are true. Not speaking? Then I'll search your soul. Wang Feng laughed hideously to scare them, because with his current realm, the consumption of soul searching was still quite large. Ha ha ha. Just your little trash and you're still searching souls. The two of them had disdainful faces. So far, they had yet to see someone who could search someone else's soul at the spirit binding realm. Putty code. Wang Feng was angry and laughed. These two people can't. Others can't. Will not think that he can't either. Then a suction force began to appear in Wang Feng's right hand. The one whose head was being pinched began to roll his eyes and spit and twitch. I said. As soon as he saw this scene another man rushed to speak. Even his body trembled. He had seen what it was like to be searched. Quiet and painless death or being tortured a bit mentally before dying. Of course they chose the former. Say. Wang Feng also stopped. He didn't want to use up his own spiritual energy and spirit for these two people. We killed the entire town. And in the end only a handful of people left the town after some probing. And those who left the town have been killed by us. Only you two and the woman got the furthest. The two people who were pinched by Wang Feng's mind reddened their faces and opened their mouths with difficulty. And Wang Feng's heart was flooded with waves. I didn't realize they were using the carpet kill search method. Awesome. Awesome. Admirable. Wang Feng nullified the cultivation of the two men. Start with the one who was stopped halfway through the soul search. And pinch up a little bit from the foot bone. Snap. Ah. It was the crunching of bones, accompanied by a deafening sound. The people who were still dumbfounded by the soul search were instantly awake. Wang Feng took out the remnants of the jade butterfly and hung it on the one whose bones were crushed. Snap. This is not a foot bone, but a throat bone, and the opposite side is protected by the jade disc, so it's hard to even die. It is the most painful to have your throat bones crushed and to want to scream and not be able to do so. The pain throughout the body can only be radiated out by the muscles of the body. The other man was stunned as he watched this scene. This man was planning to crush the bones in their entire body. Seeing that Wang Feng was still there pinching the man's bones, the man clenched his teeth and bit down hard on his tongue. His cultivation was ruined. And now he couldn't even blow himself up. This was the only way he could think of to die. TSK. I didn't think I'd dare bite my tongue. Wang Feng looked at the bulging corpse instead. Indeed, it seemed as if biting his tongue killed him a bit quicker compared to his bone-pinching torture. As for the rest of this, snapping sounds rose and fell inside the forest. After a while, only that cultivator in green clothing attire was seen to have collapsed limply to the ground. It was as if his whole body was as limp as a mollusk's. And the jade disc above his neck was hanging on for dear life. Well, you can go to hell. Wang Feng kicked at his head. Bang! S instantly exploded. Cleaned up the stains on his feet again with the dust cleansing technique. With that, he took back the jade disc around his neck and threw it into the storage space. I have to say, this jade disc is strong whether it's used to torture people or hang them. Xiao Hao, who had long ago pulled his sword from the ground on the side, had been stunned silly watching this scene. What kind of master did he worship? Master. Master. You. Xiao Hao's voice stuttered as he spoke. That look was comparable to that stupid dog era. Master taught you this lesson. Remember it, and treat people like this the way they should be treated. Wang Feng patted his clothes and walked over to the other corpse. A chaotic spiritual energy shot out from his fingers, and his head instantly exploded into pieces. When you mess with an enemy in the future, make sure you blow their brains out when you can kill them, especially when it comes to that kind of genius, who has quite a lot of means to save his life. Not only do you have to blow his head off, but you also have to smash his heart, then you have to bruise his bones, and finally melt his ashes into the water, and divide them into hundreds of parts and pour them into the earth little by little. No nothing? Wang Feng retracted his finger and opened his mouth facing his cheap disciple. Xiao Hao hugged his sword and hurriedly nodded his head. Now he only felt so insecure staying beside his master. According to the master, if he, the genius the master said, if he accidentally messed with the master, wouldn't that be like being screwed for eternity as master said? Let's go. It's better to break the heads of such minions. Wang Feng touched all the bodies of the three and ended up obtaining more than 8,000 origin points. His current total number of origin points was 10,580, which was also the new 10,000 origin points he had broken in this life. Wang Feng didn't expect the three of them to have something so valuable. Just those three swords alone were all at least of the lower grade of yellow weapon, so that wasn't surprising. With all the stops along the way, 30 days went by in the blink of an eye, when the camera switches again. Danyang Dynasty, outside the Imperial City. Wow, Master, it's so beautiful here. Xiao Hao's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the city gate, and Wang Feng really didn't expect even a city gate to be so well arranged. I only saw that the city wall was turned into a golden color even though it was made of earth pebble piles. The sun sprinkles on it as if it were sprinkled on gold and glitters, though it is not very reflective. Looking at it just feels grandiose, but not too grandiose over the top. Instead, the gates were made of bright red sandalwood gathered together and stood out in a crowd of gleaming walls. It looked so regal and unassuming. There were people coming and going below the city gates, a large population, and quite a few people with cultivation skills. Even connecting to the spirit realm, Wang Feng still saw several of them. Wang Feng looked around and his pupils shrunk violently. He had met his destined daughter again and again and again. Ginger Henshaw. Wang Feng looked at a striking silhouette at the city gate and hurriedly lowered his head to hide behind Xiao Hao. These dozens of days did not meet her. Wang Feng thought that she had already left the place, thinking that he could finally stop for a few days. The result is obvious. How deep their bond is, and if there is a materialized value, it is higher than the sky. I'm afraid. Master's perversity gave Xiao Hao a whole lot of confusion. Looking at Master with this scared look, wondering who exactly Master was afraid of. The silhouette at the city gates wearing a white veil bucket hat. Xiao Hao naturally saw it, and it was indeed very stunning to the world. Master, that woman is so beautiful just by her mere figure. Xiao Hao reached out and pointed at Zhang Hanshi and spoke to Wang Feng who was hiding behind him. Go. I'm a little involved with her, so hurry up and block me. Master, you know her? Xiao Hao stared at Wang Feng with puzzled eyes. Aha, come on, hurry up. Wang Feng hid behind Xiao Hao and used him as a cover, pulling him to go. That's a good feeling, such a beautiful woman. Master, you hurry to find a chance to marry Homa. If I have a master's wife, it just so happens that I can also suffer less from your torture. Xiao Hao's first thought turned out to be for Wang Feng to marry Zhang Hanshi. He had been tortured by Wang Feng these days. Every time he crossed the ranks, every time he was bruised and battered. How nice to have a Shifu, so that he could let Shifu control him as a master. And seeing as how Master was so afraid of her, otherwise, with Wang Feng's full attention on him, he was really a bit scared. Chapter 39. You've heard of 10 fingers, right? Marrying home? I'd like to. Wang Feng slapped Xiao Hao's hand down at once in a ghostly tone. Then Master, hurry up and get on. Such a beautiful master's maiden. If it takes a few more years there's a chance that it won't be yours. Xiao Hao gave a cry to Wang Feng and even changed his address, attracting all the gazes around him. Wang Feng really wanted to jump up and give him an electric cannon. Oh disciple, you're really trying to trap Master to death. Wang Feng looked at where Zhang Hangxi had just been and realized that her people were actually long gone, and secretly sighed in relief. Shifu. You. At this time, Xiao Hao spoke out with a surprised face, his eyes looking at Wang Feng's back in horror. Now Wang Feng had vaguely guessed one or two, grabbed Xiao Hao's neck and ran. The result was a tugging force from behind him. Just like that, Zhang Hanshi grabbed Wang Feng's back collar, and Wang Feng grabbed Xiao Hao's neck. The three were in an odd position at the city gates being watched as monkeys. Wang Feng let go of Xiao Hao, who had a surprised look on his face and slowly turned his head, his tone fearful. Fairy sister, we meet again. You recognize me? Jiang Hanshi was a bit puzzled, but she was wearing a white veil bucket hat. As for if any divine sense probed over to try to see her face, they were all suppressed by her. Ha ha, fairy sister is just turning into ashes. I also recognize your fairy-like figure I can remember for the rest of my life with just a mere glance. Seeing that Jiang Hanshi did not speak, it was as if Wang Feng could already see how cold Jiang Hanshi's face felt inside the veil. Bang! Master Mother is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Just as Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were in silence, an untimely voice came out. It was accompanied by a crunch and a good head. The soldiers at the city gates, or perhaps the pedestrians, had been watching the place for a while. Seeing that it was just a meeting, they didn't bother too much more. But the unknown beauty-faced woman in a blue dress had a great-looking body. The ones passing by can't always help but look at them a little more. Wang Feng looked at his disciple, who inexplicably knelt down, and thought of the time when he inexplicably worshipped his master in the same way. What an inexplicably cheap disciple to have taken on. It's just that Wang Feng only feels a headache at the moment. Jiang Hanshi is estimated to have a killing heart, right? Fairy sister, don't pay any attention to him. He's just a sizable cutie, with his brain kicked by a donkey. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Hao, then pointed to his temple. The look on his face shook his head and skimmed his mouth full of helplessness. Master, how can you talk about me like that in front of Master's wife? Xiao Hao shouting out the title of Master's maiden was not baseless. Listening to his master call out one fairy sister after another, he knew that his master must be in love with this woman. I'll abolish you if you call Master Mother again. Jiang Hanshi's tone was cold, giving Xiao Hao a shiver. This Shifu is a bit fierce. It looks like Shifu hasn't taken it down yet. Xiao Hao hurriedly stood up and retreated behind Wang Feng, silently preparing to eat melon. You've run twice already. Do you want to keep running this time? Good lord. Master, you're actually a negative man. Jiang Hanshi heard Xiao Hao speak out again and frowned at the beautiful face in the white veil of the bucket hat. Was about to give him a slap to the chest and send him flying. But Wang Feng was faster and snapped a big mouth to send him flying. A graceful arc flew away from the two of them. Oh, apprentice. I'm sorry. If you let her take a shot at this, I'm guessing you'll have more than a swollen face. Fairy sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He's been kicked in the head by a donkey and is a bit out of sorts. Wang Feng hurriedly explained, a little afraid that Jiang Hanshi would give him a slap as he had given Xiao Hao. Follow me. Jiang Hanshi grabbed Wang Feng's neck collar, disregarding what Wang Feng thought, and directly carried him into the Imperial City. Inside the Imperial City, Dao Shang Restaurant. You, go out and wait outside. In one of the rooms, Jiang Hanshi pointed at Xiao Hao and spoke out coldly. Xiao Hao could only walk out with an aggrieved face covering his bloated face. Jiang Hanshi unwrapped the white veil bucket hat, and that stunningly worldly beautiful face slowly came out from the reveal. Now can we talk about how that footwear appeared in my lap? Jiang Hanshi stopped playing riddles this time and spoke directly, his tone calm. A pair of beautiful eyes coldly looked at Wang Feng, whose cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm and who had already had his cultivation sealed by her spirit-binding rope. P.S. Wang Feng released only the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm, and simply stopped releasing it when he was tied up by the rope. So Jiang Hanshi couldn't see through it and thought his cultivation was sealed. This voice into the ears of Wang Feng but as a magic sound. Burning brain thinking about how in the end to explain though he could always blow up the one sealed inside him, turn around and kick the window to escape. But what about the back? You can hide once, but you can't hide forever. As for his cultivation level, he was also lying to Jiang Hanshi. What had been unleashed in front of Jiang Hanshi was the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. That was why Jiang Hanshi thought that he was currently at the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. If Wang Feng didn't give away his breath, Jiang Hanshi would be unable to see through it as before. However, Wang Feng would usually, if anything, keep releasing an aura lower than his true realm in front of others. Otherwise people can't see through him all the time. And he's so young in appearance now. Those people would surely think that he was so rich that even his breath was hidden by treasures. This one. It's a long story. Since you want me to talk about it, that's all I can say. Then, if I must say so, then Jiang Hanshi's face grew cold as he listened to Wang Feng's rambling words and his delay in getting to the point. If she could, she wouldn't mind chopping up this silly boy who had messed up her heart with a sword. Still, she wanted to hear exactly what the silly boy would make up. For some reason, she still felt like she was having fun spending time with this silly boy. So, then 3. Wang Feng's words were suddenly interrupted by a voice from Jiang Hanshi, and to be honest, he was already sweating. 2. Jiang Hanshi counted again, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to say that this banging number fell into Wang Feng's ears as if it was a countdown to life. 1. Fairy sister, actually, I was looking at the breath on your body that was cold every day and thought that it must be because your physique belongs to a colder one. So I crafted that pair of footwear just to keep you warm. At the same time as Zhang Hangxi counted to 1, Wang Feng finished an extra long sentence in one breath at an extremely fast speed. Quiet. After Wang Feng finished speaking, the inside of the room was terribly quiet. All that was left were two pairs of eyes that were each physically and mentally different looking at each other. Zhang Hanqi thought back to Wang Feng's words that were like lying to a small child, but her physique was indeed colder. In Zhang Hanqi's mind, does being with me really make him feel cold? How about I pay more attention and collect my breath? She couldn't help but think again of the chilly-faced little girl on top of the little rattle. In Wang Feng's mind, she's not going to chop me to death with a sword with this look in her eyes, is she? He couldn't help but think of several lifetimes of being hacked, stabbed, exploded, and lorded over by Zhang Hanqi's sword. The more I think about it, the more I sweat. You, the voices of the two men spoke at the same time, interrupting at once the words that both of them were trying to speak. I have a cold constitution. I have my own garments. And why did you choose to make me only a bipedal garment? Zhang Hanqi exited first. His tone was as icy as ever, but his voice line was good again. It's a big deal. You've heard of 10 fingers, right? Seeing Zhang Hanqi's thoughtful look, Wang Feng added, that's why the toes are also fingers. I'm not afraid that you're cold. That's why I purposely made a pair of footwear for you, so that the heart is warmed up. Don't you think so? Then why don't you make 2 more garments? Why just 1 pair of footwear? Could it be that you have any nasty ideas? Zhang Hanqi's tone carried a few rare moments of playfulness. She wanted to see how this silly boy would answer her. This was a good question. Wang Feng was also dumbfounded by the question. He really didn't expect Zhang Hanshi to issue this sole question. Seeing that Wang Feng had stopped talking again, Zhang Hanshi felt quite amused. Wang Feng suddenly thought of something else at this time. Putting on a look of embarrassment, he opened his mouth. Fairy sister, wouldn't that mean that? Say what? When Zhang Hanqi saw this twisted look on his face, he couldn't help but be curious in his heart as well. Chapter 40, Kill or die as your fairy sister pleases. Wang Feng's heart crossed, and a shocking sentence quickly came out. Doesn't that mean that I'll have to strip your entire body of clothes at that time? If silence was gold, then the room that Wang Feng and Zhang Hanqi were in right now was a golden house. Silence. Quiet. The air seemed to freeze. Fairy sister, if you don't like it, you can give it back to me. I'll give it to someone else. Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanqi's eyes that seemed like they were down, and said another sentence, trying frantically at the edge of death. So he simply asked Kong Hansi to return it to him, but he thought she would have lost it already. Wang Feng lowered his head and watched closely at the movements of Zhang Hanxi's hands. As soon as he saw her make any swift and incoming move towards him, well, immediately take off running. I lost it. This voice of Zhang Hanqi was different with a slight stern sharpness. It made Wang Feng always feel that this woman's speech and previous speech seemed to be a bit different feeling. It felt weird, but I couldn't tell what was weird. Throw it away if you want, but if it makes the fairy sister think of something bad, if you want to kill or die, follow the fairy sister. Wang Feng really didn't know how to explain it, so he simply opened his chest and let Zhang Hanqi have his way, and in his heart, he silently shouted at the system to fetch the jade disc remnants inside the storage space to his heart, ready to drive away at any time. Clank. Me. I'm just saying, you're really here. Only to see Zhang Hanqi draw out his cold sword and stab it towards Wang Feng's heart with lightning speed. Wang Feng strongly resisted the thought of escaping. He was not afraid of his heart with that jade disc protecting it, depending on whether she would stab down with this sword. At least the jade disc was one of the remnants of an imperial artifact. He estimated that the current level of the jade disc should be about the same as the sealed cold sword of Zhang Hanqi, but one is the main killer and the other is the main protector. If the stab came down, then he could only raise his cultivation in this life to find a chance to her to death. That's how he kept turning his thoughts of raiding her into thoughts of killing her in his previous lives. Zhang Hanqi looked at the cold sword that was just a little bit away from piercing into Wang Feng's heart and asked with a frown of incomprehension, why don't you dodge? Because there's no fear. Why aren't you afraid? Not afraid is not afraid. Wang Feng's tone was resolute, without the slightest intention of evading Zhang Hanqi's question. I, Wang Feng, have lived an open and honest life. Even the ass of the hen inside my village, which has been raised for 2.5 years, blushes when I look at it. How could it be that I put a footy on you just to touch your legs? I promise I have absolutely no such nasty thoughts. Wang Feng raised 3 fingers and spoke about this matter as if it was still true. But Zhang Hanqi couldn't help but let out a laugh when he heard his words. Who would even blush at the sight of an old hen's ass? When the beauty smiled, Wang Feng only felt that everything around him was quiet. After living for 8 lifetimes, he had really never seen Zhang Hanqi smile, and as a result, he was now smiling so simply. For a moment, he couldn't help but look dumbfounded as Zhang Hanqi's smile was warm and elegant without being overbearing. It was the cold sword in his hand that made Wang Feng feel sweaty. It's just that Jiang Hanshi is like he can change his face, realizing that he has broken his power, and instantly collects himself. If Sister Fairy really wants to kill me, then stab down. Wang Feng reacted and shouted again, his body slowly approaching cold sword. But in my mind, I'm frantically screaming, you put it away. Hurry up. Jiang Hanshi was shocked when he saw Wang Feng leaning over. His chest was touching the tip of the sword, and he hurriedly retracted his cold sword back. Watching Jiang Hanshi's movements, Wang Feng's body then dared to jerk forward. The chest just retracted against the tip of that cold sword. The heart also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully she didn't stab down. With his knowledge of Kong Hanshi, after spending so much time with her and her voice, he could at least be a little bit nice, right? As long as he didn't do anything too much. Wang Feng bet that she shouldn't want to kill him. Otherwise, he could only frantically raise his cultivation and then find a chance to shade Jiang Hanshi. After all, both of them were starting over in this life. And Wang Feng had the system, so he naturally had the confidence to kill Jiang Hanshi. Cootie! Jiang Hanshi cursed indignantly as he watched his top come over and put away his cold sword. Putting on the white hat again and taking back the cold sword into the divine sea space, he opened the door of the room and left. Who? Wang Feng sat down towards the chair and exhaled heavily. It's exciting and scary to be around this woman. I liked you when you were weak and unruly, and I could take advantage of you. Not like now. Master, how's it going? Xiaohao covered his bloated face and ran in through the door with an excited face, wanting to eat the big melon. Are you trying to make both sides of your face symmetrical? Wang Feng looked up at Xiaohao and said quietly. To his surprise, this cheap disciple's brain circuits were clear. Master, are you going to restore me? Well, come here. After a while, Xiaohao touched his face swollen like a pig's head and obediently followed Wang Feng as he strolled through the lively streets of the imperial city. Master, it's fine if you don't restore me. Why are you giving me another slap? Xiaohao clasped his hands over his face and gave a hiss in the middle of his sentence because of the pain in his face. Master will teach you another lesson. Don't speak so tongue-in-cheek, or you won't even know how you'll die. Wang Feng was kowtowing to the top of his head, making Xiaohao so whole that he had to cover his head or his face. Hear that? Heard that? Next time you don't speak without thinking, Master will break your ass as well and leave you in bed for 10 days and half a month. Wang Feng added that this disciple of his had just entered the immortal cultivation world. Keep being this naive and easygoing, and sooner or later you'll get killed. He thought that he was like him back then, until this innocence had long since been wiped out in this immortal cultivation world. Don't dare. Absolutely not. Xiaohao hurriedly raised his hands above his head to beg for mercy. But, Master does like it when you call her by the title of Master's maiden. Ha. But don't you shout it in front of her, or Master won't be able to protect you. Wang Feng finished the previous sentence. The words turned and then instructed Xiaohao. After all, Jiang Hanshi, this person arrogant and good face is very. Yes. My disciple knows his mistake. Xiaohao hurriedly nodded his head and said yes in succession. So, Master, is she really the Master's wife? What do you say? Wang Feng no longer paid attention to Xiaohao and ran to the side of the street food stalls to buy many snacks to eat while strolling. As far as I know, I didn't realize that the person in charge of this dynasty was a woman, called the Dongyang female emperor. This emperor is not the great emperor of the immortal cultivation world, but the emperor of the imperial throne. Wang Feng looked at the still clean streets. To say that beggars are almost rare. A woman, not to mention the entire dynasty, could manage such a huge imperial city so well. It's already considered a rare talent. Chapter 41, Jiang Hanshi, why did you show up again? A reddish tiled house. This classic authentic flavor. Unlike those earth-peeled houses out there with straw roofs. When he had the chance, Wang Feng really wanted to meet this so-called Dongyang Empress. Let's see if she is also just a controlled puppet like the emperor he recognized in his head 10,000 years ago. The pedestrians passing by came in all shapes and sizes, and there were not a few at the Jieling realm. But I think there should be someone with a high level of cultivation suppressing the entire imperial city. Even when there was a clash, they didn't start fighting immediately, but either made a date to do it outside the city. It's either that or a wave of verbal sparring with each other. This brother, do you know where the little sword sect is? Wang Feng brought Xiaohao to stop a passerby, who reacted surprised for a moment. Seeing Xiaohao's bloated face again, his expression became even more strange. The two of you are also going to participate in the little sword sect's entrance competition? After the passerby heard Wang Feng's words, he opened his mouth in doubt and asked. Recently it just so happened that the Little Sword sect was organizing a once-in-a-decade entrance competition to recruit disciples. An entrance competition? Is their Little Sword sect recruiting disciples right now? Wang Feng was also a bit confused. Was it such a coincidence? This is not to catch up with the trip, just to Xiaohao stuffed in, regardless of his 3 or 7. Yes. Yes, we are there to participate in the initiation competition. May I ask where the little sword sect is? Wang Feng hurriedly responded, while that passerby's expression became even more puzzled. Since you guys are going to participate in the introductory competition, how dare you not even know the location of the little sword sect? The passerby asked again. After all, it was reasonable to say that those who came to participate in this competition would usually ask about the location of the small sword sect in advance. We are just a casual cultivator, to see if we can pass the competition by chance, so naturally we don't know the location of that little sword sect, and now we are asking you for some information. Passersby heard and asked no more questions, and there were many outsiders. Even the next imperial dynasty or some kingdoms and affiliated countries would come with many people. See that highest cloud mountain outside the city? That's where the little sword sect is located. And there are still 10 more days before the entrance competition opens. The passerby pointed at the sky outside the city, and Wang Feng followed and looked over. That mountain is indeed very high, and there are clouds everywhere. It's just that if you look here, you can't even see that there's a clan there. Those clouds might or might not be some anti-prying spell formation. Well, excuse me brother. Seeing that the problem had been solved, Wang Feng gave a farewell and turned to leave with Xiao Hao. There are still 10 days to go before it opens, so let's have fun. But although Wang Feng's beautiful dream was good, but on the third day of taking Xiao Hao around on the street, eating and looking around again double bumped into Zhang Hanshi. AI. Master mother is there yeah. Xiao Hao recognized the striking silhouette on the street at a glance, but at this time, Zhang Hanshi had already changed into a white dress. Wang Feng looked over as a gust of wind blew by. The white dress on Zhang Hanshi was blown to whirling and fluttering, and the face of the white veil bucket hat on her head was revealed a little. Wang Feng couldn't help but look stunned. This vestigial feeling of a fairy descending to the earth to parade the streets was really strong. So beautiful. Of course, with so many people on the street, how could Wang Feng be the only one who saw it? Even those women who consider themselves to be ladies of the house are ashamed of themselves when they see them. Before Wang Feng could go up, he saw a young man go up to accost Zhang Hanshi. This girl, just now, once I saw your face, I can't help but feel admiration in my heart. Can I invite you to go to the front restaurant for a chat? Wang Feng's air power was naturally ahead of its time, and as he listened to the young man's words, a trace of displeasure somehow arose in his heart. She naturally knew that Zhang Hanshi couldn't possibly pay attention to this douchebag, but she just felt upset in her heart. Ding! The target of the raid is being harassed. Mission, fight the harasser and take Zhang Hanshi away. Reward, 100 origin points. A mission? A mission? And what is the meaning of raiders? The system has become a strategy system? Wang Feng was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that this would be a mission. This is a good feeling. It just so happens that he is also not happy. Apprentice, go on, give him a hammer. Xiao Hao will understand. With a too little cute, like also really held up his sword sheath and rushed up, jumped up and hit the young man in the head. Instantly, the young man was beaten to the point of dizziness and shouted at Xiao Hao. Who are you to be so reckless in the city? Sorry, I'm just following my master's orders. Xiao Hao raised his sword and apologized. As for who taught him this vocabulary of apologizing, it was naturally his master. Daring, beating someone in the street. Aren't you afraid of being arrested in the heavenly prison? Cut. Who told you to come and disturb my master's wife? Xiao Hao looked at his appearance and also gave a disdainful chortle. And the young man's face turned a shade of red and a shade of green as he was spoken to. I didn't realize that this woman was already a married woman. So wouldn't he be the third party seducing someone else's wife? What proof do you have that she is your master's wife? But the young man thought to himself, the woman has not even issued a word. You force what? Zhang Hanshi did not say anything. Looking at this farce she did not bother, turned around and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, that young man even tried to pull her hand without knowing what to do, and she was about to send him flying with a palm strike, but the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him was faster. Ata! Wang Feng slowly lowered his foot that was raised in midair, and that youth has long since disappeared its trace. Wang Feng collected force, not to give him a kick to death. It was just a matter of saying a few words and displeasing him. Wang Feng was not so heartless as to directly kill him. Fairy sister, what a coincidence hey! Hello again. Wang Feng waved at Zhang Hanshi and greeted him with a smile. Through the white veil of the bucket hat, Wang Feng could feel a gaze watching him closely. Couldn't help but feel a little hairy. Why are you guys so unreasonable? How dare you beat up random people inside the imperial city? Are you not putting the Empress Sama in your eyes? With all the noise around him, Wang Feng only felt raucous. But it is not good to have a fit in front of Zhang Hanshi, or the image established will be completely ruined. Fairy sister, come with me. Wang Feng also just thought of the mission and said so, and in his heart, he still wasn't very sure if Zhang Hanshi would go with him. Seeing that Zhang Hanqi still had no desire to go with him, Wang Feng was helpless. Ugh, apprentice, let's go. Wang Feng called out to Xiao Hao, who was obediently eating melon on the side, with some loss, and turned around to leave with him. Just the two people just walked not a few steps. Wang Feng followed up a white dress shadow by the corner of his eyes. Ding! Hit the person who harassed you and take Zhang Hanqi away. Mission accomplished. Reward, 100 origin points. As Zhang Hanqi followed him, the system's prompts accompanied him. Wang Feng couldn't help but sigh at how easy it was to come by these 100 origin points. Ding! Please host more to enhance in Zhang Hanqi feelings. Early breakthrough invincible realm. Unified IA. Never want to suffer again. Brother Unity. I want to too. But mainly you don't even give me a good feeling. What do I think? Wang Feng complained in his heart. How should he determine her good sense when he can't even look at the good sense? Ding! Goodwill is just an imaginary thing. Please don't think of measuring feelings by systematic values like goodwill. Host. Yoo-hoo. System, what have you been up to lately? Wang Feng was puzzled in his heart. Why did he feel that this retarded system had become a little bit smarter? I can't believe I'm teaching him about feelings. The system didn't answer him back and disappeared into thin air. As usual. Chapter 42. You won't. Just let me scream. Right? Xiao Hao in the outside world saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly spoke. Master. I had a sudden realization, so I left first. Wang Feng looked deeply at Xiao Hao, returned a look, and nodded. Well, in that case, go ahead. Wang Feng waved his hand. In his heart, he was exclaiming that although this disciple's brain seemed to be missing a tendon, his eyesight was quite strong and he understood things. After Xiao Hao left, before Wang Feng could say anything, Zhang Hanqi asked instead, when did you take an apprentice? Like 30 days ago or so? Wang Feng thought back and realized that he seemed to have given it a miss as well. The main thing was that this disciple had come inexplicably, and he hadn't bothered to count the days. But he's been kicked in the head by a donkey, so just listen to his words as a joke. Don't take them seriously. Wang Feng said jokingly to Zhang Hanqi, who was walking side by side beside him. What goes around comes around. How could Wang Feng not know what she meant with these words? He had said in the last second that Xiao Hao had been kicked by a donkey brain. Then isn't Zhang Hanqi's statement equivalent to saying that he too has been kicked in the head by a donkey? What does it mean? Fairy sister. Wang Feng did not want to listen to it, and all of them were treated as unintelligible and threw the question back to the questioner. Don't let him call me Master Maiden again in the future, or I'll waste him. Zhang Hanqi spoke in a cold voice. As for what expression was under the bucket veil, Wang Feng did not know. Yoo-hoo! You like to scare people. If you really wanted to waste him, you would have done it just now. Why wait until now to tell me? Of course, these words Wang Feng only dared to whine in his heart. With his understanding of Zhang Hanqi, really let her bored of things, can out of hand absolutely not move the mouth. So, she doesn't get tired of this thing where Xiao Hao calls her master's wife? However, Wang Feng doesn't dare to make a conclusion easily. He has to test Zhang Hanqi step by step. His current cultivation is not afraid if Zhang Hanqi a sword cut him to death. Even if you cannot fight, that is not still able to run? Sister Fairy, what's wrong with a man being called master and a woman being called mother? Wang Feng put on a dumbfounded face and looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand the question. Zhang Hanqi was speechless by his question, as if there was indeed nothing wrong. Zhang Hanqi was violently shocked. No. Zhang Hanqi realized that after spending time with this stupid boy, it seemed like his own brain was going to be infected and become stupid as well. How could it suddenly feel as if there was really nothing wrong with the question he asked? Master's wife means master's wife. Don't you even know this simplest common sense? Ha! Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanqi with a surprised face, as if he didn't know that there was even this layer of meaning. Zhang Hanqi's white veil bucket hat was blown by the wind, causing countless people on the street to want to catch a glimpse of her. Unfortunately, the white veil bucket hat was as if it was firmly glued to her head, no longer revealing half of it. It's just a matter of not knowing. Zhang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng's surprised expression, and under the bucket hat and white veil he did not know what kind of expression he had, and coldly and leisurely said, "It's normal for a silly boy from the mountains and countryside not to know that he's capable of laying down his life for others, so it's not surprising when you think about it. Then my disciple will also call you fairy sister?" Hearing Wang Feng's words, Zhang Hanqi's face under the white veil of her bucket hat unconsciously gave birth to some displeasure. Frowning slightly, this was a situation that even she didn't realize until days had passed behind her. "No," Zhang Hanqi coldly said. Wang Feng was made whole inexplicably. How suddenly feel she angry? "Fairy sister, you're not going to, just let me scream, right?" Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanqi with a smile on his face as he prepared to test the waters. This big glacier may or may not have taken a huge liking to him. "Fairy sister? Wang Feng tilted his head and looked at Jiang Hanqi with a smirk on his face, called halfway and paused, then quickly called out the last two words. Fairy sister? Fairy sister? When Wang Feng saw that Jiang Hanqi didn't reply to him, he called out two more times leisurely, but Jiang Hanqi stopped there as if he was lost in thought, and Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt. Since Jiang Hanqi was wearing a white veil bucket hat, Wang Feng couldn't see how her expression looked, and at that moment, Jiang Hanqi was trying his best to suppress the fluttering in his heart. With Wang Feng's cry of fairy sister, Jiang Hanqi only felt that her heart actually beat faster and faster. What's going on here? Jiang Hanqi hurriedly gathered his concentration and quieted his mind, after which he was puzzled again, not understanding what the hell was going on. No more screaming. Jiang Hanqi seemed like what he wanted to say wasn't supposed to be this sentence, but the words changed again and he let out a cold sigh. Well, Wang Feng's face was aggrieved, I. As if a small child was scolded by an adult in his family. Jiang Hanqi wanted to say something when he saw him in this pitiful state. Finally the lips under the bucket hat just moved, still not uttering the words that came into his mouth. Jiang Hanqi, who had spent most of her life in cultivation, was ultimately no match in words for Wang Feng, a man she had cut down for 8 lifetimes. If there's one person who knows Kong Han Suk the best, that must be only Wang Feng. Even her master didn't know her as well as Wang Feng. Not knowing how to comfort the person, Jiang Hanqi could only move forward and continue walking in silence. Hey, wait for me. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi, who had only left him a backdrop, and hurriedly took a step to chase after him. Jiang Hanqi realized that he really didn't scream anymore, and a trace of emotion that somehow dripped rose in his heart. The feeling of her heart racing just now, after it had stilled, somehow made her kind of want to experience it all over again. Wang Feng saw that Jiang Hanqi's pace had slowed down a bit and hurriedly ran to the street to buy 2 bunches of sugar gourds. Wang Feng handed over a bunch of sugar gourds. Jiang Hanqi did not take it, and Wang Feng moved a little more boldly, slowly stuffed the sugar gourd in her hand into her left heart, and only after realizing that Jiang Hanqi didn't slap it off with one hand did he put his heart down. Fairy sister, you eat, this is delicious. Wang Feng wanted to say something, but in the end, he played a card of caution. Fairy, why don't you take off this bucket hat? Wang Feng seemed to be half saying and thinking of Jiang Hanqi's words just now, always stuck in the word fairy. Did you do that on purpose? Jiang Hanqi, holding a bunch of sugar gourds in his hand, eyed the street through the white veil and spoke coldly. You can scream if you want to. Why do you stop halfway through? Gee, women are such fickle creatures. Wang Feng sighed in his heart. Just now he refused to let him call out, but now he said he could call out if he wanted to. Fairy sister, it's just that I don't know your real name, so I still can't stop subconsciously wanting to call you fairy sister. Wang Feng is also not polite. The next sentence is called. This is originally his purpose, as the so-called desire to escape. Ginger. That's them. Get them. Chapter 43, because I learned to use my crotch. Ginger. That's them. Get them. Jiang Hanqi's words were interrupted. A trace of displeasure rose in her heart, turning her head to see that it was again the young man who had just invited her to the restaurant, instantly drawing out the cold sword from inside the divine sea space. Since he tried to seek death 3 times, Jiang Han sure didn't mind killing him. Fairy sister, come with me. Before Jiang Hanqi could make a move, Wang Feng suddenly slapped the sugar gourd out of her other hand, pulling on her palm. Jiang Hanqi suddenly felt a wave of warmth being held by a hand that didn't belong to his own hand in the palm of his hand. His eyes could not help but tremble, and he subconsciously raised the hand holding the cold sword and chopped it towards Wang Feng. Only after chopping it out she regretted it. How could a foolish boy of the spirit-gathering realm dodge her sword? And Wang Feng also noticed the sword and was so scared that he almost spewed out the urine he had in his bladder. Scrambling to put his right foot forward, he leaned forward and dodged using the strongest stance his brain could use right now. Then it was pulling Jiang Hanqi her warm, but also let a person feel with a trace of cool slippery soft palms, driving her whole body to run wildly. Don't run! Dare to beat someone in the Imperial City. If you run again, you'll be guilty of an additional offense. The group of people in the back frantically chased after him, with the highest cultivation level and also the leader. The cultivation level was sufficiently at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Wang Feng had also purposely sought out places with a lot of buildings to frantically scurry around in order not to be seen by Jiang Hanqi. Otherwise, if he ran in a straight line, a 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm could outrun a 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. So how could he think of this? Fortunately, there is no dead end or anything in the way. Wang Feng pulled Jiang Hanqi running wildly, and the people behind him chased wildly. On the way, Jiang Hanqi put away the cold sword, his thoughts somewhat confused. After a flurry of fleeing, the two of them, Wang Feng, had finally barely managed to shake off the group, and they also ran to a small path where there were not many people. and Wang Feng did not know where this place was. None of this is a problem though. There was no doubt that the dynasty was huge, and a little bit of beating couldn't possibly make a big deal out of it. Who? Fairy sister. I was almost cut down by you before they got me. Wang Feng took Jiang Hangxi's soft hand and exhaled deeply, his face scared as he looked at Jiang Hangxi. Just now, he had truly felt that cold sword chopping down against his clothes. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his body would have been at least chopped out with a large gash. Right, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you'd suddenly take my hand. Jiang Hangxi's tone unexpectedly rare with a little panic up. After all, it was her fault in the first place. If that sword had really chopped just now, in her mind this silly boy would have definitely been split in two. It was just that he seemed to have performed some kind of stance and actually dodged it. You're not even sincere in this apology. Wang Feng grabbed Jiang Hangxi's hand and didn't let go. His tone was weak, like a woman, and Jiang Hangxi was a bit distracted at the moment, unexpectedly not realizing the kneading sensation coming from time to time in his left hand. And what compensation do you want? Jiang Hangxi facing Wang Feng tone is no longer as cold as always, but also with a hint of apology. In her mind that sword was enough to take his life. It was her body that was too stressed. If it wasn't for the stupid kid performing some kind of stance to dodge it, he would have definitely died from that sword. Then will you take off your bucket hat and smile? I want to see you smile more. Wang Feng had wanted to flirt with Jiang Hangxi and ask her to kiss him, but thinking about it wasn't very realistic. Expecting to be rejected or even angered, he simply lowered his demands a bit. The corners of Jiang Hangxi's lips could not help but evoke a heartwarming smile under the white veil bucket hat, but it was a pity that Wang Feng could not see it. Jiang Hangxi was about to raise his hand to unwrap the bucket hat when he suddenly realized that his left hand was actually still being pulled by Wang Feng, and every now and then there was a kneading sensation. It was only then that she reacted to the fact that Wang Feng was taking advantage of her until now. Thinking back on the run all the way over just now, the sensation coming from his hands was no less intense than it was now. Still not letting go? Jiang Hangxi was as good as being able to change his face, and his tone instantly returned to the previous feeling that Wang Feng was familiar with. There was no longer any semblance of a panicked apology like the one she had just given, because the silly boy had actually taken advantage of her all the way. Ha ha! Wang Feng cheaply and awkwardly laughed twice. I have to say that Jiang Hangxi's hands are really soft and comfortable to touch, smooth and tender, as if it were jelly, but with a slight hardness added by the bones inside. In summary, not only do they look good, but they are fun, comfortable, nice to touch, love it. Fairy sister, you promised to make it up to me. Seeing that Jiang Hangxi was slow to respond to his earlier words with an action, Wang Feng couldn't help but remind him again. Well, just don't take it off. Wang Feng was simply as weak as a little dainty wife in front of Jiang Hangxi. However, the smile on Wang Feng's face did not diminish as Jiang Hangxi had already reached out to remove the bucket hat from his head and put it into the divine sea space. As Kang Hansei ruffled his hair that was pressed by the bucket hat, Wang Feng only felt a fragrance of hair wafting over and couldn't help but subconsciously sniff it. The few pedestrians on the trail were young and old, men and women alike. All of them stopped. Their eyes froze as they looked at Jiang Hangxi, secretly sighing at what a beautiful fairy. The women are ashamed of themselves and the men are heartbroken. And I want to see you smile. Wang Feng was a bit excited. This Jiang Hangxi really belonged to the kind of person whose words and actions did not match. Laughed. Jiang Hangxi's sentence gave Wang Feng a whole lot of confusion. When did she laugh? You laughed while wearing a bucket hat? Aha. No. 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 No, 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 no. Wang Feng understood when he reacted, and he didn't even know if she was smiling under the white veil bucket hat or not. Why were you so fast just now? Jiang Hangxi ignored Wang Feng's pouting, thinking back to the speed at which he had just been pulled by Wang Feng. It was not at all like the speed that a third level of the spirit-gathering realm should have. When Wang Feng saw that Jiang Hangxi was indifferent, he had no choice but to helplessly start making up stories to answer her questions. Because I've learned to use my hips, and as long as I take a big enough step with my hips, then the faster I am. And when I open a dragon's spine later, I'm bound to be even faster. Wang Feng nonsense, chaotic pinch, but also moved left and right feet alternately jumped back and forth twice. Speak human. Oh. Because I learned a body technique passed down from my ancestors. I think it's called something or other about stepping on clouds or something. Wang Feng naively scratched his head, pretending to be unable to remember for a moment, and spoke indistinctly. Jiang Hangxi didn't pursue the question. He himself wasn't someone close to this silly boy whatsoever. Besides, it's never good to always ask about someone's heirlooms. As for whether or not it was a lie, it didn't matter. The stupid kid couldn't beat her anyway. Fairy sister, this candy cane is a bit melted, do you still want to eat it? Wang Feng thought he knew that Zhang Hanshi was most likely not going to eat it, and he took a bite of the sugar gourd before he even finished his sentence. Immediately after that, he was met by Zhang Hanshi's sultry eyes, which made Wang Feng look blank. You can eat if you want to. Why ask me? Well, it looks like I moved a little too fast, but he guessed he'd still be rejected if he didn't bite. It's okay, fairy sister, I don't mind you. Go ahead and eat. Wang Feng handed the sugar gourd he had bitten into to Zhang Hanshi, his mouth bulging with words. Chapter 44, Inexplicable Young Girl. Zhang Hanshi eyes lightly raised, slightly frowned. This stupid kid does not think I will not dislike him? Fairy sister, you should. Wouldn't be disliking me, would you? Wang Feng seemed as if he had just thought of it, as if there was still a faint scent of fresh tea emanating from him. Aha! Zhang Hanshi glanced at him obliquely and returned a faint reply. Nice guy. The look of disgust is not hidden at all. Wang Feng had no choice but to eat the already almost melted sugar gourd himself. The eyes, however, deliberately looked closely at Zhang Hanshi with a happy face, as if he was a demented man. Zhang Hanshi was looked at a little unnatural, wondering what this stupid boy has been looking at her. Wow, you're so beautiful, sis. At this time, a young girl in an ancient dress about the same age as Xiaohao suddenly popped out in front of the two of them and stretched her head to look at Zhang Hanshi. Wang Feng and the two of them couldn't help but look over when they heard the sound. The young girl's face was still a little green, but the clothes on her body were gorgeous. An ancient dress in the color of maple leaves. Even in the imperial city, the clothes she was wearing were definitely unaffordable to the average person. Who are you? Wang Feng was a bit displeased. He was in the middle of enhancing his relationship with Zhang Hanshi, when a melon child suddenly popped out. I am speaking here. Chu Yen'er straightened her complexion and straightened her clothes again, and was about to continue speaking. Master, help, life, aha, an often untimely yell came from the distance. Chu Yen'er's words were interrupted, and this time, all three people's attention was drawn to another voice, and not far away was the same group of people who had just chased Wang Feng. As Xiaohao's voice finished shouting, he just managed to be caught up as well, and his rear collar was lifted up by the person behind him. The person who had lifted him up was none other than the cultivator with the highest cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm who had chased Wang Feng and the others earlier. Brat, let's see how you can run now. The man in the soldier's uniform cursed angrily. It took him a lot of effort to chase this brat. A brat who looked like he probably didn't even have any hair on his head. Surprisingly, there were several stances on his body, and he couldn't tell what they were. Master, help me. Xiaohao didn't stop when he was grabbed, frantically flailing in the air while the back of his collar was being lifted dead. Wang Feng slapped his forehead helplessly and walked over, even followed by Zhang Hanshi and the young girl who had inexplicably appeared. Chu Yen'er was also amused as soon as she saw the awkwardness of the 2-bit teenager who was being lifted up and flopping around frantically. Not a care in the world for your image. Why are you laughing? If you laugh again I'll tell my master to knock your teeth out. Xiaohao saw her resting there all the time laughing at him. The heart is also a burst of upset. Really inexplicable. They do not know. Wow, is this the master's wife? At this time, Xiaohao noticed Zhang Hanshi by Wang Feng's side again and couldn't help but stare in wide-eyed surprise. This was the first time he had seen the face of his master's wife. It was only when he was frightened by the condensed icy eyes of Zhang Hanshi that he closed his mouth and didn't dare to talk nonsense again. Put him down and let's talk it over. Wang Feng looked at the man whose age was not too old nor too young to open his mouth, and estimated a man in his 30s. The man in military uniform in front of him was surprised to see Zhang Hanshi's face for a moment, and in his heart, he sighed that there was such a stunningly beautiful woman. You two happen to be here as well. You'd better come with me obediently now, or else it won't be as simple as just jail time when you get caught. Then he mercilessly ignored Wang Feng's words and squared his expression to open his mouth to heckle. The young man who had been kicked away by Wang Feng was not here, and Wang Feng estimated that he had gone to nurse his wounds. Uncle Zhang, just let this big sister go. Girl, you know? The man in soldier's uniform who was addressed as Uncle Zhang had already seen the young girl. He just didn't show it, seeing that perhaps they were familiar with each other. I don't know, but I like the big sister, Chu Yen'er said and tried to take Zhang Hanshi's arm. Zhang Hanshi couldn't help but pull away. Chu Yen'er did not solicit, embarrassed in place, some at a loss for words. This big sister seems to be a little high in cold awe, but this big sister was really beautiful, more beautiful than any woman she had ever seen. Even mother felt as if she was inferior to her. Chu Yen'er's heart naturally loved it. After all, people love beautiful things. It's not about gender, so it leads to the appearance of the same. What do you like? This is my big sister. Go. Go play on the side. Wang Feng looked at the young girl with a horrified look on his face. This thing can't be a lesbian, right? What are you looking at you? Can't I even like this big sister? Chu Yenner was chased away by Wang Feng and glared angrily at him with an exasperated retort. Apprentice, what did you just call her? Wang Feng looked at Xiao Hao and then at Zhang Hanshi with a dejected tone. The desire to win in his heart also rose, and he had to compete with this young girl. Sheena. Xiao Hao would understand and shouted with a smile. Zhang Hanshi's eyes stared. Had said not to call her like that again. Was this taking her words as a whisper? I just glared and warned. But I didn't think I'd remember. Zhang Hanshi raised his hand and was about to strike out a spiritual force to teach this stupid kid a lesson about the unknowing disciple he had taken from nowhere. AI. Fairy sister, don't be angry. He's been kicked in the head by a donkey. By a donkey. Wang Feng hurriedly blocked in front of Zhang Hanshi XA and placated a few words. Did you really think I wouldn't hit you? Zhang Hanshi gave a cold voice. Seeing Wang Feng blocking in front of him and ignoring him, he flipped his palm and hit Wang Feng on his chest. Wang Feng was startled and hurriedly transported his chaotic spiritual energy to converge at his chest. Xiao Hao had only called her senior mother a few more times, but he hadn't expected that this Zhang Hanshi would even move her hand. After a short while, it doesn't hurt? Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt as he looked at the palm of Zhang Hanshi's hand that was plastered on his chest. However, Wang Feng still decided to use his strength to fly backwards. Otherwise it seemed a bit awkward for the two to be frozen in such a position. If Zhang Hanshi realized that he didn't impress him, he would definitely have to be embarrassed, so he simply played along with her. Wang Feng used his strength to fly backwards and hit that Uncle Zhang who was holding Xiao Hao at once. Ha, another brat. Uncle Zhang laughed, looking at the paralyzed Wang Feng and laughing. Wang Feng fell to the ground and covered his chest in pain. His face flushed red, but in reality, he was laughing playfully in his heart. The strength of this Zhang Hanshi's palm definitely did not exceed the third level of the spirit-gathering realm. It seems she thought he was at the third level of the spirit-gathering realm. What a woman with a good face. I'll just have to go along with you. Zhang Hanshi took a few steps forward and looked at Wang Feng without changing his color and asked in a cold voice, have I already instructed you several times? Wang Feng was still covering his chest on the ground in unbearable pain. When Zhang Hanshi saw his appearance, a trace of an unknown emotion flashed under his eyes. Hastily squatted down and pressed his white, soft, fine hands onto Wang Feng's body. Chapter 45, It's harder to press than an AK. Wang Feng had no choice but to disrupt his body's spiritual energy, which might not be possible for ordinary people, and would even explode his body. But it was still simple for him. Someone who had cultivated for 8 lifetimes and had advanced to the great Emperor realm powerhouse over. Big sister. Is it okay? The young girl on the side asked fearfully, really not expecting this big sister to be not only high and cold, but also so fierce. Master. Xiao Hao was caught in the air and fluttered frantically, and blood rose from his eyes. That shout made Wang Feng want to give him credit. At this moment, Xiao Hao finally knew the truth that trouble comes out of the mouth. But this time, his master blocked it for him. Get off me! Xiao Hao roared in exasperation. His body's aura continued to climb, and the air around him became harsh. Uncle Zhang was startled. This stern aura seemed like the aura of those awakened sword body geniuses inside the little sword sect. Moreover, this aura of his was much stronger than the sword Dao geniuses he had seen. Uncle Zhang finally thought about it and let go of his grip. Master! Xiao Hao panicked and ran to Wang Feng's body when he suddenly felt a hard pinch on the root of his hind leg. Wang Feng also seemed to be affected by the injury, and he loudly and painfully coughing twice. Xiao Hao had spent a lot of time with Wang Feng and understood after freezing for a moment. Dumb, you're acting like you're in a play with me. That's why I'm so excited. Shiren Yang, how could you lay such a cruel hand on me? Wang Feng lay on the ground listening to Xiao Hao's words, and in his heart, he said that the children could be taught. This apprentice is good. His mind is turning quite fast. He likes it. Immediately after that, Wang Feng silently touched his hands onto the back of Zhang Hanshi's hands with a pained expression. It was as if the hands were meant to cover his chest, and Kang Hansher's hands just happened to be on his chest before they were covered. Zhang Hanshi was touched on the back of his hand and instantly tried to draw back his palm. Wang Feng hurriedly pretended to shout out in pain and grabbed her soft hand a little tighter. However, afraid of being seen, Wang Feng moved his other hand aside and placed it on his chest. Zhang Hanshi looked at his appearance that didn't look like he was faking, so he had no choice but to comply with him and concentrate on regulating the spiritual energy in his body. She also didn't expect that her palm strike that she suppressed to around the third level of the spirit-gathering realm would still hit this stupid kid like this. Originally, I just wanted to give him a long memory on the line, so that in the future, he would not call his disciple calling her his mistress. Zhang Hanshi was definitely not faking it when he felt the chaotic spiritual energy in his body, unless he had the degree of control over spiritual energy that a powerhouse above the Saint King realm had. Or there was some kind of high-level treasure that could maintain his spiritual power. If you don't want your master to die, then stay away. Jiang Hanqi saw that Xiaohao was still resting there in the way, and gave a cold heckle, and Xiaohao had no choice but to retreat to the side. Why was the route of this spiritual energy so messy, and yet it felt like it was supposed to be traveling like this? Jiang Hanqi tried her best to ignore the kneading sensation coming from her hands and concentrated on regulating the spiritual energy in Wang Feng's body. Moreover, inside her perception, Wang Feng's chaotic-colored spiritual energy was exactly the same as that great emperor who fought against him. She found this out at a very early age. Could it be? Is he the child of that great emperor? No, it can't be. That battle between me and that great emperor was long over 10,000 years ago. His son should have cultivated to above the Yuan 3 realm even if he hadn't fallen. Jiang Hanqi couldn't help but think in his heart. That great emperor was a dual cultivator of Dharma and body. And he was also a dual cultivator of Dharma and body. Even his spiritual energy was exactly the same. It's just that the silly boy hasn't fully awakened yet. It seemed possible that his physique was the same as that thief emperor's, just not yet awakened. Jiang Hanqi couldn't help but check a few more times. Hey, don't let your psychic energy go to my place. Wang Feng exclaimed loudly in his heart that this Jiang Hanqi was well adjusted. How suddenly the psychic energy was scurrying to places it shouldn't be, and several times over. Wang Feng's physiological reaction didn't hold back after all, and he had already tried his best to press it, but it was simply harder to press it than AK. Jiang Hanqi was still trying to think in two minds at this point while conditioning the spiritual energy in his body. If it wasn't for the fact that the succubus emperor was already dead, or had been killed and his soul ground up by her own hands, and even the corpse was still inside her divine sea space. Otherwise, Jiang Hanqi was going to think that this silly boy was the reincarnation of the backhand that the succubus emperor had kept. You can stop letting your spiritual energy run amok anymore? I'm about to be unable to suppress it. At this time, Wang Feng's expression was pained, looking at Jiang Hanqi, and spoke with difficulty. This time the expression was really painful, the same as wearing a pain mask. Jiang Hanqi could not help but wondered out loud. This silly boy was about to be overwhelmed. Until she looked down the body of Wang Feng's twisted center of gravity position. After freezing for a moment, he hastily withdrew the spiritual energy that was traveling in his lower body. She had just wondered why she always felt a piece of her flat body protruding out when her spiritual energy swept over it. Since she had never examined a man's body before, she had never even seen one while in the ice palace, subconsciously and naturally thought of Wang Feng as having the same body as a woman, and didn't even think about it that much at that time. Don't move! Kang Hansei heckled him to hide his embarrassment, carefully regulating the chaotic wandering spiritual energy in his body. He had almost recovered well. Wang Feng silently bowed his body and added, "Fairy sister, I can't press down. What to do?" The moment Wang Feng uttered these two words, Jiang Hanqi also looked up violently, and the two pairs of beautiful eyes instantly locked together. The noisy sounds around them seemed like they couldn't affect the two of them one bit. What to do? Is it hard for me to give myself to you? Jiang Hanqi and Wang Feng stared at each other and said coldly. Also, no. Wang Feng looked a bit squirmy as he opened his mouth, and Jiang Hanqi's eyes became even colder. She's not gonna cut me with that look in her eye, is she? Wang Feng couldn't help but read in his heart. He wasn't afraid. His current cultivation level could be 5 small realms higher than Jiang Hanqi. As long as she didn't sacrifice that holy weapon, everything wouldn't be a problem. The moment she took out her cold sword, he would just run. Get up! Jiang Hanqi withdrew his hand and stood up with a cold snort. The spiritual energy in this silly boy's body had already been conditioned long ago. I just didn't realize that this stupid kid had been thinking about taking advantage of her. This silly boy brain every day even think of some dirty things, but a colorful heart without color courage of the coward. Feeling the warmth still remaining in his palm, Jiang Hanqi felt some indignation in his heart. As for the warmth coming from her face, it must have been caused by the anger in her mind. It was just that Jiang Hanqi, for some reason, took out the white veil bucket hat from the divine sea space and put it on. Wang Feng had meditated dozens of times in his mind on the kung fu that could be used to meditate, and he would always have to get up later. If we don't squash the Gatling underneath this, we'll be standing up later to avoid an embarrassing fight. Chapter 46. One thing in front of people, another thing behind them. I can't get up. 3. 2. Jiang Hanqi counted again. She had already determined that Wang Feng was absolutely unharmed on his body right now. Not a single injury. Ha! I suddenly feel strong all over. When Wang Feng felt that the Gatling had been pressed, he suddenly made a big jump and pretended to be surprised. To the 3 men standing not far away, they looked speechless. Chu Yenner was even more skeptical that this person had some kind of serious illness. Do you have some kind of brain disease you? Chu Yenner also couldn't help but curse out after seeing that Wang Feng was fine. This person is also too good at acting. You what you? What's it to you? Scream again and I'll beat your ass. Wang Feng's face was a bit dark. If this thing can't talk, don't talk. What's wrong with you? My master is handsome and talented. Can you talk? Xiao Hao also jumped out, splitting his head against Chu Yen'er. His own master was scolded, and he had to take the lead. Jiang Hanshi stood by silently watching this farce for a while, and hearing it made her a bit annoyed as well. Used a kind of recluse method disappeared, and several of them are still resting there cursing and spitting, living like a few shrews. After a while, the two of you don't have a mouth on you. Two of you cursing one of me. Chu Yen'er was furious as she clenched her teeth and clenched her pink fists and stomped several times on the ground, turning her head to look at Uncle Zhang who was still standing stupidly behind her. And Uncle Zhang had just realized that the fairy-like woman had disappeared with just a turn of his head. Another Jieling realm powerhouse. That was his first thought. Those who could disappear in front of him with a turn of the head could only be of a higher cultivation level than him. Looks like there's no way to catch her. Only these two men. Uncle Zhang. Look, you're not even helping me. I'm going to tell my mom. Chu Yen'er looked at Uncle Zhang with some anger and said, Yo, you're not weaned yet? And tell your mommy. Cut. Xiao Hao looked at Chu Yen'er with a disdainful face and taunted, and that beaten appearance was comparable to that of Wang Feng. Chu Yen'er choked on his words and glared angrily at Xiao Hao, as if she was about to strike out to hit Xiao Hao the next moment. It's time for the farce to end. Behave yourselves and you're coming with me right now. Now either you guys go get forgiveness from the guy you beat up, or you go in for a few days. It was only then that Uncle Zhang spoke up, but did not join in their war of words, instead talking about the beating just now. Fairy sister. You. Wang Feng turned his head to look, which there is what fairy sister in addition to the side is still spraying with the girl Xiao Hao and then no one. Stop. Bother you. Wang Feng loudly aha. This time Xiao Hao and that young girl only stopped to spray saliva war. And you. Bother me again and I'll kill you. Wang Feng's eyes condensed, and the aura of the 6th level of the Jieling realm erupted from his body as he eyed Uncle Zhang, who was not far away. Since Jiang Hanshi had left, he still pretended to be a fart. This kind of 3 times keep looking for his trouble. Annoying as hell. Uncle Zhang's face was horrified, not realizing that Wang Feng was a powerhouse above the Jieling realm. That's what happens when you accidentally kill someone in the Imperial City. The most you can do is just pay compensation. Otherwise, it was always impossible to offend a strong person of the Junction Spirit realm just because of a beaten person. This will only kill more people, and it's happened a few times before. Unless that Jieling realm cultivator killed people recklessly, which would provoke the one powerful person who was guarding the Imperial City to step in and kill him. So usually if there is nothing wrong, people in the Junction Spirit realm will not kill for no reason. After all, it is anyone who cherishes life. Even Chu Yen'er's cultivation at the 8th level of the Spirit Gathering realm was pressed by that pressure from Wang Feng, causing her face to turn white. It was then that it dawned on her that the man was just pretending to be vulnerable in front of that big sister. In his heart, he said that this person is really hypocritical. One thing in front of people and another thing behind them. It's us who disturbed Senior. Here to apologize to you. Then we will leave first. Seeing that the situation was not right, Uncle Zhang clasped his fists and said, pulling Chu Yen'er to turn and run. Master, you're too cool too. The moment your aura comes out, the opposite side directly runs away in fear. Xiao Hao was heckling next to Wang Feng, who slapped his forehead helplessly. This inexplicable disciple, I guess, is actually quite good at everything? But his brain seems to have been kicked by a donkey. Go away! Wang Feng kicked Xiao Hao's ass and walked towards the outside of the pathway on his own. Xiao Hao hurriedly followed up, his mind still recalling the scene where he had just sprayed against the young girl. He had to say, he liked the look of that young girl when she was angry. A little dumb, like a pissed off person. He couldn't scold him, so he could only rest there and stare at him with angry eyes. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hao couldn't help but laugh at the thought. What are you laughing at? Wang Feng looked at this cheap disciple next to him suspiciously. Master, I can't help but laugh at the thought of that young girl's angry face. Xiao Hao still couldn't help but squeeze a smile and explain. What's so funny about that? Wang Feng thought carefully and realized that there was nothing funny about it. There was one thing the two of them were quite similar to, though, and that thing was inexplicably similar to his stupid apprentice. Imperial City, Imperial Palace, the Empress bedchamber. Yun, what's wrong? The current Empress looked at Chu Yen'er who was sitting on the bed with an unhappy face. Mother, I'm so angry today. Chu Yen'er was so angry that she hugged the quilt a little tighter, thinking back to the rude teenager who said she hadn't been weaned yet for that matter. What's wrong? The Empress of the day sat on the sidelines and calmed Chu Yen'er, wondering how the usually cheeky girl had suddenly become so angry. I met a very pretty older sister today. Only 2 obnoxious men popped up around her. The Empress' unassuming expression was tinged with puzzlement. What did this have to do with her being angry? They cursed me. Chu Yener sat on the gorgeous bed and couch gritting her teeth and hugging the quilt, being so angry that she stuttered in her speech. Cursed you for what? The Empress was puzzled in her heart, but she didn't directly criminalize those people without understanding the situation. To be able to become the Empress of a dynasty that had never seen a woman as an emperor for so many years, she wasn't the kind of person who was witless. Chu Yener's face was a little ashamed. It was indeed a little shameful to say those words. What the hell happened to them? The Empress's expression was a bit grave. This only daughter of hers wouldn't have been cursed with any humiliating language, would she? They scolded me and said I hadn't weaned myself from you. But, looking at Chu Yener, who seemed to be saying it as if she had made a great determination to say it, the usually incredibly serious Empress couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud. She thought it was some kind of slur, but that's all it was. Mother, why are you still smiling? Chu Yener seemed to be pampered and angry as she wrapped her arms around the Empress, pouting with her small mouth. Did you scold them too? Chu Yener, who was spoken to here, choked, as if it was indeed her who scolded them first. Chapter 47, Helping Xiaohao Break Through Awakening Sword Body. The Empress knew as soon as she took one look at her face that it was probably just a small fight between children. Since you scolded someone else, you have to be prepared for them to scold you. And you're the daughter of the Empress. Mother doesn't want you to inherit this empire in the future. In the future, when you enter the Little Sword sect, you have to work harder. You mustn't be so rude anymore. The Empress began to educate up Chu Yener, giving Chu Yener said all a little groundless up. Mother, I know. I'll just pay attention in the future. Chu Yener grabbed the quilt and bulged a small face, although she was very unhappy, but she always listened to her mother's words. Well, go to sleep, and then go to the Little Sword Sex entrance competition in a few more days. With your special sword body's qualifications, you are destined to go to a greater world. Aha! Chu Yener nodded in response and covered up. The Empress gently patted her back to lull her to sleep. I really don't know when Yunel will really grow up. Alas. Let's hope she gets along well with the group of senior brothers and sisters when she arrives at the Little Sword sect. A few days passed by, and there was only one more day left until the Little Sword sex competition. Master, what is this? It's too bitter. Vom. Seeing this, Wang Feng hurriedly pressed his head back down. His jaws closed, and his hands clamped down on his head and shook it. No spitting it out. Swallow it. This lower-grade bone refining pill he had purposely saved until now for Xiaohao to swallow. Today was when he awakened his sword body and broke through the spirit-gathering realm. It's so hot, master. Yeehaw! Xiaohao's entire body began to heat up shortly after he swallowed the lower-grade bone refining pill. The heat made him tilt his head back and gasp, but his mouth was bitter. Hot is right. Hurry up and refine it. As a genius, if you can't even go up to the spirit-gathering realm after knocking out the elixir today, I'll beat you to a crawl in tomorrow's competition, lest you disgrace me. Though that said, I don't have much of a face either. Wang Feng said. A sword intent burst out from his body, while Xiaohao's cultivation level was too low due to it. The naked upper body was suddenly cut with a gash. The awakening sword body method used by Wang Feng was the method of oppressive awakening. Oppressing him, making Xiaohao's sword body inside his subconscious feel dangerous. This was naturally awakened as well. Simple and convenient. And anyway, it was Xiaohao who was in pain, not him. Oh, master, it hurts. Xiaohao's naked upper body was cut by the sword intent and bled all over. Although it was not a major hemorrhage, but the sensation of blood and flesh being cut by the sword intent hurt. It hurt so much that Xiaohao wailed, and the medicinal power of the lower-grade bone refining pill was slowly repairing his skin and flesh. Under one injury and one repair, it was also coupled with the fever of the whole body, giving Xiaohao an incomparable torment of being in pain. Run the heaven-breaking sword technique, or it will only hurt more later. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Xiaohao's ghostly cries, and with a thought, he increased his sword intent a little more. Anyway, he is not the one who is in pain, so if he can't be fixed, he will be fixed to death until he awakens his sword body. Xiaohao's flesh and blood were cut deeper by the overpowering sword intent, and the wounds were bigger and longer. The gray land around the two men had long since been cut and bruised by the sword intent that surrounded them. This mother are how still not awakened according to reason in the first few days on the awakening of half of the seeing that late still hadn't awakened. Wang Feng was so angry that he cursed. He remembered that Xiaohao had manifested his sword intent once a few days ago, but it just didn't last long. Yikes! Wang Feng shouted and directly opened his sword intent to the maximum, avoiding the fatal locations on Xiaohao's body. Yeah! Wang Feng let out a cry and activated his sword intent to burst out at Xiaohao. Xiaohao met this sword intent and screamed out in pain. Even the birds in the distant trees were startled and flew. Almost instantly, the wounds on Xiao Hao's body became more and more numerous and deeper, and his head was sweating profusely. Apprentice, if you don't awaken, I'll just have to take a swing at this neck of yours. Wang Feng provoked Xiao Hao. If he didn't awaken again, he was really going to hang the jade disc around his neck and give it a go. Let him experience that feeling of being on the verge of death, so that there is a 99% chance of awakening. Xiao Hao was really being tortured right now, and his body was covered with wounds of varying depths. Even the medicinal power of the bone refining pill couldn't keep up with the wounds that appeared one after another. Ah! Xiao Hao let out a loud roar, and it was this roar that caused wild water to gush out as if the sluice gates had been opened. Boom! A sword chi erupted from inside his body, but it didn't hurt Wang Feng, the person who possessed the sword intent, in the slightest. Finally almost awakened, Wang Feng showed a happy face as he looked at this sword chi that was fighting against his sword intent. It was just that for his sword intent. This sword chi was as weak as a chicken *******. Speed up and run the gong method. Wang Feng shouted and slowly put away the sword intent on his body, moving a little farther away from Xiao Hao and guarding not far away. And just as they were breaking through, not far from them a line of people also noticed the situation over here and came running towards them. Which fellow Taoist is making a breakthrough here? 3 men and women in gorgeous clothes ran over. 2 men and 1 woman in all. The 2 men, one has a flamboyant temperament, a slender face, and a handsome look, giving the impression of a male second in a TV series. The other is a standard villain face, with a face and aura plus a countenance that gives off an evil vibe. The face of the female is lovely and moving, a pair of big eyes, bright, fleshy and not too fat look. Compare and contrast with Wang Feng. Xiao Hao, each has its own style. Wang Feng has an extraordinary temperament, and his face is handsome and clear, with a clear outline. Xiao Hao's face was rigid without losing the sunny and lively feeling of a teenager. As long as a person who has cultivated immortality, there is usually not too ugly. Even if it is worse, it is still a normal person's appearance, unless it's some kind of inborn physical reason or acquired reason that can't be recovered. Who are you? Wang Feng looked at them cautiously. Those who broke out at this kind of breakthrough time could be careful. We are disciples of the Lesser Sword sect, and seeing that fellow Taoist is making a breakthrough here, we were curious, so we came over to take a look. The male second face Chen Baishao opened his mouth. His voice was low, as if it carried some magnetism. Elder brother, it seems like he has sword chi on him, yeah. Surprisingly, the young girl with the glittering bright crystals looked at the villainous-faced senior brother and opened her mouth cheekily. The bottom of her eyes seemed as if she had a fondness for this so-called senior brother of hers, and she did not hide it. Aha! And the villainous-faced UK was an ironwood, thundering a silent However, there was amazement in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Hao. Now that you've seen it all, you can go. Wang Feng naturally didn't have much good face to give them because many people in the immortal cultivation world were just robbed and killed in the middle of their breakthrough. Fellow Taoist, could you let us have a look? His sword chi is very unusual. It might help us. The male second face Chen Baishao wasn't angry, guarding the side of others when they were breaking through. This was originally their fault. Arching his hand to Wang Feng and requesting. Chapter 48, Xiao Hao with expanded strength. This? Wang Feng had already looked at their cultivation levels, and the highest one at the 4th level of the Jialing realm was the UK who possessed a villainous face. Need this. Wang Feng rubbed his hands together cheaply. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Fellow Taoist, there are 50 lower grade spirit stones here, and with this storage bag, the value is worth 100 or so spirit stones. Is this okay? Chen Baishao looked at Wang Feng's appearance. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he took out a storage bag from his waist and came out. Aha! Wang Feng took the storage bag that was thrown and scanned it. It was indeed spirit stones. No more, no less. And I don't know how he prepared it ahead of time. Wang Feng took a few spirit stones out and sprinkled them around Xiao Hao. There is no koan in heaven and earth. Practice. Wang Feng pinched a couple of mouths, and in an instant, a red boundary slowly rose around Xiao Hao. Just in case, Wang Feng, so he laid another layer of boundary. A little bit of insurance, maybe the opposite side out of the blue? The 3 people in the distance showed shocked faces, casually laying down formations, absolute formation masters, and their cultivation level was definitely higher than theirs. Thank you, Elder. A few people changed their designation and sat down to watch Xiao Hao's breakthrough with sword chi surrounding him. Hopefully, I'll find a glimpse of a breakthrough. Yoo-hoo! 3 of them are all sword bodies. Is this a sword body that's worthless? A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Feng's eyes. He didn't expect the 3 to be all sword bodies. He just didn't know what quality they were. What Wang Feng didn't know was the 3 people. 2 of the men were the patriarch's own and 1 was the granddaughter of the Supreme Elder. He was also the strongest sword Dao expert of the younger generation in the Dongyang Imperial Dynasty, and for thousands of years, the only 3 sword bodies to appear at the same time in the Dongyang Imperial Dynasty. Ah! Xiao Hao roared again at this time, and another layer of sword chi erupted from his body, even more violent than before. However, it subsided after blowing on the boundary set up by Wang Feng, and some of the deepest sword wounds that had been cut out of Xiao Hao's body were rapidly recovering. The body also began to emit a gurgling sound, and the outwardly released breath eventually slowly collected and returned, merging into the whole body. Not far away, the eyes of the 3 men were dead on, and they knew it now. This was surprisingly a sword body awakening and a breakthrough realm together. What kind of sword body is this? Having just awakened, it gave them a feeling of overwhelming power. It was as if a higher-ranked bloodline suppressed a lower-ranked bloodline. Master, I've become a success. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hao jumped up and did a backflip, and couldn't help but draw his long sword again to strike at the void not far away. Shack! With this sword, the entire room fell silent. Not because it was too strong, but a loud fart was louder than the breath of this sword. They then only saw a sword wind blowing in front of Xiao Hao. And then, there was no more then. Come here, little girl. Wang Feng waved at the young girl with big bright eyes who had the lowest cultivation level. What's wrong? The young girl looked dumbfounded and was a bit confused when Wang Feng called out. Unable to help it, she ducked behind that her UK senior brother. Senior, we have to return to the sect, so we won't bother senior anymore. The villain-faced UK protected the young girl Lin Yuyu behind him, while the male second-faced Chen Baishao spoke with a gentle expression. It's nothing to tell you guys to spar. Just you have the lowest cultivation, but you're also a little higher than my disciple. The 3 of them then reacted. So on this matter, the 3 of them were indeed the lowest in cultivation with respect to their senior sister Lin Yuyu. Genius should have the appearance of a genius. Can't make a fight to cross the ranks. What kind of genius? She's also around the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Wang Feng kicked at Xiao Hao's butt, who was still rejoicing over his increased strength, and woke him up. Master. Well. 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Xiao Hao was shocked when he reacted. This master wanted him to die, right? But at this time, Xiao Hao's inflated sense of strength was as if he was as arrogant and inflated as Wang Feng was in his previous lives, so he also still answered. Here, this one you hang on to. Wang Feng took out the jade disc inside the storage space and hung it on Xiao Hao's neck, giving Xiao Hao a puzzled look. You can go you. Wang Feng pushed Xiao Hao, who was still puzzled, over in one go, while he himself jumped onto a big tree on the side. Don't show any mercy, little girl, as long as it's not the head. Give me whatever you want to cut him. Don't worry about making a move. I'll be watching. Wang Feng on the big tree spoke to Lin Yuyu, who was hiding behind UK below somewhat timidly. Senior sister, since it was requested by senior, you just so happened to be able to try out your recent enhancement as well. The male second-faced Chen Baishao mildly spoke to his little sister who was hiding behind the villainous face UK. Wang Feng couldn't help but wonder if these 3 were a love triangle, right? Well, Lin Yuyu drew out the jade sword she was holding in her left hand, and Wang Feng could see at a glance that it was actually a Xian weapon, extreme grade sword weapon. Watch out then, girl. Xiao Hao breakingly was about to rush over, but he was almost made to break sharply by that Lin Yuyu's words and almost twisted his foot. Your clothes are still on. Lin Yuyu's face blushed a little, and Xiao Hao's figure had gotten a little stronger after entering the spirit gathering realm, especially after taking the effect of that lower grade bone refining pill. The figure was even more remarkable. Xiao Hao was also a bit embarrassed by what she said and hurriedly took out the clothes from the storage bag that his master had given him and put them on. Come on, I am. Master's disciple. Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao clasped his fist at Lin Yuyu and opened his mouth, dazzling the 4 people. Are you without a clan to speak of? Aha! Xiao Hao responded with a straight face. His master seemed to be a casual cultivator, or perhaps he refused to tell him about the clan? Without further ado, hurry up. After Xiao Hao finished speaking, he raised his sword and rushed towards Lin Yuyu. He could no longer resist the urge to display his current strength. Lin Yuyu also raised her sword and leapt over to slash against Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao was barely able to even block it, and was still cleaved out by the force of that blow. No more fighting. No more fighting. In just one round, Xiao Hao said he wouldn't fight anymore, turning Wang Feng's face black. Admitting defeat in just one round? Little girl, beat him to death. Show no mercy. Wang Feng put his hands on his mouth and shouted, taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Hao's sword body had just been awakened. He had to squeeze more of his potential so that energy could be released. Lin Yuyu on the opposite side was a bit hesitant. It wasn't until Wang Feng shouted a few more times again that he raised his sword regardless. Master, you're victimizing your disciple. Xiao Hao had no choice but to respond to the battle while running and cursing at Wang Feng under his breath, but he didn't dare to use foul language. Hit me. slash to the nines. By the way, don't cut his sword off. You'll need it later. Lin Yuyu listened to Wang Feng's words and struck out even more quickly and violently, also purposely avoiding the sword. The cultivation of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm exploded out a bit, and a sword she gave Xiao Hao is entire being chopped over and out. A large, shallow bloodstain immediately appeared on Xiao Hao's chest. Lin Yuyu was also embarrassed to see this. She seemed to have struck too hard. I'm pissed. Chapter 49, The Little Sword Sect. I'm pissed. Xiao Hao let out a furious yell, and the sword in his hand unexpectedly sprouted some fire. It quickly turned red, but halfway through it deflated and it became a dark, reddish color. This is the Sun Sword Body. Now the three of them finally recognized it with a surprised look on their faces. This sword body wasn't said to be the best, but it could be ranked in the top 10 within the strongest sword bodies. This time Lin Yuyu became a little more cautious. In the immortal cultivation world there were geniuses who crossed the ranks, although it was rare, but having a solar sword body could be one of them. Ah! Xiao Hao roared angrily and charged towards Lin Yuyu. He rushed through with a vengeance. He flew back in a rage. After a while, Master, help, help! Xiao Hao, who was covered in sword wounds, lay on the ground weakly looking at Wang Feng in the tree. The jade disc around his neck was restoring the wounds on his body. Wang Feng jumped down from the tree and smiled, first letting that Lin Yuyu go back. Xiao Hao wasn't really outrageous enough to beat Lin Yuyu. After all, it is not possible to cross the ranks so much, directly crossing 8 small realms, or only holding a sword. You see, if this guy doesn't push it, he won't have a significant increase in strength in a short period of time. Wang Feng was using his spiritual energy to heal this cheap disciple's wounds, while rambling in his ear. If he hadn't asked that young girl to spar with Xiao Hao just now, he probably wouldn't have even released that energy from the solar sword body. This would make him a little more comfortable if he cast it later. Like, how about that sword energy that can attach the power of the sword body to the surface of the sword? It can also increase the battle power a lot. Elder, can we go now? This time, the voice was different, with a bit of coldness, and it was that villainous face UK who opened his mouth to speak. Well, go. Wang Feng waved at them, put Xiao Hao on his back, and jumped on a big tree and ran towards the city with a jump. The three of them had just turned around and were ready to leave. When he looked back on the occasion of leaving, he realized that Wang Feng and the two of them had long since disappeared. Doubt how much higher that senior's cultivation was than theirs? It has to be at least 5 small realms or more, right? The truth is no longer just Wang Feng cast the body method to run faster. After all, he is only 2 small realms higher than that UK, but it was true that it was 5 small realms higher than Lin Yuyu. Day 2. Little Sword Sect. The two of them, Wang Feng, who asked for directions along the way, finally arrived at the bottom of the Little Sword Sect's mountain. The two of them looked down the mountain like country bumpkins at the fairy-like sect. That's right, it's the bottom of the hill. However, all the more advanced clans had these regular operations, which were steps that could not be seen at a glance. As for why Wang Feng also looks like a redneck, because he simply likes to look like a redneck. In the past, he had visited the 3 strongest sects in the heavenly Tsang continent, the Sword Sect, the Ice Palace, and the Immortal Court. Further down were the 9 holy places, and Wang Feng had only visited a handful of them before he was hacked to death by Jiang Hanshi. Xiao Hao, on the other hand, is a real redneck, day after day. The whole of these steps, you guys really don't mind quite so much. Wang Feng looked at the high and distant steps for a while and spat, with a little bit of fog still floating around him. It made it look as if this was a platform for ascending to immortality. Every now and then they passed by some of the people ascending the steps, and melted into the midst of the countless others who were ascending them. Among them were those who went up to see what was going on, those who went to compete, and many others who did their own thing. Come on, let's fly up. Wang Feng looked at the sky. There were also some flying people. It must be that there is no restriction on the rule of not being able to fly. If there really is, this little sword clan is pure cerebral palsy. Wang Feng lifted Xiao Hao's neck collar and flew all the way up to the top of the steps. When he landed again, Xiao Hao was in awe and excited. Master, it's so beautiful. Xiao Hao couldn't help but call out. This was the prettiest place he had seen since he left the town. It's all temple-like in the distance, gilded and looking magnificent. One was like an ant underneath those palaces, and that magnificent palace poked straight into one's eyes. Look at your lack of talent. Wang Feng blankly glanced at him, then took a step and ran inside the palace for a tour. The two of them wandered around all the way to a sword viewing platform. Wang Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at those swords. He couldn't wait to move all these swords in his heart right now. A sword, varying in length, some small like a dagger. There are swords with faces as large as a man's width. And then there are medium to normal swords. All of the swords that were in the lower middle and upper yellow weapons. All of them, and the one that was the brightest was actually a blood sword that was of the lower grade of earth weapons. But alas, there are two old men there to keep watch. Wang Feng took a look. Both cultivations were at the 9th level of the Jieling realm. Wang Feng was shocked. What kind of clan was this? He had thought that this was just a small sect, but he hadn't expected that even the ones guarding this sword viewing platform were at the 9th level of the Jieling realm. One could only put down the idea of moving these swords in his mind, or else he probably wouldn't even be able to run out of this mountain gate. As they visited, the sun in the sky reached the middle of heaven and earth and hung straight up in the clouds. Dang, dang, dang. Fellow Taoists or brothers and sisters, I'm sure those who should be here are here, and those who shouldn't be here are here. So now, the contest is officially ready to begin. 3 thick bells rang out, followed by a loud voice shouting, "Shoo! Bang!" As the words were spoken, the sky exploded with a bright and unmistakable firework, and people began to run in that direction. Yoo-hoo! That's pretty. This scene made Wang Feng unable to resist saying something and pulling on Xiao Hao to follow closely behind the crowd. This sect was quite advanced, preventing boredom before the start of the competition and allowing people to visit the inconsequential halls first. Soon they came to an open field, at least in thousands of meters to calculate how big this field was, and there were 100 or so other rings right in the middle of the field, one separated from the other by 3 meters. Each ring is estimated to be at least 50 meters in size. Wang Feng swept around. In the distance there were still a dozen of immense sky pillars side by side 1 meter apart. There is also at least 3 meters of field above each of the large columns, and on top of that there was one person after another in uniform dress, just in different colors, which seemed to be divided into status sizes. Without exception, dozens of people had a small green-colored sword embroidered on their chests. No names will be chosen for the first day's competition, those at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm or below. Go if you feel you have the ability. Each ring has a judge, and only 10 numbers can enter a ring. First in, first out. 1 incense stick of time to spar, and the last one standing will be admitted to the Little Sword sect. Just in case you guys aren't fighting right. So, as long as more than 2 people are standing, then all of you go down and wait for the next match again. The implication couldn't be more clear. If you don't fight, you're eliminated from the previous match and have to wait for the next one. Chapter 50, Things Buried 10,000 Years Ago. If you lose, but your talents are seen by the elders, all of you can be accepted as disciples into the sect. Point to point, no one's life may be taken, but swords have no eyes. If you accidentally end up crippled, our Little Sword sect has no right to be responsible. However, after the winners are admitted to the clan, the cost of healing their wounds can be declared to the clan. Finally, the first place winner of the competition will receive a Xian rank extreme grade sword in 10 stone, and the top 2 or 3 will receive Xian rank medium grade sword in 10 stones. A middle-aged man standing in the middle of a dozen large columns with a straight face used his spiritual energy to speak about the rules of the competition and the prizes. The crowd below was listening to these words for an instant. A deafening noise erupted from the thousands of people on stage. Xian rank extreme grade sword in 10 stone. Wang Feng himself was moved, thinking about whether to suppress his cultivation to the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm to go on the field. Wang Feng glanced at the small black shadow patriarch on top of that column. Surprisingly, he was a cultivator who had entered the Yuan 3 realm. Broken Yuan realm. This was definitely a branch of the sword sect. Wang Feng was shocked in his heart. He thought of the sword sect when he first heard the name Little Sword sect. This was a clan that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and was even a little stronger than the ice palace that Zhang Hanshi was in at that time. I had thought that the Little Sword sect was just named accidentally with the same 2 words, but now Wang Feng was certain that the Little Sword sect was definitely a branch of the sword sect. After all, whose little clan is so big and spectacular? There were so many cultivators, so strong, and even most of the outer disciples were at the upper 7th level of the spirit gathering realm or above. There were quite a few cultivators at the upper level of the spirit gathering realm that he saw during his visit, although most of them were at the 7th and 8th levels of the spirit gathering realm. The inner disciples didn't see it when they visited, but they saw it now. These ring judges are all Junction Spirit Realm cultivators. Even the prize for the competition was a Xian rank sword in 10 stone. However, Wang Feng still wanted to get that sword in 10 stone. Anyway, with the system in place, they couldn't see through it, as long as the breath kept releasing the cultivation of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Just don't let the person on the pillar not be able to see through it. It's dry. When I think about it, I do it. I'll go on later. And in the end, I'll just take the rewards and not enter the Little Sword sect. The sword sect's reputation was still very good, and he shouldn't be forced to enter if he didn't want to. Maybe even lend them a hand to get to the Middle Kingdom. Moreover, he had visited the sword sect when he was at his 8th Great Emperor realm cultivation. Even in the folklore, the sword sect's reputation was high. After all, these were origin points, and when there were more origin points, the system would be able to recover some. Because He wanted to buy another life. But this life requires more than 10 million origin points. And that's still a crippling resurrection. That is, there is a possibility of becoming demented or forgetting things, or disabled, or unable to practice, etc. A normal resurrection would require 100 million so that he could be resurrected in his entirety, as he had been in his first 8 lives. That's what the system said. So he wasn't going to buy any items now if he didn't come across something he wanted. But he still had to spend what he had to. These days he also roughly knew to the topography of the current Tian-San continent. In total, it is divided into the Eastern Desert, the Southern region, the Western Desert, the Northern region, and the Central region. And it wasn't so complicated 10,000 years ago, but was known as the Southeast, West, Northwest, and Central regions. As for why he went to the Central State, because he was afraid of dying again in his 8th life, and he did die. An object was buried in a place in the Central region or what should now be called the Central State 10,000 years ago, because if he put it in the storage space, once he died, everything inside the system's storage space would be converted into origin points to revive him. Everything else is fine, but not that. I just don't know if that thing is still around. That thing doesn't do much to increase combat power. This was also the reason why Wang Feng didn't bring to fight Jiang Hanshi. Otherwise he would probably fall into Jiang Hanshi's hands. That thing had followed him for 2 full lifetimes. Acquired from the 7th. It can be found in the 8th life. Only this one, after 10,000 years, is expected to be harder to find than the previous ones. Ding! Quest, find what was buried 10,000 years ago. Reward, 100,000 origin points. Ha! System, you jerked off? Wang Feng was shocked after reading this mission, not expecting the system to send him this kind of mission. This is to give him origin points on the way? Ding! The host can find it again. Look at how many origin points the reward is. You should know how hard it is to find. Ding! But the host can spend 200,000 origin points to locate yo. System, you're a little. The system's words also made Wang Feng's heart sink. Fortunately it was possible to locate it. He was looking for the same thing in his 8th life, but there was no mission in his 8th life. This thing Wang Feng was sure that it wouldn't be damaged because of 10,000 years of time, mainly because it was more troublesome to find this thing. Stop! The middle-aged man stood on a stone pillar in the sky and shouted to the noisy crowd below. The crowd soon shut up, as those who didn't would be directly targeted by that wave of spiritual energy and turn pale. Now, competition, begin, rumble, whoosh. One after another of varying colors of spiritual energy bodies ran towards the ring. Wang Feng took out the melon seeds in his storage space. This was refreshed by chance over the past few dozen days, and Wang Feng bought dozens of packs on the spot. Just wait for the hilarity to watch. Now isn't it? It's coming in handy. Stuffing 2 packs to Xiao Hao at his side. They were in no hurry. After all, a game was only about half an hour. When their group at the 9th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm finished fighting first, it would be much easier to advance then. But it's clear that there are a lot of people out there who think the same way they do. Just now, it was clear that so many figures were running towards the ring. The rings were surprisingly short of people now, with 1 or 2 at the 9th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm inside each ring. 3 is missing here. One of the ring judges shouted. 1 is missing here. This was closely followed by shouts from ring judge after ring judge. The no selection name system competition is limited to 1 day today only, and those who have the ability today, but didn't make it to the ring, then they will have to wait for the next entrance competition. An old man on the other column opened his mouth with his spiritual power, crowning his ears and exerting a layer of pressure on the crowd. That means that once midnight passes today, even if they have the ability to stand at the end of the ring, those who are not in the ring still don't have a chance to make the cut. Now there were a lot of people running towards the ring for insurance purposes, and countless more figures running towards the ring. Dang! Another thick bell rang out, but this time it was the message that the contest was ready to begin. In an instant hundreds of rings surfaced with a curtain of light that enveloped the entire ring, preventing attacks from flying out. Begin! At the judge's command, the stage was ablaze with flames, and spiritual energy of varying attributes flew about. Every now and then someone else snapped and hit the boundary heavily, stirring up a layer of ripples in the boundary. Make way! Make way! Chapter 51, The Two Foes. Make way! Make way! Wang Feng shouted the people around him away. Then in the crowd's horrified gazes it pulled out a large bed out from inside the storage bag on his waist. This was specially prepared by Wang Feng. The storage space of the system was not big enough, so the space of the storage bag would come in. Master, you're too well prepared. Xiao Hao did not mind the awkwardness and shouted out, giving a thumbs up to Wang Feng. It's not bad. You've never seen Master before. He usually watched other people compete while soaking in the spirit spring. Wang Feng's sentence immediately drew the contempt of countless people, not to mention the fact that this person is just like a hick, but he's also soaking in a spiritual spring, and he has the audacity to speak out of his mouth. Melon seeds, peanut rice, brave heaven and other food are all ready. Those on stage, please start your performance. Wang Feng set up a table in front of the bed again and shouted a few words to the people on the stage. However, it was obvious that the boundary had a soundproofing function, and the people on the stage couldn't hear it at all. The voices inside came out though, and it seemed to be just to keep the people outside from interfering with the people inside. I want some too. At that moment a girlish figure ran over and unceremoniously jumped onto the large bed where their two large men were sitting. Why you again? Xiao Hao's eyes glared as he stared tightly at the young girl in front of him, which was none other than Xu Yener. What's wrong? It's only been a few days. Doesn't brother like me now? Xu Yener put on a baby so aggrieved expression in full view of everyone, pinched little hands, biting her lower lip, and even teardrops welling up in her eyes. You, who doesn't like you? No, who likes you? Who's your brother? Xiao Hao's face darkened as soon as he saw her like this. He had only met this young girl once. How did she become her brother? The crowd took a look at Xu Yener's petite and aggrieved appearance. The eyes that looked at Xiao Hao were strange, and there were even people who indiscriminately cursed with indignation. The crowd's emotions were easy to drive, and soon a lot of unknown people followed suit, saying things like Xiao Hao wouldn't be a negative man. Stop! Wang Feng couldn't look at it anymore and shouted, which made the surroundings a little quieter. Then Wang Feng looked at Xu Yener's aggrieved expression and spoke with a teasing look. Isn't he your good brother? Then you guys kiss each other. This way you can prove it. Xiao Hao and Xu Yener's expressions immediately glared after Wang Feng finished saying this. Yes, come on, give us a kiss. The crowd took a look at it, and not minding the fuss, the matter began to follow the rhythm. No! Xiao Hao and Xu Yener opened their mouths in unison and shouted, look at you. This woman is here to cheat you. A liar. Wang Feng hurriedly used the momentum to point at Xu Yener and shouted at the crowd. Xu Yener was really aggrieved and scared after being revealed this time, and actually really had red eyes and shed tears. How had she ever been poked in the face in front of so many people when she had always been pampered? Can't wait to find a crack in the ground now. Master, forget it. Xiao Hao looked at Xu Yener's appearance of wiping her tears in full view of everyone was also a little embarrassed and scratched his head. He couldn't stand to see women cry, especially good-looking ones. The young girl was a little out of his league, but still looked pretty. No way. How can we let her off so easily when she's tricked us? Come on. What are you doing here? Wang Feng glanced at Xiao Hao beside him, then turned his head to Xu Yener who was still wiping her tears on the bed and asked. This thing, like Xiao Hao, appeared inexplicably, although it did look pretty good too. But having seen more of Jiang Hanshi, he only felt that Xu Yener was simply good-looking without much heart when he looked at her again. I want to eat these. Xu Yener wiped her tears and pointed to the table with a lot of food. In order to eat, not shabby. She had never seen any of these things before, and they looked so delicious looking, and they smelled so good. She could smell them from a long way away. So you went to all this trouble just to come and eat these? Aha! Xu Yener also stopped pretending when she heard Wang Feng's words. This man seemed to be a bit smart. It seemed like she couldn't fight him, or that one is better to cheat a little. Xu Yener thought of this and opened her red eyes to look at Xiao Hao aggrievedly. What are you looking at? Who told you to be a liar? Apparently although Xiao Hao's eyes couldn't watch a girl cry, his mouth wouldn't pay up. At this time, when Wang Feng reached out, Xu Yener was a little surprised, but still took some silver tails out from the storage ring on her finger. Wang Feng is also a bit surprised. Did not expect her to have a storage ring? It seems that there is no lack of money, which shall not be gripped. Don't want silver, want spirit stones. What? Xu Yener was shocked. For these spiritless eats, he even wanted spirit stones. Just tell me if you're going to eat it or not. Wang Feng was a bit impatient. Eat. I'll eat, but I'm out of spirit stones. Go down then. Go. Wang Feng waved his hand to drive Xu Yener like a duck. Is it okay if I take this elixir? Xu Yener took out a small bottle, and Wang Feng received it suspiciously. Surprisingly, it's a lower-grade body forging pill, which is much more expensive than a spirit stone. Rich woman, this is it. Eat? Whatever. Wang Feng put the elixir away and all of a sudden, he changed into a smiling appearance, seeing Xu Yener roll her eyes for a while. Snap. Yes. Wang Feng, 3 people sitting on the bed, knocking melon seeds, peanut rice and other food. There are more than just melon seeds and peanuts. Otherwise Xu Yener wouldn't be so stupid as to give the body forging Dan. Take another bite of brave heaven every now and then and clap your hands when you see the highlights. Cough. What is this? Why is it bitter and spicy? Xu Yener opened a bottle and took a sip. The feeling of not being used to drinking instantly hit her, and reached out her hand to fan her tongue in the air. Ha. Xiao Hao was amused. He was like this when he first started drinking. What are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I'll hit you. Chu Yenna raised her pink fist and glared at Xiao Hao, who hurriedly pulled Wang Feng over. How dare you? I'll tell my master to break your teeth. Xiao Hao was a little scared. This young girl's realm was much higher than his, but he instantly hardened after pulling over Wang Feng. Are you two not enemies, you two? Wang Feng slapped his forehead in agony and couldn't help but think of that thing called Jiang Hanshi. These two, like the two of them, inexplicably keep running into each other, but they don't get along so gently. Wang Feng had been killed for 8 lifetimes, and in the 9th lifetime, he was almost shot to death again with that cold needle. Just know how to hide behind your master. Ha! Chu Yenner snorted angrily and no longer paid attention to Xiao Hao, sitting on the bed to eat and watch the battle on the stage. Chapter 52, You're here to take a, aren't you? Undoubtedly, looking down from dozens of large columns, except for the battle on the stage. A bed, 3 people, a table of food, and the most conspicuous place was their place. An old man saw the scene and smiled as he opened his mouth in appreciation. These 3 are true to themselves and do as they please. Humph. Just as soon as that old man had finished speaking there came a loud androgynous voice, and without knowing it one would have thought that there was a beautiful maiden who was angry. The old man looked at the sound transmission disc beside him, which was what so many of them used to communicate with each other. One couldn't keep talking with psychic powers, or else some of the little secrets would be heard by the people below. Damn old too. What are you humming about? All you know is humming and humming all day long. The old man's face instantly became disgruntled. This too Lightwing basically said one word from him and he had to nonetheless go against him. These 3 people have no manners, and under such a public occasion, could it be that they are deliberately trying to attract attention? Another old man, Tu Guangyi, opened his mouth, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he put a hat on Wang Feng's trio, and the patriarch in the very center of the large column smiled and opened his mouth. What if 2 of the 3 are highly talented? What should you say? When Tu Guangyi saw that the patriarch was also helping that old man, he was even more dissatisfied in his heart. Even if some of them are the top 10 sun sword bodies, I still can't look at people with this kind of impoliteness. Well, that's good. The patriarch didn't dislike him anymore, but spoke silently. This made Tu Guangyi feel a pang of wonder. Could it be that 2 of those 3 had really strong talents? Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Look at that ring! At this moment a woman's voice came over, giving off a mischievous yet elegant feeling. The crowd looked over as she reported the ring, only for most of them to realize it was over before they saw it. In a ring that Wang Feng could not see, there was a slim woman in a white dress and a white head holding a cold sword looking at the 9 people scattered before her. No one made the first move, and after sizing each other up for a while, Jiang Hanshi got a little impatient. With a flash of the figure, the 9 people felt their bodies go cold, and without exception, the clothes on everyone's chest were all broken. We lost. Straight up seconds. The 9 were first horrified, reacted then disheveled, cursing how such a demon had appeared in their ring. They had 2 cultivators of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm in here. They were still killed in seconds, and if they had been in a real sparring match just now, they would have landed on their heads. Being able to cut through their clothes in a flash was proof that she could cut off their heads in a flash. I'll take this disciple for sure. The sound transmission disc frantically resounded with a voice, and some of the listeners were even so excited that they wanted to go down directly to accept the disciple. Stop, stop, stop. Let's look again first. With the patriarch's few words, the excited voices in the sound transmission disc slowly subsided a bit. Then he started chatting, and the words mentioned some rare geniuses who had crossed over from the spirit gathering realm to the next level. Several battles drew to a close, and in a flash it was evening. The setting sun that was about to set in the western sky coloring the clouds red. The fire clouds are separated one layer after another for a more layered look and feel. Beneath the sky, the camera descended towards the ground of the small sword sect at extreme speed. An oversized open space in the little sword sect was being filled with hundreds of rings, each with a boundary and a chaotic blast of spiritual energy. Bastard, can you beat it if I let you go up there? Xu Yenner looked at Xiao Hao, and her tone carried a veiled mockery. As far as Xiao Hao, who was at the first level of the spirit gathering realm, was concerned, he was probably just here to watch the fun. Cut. I'll go up there and kill them in minutes. Xiao Hao gulped down a mouthful of bravely heaven. The corner of his mouth turned arrogantly. Eat more food and don't net drink. Xu Yenner threw a few peanuts in front of Xiao Hao, her mouth full of sarcasm. Humph. Speaking out of turn and killing in seconds. If you have the guts, go up and try. Some bystanders are getting indignant. This kid really doesn't know what he's doing. That's it. Xu Yenner nodded her head agreeing with that bystander's words. Wang Feng listened to the 2 of them sparring but didn't say anything and was watching intently. Prepare to find a ring with a lower realm for Xiao Hao to throw up later. An incense stick of time passed again. and the evening sun shone on the earth, coloring the view a little red. No, I don't know how many games. This time, the people at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm were obviously much less, and it seemed that most of them had gone in earlier. The entrance will now begin. After an incense stick had burned, the last battle was over, and on an unoccupied stage, the grand judge shouted. Wang Feng waited for a while and found the right moment to take out the jade disc and hang it around Xiaohao's neck. Then from the bed, he grabbed Xiaohao's collar and threw it like a javelin. A whoosh of wind sounded, and Xiaohao's entire body flew toward the ring while he was still in a daze. Ah! Bang! Xiaohao, who had smashed into the ring, rolled several times and felt an immense pain all over his body, and only slowly recovered after a burst of repair from the jade disc. The corners of their mouths twitched as the remaining 9 people in the ring watched this awesome entrance of Xiaohao, who was the last to appear. And the highest person in this ring was a person at the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm, which Wang Feng had purposely chosen and waited for. The rest of them saw that this ring, where most of the cultivation levels were low, was robbed. He was also chagrined outside the ring, and had no choice but to fly towards the other ring. You don't want your disciple to die. Chu Yanner looked at Wang Feng and said in shock. Although the realm of that ring was very low, but there is also a spirit gathering realm 5th layer but a full 4 realms higher than that brat. What? Feeling sorry for your good brother? Who's heartbroken? Chu Yanner's face rose with a few moments of exasperation at Wang Feng's words, knowing that Wang Feng was flirting with what had just happened. Then don't scream. You're still eating or not? If not, I'll put it away. Eat. I'll be back on next game. Are you here for the competition too? Wang Feng looked at Chu Yanner with some suspicion. Aha! Seeing this, Wang Feng also left the bed and table for Chu Yanner to guard. Then a big jump at a random ring, in a graceful arc towards the ring. Chu Yanner was shocked again and again. Wasn't he in the Junction Spirit realm? How did he get up there too? Bang! Ring moments. Intact. Ha! The cultivation of the peak of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm couldn't even step on this ring. Wang Feng was a bit embarrassed and half squatted like he was taking a. Dude, you're here to take a, right? The few people who came in first laughed at Wang Feng's posture that was like a squatting pit. Wang Feng hurriedly stood up and straightened his demeanor and spoke. I don't want to hurt you guys, so admit defeat. Wang Feng knew that relying only on words, the compulsion was definitely not enough. The cultivation that had been pressed down to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm boomed. All released. Since the boundary hadn't been raised yet, along with the people outside, their hair was blown around by the aura. Without exception, all of them revealed a look of surprise, as his aura was unknown how much stronger than the average 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Chapter 53, This Familiar Feeling. Chu Yanner finally realized this time that this person pressured the realm to bully people. This was because ordinary 9th level of the spirit gathering realm definitely didn't have such a powerful aura, and he wasn't even at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm in the first place. But why didn't the little sword sect patriarch and the elders? They didn't see it until now? Although Chu Yanner couldn't tell even when Wang Feng didn't intentionally release his breath. But she had been crushed by Wang Feng's Junction Spirit Realm mighty pressure, and the people in the ring finally got serious at this point, and the idea of jumping out of the ring and leaving even arose in some people's minds. After all, there was a chance to get back in later, but it was still hard and fast to hold back from getting off the stage, and watching it so close up, there was a chance that it might even improve your combat experience a bit. If you go down there, you're just going to watch others fight for an incense stick anyway, so you might as well watch the battle up close. The ring was huge, so as long as they hid inside the corners, paid attention, and didn't intentionally target words, they usually couldn't hit them. Dang! Start! As a thick bell rang out, the ring immediately formed a boundary to encompass the entire ring. Only one of these can stand till the end next. The others either meekly lay down in the corner of the ring and concede defeat, not to strike again, or they were knocked out. I concede. The bell had just disappeared, and all of a sudden in the Wang Feng ring, one of them went to the corner of the ring to lie obediently. The rest of the men scorned him for a few moments, then another walked over to the edge of the ring and lay down. You guys fight. With that aura of his, I'd never be able to beat him anyway. One of the two lying cultivators at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm opened his mouth with a posed face. At the end of the day, only a person at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm was left in the ring staring at Wang Feng. You are a handsome people. Not bad, not bad. Wang Feng gave them a thumbs up. These people are very washers of business. Aren't you going to admit defeat? If you admit defeat, we don't have to wait in here any longer and just call out to the judge to open the boundary. Wang Feng turned his head to the last cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm after giving his thumbs up. Wang Feng released another stronger aura, vaguely looking like he was about to break through the Junction Spirit realm. Bluffing, releasing your aura all the time without making a move. Even if you are at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, I may not be unbeatable. Wang Feng looked at the 8 of them and spoke. Come on, let's give him a thumbs up. Wang Feng erected it first, while the rest of them slowly erected it after hesitating for a while. The people outside the boundary looked at this scene wondering what the hell was going on inside. Were these 8 lying down admitting defeat? Previously, there were also often people who conceded defeat in this way, and found a corner to lie down, not allowed to strike again, and if they struck again they would be thrown out of the mountain gate directly by the judge. The sight of 9 people giving one person the thumbs up instantly drew a large crowd to watch. Feeling both bored and hilarious, Jiang Hanshi stepped on his flying sword in the sky and also noticed this scene. At the same time the mind wondered why this silly boy had come here, and she certainly wasn't the only one in the sky, the rest wanted a broader view. That was why there were also many people at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm who utilized magic weapons to fly to the sky with great difficulty, but they were the polar opposite of Jiang Hanshi's relaxed appearance. Jiang Hanshi appeared to have some secret method or treasure for restraining her breath, and others saw that her cultivation was also at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Like Wang Feng, even the patriarch didn't see through it. At this moment, in the ring where Wang Feng was, the cultivator saw the eye-catching 9 thumbs and only felt his heart so stuffy and angry. Ah! The cultivator let out a cry of anger. His fist flashed with golden light, wanting to suppress Wang Feng here and make him lose face. Ah! It was his second scream, loud and heartbreaking, as his entire body had flown out in a bow. Bang! That cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm's entire body was sent flying by this blow, crashing into the boundary, spraying out a mouthful of blood. A layer of ripples rose from the boundary before finally returning to calm. Wang Feng withdrew his hand and shook it off, his face somewhat helpless. I've said I don't want to hurt you, but I'm still stubborn. It's over? It's over. We've been watching forlornly. What can we learn about combat? One punch breaks all laws? The rest of the 8 people were amazed. Good guy. One punch and it's gone. At the same time, the heart also secretly celebrated in their hearts. Fortunately, they conceded defeat early on. Otherwise he'd have to take a punch as well. And at his speed, 9 punches in a split second was more than enough. This was because they realized that they had ended the battle without even seeing Wang Feng's speed. Frightened, he shouted at the judge to hurry up and open the boundary, and several people were a little afraid to stay with Wang Feng. The judge's face also looked at Wang Feng with some surprise. This punch was no less than the power of the 1st level of the Jialing realm. Hundreds of rings, hundreds of judges were all in the Junction Spirit realm, or at least at the 1st level. Otherwise, he really couldn't see Wang Feng's punch, and even if he did, he saw a heavy shadow. Looks like we're going to need another junior. The judge let out a long cry in his mind and took control of the ring to open the boundary. As for the cultivator who had been beaten and spat out blood, had gotten up and walked out of the ring. Just now that punch has long let him see in Wang Feng's strength of the difference, and then go out with to seek death almost. And in the sky, Jiang Henshi's palms placed on the sides of her waist gently clenched up, biting her vermilion lips tightly. You lied to me once again. No, twice. Jiang Hanshi clenched her pink fists, and her eyes that contained some anger under the white veil bucket hat stared at Wang Feng, who was still heckling on the stage. Since she couldn't see Wang Feng's cultivation because of his physique, which was actually due to the system, and what Wang Feng had been leaking out in front of her was also the 3rd level of the spirit gathering realm. Only now did she realize that she had been tricked. How could he, who easily knocked away a 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, be at the 3rd level of the spirit gathering realm? The last time her breath was confused by her slap was also definitely a fake. That slap only had the power of around the 3rd downstream level of the spirit gathering realm. But how in the world did he manage to make such a mess of the spiritual energy in his body and still not blow himself up? This was the point she couldn't figure out and became more curious about Wang Feng. Thinking of this, Jiang Hanshi heartborn a little anger. She found a shock. Hurriedly read the meditation skills to calm down. From the time she met Wang Feng, her state of mind, which hadn't changed much for tens of thousands of years, surprisingly began to show various emotions. What the hell is going on here? Jiang Hanshi couldn't figure out why her heart would change so much because of a man. Wang Feng in the ring couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? It's a hot day. Why do I still feel cold? Nope. With his senses, not to say that he could sense right 100% of the time, but it's still 99.99% sure. This has been a familiar feeling for 8 lifetimes. So, Wang Feng panicked and swept around to the surroundings, realizing that he didn't see Jiang Hanshi before letting go of his heart. It should be because he hadn't encountered Jiang Hanshi these days and his heart was strange, causing him to hallucinate. It should be so. Jiang Hanshi in the sky looked at the suddenly alert Wang Feng and silently averted his gaze a little. Wang Feng quickly ran down the ring and hurried back to the bed, looking at Xiao Hao's side of the ring to watch the battle. Since Jiang Hanshi wasn't here and he was still anxious to watch his disciples battle, how could he possibly pay attention to anything else? Chapter 54, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. You bully, you go so far as to. Chu Yener-eyed Wang Feng and was about to condemn him, only to be interrupted before she could finish her words. You scream again. I'll smash your mouth in front of the others later. Wang Feng viciously interrupted her immediately. The matter of pressing the realm could not be discovered. Chu Yener pouted. She looked at Wang Feng's expression and knew that if she dared to say anything, this person in front of her would definitely really smash her mouth. What a lack of compassion. Ha! Chu Yener complained with an exasperated and dissatisfied voice. Go see your good brother and don't wail. Humph. He's a brat. How does he deserve to be my brother? Chu Yener grunted in anger again as she listened to his words, but she still couldn't help but look at the ring where Xiaohao was. If it wasn't for the fact that her mother wanted her to live independently, saying that she was more at ease in the little sword sect, then refusing to send an expert to protect her, she wouldn't be afraid of the man in front of her. But she was also a little curious about how that brat in the ring would deal with someone whose realm was higher than his. You'll be beaten until you admit defeat, right? I'll be sure to taunt him when the time comes. Had ha. Wang Feng also followed and concentrated on watching. After teaching for so long, now how can I drop to see the results? Only Xiaohao on the ring was seen frantically dodging the attacks of the cultivators on the ring using the green cloud escape steps that Wang Feng had taught him. The pace was weird, and each step seemed to lag, as if the game character was stuck. But as soon as he looked back, Xiaohao appeared on the other side again. Wang Feng looked at it. It was fine to hide and wait for them to fight first if he couldn't beat them. The rest of them were left to fend for themselves and had to fight whichever they saw. Otherwise, if he went to beat up Xiaohao, he would be the one to get beaten up. Xiaohao didn't even draw his sword, and it seemed that he had been hiding from the beginning until now. Soon, the crowd that fought to the end on the stage turned out to be unsurprisingly the only one left at the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm with the highest realm panting. And the ground was full of wailing 8 people, no longer able to fight, and some had broken bones. Some were already dying, lying on the ground recovering as much as they could after conceding defeat. Some of them, seeing that they couldn't beat them, lay down in the corner and conceded defeat in time, so they suffered far fewer injuries. Now only Xiaohao and the panting cultivator at the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm were left on the field. How could Xiaohao let go of this good opportunity? Clang! S drew the longsword in his hand. Xuanbu sword technique. Xiaohao shouted out in a very neutral way like those protagonists. The entire person slid past him as if he were sliding, and in an instant, he slid in front of the cultivator, raising his sword and sliding past him, with a final flourish of what he thought was a very handsome turnaround and faced that monk to collect his sword. Dude, you're a douche, right? Unexpectedly that cultivator looked at him like that and spat out a curse. This person has some kind of brain disease, right? Xiaohao did not respond and looked at that last cultivator at the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm with an incredibly serious expression. I can't believe you're okay? Xiaohao made a sound. His expression puzzled. He had clearly cut to it. Immediately after he saw the spot he had just cut into he knew why. It turned out that it had been blocked with spiritual energy. You're a 1st level of the spirit gathering realm. If it weren't for your good stance, you'd be lying on the ground already. The cultivator looked at Xiaohao as if he were looking at a stinky rat in the sewer. His face disgusted. Then with a flip of his palm, an unknown elixir was thrown onto his mouth. And to get high, Xiaohao shouted. He was stupid. He could even get high. He subconsciously thought that the competition could not get high. If I had known, I would have taken a few pills from Master. When he was in the town, he could fight with the group of kids but whoever had a weapon would be despised. Cerebral palsy. The cultivator cursed as he looked at Xiaohao's foolishness and quickly ran his energy to restore his body's spiritual energy state. This is a competition as long as it is not the kind of forbidden medicine that directly enhances the strength of the battle, and it is normally used for recovery elixirs of course. You can eat it. Gotta hurry up and recover and then beat this fool down or beat him until he admits defeat. Xiaohao came back to his senses and hurriedly raised his sword and once again stepped on the green cloud transportation step to kill him, jumping up and slashing. Madaka! The sound of 2 swords clashing together rang out, and the 2 of them briefly froze for a moment. The cultivator was experienced and raised his foot to kick Xiaohao in the stomach. Xiaohao was instantly kicked out and hit the boundary heavily. Immediately following it was a dim blue sword chi that chopped toward Xiaohao at great speed. Bang! With an explosion, Xiaohao half-kneeled with his hands against the sword and barely resisted. And in his excessive panic, he actually gave his hand to the blade of the sword and was directly stranded with a gash. Wang Feng shook his head straight as he watched. This disciple's combat experience was still the same as a pile of replies. Master said, going beyond the ranks is a must for geniuses. Xiaohao thought he was very handsome as he slowly stood up with his sword and shook the sword, and a flame immediately emerged from the sword. And, you watched that old Chu girl off the stage. Xiao Hao turned his head towards Wang Feng's side with his fire sword holding gaze and shouted again in a neutral manner. Even the countless people outside the arena were given goosebumps by him shouting. But Wang Feng was smiling and laughing immensely. You're the old Xiao girl. Your whole family is the old Xiao girl. Chu Yan'er looked at Xiao Hao in the ring with an angry face, and they knew each other's names from their sparring. I didn't expect this Xiao Hao to call her an old Chu female. No way. She had to come up with a nickname for him too. Xiao Hao in the ring looked at Chu Yan'er's exasperated appearance and revealed a satisfied expression. The jade disc around his neck began to fire, repairing the wound on his hand to the best of his ability. Xiao Hao knew that he couldn't beat them in a hard fight, so he could only use the stance that his master had taught him to fight with them. Ghost step. Xiao Hao let out another middle-aged roar and another stance. Xiao Hao jumped, and his figure looked as if he was floating around like a ghost when he moved. That's right, another brand new step. Wang Feng's footwork could be too many, and he had taught Xiao Hao a dozen or so when he was at the body tempering realm. 10 minutes later, Xiao Hao was already covered in sword wounds of various sizes, and his eyes were dead set on that cultivator. And the injuries the cultivator sustained were only a third of his. Going over the top was a must for geniuses. And there was also the fact that he still had to prove it to that old Chu woman. This was the belief in Xiao Hao's heart to fight. He had to win, just to see how that old Chu woman was choked and exasperated. He was going to shut up those people on stage who had just looked down on him. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Xiao Hao kept echoing these words in his mind. This was what his master always said. Crossing the ranks for him, he was definitely able to. At this time, Chu Yan'er and Wang Feng were still laughing and smiling under the stage, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Hao was going crazy. Wang Feng thought that this Xiao Hao's revealed sun sword body was already enough to be accepted as a disciple. He should admit defeat on his own later. He also didn't expect Xiao Hao to fight across 4 realms. Genius was just a thought that he had always instilled. After all, his disciple couldn't always instill a wasted thought. And Chu Yan'er was a little happy at this moment as she looked at Xiao Hao's lightly injured appearance. Who told him to keep scolding her? When the brat realized he couldn't beat her, he would surely admit defeat very quickly. Chapter 55, Brainwashing seems to be too serious. 25 minutes later, the remaining 8 men in the ring leaned close together, shivering in their little corner of the ring. The 8 of them ignored the injuries on their bodies and combined their efforts to form a barrier to prevent them from accidentally injuring them. Although the ring was said to be large, another layer of barrier would give them a bit of peace of mind. It's really those 2 guys, their play is horrible. In their vision, Xiao Hao was half kneeling on the ground at this moment, with the tip of his sword pressed against the ground. One eye had been poked out long ago, and his left arm was half broken and dripping with blood. There were bloody sword wounds all over his body, and in some places there was the smell of being burned by spiritual energy. And that cultivator didn't feel good either. His entire right arm was broken off. He didn't have much spiritual energy, and now it was almost depleted. He had thought that he would be able to settle this spirit-gathering realm first-level brat very quickly. I didn't expect this kid to be like the undefeatable little strong man. The injuries on his body kept recovering. He didn't know why, and only felt annoyed beyond measure during the fight against him. At this moment, the cultivator was looking at Xiao Hao with a look of horror. This kid was even exchanging injuries with him. Against being poked blind, Xiao Hao also cut off his right arm. Ha ha ha, old Chu girl, see, I'll win for you later. Xiao Hao laughed hideously, his face covered in scars and blood, especially the eye. That one eyeball had been poked out and looked hideous and horrible, and Wang Feng's face under the stage had been graved to the extreme. How could this disciple be so stupid, not admitting defeat until now? Chu Yan'er no longer had the same joy she had 15 minutes ago, looking at Xiao Hao's terrifyingly hideous appearance. Some worry rose in his eyes. How could this brat go and fight for his life just because she ridiculed him? If I had known that, I wouldn't have ridiculed him. She hurriedly waved her hand at Xiao Hao, who was looking over, and made a few gestures to signal him to admit defeat. Down. Old Chu woman, want me to admit defeat? No way. Xiao Hao did not appreciate it in the slightest and cursed Chu Yan'er. Judge, he admits defeat. Let him down. Wang Feng also beckoned and shouted at the judge. The bystanders have no right to decide whether they win or lose, and rest assured that the fatal wound will be prevented. The judge spoke relentlessly. Master, isn't it what you've always said that going beyond the ranks is a must for geniuses? Watch this. Your disciple is definitely a genius. Xiao Hao didn't disrespect Wang Feng, but talked about what Wang Feng had been saying. Wang Feng was helpless and slapped his forehead, wondering if he had brainwashed him a little too severely. Should I grab the judge by the neck and make him open the knot? Wang Feng pondered and looked at the large pillars and the boundary in the distance, and eventually dismissed the idea. Now they also figure out the rules of this competition. That is, if you can't die, then you will fight to the 9 points of death. However, no one usually put up such a fight. Normal people would admit defeat when they realized that they might not be able to beat them. unlike Xiao Hao. But it wasn't like there weren't places that were even more tragic than Xiao Hao's place. It was just that when he was about to die, he was blocked by a spiritual attack from the boundary, or near death will be saved by the power of the knot. Little cutie. It's not too late for you to admit defeat. Don't end up not entering the little sword sect and ending up with a lifelong disability. The cultivator opposite Xiao Hao said a few words. He was also a little afraid. This kid to the back of the fight is completely desperate. Ha ha ha. Since you're scared, won't you just admit defeat? Xiao Hao now smiled even more horribly and hideously, half kneeling on the ground, his right hand holding a sword to support the ground to look at the cultivator. Damn you! The cultivator cursed as he listened to Xiao Hao's words, and his heart was incomparably angry that his left arm was broken. If they couldn't get into the small sword sect, they would have to consume another wave of resources to pick up the slack at that time. And how could he admit defeat? If he got out of this ring today, he would definitely not be able to fight again for a while. We'll just have to wait another 10 years then. Saying so, he once again attached a layer of blue spiritual power to his yellow weapon lower grade long sword. Only this time it was so dim that it was almost invisible. Part of the reason why Xiao Hao was able to injure him was also because of the difference in weaponry. Xiao Hao's sword was a mid-grade yellow weapon. When slashing against each other, that vibration coming from your hand is counteracted a lot by the blade. Moreover, Xiao Hao could have too much more spiritual energy than him by relying on the recovery of the jade disc. Ha ha ha, again! Xiao Hao laughed maniacally and stood up, squeezing his entire body's chi to invoke the sword body. Gradually, his body began to become dark red, and there was also a feeling of blazing heat that made people feel it at first glance. The long sword in his hand also once again erupted with a stronger layer of fire-colored light. You're the sun sword body. That cultivator was shocked to see the scene. He had just fought too hard. Moreover, Xiao Hao didn't look like this sword body opening today, so he didn't recognize it. Ha ha ha. Who knows? Xiao Hao smiled and raised his sword to kill the cultivator once again. Countless people under the stage were also attracted to look over by this low cultivation battle of theirs. Although they are low, but this battle looked too wonderful. The genius of the oversteps. In the end is the victory or loss. And Xiao Hao on the ring, his whole body was now on fire. His will to fight was so great that he only felt that the pain in his body was gone, and he only wanted to have a good fight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The cultivator had no choice but to take it hard. It hurts too much this time. If I can't beat him, I won't be able to battle today. And tomorrow is another name selection contest. That meant he could only wait for the next initiation competition. And without entering the clan, he would still have to pay for the cost of his injuries himself. So he absolutely cannot lose. He had no choice but to also raise his sword, which was attached to a dull and incomparable blue spiritual energy, to fight against it. Die 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 die. Bang, bang, bang. The three splits in a row made a vast sound in fire, without any pattern, but the force they contained was immense. For a moment, the cultivator opposite Xiao Hao was unexpectedly caught in a passive position and could only do his best to resist. Xiao Hao's only remaining eye was bloodshot as if an inflamed fire was about to emerge from it. Ha ha ha. Laughter is simply a big villain. Along with Xiao Hao's desperate fight, the wounds on both of them began to multiply as well. Not enough combat experience? Then take a life. Want to get high again? Xiao Hao watched as an additional elixir appeared in the cultivator's sword-wielding hand, and he even wanted to get high. It instantly chopped over. A burst of fire-colored arcs slashing across the cultivator's chest. The monk was secretly glad that he was lucky to have dodged it, or else his left hand would have been broken. Xiao Hao advanced instead of retreating and continued to stab at his heart with his sword. Asterisk 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 Q. The cultivator was shocked and furious, and did not intend to hide, preparing to exchange injuries for injuries, and raised his sword to stab straight down at Xiao Hao's heart as well. Watching this pair of stabbing swords, the hearts of countless people on the stage lifted up. Bang! Surprisingly, this sound was not the sound of entering flesh, but both of their swords were bounced off by a spiritual force at the same time. It was the patriarch, who had been watching from the column for a long time, who struck. He had noticed Xiao Hao and the young girl when he hadn't made his entrance. As for Wang Feng, directly ignored. Chapter 56, once a teacher, always a father. He then only saw that Wang Feng was at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Nothing else special. At that time, he could only vaguely tell from a distance that Xiao Hao and Xu Yan'er, the two of them, had unusual physiques. I just didn't expect Tu Guanyi's mouth to open up. This kid is really a ing solar sword body. Having seen it all along, this son's desperate and unhinged fighting style had also impressed him. He had to be taken in. Just his son's sword body was enough to become the personal disciple of their sword sect's main sect, the Patriarch. That's right, their little sword sect is a subsect of the sword sect. Otherwise they wouldn't have taken this name. it wouldn't be as famous as it is now inside so many imperial kingdoms, with countless people squeezing their heads to get in. Enough! I've watched the two of you fight, and you're too injured to continue in the battle. The patriarch said that with a wave of his hand. The boundary opened and threw a token at the cultivator at the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm. After you recover some of your injuries, just take this token and enter the sect directly, and the recovery resources will be reimbursed by the sect. The cultivator was overjoyed and received the token, first bowing to the patriarch on the column to thank him. Again, he also bowed with one hand to Xiaohao and spoke in a convincing tone. I admire you. So Mr. G will step down first. Saying so, he endured the hideous appearance of being in pain and picked up the broken limbs and the sword aside and flew towards the stage to recover from his injuries. Now that he had joined the clan would reimburse him for these injuries, which was why he was able to speak to Xiaohao in a conciliatory manner. He was just afraid of losing at that point, and he would have to reimburse himself for the resources to restore his broken arm, which would presumably cost him his entire fortune. The patriarch proceeded to wave his hand again, and Xiaohao's body and broken arm began to fly toward the top of the large round column. Wang Feng and Xu Yener exhaled at the same time. Wang Feng was not in a hurry. He was just a cheap master anyway, and was about to throw Xiaohao to them to bring. If Xiaohao hadn't brought him the sword intent reward, he wouldn't have even intended to take him in at that point. However, after so many days together, Wang Feng liked this disciple very much, and the main one was obedient and very obedient. It's the brain that seems to have been literally kicked by a donkey and can put up a fight because of a few words from someone else. And Xu Yener was watching that mention of a scene alright. The heart this time slowly calmed down. And after Xiaohao, who was on top of the big round column, stopped fighting this time, the pain of those injuries came up in a brain full. He wailed in pain, so much so that he guessed the people below the column could hear him, but the sound soon stopped. It turned out that the patriarch had stopped Xiaohao's injuries and fed him an unknown elixir. All of a sudden it doesn't hurt anymore, only a numbing sensation. While the patriarch looked at Xiaohao and revealed a strange expression. His injuries were actually recovering automatically. It wasn't until he saw the jade disc around Xiaohao's neck that he realized that it was because of this trinket. However, the little sword sovereign didn't recognize this jade disc of creation remnant. The most he had ever seen before was a vague 9 pieces of united and complete jade discs of creation inside an ancient book. Moreover, this jade disc looked like a complete small shape. How could he know that this was actually a fragment of the jade disc of creation? Wang Feng used to wonder why this fragment was complete. I heard the system say that it was because the jade saucer of creation wasn't shattered open, but rather, it was turned into a separate one. As for what separated it, it didn't know, but as long as it collected the 9 fragments it would be able to refuse the jade disc of creation. The little sword sovereign took a step forward and pasted one hand onto Xiaohao's rotting eye that had been poked and blinded. Xiaohao, who was in a daze, only felt that invisible eye socket being covered. When the person on the other side of the room took his hand away, he found that he was surprised that he could see. You kid is very good. Would you like to join my sword sect? With your qualifications, there's no need for a competition. The patriarch continued to touch up the broken arm floating in midair and spoke solemnly. Then in Xiaohao's eyes again in shock disliked the broken arm against that break in his arm. Immediately afterward, a bright light burst out, and the light flashed so loudly that Xiaohao could not open his eyes. When Xiaohao came back to his senses he realized that the broken arm had actually healed. It was still easy for the yuan-breaking realm to mend and connect the eyes and broken arms of a small rookie at the first level of the spirit-gathering realm. There is no need for elixirs at all, as long as the eyeballs and limbs, etc. are still there. This is the repair of realm crushing. I'll have to ask my master about that. Xiaohao waved the broken arm that had been connected and realized that there was not the slightest discomfort, and arched his hand in respect to the person in front of him. He wasn't so stupid that he didn't even know that this person was the patriarch. After all, he had heard someone say it down there. The most prominent one down there? The corners of the little sword sovereign's mouth twitched as he looked down at the most conspicuous place among the small black shadows in the blackness below. There was a man and a woman who were sitting on the bed stoned on melon seeds, stoned to watch the competition. Wang Feng. Xiaohao looked down and just saw Wang Feng's small black shadow answering the call. He just felt a wave of dizziness. It's so high. I hadn't noticed when I was pulled up by that pole earlier, but now I finally realized how high it was. Sovereign hurriedly grabbed his back and pulled him back, not realizing that he was afraid of heights. Thanks a lot. Please send me back. I'll ask my master to go. The sword wound on Xiaohao's body had also been restored by the jade disc and the elixir, so he spoke to the person in front of him. Well, that's good, but I have to advise you that joining my sword sect is definitely more than following your master in cultivation. It's the sword sect. You should have heard of the great name of the sword sect, right? The #1 sect within the continent is the sword sect. The patriarch opened his mouth and urged Xiaohao to join the sword sect so that he could gain some reward for recruiting a genius. As the saying goes, Once a teacher, always a father? If my master refuses, then I can only follow him. Xiao Hao opened his eyes in doubt, but still firmly returned his sentence. He felt very comfortable following his master these days, not treating him badly at all and teaching him a lot of feats. He grew up in the town, and there weren't many cultivators inside that town. Some people don't even know what a spirit stone is. How had he ever heard of any sword sect? But hearing this person in front of him say that it was the #1 sect in the continent, it sounded as if it was very powerful. Not bad, heavy on sentimentality. My sword sect needs talents like you. The little sword sovereign spoke with satisfaction and pushed Xiao Hao toward the outside of the pillar. Ah! Xiao Hao looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer only to feel that his heart was about to jump out. But it stopped instantly the moment it was about to touch the ground, and then fell again from about half a meter off the ground. Oh! Xiao Hao was dropped and screamed. After realizing that he was fine this time, he put his heart down and stood up and ran wildly towards Wang Feng. Master! Master! Wang Feng was sitting on the bed and was watching the several people who were chopping each other up on the stage, when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Good disciple, quickly let master take a look. Have you recovered from those injuries? Wang Feng jumped up at once and gave Xiao Hao a big hug despite the crowd. The two of them were as close to tears as a young couple who hadn't seen each other in years. You okay? Just as the two of them were in a deep embrace, there came another untimely voice. None of your business, old Chu girl. Wang Feng and Xiao Hao both cursed in unison. Couldn't they see that they were hugging? Chapter 57, even if I miss the last game, I'll wait until he's here. Chu Yan'er gritted her teeth and looked at the two of them, making grunting noises like a puppy, as if she wanted to bite them. Hum and scream again and break your teeth. Wang Feng couldn't help but warn her as he looked at her appearance. It was really inexplicable. Chu Yan'er could only eat her snacks in a muffled voice without any help. Master, he's the one who restored these injuries to me. And that person up there even said he wanted me to join their sword sect. Sitting on the bed to learn more about Xiao Hao's experience after he went up was also a joyful nod. Then you're in. The sword sect is good. I knew it. What do you know, master? Xiao Hao was also puzzled for a while as he looked at Wang Feng's delighted appearance. The sword sect is not the little sword sect, and the little sword sect is not the sword sect, because one of them is the main sect and the other is a sub-subsect. You should understand such a simple truth, right? Wang Feng looked at Xiao Hao's dumbfounded expression after he finished speaking and knew that he hadn't smoothed it out. And the people around them were not surprised. The little sword sect was originally a branch of the sword sect. This was something that everyone knew. Master, I get it. So, I'm in? Xiao Hao stroked it for a while before figuring it out. Well, originally, I wanted you to join this little sword sect, but I didn't expect there to be any surprises. Wang Feng didn't think there was any problem and said it directly. Oh. The next Wang Feng started to get high again. Xiao Hao, on the other hand, and Chu Yan'er didn't know what the reason was again, and started spraying madly at each other from the side again. Wang Feng took it all as if he couldn't hear it, and went in the left ear and out the right ear. During this period, Wang Feng saw that Xiao Hao's injuries had almost recovered, so he put the jade disc back. After all, this was one of the Emperor's weapon fragments. Something that was priceless, which could no longer be measured in terms of price, and was unattainable. Wang Feng didn't expect to continue searching for the remaining 8 pieces of debris. Everything was as it should be. He didn't really need it anyway. After an incense burner, dang, another bell rings, and the next bout is about to begin. Dead rats. You watch how I hang them. Chu Yan'er and Xiao Hao's sparring stopped and angrily cursed. Cut. Don't get hit and cry later. Xiao Hao put on a crying face, and as for that newly happy nickname, he took it all as if he couldn't hear it. It was also funny to say that Chu Yan'er had not even been in the last fight in order to wait for Xiao Hao to watch her fight. Until there is Xiao Hao down to look after this only intends to go up. Wang Feng got high on melon seeds and looked at the two of them with a meaningful smile. These two are a good match. I just don't know if they have that destiny. Chu Yan'er jumped into the ring with a single stride, and the crowd in the ring didn't belittle her just because she was a girl. They had just seen this girl sitting with those two guys getting high. Those two were the ones who had one punch that sent the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm flying, and one who had crossed over. So this girl was definitely not simple either. Begin! The ring boundary rose, and Chu Yan'er's cultivation was violently released. The 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. The face of the highest cultivator in the ring at the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm also relaxed a bit, until Chu Yan'er's body began to gradually become cold and ghostly. And then a hand drew out the jade sword from the storage ring. The body of the sword actually began to slowly form a frost, and it actually formed a frost under the big sun. You're a ing Taiyin sword body. In the end, are you still letting people live? The 9 of us will surround her together. I don't believe she can resist. There was a lot of talk in the ring, and finally a decision was reached. 9 people surrounded one of her. There were people who wanted to admit defeat, but now their minds were beginning to waver. Yes, the crowd considered that they were all at the 7th or 8th level of the spirit gathering realm in this ring, so as long as they beat the girl to lie down, everyone had a chance to win, and they were able to use the girl's hand to drain each of their psychic powers. As long as they beat this girl down, the last thing they would fight for would be the elixir. You guys are shameless. This is a melee. How can you do this? We're just shameless. Ha ha ha. Chu Yenner finally realized the danger of society this time. Her face was red with anger. Turning her head to look at the dead rat and Wang Feng, she realized that the two of them were waving at her to admit defeat. I'm not going to admit defeat. Chu Yenner charged at the 9 with a furious shout. Half an incense burner later, Prairie Frost. Chu Yenner dragged her bruises all over her body and looked at the 4 people still remaining and shouted out the name of the sword technique. The other 5, seeing that they couldn't be defeated, had long ago conceded defeat, minimizing their injuries and recovering in the corner in preparation for the next match. This scene of Chu Yenner shouting out the slogan of the sword method gave Wang Feng a smile. Really young is young. Those remaining 4 people were shocked and hurriedly avoided. This young girl would definitely make a move when she shouted, because from the start of the fight until now, this young girl had always shouted before she hit her attack. It's just as middle of the road as the kid in front of me who crossed the rank. Ha ha ha, fooled by me. Chu Yenner suddenly laughed out loud, and with a flash of her figure, the neck of one of them was instantly held by her sword. I concede, the man hurriedly shouted, and Chu Yenner loosened up this time. She still couldn't come down hard enough, and most of the guys over in the corner conceded the same way. TSK, disciple, you can't learn from her. This kind of person is going to be shaded to death in the immortal cultivation world. Wang Feng cannot appreciate Chu Yenner's motherly heart. She still has to experience more through the storm to know the viciousness of society. It was also the moment Chu Yenner let go of that person. The result was that those 3 people seized the opportunity. A few sword chi chopped at her. Chu Yenner barely resisted 2 of them, as she was already physically and mentally exhausted. She was still struck on her back by the last one. It was the biggest wound she had received since the beginning of her life, and her back was cut open, revealing the white skin. Fortunately, the quality of the clothes is over the top. It should be a piece of magic weapon. No big deal. She won't last long. Vile. Chu Yenner's face reddened with anger and cursed, but the words could not harm them. Besides, that would have been normal in combat. After an incense burner, under the shocked gazes of countless people, Chu Yenner braced herself to eat a recovery pill. Dragging her bruised and battered body, she wobbled towards Wang Feng's side, and behind her were the 9 people who had conceded defeat and stepped down from the stage. A disheveled look on their faces. 9 people surrounded a young girl and even lost the fight. Too fierce this girl. Not only did she win in a fight of 9, except for some serious injuries, she can even walk. The people under the stage looked at the Chu Yenner who came down from the stage and talked about it, taking the initiative to make a path out. Seeing that Chu Yenner's injuries didn't break her arm or anything, the patriarch who was on the column didn't pull her up. I think this girl should be the kid's senior sister, and when she came up, she was probably going to ask her master's opinion. Moreover, her master's jade disc could heal her injuries, so he didn't have to purposely use up his spiritual energy to heal her injuries. Hey, hurry up and get a shirt and put it on her. Wang Feng elbowed Xiao Hao, who also intended to set these 2 up. He was also surprised when he saw that Chu Yenner was a Tai-Yin sword body. Fate. It's absolute fate. A solar sword body and a Tai-Yin sword body. Isn't this a proper destiny? I've heard that if these 2 physiques can dual cultivate, their cultivation will definitely increase greatly, and it will be of great benefit to both parties. Chapter 58 Matchmaking. Jiang Hanshi. No. Xiao Hao's face was unhappy. Why did he have to give this obnoxious old Chu girl clothes? TSK. Wang Feng scared and his gaze looked at Xiao Hao with a chill. Well, Xiao Hao could only take out a set of clothes from the storage space given to him by his master and walk over. The Dongyang Dynasty Empress, who had changed her form and disguise, watched this scene quietly from the crowd. How could she be relieved that Chu Yenner came out alone by herself? The Sun sword body and the Tai-Yin sword body, this they were destined for, but their relationship seems to be a bit off. That kid doesn't know how to care about Yuna at all. The Empress of the Dongyang Imperial Dynasty in the crowd looked at the 2 people not far away and read in her heart. Xiao Hao walked to Chu Yenner and lifted the clothes in his hand and draped them over her back. Dead rat, Auntie, am I awesome? Chu Yenner looked at Xiao Hao and propped up a smile as she weakly spoke. Awesome, you're the best. Xiao Hao saw her look and didn't intend to spray at her anymore. So don't be so angry that you spit a mouthful of blood on him later. Hold me up. Knowing her current state, Chu Yenner just wanted to lay down on the ground and rest regardless, but her face didn't allow her to do so. Otherwise she wouldn't have been made to cry by Wang Feng's few words. You have a lot on your mind. Xiaohao said so on his lips, but looking at that dying state of hers, he simply carried her directly onto his body and ran towards Wang Feng. I told you to help. I didn't tell you to carry. Old Chloe, you're a lot of things. Xiaohao cursed and carried on regardless. Chu Yenner felt his sturdy back and blushed a little. Master, the man was carried back for you. Now is he okay? Xiaohao carried Chu Yenner on his back to Wang Feng's side. What do you mean carry it back for me? Carry it back and put it down. Oh. Xiaohao roughly threw Chu Yenner towards the bed and sat back down next to Wang Feng to continue watching the match. Dead rat, can't you be gentle? Chu Yenner cursed indignantly. Didn't she see that she was now covered in injuries? You didn't say that either. You have a lot on your mind. Xiaohao's expression was one of speechlessness. Even if you carry you over, you still have so many demands. Serves you right for not having a dowager. Chu Yenner sprayed against Xiaohao again. Wang Feng held his forehead in pain at the side. His disciple is good at everything, but he is too straight. His brain seems to be missing a string. Several days passed in a row, and the contest was soon fought until there were only 2 left. From 100 people onwards it's single combat. No more melee. And at this moment, Wang Feng was shivering as he looked at the person across from him. Slim posture, before seeing the real face can make people flutter. But Wang Feng now cannot have much heart to appreciate. Because that. Exactly. Ginger Henshaw. But as always, she wore a white cloak. He had seen Jiang Hanshi at the top 16, and he told him how he had felt that familiar feeling the other day. He gave birth to the idea of admitting defeat in the round of 16, though he ended up punching away the person he was fighting against. Because he's not willing to waste a few days for nothing. Is he going to end up with nothing? After entering the top 100, you may not concede defeat without more than half an incense burner in the ring. You should know that. Wang Feng was just about to admit defeat. Anyway, he made it into the top 3, and now he could at least take a middle-grade Xian rank sword in 10 stone. The opposite side of the room, Jiang Hensher, was as if she knew what he was thinking, and coldly stated the rules of the post-100 tournament. Finished, 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 revenge is coming. If she was here a few days ago, she must also know that I'm not at the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. Wang Feng thought to himself that this was the end. On the opposite side, Jiang Hanshi held the cold sword tightly in his hand. His beautiful eyes under the white veil bucket hat narrowed slightly. She knew that with this stupid kid's personality, he would definitely want to choose to admit defeat when he realized it was her. The silly boy seemed to be afraid of her all the time, and she didn't know what it was. She had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Jialing realm long ago these days, and she was definitely much more comfortable bullying this silly boy. This time, she had borrowed the ability of the Emperor's corpse that she had already refined to forcefully suppress her cultivation. Although it didn't feel good, it was the best way to hide one's cultivation below the Great Emperor realm, and she wanted this sword in 10 stone to be useful. Then, fairy sister, go easy on me, will you? Wang Feng now remembered that the elders on those columns had added another rule after entering the top 100. He just wanted to take a sword in 10 stone. How come he ran into this ingrate again? Isn't it obvious that he's here to get him in trouble? Jiang Hensher, peak of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm versus Wang Feng, peak of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Who was stronger and who was weaker? We would see. Will do. Jiang Hanshi didn't refuse this time, but instead spoke faintly. Then his body flashed, holding the cold sword. That is, he did not use the blade of the sword, and used the body of the sword to fiercely slap at Wang Feng's butt. Snap! Ow! This hurt so much that Wang Feng let out a wolf cry and hurriedly pulled away from Jiang Hanshi. Don't hold back! Wang Feng's heart was furious. Today he was going to properly sanction this Jiang Hanshi, just to fulfill the wishes of his previous lifetimes. Anyway, they were both at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm now, and he didn't believe that Jiang Hanshi could beat him. Fairy sister, I'm going to get serious. Wang Feng's gaze condensed, and an iffy aura radiated out. Even Jiang Hanshi was a bit surprised by this aura. The aura was so domineering that even she felt a sense of oppression. Wang Feng stepped on both feet and pounced towards Jiang Hanshi like a toad. Jiang Hanshi looked at the opposite side of the stupid boy flung into the air. So with her having a weapon to fight, this is not an egg against a stone? It's really broken. In order not to injure Wang Feng, Jiang Hanshi even turned the blade of his sword and prepared to hit Wang Feng's chest with the hilt of his sword. Hey! Seeing that Wang Feng was still in the mood to laugh, Jiang Hanshi felt a pang of wrongness. When she came back to her senses, her pupils shrunk violently, and the Wang Feng in midair was gone. Just as she was about to storm backwards, she had realized it was too late. Hastily, he juggled a sword twist to turn the cold sword back and quickly chopped at his back. Secretly collected some force. This sword she has 90% certainty. Just do not know that stupid boy resistance. Hey, you didn't think you could only flash behind you, did you? Wang Feng smiled thievishly and appeared from the side of Jiang Hanshi. pouncing heavily on her. When Jiang Hanqi's eyes flicked to his side, he realized that Wang Feng was already close at hand. This body. This was the last thought Kong Han Xiao had when he was pounced upon. Snap! There was a loud thud and the two fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times. Right during this rolling period, Jiang Hanqi rolled over, and the end result turned out to be that Jiang Hanqi pressed Wang Feng. Lean! Wang Feng cursed in his heart. Just now during the rolling she realized that Jiang Hanqi didn't know where a force came from and pressed him so hard that he couldn't even move. Chapter 59, This is my fiancé. And Jiang Hanqi's bucket hat flew out from this fall, startling the stage with an outcry. It's fairy. Regardless of men and women, all of them were in awe after seeing Jiang Hanqi's true face. Wang Feng's hands were pressed to the ground, and he couldn't even break free with all his strength. What's going on here? How can my dual cultivation of Dharma body not match her strength? There's no way Kong Hanxiu could have that much power. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi, who was sitting on his stomach in amazement. Jiang Hanshi was really still that uncomplicated. Why did you lie to me? Jiang Hanshi dead pressed Wang Feng's eyes straight at him, as if he wanted to see something from the bottom of Wang Feng's eyes. She had just realized that Wang Feng was definitely that bonobo man. Even his stance was exactly the same. In other words, he was the one who saw her body. He was also the one who tried to misbehave with her in the village. Even the one who kidnapped her back to the village was him. Wang Feng thought that Jiang Hanshi was talking about the cultivation cheating her, and sheepishly inclined his head without saying anything. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hanshi already knew the truth, and together she had been lied to all the way. When Jiang Hanshi saw that Wang Feng didn't say anything, the anger value in his heart was immediately pulled full. He quickly stood up and grabbed Wang Feng's wrist and flung it at the boundary. Bang! The boundary was hit with a ripple, and Wang Feng only felt a taste of blood coming up in his throat. Wang Feng swallowed back with a hard gulp and spat blood foam at the ground, his face bitter. Good guy. Jiang Hanshi didn't leave his hand at all this time, beating him to the point that he almost spewed out his blood. Fight! Come on! Wang Feng executed the 7-star steps to attack Jiang Hanshi, and both of them raised their palms at the same time. Snap! Wang Feng withdrew his hand, and Jiang Hanshi hit Wang Feng's chest with this blow. You can only use the trick of bitterness. Wang Feng's figure flew backwards like a rocket, and once again hit the boundary. Put! The blow was not resisted, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out. 7 parts passive, 3 parts active. Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but take a step forward with his feet. However, once she remembered Wang Feng's experience of cheating her several times, she still stopped hard, and this was considered a lesson for him. What she had forgotten about Kanganshi was how she had tackled those who had lied to her in the old days. It's simple, just kill it. But when it came to Wang Feng, she seemed to have no such intention. Go on. It'll take the edge off. Feel free to fight. Wang Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted at Jiang Hanshi, simply directly to the ground. He did not want to move. Let Jiang Hanshi come. The knots and the judges will step in when they're dying anyway. To be honest, it was hard for him to cultivate some feelings with Jiang Hanshi now, and he really didn't want to turn into a life and death enemy again. It could be said that all of his first 8 lives combined probably didn't even add up to as many relationships as he had cultivated in this one. And the first 8 lives were full of hateful feelings. It just so happened that in his current life, Jiang Hanshi had been recultivated so that he would have the opportunity to get close to her. It was so hard to cultivate a relationship that she was able to ignore Xiao Hao calling her master's wife. Wang Feng really didn't want to turn against Jiang Hanshi until he had no choice. On the opposite side, Jiang Hanshi gazed at Wang Feng, who was lying on the ground, and did not strike again. I don't know what I was thinking, but I stood for a while and sat down. Wang Feng is also happy to be free. After all, who wants to be beaten? So just lie there and play dead. The judge looked at this scene a little hesitant to let Jiang Hanshi win outright, but the man didn't look like he was injured to the point of being incapable of fighting again. It was stated in the rules that sparring after the top 100 could only be done if the person in the ring was incapable of fighting again, or if he or she conceded defeat after half an incense burner. Otherwise the judge has no right to interfere, let alone this 1 or 2 place fight. This was a rule set by the elders in order to see more exciting battles. After all, these 100 people were all elites, and the sect absolutely had to take in all of them if they could. It just so happens that you can also see some character and talent in their battles. And now the bored ones are the audience on stage, complaining a bunch. The first and second place battles weren't nearly as good as those 3rd and 4th place resurrections. Half an incense burner later, I concede, Jiang Hanshi said with a suck of the palm of his hand, sucking the white gauze bucket hat that had fallen aside into his hand and putting it back on. A burst of words of pity rang out from the stage. This immortal face, they couldn't get tired of looking at it for the rest of their lives. The judge opened the knot, his eyes strange. Jiang Hanshi walked down the ring, but did not go far, as if he was waiting for Wang Feng on the stage. The judge also waited for half a day and realized that Wang Feng was surprisingly motionless. This isn't going to die, is it? It shouldn't be. The junction will react if you die. Did he just close the junction and he breathed his last? The judge hurriedly flew into the ring and walked over to check on Wang Feng's physical condition. Jiang Hanqi, who was waiting for Wang Feng under the stage in the meantime, also noticed it, and his heart tightened for some reason. What for? Jiang Hanqi realized that Wang Feng had already gotten up when he couldn't resist the urge to get ready to move and fly up. Rubbing his confused eyes disgruntled, he glared at the judge who had been pawing at him. Jiang Hanqi's heart of worry instantly disappeared without a trace, together with this silly boy stranded on the ring asleep. That's not true. Shouldn't call him a stupid boy anymore. He's just a bad liar. Get off the stage. It's over. The judge yanked up Wang Feng and dragged him, who was still in a daze, out of the ring. What? It's over. Wang Feng reacted and shouted in shock, making the countless viewers below a whole lot of white eyes, cursing that this thing's heart was so big that it could sleep through a sparring match. And why did that fairy admit defeat and let him, a silly thing like him, come in first place? Yeah, it's over. You're in first place, the judge said with a speechless face. Wang Feng also reacted this time. Jiang Hanqi even admitted defeat. What kind of person is that? I can't believe you just meekly let her beat you like that. And I can't believe she didn't take a good first place and let you have it, the judge asked as he dragged Wang Feng towards the stage, obviously wanting to hear the gossip. This matchup was arguably the most dumbfounded matchup he had watched in all his time as a judge. Quietly tell you, this my fiancée. Just recently I messed with her. I did not expect to meet her here. Had no choice but to beg for forgiveness like this. Wang Feng came up to the judge's ear and raised his hand to lower his voice to whisper. Oh, so that's how it is. The judge seemed to understand, and thoughtfully, looked closely behind Wang Feng. Wang Feng noticed his gaze and turned his head with a somewhat stiff neck, right in the face of Jiang Hanqi. Even if she was wearing a white veil cloak, it was as if Wang Feng could see how cold her eyes were right now. She wouldn't have heard that, would she? You heard, got it? Wang Feng carefully asked in the most direct way. I thought you said she-oh. Wang Feng hurriedly covered the judge's mouth. It seems that Jiang Hanqi should not have heard it, but he can't give it to him. No talking. When Wang Feng saw that he didn't scream again, he let go, and the judge shut up with good sense. Just by looking at the brother's face alone, he could tell how much he was afraid of his fiancée, and he was fine with not wanting multiple enemies, so they dutifully kept their mouths shut and let the two of them make out and work it out on their own. Wang Feng was just about to take a hurried step away when he suddenly felt a tugging sensation coming from the back of his neck collar. Chapter 60, Don't try to escape this time. Wang Feng's face immediately became embarrassed. He really wanted to cry. Wang Feng was carried all the way away from the crowd by Jiang Hanqi. The noise gradually decreased a lot, yet there were still a lot of gazes looking over. Eat up! An elixir appeared in Jiang Hanqi's palm, pinched Wang Feng's chin and shoved it in. Wang Feng was immediately shocked. This can't be a poison pill, right? And quickly lowered his head to try to spit it out. No spitting. It's healing. Greeting Jiang Hanqi's words like a command. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment looking at Jiang Hanqi with skeptical eyes and slowly swallowed it. If it was really a poisonous elixir, the system would be able to cure it. Only it would take a great drop of origin. Jiang Hanqi didn't lie to him. It was really healing. Originally the chest cavity was still feeling stuffy and painful. It quickly disappeared after eating this elixir. And Wang Feng realized that this elixir was not just as simple as just healing his wounds. There was also in the mildness of his meridians, blood and so on. His body was warm and particularly comfortable. Why did you lie to me? Jiang Hanqi repeated out the words again. His voice was so cold that it seemed to be able to frostbite Wang Feng's eardrums. Wang Feng cried a face, because this time Jiang Hanqi was afraid that he would run away, and he even grabbed his arm in a death grip. Doesn't she hate it when men touch her? She actually didn't mind running into a man this time. Wang Feng looked at the arm that was being pinched to death really helpless. Because you couldn't think of a reason to lie to me for a second this time, could you? Jiang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng's hesitant appearance and simply answered for him to himself. This liar, who had lied to her all the way. She was really angry. Fortunately, Wang Feng did not rape her when she was soft and weak, or Wang Feng can now suffer from the old crime. The odds are that it should have to be a repeat of the scene from the 8th world again. Although Wang Feng's cultivation was higher than hers, he didn't have a single magic treasure. The treasures all turned into origin points for him to resurrect when he was resurrected. Jiang Hanqi stared coldly at Wang Feng. This liar's silence in the ring just now had caused her to forfeit her force in a moment of anger. Wang Feng's collar was grabbed, and he was as helpless as a child caught by an adult stealing fruit. Sorry. Wang Feng weakly apologized. He really didn't know how to explain, so he simply apologized along with her words. Both of you come quickly to receive your sword and 10 stones. At this time, The little sword sex patriarch transmitted his voice and shouted, and Wang Feng's heart was happy to come to the rescue. Let's go and receive the sword and 10 stones first. Look at the patriarch calling us. Wang Feng's face that was still trying to smile out when he realized that the patriarch had saved the day, until it instantly disappeared without a trace upon seeing Zhang Hanqi's next move. His grandma, Zhang Hanqi, even took out a spirit-binding rope right in front of him. In Wang Feng's shocked gaze at the wrist of one of his hands in a swift and instantaneous manner tied, Kang Hansei picked up the other end and realized that something seemed wrong. Like walking a dog, simply tie the other end around his wrist as well, so as not to hurt his pride. It's kinda sweet. Anyway, this rope was useless to her in the Junction Spirit realm, and it had recognized its master. Even if she was now at the Spirit Gathering realm, she hadn't bound herself to her own spiritual power. Fairy sister, aren't we being a little ambiguous? Wang Feng looked dazedly at the rope on his wrist and then at Zhang Hanqi. This rope was to bind the Spirit Gathering realm. It was useless to the Spirit Junction realm, and I didn't know where Zhang Hanqi had gotten it. Originally, Wang Feng saw that Zhang Hanqi tied him up as if he was walking a dog and was ready to explode his spiritual power to give the rope a direct blast, then took out the Xian rank divine traveling talisman bought by the system in conjunction with his stance to quickly run out of the sects. You want to be my master? You want to eat? But the sight of her tying up her wrists against her own as well, simply put those thoughts to rest as well. You know what to do. You're not getting away this time, Zhang Hanqi said with a move of his body. The rope in his thin hand led Wang Feng towards the small sword clan. The crowd on the road murmured, wondering if the two had just been dying. Now how is it that we've only been out for one trip and our wrists are attached to each other by a string, and it's still spirit binding rope? All of you who were not selected are dispersed. The next step is our clan's initiation ceremony, so it's inconvenient to show it to you all. The little sword sect leader utilized his spiritual energy and shouted again, and the others had long since seen it. Those in attendance rustled and began to leave the venue, and the uncountable sea of people was soon down to about 2,000. Master! Master! Xiao Hao at this time ran over while shouting, and following him was Chu Yener. She had also recovered from her injuries by relying on her own elixir. Hello, Shifu! Xiao Hao ran to the front of Wang Feng, saw Zhang Hanshi immediately on the line of salute. This time the Zhang Hanshi did not pay attention to him again. I don't know if he's acquiescing or just being lazy, but the probability of the latter is probably higher. Or maybe, 8 parts of the latter, 2 parts of the former? Old Chu Nui, put out the bed and return it to my master. Chu Yener blanked him, Xiao Hao's appearance. Those who did not know thought that she wanted Wang Feng's bed. With a movement of Chu Yener's mind, the large bed that was placed inside her storage space appeared in front of several people. Xiao Hao also took out the table from the storage bag that Wang Feng had given him. His storage bag was smaller. You can't fit that bed with a table and a few other bits and bobs. Apprentice son. Ah, master will be leaving in a few days. Find yourself another big brother to rely on in the sword secto. Seeing this, Wang Feng collected the bed and table and then opened his mouth. He planned to use the little sword sex teleportation array to go to the central state. Ha! Xiao Hao was confused by the whole thing. What did it mean to find another big brother? Ha ha, dead rat, your master doesn't want you. Chu Yener laughed and snickered on the side. Xiao Hao's expression was about to cry, and the more Chu Yener looked at him, the more amused she felt. Master, where are you going? Go get some things, but don't leave until a couple days later. Wang Feng came back to Xiao Hao's ear, only to realize that the rope on his hand was not long enough, and subconsciously tugged on it, paying no attention to Kang Hanshi who was on the other end of the rope. Also, you get along with this old Chu girl, it will be very helpful to you if you double cultivate. Wang Feng came together in Xiao Hao's ear. A whisper. Xiao Hao's face hole rose a little red. This master is so astringent. Ah, who wants to talk to that old Chu girl? Xiao Hao said here and suddenly noticed the strange gaze of Chu Yener beside him and hurriedly closed his mouth. Whatever. It's out of my hands anyway, Wang Feng said indifferently. It's not like he was double cultivating anyway. This cheap disciple is like a straight man. Dead rats. Are you guys secretly bad-mouthing me? Chu Yener swept back and forth between the two of them with a measuring gaze. Please ask the top 3 to come up and receive their sword in 10 stones. The patriarch swept around the large column and shouted, then leapt forward and flew downward, and in a clearing where he was about to fall a platform slowly rose up, and the patriarch stood on it with a few light steps in the air. Chapter 61 Entrance Ceremony. Passing away. Just passing away. Wang Feng suddenly felt a tensile force coming from his hand, and his entire body was brought over. Under 1,000 gazes, Zhang Hanxi silently pulled Wang Feng toward the stage, ignoring the strange gazes of countless people. What are you two? The patriarch's eyes also looked at the two of them strangely. Oh, it's alright, that's the way she likes it, for fear her sweetheart will run away. Wang Feng waved his other hand and spoke carelessly. Wang Feng had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt the rope tighten violently, strangling his hands green. Wang Feng hurriedly pulled gently, begging for mercy in general. But fortunately, Jiang Hanshi let him go. Oh, the patriarch naturally saw it and smiled meaningfully, but he didn't ask any more questions. With that, he raised his hand, and 3 ancient black stones suspended in the air appeared in front of the patriarch. This is the sword intent stone. There was a deep sword mark on it that just made one's eyes feel vaguely painful just by looking at it. This is the sword intent stone left behind by the pride of the younger generation of the sword sex harmonization realm after expending a great deal of effort. I hope that you will make good use of it. The 3 of them collected the sword intent stones, and the other wayfarer had long since gone down. And when the patriarch saw that the 2 of them, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, were still hesitant to go down, his eyes couldn't help but be puzzled. Patriarch, I would like to ask, do we have a teleportation array to the central state here? Wang Feng opened his mouth. Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but turn around. She had just wanted to open her mouth, only to be preempted by this stupid kid. What he hadn't expected was that this stupid kid was also going to use the teleportation array to go to the central state. Jiang Hanshi was a bit puzzled as to what he was doing in central state, but she didn't bother to ask. That's an afterthought. There's a bunch of people waiting down there. The patriarch didn't answer him this question explicitly, but told him to wait first. Seeing that the same question had already been answered, Jiang Hanshi pulled Wang Feng off the stage. Fairy sister, hey, don't pull so hard. Wang Feng did not pay attention to directly be pulled, almost fell to the ground. This Jiang Hanshi wanna go also will not say a word. As for the next ceremony of joining the sect, Wang Feng's side could be said to be surrounded by people, all of whom wanted to take the 4 of them as disciples. Dead old too. Didn't you say that you didn't care for this person even if he was a solar sword body? There was an old man in front of Wang Feng mocking Tu Guanyi, and it was obvious that they probably didn't know what they had said earlier on the big round column. Who said that? Who said that? I'll ask you who said that. As for Tu Guanyi, he was brazenly pretending not to know. Who doesn't want these geniuses? He doesn't want this old face today, even if you make a favor. In the future, as long as they have someone developed, he can at least take it out to brag. Boom! Just then, a powerful and personally targeted wave of spiritual energy exploded through the crowd. An elder had struck. One man was just blown up alive inside the crowd so that he didn't even have a body left. Most people were in an uproar all of a sudden, not understanding what was going on. Wang Feng was also startled, and was even so frightened that he hugged Jiang Hanshi's arm tightly. Finally, he was heckled by Kong Hanshi before letting go of his hand fondly. Quiet. There are always some people present who cultivate devilry, are bloodthirsty, and kill innocents indiscriminately, so they are dealt with together here. The patriarch raised his hand and made a sound with his spiritual power to stop the crowd from stirring. Now those who were present for unknown reasons finally knew why the little sword sect had to dismiss the unselected crowd before the initiation ceremony. Some of those who had known about these initiation ceremonies were much calmer, and were not afraid of ghosts knocking on their doors if they did not do anything wrong. Whoosh! The sovereign had just finished speaking when dozens of figures flew out, heading towards the mountain gate. The sovereign's hand fished into the void, and dozens of people were fished over in an instant. I'll show you that we're definitely not killing indiscriminately. The patriarch, in order to convince those present, cast a secret technique on the spot to dozens of people with a pinch. Those who were hit by the secret technique had either a furious aura, a demonic aura, or a blood aura on their bodies, all of which were those who practiced demonic arts. It's normal for immortal cultivators to kill people, but these people are killing mortals, indiscriminately killing innocent people, eating their flesh and blood, and eating their essence, cultivating demonic skills with mortal blood sacrifices. These people don't deserve pity. The patriarch waved his hand. The dozens of people who were crushed on the ground slowly turned into flying dust. In the end, another 100 or so were sifted out, and the patriarch seemed to be trying to reassure the crowd. Another secret technique was cast to reveal all of those people's sense. The 1,000 were shocked in their hearts when they saw it, not realizing that there were these demonic cultivators hidden right beside them. There were even some cultivators who had spoken and chatted together with these demonic cultivators. Every one of those 100 or so demonic cultivators was being pressed by the patriarch and the elders and couldn't resist a bit. There was no doubt about the final fate of being reduced to flying dust. It was then that the apprenticeship ceremony officially began. Little friend, here. The old man will give you his entire fortune. How about you worship me as your teacher? Little friends, plus 99. Wang Feng was overwhelmed by the sounds around him, and tugged on the rope, pulling Jiang Hanshi away. Hey, little friend, don't go. You want to go, you leave this girl child. Well, Wang Feng now realized that apart from Xiaohao's side, Most of the people on his side had actually come to look for Jiang Hanshi. Fairy sister, do you want to worship? Wang Feng came a little closer to Jiang Hanshi and whispered in her side. With Wang Feng's understanding of her, she would never have these people as her teachers, and it was estimated that she would never worship a teacher again in her life. As expected, Jiang Hanshi gently shook her head with the white veil bucket hat twice, and Wang Feng let go of his heart. Don't scream, neither she nor I are worshippers. Go find my apprentice. Wang Feng transported his spiritual energy with a shout and pointed at Xiao Hao. Under the sound of Wang Feng's round after round of explosions, the group is still a little undeterred. Then all four of you come with me. The patriarch gave the word, and only then were the four Wang Fengs able to leave amidst the unwilling eyes of the elders. The many elders had no choice but to turn their heads and start looking for someone they were satisfied with in this group. Ha ha ha, certain people are so shameless. I don't know who said that even if he was a solar sword body you wouldn't even bother to take him. As Wang Feng was leaving, he also heard jeers coming from behind him, and he didn't know who he was laughing at. Little Sword Sect, Guest Hall. Would the four of you like to join the Sword Sect? The patriarch looked at the four people in their hall and opened his mouth to ask. These four were all geniuses that he didn't want to let go. This, my disciple, Xiao Hao. He is absolutely going to enter the Sword Sect, and I'm not. I don't know the rest. Wang Feng pushed Xiao Hao, who was next to him, out, and the patriarch's face was conciliatory. I want it too. I want it too. That's what I'm doing to get into the small sword sect. Chu Yenner hurriedly spoke from the side. Little friend, I have to make it clear here. You're not entering the little sword sect. You're entering the sword sect. You have strong qualifications, and you also have the sword Dao physique. The patriarch explained it to Chu Yenner, and after Chu Yenner understood, this made her even happier. Her mother would be absolutely delighted to hear the news. Seeing that the sovereign had arranged these three, only this last woman remained. Chapter 62, You're that bonobo guy, right? I'm not getting in. When Jiang Hanshi saw the patriarch looking at her, she spoke coldly. Well, I won't force you. You guys will rest and recuperate in the clan for a few days. Then you can go over with the help of the teleportation array later on. I will make it clear to the main clan. Being able to receive these two superbly qualified sword bodies, the patriarch was already satisfied. The other two, although very strong, were also the first two in this competition. But the qualification is unknown, and it is also because of the realm that they can fight all the way to the first two places. Since they don't want to join the sword sect, then he doesn't force them. Little friend, aren't you going to the central state as well? So it just so happens that you'll join us then. The patriarch then suddenly thought of the question Wang Feng had asked him earlier, and happened to go over together in a few days. Is it okay to add me? The silent Jiang Hanshi spoke softly at this time, very succinctly, but the patriarch comprehended it at once. Together. Little Sword Sect, Night. In order to prevent Wang Feng from escaping, Jiang Hanshi even shared a room with him when there was room available. She didn't feel anything diabolical. After all, it wasn't like she hadn't lived with this crook before. Even though this liar lied to her, he never did anything out of the ordinary. This is also the reason why Jiang Hanshi did not get so angry that he directly killed Wang Feng. In addition to being, but not bad to the bone. Say, what excuse are you trying to make up this time? Inside the room, Jiang Hanshi eyed Wang Feng, her tone cold, her red lips rising and falling as she uttered a few words. Wang Feng was like a child who had done something wrong and was tied up with one hand refusing to let him go. Wang Feng he could only lower his head and remain silent. Jiang Hanshi wasn't in a hurry and just stared at him, and the room was silent inside. Fairy sister, when I say that this is my cultivation level that has been raised in the past few days, do you believe it? Wang Feng couldn't think of anything else and finally said such a retarded sentence. And do you think I believe it? And it can be more than that. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng with unblinking eyes. His lips moved lightly and slowly spat out two cold words. Believe. I'd believe it if it were me. And I'm sure my fairy sister believes it too. And which other thing? Wang Feng said with a certainty in his face, as if he really believed it. At the same time, he was puzzled in his mind. What was the other thing that Jiang Hanshi had said? You're the bonobo guy, right? Jiang Hanshi's words almost scared Wang Feng to the point of ejecting his urine. She found it. She found out. The words echoed up and down, left and right, bolting Q in Wang Feng's head. No, absolutely not. How could I possibly be that ugly? Ugly bonobo guy. Wang Feng still had a stiff upper lip, and his gaze was as pure as possible as he looked at Jiang Hanshi. I look like a cutie, do I? A hint of displeasure rose in Jiang Hanshi's eyes as he sent out a sole question. A bit of. Wang Feng subconsciously whispered. Indeed a little. I didn't even realize it when I was lied to by him for so long, and I'm still being lied to by him. Jiang Hanshi knew about his identity, but not completely. When Jiang Hanshi heard Wang Feng's words, She almost couldn't maintain her high-flying image. Since you've forgotten, keep it tied up until you figure it out. Then, fairy sister, do I have to sleep with you? Wang Feng smiled. Even there is this good thing. In that case, tie him up for a few years. He is willing to. What do you think? Zhang Hanqi said, and then took out a longer spirit binding rope from his divine sea space to give Wang Feng a fancy binding. All tied up in a wriggle-only kind of way before untying the one around his own wrists. Fairy sister, it's not so bad, is it? Wang Feng felt it. If he really wanted to break free from this rope that was just binding the spirit-gathering realm, isn't this a simple matter? This Zhang Hanqi probably thought he was at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm right now? Ha ha ha, didn't expect it. Your brother, I'm in the Junction Spirit Realm. Sister Fairy, don't look like that, okay? It's pretty hard to tie up. Knock knock. Just as Wang Feng finished his words, a knock sounded on the door, and the two of them looked together toward the closed door of the room. Master. Immediately following it was a small voice, as if it was confirming that it had not disturbed Wang Feng and Zhang Hanqi, and the source of the voice was none other than Xiao Hao. Zhang Hanqi looked at the tied-up Wang Feng on the floor and lifted him up onto the bed, and sweetly tucked in. Close your eyes. Zhang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng on the bed and gave a cold snort, and Wang Feng could only obey her and obediently closed his eyes. Then another small slit peeked open. Your master is asleep. Zhang Hanqi spoke coldly to the doorway. After a short while, may master's mother and master have a son soon. Xiao Hao coldly soared out this sentence outside the door. Dead rat, we came to find your master. How did we become blessed? Oi oi. Stop screaming and run quickly. Ha ha ha, so exciting. The further back the sound came, the less it came, like an epilogue. What followed was Chu Yenner's voice, and then a sound of being pulled to run. A sound of footsteps ringing out and away. Wang Feng was lying inside the quilt and obviously felt that Zhang Hanxi's hand gripping the quilt used some force. Fairy sister, he's been kicked in the head by a donkey, so you don't need to care about these words of his. Wang Feng was tied up in the quilt and hurriedly voiced his comfort, but his heart was happy. Go to sleep. Zhang Hanqi lifted the quilt to cover Wang Feng's head as well. With that, he walked over to the table and poured a glass of water and drank it leisurely. Gotta abduct this stupid kid back to the Ice Palace to test his talent and physique. If he really was the same gifted physique as that thief emperor, it wouldn't be a problem to make an exception for the Ice Palace to accept a male disciple. If not, it just so happens that when the time comes to take something as payment, it's a way of repaying him for his kindness. Zhang Hanqi took a sip of fresh water and pondered. Wang Feng did sort of save her once when she fought that city lord that time. Otherwise she'd be alive or dead by now. After all, if she used the true power of that emperor's corpse, she might not simply be soft and weak for dozens of days by then. And Wang Feng didn't expect his made-up few words in his physique that Zhang Hanqi couldn't figure out. Surprisingly, Zhang Hanqi wanted to abduct him back inside the Ice Palace. Knowing that the Ice Palace never accepts male disciples, Zhang Hanqi naturally took this into consideration as well. But if Wang Feng really had the qualifications of a great emperor, then what was the harm in accepting a male disciple? In fact, it wasn't as if the Ice Palace hadn't made an exception and accepted a male disciple before. Zhang Hanqi, she was in seclusion at that time and had never seen the man. She had only heard that there was this matter. I heard that the male disciple's qualifications weren't that strong, but that the Ice Palace sacred maiden had fallen in love during her training, using the threat of his life to forcefully enter the Ice Palace. The many elders strongly objected. That holy maiden had strong qualifications and was expected to certify as a great emperor, although the elders were strongly opposed to it. However, it is also unwilling to see that the holy woman is thus forced to take her life, and has no choice but to make an exception to the income. At that time, she had just come out of seclusion, and her position in the Ice Palace could be many times stronger than the holy maiden. It could be argued that the Holy Virgin was just a name she had worn before, and it was only a few short years before she took off the title of Holy Maiden and rose all the way up in the Ice Palace. Chapter 63, Hiss. Fairy sister is scary. At that time, she had just broken through the Saint King realm and exited the gate, and she was also quite puzzled to hear that the Ice Palace had accepted a male disciple. However, it was not put on the heart. I believe that the Ice Palace's senior management has its own heart. In the rumors that Zhang Hanqi had heard, that male disciple had mediocre qualifications though, but it's good to be of good character. Except for the daily sweetness with the virgin, the rest were encouraged by the holy maiden to practice diligently and did not interfere with the other female disciples. So the Ice Palace executives didn't treat that male disciple with too much contempt or malice, and would also take some cultivation resources to help from time to time. However, in the later rumors, the two did not end well, and both perished in the Devil's Valley during an expedition, with their bodies never found. Ice Palace top management was furious. Even she was mobilized. Blood washed over the Devil's Valley. All of a sudden this news shook the entire Tian Song continent. This bloodwashing was not to be missed, The blood-washing came out a quasi-imperial realm demonic cultivator. In the Tiansan continent is considered a well-known devil cultivator, and still specializes in picking women to do the devil cultivator. The Ice Palace hierarchy speculated that perhaps the 2 sacred maidens of that time had perished at his hands. After all, the Holy Maiden secretly had a peak Saint King realm protector, only to have disappeared along with her. And the final result of that demon cultivator quasi-emperor was that he was chopped under the sword by the Ice Palace's supreme elder. The rest of them, whether they were demonic cultivators or magical beasts or demonic beasts, were all killed as well. This time, the demonic cultivators of the heavenly Sun continent didn't dare to cause trouble at will for a whole 1,000 years, because Ice Palace disciples see once, kill once. Fairy sister, I'm going to be smothered by you. At this time, Jiang Hanqi's thoughts were interrupted by a voice, because Wang Feng and the quilt just couldn't stand it anymore. In the middle of summer, even at night, this is really stuffy alright, and now you have to pretend to be an ordinary person with no spiritual power. I'm tired of playing along with you, please be gentle with me, okay? Jiang Hanqi's thoughts were interrupted as he walked up and lifted the quilt covering Wang Feng. Hiss, who? Wang Feng hurriedly inhaled 2 mouthfuls of fresh air, which refreshed his body and mind a little. After sucking in a few mouthfuls of fresh air and stopping, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi were staring wide-eyed like this. It's getting late. Why don't we go to bed early? Wang Feng spoke the words tentatively. He really wanted to sleep with Jiang Hanqi when he had the chance. It's just simply sleeping, nothing more. It's really just simply sleeping, tied up and still not honest. Do you want me to hang you? Wang Feng hurriedly closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to Jiang Hanqi. This thing could really hang him. Jiang Hanqi looked at his frightened appearance. The corners of his moving lips could not help but rise slightly, but then quickly fell back. You have a nice smile. Had ha. Wang Feng revealed a demented smile, and his eyes still had a thin slit if you looked closely. Like to watch? Love it. He. Wang Feng giggled twice, thinking that Jiang Hanqi would smile more. What she was greeted with was Jiang Hanqi mercilessly turning around and walking to the side, sitting down to cultivate with his back to her. Well. Wang Feng had no choice but to close his eyes and secretly cultivate, only to refine and refine. His consciousness sank. However, the chaotic overlord body technique was slowly and automatically running through his body. One night without words, the next morning, knock knock, knock knock. Master. The sleeping Wang Feng was awakened by a knock on the door, and his eyes opened in a blur. He just wanted to stretch his legs and realized that he couldn't move. Then he remembered that he was now tied up all over. Turning his head to look, Jiang Hanqi was sitting on the ground and was practicing. The knocking on the door didn't affect her in the least. Wait a minute. Don't knock. When Wang Feng saw that Jiang Hanqi ignored the knock on the door, he guessed that he had reached some critical moment in his cultivation, so he shouted a few times. The knocking is gone. It was only after a full moment that Jiang Hanqi slowly opened those graceful eyes. Fairy sister, will you untie me first? Wang Feng, who had been staring at Jiang Hanqi, saw Jiang Hanqi waking up and hurriedly spoke. It wouldn't be good if his apprentice saw this later. He still wanted to save face. Kang Hansei glanced at him and walked over to him to rustle the ropes. Finally the longer one was put back and the shorter other end retied to her own wrist. Don't always think about running away until you give me a satisfactory explanation, or I'll break your legs. Hiss. Fairy sister, you're so scary. You seem like a human trafficker inside that mountain village. Wang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Jiang Hanqi with a horrified expression. I didn't expect that she would still pretend to be scary. The previous Wang Feng didn't have this kind of treatment. Used to say one thing about cutting him, then really cut him. Do you think I'm joking? As if Jiang Hanqi was afraid that Wang Feng wouldn't believe her, she intentionally exuded cold air to lower the surrounding air a little. Humanoid air conditioning. This was Wang Feng's first thought. No. Absolutely not. Wang Feng hurriedly waved his hand. To say that Jiang Hanqi breaking his legs was not really unprecedented. Wang Feng forgot how many lifetimes of experience it was. There was no such thing as bull ***** back then. A kick directly shattered the leg bones of both his legs. Even both arms were cut off. As for why this is the case, do not ask. Ask is his own cheat to steal Jiang Hanqi intimate apparel. At that time, Jiang Hanqi had not yet achieved the Great Emperor, and Wang Feng had obtained the system's advanced stance, and his self-confidence was bursting, leading to, with Wang Feng's understanding of Jiang Hanqi, if she really had this idea now, she would have implemented it long ago, which would still be here to scare him outside the house. Squeak! Xiao Hao watched as the door in front of him was opened. Master and mistress are still as in love as ever. They can walk properly. They have to take a rope and tie them together. Hey! I have to go back to the palace to see my mother before I go to the sword sect. Are you guys going? Before Xiao Hao could explain the situation, Chu Yener spoke first. Is that what you guys were looking for us yesterday? Wang Feng thought of the two people who came yesterday to send their early birthday blessings. Aha! Chu Yener nodded. Yesterday originally and Xiao Hao wanted to come and tell the two Wang Feng. I coincidentally came across them in the house. I don't know whether they were having sex or simply sleeping? No go. What's the fun in your house? Wang Feng refused her dryly, mainly because he was now tied up by Jiang Hangxi and his movement was a bit inconvenient. Xiao Hao moved to Wang Feng's side, then lifted his hand close to Wang Feng's ear. Master, I heard her say that her mother is the current female emperor of the Dongyang dynasty. There must be a lot of treasures inside the palace. Really? Wang Feng frowned and looked at Xiao Hao at the side with a somewhat disbelieving expression. Xiao Hao shook his head, expressing uncertainty. When Wang Feng saw Xiao Hao shaking his head, he simply threw a probe at Chu Yener. Wang Feng heeded people who can be seen through his realm generally do not deliberately look at that person information, causing Wang Feng to also not know Chu Yener's identity. He didn't expect her to be a princess. Chu Yener, 1938, Taiwanese actress. Identity, daughter of the Empress of the Dongyang dynasty. Realm, 8th level of spirit gathering realm. Natal weapon, Imperial artifact extreme heavily jade sword, sealed. Imperial weapon. Sealed Imperial weapon. Wang Feng thought he had misread it and took a good look before confirming it. But looking at Chu Yener's silly face, she should not know. Should I grab it for her? Chapter 64, Jiang Hanshi who eats softly, but doesn't do hardly. Should I grab it for her? Wang Feng thought for a while. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Her background is not expected to be simple. Someone with an imperial artifact couldn't be as simple as just a princess of a mortal dynasty. The system this identity information sometimes will only show one identity. Wang Feng has long been spouting this problem. It just doesn't change. Just like one of the game companies in Blue Star. Net eating origin points and basically ignoring everything else. And ignoring any problems. You guys don't go forget it. I'm leaving. Chu Yener didn't force herself and turned around to leave, only to be shouted to a halt just a few steps away. Wait a minute. We go. Must go. Princess Chu invited us. How dare we not go? Wang Feng hurriedly called her back, and even changed his address from Old Chu Lady to Princess Chu. In his heart, he secretly thought that this time, he must give some things that can be exchanged for origin points to shun in the palace. No, 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 it is borrowing. This Chu Yener is quite good except for her temper, which is a bit lively and violent. Wang Feng was now in dire need of origin points to develop, so he would borrow just a drop, and never borrow more. He'll have to pay it back later. After all, he's always been honest and sincere. Let's go then. Chu Yener revealed a smile and waved her hand. These guys were kind of at odds with her, but they were some of her few friends. Fairy sister, come on, let's go to the palace. I haven't seen the palace yet. Wang Feng was talking nonsense. How could he not have seen the palace? Gently pulling the rope on his hand, he called out to Jiang Hanshi, who was standing silent while resting there. No go. Jiang Hanshi spat out two concise words as a response to Wang Feng, speaking out of turn. Chu Yener was a little disappointed in her heart when she heard this. In fact, the person she most wanted to invite this time was this big sister. She wanted her mother to meet this super pretty big sister as well, only now she kept her curtained bucket hat on. Well, how about you untie me for a couple days first? Wang Feng raised his hand and pulled, and Jiang Hanshi's wrist was driven to sway by the rope. Why do you cling to those mundane things? Cultivation is the right thing to do, and with all this time to seek pleasure, it would be better to cultivate more and improve your cultivation. Jiang Hanshi's melodious voice under the white-colored bucket hat became a little more serious. She felt that since there was a possibility that Wang Feng would become a member of the Ice Palace, it was time to correct his mind. Even if there was no possibility of him becoming a member of the Ice Palace, Jiang Hanshi thought that he should correct his mind. After all, his qualifications had the potential to become a Yuan 3 realm or above powerhouse, and his physique was definitely not simple. In life, accidents and tomorrow who knows which comes first, so the first step in life, that is, to have fun. Wang Feng even paused at the end of his words before raising his volume a little. Snap. Yes. Xiao Hao applauded enthusiastically from the side, and Wang Feng smiled and nodded. But master, haven't you always said that geniuses should cross the ranks, cultivate hard, and study hard for 10 years in cold weather to earn themselves a good life for once? Master is so powerful. He must be a genius among geniuses. Xiao Hao's face was puzzled. If not for the fact that Wang Feng knew that his brain might be missing a few lines, Wang Feng would have thought that Xiao Hao was shading him. Don't want to go. Jiang Hanshi still refused mercilessly. and looking at that appearance also refused to Wang Feng to go. I don't care. I'm going. Are you going to untie the rope or not? Wang Feng's face changed. His eyes looked sharply at Zhang Hanshi, his tone unkind. It was as if the next moment it would turn into a fierce tiger and eat her up. Not far away had Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er silently walked a little farther away and whispered, "TSK, TSK, my master is trying to get to the top. That has to be. I trust him." The two of them said one thing to each other because they were afraid of being heard by the two Wang Fengs. Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er had unknowingly gotten especially close to each other, and even they themselves hadn't noticed. And on Zhang Hanshi's side, she heard Wang Feng's unkind tone that he had never had towards her before. He couldn't help but raise a hint of interest, wanting to see what Wang Feng could do to her. Zhang Hanshi turned his head to face Wang Feng and looked straight at him and spoke. "Oh, if I don't untie it, could it be that you will do something to me? You don't understand? Okay." Wang Feng let out an exasperated cry, and in a swift motion, he laid down towards Zhang Hanshi's feet and hugged one of her feet. "I don't care. I'm going." Wang Feng lay on the ground and hugged Zhang Hanshi's feet, and he was not too ashamed to splash and roll around. Same as a kid who wants a toy but his mom won't buy it. It seems we were overthinking it. Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er in the distance looked at this scene, and the corners of their mouths twitched at the same time. Their words just now were like farts. "Look, disciple, she won't let me go. What do you think I should do? I don't care. I'm going to go, and you either untie me or I'm going to keep lying here and not go." Ginger Henshaw. Zhang Hanshi was rendered speechless by Wang Feng's tawdry maneuver and furrowed his brows, thinking how could there be such a brazen person. Zhang Hanshi lowered her beautiful eyes to look at the feet of Wang Feng. A white clean clothes have been made visible on the dust turned yellow. "Get up. No. Go." Zhang Hanshi thought about it, but loosened up. Still succinct words, but the meaning was easy to understand. "No. Really?" Wang Feng was just about to subconsciously say no, when he reacted. His voice ended abruptly. The crying expression instantly became a joyful smile, and he quickly let go of his hand and stood up with a roll. With Wang Feng's understanding of her plus these days together, he knew that she ate this. What a guy who's a soft touch, but not a hard touch. "Then hurry up and untie me." Wang Feng held out the rope tied to his wrist and shook it, signaling for Zhang Hanshi to untie it. Zhang Hanshi was silent, stepped closer to Wang Feng, and then brushed past him. "Oi oi." Wang Feng stood still thinking that Zhang Hanshi was going to come over and untie him, and without paying attention he was pulled and stumbled. Zhang Hanshi walked over to the two of them who were still whispering to Xu Yan'er and spoke softly. "Go. Oh, go go go." Xu Yan'er was a little pleased in her heart when she heard Zhang Hanshi's words. She didn't think that Wang Feng's way of spreading his legs was really useful. Wang Feng patted the dust on his body and followed Zhang Hanshi, thinking about what to do to smooth out the good stuff inside the palace. Is it Shun Dan Ling Shi? Or is it a Shun Sui weapon? The four of them exited the sect and went down the mountain under the astonished gazes of the disciples of the Little Sword sect. The two of them, Wang Feng and Zhang Hanshi, with one first place and one second place in the introductory competition, had already become famous in the Little Sword sect. As for being surprised that the two of them look like they should be a couple, right? Then why do we need a rope to walk? Wouldn't it be better to just hold hands? Wang Feng, I want to. 2. Kong Hanshi, nice try. The Imperial Palace. Apart from Zhang Hanshi and the two of them, Wang Feng and Xiaohao walked on the road looking east and west, looking like country bumpkins entering the palace. Wang Feng secretly surveyed which hall was for weapons and which hall was for resources. Of course, stealing is not possible with stealing. As for how to get it, of course it's borrowing. How can you say it's stealing when you're borrowing properly? Xu Yan'er, well. I invited a thief in, and a thief who would give himself a reason to do so. My ass. Chapter 65. I am his master, Grand Princess. The maids on the palace or the other subordinates for a moment would all greet Xu Yan'er when they met. You're still the Grand Princess, aren't you? Xiaohao opened his mouth with some surprise, and Xu Yan'er slowly raised her condescending head when she heard it. It's average. It's just that my mother is the Empress of the dynasty and I'm the only daughter, I guess. Xu Yan'er waved her hand, seemingly modestly, but on the surface, the vanity that came with that status was almost overflowing. And did your mother have a harem of 3,000 handsome men? Xiaohao was a bit puzzled. The previous emperors all had a harem of 3,000 beauties. I wondered if this female emperor had one. Knock out. Oh, hiss. Master, why are you hitting me? Xiaohao covered his head. His eyes were puzzled, and he showed his teeth as he looked at Wang Feng. Will not speak. They're in front of other people's daughter's face to ask her mother whether there is a harem of 3,000 good handsome? Isn't that the same as asking her mother if she has 3,000 husbands? Wang Feng gave Xiaohao a look and let Xiaohao experience it for himself. Not at all. My mother is not like those emperors of old. Chu Yenner's face darkened a few points when she heard Xiao Hao's words. Ooh, sorry, what about your father? As the four of them walked, Xiao Hao asked Chu Yenner questions. Just pure curiosity. This Chu Yenner had never mentioned her father. Dead. Chu Yenner was visible a little unhappy, especially being asked about the peace of her father. Her eyes filled with a slight anger. Xiao Hao obediently shut his mouth. Wang Feng glanced at Xiao Hao. Which is all good. Just talk a little straight, and say whatever comes to mind. However, Chu Yenner was not a person with a sensitive mind, and after a while she chatted happily again. Mother! The eyes of Chu Yenner, who was walking in front, lit up as her mother, who was also the Empress of the dynasty, was walking towards them at this moment. The three of them, Wang Feng, also looked up at the sound, only to see a face without the slightest aging, but also with a superior breath, showing the dignity of the mature rhyme graceful woman is wearing a phoenix robe slowly walked over. She didn't have that implication of a small young teenage girl, more like a woman in her mid-30s, but with extremely well-preserved skin in general. Wang Feng carefully measured. His heart was astonished, surprised not by her appearance, but by her former identity and cultivation. Xu Moxi, 1907 to 1995, Chinese poet. Status, former holy maiden of the immortal court/empress of the Dongyang dynasty. Realm, Sacred King Realm. 9th level. Peak, natal weapon, sacred artifact upper grade Yinfeng lance. Holy crap DJ. Wang Feng's heart was about to be shaken out. The former generation of the immortal court's holy daughter, retired from the immortal cultivation world and became the female emperor of the mortal dynasty? That's not true. No way. If she really is retired, she can't be so peaceful. Just talking about his clan alone, the immortal court would not agree, not to mention those enemies of hers, so there is definitely something else going on. Wang Feng finally realized that her empire was so stable, and it was not at all supported by the so-called strong man inside the imperial city. Rather, she has that strength in herself, even a million times beyond. Jiang Hanshi looked at Chu Moxi, her eyes flashed differently. This person's aura. With her current cultivation level she couldn't even see much through. Even her Taiku cold pupils could only see a little bit of the overbearing fiery red aura that was emanating from her body if at all. This person is either extremely high in cultivation, or his physique is the same as the one next to her silly liar is about the same. But this liar's physique, she had only seen two people with it, the first being this liar, and the second being that thief emperor. Therefore, this person's cultivation level was definitely extremely high. Moreover, using the Taigu cold pupil to look at the fiery red aura on her body, it should be a fire-type spirit root or physique. Not simple. Yenner, who are these people? Chu Moxi's voice was crisp and clear with doubts. Although in her heart, she had long known the identity of Wang Feng's several people, but it's better to go through the ritual. Mother, these are the ones I was talking about who scolded me, but this big sister didn't, and she's beautiful. Big sister, can you take off your bucket hat so my mother can see it? Chu Yenner requested with a playful smile at Jiang Hanshi. Chu Moxi looked at Jiang Hanshi, who was wearing a white veil cloak, and her divine sense probed. She wanted to see how beautiful it was that she could charm Yeol like this. With this woman at the second level of the Junction Spirit Realm, it was absolutely impossible for her to realize her divine sense. Jiang Hanshi's divine sense of the former great emperor was crippled though, but how was it possible not to realize that a divine sense wanted to see her face? She didn't fight back though. He fought back, but it was costly. And it's not like you're fighting because you want to be looked at solely. He directly took off the bucket hat and received it in the divine sea space, and Chu Moxi didn't think much of it, just assuming that she had resorted to some external object similar to a storage ring. Chu Moxi also stopped her divine sense when she saw her take off her bucket hat. When Jiang Hanshi took it off, she was instantly stunned. It was no exaggeration to say that this woman was a few degrees more beautiful than she was. No wonder Yenner would be charmed like this. Just one glance. Chu Moxi's favorability towards Jiang Hanshi increased by at least 10%. Wang Feng also sensed a strange feeling around him just now. Although he didn't have the crippled divine sense of a great emperor's cultivation that had fallen off like Jiang Hanshi, but he was a man of 9 lifetimes, and his perception was still relatively strong. After a moment's careful thought, he knew that it was the former saint daughter of the imperial empress, Xian Court, Chu Moxi, who was checking out Jiang Hanshi's face in front of him. I didn't expect Jiang Hanshi to take it off directly. Go ahead and talk. Chu Moxi smiled lightly and welcomed Wang Feng's few people to a small pavilion where guests were received. My Yunel didn't offend a few of you verbally during her time with you, did she? Chu Moxi didn't put on any big show, making tea normally and talking like a normal parent. Mother! Chu Yenner expressed her dissatisfaction in a petulant-like tone. How is mother turning towards them? No. Yes. Wang Feng and Xiao Hao opened their mouths at the same time, and the word have was naturally said by Xiao Hao. Dead rat. You're looking for a fight, aren't you? No, no. Absolutely not. Xiao Hao saw Wang Feng say no, and forced by Chu Yenner's angry eyes, he hurriedly waved his hand and re-answered Chu Moxie's question. Oh, you're funny. Chu Moxie laughed softly twice and lightly took the steep tea and put it in front of Wang Feng's several people. Say, why are you two bound to each other? At this time, Chu Moxie seemed to have just noticed the two of them, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, and asked suspiciously, afraid he'll run away. This time, Jiang Hanshi opened his mouth even faster than Wang Feng. It seemed that he was afraid that Wang Feng would say something nonsense again. Oh, you guys are enemies? No. Dawn Guard? No. When Chu Moxie asked a question, Jiang Hanshi replied lightly. This was the most basic courtesy. So you guys? I am his master. Jiang Hanshi hesitated for a moment in the middle of saying it, as if he was thinking about whether it was proper or not, but finally said it. Ha, ha, ha. 3 cries of alarm spread under the small pavilion, which were Wang Feng, Xiao Hao, and Chu Yenner. In particular, Wang Feng and Xiao Hao were the loudest. Wang Feng, when did Jiang Hanshi become my master? Xiao Hao, how did Shifu become Shifu? Chu Yenner, isn't she the dead rat his teacher's wife? Chu Moxie, what's up with their reaction? Jiang Hanshi, why did they react like this? When his master, is it not proper? Mother, just let me come back. Just as Wang Feng and the 3 of them finished exclaiming in shock, a voice came from not far away at this moment, and several people looked at the sound. Chu Moxie's eyes stared, but they disappeared in a flash. Chapter 66 Favorability should have been 30% already, right? I have a guest here today. I don't want to bother with you. Get lost. Mother, why is he so annoying? Chu Yenner also spoke with an annoyed face. That guy came out of nowhere. Recently, she came to her mother every day and had to say that he was her royal brother, and mother, for some reason, just wouldn't convict him for impersonating a royal descendant. Chu Yenner was skeptical that this person would actually be her royal brother, but she hadn't known about this guy since she was a kid. Mother, father, he doesn't want me. I had nowhere to go but to come to you. The teenager in the distance shouted again and cried as he spoke, sniffling and crying. Just a moment for a few of you. There's an unexpected guest. Chu Moxie stood up, her phoenix robe flung out, and an air of superiority came over her. I'll say it for the last time. I'm not your mother. And if you dare to come back tomorrow, I'll execute you for the crime of impersonating a royal descendant. And this is the palace. Not a place for you to be reckless. Chu Moxie walked up to the man and warned him in a cold voice. And the group of guards really couldn't stop him after all. Mother, father, he's dying, or he wouldn't have kicked me out. The teenager wiped a tear from his eye and spoke out a piece of news that was considered heavy for Chu Moxie. What? Chu Moxie's heart trembled. That negative man was going to die. To eat or not to eat? Wang Feng, who was in the pavilion, picked up a grape and handed it to Jiang Hanshi's mouth, who coldly scraped Wang Feng. No. Jiang Hanshi just opened her mouth and Wang Feng stuffed grapes into her mouth. You're welcome. Wang Feng laughed a little before picking up another pear and nibbling on it, silently looking at the 2 people who were exchanging words not far away. What could still be heard by the ears of the realm was suddenly affected by an aura that could only see and hear nothing. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who stuffed a grape for her to eat, and he looked as if this was something he had already done casually. Wang Feng felt the gazes beside him as if an ordinary man had seen a female ghost. He had to pretend he couldn't see to avoid it. Jiang Hanshi stared at Wang Feng for a while and then averted his gaze before crushed the grapes in his mouth in one bite. Very sweet. Get out. That aura on Chu Moxie's side disappeared, and their words ended in this roar. The teenager walked away. Lost in his steps, Chu Moxie walked back to the pavilion, her eyes slightly red, and instructed Chu Yenner. Yenner, you receive them well. Mother has some things to take care of. Saying that, he did not give Chu Yenner a chance to speak and hurriedly left. It was only until it disappeared from their view that this time, a few people from Wang Feng came back to their senses. It's that guy's fault for pissing off my mom again. Chu Yenner took a hard bite of the apple-like fruit and opened her mouth in an exasperated manner. That obnoxious guy has made her mother angry not once or twice, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Only this time it was more so, and this time the man didn't know what he had said to her mother. It was amazing that his mother had to go and take care of some unknown business because of his words, when before she had just had him kicked out. If he can't be driven away, Mother will personally explode her cultivation at the 8th level of the Jialing realm to send him flying out. It seemed that Chu Yenner was indeed unaware of her mother's true cultivation level. I don't know what the guards in the palace are doing. Even one person can't stop being sneaked in. Why hasn't your mother, an imperial empress, executed him? Xiao Hao was puzzled and voiced the questions in his heart. I don't know. Chu Yenner, who said this, came to be angry and fiercely nibbled a few mouthfuls of the bright red fruit in her hand. Wang Feng held his chin in thought, while Jiang Hanqi sat obediently on the sidelines without making a sound. Nor did he want to make a sound. Instead, he reached out and picked up another grape and gently placed it in his mouth. Wang Feng smiled when he saw the scene, and Jiang Hanqi met Wang Feng's gaze, and her hand that was holding the grapes and almost putting them in her mouth gave a start. Still, it went into her mouth. And wouldn't it seem like she'd be pretentious if she stopped now and threw it away? The atmosphere in the kiosk was quiet for a while. Let's not talk about this. Do you want to stay here for the night tonight? Let's go back to the little sword sect tomorrow. There are still a few more days before we go to the sword sect anyway. Xu Yan Air issued an invitation. Don't look at her honorable status, but in reality, she can be too boring in the palace. The group of underlings were afraid to play with her for fear of messing with her and then getting clicked off. Doesn't she understand that she's so horrible? Yeah. Wang Feng took a sip of tea and answered excitedly. Why are you so excited? Xu Yan'er looked at Wang Feng with a bewildered face, and he was the most excited in the whole room. No. Wang Feng hurriedly collected himself, fearing that Xu Yan'er would see something. A few people strolled around the palace for a day, and Xiaohao also played madly with Xu Yan'er for a day. Diametrically opposite, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi were walking like a pair of parents, looking at them in the distance as they chased after them. Fairy sister, you can untie me today, I have some things to do, Wang Feng requested the whole way, and Jiang Hanqi was silent the whole way, just walking in silence. Fairy sister, please. Wang Feng stretched out his finger and gently poked Jiang Hanqi's shoulder, and this time, Jiang Hanqi finally looked back. What are you going to do? It's secret. Don't say it or don't let go. Wang Feng's face was bitter. Why did this Jiang Hanqi suddenly take charge of him? By the way, she wants to be my master? Wang Feng suddenly thought of the words she had just said back to Chumashi and wondered if Jiang Hanqi wanted to take him as a disciple. Thinking back to the way Jiang Hanqi had been treating her since this life, Wang Feng's mouth couldn't help but hook up. He wasn't a cutie either. Just compare the attitude of Jiang Hanqi's previous 8 lives with this one, and it became clear in his heart at once. He guessed that Jiang Hanqi's favorability towards him was probably already 30%. As for further up, TSK, Wang Feng didn't dare to think about it. Didn't dare to think about it at all. Unless he kissed her in front of Jiang Hanqi and Jiang Hanqi she wouldn't be angry. So Wang Feng dared to think about it. When Wang Feng thought of this, he became much bolder. Jiang Hanqi, do you want me to be an impulsive teacher and rebellious disciple? Since that was the case, didn't that mean that he just needed to not do anything that would make Jiang Hanqi too angry? If you don't let go, you don't let go. Wang Feng also hardened up a bit after he figured it out, and he realized that he had really given Jiang Hanqi too much of a good face. If you don't let go, forget it, whatever. If you refuse to let go again at night, Wang Feng plans to reveal his hidden cultivation in front of her. Looking at it as breaking through the first layer of the Junction Spirit realm, it was actually releasing cultivation. Moreover, he had practiced these days, but now he was pressing the spiritual energy in his body. It's almost full, so when the time comes, we'll combine it with a wave of pills and try to see if we can break through the spirit expansion realm at once. Chapter 67, A strongly twisted melon is not sweet. But, Wang Feng no longer paid attention to Jiang Hanqi and silently observed the surrounding palaces. Some of the places are built down to the ground beautifully. When Jiang Hanqi saw Wang Feng's appearance, he couldn't help but be puzzled in his heart. This silly. What are the scammers up to with their bad intentions again? She didn't care though. She didn't believe he could do anything big while tied up. It's getting late. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi seemed to have a telepathic connection who didn't speak, but they were just able to walk together silently for a day. And Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er fought every now and then, but it was all about Xiaohao getting his ass kicked. But it's just totally unconvincing. Mainlining a rebellion. In the middle of the night the palace is not dark. There are lanterns everywhere, and that brightness looks as if it is not a normal lantern. That, Princess Chu, do you have any wishes? A few people sitting on the steps in the night watching the stars. Wang Feng suddenly opened his mouth to Xu Yan'er and asked. Xu Yan'er frowned. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she pointed at Wang Feng and spoke. What for? Are you playing something bad? You name it, and if it's something I'm capable of realizing when the time comes, I'll help you realize it when the time comes. Wang Feng smiled and didn't deny her words, but Xu Yan'er didn't think much of it. Really? If I could, I would like to see my father. Saying that, Xu Yan'er also put her hands together like making a wish. She had not hoped that Wang Feng would be able to do this either. It was just that she hadn't seen her father since she was a little girl and really wanted to meet him. It's just that her mother always said her father was a negative man, so consider it a wish. This line, I'll let you meet your father sometime. Wang Feng pondered for a while. It was indeed a bit difficult to find someone in a sea of people. However, his tone was still firm and incomparable. saying that Chu Yener almost believed it. Well, in fact, Wang Feng was still a little overjoyed in his heart, so he planned to promise Chu Yener a condition. After all, she simply invited Wang Feng to come to her palace to play, but Wang Feng wanted to borrow something from her. It was just that he was in desperate need of origin points to turn on the system functions, so he could only do this for now, and return it to her in some other form when he had the chance. In this life, within 100 years, Wang Feng was confident that he would reach the Tian Yuan realm of the Yuan 3 realm, and he had countless feats in this life. More than that, he had 8 lifetimes of cultivation experience, which could not enter the Tian Yuan realm within 100 years, and could only say that his first 8 lifetimes had been cultivated in vain. I just don't know how her father's cultivation is. Her mother is so uncomplicated. Her father is probably not a simple character either. But what? Chu Yener looked suspiciously at Wang Feng, who was sitting beside her pretty big sister. No. Wang Feng waved his hand. This could not be said. Alright, I'll arrange a room for you guys, and I promise that the palace's king-sized bed is absolutely comfortable. Chu Yener also looked at Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi with an uncertain meaning when she said this and smiled twice. Jiang Hanshi paused for a moment when he heard this and when he saw Chu Yener's expression, but did not make any movements. Wang Feng also noticed it and spoke softly. Fairy sister, why don't we sleep in separate rooms? No. Jiang Hanshi balked, his tone as firm as the Yu who was rejected for confessing his love. You see, Master Mother doesn't even want to sleep in separate rooms, so don't put it off. Master Xiao Hao, who didn't know the source in the end, pushed on. Go. None of your business. What do you know, Quinny? Wang Feng lightly kicked Xiao Hao's butt and drove Xiao Hao far away. The helpless Wang Feng could only go along with Jiang Hanshi, as she liked. Unexpectedly, Chu Yener really found them an oversized bed couch, and its mattress was even softer. Wang Feng looked at the big bed in the room with some dumbfounded eyes. This TM was more than enough to sleep 5 people, right? Well, is it big? Chu Yener looked at Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi and opened her mouth with a smile. Ahem. It's okay. Wang Feng coughed twice and straightened his expression. Where's mine? Xiao Hao stood by the side and spoke with eyes full of anticipation. Yours? Over there. Chu Yener turned her head to the door and pointed to the dog kennel outside. To add insult to injury, there was a short-legged little black dog in there wailing and barking at them. It was as if they were calling Xiao Hao over. However, Chu Yener was just joking around, and after saying goodbye to the 2 people in the house, Wang Feng, she took Xiao Hao and left. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the room quieted down, and the 2 of them stood there at the doorway for a while. Wang Feng rubbed his hands. His handsome face didn't change, but the breath on his body became a lot more obscene. Took the initiative to break the quiet. Squeak! Wang Feng gently closed the door of the room, turned around and pulled the rope to bring Jiang Hanshi with a measuring gaze to the bed. Sitting. It was because Wang Feng realized that old Chu Nui's thing didn't know whether it was intentional or accidental. Surprisingly, there wasn't even a table or chair inside the room. There really wasn't anything but a queen-sized bed, and compartments a place to bathe. Fairy sister, just untie me. I really have something to do tonight. This was already a request Wang Feng didn't know how many times. Take a person to steal. Borrowing something is really a lot more trouble than going alone would be. What are you doing tonight? Jiang Hanshi sat on the edge of the bed wearing a long green dress and removed her white veil bucket hat, revealing her immortal face. She was wondering what in the world does the liar have to do? Should we cut him loose? What if he gets loose and runs away? Wouldn't it delay him if he didn't let go? Jiang Hanshi was a bit torn in his heart. She's not the kind of person who is bent on selfishness. She's already delayed this silly liar's one trip too many. Jiang Hanshi old cannot help but always think of Wang Feng stupid boy this name. If her own mind were a person, she'd love to slap at it. I'm going to get something. Please, just untie it. Wang Feng stretched out his hands as if he was pampering himself and tried to shake Jiang Hanshi's arm, but Jiang Hanshi moved a little and dodged it. Don't talk like that. Jiang Hanshi chortled. This liar's voice was just too meaty. So are you unraveling? Wang Feng corrected his expression at the words and asked Jiang Hanshi in an incomparably serious tone. Jiang Hanshi didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. I don't care. You hurry up and untie me now. Wang Feng simply rolled onto the bed and spread out. Kong Hansher's body, whose arms were tied by the rope, also swayed by the pulling sensation coming from his arms. Jiang Hanshi sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Wang Feng, who was rolling around on the bed like a child. His heart was a bit torn. She still wanted to abduct Wang Feng back to the Ice Palace. If this liar's physique was really the same physique as the Emperor's corpse in her divine sea space, by then, with the Ice Palace's cultivation, he might be able to become a great emperor, together with her further bitter cultivation, as long as the 2 of them didn't die in the middle of the journey. it would be possible for two great emperors to appear in that ice palace. This way the ice palace's position in the continent is absolutely mountainous. Moreover, if their two great emperors existed in the world, there was even a 90% probability that the ice palace would surpass the sword sect, which had hundreds of thousands of years of heritage. The ice palace had raised her for thousands of years, and she had been a progenitor, a holy maiden, an elder, a patriarch, a supreme elder, and even an old ancestor. To say she didn't want to grow the ice palace, she didn't think she had. It's just a matter of forcefulness. But, quench your thirst. So Jiang Hanqi decided. Chapter 68, Tight Nightclothes. I'll go with you. Are you sure? Wang Feng hurriedly sat upright, flashing a pair of eyes that looked like 24K titanium alloy handsome eyes to look at Jiang Hanqi and asked. Okay. Jiang Hanqi's tone was as cold, concise, and easy to understand as ever. Then when the time comes you can't interrupt my plans, and you can't hit me. You have to listen to my plans for everything. Can you do that? Wang Feng stated his conditions. If it doesn't work, Wang Feng intends to really just directly break through, release, the Jialing realm's cultivation directly on the spot now to blow up the rope and run. Jiang Hanqi's gaze was cold, and he spoke with a bit of suspicion. What tricks are you trying to pull again? Just tell me if you can do it, and if you can't you'll untie me. You, as long as there are no matters in your plan to make a move on me. Wang Feng was just about to say his second sentence when he was interrupted by Jiang Hanqi. Hearing her words, the corner of Wang Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his original plan, as long as Jiang Hanqi agreed, he was really planning to move his little hands and feet on Jiang Hanqi. One must know that Jiang Hanqi was the most faithful to her promises, and would not go back on her word unless she was furious to the extreme. Don't ask Wang Feng why he is so clear. Ask is that this is the information he has exchanged in those 8 lifetimes. Yes, Wang Feng was happy. A mouth should be down. Think about it is excited. He will be this night and this big glacier and the meticulous thing. Jiang Hanqi's gaze flashed through a few abnormalities. This liar should be so excited. He won't be trying to cheat me again, right? The next Wang Feng was not in a hurry, and Jiang Hanqi saw that Wang Feng was not in a hurry, so she was not in a hurry either. The two tied a rope. A rope distance sitting on the soft bed couch began to double practice. Double practice. Time passed slowly. The night was deep, and the only sound left outside the house was the still chirping insects. Wang Feng sat up from his cultivation and took out the piece of Xin rank extreme grade sword in 10 stone and observed it. System, how many origin points can I exchange this piece of broken stone for? Ding, 30,000 origin points. Not bad. Indeed, it was not bad. The sword in 10 stone left behind by the sword sect's heavenly pride was still of the Xian rank's very best quality, and 30,000 origin points was indeed considered not bad. Wang Feng put away the sword in 10 stone, intending to exchange it all for origin points in one wave after organizing the items in his storage space at that time. That's what's cool. The main one is satisfying. Wang Feng looked toward Jiang Hanqi and froze at first glance. Jiang Hanqi had long ago been watching him there for an unknown period of time, his gaze cold and deep, as if he wanted to look through everything about him. Wang Feng met her eyes. His arms couldn't help but get goosebumps. The psychological shadow in his heart was still quite large. Fairy sister, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Wang Feng raised his hand and touched his face, and said to Jiang Hanqi in doubt, nope. Jiang Hanqi silently averted his gaze a bit, followed by moving his body a bit towards Wang Feng. This can be Wang Feng startled. Do not understand what she wants to do. Will not be too. The result is, the ing rope wasn't long enough. Jiang Hanqi moved to the side of the bed, stretched out her jade feet, picked up the white boots under the edge of the bed and gently put them on. Wang Feng couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the small white feet. Why didn't he realize that Kong Han Suk took off his shoes just now? It's so pretty. If only she hadn't lost those black silks. Fairy sister, I noticed that your feet seem a bit dirty. Why don't I wash them for you? Roll. Okay. Wang Feng didn't make a fool of himself anymore, and straightened his expression, and also got out of bed and put on his shoes after Jiang Hanqi's ass. Immediately after that, he took out 2 sets of night clothes and handed one set to Jiang Hanqi. As for how the night clothes came about, this was something that Wang Feng had spent 1,000 origin points to have the system sneak into the system mall. The system was fine for messing around with small objects like this, and it was just some fabric anyway. As far as things with auras were concerned, they couldn't be. P.S. Why didn't you tell the system to stuff the morsels before? No origin points. No capital for that. Even this shabby clothes cost 1,000 origin points. What are you going to get? Why are you still wearing those clothes? Jiang Hanqi was confused for a moment as he looked at the night clothes that Wang Feng had taken out. Don't worry about that. It's a given that I'm going to wear this outfit with all the stuff I'm going to get. Wang Feng said and shoved the night clothes into Jiang Hanqi's hands. Then there was no shame in picking at the clothes on his body. What are you doing? Jiang Hanshi was startled and turned around in a hurry. I'll change. Wang Feng didn't pay any attention to Jiang Hanshi's shameful gaze. He wasn't afraid of his body being seen by Jiang Hanshi anyway, and he still has big flower pants underneath. But he drew 2 of them at that time, but Wang Feng has that capital to replace it. You go change in the cubicle. Jiang Hanshi turned his back to Wang Feng, listening to the rustling sound very close behind him, and said in a cold and clear voice. Wang Feng pulled the rope and smiled and asked, Fairy sister, do you think I can go here? Why don't you come in with me? Jiang Hanshi felt the sensation coming from his arm, which brought him back to his senses, and he could only silently stop talking. After all, what's the difference between going in and changing with him and changing together here now? Wang Feng changed his nightclothes after a crackling and rustling 3 times. I'm good. You change. He. Only when she heard Wang Feng say yes, did Jiang Hanshi turn around, looking at Wang Feng, who was dressed like a thief. Jiang Hanshi almost couldn't help but break again. You're snickering? No. Jiang Hanshi suppressed the corners of her lips that somewhat wanted to hook up and balked. How could she possibly snicker? Absolutely impossible. Then hurry up and change, while it's still night, and go get those things better. Wang Feng looked straight at Jiang Hanshi after he said that, his eyes containing expectations. Jiang Hanshi raised his hand in front of Wang Feng. Ah! The camera pulls outside the room, only to hear a gasp from inside. The camera pulls back into the house. Wang Feng was tied up in a bundle on the soft bed couch in his nightclothes, eyes looking straight at the doorway coming out of one of the bathing compartments, throat rolled. Fairy sister, you have a nice body. Wang Feng, who was bound to the bed by the spirit binding rope in 5 different ways, couldn't help but look dumbfounded as he looked at Jiang Hanshi, who came out of the compartment wearing a nightgown. Jiang Hanshi's face had more of a haze of redness, so faint that it couldn't be seen at all without paying attention. This was because the nightclothes were surprisingly tight-fitting, completely outlining Jiang Hanshi's perfect figure. No looking. Jiang Hanshi gave a cold hackle, and Wang Feng could only turn his head away in xin. The head was turned, but the eyes stayed there. Jiang Hanshi walked over and first connected Wang Feng to himself again, before untying the spirit binding rope that had grown on him. Wang Feng stood up and moved around a bit, twisted his crotch and opened his mouth like a warning. Listen to my arrangements. Don't stop me without authorization. Do you hear me? Jiang Hanshi glanced at him, no emotion visible in his eyes, and was silent. Wear this on your face. Wang Feng took out 2 more pieces of black cloth. The fabric looked as if it was torn from those nightclothes. Jiang Hanshi's gaze became even more suspicious. What exactly was he going to get? Why did he make it look like he was a thief? After hesitating for a moment, she still took the black cloth in Wang Feng's hand. She wanted to see what this crook was going to get. Chapter 69, System Owner. Go. Wang Feng lowered his voice after getting dressed and gently opened the door to his room by holding Jiang Hanshi. First, he stretched out a head to go out and sweep around, making sure no one was there before pulling Jiang Hanshi to get ready to go out. The 2 of them walked softly out in a thief's line and reclosed the door to the room. Even though Jiang Hanshi was wearing nightclothes, she still couldn't hide her cool aura. If the dress hadn't looked so much like a thief in the night, she might have looked as beautiful in it as she did in her normal clothes. Even if she's wearing a black face cloth now, just look at her beautiful eyes and the upper half of her face. The heart just can't help but feel that this woman is definitely something special under her black face cloth. As for Wang Feng, 3 words to sum it up: it's a thief. Fly, Wang Feng said and pulled the other end of the rope. And Jiang Hanshi seemed to understand and followed Wang Feng with a few flying petals. The 2 of them flew and stepped above the top of the palace hall, and Wang Feng turned around and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Hanshi. Crouch down. Wang Feng pressed his hand and signaled Jiang Hanshi, who was following him, to crouch down. Jiang Hanshi woke up violently. Where is he going to get something? He is going to steal something, right? What are you going to steal? Jiang Hanshi did not accuse Wang Feng in a righteous manner, but asked. It's not like she's some holy mother. She doesn't have much affection for this palace. Even if this palace just exploded, as long as it didn't affect her, she didn't even care. TCH, how can you call it stealing? It's called borrowing, and you have to pay it back later. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Wang Feng no longer hid it, pulling Jiang Hanshi, bowing his body step by step towards a palace. And the name of that palace is exactly that, the Hall of Soldier Storage. You want weapons? Jiang Hanshi saw his intentions and asked suspiciously. Aha, you don't have to be like this. You come with me to the north, and I'll give you as much as you want then. Jiang Hanshi followed Wang Feng and squatted on the roof of the temple and opened his mouth. What's the point of going to the northern realm? I've never even been out of the southern realm in my life. I just want to go to the central continent for fun now. Wang Feng pretended not to know. Naturally, he could not know what Jiang Hanshi was going to do in the north realm. It must be to find the ice palace. You said you'd listen to me now, don't you forget that, Wang Feng added. tugging on the rope and talking about the conditions he had previously agreed to. Jiang Hanshi fell silent. Well, just let him be. Follow me. The two of them crept all the way to the top of the Hall of Soldier Storage. Gathering his breath, he looked at the two cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm who were guarding the door below. Wang Feng raised his hand in a handsword pose. Then it didn't matter if Jiang Hanshi understood or not. He directly pulled her and jumped down. Jiang Hanshi had no choice but to follow Wang Feng's rhythm. The speed was so fast that one could almost only see a fragment of shadow, and the two guards guarding the door felt their eyes go black without even reacting. Looking at the two people on the ground, Wang Feng turned around with Jiang Hanshi and gently pushed open the closed door of the hall. What do you want here, little friend? Just after pushing open the door, Wang Feng heard an old man's voice, which sounded mysterious. Temple Guardian. By the time the vision was clear, there was an old man leaning back comfortably in a rocking chair in the center of the Hall of Soldier Storage in front of them. Wang Feng vigilantly threw a probe. Not spirit realm. First floor? Wang Feng was confused when he read his message. This old man looked like he thought he was one of those reclusive great powers coming to guard the temple. Jiang Hanshi was even more powerful, and after seeing his realm, he grabbed Wang Feng's arm. Wang Feng only felt his body being yanked. Things in front of him shook, and he and Jiang Hanshi instantly arrived beside the old man. When Wang Feng looked back, the old man was already paralyzed in the rocking chair with his eyes closed. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Now he changed his thoughts on Jiang Hanshi as a liability. That's a super hitter, without even having to do anything on your own. Hurry! Jiang Hanshi frowned and looked at Wang Feng, who was still in a daze, and said. Only now did Wang Feng hastily pull Jiang Hanshi to load the weapons on the wall right into the storage bag on his waist. After closing the door behind him, Wang Feng loaded the goods, and Jiang Hanshi stood sentry. The lowest was a mortal weapon, and the highest was an upper-grade yellow weapon, but there were only a handful of them. To be honest, a little poor. Wang Feng secretly scarlet belly in his heart. Jiang Hanshi silently followed behind him, watching him load weapons one after another with skill. Did you used to do that a lot? Wang Feng's movements of loading his weapon were stuttered by Jiang Hanshi's sudden words. No, absolutely not. I swear I've only been like this my whole life since I was born. Wang Feng raised 3 fingers, dispelling a few of the doubts in Jiang Hanshi's eyes. But it was also true that he had indeed lived this 9th life to the present only now. As for the first 8 lives? Someone's coming. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was still loading his weapons, and gently shouted, rather like a sentry great emperor. Wang Feng hurriedly sped up and stuffed a few more pieces, then yanked on the rope and pulled Jiang Hanshi to hide in a corner. Shaksha. The door to the temple was slowly pushed open, and when he saw the visitor Wang Feng froze. Fellow travelers. The man was seen wearing a black robe and a hood, giant like a pirogue. The clothes on his body were not night clothes, but they were similar, and he moved quickly, without a hint of hesitation. It was only because he saw the fainted two at the door, and the old man guarding the hall fainted as well. A few flying petals ran to the front of Wang Feng's weapons that had not yet been loaded into the storage bag. A wild load. He also had a storage bag. Pretending while still being alert to his surroundings, Wang Feng silently looked at his message. Qin Feng, 1912 to 1992. Famous martial arts practitioner and actor. Identity, thief of the Imperial Dynasty / owner of the Great Thief System. Realm, 2nd level of the Spirit Binding Realm. Natal weapon, Xuanqi top grade heavenly gold fishgut sword. After reading the information about this person called Qin Feng, Wang Feng was a little surprised that he was still a system owner. Naturally, if he could have the system, so could others, and there were quite a few destined children in this world. There are plenty of people with old grandpas, systems, and golden fingers. It's just a matter of who's stronger or weaker, and such people are generally known as heavenly pride, or demonic. Of course, there were also the kind of bitter people who crossed over or were reborn and then didn't get the golden finger, and most of them died in the immortal cultivation world. But well, no matter which kind, Wang Feng has killed them all. It wasn't that he was brutal by nature, but that the group of people who got the golden finger after crossing over were the same as when he first crossed over, thinking that he is destined to die. He will not die and will surely rise to the top of the world. However, Wang Feng had the constraints of Jiang Hanshi, and after dying for a few lifetimes he no longer had such thoughts, together with the fact that his system was strong and powerful enough. This was how he had ascended over the great emperor realm. You know, he's lived 8 lifetimes. 8 lifetimes. Wang Feng had only ascended to the top of the great emperor in 8 whole lifetimes. Was it possible for that group of trash to ascend to the top in 1 lifetime? System, how many thousands of origin points will you gain from swallowing the opposite bandit system? Wang Feng looked at Qin Feng, who was still loading his weapon not far away, and asked the system in his mind. Yes, that's right, 10,000. A system is at least in 10,000 origin points. Ding. 200,000 origin points. The opposite system is a level 8 system. The system was divided into 9 levels to 1, with 9 being the lowest and 1 being the highest, and as for what other levels were above it, the system refused to tell Wang Feng. Chapter 70, Confused. If I kill you, it's still mine. Row. Bottoms up. Wang Feng intended to swallow the system that was loading weapons inside the storage bag Qin Feng. If this person's character was still good, Wang Feng planned to take out an Imperial Grade Extreme Grade technique to compensate him. If it doesn't work, just kill it. This is the cultivation world. Either you swallow me or I swallow you. And Wang Feng is only abiding by the default laws of this cultivation world. When he thought about the time when his face was trampled under the feet of others, he could only obediently hand over the resources on his body. Finally, relying on the undercard, a punch explodes the head, heads blown off, hearts crushed, souls captured and lit up. Then the body is burned with heavenly fire and turned into ashes, finally divided into several thousand parts respectively buried to the southeast, northwest and central regions, bones and ashes, so that he no longer have the slightest possibility of survival. If he dared to humiliate him, Wang Feng would definitely make his life worse than death. And robbery. This is also a way to come to the fastest resources. Wang Feng can think of leaving a line has been very good. Wang Feng made a hand sword gesture at Jiang Hengxi, who glanced at him and understood in a flash. Jiang Hanshi she was too much trouble. Gently untied the rope on her hand. Anyway, there is only one gate here to run. She was sure she could knock the man out in a few breaths. Jiang Hanshi made a violent explosive step, and his body was like the wind as he flew towards the person on the opposite side of the room at breakneck speed. Qin Feng, who was loading his weapon, also reacted, but he was always on guard. Naturally, he had guessed there was someone here and was waiting. At once a few flying steps burst back to flash away, and when he saw the person opposite, he was secretly surprised that it was still a little. With just one glance, he knew how beautiful the masked woman should be. And the figure, TSK. Ginger Henshaw took another hard step against the floor, using her strength to follow him. Qin Feng shifted his feet and misplaced his position, then put his hand on Jiang Hanshi's chest. Jiang Hanshi looked at him expressionlessly, and when his hand was about to touch it, it ended up touching nothing. That turned out to be a stump. Jiang Hanshi appeared behind him holding a cold sword. His eyes were cold, and he wiped his neck ruthlessly. She changed her mind and wasn't going to just knock him out now. Qin Feng's entire head was instantly sliced off directly, but no blood flowed out. At the same time that Qin Feng fell, Wang Feng squarely met Jiang Hengxi's seemingly emotionless eyes. His body couldn't help but chill. He almost forgot that if this thing really wanted to kill someone, it wouldn't blink an eye. Cold sweat broke out behind Wang Feng's back, and he was really sweating a bit. Oh, little, go to hell. A voice rang out behind Jiang Hanshi, and it was none other than Qin Feng. In his hand was a dark golden fishgut sword with a sinister smile on his face. Wang Feng recognized at a glance that he was using a double doll to resist that sword for him. No wonder that headless body doesn't bleed. This time, without waiting for Jiang Hanshi to make a move, Wang Feng had already quietly flashed to Qin Feng's side and viciously kicked him. Ah! With a snap, Qin Feng was literally as human as his name, as free as the wind, flying out. The strength of this kick was the force of the 6th level of the actual Jialing realm, and let's not forget that he was still a physical cultivator. Boom! The wall was directly hit by the cracks that seemed like spider webs, and Qin Feng's entire body was deeply sunk inside, giving the impression that he could not even buckle down. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng's force and a few strangeness flashed in his eyes, but did not do anything. Wang Feng walked over to Qin Feng and uncovered his hood with one hand. Don't kill me. I'll give all my belongings to you. Qin Feng had blood flowing from the side of his mouth, as if he was going to gulp his breath in the next moment, and his speech was intermittent. Caveat emptor. The white light under Wang Feng's eyes flashed, and the aura on Qin Feng's body was exposed. With just a single glance, Wang Feng stretched out his hand and gave a vicious twist to the neck of Qin Feng, who was still bleeding and dying and had long since been powerless to resist. A click sent him on his last journey. Confused. If I kill you, all your belongings will be mine too. Wang Feng spat in his heart. This thing really had a brain problem. Jiang Hanshi silently watched the scene behind him, but in his heart, he was surprised, thinking that this stupid liar wouldn't kill him. Ding! The former waste host is dead. Detected the traveler aggravated born. Qualification, immortal qualification. Congratulations. Whether to bind the big thief system. Wang Feng looked at the options that popped up inside his head. These systems would only bind travelers and reborns. The system of the original inhabitants of the immortal cultivation realm will not be bound. And I don't know why. This was also what Wang Feng had heard from his own system. And this was also the reason why Jiang Hanqi hadn't known that some people had systems since he had killed so many people. Of course, she'd heard some people cry out for the system or some kind of golden handshake before they died, and then it was like coming back from the dead with a sudden surge of power. But in the end, she still gave her a sword to cut off her head, but it was just some clown. At most, she would just use the so-called system and golden finger that those people were talking about as a card for those people. For example, ding, 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 check, we've detected the. Go to hell you, don't you know that this is my host? The voice of the Grand Thief system was incomparably jerky, and it was estimated that it was going to be swallowed by that system of Wang Feng's. Before that bandit system finished its words, its voice came to an abrupt end, and Wang Feng had wanted to hear what it had detected. System, why don't you wait for it to finish first? Wang Feng spat in his heart. It was like this every time. In total, he had killed dozens of system possessors, and in his 8th life, he had also killed a paragon emperor who possessed a level 2 system. The system in Wang Feng's body would only let them say the words detected at most. Even that secondary system, the latter was not given to him at all, but he also vaguely guessed that this system of his was definitely not simple. Hiccup, full. I did not think that there are some treasures inside the storage space of this big thief system. Send more than 50,000 origin points and a metaphysical weapon top grade heavenly goldfish intestine sword to you. Early raid Jiang Hanqi, breakthrough invincibility something and then look for me. First to sleep. Wang Feng looked at the extra 250,000 origin points in the panel and the extra dagger-like sized fish gut sword in the storage space, sweeping away the resentment against the system in his heart. He was happy. Wang Feng felt a tugging sensation coming from his hand at this time, and knew at once that Jiang Hanshi was going to retie the rope. System, quickly buy the wild spicy fruit that was refreshed today and dazzle my mouth. Wang Feng hurriedly called out to the system in his mind, and it just so happened that he had swiped a kind of cocktail fruit similar to chili peppers today. Only the spiciness of this mad spicy fruit would not be able to carry even the spirit transformation realm, without using spiritual energy to cleanse it, but that was the only effect it had. And you can use spirit power to clean off the spiciness, which is really ribald. I've just fallen asleep and you're yelling at me again. The system's tone sounded a bit indignant, but it still did what Wang Feng said. Wang Feng's original 259680 origin points were instantly deducted by 3,000, becoming 256,680 points. The mad spice fruit is cheap, just 500, but the system operates at surprisingly charges 2,500. Chapter 71 I killed someone. Wang Feng had no time to curse the system and opened his mouth inside the masked black cloth. A red fruit the size of a grape appeared in his mouth and bit into it silently. It was only 2 breaths before Wang Feng's eyes turned red because it was really spicy. Oh, fairy sister. I killed someone. Wang Feng froze and looked at his hand, then turned around and cried as he hugged Jiang Hanqi's shoulder. The tone of his voice just stumbled as if out of fear. The spiciness in her mouth caused her tears to stop flowing, and Wang Feng wanted to open her mouth and huff, but she had to hold it back, resulting in a state where his teeth are open, but his lips are not. Outside the masked black cloth could only see his tearful eyes, which in turn made him look even more desolate. Jiang Hanshi froze for a moment at this outburst of his, and even the action of tying the rope stopped. He stood there for so long just now. Was he afraid to kill? She'd seen a lot of people like that, too, and there was always hesitation to kill someone for the first time. But this scammer seems to have decided rather quickly, and without the slightest hesitation in his movements, he made the man lose his breath in one go. I don't know that Wang Feng is just standing there to look at the breath on that Qin Feng. For words to summarize, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I didn't realize that a small junction spirit realm was burdened with more than a few thousand human lives. Although it was a given that immortal cultivators killed people, he himself should at least be carrying hundreds of thousands of lives. But he was all about killing those who messed with him, or he did accidentally kill innocents, which is hard to avoid when you're in a higher realm. Qin Feng, this is not necessarily so. At his realm, can he accidentally kill thousands of people at once? Even if it was a certainty, just the fact that he tried to touch Jiang Hanshi that one time when he was dodging, Wang Feng instantly decided that he was the villain. Who cares what he kills? Got him first. Through the tight night clothes, Wang Feng felt as if he had touched Jiang Hanshi's tender arm. The texture is different, but the feel is excellent. Wait a minute, could he be lying to me? Jiang Hanshi looked down at Wang Feng, who was holding her arm and shivering a little, and pondered in his heart. Fairy sister, I killed someone. Now what? Ooh-hoo. Wang Feng's tone was tinged with a sobbing tone, and his body was trembling. This heartbreaking appearance dispelled a few of Jiang Hanshi's suspicions. As the spiciness in his mouth increased, his tone stuttered more like a sob. Nope. Jiang Hanshi woke up with a jolt. That time this liar was quite happy to see her killed at middle-aged city lord. Ginger Henshaw took a step backward as she pulled out of the hold. I see you weren't quite happy to see me kill that city lord that time? Jiang Henshi's tone was icy cold and confused. Wang Feng. Throw Luan on. Only think of this life did not kill people in front of Jiang Henshi. But forgot about this. Fairy sister. But I killed this man with my own hands. I. Wang Feng turned his head toward the cool and penetrating Qin Feng, who was staring at Wang Feng with two pairs of wide-open deadfish eyes. Wang Feng violently took 2 steps back, and his feet did not know whether it was on purpose or accidentally, but he suddenly stumbled. He fell to the ground and looked at Qin Feng, who was staring at a dead fish-eyed Qin Feng, in horror. When Jiang Hanshi saw that Wang Feng was scared like this, he didn't know if it was on purpose or by accident. Moving his feet a bit obscured Wang Feng's vision of seeing the dead man. Dead and wide-eyed Qin Feng, what a pair of dogs. Wang Feng hugged his feet and sat on the ground, full of desolation, opening his reddened eyes that couldn't stop the flow of tears to look at Jiang Hanshi. It was as if Jiang Hanshi was the one who was a warm man now, while Wang Feng was a frightened and tender woman. Jiang Hanshi lightly stepped in front of Wang Feng and untied the rope from his hand. It's just a matter of not tying you up. Fairy sister, aren't you afraid I'll run away? Wang Feng held back the spiciness in his mouth, and his tone tried to carry a hint of fear. Sitting on the ground with red eyes and tears streaming down her face, she looked at Kong Hansher pitifully. No fear. Jiang Hanshi untied the rope on his hand, and he wondered if it was Wang Feng's illusion. He felt that Jiang Hanshi's voice had actually softened a bit. Let's go. Hurry up and get back. We'll probably have people coming again later. Jiang Hensher got up and prepared to leave after saying that, but realized that Wang Feng surprisingly didn't stand up, but continued to sit. I'm weak-kneed. Wang Feng was still in tears, and the spiciness in his mouth made him so horny that he stuttered all the time. As for weak legs? Of course it couldn't be because of the mad spice fruit. It was just a simple soft foot. Except that this foot was soft because Wang Feng wanted it to be soft. Jiang Hanshi furrowed his eyebrows visible to the naked eye and pondered for a moment, waiting until Wang Feng was ready to stand up on his own. He secretly said that this Jiang Hanshi was really out of line. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hanshi crouched down at this time and carried him in one go, his figure whooshing away from the hall of soldier storage. Wang Feng, who was lying on Jiang Hansher's back, could be comfortable. This time Jiang Hansher was wearing tight night clothes to carry him. He could totally feel the temperature and heartbeat of Jiang Henshi's body if he felt it carefully. Smelling the fragrance of the hair on Jiang Henshi's head, Wang Feng only felt comfortable and gave him a sense of peace of mind. Even the spiciness in his mouth felt like it had become much less. Wang Feng endured it and activated the chaotic overlord technique. The spiciness in his mouth was cleansed by the aura swimming over and over again. It was only until he could barely feel it anymore that Wang Feng slowly stopped shedding tears. Jiang Hensher led Wang Feng to tread softly on the roof of the temple. Not knowing what kind of stance he was performing, his speed was strangely fast. Convergence. Jiang Hanshi's eyes looked at the rapidly advancing patrolling soldiers under the roof of the temple, and he spoke to Wang Feng, who was behind him. Wang Feng hurriedly held his breath and minimized it. Below the palace a line of soldiers whizzed by, searching everywhere for something. It seemed obvious that he already knew about the theft of the Hall of Soldier Storage. And looking at those people down there, it was obvious that it wasn't just the Hall of Soldier Storage that had been stolen. That already dead Qin Feng didn't know what else to steal. I wonder how much that dog system swallowed. Wang Feng was certain that the value in Qin Feng's system storage space definitely could not be only 50,000 origin points. The fact that that stingy system was able to take out the top-grade Xian weapon Heavenly Goldfish intestine sword and give him this piece was evident. Rustling along the way, Jiang Hanshi carried Wang Feng as gently as the wind, sometimes hiding on the roof, sometimes hiding in the temple, sometimes they even hid inside other rooms. And luckily those rooms were empty. After a while of rushing, Wang Feng had seen their room right in front of him. Come down. When he saw that he had reached his destination, Jiang Hanshi gave a cold voice and released Wang Feng on his back. Wang Feng got off Jiang Hanshi's back, and in order to act like he did, he even visibly wrenched his foot when he jumped off. The legs looked shaky, as if they would fall the next moment. Wang Feng quickly opened the door to his room and quickly closed it when Jiang Hensher walked in. Come on, get undressed. Chapter 72, Cold Sword, No More Love. Come on, get undressed. Wang Feng didn't care when he finished speaking. He swished and stripped off in front of Jiang Hanshi. As always, Kong Hansei quickly turned his head away. Why do you always have to change your clothes in front of me? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Jiang Hanshi turned his back to Wang Feng and coldly issued a question. Shame on you. We know each other so well. How about this? If you feel like you're losing out, you can switch in front of me too. So we're even. Wang Feng, who had changed his clothes, walked up to Jiang Hanshi and opened his mouth with a smile. Roll. Jiang Hanshi glanced at him smiling like a little cutie. Like Wang Feng? As if a few black lines came out floating on his forehead. Jiang Hanshi then lightly walked inside the bathing compartment to change his clothes. When she came out again, she was already in a green dress skirt, which showed the style of a fairy. She was a different person from the way she was just now when she was having an affair with Wang Feng. The thief. Sister Fairy, where are the clothes? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi and wondered, where's the night clothes? What do you want to take it for? Jiang Hanshi returned Wang Feng's expressionless face. This liar even wanted the clothes she had worn. One look and I knew for sure he was going to do something bad with it. Wang Feng couldn't help but stay dumbfounded as he looked at Jiang Hanxi's eyes that were sizing him up. Knock knock. Open the door, open the door. At that moment there was a strong knocking at the door, as if the door would be kicked in if it wasn't opened. Wang Feng hurriedly walked over and opened the door. The soldier at the door froze for a moment when he saw that it was both Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi. The soldier hurriedly accompanied a smiling face and spoke. I didn't know it was the two of you just now. I'm sorry for being rude. These two were the guests he had watched the Grand Princess bring back with her own eyes, and they seemed particularly happy when they were juggling with them. It couldn't be the thieves. Even if he did, he'd have to pretend he didn't know. What's wrong? Wang Feng stuck his head out of the doorway and swept around, as if wondering why it was so lively outside. Oh. It's okay, there's a burglar in the palace. The soldier waved his hand fawning and smiling. Then come in and search. People are doing it. We are definitely not harboring thieves. Wang Feng beckoned and opened the door as soon as he could, swearing, opening it to the point where they could all see inside. So beautiful. Since Jiang Hanshi was now not wearing a white hat, she was in a green dress. Her breath was cool and clear, just like a fairy who had descended to the earth. The soldiers outside the door couldn't help but stare for several seconds. It's fine. We trust your excellency. We have to search somewhere else, so we'll take our leave. The leading soldier arched his hand at Wang Feng, and then he turned around with a wave of his hand and trotted off with the group of soldiers to search somewhere else. Wang Feng carelessly closed the door, his expression not panicking at all, as if this matter had nothing to do with him at all. Your deception skills should have reached the grand completion realm, right? Jiang Hanshi walked over to the bed and sat down, his form carried up and down by the soft mattress. No. It's fine to fool others. Fairy sister is so smart and icy. I couldn't fool her even if I wanted to. Ha! Jiang Hanshi stared at Wang Feng with skin but not meat and laughed twice. Wang Feng scratched his head and tiptoed, tentatively, toward the bed. Are you coming up to bed? Jiang Hanshi said. Really is a liar. Now are so bold. In the past is to let her. You see there's just one bed here. Wang Feng seemed to be back in the middle of Willow Village, repeating the same meaning as before. But this time, Jiang Hanshi frowned slightly and said, then you just sleep. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hanshi did not let Wang Feng roll down, but got up and walked to the floor himself. No. You see how big this bed is. No need to squeeze. You sleep over there. I'll sleep on this side. Right? Wang Feng said as if he was afraid that Jiang Hanshi would be uneasy, picking up the quilt and spacing a line out between them. It was like an impenetrable gully, but the gully seemed so thin. Jiang Hanshi pondered for a while, looked at the boundary line, and then looked at the expressionless and serious Wang Feng. In the end, she gently took off the shoes on her feet, revealing her pretty little white feet, and lay down on them. Hey! Wang Feng laughed twice with a thieving smile at this scene, finally making it clear that he was considered a trustworthy person in Jiang Hanshi's mind. Good night. Wang Feng lay back, closed his eyes and lay straight, and silently transported the chaotic overlord body technique. As usual, practicing. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Feng's gong method was running, but his brain was not moving anymore. Jiang Hanshi opened his eyes at this time and gently turned his head to look at Wang Feng, looking lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking about. Finally laughing softly, he turned his head back and put his hands on the small of his back to sleep. Midnight. Wang Feng flipped over and scratched his butt. Suddenly it was as if he was sleepwalking and moved over towards Jiang Hanshi. Until you move to that quilt borderline. That impenetrable gully was stopped by Wang Feng's eyes closed as he grabbed it and covered it. After a while, Jiang Hanshi opened his eyes with a jerk and raised his head. When she entered her eyes, she saw Wang Feng wrapped around her body like an octopus. One arm was wrapped tightly around her body. Both arms were bound tightly, and one foot was pressed firmly against her. And inside Wang Feng's feeling, he only felt that he slept much more peacefully and comfortably. A faint fragrance came from the tip of his nose, smelling as if it could stabilize his mind. Jiang Hanshi grabbed Wang Feng's hand and gently peeled it. Didn't peel off. Used some more force. Still. Finally. Simply make a full effort. And in one go. Still didn't pick it apart. Jiang Hanshi glared in annoyance at Wang Feng who was wrapped around her. Sure enough, he's still lying to me. His physical cultivation realm has definitely reached the Jieling realm, and it's probably even much higher than her. He should be the only one whose Dharma cultivation was at the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, so it was no wonder that he had to get close in order to kick the thief away. Wang Feng felt the strength coming from his arm, and couldn't help but hold his hand a little tighter, without the slightest intention of letting go. Warm, so comfortable, so fragrant. This was what Wang Feng subconsciously thought. Jiang Hanshi instantly felt her body tighten violently, and she hurriedly exploded into a stronger force, but it looked so weak and powerless in front of Wang Feng. Once one was close by a high-realm physical cultivator, it was like a shooter being close by a high-damage tank. Jiang Hanshi's beautiful eyes glared angrily at Wang Feng, who was wrapped around her, and her body's aura began to grow a little colder, all the while contemplating whether or not to take out his cold sword and flip his still mobile wrist to deliver a blow to him. After thinking about it, the last Jiang Hanshi didn't even seem to have the intention of probing into the divine sea space with his divine sense. Cold sword, don't say it. I understand it all. Hiding in the corner of the divine sea space balling, oh. Wang Feng felt cold around him at this time, unable to help but shiver. The hand holding Jiang Hanshi loosened and groped for the quilt behind him. Seeing that there was a moment, Jiang Hanshi was about to directly break away from Wang Feng's embrace. As soon as he moved, his body tightened violently again, and a quilt like a large net fell down immediately afterward. Chapter 73, Strike That, Ignorance is Blameless. The next day, early morning, Wang Feng felt the softness in his hands and couldn't help but pinch it twice. This is... what? Before Wang Feng's eyes opened, his heart moved first. Wang Feng touched it again and pinched it twice. Soft, warm and smooth. Good touch. Wait a minute. This is... arms. Wang Feng finally knew what it was after a few dozen more pinches. Whose arm? Whose arm? Whose arm could it be? Wang Feng's heart jumped, and TM hugged her again, and this time he even put his hand inside her sleeve. No wonder it's slippery and warm and soft and hot. Why is that? Why is that? His divine sense shouldn't be like this. Even if someone entered his room silently in the middle of the night, he would be able to detect it. Why didn't he notice when he hugged Kong Hanshik? She definitely found out this time. After all, she was now at the 2nd level of the Junction Spirit Realm, the kind that was enough to stay awake for dozens of days and months. Just why? She didn't fight back? Jiang Hanshi felt the sensation coming from his arm, and ghostly opened his pretty eyes under the covers and twisted his head to look. Wang Feng still had his eyes tightly closed and hugged her as he shrunk under the covers. Jiang Hanshi endured the sensation coming from his arm, having gotten used to it long ago. She had lost count of how many times her arm had been pinched during the night. If she were mortal, her arms would probably be red? What to do now? What to do? What to do? Wang Feng, heart beating wildly, really want to immediately, as in the blue star, that pull out the phone to open the short video software to send a. What to do in this situation now? Wait online. Urgent. Wait, why didn't she fight back? Yeah, if she doesn't resist, does that mean she's acquiescing? Kong Hansei, did I acquiesce? Wang Feng figured this out and felt the sensation of his face covered with Jiang Hanshi's green clothes. Then slowly against her arm she drew her hand out, comfortable all the way, especially smooth and soft. Jiang Hanshi's body was obviously stunned when Wang Feng messed up like this. Wang Feng withdrew his hand and then rolled over. Even the quilt was rolled away with him, bundled into a dumpling on the bed, huffing and puffing. Jiang Hanshi hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed with a fierce roll, as if she was afraid that Wang Feng would hug her again. Jiang Hanshi raised his palm to aim at Wang Feng, slowly letting go again. It's just that it's not all his fault, and he shouldn't know what he's been doing at night. It's just a matter of ignorance. Jiang Hanshi suppressed the fluttering in her heart as she stood beside the bed and looked at Wang Feng's clear and clean-side face. That you? Will you be my kin? The words in her mind presented a flash of the image of her healing Wang Feng at that time. Jiang Hanshi realized that he might have already considered Wang Feng as a relative, because there was always an unspoken emotion in her heart towards Wang Feng, which annoyed her. Perhaps she did think of Wang Feng as a relative. Jiang Hanshi thought in her heart. Jiang Hanshi at the 10,000 years did not know that this was one of the most taboo rules within the Ice Palace rules. Wang Feng closed his eyes and felt the movement around him. Silently in my mind, I prayed to God, don't bomb me, don't bomb me. From the time Jiang Hanshi got out of bed until now, Wang Feng waited for a full hour before slowly putting his heart down. Wang Feng first gently opened his eyes a small slit to observe, but Jiang Han sure seemed to be in his dead center position. Wang Feng didn't dare to act rashly, so he simply opened his eyes directly. Otherwise, when the small slit in his eyes was seen later, Kong Hansher would definitely know that he hadn't slept just now. Wang Feng, who opened his eyes, realized that Jiang Hanxi was lying on the bed again at an unknown time, was closing his eyes as if nothing had just happened. It was as if everything that was moving around just now was an illusion of Wang Feng. Wang Feng touched the quilt that was bundled around his body before he was sure that this, definitely not an illusion. That means he was really hugging Kong Huncher just now. And, Ginger Henshaw. Also, nope. Reverse. Resist? Wang Feng lifted the quilt that bound his body and sat up and then acted like his head was full of questions. How did this quilt get on top of me? Wang Feng sat on the soft bed and scratched his head with an uninformed look. Zhang Hanshi also opened his eyes when he heard Wang Feng's voice and sat up. Yeah, why did the quilt get on top of you? Zhang Hanshi's words gave Wang Feng a silly hearing. She was shading him. She would actually shade him. Although the words were still as cold as usual, but the meaning of them was not shady. What was he? Yeah, did the quilt grow legs? Wang Feng said a cold joke and smiled to himself. It was only when he met Zhang Hanshi's cool eyes that he awkwardly collected himself. At the time when Wang Feng thought that Zhang Hanshi would poke his nose into the matter of him hugging her in the morning. Surprisingly, Zhang Hanshi actually seemed to be unaware of the situation and ignored Wang Feng. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and gently put on his white boots. Wang Feng sat on the bed, a little embarrassed, but luckily the problem was not too big. Let's go. It's time for us to return to the Little Sword Sect. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he carefully looked at Zhang Hanshi's face, as if he was trying to see something from her face. Aha! Unfortunately, Zhang Hanshi just answered with his face as usual. Could it be a hallucination? It's not right. It can't be. It's absolutely impossible. Wang Feng couldn't help but grab the clothes he was wearing and smell them. A faint fragrance still remained. Zhang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng's actions and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Wang Feng met Zhang Hanshi's gaze and hurriedly pretended to be unaware of the situation. Why do I feel like my body has gotten a little more fragrant? That's weird. Is it because of this quilt? That's awesome. The quilt from the palace is different. It even retains its fragrance. Wang Feng stuck out his thumb and nodded at the quilt. Go. Zhang Hanshi quietly looked at Wang Feng and whispered. Not to mention Wang Feng's matter of him hiding his physical cultivation realm, or the matter of him hugging her to sleep. It's as if she doesn't know these things. Aha, go. Wang Feng hurriedly nodded and moved to get ready to just go open the door. Come here for a minute. At this time, Zhang Hanshi coldly shouted out Wang Feng again, and Wang Feng had doubts in his eyes, but walked over to see what she was up to. Zhang Hanshi took out the previous spirit binding rope and moved without panic, readying Wang Feng as he pretended to be horrified. Didn't she stop tying me up? Why are you backtracking now? Something's not right. She shouldn't be like this, right? Wang Feng couldn't figure it out a bit, but it didn't matter. This rope was a piece of cake if he wanted to break away. Go. Kang Hansei tied the other end of the rope to his wrist as usual. With a soft voice, he pulled Wang Feng toward the door. The two of them who had just gone out without taking a few steps bumped into Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er who were about to come to them. Alas! Look at you. My master and his wife are still so in love. Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er walked shoulder to shoulder and came to her ear and whispered. Yeah. Xu Yan'er also sighed. That line seemed to be a red rope holding them together. So loving. Envious? Wang Feng walked to the two of them and looked at their envious gazes and said. Chapter 74, Rich people are different. Both of them nodded frantically. They wanted a divine couple like that too. Fairy sister, why don't you take a strip to them? Zhang Hanshi glanced at Wang Feng and remained silent. To Wang Feng's surprise, after a short while, Zhang Hanshi really took a spirit binding rope from inside the divine sea space and handed it to them. Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er's brains went down. I'm not going to tie up with him, her. The two of them shouted out in unison, quite tacitly together, even as the two of them pulled a little further apart. And this is a spirit binding rope of yours. Won't we lose our cultivation if we tie it? It was only then that Xu Yan'er remembered that this was the spirit binding rope. Because of watching Wang Feng and the two of them tied up every day, she had forgotten about it. Then you're not going to get it. Wang Feng smiled on his face, but in his heart, MMP, who wants to tie a rope when he cannot tie a spirit binding rope? Zhang Hanshi sniffed and took the rope back into the divine sea space. Say, Master, isn't it hard for you to be tied to each other? Why don't you hold hands and arms? Xiaohao on the road asked Wang Feng about this doubt that he had always had in his mind. Xu Yan'er also came up and wanted to hear what was going on. She was also puzzled. Yes, fairy sister, look at what they're saying. As if he had come to a realization, Wang Feng carefully brought his hand close to Zhang Hanshi's palm. Roll. Okay. As expected, the familiar words were ushered in as always. Seeing this, Xu Yan'er walked over to Zhang Hanshi and persuaded him. Big sister, you guys are so in love. Why are you refusing to even give him your hand to hold? Zhang Hanshi was silent, or should I say outright ignored. Big sister, are you hanging on to him? I've heard that there are some women who lie to men and then play with their feelings. Xu Yan'er deliberately lowered her voice when she said this. The look seemed to be thoughtful. as if recalling these words that he had heard from nowhere. Hearing this, Jiang Hanqi finally had some reaction. A pair of beautiful eyes looking towards Chu Yen'er beside her. That icy gaze was causing Chu Yen'er to look a little hairy. Hurriedly ran back to Xiao Hao's side and hit Xiao Hao twice before he calmed down. Old Chu Nui, you beat me again and again and again. When my cultivation gets higher in the future, I'll make sure to tie you up and hang you from the beams of the room and whip you. Xiao Hao angrily cursed a few times and was finally kicked in the butt a few more times by Chu Yen'er before he subsided and didn't dare to speak again. Why was Xiao Hao so afraid of Chu Yen'er now? Because he saw that Wang Feng was walking and getting high on melon seeds while smiling and watching that old Chu woman beat him up. With Xiao Hao's understanding of his master, this kind of situation where his master was smiling and laughing, his master would definitely not help him, unless this old Chunin would give him a cut, in which case it was expected that his master would help him. By the way, the palace was burglarized yesterday. Those soldiers didn't disturb you, did they? Chu Yen'er suddenly remembered this matter and asked. No. Wang Feng and Xiao Hao shook their heads, and Xiao Hao didn't even know about the matter of the palace getting a thief. He then vaguely remembers that he was knocked on the door in the middle of the night yesterday. Opened the door. The soldier said something unknown, then closed the door and went to bed. Oh, that's good, that's good. There was also a thief who died yesterday in my hall of soldier storage. TSK, I don't know who killed him, but he deserved it. It's a shame everything on him is gone. Chu Yen'er was a bit indignant when she spoke later, and Jiang Hanqi also turned her gaze leisurely to Wang Feng. Wang Feng showed his teeth and laughed playfully twice at Jiang Hanqi, who blinked her beautiful eyes twice and did not say anything. And how much has been stolen from your palace? Wang Feng asked this query. He wanted to see what that dynasty bandit had actually stolen. These out-of-body things are fine, just missing some pills, silver, spirit stones, weapons, gold. Stop. What grade are the pills and weapons? Wang Feng hurriedly shouted to stop. If this was finished by her, I don't know how many things she would have to say. Wang Feng also didn't expect the already dead Qin Feng to steal so many things. Oh, the highest ones are some of the top ones. Some of the more expensive things my mother wouldn't be foolish enough to keep in the temple. And are you heartbroken? Wang Feng asked, wanting to see what Chu Yen'er's reaction was. It doesn't hurt. Those things aren't mine. What do I care? And they're all broken. Chu Yen'er answered Wang Feng carelessly, and Wang Feng's mouth corner twitched, secretly saying that rich people are different. Dog system, how much have you swallowed? While the four of them leisurely rushed along playfully, Wang Feng was pairing up with the system in his mind. After a while, okay, here you go, another 50,000 origin points. What a nasty host. Humph, the system didn't even ding anymore. Throwing 50,000 origin points to Wang Feng and then stopped playing against him. Hiding. The system knows that if he doesn't give it to Wang Feng, this thing will be cursing it for the whole day without stopping, making a lot of noise. That's more like it. When Wang Feng saw that the system could spit out 50,000 origin points, he knew that the stuff in that bandit system storage space was absolutely superb. It may even be more than 1,000,000 origin points. Wang Feng walked on the road, but his mind was on the system, opening the panel to look at it. Wang Feng, 1969. Chinese maple painter. Dharma/body realm, 6th level of the Jieling realm. Body spiritual energy is fully stored. Please break through as soon as possible. Technique, Chaos Overlord Technique. Avatar, Sword Intent. Origin point, 306680. Item, Creation Jade Butterfly Fragment X1. Yellow Weapon Lower Grade Long Straight Blade X1. Large Flower Pants X1. Xian Rank Divine Walking Talisman X1. Unlimited Water Kettle X1. Random Weapon with the help of a card X1. Overall assessment, chickens that have been practicing for more than 2.5 months. The system also thoughtfully prompted Wang Feng to break through as soon as possible, and the panel also had an additional item called Avatar. Hera was opened with the Sword Intent. The overall rating has changed as well. It just looks and feels a little strange. Upgrade the storage space to 100 cubic meters. With Wang Feng's order, the origin points were first deducted by 700, and the storage space was upgraded to 10 cubic meters. Another 100,000 was deducted, and this was upgraded to 100 cubic meters, which multiplied the price directly tenfold. Wang Feng's origin points directly plummeted to 205,980, but 100 cubic meters was enough. And even if it wasn't enough, some not-so-valuable things could be put in the storage bag. Wang Feng pondered that he had to find an opportunity to see if he could obtain a storage ring, other than the remnants of the Jade Disc of Creation, the Xian Artifact Upper-Grade Fishgut Sword, the Large Flower Pants, the Xian Grade Divine Walking Talisman, the Water Bottle of Unlimited Water, the Random Weapon with the help of a card, the Lower Grade Body Forging Pill, and a few more to eat. All of the rest was exchanged for origin points. Wang Feng first put all the things inside the storage bag inside the storage space. A few more chants to the system in his mind. The weapons and some 7s and 7s inside the storage space all turned into origin points. Wang Feng's origin points had increased by another 146. 758 origin points at once. Panel origin points, 352. 738 origin points. Chapter 75, The Good Luck Chi Tian card. Not bad. Not bad. One life away from the next. Just around the corner. In this life, as long as he didn't make Zhang Hensher angry to the extreme, Zhang Hensher shouldn't be able to strike at him again. How about a couple rounds of raffle? As soon as there were origin points, Wang Feng's heart itched a little. Bad. It's the mob psychology effect. Should I smoke it? Wang Feng hesitated in his mind. It's dry. To draw a big one, come directly to send a 100,000 prize pool. After this time, the next time I draw again I will chop my hand. After all, he had to rely on origin points to renew another life. Great system. Bless me to ship. Please please please. Heaven bless. Earth bless. Air bless. World bless. Wang Feng blessed a few hundred times in a row in his heart, and all the gods and goddesses came out, making the system whole and speechless. Wang Feng trembled with his intention and moved a little bit closer to that yellow button. Press on. Da, 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 da. With the ear-splitting sound of the turntable, it starts slowly, fast, speeds up, slows down, slows down, slows down. I do not know if it is Wang Feng's blessing saw the effect, the last pointer a little bit, little by little. It rotates to the intersection line of the gold side edges. Come a little closer. Come a little closer. Come in a little more. Wang Feng's divine sense looked at the carousel in his mind and yelled, itching to rush in and break the pointer over. Come on over a little more. Come in a little bit. Being too excited, Wang Feng couldn't help but roar out in reality, startling the three people next to him. Xiao Hao and Chu Yenner did jump up, while Jiang Hanshi, who was closest to Wang Feng, was startled to the point that her body trembled slightly. There was some shocked anger in the bottom of his eyes when he reacted, catching up with the road well. Suddenly the ghost screamed, who can not be scared? Ah, closer, closer. I'd like to see what you're doing closer. Jiang Hanshi ghostly took a step closer to Wang Feng, who was walking lost in thought. Chu Yenner and Xiao Hao hurriedly moved a little farther away to look good, and at this moment inside Wang Feng's mind, bang! This time the carousel blew to pieces. Even the void outside the carousel was shattered and then quickly replenished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an orange card. One Han Luck Chi Tian card. Wang Feng's divine sense is a little trembling. This out little gold. And the name is not easy to hear. Wang Feng didn't even care about the movement in the outside world. He hurriedly moved his divine sense and tapped on the introduction of the card to read it. Hong Kong International Airport card. Effects, for 9 seconds after use. You will have a great deal of chi luck. It is the son of the great Tao. Time limit, 9 seconds. Ah! Wang Feng was so excited that he shouted out loud, his eyes red with excitement and almost shedding tears. Couldn't really find anything to vent the excitement. Wang Feng subconsciously excited to hold next to him very close to Jiang Hanshi pretty face on a sip kiss up. Ha ha ha. Finally shipping. Wait a minute. I just did. What? After reacting, Wang Feng stiffened and stood still, froze in place looking at Jiang Hanshi, feeling the eyes that contained killing intent in front of him, cold to the extreme. Wang Feng's excitement was finally doused. He was already thinking in his mind whether he should just use the Han Luck Chi Tian card now. King Feng. This time, Jiang Hanshi finally broke and shouted angrily, disregarding his image. This liar. Surprisingly, call her over and kiss. Wang Feng silently told the system to put the piece of jade disc on his chest. If Jiang Hanshi was going to come for real, then his kind of Han Luck Chi Tian card could only be used now. Don't look at just a short 9 seconds. For cultivators, just 9 seconds is enough to already do a lot of things. Even Kong Hansio would be descended from his wits and fall hard in love with him in those 9 seconds. That means he has 3 seconds to undress himself. 3 seconds to undress Jiang Hanshi. And the last 3 seconds, hiss, your master seems to be dead. Chu Yenner sucked in a breath of cool air as she looked at the fuming Jiang Hanshi, and Xiao Hao nodded cooperatively. The two of them were very sensible and left to a few hundred meters away. Xiao Hao took out 2 packets of melon seeds and gave one to Chu Yenner. The two of them were dutifully a few hundred meters away as spectators. Fairy sister, when I say this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Wang Feng moved his feet slightly, but did not immediately cut off the rope to escape, because Jiang Hanshi hadn't even taken out that cold sword in that instant. Cold sword, I get it all. Stop it. Jiang Hanshi's eyes were seething with anger, but the movement of her body showed her truest thoughts at this moment. He yanked on the rope, and Wang Feng went ouch. Wang Feng was directly yanked and flew over. Help! When Wang Feng saw that Zhang Hanshi had not taken out the cold sword, he was not so afraid to get up. The big deal was that when she wanted to take it out, she would just explode her cultivation and run away. And he still had a Xian-ranked divine traveling talisman. It's just that if you run away now, it's going to be hard to mess up the next time you meet her. Save. Ouch. Ah. Before Wang Feng's words of help even left his mouth, the pink fist was already in his face. A sound of snapping fists colliding with the body rang out, and it was accompanied by Wang Feng. Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er eked a face from afar, looking at the violently beaten Wang Feng with a heartbroken expression. Ah! The birds inside the woods were all startled into a flock, hovering near the nest, trying to find the source of the sound. For those who don't know, it's some kind of primitive beast. Snap! The rope broke, not severed, but yanked hard by that pull. Wang Feng's whole person flew out like a rocket. Bang! The one time he hit the tree heavily and viciously. Wang Feng hurriedly transported his overbearing spiritual energy to explode in his body. It could only be this way. And these days he also realized that Zhang Hanshi still had some feelings for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even taken out the cold sword to kill him now. If it all works and it still doesn't, then he really needs to start running. Repeat the 8th life, changing places in 3 days. Put. Vom. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and then his body fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood in large gulps. Seeing this, Zhang Hanshi also slowly stopped his movements and landed in front of Wang Feng. Master. Xiaohao finally couldn't look at it anymore, dropped the melon seeds and ran over with a cry. He looked down again. Master, he is dying. I did not expect that this master's wife does not stay at all. Handa. Xiaohao hurriedly ran over to help Wang Feng. Don't move me. It hurts. Wang Feng spoke breathlessly to Xiaohao morosely, as if he would swallow his breath the next moment. Put. Vom. There were several more mouthfuls of blood, vomiting as furiously as if they didn't want money or life. The jade disc slowly repaired his body, but it couldn't stop Wang Feng's spiritual energy from exploding inside his body all the time. Jade dish, holy, either don't take me out. Put. Plum blossomed, another big mouthful of blood, gushing wildly like a faucet. Chapter 76, The Shadow Emperor's personality comes on. That look didn't look like a fake at all. Master. No. Old Chu Nui, do you have any healing pills? Quick, hurry. Xiaohao's eyes couldn't help but flood with tears as he tried to help Wang Feng up. Zhang Hanshi stood in front of them, lowering her eyes to carefully examine Wang Feng. In his heart, he said that he shouldn't be. Wasn't his physical cultivation realm much stronger than hers? After all, she had been unable to break free that night, and had to be forced to hold on, using all her strength. Cough. Wang Feng coughed out several mouthfuls of blood heavily again, and was supported by Xiaohao, his eyes disoriented as if he was dying. Wang Feng this time is really blood money. The real meaning of blood. I'm dying. Wang Feng's eyes were disoriented, and he had already started to roll his eyes. His body was helplessly paralyzed, and a large amount of blood was still flowing from his mouth. Zhang Hanshi's anger finally went out at this time, and slowly his heart began to become flustered. What's going on? Wasn't his physical cultivation realm very high? Why would it be like this? She hadn't even used her spells in order not to seriously injure the crook, so why was he still beaten like this? Zhang Hanshi saw Wang Feng roll his eyes so white that they were already closing. His mind became blank in an instant. Regardless, he took out the few precious pills inside the divine sea space. Extreme Imperial Pill, 6 flavors Earth Emperor Pill. It was just that its shell seemed to be wrapped in something, or else this medicinal scent would probably be present for dozens of miles around. At that time, not only the cultivators but also the demonic beasts would all gather to their side. Seeing that Wang Feng was already on the verge of closing his eyes, Zhang Hanshi changed his previous furious attitude and his movements all looked flustered. After taking out the elixir, he pinched open Wang Feng's mouth and shoved it in. The moment the elixir touched Wang Feng's mouth, Wang Feng gently closed his mouth and gurgled his throat. Then, Wang Feng's storage space was filled with an elixir that was exactly the same as the one that Zhang Hanshi had stuffed inside his mouth. It's amazing. Wang Feng was also rapidly recovering at the same time, even running the chaotic overlord body technique plus the effect of the jade butterfly. In fact, he hadn't been too badly injured, and it could be said that it was almost painless, just like being bitten by ants. This Zhang Hanshi surprisingly didn't use secret techniques or spells to hit him, which was one of the reasons why Wang Feng didn't run. Without the use of spells, her full force would be at most, between the 4th and 5th levels of the Jieling realm. Wang Feng's state quickly recovered, coming back from the dead in general, watching Xiaohao and Xu Yan'er with a surprised face. Zhang Hanshi's panicked mood also slowly calmed down because it was too panicky. She did not realize at this moment that the extreme 6 flavors Earth Emperor Pill, The effects of the pill were not supposed to be only like this. Elder mother, you're hitting too hard. Xiao Hao was relieved to see Wang Feng recovering his breath before accusing Zhang Hanqi. Zhang Hanqi did not retort and closely observed Wang Feng's physical condition. She was also secretly relieved to see that she had begun to recover. And she didn't know why. Yeah, aren't you husband and wife? You just kissed this time. Why do you have to hit so hard? Xu Yan'er followed suit and began to doubt the reality of the couple between the two of them. Don't say it. I didn't pass away. Wang Feng's arm was on Xiao Hao's neck, and he tremblingly raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. That's when they shut up and got quiet. The journey was also delayed a bit, allowing Wang Feng to sit on the ground to recover. Not much of a problem though. The sun hasn't even hit noon yet. After recovering well, Wang Feng changed his bloodstained clothes behind the tree in the blind spot of their vision, then walked to the side leaning against a tree with his pretty eyes open and glanced at him from time to time and then hurriedly turned away from the line of sight of Zhang Hanqi. The look was like that of a small child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry, I didn't think you'd react so well. Cough cough. The movie star came on, and Wang Feng's words were still a little weak, and after finishing, he also hunched over and coughed hard a few times. Zhang Hanqi hurriedly held him up and looked at Wang Feng who was hunched over and coughing with a somewhat apologetic expression. She herself had forgotten that it was Wang Feng who kissed her first, so how was she being turned against her now? Wang Feng had already laughed out loud in his heart. This big glacier would even show this kind of color and it was still because of him. I'm the one who's overstressed. Stop it. I moved my mouth first. After all, I deserve this beating from you. I'm such a... Wang Feng interrupted Zhang Hanqi's words and scolded himself fiercely, saying that he was going to raise his hand to slap himself. Zhang Hanqi hastily raised his hand to stop him, and Wang Feng also saw Zhang Hanqi's hand stained with the blood he spat. I'm sorry for dirtying your hands with my blood. Wang Feng's face contained an apology, and his tone was a bit muffled as he opened his mouth. Kan Hancher sniffed and felt even more guilty that he wasn't even accusing her right now, but was still focusing on her. No. Zhang Hanqi hid her hands behind her back, as if her hands weren't dirty as long as she didn't let Wang Feng see them. Wang Feng did not say anything. Shaq S pulled out a large face basin from his storage bag, took out the infinite water jug again and poured it on, followed by putting his hand in it and channeling his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was so dominant that in just a moment, the water became warm. Hands. Wang Feng stretched out his hand, which was the most concise sentence Wang Feng had ever said in his life since he had conversed with Zhang Hanqi. It really won't. Zhang Hanqi hit his hand a little tighter again, and although his gaze was still cold and faint, his tone was much softer. Hands. Wang Feng's words were still as concise as the previous sentence, beckoning the outstretched hand back. Wait a minute, I'm self. Hands. Before Zhang Hanqi could finish her words, she was interrupted. Wang Feng grabbed her arm and grabbed it with a somewhat displeased look on his face. Zhang Hanqi's hand hidden behind his back was 7 parts passive and 3 parts active, just like that was grabbed by Wang Feng. Wang Feng silently took out another small chair from his storage bag and placed it underneath Zhang Hanqi. Sit down, Wang Feng softly said. In fact, he himself had blood on his hands that had already dried, so he just happened to wash them together. A faint peach blossom red rose on Zhang Hanqi's face, and the roots of his ears were strangely red as if they had been scalded by boiling water, which was adorable. Zhang Hanqi somewhat dumbfoundedly obeyed Wang Feng's words and sat down on the small chair, and the more Wang Feng did so, the more guilty she felt in her heart, regretting why she hadn't confiscated her power just now. Will the water be too hot or too cold? Wang Feng squatted on the ground and lightly scooped up some warm water with his hand and sprinkled it on the back of Zhang Hanqi's white and tender hand. No, it won't. Zhang Hanqi was a bit distracted. She herself now didn't know whether the temperature of the water in this basin was hot or cold. Well then, be quiet. Gently grasping Zhang Hanqi's palm into the basin. Chapter 77, Mandarin ducks playing in the water. Well then, be quiet. Like coaxing a small child, Wang Feng put Zhang Hanqi's hands into the basin and gently rubbed and washed them. Of course, blood, as we all know, is hard to wash once it dries, so Wang Feng could only use some force to rub and wash it. Zhang Hanqi looked down at Wang Feng, who was concentrating on washing her palms, and was a little lost in thought. The 2 pairs of palms in the water seemed like a pair of lovebirds, playing in the water. What about a pair? Very well behaved and quiet and pretty. One pair, on the other hand, is lively and cheerful, splashing the well-behaved and pretty one with water. Xiao Hao and Xu Yan'er came together again and again on the other side, whispering, TSK, TSK, just a moment ago, they were dying to live, but now they've become so lovey-dovey. Is this what's called loving each other? Xu Yan'er scared and thought to herself, is this what is called love for each other in the words? Envious? How about, I wash your hands too? Xu Yan'er violently turned her head and looked at Xiao Hao with an unbelievable expression. You jerked off? Or is the brain burned out by your own physique? Would you like me to release some of my yin chi to cool you down? Xu Yan'er wanted to reach out and touch Xiaohao's forehead to see if his brain was fried. How else could the dead rat who yelled every day that he would hang her above the beams and whip her say that? Xiaohao hurriedly dodged away. Go, 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 I won't wash it if others want me to. Looking at Xu Yan'er's suspicious gaze, Xiaohao's cheeks could not help but redden to the naked eye. However, Xu Yan'er did not break the news, but smiled and spoke. Really? Then you come. Xu Yan'er stood in front of Xiaohao with a smile and stretched out her hands, waiting for Xiaohao to grab them. I've changed my mind about washing you. Xiaohao turned around. His tone was a bit shy and angry. Just now he didn't want it, but now he wants it again. Is he not something that this old Shu woman wants or doesn't want? Cut. I wouldn't dare to wash you. Xu Yan'er gave a disdainful chortle while her face turned a little light red. It just seemed like she was using her Taiyin sword body to suppress the face that wanted to burn. Who said they wouldn't dare? Just wait. I'll wash it next time. Good. I'll wait for you. Come on. Come on. And on this side, Wang Feng slowly lifted Jiang Hanqi's hands from the water that had turned light red. Shack. Of a moment, a scented towel appeared in his hand. No. Don't bother. It'll dry itself later. Jiang Hanqi tried to pull out his hand, but it was caught in Wang Feng's death grip again. Be good. Wang Feng raised his eyes to meet the evasive eyes of Jiang Hanqi and spoke softly. It was only after feeling the struggle coming from his hand much less that Wang Feng gently wiped it with a loose scented towel. Does it smell good? This is a towel that I took 99 different flower liquids and finally made. Wang Feng pulled whatever came to his mind. And anyway, if he could make Jiang Hanqi believe it, then it was right. Jiang Hanqi smelled the fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, which was indeed quite fragrant, and gave a soft Wang Feng had already stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes in obscene joy in his heart. There was one thing to be said for those few kisses. Wang Feng still felt quite good. It was a brain fart. Too much excitement. And there was nothing else beside me to vent on. Subconsciously, he grabbed the face of the nearest Jiang Hanqi and gave it a wild sip. That's the way he is. When his brain gets angry and excited, he ignores the consequences of that event. Otherwise, it wouldn't he have gone to bombard Jiang Hanqi's imperial palace just after breaking through the great emperor realm in the eighth life just like. Looking at Jiang Hanqi's blushing face as well as the roots of his ears, Wang Feng was delighted in his heart. His favorability was definitely above 40% now. It's his own guess. We don't know if it's accurate or not. Fairy sister, you're blushing. No, you're looking at it wrong. Jiang Hanqi was caught by a single word, and hurriedly ran up the cold chi in his body to suppress the slightly hot face that went down. But she didn't know that there was one other place left, and that was the ears, which were still as red as ever. It was as if her ears were her sensitive spots that would quickly turn red at the slightest hint of shame. But Kang Hansei was clearly unaware of such a thing. It does seem like I was wrong. Ha ha. However, Wang Feng went along with Jiang Hanqi's words this time and ended up giggling twice. On the other hand, Jiang Hanqi's eyes were averted and she tried not to look at Wang Feng and looked at the scenery elsewhere. Just now. I'm sorry. After a while Kang Hansei turned his head and apologized. The more he said, the deeper the apology became, and his voice slowly weakened. It's okay. I was being presumptuous. Wang Feng wiped Jiang Hanqi's small hand clean and couldn't help but rub it a few more times. Jiang Hanqi hurriedly pulled her hand out and put it on her side back, as if she was afraid that Wang Feng would rub her little hand again. Looking at Jiang Hanqi, who was now like a little girl, Wang Feng's heart really had to throb with impatience. This is so much fun and cute too. I just don't know how long she can keep it up. I want her to stay like this so badly. Wang Feng's heart blossomed, fantasizing that it would be great if Jiang Hanshi could be like this all the time. Do you feel physically ill anywhere right now? Jiang Hanshi asked softly with concern. She was a bit afraid of giving Wang Feng internal injuries. At the same time, he was also wondering if his power that night was not due to his physical realm. Cough cough cough. I feel a little tight in my chest. Wang Feng sniffed and coughed a few times in cooperation, and weakly said, Don't you move. Let me see. Jiang Hanshi finally reached out his hidden hand and slowly touched Wang Feng's chest. Jiang Hanshi's hand touched Wang Feng's chest and sensed it carefully. Wang Feng looked at her attentive appearance, and her ears were still slightly pink. High and cold with a shy cuteness, Wang Feng could not help but look dumbfounded for a while. Taking advantage of the fact that there is still guilt in her heart, Wang Feng slowly stretched out his hand. Jiang Hanshi was concentrating on sensing Wang Feng's physical condition, and he had obviously swept through it completely, but as if unsure, it was swept a few more times. Suddenly at that moment, Jiang Hanshi felt a touch coming from his face. Then with a duong, the few bits of flesh on her pretty face popped back into place. Jiang Hanshi withdrew his hand. His eyes carried a hint of sulkiness, but this time he did not strike Wang Feng again. Hey, just know. Wang Feng was happy in his heart. And sure enough this time, Jiang Hanqi didn't strike again now. I don't know if it was Wang Feng's illusion or what, but Jiang Hanqi's eyes seemed to glare at him as if she was carrying a shy anger. No more of that. I don't know if it was because she was afraid that Wang Feng would come and pinch her face again or what. Jiang Hanqi took out the white veil bucket hat inside the divine sea space and wore it. Chapter 78, The Cold Sword That Wants to Kill Wang Feng. Ah, fairy sister, don't wear this bucket hat. Okay, Wang Feng pleaded with his pitiful eyes wide open. But this time, it was as if Jiang Hanqi was back to being as usual. Ignoring Wang Feng, he walked towards Chu Yenner's side. Wang Feng had to pour out the red water from the large basin in a hurry. Taking all the things back into the storage space again, he followed. Little Sword Sect. In one of the rooms, Jiang Hanqi took out that Xian rank middle grade sword intent stone from the divine sea space. Wang Feng was a bit puzzled as to why she would come to the Little Sword Sect's competition for this sword intent stone. Jiang Hanqi took out her cold sword, and Wang Feng couldn't help but pull away from her a bit. What are you afraid of? Jiang Hanqi was puzzled. Every time she took out the cold sword, it was as if this crook became afraid of her. Fairy sister, I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of your sword. Jiang Hanqi gave a puzzled cry, clearly puzzled, not understanding what was involved between him and cold sword. It's okay, it won't hurt anyone for no reason. Jiang Hanqi comforted him. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. It was true that cold sword should not hurt people for no reason. But what if there was a reason? Jiang Hanqi said and raised his cold sword and stabbed straight down at the sword intent stone. The cold sword was as simple as stabbing tofu. A single stab went in. In an instant, the sword intent was intertwined, and the sword intent of the sword intent stone all gushed out, just as the sword intent was about to burst out in all directions. I don't know whether it was Jiang Hanqi or the cold sword that made the effort. A suction force erupted from the cold sword, and in a moment of whoosh, the rampant and reckless sword intent was instantly sucked into the sword body by the cold sword. This is unsealing. Wang Feng now knows what Jiang Hanqi is doing. The heart secretly blessed, heaven blessed, earth blessed. I hope the cold sword won't talk after this unblocking. I hope the cold sword won't talk after this unblocking. Wang Feng recited this countless times in his mind. After the sword intent stone was finished absorbing the sword intent, it exploded into pieces with a bang, leaving no more sword intent. Jiang Hanqi held the cold sword and felt it for a moment. His brows furrowed slightly, still unable to convey the words, but it does convey a roughly clear meaning. Just the first meaning of the cold sword after it had been unsealed a bit made Jiang Hanqi frown. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Let her kill Wang Feng. Hurry up and kill Wang Feng. He is a bad person. How is that possible? Jiang Hanqi was shocked in his heart. It was true that Wang Feng was a bad person, but he was not bad to the point of being a bone. Why did Cold Sword react so violently? And what exactly was the connection between them? Kill him. Kill him. The cold sword began to tremble in her hand, and the expression was clear. No way. You don't even listen to me. Jiang Hanqi let out an angry rebuke. 3 times like this. She didn't understand what was wrong with Cold Sword. Cold Sword. Slowly the cold sword subsided, and even the coldness of the sword was much dimmer, as if it was, commiserations? Come on. If there's something, tell me when you can talk. Okay. Jiang Hanqi spoke softly and touched the cold sword. The cold sword trembled, and the tip of the sword slowly lifted up, pointing at Wang Feng. Wang Feng hurriedly raised his hands with a scared face. It's true. This sword really holds a grudge. It just stabbed its owner once. Oh yeah. I don't know if it remembers me. After all, he's been screwed over by this cold sword several times, but it should not be remembered. After all, Jiang Hanqi killed an unknown number of people with it. How could he possibly remember a nobody like him? I don't know how the cold sword could not remember that a man had died on it a total of 5 times. In the endless years of boredom, it only felt a pang of amusement at that point. Then he secretly memorized Wang Feng's face, wanting to see if he would come back to his master for death and then die on it for the 6th time. The 6th time Cold Sword did see him. Only the man was killed by one of his master's great kicks. Too bad it didn't die on it. What the later Cold Sword didn't realize was that the thieving great emperor it had fought with for countless years against it and its master was still him. But even after tens of thousands of years, Cold Sword remembered Wang Feng the first time he saw him in Nanlin. I didn't realize that the master hadn't fought that time, but luckily the master had a protective spell, or else it would have been really up in the air. This was why Cold Sword hated Wang Feng so much. Time and time again, he came to mess with his master, and after being hacked to death, he still wouldn't die, and it's been tens of thousands of years, and now he's back again. What's most abominable is that the current owner has been duped by him. It hates it so much, why it still can't speak now. What Cold Sword doesn't know is that Wang Feng he also doesn't want to meet Jiang Hanqi, but it's like they're stuck together. They'll always meet no matter what, unless Kong Hanshi dies, but Wang Feng can't beat Jiang Hanqi. So, can only raid her and turn her into one of his own? Not only are you not afraid anymore, you're cool with yourself. Is there something else you're lying to me about? Why does my sword hate you so much? Zhang Hanshi took the cold sword back into the divine sea space and looked at Wang Feng suspiciously and asked. After this time's unsealing, she had the confidence to fight someone within the peak of the 9th level of the Jialing realm when combined with the cold sword and some secret techniques. Fairy sister, you have to believe me. I swear, I definitely didn't do anything to harm that sword of yours. If you really don't believe me, then I'll swear on my life. What do you think? Wang Feng held up 3 fingers and spoke as if it was really the same thing. But it was also true that he hadn't done anything to hurt Cold Sword. It was all Cold Sword that had hurt him. Swear it then. Zhang Hanshi intended to test the waters. She wanted to see if this liar dared. I, Wang Feng, swear on my life that if I have ever done anything to Cold Sword, that's all. Don't mention it again. Zhang Hanshi, for some reason, suddenly interrupted Wang Feng's oath, and in his heart, he dispelled his suspicions about Wang Feng. Cold Sword. 3 days later, at noon, Little Sword Sect, at the teleportation array. Wang Feng. Several people looked at the teleportation array in front of them. There were 16 grooves on each of the 8 sides, which was the energy core of the teleportation array. All set? The Little Sword Sovereign looked at the 7 people in the teleportation array and opened his mouth to ask. Yes, that's 7. And the other 3 are Villain Face, Man on Man, Doll Face with Big Eyes. It was none other than UK, Chen Bai Xiao, and Lin Yuyu. Wang Feng was not too surprised. These peoples were also sword bodies, and it was not strange to pass on to the main clan of the sword sect. Ready! The patriarch sniffed and took out 16 extreme spirit stones from his storage ring and sprinkled them at the 16 grooves. The spirit stone approached the groove and automatically fit, and a crystal screen gradually rose around the teleportation array, accompanied by a soughing sound. The groove with 16 extremely high-grade spirit stones attached to it then began to slowly rotate. One more boost. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, and Wang Feng's 7 people had disappeared inside the teleportation array. The patriarch looked at the 16 empty grooves and was a little heartbroken. This was an extremely high-quality spirit stone, but there was no way around it. Crossing over from the southern domain to the central state could only be done using this kind of teleportation array. And this kind of teleportation array is also fixed with the main clan of the sword sect. Safe and reliable. But it's okay, the main clan will make up for it. Ha. That's nice. Sending several sword bodies at once. This time the main clan shall not reward him with 100 or 80 drops of lower grade spirit sorcerer. Chapter 79 Arrival in the Central State. Void Teleportation Road. Wang Feng and the others only felt a blackness in front of their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again they couldn't see anything. Sister Fairy. What's going on? Why can't I see? Wang Feng's tone was tinged with panic, and in a panic, he fearfully hugged the fragrant Zhang Hanshi on the side. Get loose. Where is this place? I'm scared. Where are we teleporting to? Why can't I get my feet on the ground anymore? We're not locked in here, are we? Wang Feng tightly hugged Zhang Hanshi's arm, his entire body almost pressed against Zhang Hanshi, his tone stuttering. We haven't teleported out yet. We need to wait a little longer. Zhang Hanshi said and went to pick Wang Feng's hand, but it was as if Wang Feng was tightly glued to her. Zhang Hanshi's eyes flashed in the darkness. Taiku cold pupils. Launch. Zhang Hanshi's sight could be seen clearly in this dark void in an instant. But aside from the fact that you can see the characters, the void is still a void. Twisting her head to look at her right arm, Wang Feng was like a chewed bubblegum, sticking to her with a death grip. The look was still panicked and his eyes drifted all over the place, exactly like a normal person's when they panic. It seems, this is his first teleportation. Zhang Hanshi couldn't help but think of the time when she first teleported in the past. When she thought about her first time teleporting in the void, she was also like Wang Feng, scared and at a loss for words. Master was right beside her, but she knew that she would surely be scolded by Master if she cowered in fear over such a small matter. So at that point, she had no one to rely on. You can only hold in the fear in your heart and bury all your grievances in the bottom of your heart. Until, goodbye to the light. That overwhelming feeling, the fear, the powerlessness of having no one to turn to. It was obvious that Master was right beside her, but it made one feel not even a little bit safe. Only those who have experienced it to know. Zhang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng for a while and gently put her hand down, as if acquiescing to Wang Feng holding her like this. Well, at least he, now, can count on me. Master, what's going on here? Why can't I feel my feet? Why can't I see? Since there was no ground to step on, Xiaohao thought that he had no feeling in his feet. Xu Yan'er fumbled and snapped at the back of the head of the person yelling beside her. Who hit me? Xiaohao took a defensive stance and closed his eyes mid-sentence, sensing with his mind. In his next move, he was bound to find the thing that had hit him. Here we go. Snap. What's all the yelling about? It's normal for teleportation. Xiao Hao was struck silent by this head and a sentence. "002 sounds," obediently stopped talking. Ha ha ha. Several giggling voices came from beside him, and it was Chu Yenner who laughed the loudest. The way Wang Feng and Xiao Hao were treated was a stark contrast. Aside from Jiang Hanxi and Wang Feng, in the perception of the remaining 5, they felt that they hadn't moved. Because of this void, a void, with no objects that could be referenced, it was as if they were standing still. It is unimaginably fast, and that is stillness. It's so dark and you can't get your feet on the ground. Xiao Hao was also a little too scared to move, and couldn't help but lean toward the nearest person beside him. Who? Chu Yenner suddenly felt a bump on her chest, startling her. The old Xiao girl? Don't lean over. Dead rat. Chu Yenner cursed. Xiao Hao did not respond to him, feeling a little safe with talent around him. And Chu Yenner unexpectedly did not speak again for some reason. Central State. Sword Sect. At the Intersects teleportation array, a patriarch and numerous elders were sitting in front of a teleportation array chatting leisurely. I heard that the subclan over in the southern region sent 5 good seedlings. I'll take just one. Is it something you say you can have? As the many elders chatted, they slowly began to dislike each other and were close to fighting. After all, they had heard that those were 5 sword bodies, and anyone with a sword body definitely didn't have bad talent. If you can receive one, you can also benefit and compete for yourself when you teach it well. Silence. The patriarch sitting at the main seat raised his hand and shouted, which caused the heated discussion to stop. The crowd of sword sect elders waited for the patriarch to speak, to see what he wanted to say. I only want the sun sword body and the Tai-in sword body, and you guys can do as you please with the rest. The patriarch's later words instantly almost caused the elders to plant themselves on the ground. You're going to have to ask for it, and you're going to have to call everyone to a halt to say it. It's a big deal to have power, isn't it? Thank you, patriarch. The elders also had to respectfully thank the patriarch for leaving 3 for them. However, they also knew that with them, they were not qualified to teach those 2 sword bodies. Ja ja ja. At that moment, a sound came from the teleportation array in front of them, followed by a curtain of light rising. Here we go. The elders instantly became serious from their sparring, their eyes sharp and solemn as they looked at the teleportation array. The 7 figures whooshed into the teleportation array and the light curtain disappeared. Are you the several sword bodies that the little sword sect said you were? The sword sect patriarch spoke out, while the elders sat upright, setting off his majesty. Greetings, seniors. Apart from the 4 Wang Feng, Chen Baixia and the 3 of them bowed their hands and saluted the elders. Why don't you 4 salute? An elder spoke up, while wondering why 2 more people came out. Didn't they say there were only 5 sword bodies? Wang Feng was a bit displeased with what he heard, but did not show it. He disliked this kind of person who put up a show. If you went by years, he and Kong Hansei had to be a lot older than these people, though he hadn't been alive for a while. Thinking about it, he didn't even put up a fight against people very often when he reached the Great Emperor realm. At most, it's just an outburst of breath pretending to be something else. There was nothing he could do about it now, though, because he couldn't beat them now. If they had put up 2 more fights in the 8th life, Wang Feng would have exploded his cultivation to make them triple flip and quadruple shake. No harm done. It's all just a few false gifts. The sovereign waved his hand. Humph. There was a grunt from the elders, and it is an invariable law that when there are more people, there are more oddballs. Come here you two. The patriarch swept a glance and spoke, seeing Xiao Hao and Chu Yenner's physique with just a glance. Wang Feng glanced at his face and information. It seemed that the patriarch from 10,000 years ago had already abdicated. Swelling sword. Identity, master of the sword sect. Realm, mid-quasi-emperor. Natal weapon, extreme holy weapon heavenly prairie sword. Wang Feng didn't expect him to have a sword as his last name. At the middle stage of the quasi-emperor stage, it was better to be a little more meticulous in front of this kind of character. Upon reaching the quasi-emperor, the realms would be divided according to the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak, because every ascension after paragon is a qualitative ascension. Xiao Hao looked at Wang Feng, who gently nodded at him. The 2 of them, Xiao Hao and Chu Yenner, just walked up to Jianlan, wondering what he was going to do. Will you worship me? Yes. Chu Yenner looked at the attitude of the group of old men towards this person and knew that this person was definitely not simple, so she hurriedly responded. Reluctant. Xiao Hao, on the other hand, rejected it in one breath, and this handful of unexpected words dumbed down Patriarch Jianlan. May. He will. Wang Feng walked up and shouted twice beside Xiao Hao. Master. If you are told to worship, you worship. 1 master and 2 masters are the same. Just remember that I am still your master in the future. Wang Feng interrupted Xiao Hao as soon as he tried to say unknown words. That, are you the sovereign? Although Wang Feng already knew it in his heart, he still had to ask and go through the ceremony. Aha! Then you see, our disciple's great master when he used to take him, cultivation was saved a little bit. Alas, the patriarch glanced at him, good guy, asking for something from him. Chapter 80, you call it. I didn't kind of mean to ask you for something. Don't think too much about it. Crowd, why does it feel like master is selling him? Seeing that he had made it all explicit, the sovereign did not say much and drummed a little from inside the divine sea space. Finally, he took out a storage bag from somewhere. There are some pills and spirit stones in here. Take them. Wang Feng hastily took it with a smile. Casually 2 words. This resource is in hand. It is really cool. These higher-ups really just can't keep their faces down, and it's best to pit them against each other. Disciple brother, look at how good he is. Don't worry, you will have good fruit to eat if you follow him designated. Wang Feng hurriedly pulled Xiao Hao aside and said in his ear, okay. Seeing that his master had said so, Xiao Hao could only agree. Come with me. The patriarch waved at the 2 of them, Xiao Hao and Chu Yener, and said, he didn't seem to care about things like Wang Feng being Xiao Hao's first master. Wait a minute. At this time, Jiang Hanqi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up and called off the patriarch. The sovereign was called out in such a way and also turned his head to look over in confusion. Why are you wearing a bucket hat? The sovereign didn't probe his divine sense in to see her face, and wasn't much interested in seeing it. Maybe it's because her face is so ugly that she's wearing a white bucket hat. Even if it was a beautiful face, he hadn't seen any beautiful faces before. Not to the point of actively looking at a woman with a low realm cultivation. Jiang Hanqi gently removed the bucket hat. Rather than waiting for their divine sense to see it, he would take it off himself now. Hiss. When the crowd took a look, they sucked in a breath of cool air. This was simply an immortal face. The patriarch silently retracted his earlier words in his mind. I'm from the Ice Palace, and I accidentally passed to the southern domain when I was out practicing in the wrong part of the void. Can I borrow your clan's teleportation array? Jiang Hanqi explained, which caused the elders to talk at once. I didn't expect this stunningly beautiful woman to be someone from the Ice Palace. What proof do you have? The patriarch stared at Jiang Hanqi suspiciously. A token engraved with the word ice appeared in Jiang Hanqi's hand. The body was blue and gold, and a faint cold aura emanated from the top of the token. Hiss. The pupils of the elders quaked and sucked in another breath of cool air, because this kind of token was not something that ordinary disciples could have at all in the Ice Palace. It must be at least the status of a saintly maiden or above, which means that the woman. It's possible that it's the new generation of the Ice Palace's holy maiden. This time they even forgot about accepting disciples, and all of them were discussing Jiang Hanqi. This can't let something happen to her inside the sword sect, or else the Ice Palace shall not turn against them and open a great war between the 2 sects. After all, that blood-washing of the Devil's Valley was still fresh in his mind, and the Devil's Dao quasi-emperors had all fallen by one, sensationalizing the entire continent. Although it was said that the sword sect was not afraid of the Ice Palace, the relationship still had to be kept amicable. Alright, you stay for some time. I'll arrange them first. The patriarch also answered after seeing the token, and said that at the end, he looked at Xiao Hao and the 2 of them again and greeted them as they left. Well, also, he's with me. Jiang Hanqi slowly stretched out his thin finger and pointed it at Wang Feng. She's joking. I'll go first. I'll leave you alone. By the way, where are the gates to your place? Wang Feng wanted to run after he said that, but he realized that the sword sect seemed to be a bit big and he didn't recognize the road. This is a big change from the sword sect 10,000 years ago, and it is normal for Wang Feng to not recognize the road. Can you tie him up for me? As soon as Jiang Hanqi's words came out, the many elders immediately looked at Wang Feng with golden eyes. Ice Palace Holy Maiden. Unlimited future. Even if she wasn't a holy maiden, just this token of hers alone, her identity was definitely not simple. Making a friendship now could potentially benefit them later. The sword sect didn't know that this was the Extreme Ice Empress, because in their news, the Extreme Ice Empress wasn't dead right now. Even the Ice Palace, there were only a few higher-ups who knew about Jiang Hanqi's recultivation. The Ice Palace's Supreme Elder was now in a hurry at the same time, as Jiang Hanqi surprisingly didn't land on the agreed-upon spot. The Ice Palace has sent countless disciples to secretly search for Jiang Hanqi, and after searching for so long, they still haven't found him. Wang Feng had just taken a step, when he felt his body tighten, and he was bound at once. Now he really couldn't break free even if he wanted to, and it was useless to explode his cultivation. Thanks a lot. Jiang Hanqi lifted Wang Feng from one of the female elders like a chicken cub. Wang Feng, on the other hand, was now bound all over his body by a golden silk rope. The rope was different this time. A golden silk rope that could never be broken free below the spirit transformation realm. The only good thing about it is that it doesn't have the ability to bind psychic powers. This golden rope is yours. That female elder erased the branding of the golden rope so that the rope could recognize its owner again. Thanks a lot. Zhang Hanshi gave another thank you and memorized the female elder's face. Don't do that. Fairy sister. Wang Feng was lifted by Zhang Hangxi and twisted frantically with ineffective cries. After the farce was over, this time the crowd remembered the three Lin Yuyu who had been left out to the side in silence. In an instant, all of them surged over. Lin Yuyu and the others were really in tears now. They all wondered if they were not qualified enough for these elders to look at them. Why else would they be left out to dry as soon as they came out? The sun is setting and night is falling. Inside the guest room of the Sword Sect. Originally, the Sword Sect had arranged for 2 rooms, because the Ice Palace female child in front of outsiders and men to get along but has always been not cold and indifferent look. What the people of the Sword Sect did not expect was this. Zhang Hanshi, the woman with an unknown identity in the Ice Palace, unexpectedly did not want another room and wanted to share one with this man. The reason is simple. In 4 words, fear that he will run away. And that elder who led them to the guest room surprisingly believed her words. After all, the Ice Palace had a well-known palace rule against male and female love. Then they listened to Zhang Hanshi and arranged a larger room for them. Wang Feng was at the moment as if he had been kidnapped by the kidnappers, thrown on the bed like a worm that kept wriggling. You'll come with me to the Ice Palace in the Northern Realm, and when the time comes, you'll pass your qualifications and worship me as your master. Even if your qualifications don't pass, I'll still take out many resources for you. You won't suffer. Wang Feng was tied to the bed and heard. In his heart, he did not think that this Zhang Hanshi really wanted to accept him as a disciple. Doesn't the Ice Palace not accept male disciples? Have the rules changed now? You invite people to your house. Is that an invitation? Wang Feng looked at the golden rope on his body and asked. With a wave of Zhang Hanshi's hand, the golden silk rope let go of Wang Feng and flew lightly back to her hand. Afraid you'll run away. Zhang Hanshi took the golden rope back into the divine sea space and slowly opened his mouth. So that means, I have to go even if I'm going, and I have to go even if I'm not. So wasn't I struggling for nothing just now? There was some speechlessness in Wang Feng's eyes, and Zhang Hanshi didn't say anything, which was considered to be a tacit acceptance of Wang Feng's words. If you don't let me go, I'm going to scream. You call it. Zhang Hanshi said and sat down on a chair and poured a cup of fresh water and drank it. Not worried in the least. I really screamed. Call it. Zhang Hanshi glanced at Wang Feng with a bland expression. Wang Feng made a gesture to put his hands to his mouth, his eyes glancing at Zhang Hanshi repeating once again. I really screamed. Aha. This time, Zhang Hanshi answered more dryly and succinctly. With a single Lean. I'm screaming my ass off lol. Chapter 81 Actually, I have a nickname. I'm screaming my ass off lol. Wang Feng knew in his heart that it was useless to scream, and at most, he would only run the distance of the room door. At that time, the group of old things outside would be designated to catch him back and sell Zhang Hanshi a small favor. After thinking it through, Wang Feng put his hands down from his mouth and walked over to sit down as soon as he was across from Zhang Hanshi. Greeting Zhang Hanshi's astonished gaze, Wang Feng viciously lifted the kettle on the table and heavily picked up another cup and set it on the table, viciously pouring himself a glass of water. The entire time his gaze was on Zhang Hanshi, as if he wanted to stare her to death. Voodoo. A hard glass of water in your mouth. It's scalding water. It scalded Wang Feng to the point that he jumped straight up, and part of the water spat out of his mouth. Wang Feng now only felt that the inside of his mouth was numb and spicy. Luckily, he cultivated immortality, or else he would have been blistered and his throat burned until it became hoarse. But Zhang Hanshi couldn't help but give a little laugh at this scene. The water she drank was chilled with cold air. This thing is like a little cutie. Runs right over and drinks it without even looking at it. Wang Feng was concentrating on treating the burns in his mouth with his spiritual energy when he suddenly heard a voice. When he looked up, Zhang Hanshi was looking at him without changing his face, as if nothing had happened. Could it be his delusion? This Zhang Hanshi knows hot water also do not say a little. Sincere to see him make a fool of himself is it? Why did you have to take me to the Ice Palace? When his mouth was more comfortable, Wang Feng pretended not to know and opened his mouth to ask Zhang Hanshi. You have the potential to be a great emperor's talent. At that time, if that's true, I won't treat you poorly if you join my Ice Palace. How's that? What about it? What can I do? Just tie it up as hard as you can. Who can tie you up? Wang Feng revealed a speechless look. Zhang Hanshi, this thing now had a golden silk rope, and now it was in the Sword Sect. Although the Ice Palace was not on good terms with the Sword Sect to the point of siblings, but it's still kind of amicable, and he can't really run away now. Unless one spent all their origin points and bet their luck on the lottery, betting that they could draw a high-grade teleportation talisman. But the teleportation talisman produced by the pitiful system, Wang Feng was afraid that after using it, it would fall from the top of Zhang Hanshi's head, It would be embarrassing if she didn't teleport out by then and wasted a teleportation talisman to land in her arms. And it's certainly not just embarrassing, it's not going to be pleasant. Thinking of this, Wang Feng simply didn't struggle. And with this time, he might as well enhance his feelings a little more. I actually have a nickname, and I especially like it when people I like call me that. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Jiang Hensher raised her eyebrows slightly and gave a puzzled cry. What's it to me? Jiang Hanshi gently put down the cup in his hand and looked at Wang Feng suspiciously. Do you really not understand, or do you pretend not to understand? Wang Feng secretly slandered in his heart. And my nickname for this one is husband. What if you call me by that nickname, I'll be a good boy and go with you to the ice palace. How's that sound? When Wang Feng had finished speaking, Jiang Hanshi's eyes became skeptical with the naked eye. What do you mean by that nickname? Jiang Hanshi didn't understand what the word husband meant. Why is it that just by calling out to him, he would obediently follow her to the ice palace? Use your head and you'll know it's wrong. 99% wrong. There is no other meaning as, I like you. Jiang Hanshi raised his eyes violently. His beautiful eyes froze for a moment as he looked at Wang Feng. Is this showing her affection? You like me? Jiang Hanshi unknowingly had a faint scarlet blush rising in his cheeks. His appearance was adorable to the extreme. This was the first time she had been shown affection by a man, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster, because the men used to be decapitated by her at the first sign of something being a little off. Aha! Wang Feng nodded with his innocent eyes wide open. No, do you know that the ice palace's biggest taboo is those so-called love affairs? With a heckle, Kang Hansei stood up from his chair and turned around. Since you have the potential to become my disciple, you have to abide by the ice palace's rules. No, it doesn't matter. How about you call me your husband and then I'll be a good boy and go to the ice palace with you. True. By the time Jiang Hensher turned around to speak again, the slight blush on her face had long since disappeared. Really? At those words Jiang Hanshi's red lips slowly lifted up. Old gong. A pleasant voice rang out, and Jiang Hanshi paused for a moment in the middle of her sentence when she met Wang Feng's innocent gaze. Hey! This call made Wang Feng's heart blossom and spring. So cool. Are you lying to me again? Jiang Hanshi sensed that something was wrong. Just a name call. He should be so happy and long. No, because I like you. I get really happy when I'm called by someone I like. Wang Feng's words were unabashedly offensive towards Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng with some suspicion, not knowing what tricks this liar was playing again. I don't like you. It's okay. Just because I like you doesn't stop you from not liking me. Jiang Hanshi was speechless, simply ignoring Wang Feng and looking elsewhere in the house. She had rejected it so obviously, and he was still so obsessed with it. Wang Feng looked at her evasive gaze and laughed playfully in his heart. Not to the point of falling in love with him, but there's always a little bit of affection, right? How else could you blush at his teasing? In the past, if he had dared to tease her like that, not to mention blushing, don't pull out the cold sword to give him a little bit is almost enough. Ding! Life's three great illusions. The beggar's greatest illusion. She looks at me. She likes me. Hey! Dog system, don't you give me the wah-wah here. Listening to the sudden system mocking sound, Wang Feng cursed in his heart. It's getting late. Let's go to bed. Jiang Hanshi sniffed and looked at the bed and couch that only allowed at most one person to sleep this time. Then she thought about the scene in the middle of the night the other day. And when she thought about it, she felt her arms go a little numb now. If you're sleepy, just go to sleep yourself. Jiang Hanshi observed Wang Feng's expression as if he was trying to see something on his face. But she hadn't seen it for so long, so how could she see it now? Aren't you going to sleep? No sleep. I practice better than I sleep. Looking at Wang Feng's dumbfounded expression, Jiang Hensher refused without mercy. Ooh, I know. It's the bed that's too small this time, right? Wang Feng looked at the bed and couch as if he had reacted. The bed was indeed a bit small this time. That elder who led them over probably only thought of Jiang Hanshi, and automatically ignored him. Another living person. Ginger Henshaw was quiet and silent, without first saying that the bed was small, even if this bed was bigger than the room. She didn't want to sleep with this liar. Chapter 82, False Alarm. Then sneak attack. Then you sleep. I'll just sleep in the chair, Wang Feng said and sat down on the chair, closing his eyes as if he was practicing. Jiang Hanshi looked at this scene, pondering whether she should go up to the bed and couch to cultivate, or sit in this chair and cultivate. He doesn't go to bed. He should. It's fine. And the bed there is farther away from him. Jiang Hanshi thought about it, as if he had been with him for so long. It was indeed he who had hugged her only when he was asleep in bed. The final Jiang Hanshi was still lying on the bed and running the Emperor Ice skill. There are more comfortable environments to practice in. Of course. Into the night. Bang! Oh! Jiang Hanshi turned his head alertly when he heard the commotion, just in time to see Wang Feng fall out of his chair as soon as he did, his whole face landing on the ground and falling on his back. When Jiang Hanqi saw him in this ugly state, the corners of his heart-stirring lips couldn't stop wanting to snicker. Wang Feng half squinted his eyes and looked in a trance as he slowly propped himself up with his hands supporting the ground. After standing up, the whole person staggered, as if he was drunk, and walked over to Jiang Hanqi's side. He's doing it again. Jiang Hanqi took a look. His complexion tightened, and he hurriedly prepared to roll over and get out of bed to dodge Wang Feng's attack. Unexpectedly, Wang Feng fell to the ground as he walked under her bed, lying underneath the bed and couch. It also blocked Jiang Hanqi's movement to get out of bed, then huffed and puffed in a wide formation, like a big drunken man. Jiang Hanqi stared at Wang Feng for about a quarter of an hour before his complexion slowly relaxed. It seemed that either there was something wrong with his gongfu, or there was some kind of treasure on his body. It causes him to move so much in the middle of the night unconsciously. Jiang Hanqi guessed half right. Wang Feng indeed had his gongfu running through his body. However, whether it was a problem with Wang Feng's subconscious mind or a problem with the gong method, that was unknown. Jiang Hanqi also lay back down again after seeing Wang Feng make no other movements, concentrating on cultivating the complete Emperor Ice skill. A quarter of an hour later, no movement. 2/4 of an hour later, no movement. 3/4 of an hour later. I don't know how much time passed, but the room seemed quiet in the night. In the sword sect, it seemed as if there was not even the sound of insects anymore, only quiet and cozy houses. There was a faintly glowing object on the wall in the room, a treasure of some sort. I don't know how long it took, but a hand slowly touched up by the side of the bed that Jiang Hanqi was sleeping on. As soon as Jiang Hanqi opened his eyes, the hand grabbed the edge of the bed at once and violently rolled over. Due to the small size of the bed couch this time, Wang Feng's entire body this time suddenly pressed onto Jiang Hanqi. By the time Jiang Hanqi reacted and only just rolled away half of his body, Wang Feng had already pressed up, causing the half side of her body that she had just rolled away to be pressed hard back again. This time, even more so than the last time, Wang Feng was completely in the mold of a whole person holding her, pressing heavily on her body. A flash of panic flashed across Jiang Hanqi's eyes, and after a while she calmed down and hurriedly struggled in Wang Feng's arms. But Wang Feng was just like a pile of dogskin plaster, sticking to her to death, and once it was stuck, it couldn't even be torn off. Wang Feng's head also drooped on the left side of her shoulder, and Jiang Hanqi could clearly feel the hot breath he exhaled. Shouldn't have trusted you. Jiang Hanqi's pretty face cursed indignantly in exasperation, and as if he had heard it, Wang Feng slowly reached his hand to her back. It didn't stop until both palms grabbed each other, and then it was the feet, and it didn't stop until both of Kang Hanqi's legs were stuck in a deadlock. Love is stronger than gold wife locks. This time, it was locked to death, and Jiang Hanqi's body frantically erupted with cold chi, wanting to use it to force Wang Feng back, and this was also expected by her, as an even more domineering aura erupted from Wang Feng's body. It took the chill out of her. This was one of the reasons why she couldn't break free from Wang Feng the other day. Jiang Hanqi couldn't even try to stab Wang Feng with his cold sword from the divine sea space this time. This time her hands were completely locked. Now it was either to sacrifice a holy weapon to slap Wang Feng to death, or to let him hold on like this until dawn. But, sacrificing a holy weapon, possibly, this liar wasn't worthy of letting her sacrifice a holy weapon yet. Jiang Hanqi persuaded herself in her mind. It's cool and so cozy. Jiang Hanqi clearly heard Wang Feng's dreamy words with a slightly demented tone. It turned out that her cold chi in front of Wang Feng was just blowing cold wind to him. Get loose. Jiang Hanqi broke, and for the first time, he was so angry that he blushed, and his entire body began to struggle frantically. Obviously, her strength was of no use at all in front of Wang Feng. The lock. Don't move. Wang Feng didn't know what kind of beautiful dream he was having. Mumbling under his breath with his eyes closed, Jiang Hanqi struggled for an unknown amount of time. Fine sweat appeared on his forehead, and finally gave up. Why is he so strong at night? Jiang Hanqi was held by Wang Feng and pondered, clearly unable to beat her at all in the daytime. As soon as nighttime came it was as if the power had suddenly become stronger by an unknown number of times, and once she was locked in, even she couldn't struggle away. Could it be that his kung fu is of the darkness type? The immortal cultivation world has strange and bizarre techniques, some of which you have to sharpen yourself into a stick in order to cultivate. I don't know what retard invented it. Some of them are so cultivated that they are strangely ugly during the day and comparable to fairies at night. Jiang Hanqi was wondering if Wang Feng's gong method was something similar to this type. It's possible, but it shouldn't be inheriting someone else's kung fu. It was probably evolved from his own physique. Otherwise it would have been impossible to lock her up. Some physiques would automatically evolve feats out of them, and without exception, these physiques were super strong. Now Jiang Hanqi was even more certain in his heart that Wang Feng's physique was definitely not simple. More than 80% were definitely the same physique as that thief emperor. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Feng was the gong method evolving the physique. not the physique evolving the gong method. Oh, I'd like to see you explain that tomorrow. This time Jiang Hanshi did not struggle. She would like to see how this liar would react when he woke up tomorrow. Simply like this. He was locked by Wang Feng and cultivated, doing his best to ignore the fact that there was a person on his body. In these days, she had long since broken through the 4th level of the nodal spirit realm and was now leaning towards the 5th level of the nodal spirit realm. Fairy sister. The most beautiful. Jiang Hanshi suddenly heard a whisper in his ear, behind which he could not help but hook the corners of his moving lips from time to time. It couldn't be suppressed, and sometimes even Jiang Hanshi himself didn't realize he was smiling. A night of talks. When it was almost early morning, Wang Feng seemed to be feeling uncomfortable, then locked Jiang Hanshi and rolled over. It came to a 2-level reversal, turning into Jiang Hanshi on top and Wang Feng on the bottom. Jiang Hanshi was held tightly by Wang Feng with both hands and feet like a hugging pillow. The two of them were right up against each other. But unfortunately, there were 2 layers of clothing separating them. Jiang Hanshi was cultivating properly when she was suddenly interrupted by this commotion, leaving her speechless. The following day at noon, Wang Feng, who fell asleep this time, only felt comfortable all over and slept until noon before waking up. Ha! A great sect is different. Even sleeping has a tranquilizing incense that can help you sleep. Wang Feng snorted inside in a confused manner, and was about to stretch his legs. The body moved and suddenly felt a little off. As if being pressed by something. Chapter 83, The King's Big Black Rat. Feeling the softness of his chest, Wang Feng's freshly awakened brain was a bit muddled this time. Subconsciously, his eyes snapped open. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes glared up and down, and it was as if Kong Hansei was carrying frost in his eyes on top. This is Fairy Sister. What are you pressing on me for? Wang Feng only reacted in a split second and opened his mouth to shout. Playing a counter card, he instantly confused Jiang Hanshi for a moment. Even if you want to sleep with me, you can't do that, can you? Ginger Henshaw. Jiang Hanshi was silent, but his eyes were getting colder and colder, because Wang Feng was all awake. His hands and feet were surprisingly still locked tightly around her. The words are still so. What do you mean she's the one holding him down? Really? If you want to sleep with me, just say so. It's not like I won't. Wang Feng gently loosened his hands and feet. Then, run. Wang Feng's figure whooshed out from underneath Jiang Hanshi. The camera flashed violently and flashed outside, as if it was afraid of not being able to keep up with Wang Feng's speed. Boo! The door of the room in the house where Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were located was instantly kicked in. Wang Feng used his stance to the extreme, fusing all that he could to use it together. The Xian-ranked divine walking talisman within his storage space was taken out, and the talisman paper burst into flames in an instant, turning into a fiery light that rushed into his body. Boom! A gust of wind sounded, bringing up a cloud of dust and crumbs of broken and flying room doors. Wang Feng disappeared from Jiang Hanshi's view in just a breath. Jiang Hanshi was confused. His brain went down, and he stared blankly at the kicked and shattered door of the room with his beautiful eyes wide open. Okay, that was fast. So, he could have gotten away with it. Just why did he been at my mercy? Jiang Hanshi subconsciously murmured and whispered a few words. She was really surprised by Wang Feng's speed. At the same time, his heart was shocked and puzzled. Where did this crook get the divine traveling talisman? What's the secret in him? With Wang Feng's stance coupled with the Xian-ranked divine walking talisman, even she only saw a fragment of a shadow before Wang Feng disappeared. Although she said that it was like this because her cultivation level was relatively low right now, she was sure that Wang Feng's stance was definitely very strong. When she reacted and chased out, where was Wang Feng's figure outside? That speed is like a rocket airplane combination. And I don't even know where it's going. Sword Sect. The uncountable disciples of the Sword Sect stepping on their swords were rushing to their respective destinations. Suddenly he was caught by a figure like a big black rat. When they got a good look at the person who seemed to be running away, they realized that they didn't recognize this person. Asked the people around me, and they all said they didn't recognize it, which was strange. However, the Sword Sect disciples didn't make a rash move. Those who were able to enter the Sword Sect's gates should all be their own people. Where's the gate? Where the hell is the gate? Wang Feng is going crazy. Asleep to wake up. How to again and again and again and again hold her off. He said how to sleep so comfortable, and soft and fragrant, especially the chest position. Really very comfortable. He thought that the guest room of the Sword Sect this would emit some tranquilizing incense in the people sleeping, hoping that it was the scent from Kong Hansio. Could this be uncomfortable? But he had always wanted to sleep with Kong Hansher that much. Pity, pity, pity. The only regret is that this sleep was too decent. Wang Feng was still regretting as he ran. The first moment he opened his eyes he was really confused and didn't react until he realized he wasn't in a chair, but in a bed. Definitely he was the one who crawled into Kong Hansher's bed and hugged her. And I guess it was pretty much the same thing the last time. Luckily, he reacted quickly and came with a hand of anticlimax to talk Jiang Hanshi into confusion for a moment. Otherwise it was designated that she would have to be caught and beaten again to take the edge off. Wang Feng was traveling at breakneck speed within the sword sect, and his black hair was all blowing backward in the wind, showing off his ethereal color. "This brother, stop, right at this moment, I don't know who in the sky," shouted out Wang Feng and then flew towards him. However, Wang Feng didn't have the time to pay attention to him. He only wanted to run out of the sword sect and away from Jiang Hanshi right now. "You have something to say later. Bye." Wang Feng swished past him, blowing his white robe with a clatter. Whoosh! The man stared blankly at Wang Feng's faraway direction with a speechless face, and was about to step away. As a result, he saw Wang Feng backtracking at extreme speed again, causing him to be filled with questions. "Brother, where are the gates out of your clan? Hurry up and say it. There's no time." When Wang Feng saw his silent appearance, he hurriedly shouted a few times in an anxious manner. Seeing that Wang Feng was in such a hurry, the man no longer hesitated and reached out his hand. "Thanks a lot." Without waiting for the man to finish, Wang Feng gave a thank you and ran over at speed in the direction he pointed. "What I'm trying to say is, look at how beautiful that woman is." The sword sect disciple who was standing at the same spot dully pointed at a place, looking at Jiang Hanshi who flew over from the sky. The whole person looked almost dumbfounded. "Holy, you pitbull. Wang Feng just left not even 3 seconds ago and ran back, jumping up at his head with an electric cannon. What are you hitting me for? Don't you run." So far there was one more person chasing Wang Feng besides Jiang Hanshi. In the end, Wang Feng ran for a while and realized that he was really about to get dizzy from the detour. This sword sect was really big, and he already didn't know how long he had been running, following his memories from 10,000 years ago. But the gates from 10,000 years ago were long gone, turned into a house or a great hall. Looking around at the buildings that were still pretty much the same as earlier, Wang Feng despaired, completely despaired. The energy of the divine walking talisman in his body also began to slowly subside. A low cultivation level is really just inconvenient. Not running? Jiang Hanshi slowly flew over from the distance and spoke in a cold voice above Wang Feng. She didn't dare to say that she was familiar with the sword sect terrain, but she had still come to visit the sword sect some years ago when she was still in the Great Emperor realm. At that time, her cultivation and divine sense of the Great Emperor realm was more or less able to remember. As for the sword sect disciple from earlier, he had long since been thrown off somewhere. No running. Wang Feng laid down on the ground as if he was swinging, looking like he was about to cry out, embarrassed with a face. "Come on." Wang Feng was lying on the ground in a big shape, defenselessly facing Jiang Hanshi with his eyes closed. Jiang Hanshi's brows furrowed as he opened his mouth in confusion and asked, "What's coming?" "No need for words. Fight." Wang Feng still had his eyes closed, quietly waiting for the reward to arrive. Since there's no escape, let's start enjoying it. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps sounded, and step by step, he walked closer to Wang Feng. In Wang Feng's perception with his eyes closed, Jiang Hanshi had already dismounted his sword and walked to his side. Wang Feng's body did not know if it was on purpose or what, but he shook slightly, as if he was afraid of Jiang Hanshi. Waiting for a while, there's no movement, no pain in my body. Kong Han Suk. She's not hitting me. What is she doing? Chapter 84, Parting from My Disciple. Wang Feng opened his eyes fearfully, and when he entered his eyes, he saw that Jiang Hanshi was standing beside him with his head down looking at him. When Jiang Hanshi saw him open his eyes, his face went cold. Wang Feng was happy in his heart. His arms were deliberately trembling slightly, and he closed his eyes again in fear. "I know what I did to you, but I really don't know why it happened. If you want to hit me, go ahead. Hit." Instead of having her voluntarily punch her, she should just come clean and act as if last night's events were not of her own volition. While getting punched in the face hardly hurt, it was kind of a pain in the ass that he still had to pretend. "Why would I hit you? Ha?" When Wang Feng heard Jiang Hanshi's words, his eyes snapped open and he rolled over and jumped up with a carp, looking at Jiang Hanshi with a dumbfounded expression. "She doesn't want me to let my guard down and then come back with a kick, does she?" What did he hear? He hugged Kong Han Suk to sleep and Kong Han Suk wasn't even angry? He was sure that just by the way he locked up Jiang Hanshi at noon, he definitely hugged Jiang Hanshi in the middle of the night. It's not right. How come he can't control his body once he reaches midnight? Sleepwalking? It shouldn't be. They're all cultivated. Yesterday he had dreamed of having a happy swim with the gentle and considerate Kong Hansher in his dreams. In the dream, Jiang Hansher was not as cold as in reality, and often smiled. If only Kong Hansio in reality was like that. "You're not going to hit me? I'm not hitting you." Wang Feng confirmed it several times until Jiang Hansher became a bit impatient. "If you ask again, then do as you wish." Fine. Don't ask no more questions." Wang Feng smiled, pondering in his mind whether he should sleep at night soberly holding Jiang Hangxi. I'll forgive you if you obediently follow me to the Ice Palace. This was what Jiang Hanshi had asked for. Jiang Hanshi said and waved his hand at Wang Feng, who raised his hand in a panic to protect his face. It turned out to be nothing more than a gust of spiritual wind blowing by, sweeping the dust from his body. It turned out that Jiang Hanshi was just there to help her clear the dust off her body. What are you afraid of? Jiang Hanshi's face was a little displeased. She said she wouldn't hit him, so she would definitely keep her word. This liar even didn't believe her. No, there's dust on my face I'll sweep it up. Wang Feng turned his otherwise blocked hand over to face his face and swept it gently. Go. Where to? Ice Palace. Oh. Wang Feng obediently followed behind Jiang Hanshi, and the many flying sword sect disciples were puzzled again. This big black rat-like man had just disappeared for a while. How come this fairy-like woman was walking with him? The scene of Jiang Hanshi flying through the sword sect just now also caused many people to fall in love with him. That immortal face seemed to be as if he couldn't forget it at a single glance. Are you the newest senior sister to the clan? Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were about to look for an elder to take them to the patriarch when a person suddenly flew down in front of them. No. Jiang Hanshi looked at him and spat out two words indifferently. After saying that, Jiang Hanshi took Wang Feng and tried to leave, but the still handsome man blocked at them. Wait, so who are you? The man's tone was fairly normal, and did not look like a heckler, saying knowingly, my man, step aside, don't even think about hitting on her. As soon as Wang Feng blocked in front of Jiang Hanshi, he opened his mouth first without waiting for Jiang Hanshi to say the next sentence. Oh, pardon. Sky gave a puzzled cry, obviously not believing it. Girl, you're an Ice Palace disciple, right? Why are you so annoying? Can't you hear that this is my guy? Wang Feng cursed. He doesn't think he is handsome, right? Putting that aside and talking to himself. Knowing that Jiang Hanshi was from the Ice Palace, she had to pretend to ask if she was a senior sister. Pardon. Heaven's eyes glared at Wang Feng with a stare, and Wang Feng TMs also got angry and glared back, but didn't make a move. Not to mention that this was his territory, and his information showed that he was the sword sect's saint's son, and his realm was the harmonization realm. It was presumably a new election to the throne, or else the realm of the sword sect's saint's son couldn't be so low. It had to be at least the Tian Yuan realm. None of your business. Jiang Hanshi frowned, his face displeased, and grabbed Wang Feng's sleeve of clothing, pulling him away. Pardon. Sky was speechless, silently watching them leave. The woman was beautiful. As the saying goes, a red face is a curse. Can that kid hold on to it? The rules of the Ice Palace alone were enough to make him eat a pot. Ice Palace. If not afraid of this power, he really want to pursue some of this woman. Pity. Pardonable heaven stood in place with a pang of regret in his heart. The patriarch had specifically instructed him not to mess with that woman. I just saw it today. It was so beautiful that I couldn't help but come down to enjoy it, but I didn't realize there was a kid in the way. Sword Sect Trail. Apprentice. You cultivate well in the Sword Sect. When you become rich in the future, Master can also come back to rub off on your resources. Wang Feng walked beside Xiao Hao and patted his shoulder, speaking in a serious tone. That's right, the four of them are together again, but this time, is ready to part ways. Master, what would I do without you? Master, don't go away. Will you? Xiao Hao's eyes really reddened as he spoke, tears swirling in his eyes as if they would flow out at any time. It's fine. I'll go to your senior mother clan. We'll meet again sometime. When Wang Feng said the two words senior mistress, he also came close to Xiao Hao's ear and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that Jiang Hanshi would hear him. Master, just one word about the master's wife. What are you afraid of? Xiao Hao's words made Jiang Hanshi twist her head, and Wang Feng couldn't stop himself from starting to spit at Xiao Hao in his heart. This disciple is really pit when he is pit, and quite smart when he is smart. It really makes Wang Feng love and hate him. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng laughed awkwardly for a few moments, then ended abruptly. Xin walked back to Jiang Hanshi's side to open his mouth to explain. Ha ha, you know, he's had his brain kicked by a donkey. Just now he probably had his brain burned by his own physique, and heard my words as a teacher's wife. Jiang Hanshi listened to the deceitful little cutie, general language, silent, blinking her icy, pretty eyes at Wang Feng. She was silent as if she was thinking about something. She couldn't help but give Wang Feng a pang of hair with this look. It was good that he didn't say anything at the end, as if he had heard nothing. Old Chu Nui, my disciple is in your hands. Have time to teach him more. Be sure to tune in hard. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to Chu Yenner, who was happily speaking at the side. Ha ha ha. Well. Dead rat, you hear me? Call out for a listen to your senior sister first. Chu Yenner opened her mouth to Xiao Hao with a laugh and joking words. I'm the senior brother. You old Chunin. I worshipped before you. I'm the senior brother. I worshipped before you. I worshipped before you. Ha ha ha. As soon as Xiao Hao tried to retort, he was dumbfounded by Chu Yan'er's words, causing Chu Yan'er to laugh. Anyway, when Xiao Hao said a word, Chu Yan'er repeated that sentence, exasperating Xiao Hao to the point that his face turned red. Chapter 85. Could Palace Master's heart be abducted by this smelly man? Sword Sect, Great Hall. Miss, I've already gotten in touch with the Ice Palace, and I believe they will send someone over to look for you today. Thanks a lot. There's nothing in the way. Zhang Hanshi said a thank you, and the patriarch gave a symbolic reply back. Then Zhang Hanshi led Wang Feng out of the hall. Fairy sister, where are we going now? I don't know. Wait. Zhang Hanshi sentenced to Wang Feng whole speechless. Is it standing here waiting for the Ice Palace's group of ES to come over? To be honest, he really didn't want to go to the Ice Palace to see the cold faces of those 8 women, and he still wanted to go and search for that buried object from 10,000 years ago. As for whether or not that treasure would be taken by someone else, this he wasn't afraid of. That thing had drunk his blood. If it dared to deny it, Wang Feng would not be able to slap it to the origin point. Just when he used that Xian-rank divine traveling talisman, he had wanted to run out of the sword sect in one breath and directly go far away. I didn't expect to encounter a pitiful thing, and now that Wang Feng thought about it, he wanted to run back and give him another electric cannon. Wang Feng took Zhang Hanxi to find an open space and took out some food, table and chairs from his storage bag. To Zhang Hanxi looked froze. This liar storage bag how everything. Eat? Wang Feng sat on a chair and picked up a strawberry-like fruit to dislike to Zhang Hanxi's lips. No. It was the same scene as the last time Wang Feng fed her grapes, but this time the strawberry-like fruit was bigger and wasn't stuffed in. It's a little embarrassing. The strawberry-like fruit was stuck right in the middle of Zhang Hanxi's red lips, and Wang Feng wanted to see how Zhang Hanxi chose. You're welcome. Zhang Hanxi looked at Wang Feng with a slight frown. This liar was always shoving in without her consent. Zhang Hanxi gently pinched the ass that looked like a strawberry fruit and brought it in front of him to look at it. Just when Wang Feng thought that she was saying that she wouldn't eat, Zhang Hanxi slowly passed it to her mouth and gently took a bite. 7 parts sweet, 3 parts sour, and a distinctive fruity flavor that's kinda tasty. For Zhang Hanxi, a person who didn't eat these mortal foods and often ate things such as the pesca pill, it was indeed considered quite tasty. Delicious, isn't it? Zhang Hanxi did not answer Wang Feng and gently put the strawberry in his hand into his mouth. No longer polite, he slowly raised his hand and joined Wang Feng in enjoying the food on the table. Ha ha! Wang Feng laughed twice, giving Zhang Hanxi's movements a chuckle, but still coldly and lightly continued to eat his food. The two of them just sat there all afternoon, and ate their food as well. Wang Feng had stopped long ago and silently looked at the food that Zhang Hanxi had sent into his mouth. It wasn't until all the food on the table was gone that Zhang Hanxi came back to his senses. Her pretty eyes lifted and she came eye to eye with Wang Feng, and Kang Hanxio's delicate hand was still resting on a small empty plate. The atmosphere was a little awkward. In this feeding, Wang Feng ate 3 points, and Zhang Hanxi ate 7 points. Wang Feng was truly surprised that Zhang Hanxi would like these mortal foods so much, and had thought that she would stop after eating a little, especially for that grape love. A large handful of grapes Wang Feng only ate 2, the rest are all she ate. Zhang Hanxi slowly withdrew his hand and straightened his expression, trying to make himself look less awkward. But when she thought of the embarrassing scene just now, she couldn't help but blush with shame at the base of her ears. Like to eat? If you like it, I'll bring it to you often in the future. Wang Feng collected the empty plates on the table and looked at the reddened ears and smiled at Zhang Hanxi. Not like that. Zhang Hanxi's mouth was clearly in the wrong place. Since Fairy Sister doesn't like it, I'll throw away all these table plates later and never get in Fairy Sister's way again. Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanxi with a serious face, as if he was really going to throw all these things away in the next moment. No need. So answer me again. Do you like it? Zhang Hanxi sniffed and visibly lowered his head a bit, his eyes looking at the slender hand resting on his thigh. Well, Zhang Hanxi's voice was so small that it was almost inaudible, and as she finished speaking, her face couldn't control how hot it became. Palace Master, the old immortal has come to fetch you. Wang Feng was about to continue molesting and flirting with Zhang Hanxi when a shout came from the distance. The two of them sniffed and looked. Wang Feng was almost scared to the point of spraying out his urine. It was one of the 3 supreme elders of the Ice Palace. It's been more than 10,000 years, and I can't believe I've lived until now. The appearance had not changed until now. Still looking like an old crone. I should say she had always looked like that. Moreover, her current cultivation was even further advanced, having reached the late stage of quasi-emperor. In the times when there were no great emperors, she was the strongest group of people on the continent. Go! Zhang Hanxi gently shouted out to Wang Feng, but Wang Feng didn't dare to move a bit, because that supreme elder's pug face was looking at him coldly, and there were hints of killing intent emerging in his eyes. As if he hadn't noticed, Jiang Hanshi moved some feet, blocking the crone's line of sight. It is also this time, let the old crone heart shocked beyond measure. Could Palace Master's heart to be abducted by this smelly man? Go. Jiang Hanshi's face was unpleasant as he gave her a cold voice. The crone of the Supreme Elder didn't dare to slack off, even though she didn't know how much higher her cultivation was than Jiang Hanshi. However, her respect for Jiang Hanshi, as well as Jiang Hanshi's majesty, was deeply embedded in her heart, and she had no doubt that Jiang Hanshi definitely had the ability to suppress her, although it was possible that it wasn't by herself. Yes, I'll go and get ready. The old woman answered helplessly and greeted Jiang Hanshi to follow her. The three of them searched all the way to the Sword Sect Patriarch. Thank you for taking care of me these days, fellow Daoist. The old crone took out an unknown item and handed it to the Sword Sect Patriarch, making the Sword Sect Patriarch smile with joy. No harm, no foul, ha ha ha, sit down again? No, the old man has to take her back. The old woman waved her hand, and never had the word we in her words, obviously not putting Wang Feng in her heart. The old woman's hand made a move, and a large teleportation array disc appeared in her hand, then threw it into the sky. Golden light appeared at first, and a curtain of light fell from the array disc, forming a curtain of light that resembled a cylindrical boundary. Palace Master, let's go. The old crone's words sent the Sword Sect Patriarch's heart beating rapidly in shock. This woman was the Ice Palace's Palace Master. No, with such a low cultivation level, she should be an heir. No wonder she has the Ice Word token of the Ice Palace. Ice Palace Palace Master has always been mysterious. In the eyes of outsiders have never shown their true colors, so the world does not know what the Palace Master actually looks like. Take him. Jiang Hanshi glanced with his eyes, and the opposite side he was looking at was clearly Wang Feng. Palace Master. The old woman's voice carried the tone of advising Jiang Hanshi, wanting Jiang Hanshi to leave Wang Feng here. I will naturally explain it to you when we return to the palace, so don't delay. Jiang Hanshi spoke coldly, his face expressionless and cold, as if he was issuing orders. The old woman's expression was helpless to the extreme, and she looked at Wang Feng with a displeased expression. It's just a matter of killing this son directly if he has any ill thoughts at that time. In the end, she still let Jiang Hanshi lead Wang Feng to walk within the light pillar together before stepping in. Immediately after the old crone strangled a mantra, the array disc above their heads began to rotate at extreme speed. In front of the Sword Clan Patriarch, whoosh, even the disc with the person together disappeared. Chapter 86, Personal Disciple. TSK, 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 could it be that this so-called Palace Master has moved on? Is it going to be another similar scene like that time with the Ice Palace's Holy Maiden? The Sword Sect Patriarch scared as he looked at the empty seat they had just passed away. This big melon, if he could, he would love to taste it. There is one thing that very few people know, and it is almost safe to say that no more than a handful of people know about it. That is, the world only knows that the Ice Palace has a generation of holy maidens who are in love with a man. He forced him to die and took him into the Ice Palace despite the opposition of the elders. At first there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, what the countless people in the back didn't expect was that the man was a devil cultivator. Moreover, it was still a demonic cultivator at the peak of the sage realm, and it was unknown what kind of treasure was on his body to conceal his aura. In the end, he didn't know what he had done to that Ice Palace sacred maiden and that protector in the Devil's Valley, and he broke through to the Quasi-Emperor in one fell swoop. However, it wasn't hard to guess. It was estimated that he had inhaled or sacrificed that holy maiden and the protector of the Tao before he was promoted to Quasi-Emperor. After all, in the end, even the bodies of the holy maiden and the protector of the way were not found, so they could only give up. It was good that in the end that demonic cultivator was chopped under the sword by that supreme elder just now, or else the continent didn't know how many people would have to die again. Northland, deep in the Ice Palace. Whoosh! A golden light rose from the clearing in front of the two old crone, and three figures passed out. Originally, the two supreme elders were prepared to want to salute Jiang Hanshi, but after looking at a figure his eyes condensed, killing intense surfaced and a chilling aura. In just a moment, the temperature in the room dropped to the extreme. It was only because the two of them saw the figure of a man among those who returned this time. Lao San, are you senile? How dare you bring a man back to the palace? The three Taishan elders Wang Feng all recognize, in which the leader of the big Taishan elder loudly aha, tone of anger incomparable. There's nothing I can do about it. The palace master insisted on bringing him back, so it's hard for me to violate the words of the palace master. The old crone standing at Wang Feng's side also retorted back unwillingly. Well, I brought him back. Seeing Jiang Hanshi speak up, only now did the three of them stop arguing, and their anger ceased a little. For Jiang Hanshi they were still very respectful. After all, this one could be considered one of the Ice Palace's underpinnings. Jiang Hanshi didn't know how much resources and heritage he had brought to the Ice Palace when he was a great emperor. Even if Jiang Hanshi wasn't a great emperor right now, she definitely had super strong cards in her possession. He has the potential to be a great emperor's talent. I'll bring him back to test it, and he's been kind to me. The three Taishang elders were wholeheartedly shocked by Jiang Hanshi's words. They still believed in Jiang Hanshi's words. I don't have much cultivation right now, so you guys do it. Jiang Hanshi pulled out Wang Feng, who was hiding behind her and shivering. What's this? What's this? Wang Feng looked dumbfounded, but in his heart, he only called out MMP. He should not have come to the Ice Palace with Jiang Hanshi. The eyes of those three octogenarians looked at him the same way 10,000 years ago, and they looked at him the same way now. One looked as if he wanted to kill him. Don't be afraid. It'll be okay in a minute. Jiang Hanshi faintly whispered beside Wang Feng. Looking at the three supreme elders, their hearts suffocated. The palace master was so gentle with a man. Where was the cold and icy Empress? Where did it go? Can't. Gotta get this man out of here. Or just find a chance to kill him in secret. Don't move. One of the Taishan elders at the head of the group spoke in a bad tone and reached out to grab Wang Feng's shoulders, ready to sweep his body. You guys should know that a great emperor's talent is unattainable. So, are not allowed to deliberately pressure him. The great supreme elder who was about to give Wang Feng some color was made to vent by Jiang Hanshi's words. Now she was even more certain of the idea in her mind that she wanted to secretly screw Wang Feng to death, provided that he really didn't have the qualifications of a great emperor. The helpless Grand Supreme Elder could only test his body normally against Wang Feng. This is the same spiritual power as that thief emperor 10,000 years ago. The more the Grand Supreme Elder looked at it, the more surprised he was in his heart. It was only because the nature and color of the spiritual energy inside Wang Feng's body was exactly the same as the great emperor who had visited their ice palace 10,000 years ago. Though in the end, that thieving great emperor was chopped under the sword by the female emperor. But if this man really had the same physique as that great emperor, this would also prove that this man definitely had the qualifications of a great emperor. The Grand Supreme Elder was trying to confirm even more that Wang Feng was of the same physique as that great emperor. Then he took out a jade-rimmed mirror, and Wang Feng was surprised just by looking at it. What's the point? Detecting a physique to use an extreme holy weapon. Besides, I haven't even cultivated the chaotic overlord body technique to the third layer yet, and you guys are only seeing chi at most. Wang Feng spat in his heart, but his chaotic overlord body technique should also be almost at the second layer. It should break when he entered the expanded spirit realm, and when he entered the Yuan San realm, the chaotic overlord body would start to kick in. At that time it would be invincible within a large realm, unless against some super talented demons. The old crone in front of Wang Feng raised the mirror and aimed it at Wang Feng, and the mirror burst out a golden light shooting away. When the golden light hit Wang Feng only felt that the chaotic spiritual energy in his body was immediately stimulated to burst out. In an instant the golden light shining through the mirror was entwined by the chaotic spiritual energy. The golden light that was still normal was all of a sudden dyed the color of chaos, but on the verge of touching the mirror itself, it overrode again. The same physique as that great emperor 10,000 years ago. It's just a pity that it hasn't been awakened yet. In fact, there was no need for the Grand Supreme Elder to say it out loud. They had already understood it in their hearts. It was fortunate that Wang Feng's physique had not been fully evolved, or else just now, with that kind of stimulation, it was estimated that it would have to cause anomalies in heaven and earth. At that time, the entire ice palace would probably be entangled in the chaos gas coming from beyond heaven and earth for a while. Although it was said that it didn't have much of an effect, the attitude of the three great elders changed a little better. This kind of person either let him become one of their own, or become dead man. The Grand Supreme Elder changed his previous attitude, and in his heart, he intended to take Wang Feng under his tutelage. When the time comes, then observe some heart on the line. If it does not work, then castrate or really cannot. Then we can only sneak and kill. Someone with the qualifications of a great emperor was qualified for the ice palace to make an exception and take him in, provided that his heart wasn't the type of person who was bad to the bone. Would you like to? From now on, he will be my personal disciple, so you guys order him to go down, and tomorrow I will bring him to meet the people. Before the Grand Taishang Elder could finish her words, Jiang Hanshi took a step forward to interrupt her. Then he pulled Wang Feng behind him, as if he was afraid that he would be snatched away. Palace Master, think twice. Your cultivation isn't up yet. You have to focus on your training. Yes, you cultivate well. Just leave him to us. Palace Master, think twice before you act. In an instant, the three old crones persuaded Jiang Hanshi with bitter words, trying to get Jiang Hanshi to hand Wang Feng over to them. But Jiang Hanshi's attitude was resolute and her face was cold, just like a fairy who ignored them without eating earthly fire. I said that from now on he will be my personal disciple. As for cultivation, I won't be delayed because of him. Palace Master, The three supreme elders wanted to say something else, but they were hummed back by Jiang Hensher at once, and had no choice but to let out a sigh as they did so. Chapter 87, Fairy Sister. Do you live here too? After Jiang Hensher brought Wang Feng away, the three supreme elders sat back on the magnificent big chairs and started discussing as well. Should this son be kept or killed? The grand elder spoke, and the three old crones sat in their respective seats, their tones icy cold. I think that since he has the qualifications of a great emperor, it's not impossible to cultivate him if he can gain benefits for our ice palace. The second supreme elder's fingers gently tapped on the chair hand and spoke, his mind calculating and thinking. I agree with the second one's words. After all, that homunculus emperor that suddenly appeared out of nowhere 10,000 years ago almost killed even the palace master. And I heard that that great emperor is still in the state of just breaking through. If he were to lurk for a few hundred more years to stabilize his cultivation at that time, he would probably be able to directly destroy our ice palace with his own strength. The third elder talked about Wang Feng's eighth life, and that great emperor was really a stirrer, stirring up the continent to stink to death. Wang Feng was indeed like a stirring stick when he was at the peak of the quasi-emperor, stirring up the entire continent. In the era when great emperors were not present, Wang Feng was truly a king-like existence, and no one could do anything about him at all. What makes countless people happy is that Wang Feng is not a murderer, he just likes to borrow treasures from others. At that time, the whole continent of cultivators ran away at the sound, fearing that they would be caught by Wang Feng and borrowed all their belongings. But I saw that look on the palace master's face. I'm afraid he's moved. The second supreme elder spoke again, recalling Jiang Henshi's attitude towards Wang Feng and his attitude towards them. It took a breath away just to think about it. Indeed, when I first met the palace master could simply be described as blushing, as shy as a little girl. The third supreme elder was incomparably in agreement with the second supreme elder's words. She had never seen the palace master reveal such an appearance. No way. It's fine for us to cultivate him, but we must cut off this love affair for the palace master. The second and third Taishang elders spoke in unison, and both of them couldn't help but be a little surprised. They simply had a heart-to-heart. Good. Since you are all in favor of accepting him, we will observe some more when the time comes. But this love affair between the palace master and him must be cut off. I really don't want to repeat something like that time again. Ugh. The Grand Supreme Elder sighed at the end of his words, his heart incomparably saddened at the thought of that incident. The remaining two Taishang elders nodded, agreeing with her words. The camera slowly pulled out of the house and flew toward Wang Feng. Sister Fairy, they're scary. Wang Feng followed Jiang Henshi's side, his body shivering a little, his tone trembling. Don't worry, they won't hurt you with me. Really? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Henshi's immortal face with a pair of pure and incomparable eyes. Really? Unless I die. As if Jiang Hensher was afraid that Wang Feng would not feel at ease, he actually said something like this. But there was something else in the meaning of it. Unless she died, the three supreme elders would still listen to her. Blah blah blah. Can't say such obscure things. Wang Feng hurriedly covered Jiang Henshi's vermilion lips, and this action caused Jiang Henshi's walking footsteps to lurch. Jiang Hensher peeled Wang Feng's hand off and coldly glanced at him as he continued to speak. Next time call me master in front of the Ice Palace disciples. Ah, then I can't call you fairy sister, can I? Wang Feng's tone carried a pang of pity, as if he felt a pang of regret at not being able to call this title. I only said in front of the Ice Palace disciples. After Jiang Hanshi said this, her footsteps quickened and she walked ahead of Wang Feng, as if she was afraid that Wang Feng would see her face. Ha ha, that's no one now. Yes, fairy sisters are so nice. Wang Feng let out an exclamation of surprise and bounced with a laugh. Catching up with Jiang Hanshi's footsteps, the sky is snowing lightly, and in the Ice Palace there is a lively and sunny man chasing after a fairy-like woman. There were no disciples in the depths of the Ice Palace, as this was where the palace master and the supreme elder resided. It's also considered a small sanctuary that disciples are not allowed to enter. Jiang Hensher led Wang Feng for a while and arrived in front of a large courtyard that wasn't too ornate, but it was considered to be architecturally beautiful. You will live here from now on. What about you? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi suspiciously, as if he was afraid that Jiang Hanshi didn't have a house to live in. I have houses to live in naturally. You need not concern yourself with that. The cold weather, paired with Jiang Hanshi's cold and clear face, added even more to Jiang Hanshi's fairy temperament. Well, Wang Feng's emotions were visible lost, and with the previous words, it was not difficult to guess what Wang Feng was losing. Jiang Hanshi naturally noticed it as well and continued to speak. Go in. Well, Wang Feng was just about to step in, pondering in his mind that not being able to live with Jiang Hanshi was a good thing. Just as Wang Feng's feet had just taken a step, Jiang Hanshi stepped in first. Ha! Fairy sister, you live here too? Wang Feng was baffled. How does this Jiang Hanshi not follow the rules? I've always lived here. Zhang Hanshi coldly returned Wang Feng's voice and continued to walk towards the courtyard. Bright turns to night. Night. Wang Feng lying on the bed couch. The genius did not expect Zhang Hanshi actually left a hand. This courtyard even has compartments. How Zhang Hanshi just refused to share a room with him. How about, I find an opportunity to use the name of practicing kung fu to smash this room with one punch? Knock knock. Just as Wang Feng was thinking, the door of the room was knocked, and after a while the people outside saw no movement. With a creak, a fairy opened the door to her room and walked in softly. It was no one else but Zhang Hanshi. Wang Feng lay on the bed and hurriedly closed his eyes, wanting to see what this Zhang Hanshi guy wanted to do. Sleeping? Zhang Hanshi just came in and softly said. Wang Feng didn't move, and the breath on his body was smooth, lying straight on the bed, like a corpse. Seeing this, Zhang Hanshi didn't bother and went to the chair and sat down, not knowing what he put into the table. Then his feet stomped toward the door. The sound of the room door closing rang out. Wang Feng made a big jump and popped up, with eye and smiling look on his face. Only he froze just as he was about to go see what was on the table. Zhang Hanshi was standing quietly in the doorway gazing at him without any fluctuation in his gaze. The two of them looked at each other as if they had fallen in love at first sight, and the breath around them seemed to freeze. Air, old six. Wang Feng's heart called Zhang Hanshi this old six. The door was closed, but he was not walking out, but he was shading him. Ha ha, fairy sister, what's the matter with you? Wang Feng sat back on the edge of the bed with some embarrassment, and in his heart, he spat at Zhang Hanshi for a while. Really old six saw this thing. Kang Hansi walked back to the chair at the table and sat down. Why shouldn't I if I didn't sleep? Because of fear. Scared? I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and fall in love with my fairy sister as soon as I see her. Zhang Hanshi's face was a bit darkened by Wang Feng's words. Little cutie. Could even hear that this thing was babbling? However, Zhang Hanshi inexplicably felt some pleasure in his heart. Here are some pills and spirit stones, as well as weapons, and some 7 or 8 other resources. So you cultivate well. Zhang Hanshi looked at the storage ring on the table and gestured at Wang Feng. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Zhang Hanshi said and stood up and walked towards the door, as if it was purposely to account for these few inconsequential words. Chapter 88 Being her disciple is so cool. Then if you are her husband. Zhang Hanshi got up and walked towards the door after saying that, as if it was purposely for the purpose of commanding these few inconsequential words. Wait a minute. Zhang Hanshi stopped at the words and looked at Wang Feng with a puzzled look. Sister Fairy, I'm scared. It's so cold here, and I'm afraid that those 3 grannies will attack me at night. Wang Feng said and even exaggeratedly hugged the pillow on the side, his eyes looking at Zhang Hanshi with as much watery look as possible. Sister Fairy, can you tell me about the layout of the ice palace? Wang Feng played a card of request. Effect, 50% chance that Zhang Hanshi would stay. You'll know the layout of the ice palace clearly when you stay longer. Zhang Hanshi played a card of evasion, intending to dodge Wang Feng's card of request. But I don't know what the rules of your palace are like. What if I accidentally break them later? Kang Hansio sniffed and pondered in the doorway. That's just it. If the fairy sister won't, I won't force you. You go back to sleep. Wang Feng once again played a card of retreat for advancement, then lay down on the bed and rolled over not to look at Kang Hanshi. It looked like he wanted to go to sleep, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Feng he seemed to be a bit aggravated. Zhang Hanshi stood at the doorway to see this scene, and the card of evasion in her head snapped, shattered into powder. Well, if you want to hear it, I'll tell you about it so you don't make a mess of the ice palace then. Zhang Hanshi walked back and with a wave of his hand, a chair gently flew to the bedside, and made a special excuse for himself. Zhang Hanshi himself slowly walked over and swung his skirt and sat down. Fairy sisters are the best. Wang Feng originally looked at the still aggrieved look. After Zhang Hanshi finished speaking he rolled over with a joyful smile and came over to look at Zhang Hanshi quietly. The ice palace has 3 most taboo palace rules. The first being romance, the second being rebellion, and the third being entering the devil. I'll start with the first, romance, which is the most taboo. When Zhang Hanshi finished this section of the palace rules, his words turned to Wang Feng and said a few words. So that means you can't like me. I also wouldn't like you. Zhang Hanshi seemed to pause for a moment when he said the second sentence, and then quickly said it again. Zhang Hanshi spoke of romance as a palace rule, and specifically instructed Wang Feng. I want to, but I just can't help myself. What about thinking about you all the time? Wang Feng lay down on the bed and silently stared at Zhang Hanshi with a hopeless look on his face. Zhang Hanshi was all a bit unnatural by his look. The second is rebellion. As if she didn't hear Wang Feng's words, Zhang Hanshi continued to talk about the second one. Wang Feng looked at the root of her ear, quietly rose a faint pink. Wang Feng giggled and did not break. There are too many little palace rules. You'll learn about them later. Zhang Hanshi spoke, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that Wang Feng had already fallen asleep with his eyes closed and his breath steady. The corners of Zhang Hanshi's lips rose slightly as she gently picked up the quilt on the side and covered Wang Feng. Then he turned toward the door, opened it, and left the room. After Zhang Hanshi left for a while, Wang Feng's eyes widened and he couldn't help but smile. Zhang Hanshi, Zhang Hanshi, this time it will not kill me after all. Ha ha ha, finally I can live a good life. What a wonderful life. Hitting the thousands? Nope. 10,000 years. 10,000 years of playing the old bachelor. Not only am I going to raid you in this life, I'm going to be invincible. Ha 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 ha. Wang Feng reclosed his eyes. The corners of his mouth still couldn't be pressed down. And just like that, he transported the chaotic bastard body technique with good thoughts. After 5 minutes had passed, consciousness slowly declined, and a deep sleep fell over him with wonderful fantasies. In the middle of the night, nothing happens due to sleeping in separate rooms. The next day, midday, Wang Feng slept until noon, and felt a sense of relief straight away. What regret is there in this life without the 996 of Blue Star? With fairies accompanying you as you please. Wang Feng got up and took the storage ring on the table, and took out the storage bag he got from the sword sect patriarch. Looking at the left and right hands, a storage ring and a storage bag, Wang Feng's mouth straightened up and he couldn't suppress it. Wang Feng probed his divine sense over, and since the mental brand had been erased long ago, he went in at once. After checking, unsurprisingly, the resources of the storage bag sent by that sword sect patriarch were much less than Zhang Hanshi's storage ring. Wang Feng directly converted all the storage bags given by the sword sect patriarch into origin points, gaining a total of 685, 368 origin points. It had to be said that the sword sect patriarch wasn't too stingy. It was just a bit of a shame that he didn't have any spirit sources. Spirit source in the immortal cultivation realm was considered to be another common currency that was more advanced than spirit stones. Spiritual sources were pure and incomparable. They could be taken, bathed in, and had many functions and strong effects, especially the very best spiritual sources. Wang Feng carefully scanned the storage ring that Zhang Hensher had given him again, wanting to see exactly what she would send him. With just one glance, Wang Feng froze. I'll go. This is the right trip to the Ice Palace. Wang Feng changed his previous attitude and was particularly satisfied with this trip to the Ice Palace. If he had known that he would send these, he would have obediently followed Zhang Hanshi over, and there was no need for Zhang Hanshi to tie him up on purpose. One could only see thousands of weapons lying quietly in the space of the storage ring, which was also the most inside the storage space. There were all 18 types of weapons, and many more with strange shapes. Wang Feng is a bit strange. This Zhang Hanshi sent so many weapons to him for what? But it does not matter. There is good. With a movement of Wang Feng's divine sense, a sort of a top-grade saint artifact appeared in Wang Feng's hand. The body of the sword was black in color with flecks of gold on it, as if it were a star. Wang Feng tentatively called it the Star Sword, and this Star Sword was also the most valuable thing in the storage ring. Just the moment he took it out, Wang Feng realized that he was a bit unable to grasp the Star Sword, and it began to struggle in his hands. But apparently Zhang Hanshi had thought of that as well, and called for it to be sealed in advance. Wang Feng took him with difficulty and gently cut a small slit in his finger. The blood soaked into the Star Sword's blade, and it didn't even absorb it. Wang Feng put it on the ground and put in a drop of blood again. He just couldn't believe it. The blood slowly melted in, and Wang Feng's expression instantly became joyful. Until, with a 2A, the drop of blood was spat out from the Star Sword, and the drop of blood was sprayed onto Wang Feng's face. I'm tired of yards, and I'll spit it out. Wang Feng was furious and stomped hard on the Star Sword before instantly putting it inside the system's storage space. The time inside the storage space was static, causing it to not even tremble, and there was nowhere to spread its anger. Wang Feng stopped tinkering with the Star Sword and continued to look at the things inside the storage ring. Surprisingly, there was still an extreme spirit source. Although it wasn't much, it was still the amount of a mineral water bottle. Wang Feng was a bit shocked. It was so cool to be her disciple. Then if, as her husband, wouldn't it be more fun? Ding, host, the little slave is here. May I ask the dear host if he recycles these extremely high-quality spirit sources? Little slave can give you 1 million origin points. Oh, to Wang Feng's surprise, this system was like a dog, smelling the smell. He also offered a high price of 1 million origin points in exchange for this extremely high-quality spiritual source that was the size of a mineral water bottle. Asterisk off. Eat blah tired. Asterisk host. I'll never pay attention to you again. Chapter 89, Meeting the Ice Palace Crowd. Oh, then I won't recycle these things and will only recycle those low-grade goods from now on. Don't. Just kidding. Hey. You see the little slave, just kidding. The handsome host even took it seriously. Wang Feng was completely speechless by the system. He couldn't really not recycle these away though. After all, he was still short of origin points. As for why the system was so humble, this Wang Feng was not so sure. All he knew was that the system seemed obsessed with these more advanced things. Maybe, I think they have something like performance over there too. With that, Wang Feng divided his useless things and useful things into two parts. Finally all of them were transferred to the storage space. And using the storage space as a medium, they began to recover those weapons and so on. In the end, the only things left to recycle were low-grade to extreme-grade spirit sources, a top-grade Saint Weapon Star Sword, a few Imperial weapons, and some pills. On the other hand, pills Wang Feng almost all did not recover. Pills were hard currency in the immortal cultivation world, and they could be used when one needed them. Wang Feng rechecked his panel. Wang Feng, 1969. Chinese maple painter. Dharma/body realm, 6th level of the Junction Spirit realm, please host hurry. Breakthrough. Kung Fu, Chaos Buster technique, Avatar, Sword Intent. Items, Top Grade Holy Weapon Star Sword X1. Big Flower Pants X1. Hong Luk Chi Tian Card X1. Jade Disc of Creation Debris X1. Random Weapon with the help of Card X1. Origin Point, 4568523. Overall rating, a little bit of chicken for a little bit of money. Especially in the realm piece. It was evident that the system was going crazy, and Wang Feng was holding back his breakthrough. No, system, you've had it with the word chicken, haven't you? Wang Feng looked at the panel and spat in his heart. This system is really unqualified. And the origin points had come to over 4 million, so it was obvious how much Jiang Hanshi valued him. This was still the result of him not recycling things like holy weapons. If this was all recycled, it wouldn't be 10 million or more origin points. Wang Feng's hand was now an empty ring, and he felt it was safer to put things in the storage space. After all, if he died, he would still be able to use the power of the system to convert everything inside the storage space into origin points for resurrection. Wang Feng did some math and calculated that there were still 10 million if all of them were converted into cost source points. But as far as just taking $10 million to resurrect, I'd expect to be resurrected with crippled limbs, demented, brainless, etc. Then what's the point of such a resurrection? So at least save up to 15 million origin points or more. After all, 100 million resurrections are complete. See that everything is organized. Wang Feng then chose a small bottle with a very high-grade elixir from the countless bottles of elixirs inside the storage space. Raising the elixir in his hand and smelling it, it didn't have much of a flavor and had a cool scent. System, remember to shield me from the movement of the breakthrough. Ding. 5,000 origin points. Prob. No. Pay back. Price. Well you've had your fill of horse piss and you're starting to get high and mighty, aren't you? Wang Feng cursed. This dog system, when something comes to hand, it does not recognize people. The system didn't reply. Apparently too lazy to take care of Wang Feng. Row. Wang Feng had no choice but to spend 5,000 origin points. Otherwise the movement of the breakthrough would probably be sensed by those 3 octogenarians from that ice palace. Xiao Nu will open it for you. Dear host, just break through at ease. Ugh, what a dog. Wang Feng spat and raised the elixir in his hand, about to put it in his mouth and swallow it. Knock knock. Awake? Outside. Jiang Hanshi's cold voice came in, and then the door to the room was opened with a creak. What's the difference between you knocking and not knocking? Wang Feng looked dumbfounded at Jiang Hanshi, who came in for a while speechless. But Jiang Hanshi acted as if he deliberately didn't see Wang Feng's expression. I have to take you to meet the ice palace's many children today. Are you going to break through? Jiang Hanshi looked at the pills Wang Feng was pinching in his hand and issued a question. Was she getting in Wang Feng's way? It's okay. Let's go. As Wang Feng took the elixir back into his storage space, Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. It did seem like she was in Wang Feng's way, so she decided that next time she would just walk in softly without knocking. Wang Feng followed the footsteps of Jiang Hanshi, who had already put on a white veil cloak, and was surrounded by 3 women, who surrounded him and made him shiver. The 5 of them made their way to a platform amidst the shocked voices of countless female disciples of the Ice Palace. All of you from the Ice Palace, now come quickly and converge on this side of the declaration field. The Grand Supreme Elder let out a shout, and wave after wave of spiritual sound spread over and over again in all parts of the Ice Palace. Palace Master, why is it that our Ice Palace has a man coming in again? The countless female disciples and female elders were suddenly talking and indignant. Some whispered, some issued questions, some were silent. As for why they recognized Jiang Hanshi as the Palace Master, it was because Jiang Hanshi had still shown up in the Ice Palace. It's just that she didn't show her true face, and she's still surrounded by the 3 Taishan elders, and her cultivation can't be seen through. Who else but the Palace Master could be surrounded respectfully by the 3 Supreme Elders? Quiet. It was only after the Grand Taishan elder let out a loud heckle that the countless voices of the people slowly quieted down. From now on, this man will be the palace master's personal disciple. Ha! Why would you take another man in? All of a sudden, countless pleasant voices erupted from the stage, and each one of them lost their colors, and there were no ugly people among the Ice Palace disciples. Even if they had before, they had been adjusted now, and in the mortal world then, they were usually called fairies. Why? Could it be that this time the palace master is just as moved as the previous generation's holy maiden? The odd one out pops up again, and there are always a few headstrong people among the countless others who say things they shouldn't, but it was obvious that Jiang Hanshi had already thought of a response. If you guys have complaints, you can come and challenge him as much as you want, and I'll reward the first one who wins the fight with a king's artifact. Jiang Hanshi's words were cold and concise, but the meaning was the most overbearing and incomparable. When Jiang Hanshi spoke, the skepticism in the arena disappeared without a trace. The countless female elders in Heaven's Pride female disciples' complexions also became grave. It seems, the man who came in this time is not simple, and Wang Feng's face became bitter to the naked eye. Good lord, do I still sleep, eat, and poop? Sweeping a glance, there were at least 10,000 or more of these disciples. How long would it take to fight? However, he only has a cultivation of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm right now, so those above the spirit expansion realm shall not be counted. Luckily, Jiang Hanshi's next sentence made Wang Feng sigh in relief, but many in the crowd also understood. The fact that the palace master was so confident could only mean that this man was not of the same qualifications as the man brought back by the previous generation of holy maiden moves. I knew that the palace master would definitely not get emotionally involved. It seems that this man's qualifications are indeed very strong. Not bad. The palace master's vision has always been not bad. All of a sudden the crowd's asses were sounding off, and pleasant voices were being passed around the stage. Wang Feng looked at this crowd of people at the 9th level of the Jieling realm are also quite a lot of people. How can this be done? So, Wang Feng was prepared to directly break through to the 9th level or above of the Jieling realm tonight, and he wasn't going to hide his breath. Hide my ass. Chapter 90, once a teacher, always a mother, son. To Jiang Hanshi he is hiding because he wants to raid her. On this group of people who want to take him, all stumped. Ahem. I'll say 1-0. Wang Feng coughed twice, cleared his throat, and raised his hand to press down. The crowd also quieted down, wanting to see what this man who could be accepted by the palace master as a personal disciple wanted to say. I must say, the man was quite handsome. There were some untouched girls whose eyes couldn't help but dodge after being glanced at by Wang Feng. Ahem. I hope those below the 8th level of the Jieling realm won't come to challenge me. I'm afraid of killing you with one punch. Boom. These words instantly blew up the countless female disciples on stage. I thought that this son has a clear look. Must be a Benjamin. I did not expect to be so arrogant. Arrogance. You come down. See if we beat you to death. There were shouts from the stage, all of them wanting to beat up Wang Feng. Wait. Wang Feng shouted again. But no. The crowd was noisy. You disciples sit down first. But the elders must stand. What a status you have. Just say sit down. Wang Feng's words were obviously not listened to by those female disciples on the stage, and Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi helplessly. Jiang Hanshi stood in a white veil bucket hat and hated to kick him down. You're so arrogant the first time you meet the crowd. Do you want to be beaten to death? Sit down. The Grand Supreme Elder snapped, lifting her hand and squeezing it. She wanted to see what kind of trick this kid was trying to play. In addition to the elders, countless female disciples could only sniff at the snow on the ground and sweep it clean before sitting down. Cough cough cough. What I'm trying to say is that everyone sitting here, all, trash, rubbish. Wang Feng cleared his throat twice, and the second sentence even became a staccato when he said it at the end. The last two words raised the volume one more time. You asshole. I'll beat you to death. Numerous female disciples stood up from the ground with an angry curse, and drew out their waist-long swords as if they were going to fly up to cut Wang Feng. And the corners of those female elders' mouths all couldn't help but twitch, with a black line. No wonder they were told to stand. This kid has some sense. Wang Feng hurriedly ran and hid behind Jiang Hanshi, and those female disciples didn't manage to fly up either. I don't know if he suddenly didn't want to hit Wang Feng, but he was stopped immediately by a gentle pull from the people around him. Palace Master. This man is arrogant and domineering. I suggest that he be directly castrated, so that we are fellow disciples and sisters, and no one will bother to ostracize him anymore. I'm for it. I'm all for it. One person came up with an idea, and when Jiang Hanshi heard it, his head with the bucket hat also turned to Wang Feng behind him. How do you feel about this approach? Jiang Hanshi used the blandest of words and spoke in a way that made Wang Feng just feel a cold whoosh down there. No good. If you castrate me here, isn't that the same as having a eunuch in the Ice Palace? This way I'm insulting the Ice Palace. No good. This is a really bad idea. Aha. Zhang Hanshi didn't know what the emotion was, and answered coldly and faintly, speaking again to the disciples below. What I said just now, you can start carrying out tomorrow, as long as you don't kill him. Why tomorrow? Can't we do it now? A question was raised. If the palace master says tomorrow, then tomorrow. It's not for you to ask. The Grand Taishan elder chided that female disciple. And that female disciple could only xin no longer speak. Countless female disciples that is called an excitement although they can only beat Wang Feng tomorrow, but it does not prevent them from being excited now. It was really too much for the man to so he went back at night to straighten out all the ropes and fixing charms and other treasures. When the time comes, he will be tied up and challenged one by his senior sisters to take a turn at him, beat him so he can't get out of bed for a month. Too arrogant for this asshole. That's enough. Nothing more. All disperse. As the words of the Supreme Elder fell, the crowd surprisingly hadn't immediately disbanded, but instead chatted about how to violently beat that asshole man. And at this time in an unobtrusive location, a beautiful woman with a few charming eyebrows secretly looked at the back of the departing Wang Feng. Interesting, past life quotes. I wonder whether you are from the old country? The woman said and lifted up her slender legs and lightly stepped step by step to leave the place. Good day, holy maiden. The female disciples who saw this woman would greet her, and she responded with a gentle nod. Lens switching. The three supreme elders and Wang Feng both walked together and gave Zhang Hanshi a persuasive speech. Palace master, this son is too arrogant. I suggest that the three of us should be the ones to discipline him. Someone with this kind of heart will only affect your cultivation path. I'm usually very well behaved, and just now I was afraid that their group of lower cultivators would keep coming over to challenge me so that I wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Wang Feng hid behind Zhang Hanshi in a pitiful manner, as if he was unfamiliar with this place. Palace master, is it possible? The three elders ignored Wang Feng and asked in a persuasive tone to Zhang Hanshi, who also pondered. Master, once a master, always a mother. All I ask is to follow my master and I'll be satisfied. But if master must insist that I go to someone else, there's nothing my disciple can do. Although the apprentice's heart doesn't want to, the master's orders cannot be disobeyed. As long as master gives the order, I have no complaints. Wang Feng ran in front of Zhang Hanshi and knelt on one knee, arching his hands and looking at Zhang Hanshi with tearful eyes. Brat, don't try to confuse our palace master's heart. You'll never suffer even if you follow us three. The second elder's walking stick fiercely disliked at the ground, obviously very angry, and the ground was disliked with a crater coming out. If these three get their hands on him, will he still have a good life? It was expected that he would be forced to practice every day, and it was expected that he would be pressurized not to be tortured to death. Wang Feng's heart screamed that he was finished, and now he could only hope that Zhang Hanshi wouldn't throw him to these three hags. Zhang Hanshi was silent as he looked at the kneeling Wang Feng under his bucket hat, and the four just waited in silence for her answer. Get up! Zhang Hanshi finally spoke, and although his exit was cold, he answered their questions with another meaning. Ugh! But just that one sentence caused the three old crone beside him to sigh beyond measure. After 10,000 years of being together, they could understand Zhang Hanshi too well. That's just it. The palace has made up its mind and there's nothing we can do about it. But we hope that the palace master will be able to distinguish between light and heavy. The Grand Taishan elder's words turned again, and he spoke to Zhang Hanshi in an unspecified manner. Aha! Zhang Hanshi naturally knew what she meant by her mouth, and only gently replied back. The three crones listened and then took a step away, back to let people look straight. Feel a burst of heartache. Wang Feng looked at their back is also very open. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Don't pretend. Hey, I knew fairy sister was the best. Wang Feng got up at his words and tried to cheerfully take Zhang Hanshi's hand, but she dodged it with a sidestep. Don't give an inch. Zhang Hanshi's tone was cold and icy, as if it had changed back to the Zhang Hanshi of the previous 8 lives. Chapter 91, Breaking Through the Spirit Expansion Realm. She's been taken over, hasn't she? Wang Feng's heart was puzzled for a while. After yesterday, how suddenly he felt that Zhang Hanshi was like a different person. Fairy sister, wait for me. While Wang Feng was thinking, Zhang Hanshi had long since walked out quite a distance. You cultivate well, and if you have any questions you can come and ask me. Zhang Hanshi coldly left a sentence and left, as if she was a slag woman who threw herself away after slagging. Wang Feng scratched his head, couldn't figure it out and simply didn't want to. Closing the door of the room, he sat back in the bed and took out the elixir and ate it. As time passed, the medicinal power began to manifest, and an overpowering stream of spiritual chi began to surge towards Wang Feng. Ding! 5,000 origin points are required to turn on the breakthrough shielding scent function. Dog system, didn't you collect it last time? Ding! You used it last time, but it didn't break through. Ah ha ha ha. What a line. Open. Wang Feng was really going crazy. He was on the verge of releasing as much as he wanted. As a result, it was so messed up by the system that it could only be forced to be pressed back. Ding! It's on. Have a nice breakthrough. Dog host. Wang Feng didn't pay any more attention to the system, and there was no way to pay attention to the system. It was because a stream of spiritual energy chi was already frantically rushing around in his body. The stream of air rushed out from Wang Feng's body with a bang, only to be instantly dissolved by an unknown energy. This was the breath shielding turned on by the system. Otherwise, the current Wang Feng would probably have already been surrounded by Jiang Hanqi and those 3-8 women. At this moment, Wang Feng had suppressed it for too long. He had only just broken through, and with the extremely high-quality elixir, he broke through 2 small realms in a flash. 8th level of the Junction Spirit Realm. Become. Midnight. 9th level of the Junction Spirit Realm. Broken. Next, Wang Feng concentrated and started compressing the spiritual energy that was in clumps out of his dantian. It was compressed until early morning, and at the end of the day, the divine sense rushed toward that bottleneck all at once. Bang! A popping sound came out from within him. The superb aura surged out wildly all of a sudden. Just still so and so. It was dissolved in an instant. Shocking, not a single ripple. Spiritual energy no longer formed into clusters, but instead turned into countless wandering threads that slowly flowed throughout the body. It is the spirit expansion realm, spreading spiritual energy throughout the body, so that every movement of the body, every attack has spiritual energy attached to it. As long as Wang Feng wanted to, he could instantly shoot spiritual energy from any place on his body to injure the enemy. As he entered the spirit expansion realm, the bottleneck of the chaotic hegemony body technique was also broken in one fell swoop. Click, click, click. The void in front of Wang Feng shattered as if it were a mirror breaking out into a small swirling mouth, and inside was endless chaos. The chaotic chi inside the small opening then began to slowly transform into a small stream slowly flowing towards Wang Feng's brow. Wang Feng hurriedly began to absorb it, and when he came into contact with the chaotic aura, Wang Feng only felt that the strength of his body also began to change and his power began to skyrocket. This was the interweaving of the chaotic overlord body chi and force, which was already considered to be 80% awakened. It already looks like an awakening to outsiders. All that was needed was for him to cultivate to the Yuan 3 realm again and enter the 3rd layer of the chaotic overlord body technique. At that time, the entire person would undergo a qualitative change, and the complete chaotic hegemony body would become a reality. At that time, below the Saint King realm, he was confident that with the countless secret techniques, he would be invincible inside a large realm. But that's normal. He went through this in his 8th life. If he couldn't in this life, wouldn't he be pure trash? As the aura on Wang Feng's body began to climb, the chaotic aura around him wanted to leak out from his body furiously. Yet again, it was quickly dissolved by an inexplicable force that could not startle a single ripple. Right at this moment, something unexpected to Wang Feng appeared, frightening Wang Feng to hurriedly stop the cultivation of the chaotic overlord body technique. What's that? Wang Feng couldn't help but cry out in shock as he looked at the small opening in the chaotic void and hurriedly stopped the chaotic overlord technique. And the small opening of broken chaos in front of him was mended in an instant. Just when Wang Feng was breathing a sigh of relief, a voice scared him so much that he wanted to directly prepare to drive away. Click! This was the sound of the void shattering, and it was also the sound that made Wang Feng afraid, and he hurriedly got up and retreated violently. Another click. With a sound, the void shattered open. Phew! A chaotic unknown object shot straight into Wang Feng's brow with lightning speed, and Wang Feng didn't even react. The whole head was instantly knocked backward by the impact, as if it had been shot by a bullet. Wang Feng's leg stumped, straight then lay on the ground, did not even call out. Midday. Hiss. Wang Feng rubbed his forehead and stood up, and was about to call out to the system in his mind when the system's screaming bursts had already come over. Host, you struck lucky and won the lottery. You've been blessed. You're so lucky. Quiet. Wang Feng had just woken up. He hadn't even gotten a clear picture of the situation. And when he was yelled at by the system like that, his head was shaken. After waiting for a moment of stillness, Wang Feng then slowly came back to his senses and asked about the system. Winning what prize? Could it be that you took my origin points to scratch off the lottery and scratched out the 10 billion origin points grand prize? This isn't as good as 10 billion origin points, but it's not bad for you. Look at your current panel yourself. With suspicion, Wang Feng hurriedly clicked on his panel. Wang Feng, 1969. Chinese maple painter. Dharma/body realm, 1st level of spirit expansion realm. Technique, Chaos Overlord technique. Avatar, Sword Intent. Artifactualization. Items, Big Flower Pants X1. Hong Luk Chi Tian Card X1. Origin, 455-8523. Overall rating, a little money power. Wang Feng scanned it carefully, and only finally saw the words instrumentalization in the system's cursing guidance. Genuinely, just now the brain dizzy a bit confused. For a moment unexpectedly did not see these two words. This is the thing that just shot inside my brain? Or is it an avatar? Wang Feng was shocked. He just poured out such an avatar for nothing? And at this time in the chaotic void. Where's the old man's stuff? Ha! An old man roared madly into the void of chaos. He was clearly just one step away. Obviously only one step away from being able to fuse this avatar. A lapse of concentration still slipped away. And when he looked for it again it had long since disappeared. Becoming immortal. Is it that hard? The more the old man thought about it, the more angry he became. The surrounding chaotic aura was disturbed by him and fluttered everywhere. Yet he couldn't startle a single ripple. Just needing this lure. Then his altar of immortality can be opened laying out for tens of thousands of years. Only one lead is missing. Just one step away. Just one step. The old man's eyes were bloodshot and red. Impotent and furious. Screaming louder than anything else. A head of white hair flew everywhere in the chaos of the void, striking hundreds of blood-colored palm prints that were 1,000 feet wide. But in the chaotic void still cannot set off a ripple. The more you think is the more angry. And anger, it is very angry. Roar. A hoarse, low roar came from the depths of the chaos, clearly directed at the old man. The old man was shocked, no longer half angry, panicked and broke out of the void channel hurriedly drilled out. The void closed with a click. With a sound, the void shattered out and opening once again. Bang! A bubbling black whip like black unidentified object lashed out. Instantly, the old man was sent flying out spitting out several mouthfuls of blood furiously. Chapter 92 Avatar, Instrumentalization. The whip wanted a second lash, but the void opening had begun to close rapidly, and the whip finally had no choice but to retract. When I become an immortal, I will immediately go and kill you. After seeing the void close completely, the old man felt like he had done it again and roared. Click! In response to the old man's roar, the opposite side seemed to have heard it, and another shattering sound came from the void. The old man's body flickered when he saw it, and he hurriedly disappeared far away. The camera returns to the ice palace. Wang Feng was watching his arm break, turned into a sword in one go, and with a thought, it braked again, turned into a sword. Looking at the blade that was transformed from his arm without a trace of dissonance, Wang Feng could not help but feel a surge of surprise. Instrumentalization. Weaponize your body? Now Wang Feng finally figured it out, and with a thought, the hand changed back to its original shape. In other words, the stronger his body strength was, then the weapon he changed into was exactly the same as his body strength. For someone like him with a cultivated body, that's a boon. In other words, before, when he slammed his palm down, he would at most split that person, but now when he slammed his palm down, he could directly cut that person in half. Awesome! Wang Feng played for a good while, and then tried to try it on the bull. Sure enough, it didn't work. It seemed that not every part of the body could be instrumentalized, and Wang Feng tried his feet again. With a whoosh, his feet plunged inside the foundation as they turned into two shotguns. Hiss! That is indeed a bit impressive. Wang Feng hurriedly changed his feet back, and finally put down his heart after seeing that it was still the original look and feel. After playing enough, Wang Feng now had the heart to feel up his own power. Clenching his fists a bit, he felt like he could punch out those three old ladies right now. Yes, avalanche fist. Unable to help himself, he threw a punch with 8 points of initiative, as well as 2 points of certainty. Rumble. This punch attack was comparable to a missile, and Wang Feng's entire body was instantly buried by the collapsing house. At this time in the other room while cultivating while not knowing what he was thinking about, Zhang Hanshi heard this loud noise. With a flash of his body, he quickly flew towards the outside, and when he entered his eyes, he saw Wang Feng who was as if he had just crawled out of the grave. What did you do? Zhang Hanshi looked at the house that had become a ruin and questioned Wang Feng. Fairy, cough cough, sister, I was careless, please believe me. Wang Feng climbed out while talking and choked on the dust and coughed several times. Zhang Hanshi silently looked at Wang Feng who crawled over like the living dead, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. It's just a matter of you looking out for yourself. With a flutter of her white dress sleeve, Zhang Hanshi re-entered the house and made Wang Feng so skeptical. You don't think so? What's going on? Why do you think she's changed? Did she find something? I shouldn't. She'd probably stab me to death if she knew who I really was. Wang Feng was lying on the ground and had forgotten to get up, staring blankly at Zhang Hanshi, who had entered the house long ago. It's over. She's changed her mind. Where am I supposed to sleep at night? Wang Feng had a bitter face and could only get up first. There was light snow drifting in the sky, falling on top of Wang Feng's head, showing the bleak color. At this time, the three Supreme Elders suddenly appeared in front of Wang Feng, scaring him so much that he almost didn't fall back to the ground. Good day, Third Supreme Elder. Wang Feng arched his hand and saluted. At least he was now a member of the Ice Palace. It was nothing. Aha! The third great elder answered, then looked at the ruins and then at Wang Feng. You broke through to the spirit expansion realm. Immediately after that, the eyes of the three Supreme Elders glared up and circled around Wang Feng. Crossing a great realm in one night? What kind of concept is that? The capital of a great emperor. The absolute capital of a great emperor? Ha ha ha. The three Supreme Elders couldn't stop laughing, glad that it was fortunate that they had taken in this man at that time. Wait a minute. The third Supreme Elder suddenly thought of that generation of the Holy Maiden, that generation at this time. And it did seem a bit off that he broke through so quickly. Hand over all your storage rings and storage bags and everything else for me to inspect. The third great elder suddenly spoke out again, making Wang Feng whole and stupid. No, are you sick? 1 minute you're laughing like a maniac. The next you're all serious. Why? It's over. I've put all my resources inside the storage space and converted the cost source points. What can I do? Wang Feng was a little anxious in his heart, but on the surface, he had to put on a faceless appearance. Hand it over and I'll give it back to you after I inspect it. The moment he thought of that generation of the Holy Maiden, that generation, the third Supreme Elder's face grew more and more unkind. Oh, give. Wang Feng looked at her crazy old woman look and hurriedly gave her all the storage bags on his body, truly afraid that she would give him a slap in the face. The Supreme Elder looked at it first, and there was no problem. The ring shape was the one that Zhang Hensher had given him. Checked Wang Feng's storage bag again carefully. Also no problem. Empty. Poor man. Wait, what about the resources inside this storage ring? The eyes of the third great elder glared. The storage ring was unexpectedly empty, and his unkind eyes stared deathly at Wang Feng. Taken back by my master. Wang Feng's face was not red and his heart was not jumping. His tone was flat as he said out this sentence. And that was all he could say. Oh, Palace Master. Is it? As soon as Wang Feng followed her gaze and turned around, he almost ejected his urine in fear. Because Zhang Hanshi was standing at the front door of that house at that moment quietly watching them. Wang Feng could already think of the scene of being hanged in the cold prison of the Ice Palace and being forced to ask questions in his mind. It seems that the only way to start running is to use that Han Luck Chi Tian card along with some more maneuvers. Aha! Unexpectedly, just when Wang Feng felt like it was going to be over, Zhang Hensher faintly hummed. See, I told you? The three Supreme Elders just don't believe me. Wang Feng was relieved in his heart. Luckily this Zhang Hensher didn't stab him for some reason. Don't move. God recognizes resistance. The third Supreme Elder let out another chortle, followed by a flash of his eyes. Wang Feng only felt a divine sense rushing inside his brain and instinctively tried to resist that divine sense. However, just as the thought rose, it was hard stopped by Wang Feng. With regard to this old woman Paragon's divine sense, if he went to attack, it would be like eggs touching stones. One touch and one break. Do I still have to act demented later? After all, being searched by the Sea of God is usually the way to behave. Wang Feng pondered while that Supreme Elder's divine sense wandered around inside Wang Feng's head and found nothing. It was as if the divine sea that her divine sense went into was not Wang Feng's divine sea, but another divine sea space. Ding, dog host, I've helped you again this time. Give me 50,000 origin points. Direct deduction. No negotiation. Okay. Take it aside and play with it. That's right. The system had stepped in. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hide from the quest of the divine sense of the Paragon Emperor. Deducting 50,000 origin points for this. Wang Feng didn't say anything. Fortunately, the old woman did not search his soul, but only forced her way into his divine sea and swept through. Otherwise the deduction would be more than 50,000 origin points. Probably more than 500,000. Ha ha ha. Well, very good. The third Supreme Elder's divine sense retracted and raised his wrinkled old hand to pat Wang Feng's shoulder. But Wang Feng was as if he was stupid, looking at her with a listless gaze. Zhang Hanshi stepped down and looked at Wang Feng, who had a lifeless gaze. The mood swings in the bottom of his eyes elevated. Chapter 93, the vest falls off. But not completely. You searched his divine sea? Zhang Hensher questioned the second Supreme Elder with a cold tone and a cold gaze. Aha. Why? Zhang Henshi's voice was visible and harsh. The third Supreme Elder was shocked in her heart. This was the first time that Zhang Hanshi had lost his temper with her. Palace Master. There's actually something you don't know. Do you still remember that generation of moving saints? What's it got to do with it? Zhang Hanshi raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression carrying an icy look. You that retreat out to know just what we want the world to know. In fact, that time the quasi-imperial devil cultivator, Is that generation of the saintly woman moved to love the person? After the third Supreme Elder's explanation, Jiang Hanqi finally understood the matter completely. Do you know that searching a person's godseed can result in dementia if it's serious? Or not being able to take care of yourself for 2 or 3 days if it's light? I know, but he is a great emperor's qualification. If he can't even resist this, what is he if not a bird in a greenhouse? The 3 Supreme Elders did not feel that they had done anything wrong. After all, the Ice Palace did not need weaklings, and she was there this time to see if the kid had ulterior motives. Fortunately, after a careful search, but did not find any problems, so they can cultivate him. She didn't think that with her cultivation at the late quasi-emperor stage she would be mistaken. Jiang Hanqi gently raised her white arm and touched Wang Feng's shoulder and shook it. However, it was as if Wang Feng's divine soul was dead, and he didn't move at all. Wang Feng looked at everything in front of him in a blur with a godless gaze, his heart stealing a sigh of joy. Still, he was resourceful, or else wait, even if he dodged the bullet now, the latter is also bound to be tortured by Jiang Hanqi to ask where the resources inside the storage ring have gone. There's no need for the palace master to worry. Just leave him to me. The old man will keep an eye on him. The second Supreme Elder spoke to Jiang Hanqi, meaning that he clearly wanted to take Wang Feng away. No, you go back, Jiang Hanqi said and looked at Wang Feng, who was still in place, with a pang of suspicion in his heart. Palace master. Kang Hansei frowned in displeasure and hummed. Since the palace master refuses to do so, I only ask that the palace master never get emotional. You should know what the Ice Palace is most jealous of. Seeing this, the second Supreme Elder could only persuade, only hoping that Jiang Hanqi would listen. Go back. Jiang Hanqi's words were tinged with displeasure, and his tone was as if he could frostbite one's eardrums. Yes. Seeing this helplessly, the 3 Supreme Elders could only leave first. Don't pretend. She's gone. Jiang Hanqi waited for the Supreme Elder to leave for a while, then turned around and walked towards the house to open his mouth. Jiang Hanqi walked a few steps, found that there is still no movement behind him. His eyes could not help but rise 8 points of coldness, 2 points of killing intent. I'd like to see how long you can pretend. Jiang Hanqi's voice was cold, and seemed to carry a bit of anger. He then walked straight into the middle of the house, no longer paying attention to Wang Feng, who was standing behind him. Wang Feng now understood that Jiang Hanqi definitely knew his identity, otherwise the change in attitude couldn't have been so drastic. But seeing as how Jiang Hanqi didn't cut him now, there should only be 2 possibilities. First, the information she knows is incomplete. Secondly, she still had some feelings for him. After all, Jiang Hanqi had countless chances to kill him without making a move. The probability of the second is greater. Thinking about it, to ask Wang Feng touched? Not daring to move. Not daring to move at all. His whole body was now mortared in the ice. Not daring to move at all. He was 100% sure that if he moved and ran, the 3 octogenarians would have him back in an instant. It'll be a real game over by then. Now he could only spell out his acting skills, and it could be said that he could only get 3 points of life from Jiang Hanqi right now. Of course, after all these years of living, he could never leave his life up to the decisions of others. The big deal was to crush those 2 cards inside the storage space. With the Emperor's weapon in his hand, and with some of his means, he should be able to walk. He just had to pay a price. The clock starts ticking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 point, 2 points, slowly into the night. Wang Feng stood in the icy sky and snow, and his entire body was already fully stained with white snowflakes. The soles of the feet were also buried in thick snow, but these were mere child's play compared to his previous lives. From a distance, at this moment, he was a snowman, and in the darkness of the night it looked a little scary. Jiang Hanqi stood inside the house, his divine sense looking through the house at the snowman Wang Feng, who was being blown by the cold wind in the night. She had been watching for a day now, and the body standing outside still hadn't changed in the slightest, as if it was already dead. Jiang Hanqi couldn't help himself after all, and opened the door to his room and walked out. Jiang Hanqi, who came in front of Wang Feng, raised his hand to wipe away the snowflakes on Wang Feng's eyes and deadlocked with him. Although Jiang Hanqi helped Wang Feng wipe the snowflakes outside his eyes, there were still remnants in his eyes, causing them to look like a pair of frosty eyes. But this also made it even more obvious that Wang Feng had really lost his soul, or else an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of torture. With a wave of Jiang Hanqi's hand, the frost in Wang Feng's eyes suddenly disappeared as well. Jiang Hanqi, she seemed as if she was trying to find something in her godless eyes. But Wang Feng is hiding too deep. After gazing for a long time and not being able to find it, not being able to find it at all, Jiang Hanqi still couldn't believe that Wang Feng had really lost his soul. After all, Wang Feng had tricked her from the identity of the bonobo man in the village to the Little Sword sect. And again, from the Little Sword sect, he becomes an unknown character whose identity she has killed for 6 lifetimes to trick her into going to the Ice Palace. He had many tricks up his sleeve. Even that inexplicable divine traveling talisman in the sword sect came from nowhere. And during that time, he had lied to her for an unknown number of times. And according to what Cold Sword had said, he had even tried to kill her. This liar, his acting skills are really too strong. As if everything is inside his plan. And she's the one who's being played for a fool. Zhang Hanqi dealt with this kind of person is really a bit unable to resist. She always felt that her heart has begun to change. Having been killed by me for 6 lifetimes. In this one, you want to continue to die at my hands? Zhang Hanqi stood in front of Wang Feng in the snowy weather. And the cold sword clang, as appeared in his hand. Then a breath erupted from his body, blowing away all the snow on Wang Feng. Wang Feng's ice-covered hair was also blown backward. And the frosty ice attached to it was also carried and blown out. Wang Feng's eyes are still godless, feeling a burst of incoming cold air, which can be bitter, really suffer from the old crime awe. However, Wang Feng was still indifferent and did not dare to move, standing in place with a godless gaze, as if he was already dead. Master, it's him, that's him, hurry up and kill him, ha ha ha, it's finally time to kill you. A pleasant and melodious woman's voice came from the cold sword, 16 or 17 years old. This voice Wang Feng was more than familiar with. No wonder. It turned out that after returning to the Ice Palace, Zhang Hanqi had unsealed the cold sword to the point of being a king's artifact. That is, the point where he could speak, and the point where Kong Hansei could control it to the maximum extent. But the 6th? Sure enough, it seems she doesn't know about the 8th life of my great emperor. As for the 7th life, it was estimated that she didn't even know that the fairy had bombarded a person to death. Chapter 94 God of Gambling Wang Feng. System, hurry up. The Jade Disc. Wang Feng hurriedly shouted at the system in his mind. He had to say that he was still a little scared. You don't have to tell me. It's already quietly placed on your chest. Wang Feng's divine sense in the storage space secretly pinched that Hong Luk Chi Tian card. Once the sword pierced inside his body, it was directly crushed. 3. Zhang Hanqi looked at the godless Wang Feng. His temperament was cold as he began to count, as if he wanted to make Wang Feng move his body in fear. Master, do it and kill him. What's the point of counting? But Zhang Hanqi continued to count as if he didn't listen to Cold Sword. 2. Master. 1. With the last number, Zhang Hanqi practically gritted his teeth and voiced it. Ha ha ha, go to hell. With a clang, Zhang Hanqi drew his sword and stabbed straight towards his forehead. Wang Feng's heart stopped. No, why don't you follow the rules? Stab me in the heart. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng's divine sense was ready to pinch down the Hong Luk Chi Tian card that he was pinching in his storage space. A good long time. Tick-tock. A drop of warm blood dripped from Wang Feng's forehead down Zhang Hanqi's cold sword into the white snow. Wang Feng did not dare to slacken off at all on the Hong Yun Chi Tian card that his divine sense was squeezing to death. His eyes were also drenched in the blood running down from his own forehead. It was a little hard to bear, but he didn't dare to move. Simply because, the cold sword in Zhang Hanqi's hand did not advance any further. Wang Feng, the bet is right. Just a little further in, he and this Zhang Hanqi once again turned a good bit of affection into a deadly feud. Looks like a real loss of soul. Zhang Hanqi's tone was somewhat despondent as he slowly lowered the cold sword in his hand. Raising his white left hand, he gently tapped on Wang Feng's bleeding brow and transported his spiritual energy to heal him. Master, why don't you kill him? He's bad. Listening to the excited voice of the cold sword in his right hand, Zhang Hanqi was silent and took the cold sword back into the divine sea space in one go, so as not to be distracted. Zhang Hanqi, your heart, it's messed up. Zhang Hanqi laughed to herself while treating Wang Feng. In tens of thousands of years, this was the first time she had ever been so annoyed. In the past, when I met this kind of thing, I would just kill it and be done with it, and it didn't bother me so much. But this time, she looked at Wang Feng who was standing stupidly in place, just couldn't lay her hands on him. This sword, Zhang Hanqi ended abruptly in the middle of her sentence, and this time, even Wang Feng didn't understand what she was about to say. However, he also let out a heavy breath in his heart. And the Hong Luk Chi Tian card he was pinching slowly loosened up. Zhang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng whose forehead had recovered well. A princess hug. Directly gave Wang Feng a hug and slowly walked towards the house. Not a moment after they entered the house, the snow in the sky outside the house, it seemed to, getting bigger. Snowflakes fluttered and gently fell in front of the closed door of the room. Various places on the outskirts of the ice palace. No, where is that asshole man? Didn't we agree that we could challenge him? How can we challenge him if he doesn't come out? Yeah, I've got all the ropes ready, and I've got dozens of my senior sisters fixing talismans, but where did that bastard go? Countless female disciples searched everywhere inside the ice palace, turning it upside down. Countless female disciples searched until the night, and there were only some places that could not be entered privately that were not visited. By the way, that bastard is the palace master's disciple. he wouldn't be living inside the main palace as well, would he? This time the crowd of disciples also woke up. Then how can we challenge him if he doesn't come out? It's okay, I can't believe he won't come out for the rest of his life. From then on, the female disciples of the Ice Palace added a new one to their daily tasks, which was to squat on Wang Feng. At night, the snow on the sky is getting heavier and the wind is blowing, and a courtyard deep in the Ice Palace was lit with some light, bringing a bit of light and warmth to the darkness. Wang Feng's eyes had long been closed by Jiang Hangxi, and in this piece Wang Feng gave Jiang Hangxi a thumbs up. Otherwise it's kinda hard to keep your eyes open all the time. Wang Feng lay on the bed couch where Jiang Hensher had slept with his eyes closed, smelling the faint fragrance of the house. It wasn't that there was something like tranquilizing incense, but the bed and couch was slowly also tinted with a unique light fragrance after being laid down for a long time by Jiang Hanxi. In the center of the room, Jiang Hangxi was sitting up and cultivating, while Wang Feng could only pretend to be lost in his soul as quietly as he wanted to count the sheep in his mind. He was sort of living inside Kong Hanxio's house in disguise, but the price paid was a bit of a shock. Oh, my god, Jiang Hanxi when will you stop being so cold to me I am so tired of pretending every day Wang Feng suddenly a little do not want to live. Genus tired. In order to live. As for so humble? He's like a player, rating a copy. Then the system gave him 8 lives, and he's so bad at it that he still hasn't rated past it to this day. Ding, please don't be so sad host. Your this life is still very possible, as long as you succeed in rating her. Breaking through invincibility, the peak of life no longer exists in fantasy, and you've come to comfort me. System, I'm so tired of living. I kind of don't want to live anymore. Do you think I should just get up and attack Jiang Hanxi and let her kill me with a sword for good? Wang Feng cried out to the system in his heart. Ding, please don't think like that, host, because you want to die. I don't want to die yet. Pull yourself together for me. This system rewards you with 100,000 origin points. Wang Feng looked at the 100,000 origin points that suddenly appeared on the inner board of his mind and smiled in his heart. As for the bright side, his title of Master of the 9th Face Management is not a fake. Where did the title come from, you ask? Well, it's self-generated, but it's also recognized by the system. Well, dog host, you're just trying to cheat me out of 100,000 origin points, aren't you? Aha. Wang Feng admitted it in a big way, infuriating the system in his head with a storm. Why did you lie to me? Wang Feng heard the voice in his ear and came back to his senses. Jiang Hanxi had already stopped his cultivation at some point and walked to the bedside. I wouldn't be so angry if you'd come forward and admitted it earlier. You indeed wouldn't have gotten mad at my earlier admission, and probably would have been stabbed to death with a smooth sword at that point. The two were not talking to each other on the same channel, one in their minds and one in reality. Mother and you are the same. Like to lie, clearly said. Stay a while and then we'll come back to me. But, Master came and she didn't even come back again. Jiang Hanxi looked at Wang Feng who had his eyes closed on the bed and said coldly. The face was expressionless, and it was clear that these things could no longer affect her. Just, at the end of her sentence, she still paused, perhaps, caused it too, just didn't show it. Jiang Hanxi also didn't realize that this was the first time she had ever told anyone these things. Perhaps, should Wang Feng be in this lost soul state right now, she would say these things. Chapter 95. Oh, wow. Wang Feng didn't think that Jiang Hanxi had this kind of experience. He also only knew that Jiang Hanxi had been abandoned, and had never even imagined that he was still abandoned like this. What is your secret and purpose? Why have you been able to resurrect so many times? Jiang Hanxi stood by the bedside, looking at the person on the bed with a clear, white and clean face. Why did you come so close to me without dying or being injured so many times? Kan Hansher mumbled alone by her bedside, and what answered her was the wind that clattered by outside the door. This life of yours, still want to keep lurking around me? Jiang Hanxi's tone changed as if he was asking the lost soul Wang Feng. Wang Feng did not return to her, and did not dare to return to her. Let her make up her own brain. Anyway, he just make hard to pretend on the line. And that broken cold sword. Gotta find a chance to give it so much as a kick in the ass. The killing intent is surprisingly heavy. Jiang Hanxi still beside the bed after asking him this question, not moving a muscle. Wang Feng closed his eyes and was about to think she was gone. As for that one about whether or not to keep lurking around him, Wang Feng did think about it for a while. But, this sinful fate, it can't be cut off. Why don't we find a chance to leave the Ice Palace for a few days, to look for that thing in central China? Wang Feng was a bit torn. Should he stay by Jiang Hanxi's side to raid her, or should he go and search for that thing? System, do you have the ability to determine how long before that thing comes out? If you can't, that's fine. That's just it. It's just it. I'm being abrupt. Wang Feng looked at the holy weapon inside the storage space and pondered for a moment, and asked in his heart to the system. Ding! What does the host mean? What do you mean the system doesn't work? You wait. Wang Feng was expressionless and didn't dare to have an expression, so he silently waited for the message from the system. Ding! The exact time is uncertain, but it is certain that it will take at least another 1,000 years or more. I'm tired of yards. It's TM past 10,000 years. That thing surprisingly hasn't come out yet. I should have slapped it to death when I was in the Great Emperor realm, and exchanged it for origin points after there was no life. Wang Feng had some indignation in his heart. It had been 10,000 years, and that thing still had to keep waiting. The host can still use origin points to make it come out faster. Not 999999999 origin points, just 9999999 origin points. You're having a big sale. Tell me honestly, are you lying to me? Wang Feng felt something was wrong when he saw the price, and the next words from the system made him even more sure. Just say if you want it or not. Anyway, if I say at least 1,000 years is at least 1,000 years. Don't forget it. Asterisk 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 you. Wait until I find it. You go to sleep. Dog host, what a cheapskate. In the time that Jiang Hanshi had been silently staring at Wang Feng had already been sparring with the system for quite a while. After another moment of silence, Jiang Hanshi finally ended up gently shaking his head in disappointment. It seems, indeed, it was searched by the God-searching sea and briefly lost its soul, and I don't know when it will wake up. Jiang Hanshi turned around and returned to the chair, while Wang Feng was lying straight in front of her not far away. And in Wang Feng's mind, system me, dog hosts, the two people just like this sprayed 3 days and 3 nights, not stopping for a moment. Is really Wang Feng is too boring. The system was no longer silent as usual, but instead, it was paired up with Wang Feng. It was as if he was afraid that Wang Feng would really develop some bad mentality towards death. This was one of the reasons why Wang Feng hadn't been killed and gone crazy or cultivated to the point of madness for so many years since he came to the immortal cultivation world. Jiang Hanshi had been practicing in his room for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, he was really puzzled as to why he still didn't wake up. It was reasonable to say that he would wake up in about 5 days at most, not to mention the fact that he had the qualifications of a great emperor. Day 4, inside the house. Boom! A stern aura erupted from Jiang Hanshi, 9th level of the Junction Spirit Realm. Become. After Jiang Hanshi returned to the Northern Ice Palace, his realm was like taking an airplane, whooshing upwards into the sky. The cold aura of the Northern Realm and the resources of the Ice Palace made her cultivation even better. This kind of small realm below the Yuan 3 realm was still quite simple to break through. After the breakthrough, Jiang Hanshi had collected his breath and should have used the suppression of his own breath from the Emperor's corpse inside the Divine Sea space again. If she didn't actively leak her aura, even the Quasi-Emperor wouldn't be able to see it. This was also a small reason why the 3 Supreme Elders did not dare to disobey her. Of course, respecting and being in awe of Jiang Hanshi was one of the biggest reasons. Jiang Hanshi dropped his coiled feet to the ground and walked lightly to Wang Feng's side. System me, dog host, you. At this time, Wang Feng was still spraying madly with the system, and he didn't even know that someone was coming around him, until he felt a surge of divine sense coming in fast. Wang Feng was startled in his heart. Brother, block her for me. Wang Feng's spoken words turned around, and he hurriedly shouted in panic at the system, even changing his name. The system is also a master that will do things. In fact, there is no need for Wang Feng to say, the system it has already started in the implementation. Dog host, scared, ha. In the end it's not all about your unity. Wang Feng ignored it and looked at another identical divine sea inside his own divine sea. Jiang Hanshi's divine sense was stationed outside and did not come in, presumably for fear of causing secondary damage to Wang Feng's divine sea. Jiang Hanshi looked at a sea of gods floating with countless points of light, and had a feeling of fragmentation. Sure enough, lost my soul. Jiang Hanshi's divine sense retreated and took out a voice transmission treasure in his hand. Palace Master, the old man has come. Not a moment later, the voice of the Grand Supreme Elder came from outside. The Grand Supreme Elder obviously knew what was going on long ago in general, and after pushing the door and walking in, his expression was not surprised. So is the oldest, and he doesn't do it lightly. The Grand Supreme Elder looked at Wang Feng, who was lying on the bed, and complained about the third Supreme Elder, but she still couldn't help the pang of suffocation in her heart. The Palace Master had let a man lie on the bed and couch she had slept on, but it couldn't be helped, and the fact that Lao San had searched his divine sea was something they were happy to see. Listening to Lao San, he said that this kid's divine sea was clean, and there was nothing suspicious about the storage ring and other things. There was just one problem: the resources of the storage ring were missing, and the Palace Master said that they had been taken back by her, and he didn't know whether it was true or not. This time, The palace master has indeed recruited a good seedling to come in, and with a little bit of coaching, he will definitely be able to fight for the interests of their ice palace. And there's a great possibility of becoming a great emperor, a living great emperor. This way the ice palace's position would surpass all the forces on the continent, and even surpass the sword sect. Palace master and pass. Let the old man have a look. The Grand Supreme Elder approached Wang Feng and took out a green-colored elixir and stuffed it into Wang Feng's mouth. The elixir was transformed into a stream of water that flowed into his stomach just as soon as he entered his mouth, and it melted in his mouth. In an instant, Wang Feng felt that his divine soul was being nourished and protected. Chapter 96, Finally, I can move around a bit. This elixir was to protect his divine sense from being infringed upon so that the Grand Elder Tai could enter Wang Feng's divine sea to gather the wandering divine soul. Come again. Wang Feng people are going to be stupid. Fortunately, this time there is the nourishment of the elixir. The system only charged him 20,000 origin points. Zhang Hanshi looked at the Grand Supreme Elder's increasingly grave face. The mind was slowly starting to get nervous for some reason. Well, Zhang Hanshi's tone was still cold and light, and he didn't show any emotion on his bright face. Okay, I get it. Zhang Hanshi understood the Grand Supreme Elder's meaning in an instant. Old 3 really didn't hit him lightly, and I'm afraid that if I forcefully awaken him now, I'll damage his divine soul. Now we'll just have to wait for him to wake up on his own. There is a way for the Grand Supreme Elder to have a way, but it is just risky and it is better not to use it as a last resort. Ugh. After all, a brat with the great emperor's talent can't have any accidents. The great Supreme Elder who thought of this couldn't help but let out a sigh. Go back. I'll watch him. Zhang Hanshi's words were always concise and easy to understand. Why don't we put him next to the 3 of us? I'm afraid that if he stays with you like this, it will affect your cultivation. Wang Feng was really speechless to the 3 old ladies. One by one, they all thought of taking him away. He could only hope that Zhang Hanshi wouldn't let up. Wait until he wakes up. In just a few short words, Zhang Hanshi answered all of the Grand Supreme Elder's questions. All right, but he's already in the expanded spirit realm, so when he wakes up he'll have to take a trip down the mountain to pick up the list. Aha! Zhang Hanshi still returned a faint reply as usual. The Grand Supreme Elder could only sigh silently in his heart when he saw this. How this palace master just refused to let the 3 of them take him away. It seemed that he could only rely on the tasks on that list to distance him from the palace master. When the time comes, having them come to a point where they can't see each other for dozens of days is sure to sour the relationship between them both. The Grand Supreme Elder walked back while chanting in his mind with incomparably steep determination. If Wang Feng knew, he could only say, you can try to see if the separation of dozens of days is strong or his acting skills are strong. Time passes. Night. The snow never stops in the north. It's just divided into big and small. The snow was light today and the wind wasn't as strong. Zhang Hanshi went out for a trip, not knowing what he went to do. Wang Feng couldn't help it a bit. It wasn't a solution to keep lying down. Holding his breath, he made sure the room was empty before slowly straightening up. After lying down for 3 days and 3 nights, Wang Feng's whole body violently moved. And then the crackling of the bones was a loud noise. Click click click. Ah! Finally I can move around a bit. Wang Feng shook his neck, and the clicking sound made him unable to hold back a soothing whisper. Then he swept around Zhang Hanshi's boudoir and got out of bed. The house wasn't too big or too small, giving it a very cold feel. Apart from some basic facilities, there is nothing else. Wang Feng searched around, and there wasn't even a bathroom cubicle. It was also true that with a personality and cultivation level like Zhang Hanshi's, he probably didn't need to take a bath. Hiss, this thing, doesn't it have anything else to do but cultivate? Wang Feng looked at the cold and quiet house, and couldn't help but sigh for a while. What a person who doesn't know how to have fun. Wang Feng sat on a chair and took a bottle of Brave Heaven, which he had previously bought with origin points, and drank a few mouthfuls. TCH, it's not fun. Wang Feng drank a few mouthfuls. The degree is too low. Not interesting at all. System, can you sneak some high-count liquor into the mall? Wang Feng looked at the mall that has always had the essence of Panga's blood for a while speechless. This thing always accounted for him a refreshing position. Wang Feng thought that this was definitely intentional by the system. Ding! 100 years peach blossom brew. 5,000 origin points. 1000 years peach blossom brew 10,000 origin points. Which one do you want? The system unexpectedly didn't dislike him and instead introduced the merchandise. That expensive? 100 years? Then, Wang Feng looked at the panel's more than 4 million origin points. It wasn't short of this 5,000. Ding! 10,000 is deducted from the handling fee. The mall has been refreshed. My day. Ha ha ha. This operation of the system had made Wang Feng so whole that he cursed in his mind, while the system responded with a smile. Real dogs. Wang Feng finally cursed, Or buy. The handling fee has gone. This is still not buy. A bit of a loss. Shield me from odors. You can't do nothing after charging 10,000. Can you? Row by row. Fortunately, the system gave away an additional service, and Wang Feng felt better in his heart. After taking it out, Wang Feng immediately smelled a clear stream of water rushing straight to his brain. Smells good. Wang Feng booped open the bottle and couldn't help but smell it intoxicated. Taking a cup and pouring one cup after another, Wang Feng did not intend to suppress his drunkenness, just so I can continue to fill it when I'm done drinking, and it's a little more decent too. Gobble, gobble, gobble. One bite after another. Drink a refreshing, but also should continue to pretend. We must quickly find an opportunity to wake up. After all, it's not a good idea to keep dropping like that. Wang Feng suppressed the blush on his face and finally jumped back on the bed as soon as he could and closed his eyes to face the ceiling. System, you're drinking this 100 years peach blossom brew for me. Watch out for me. Oh, I'm going to sleep first. Wang Feng said that he activated the chaotic hegemony skill and began to cultivate, leaving a little more consciousness to keep his body from moving. Dog host, just know how to sleep. Actually, Wang Feng wasn't really sleeping, it was at most a false sleep, because he still had to act stupid every now and then. If we get caught, it's going to be the end of the game. Until the middle of the night, the surrounding area was empty, and I didn't know when Jiang Hanshi she would come back. Wang Feng simply closed his eyes and slept, just retain a trace of divine sense, just asleep, for he had not deliberately suppressed that liquor, and gradually it began to come up. The last trace of his divine sense was only 0.1% left, minuscule enough to keep him in shape. The chaotic overlord body technique was running inside his body, and with that alcohol, Wang Feng slept even more soundly. I don't know how much time has passed. Jiang Hanshi had long since returned and was sitting on a chair inside the house, cross-legged and practicing. After cultivating for a while, Jiang Hanshi stopped, intending to see how Wang Feng was doing now. Coming to the side of the bed, Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, whose eyes were closed on the bed, and did not know what he was pondering in his heart. Right at this moment, Jiang Hanshi realized that Wang Feng's arm seemed to have moved slightly. Is he really losing his mind? Or is he pretending? Seeing this action, Jiang Hanshi became suspicious again and stood by the bedside staring at Wang Feng dead in the face. However, Wang Feng still had the same look, as if his arm had moved a bit and then didn't move, just as Jiang Hanshi was pondering these things in his mind. At that moment, Wang Feng moved again. His head slightly shifted to the left. Jiang Hanshi was also attracted to it, raising his beautiful eyebrows, somewhat unsure. Immediately after that, Wang Feng's head swung to the left again under her gaze, and his entire face had completely turned sideways. Wang Feng, who should have lost his soul, his head would suddenly move, and he couldn't help but be a little scary in this quiet night. However, Jiang Hanshi did not feel anything about this, and his attention was completely drawn to it. Stop pretending and get up. Jiang Hanshi tried again once more, and the response was the quiet air, and the wind and snow that whistled gently outside. Chapter 97. The atmosphere inside the room couldn't help but become awkward, and Jiang Hanshi didn't speak again when she realized that Wang Feng didn't move. Is it true that you've lost your mind? Jiang Hanshi put his white, good-looking palm towards Wang Feng's chin, ready to square his head back up, touching Wang Feng's handsome face. Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but pause for a moment. For a moment she didn't know what came to her mind, and a faint blush actually began to rise on her face. Right after she finished squaring up Wang Feng's face, Wang Feng's body seemed to be unconscious, and with a whoosh, he reached out his hands and wrapped them around her bent-down body, retracting back again. Jiang Hanshi didn't expect Wang Feng in his lost soul state to come back with such a hand. In an instant the whole thing was carried away. The whole head was instantly buried into Wang Feng's embrace, and Wang Feng smoothly then racked his feet against her back. Plum opens up, and Jiang Hanshi, unsurprisingly, gets another lock from Wang Feng, once in the southern region, once in the central state, and again in the northern realm. Jiang Hanshi was locked onto Wang Feng, releasing his full cultivation at the 9th level of the Jailing realm. However, Wang Feng had suppressed her by a large realm, although it was actually only a small realm that way, but it was also by one great realm, that was still higher than her. Wang Feng was inherently stronger than her no matter what. How could she break free? And now she couldn't even take out her cold sword. As for the holy weapon, Jiang Hanshi's heart still consoled her with the same words. This liar's life was not worthy of the cost of her serious injuries. Jiang Hanshi was tightly locked onto Wang Feng's body, and after trying all the struggling moves this time, he found that he still couldn't break free. Slowly she stopped struggling and got used to it, but this time, she always felt a bit diabolical. It did seem a bit diabolical to be chained to a con man who had lied to her all the way to the top. How can you be so dishonest when you've lost your soul? Or are you lying to me? Zhang Hanqi was locked in a body lock by Wang Feng and frowned with a hesitant tone. But there was no further struggle. And any further struggle would just be tossing himself. Aside from Zhang Hanqi's self-talk, there were no more half-human voices around. And Zhang Hanqi was skeptical again. Zhang Hanqi realized that she was starting to get more and more paranoid by nature. And she felt that whatever movements Wang Feng made were fake. Although she said that she had seen this crook's divine sea, she always had a feeling in her heart that something was a bit off. But she couldn't find it. Is this something his body is instinctively used to? Or does he do it to everyone? But Zhang Hanqi pondered that Wang Feng wouldn't be like this when he was in the village. So what was the reason? Is he really losing his mind or is he just pretending? While Zhang Hanqi was thinking, Wang Feng's eyes on the side of her face trembled slightly for a small moment before quickly calming down again. No, I just slept for a while. How did Kong Han Suk come into my arms again? Wang Feng could not help but feel a rush of blood as he felt the body scent of Zhang Hanqi's neck and the temperature of his body. What to do? Ding, host, you've done this before. Just lock her up. Don't let go. Let go and you're dead. The system was also vocalizing inside his head at this time. And Wang Feng understood after thinking for a while. So that means, is this how Kong Hancher somehow appeared in his arms in the past? Wang Feng, who thought of this, understood that in the past he was on autopilot, but now he had to put himself on the line. Then how can he be so calm? How can the Akemason god of motors allow him to spend the night peacefully? System, am I a good driver on autopilot? Ding, autopilot? The system obviously didn't understand what Wang Feng meant, and Wang Feng had no choice but to be a little more direct. Just how much and how big was the movement when I used to carry her to sleep? Dog host, you will not want to. Ahem. The action is average and average. But I can tell you, don't have a big action like tearing your clothes. Oh, the system paused in mid-sentence and faked a couple coughs. However, as soon as his average words came out, Wang Feng laughed evilly in his heart. With his experience of spending so many years with the system, could this, average, be average? Carefully feeling Zhang Hanqi, who was lying on top of him and cultivating with his eyes closed, Wang Feng hugged her and rolled over at once. Originally frontal, this rolled over into a side. Kong Hansei's eyes snapped open, and when she came back to her senses she realized that she was still locked up though, but at least she wasn't pressed up against this crook anymore, and that made her mind feel a little better. The current position was that Zhang Hanqi was on the inside of the bed and Wang Feng was on the outside of the bed. The two people's bodies were tightly pressed together. Oh no! I should say that Zhang Hanqi's body was tightly locked together by Wang Feng. The two faces were no more than 20 centimeters apart, and breathing a little too much could be felt. Zhang Hanqi rested the right side of his face on the pillow and stared at Wang Feng for a while, realizing that he was still the same. However, in order to be more accurate, she drilled her divine sense into Wang Feng's divine sea again, wanting to use it to confirm what was in her mind. Zhang Hanqi just went in for a brief glance and immediately retreated again, as if he was very afraid of hurting Wang Feng's divine soul again. Wang Feng looked at the 1,000 origin points deducted from the panel. Not much, let Zhang Hanqi pay for it in flesh. And at this point, Zhang Hanqi still didn't see anything wrong after reading it. She figured it would still be this crook's instinctive sense at work, after all. It wasn't like she hadn't rolled over like this before. Seeing that nothing could be seen, she had no choice but to close her eyes and continue to concentrate on her cultivation. In fact, Wang Feng had wanted to directly press her underneath him, but he was still afraid that this would be too big of an action, and he was afraid that it would arouse her suspicion. In the following time, except for the action of turning over just now, then the atmosphere was still for an unknown period of time. It's true. Jia. However, Wang Feng didn't dare to continue to have any too big movements, and the system had also reminded not to have big movements like tearing clothes. With Wang Feng's understanding of Zhang Hanqi, if he dared to do this under her sobriety, Wang Feng dared to guarantee that he estimated that he would never see the sun again. No, it was both the sun and the moon. Therefore, Wang Feng slowly dripped, gently and quietly put his face over. Zhang Hanqi was concentrating on running the Emperor Ice skill to swim around his entire body. Suddenly, there was a feeling of warmth against his brow and the tip of his nose, and the gently blowing hot breath at the tip of his nose. A light, hot breath blew across her cheeks, and Zhang Hanqi shivered slightly, as if she had been electrocuted. Even the Emperor Ice technique had forgotten to function. Zhang Hanqi hastily pursed up her vermilion lips, as if in fear that something would touch her lips later on. After returning to his senses, he hurriedly adjusted the misplaced spiritual energy in his body, collected his breath, and began to return the Emperor Ice skill's operating route. There was no time to worry about the strange sensations coming from his face. Such a big reaction. Wang Feng was a bit stunned. Just posting a bit. I didn't expect Zhang Hanqi to react so much. Should I move it? If I don't move it, will I get cut tomorrow? But this thought was cancelled by Wang Feng as soon as it came out, and removing it now was no different from surrendering. A man has to be tough. After all, isn't Kong Han Suk not resisting? Kong Hanshi, how about I try to resist one more time? Hey. Wang Feng slept comfortably close to Jiang Hangxi for the night like this, and it was also the longest and closest he had ever been close to Jiang Hangxi. This kind of posting was the most affectionate, but the prerequisite was that Jiang Hanshi didn't resist, which proved that Jiang Hanshi didn't loathe him. Wang Feng had seized this point, which was why he dared to stick up. What he doesn't know is that Jiang Hanshi had already resisted long before he even woke up. But, ineffective. In the middle of the night Wang Feng always felt that from time to time he would be stared dead in the face by a cold and icy gaze. It didn't take much to figure out who it was, but he just ignored it and didn't dare. Suck. Who? Chapter 98, Catching an Adulterer in Bed. Wang Feng should breathe normally or breathe normally. Not only did he have to breathe, he had to breathe dead close to Jiang Hanshi. I have to say, it still smelled pretty good against Kong Hanshi, whose face was clearly not coated with anything, but Wang Feng smelled as if she had wiped her face cream, with a light fragrance that was very calming. With a burst of Wang Feng's hot breath against his face output, Jiang Hanshi's face began to burn, and she only felt that her heart was now beginning to beat faster and faster. Obviously, he was a Taiku underworld cold body, but now for some reason, being hugged by Wang Feng always felt a hot and stuffy feeling all over his body. Looking at Wang Feng, whose nose was pressed against her with a steady breath, Jiang Hangxi's head gently moved, wanting to separate from him, but as soon as she moved, the two pressed together as if their eyebrows and nose tips were connected. Their movements synchronized as they moved over together. Jiang Hanshi finally gave up after moving up and down, left, right and left several times. One could only try to ignore the heat coming from his nose every few seconds. In this way, Jiang Hanshi was locked up by him for the night, and was also disturbed by Wang Feng's hot breath for the night. It was until the next day when the second Supreme Elder came over. Knock knock. Palace Master. The old man is looking for you with something he wants to talk about. The voice of the second Supreme Elder came from outside the door, and there was some panic in the bottom of Jiang Hanshi's eyes. Bad. Wang Feng's Jiang Hanshi both exclaimed at the same time in their hearts. What Wang Feng exclaimed was that he would surely have to suffer the old sins later, and what Jiang Hanshi exclaimed was that she was still locked up by Wang Feng. Her whole body, even her face, was plastered. Countless times during the night she tried to move away from her head that was pressed against Wang Feng's, but it was as if Wang Feng's face was glued to her face. Now that he was knocked on the door by the second Supreme Elder, it was as if he was about to be caught in the act of adultery, and he could not help but start to panic. Still, Jiang Hanshi quickly calmed down and thought of a way to deal with it. After thinking about it, now he could only break free with the help of the second Supreme Elder's hand in a bright manner. Being upright was not afraid of the shadow, as long as she was not weak-minded. She believed that the second Supreme Elder believed in her. Come in. After thinking it through, Jiang Hanshi's red lips moved slightly and said, but her eyes stared at Wang Feng, who was not more than 3 centimeters away from her and was closing his eyes. Squeak! The second Supreme Elder had originally come in with a smile, but after seeing the scene in front of him, the anger in his eyes couldn't be suppressed even if he wanted to. Palace Master, what's going on here? The second Elder let out a furious cry, and his figure instantly flashed in front of Jiang Hanshi and Wang Feng. Before Jiang Hanshi could say anything, he felt his body being flipped over. The embrace immediately became empty, and in this instant, Jiang Hanshi's heart couldn't help but feel hard for a moment. Wang Feng was stripped off of her by the second Supreme Elder and was thrown out in a flash. Wang Feng silently felt his body fly out of the door now, and then smashed heavily on the snow and rolled several times before stopping. Listening to the angry voice of the second Supreme Elder in the room, Wang Feng had some weakness in his heart. So he was caught in adultery? Palace Master, I told you he would affect your cultivation. The second Supreme Elder in the room was clearly angry, and he even launched his temper at Jiang Hanshi. This time it was an accident, not my intention. Jiang Hanshi didn't seem to have any mood swings towards the second Supreme Elder's voice and answered her in a flat tone. Palace Master, just leave him to us. Can you just cultivate well? Count on my old self to beg you. The second Supreme Elder was so worried. How long had it been since he had seen the Palace Master, and his heart had been abducted? In that scene just now, the Palace Master had not even held the woman's hand a few times, but there was surprisingly no reaction to being plastered like that by the man, as if he had acquiesced. I'm at the 9th level of the nodal spirit realm. I'll be able to break through in a few days. Jiang Hanshi's words were as cold as ever, followed by an expressionless walk towards the door. The second Supreme Elder also came back to his senses at this time, and after taking a look at the realm that Jiang Hanshi had voluntarily leaked out, he immediately smiled with a joyful expression on his face. Ignoring the second Elder Tai Shang behind him, Jiang Hanshi walked over to Wang Feng, who was still lying limply inside the snow. Wang Feng didn't dare to move. The snowflakes drifted down on him, almost burying him. Jiang Hanqi hurriedly used his spiritual power to blow away those snow frosts that were on Wang Feng's body, then carried him back into the house again. Palace Master. This kid. The second Supreme Elder wanted to say something, only because he saw Wang Feng's cultivation at the expanded spirit realm. Now she finally believed what Laosan had said. This person was definitely beneficial when recruited into the Ice Palace, but it was uncertain if there was any harm. If there is any harm, then the biggest harm is that it will charm the heart of the Palace Master. His divine soul has not yet returned. Jiang Hanqi's words left the second Supreme Elder speechless. In other words, locking up Jiang Hanqi was not this kid's will, or there was some other reason. It can't be that the Palace Master put it up himself, can it? The second Supreme Elder couldn't believe for the 1000th time that it was the Palace Master himself who had posted it. His realm is a little higher than mine, and his qualifications aren't weaker than mine, so naturally I can't break free when I'm locked up by him. As if to dispel the second Supreme Elder's doubts, Jiang Hanqi continued to compensate with another word of explanation. Then the Palace Master's face. What is it that you want from me? Jiang Hanqi put Wang Feng back on the bed, and when the second eldest elder directly interrupted her when she said the word face, he then turned around and gazed at the second Supreme Elder with a slight frown. And the second Supreme Elder had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Now that there's nothing to worry about. I was going to come and see what old 3 said about this kid's realm, now that the old body knows about it. Aha! Jiang Hanqi faintly hummed, then found a chair and sat down lightly. Anything else? Seeing that the second Supreme Elder was still standing there looking at Wang Feng, Jiang Hanqi continued to speak. The implication is clear, it's time to go. Palace Master, think twice before you act. Love is something like this. I hope the Palace Master doesn't touch it for good. Then I'll return first. The second Supreme Elder persuaded again. The 3 of them had already persuaded Jiang Hanqi for I don't know how many times these days. If it wasn't for the son's excellent qualifications, they would have secretly found an opportunity to slice him. Even if she would end up being chastised by the Palace Master, that was still better than her being abducted. A day of nothing. Into the night, Ginger Henshaw went out again, not knowing what to do. Wang Feng also finally had a chance to move around a bit more and took out the unfinished bottle of 100-year peach blossom brew and drank it again. This time, however, after he had gotten drunk, he purposely suppressed that drunkenness when he felt no energy, or else he would probably have to have another accident. Just as Wang Feng closed his eyes and prepared to fake sleep, squeak, the door to the room was pushed open, and the system's voice called out in surprise right after it. Dog host, she's not your wife. Get up. Wang Feng was shocked in his heart. If it wasn't Jiang Hanqi, then who else could it be? One of those 3 women? Wang Feng opened his eyes, but he did not dare to have a focus. And the main fight was a godless one. It would be good to see who the person coming was, and as soon as that person came to him, he could see the information with a slight glance of his eyes. 2 tigers running fast. Chapter 99, Pretending? Did I pretend? 2 tigers running fast. A beautiful song rang out, and that person was actually pairing up with Wang Feng in a secret code? And it was muffled, as if he was afraid of being found out. Wang Feng was dumbfounded. Isn't this a ING children's song from Blue Star? How did it spread to the immortal cultivation world? But Wang Feng was dismayed to be dismayed. The heart still knew at once that this person was definitely a traveler. However, Wang Feng didn't move. He wanted to see what was going on with this person. Inside the Ice Palace she shouldn't dare to make a move. Otherwise she probably wouldn't be able to walk out. However, Wang Feng still pinched the Hong Lut Chi Tian card and the random weapon summoning card. Once there was a situation directly the two were pinched together. Not an old-timer? That beautiful voice was a bit puzzled and slowly approached Wang Feng, coming up to his eyes. Just seeing Wang Feng's eyes she was frightened and her heart trembled. The man, not sleeping. No, when she reacted, this time she realized that the eyes of the person on the bed were lifeless, as if they were dead. Cold, frozen moon. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Ice Palace/Traveler. Realm, 9th level of Yuan Breaking Realm. Natal weapon, Cold Spirit Ice Gun. The Ice Palace's Holy Maiden. A traveler? Good lord. System, she's mixed up to this point. Are you sure she doesn't have a golden finger? Where's her system? Wang Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart as he looked at the message from Lung Ningyu. Ding, not detected that she has a system. Maybe she's a soul wearer or has old grandparents or something. Oh yes, soul wear. There is indeed such a thing. And this is usually done when you die and put on the original owner's body. Hey! Two shouts pulled Wang Feng back to his senses, but still no action. He would like to see what she really want to do? This is stupid? No wonder we couldn't find him after the first few days. Lang Ningyue's hand waved in front of Wang Feng and found that there was still no gathering at all in Wang Feng's eyes, so she couldn't help but murmur. It's so hard to meet a guy who seems to be from the old country, but I didn't expect to be stupid. Lang Ningyue seemed to be talking to Wang Feng, but also seemed to be talking to herself. This saintly woman was obviously full of scraps, although vaguely looking quite beautiful, but Wang Feng really wanted to slap her. What a pot! That's my husband, okay? Lang Ningyue met Wang Feng after a while or no movement, and had no choice but to quickly leave with a stealthy stance. Oh, system, look, this old country mind actually wants to recognize me. Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh lightly twice in his heart. Hadn't she heard the saying that when a hometown meets a hometown, a shot comes from behind? Ding! This kind of person is usually the type that hasn't experienced a severe beating after soul destroying into the original. Wang Feng didn't refute the system. Otherwise he wouldn't have killed so many travelers and reborns. It was late at night and Wang Feng was planning to sleep with his eyes open when the door opened with a creak. This time it was Zhang Hensher who came back, all in a white dress, looking so cold and very beautiful in the snowy night. Zhang Hensher entered the house. His heart tightened, and he rushed to the bed. Only after seeing Wang Feng lying there intact did he put his heart down. Who's coming? Zhang Hensher's brows furrowed slightly, as if he was asking Wang Feng, but also as if he was talking to himself. She'd only been out for a moment when the house smelled like something that didn't belong to her. Someone was definitely here. And, still women. It was well hidden, but she found it anyway. To have the strength to enter the main palace is very uncomplicated. We must find out for her. Zhang Hensher couldn't help but think in his heart. Seeing that everything was intact inside the house, Zhang Hensher sat on the chair not knowing what he was pondering. With a flip of his hand, a small rattle appeared in Zhang Hensher's hand. The girl child on top was still chilling, and although she was cute and wanted to be petted, she had a look of being uninviting. The boy, on the other hand, became double-minded and dull. Zhang Hensher couldn't help but look stunned, not having thought that this snare drum would actually follow the changes in Wang Feng's state. This wave of snare drums adds up to points. I heard that. There is another way to wake up the demented. That is to take out that which the heart desires or to speak that which the heart desires. He had said that this snare drum could call him at any time, and he didn't know if it was true or not. Zhang Hensher took the snare drum and walked lightly to the bedside. The unfocused Wang Feng did not know what she was going to do and could only wait silently. Dum 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 dum. With the sound of a drum, Wang Feng straight away felt a tremor in his heart. Is Kong Han Suk trying to wake him up with that rattle? Wang Feng was also lying a bit tired, pondering whether to take this opportunity to wake up. A small rattle shaking sound resounded in the room, and Wang Feng's closed eyes moved slightly. Useful. Zhang Hensher couldn't help but speed up the shaking a little when he saw it. Dum dum dum. A long drone sound rang out in bursts inside the room, and Wang Feng's eyelids trembled so much that he saw that he was about to wake up. Suck. Who? Wang Feng, in order to act like he had just been rescued from drowning, inhaled violently and exhaled several more times. This, where is it? Wang Feng swept his surroundings with a confused look for a few moments, as if he had lost his memory. Fairy. Wang Feng swept around, and finally saw Zhang Hensher froze for a moment, slowly spitting out two words. The latter two words were not said as Zhang Hensher expected in his mind, and only the familiar first two words were said. Zhang Hensher still held the rattle that had stopped shaking in her slender hands. Her eyebrows knit up. He's in bad shape. You are who? Wang Feng's voice carried a dumbfounded look, and his expression was puzzled as he looked at Zhang Hensher, as if he didn't know who she was. That's right. In order not to be approached by Zhang Hensher to ask about things like storage rings, so he decided to feign amnesia. Zhang Hensher frowned and looked at the amnesiac Wang Feng. Now she was even more convinced that Wang Feng's state was not right. Nope, he's definitely faking it. That was the first thing that came to Zhang Hensher's mind in the first instant. The liar that he was. Zhang Hensher really had to be confused as to whether this liar was lying to her again, or was it true? She realized that she, a person who had lived for tens of thousands of years, couldn't even see through a person's reality, which was really a bit of a wasted life. But this liar had indeed had his soul searched by the three supreme elders, and had also been disoriented for some time. As for soul searching, Zhang Hensher didn't even think about the idea. Except for some immensely important information, she normally wouldn't search other people's souls, nor are they willing to search other people's souls. Soul searching not only consumes them, but also does extraordinarily great damage to the person whose soul is being searched. Still pretending? Zhang Hensher's tone was cold, and he spoke the person opposite him into a daze. Pretend? What did I pretend? Did I pretend? Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hensher with a displeased and puzzled face, as if he was wondering why she said that. You don't remember me? Zhang Hensher looked at the person across from her. That look was not at all like a fake, and she began to doubt again in her heart. Despite her suspicions, she somehow felt a little sullen in her heart when she saw that the crook didn't recognize her anymore. Chapter 100, What's this? Poison. Who are you? Even though you're good looking, you can't accuse people so falsely. And where is this place? Wang Feng said and tried to climb out of bed pretending to walk towards the door. Jiang Hanshi didn't kill him so many times, so it seems that they still have some emotional foundation. Clank! A cold sword appeared in Wang Feng's neck, and Wang Feng's expression was startled. This time it was a real shock. Don't get excited. There's something to be said. Wang Feng raised his hands and was held by the cold sword on his neck, not daring to move a bit. Since you have to act like it, you can talk and act the same as before. But there must never be memories that appear to be related to everything about Kang Hanshi. Master, kill him, quick. Master, oof. The cold sword voice wanted to continue talking, but suddenly whimpered, and it seemed to have been sealed by Jiang Hanshi. Lie back. Jiang Hanshi came cold and said only 3 words. Wang Feng did not dare to disobey and could only obediently lie back. Tell me, who are you? Jiang Hanshi would like to see what kind of trick he is going to play. Whether it is real amnesia or fake amnesia, we will know once we try. Me? Yeah, who am I? Wang Feng was shocked at this time and realized that he had forgotten who he was, so he couldn't help but start to panic. The movements were all starting to look a little hand-wavy from panic. Sure, pretend. Here, again, where? Jiang Hanshi's brows stared at his words, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out if what he said was true or not. This is the 10,000 Devils Palace. Demon. You're the devil. Wang Feng was instantly scared and shrunk inside the corner. That look really amused Jiang Hanshi, but did not laugh out loud. Oh, if you have lost your memory, why do you know about the devil and the positive? Stop pretending. I'm giving you one last chance. Jiang Hanshi's skin does not smile. Meat also does not smile. Laughed twice. An instant around the cold gas surrounded. The aura tightly pressed Wang Feng. Wang Feng pretended to be flustered and quickly fled past her before running towards the outside. Jiang Hanshi did not stop, as if he had already taken him as a bag. Not afraid of his escape, she wanted to make sure the kid was faking amnesia or not. Help! Wang Feng ran outside and shouted, but in his heart, he was happy. This Jiang Hanshi pretended to be quite like him, with a hint of his style. Help! Wang Feng ran and shouted at the same time, but did not use his stance or spiritual power. Since it's amnesia, surely you have to act like you've forgotten most things. System, seal my flesh realm. Ding, it's sealed and can be withdrawn at any time. -1,000 handling fee. IU ***. Wang Feng cursed at the system for a while in his mind, but before, he didn't need a handling fee, but now he has to charge for everything he does. And, it's still a mandatory collection, without even asking. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose loudly, taking away a piece of the falling snowflakes, and Jiang Hanshi instantly appeared in front of him. Wang Feng was so shocked that he took a big step backward, and pretended to fall to the ground as if he had tripped. Because the physical cultivation realm was sealed, his arm instantly slipped out with a large wound. Blood, drenched in snow. A fluctuation rose in the bottom of Jiang Hanshi's eyes, but in the end, she suppressed it. She was going to see if the liar was real or not. It's no use if you just scream your head off. Break the throat! Break your throat! Wang Feng hurriedly shouted, stopping Jiang Hanshi, who was about to move forward. His character is still so immodest. Is he pretending, or is it true? No, don't kill me. I'll do anything. Wang Feng sat on the ground propping up his bleeding hands and kept backing up, showing as much desolation as he could. Then I want you dead. Will you do the same? With cold eyes and a chilly aura around him, Jiang Hanshi spoke words that made Wang Feng's pupils quake. Don't, just don't let me die. I promise I'll do anything you want. Wang Feng sat on the ground again and backed up. His voice was choked with sobs, as Jiang Hanshi stepped on the snow step by step and approached him, looking at Wang Feng's bleeding arm, which was glued on a little bit by the snow on the ground, as well as his panicked look and desperate face. Did he really lose his memory? Jiang Hanshi's heart was shaken because Wang Feng really seemed to have lost his memory. Even his stance and spiritual power would not be invoked. Otherwise, with that speed he ran at the sword sect, he could definitely run away in front of her. And what about his physical realm? Why does he bleed when he falls? Eat it. When Jiang Hanshi took out a black and unctuous pill from the divine sea space, Wang Feng's eyes widened at once. It's the rejuvenation pill. This elixir is used for recovery. How did this Jiang Hanshi make it look like poison? Okay, you like to act. Then my brother can only accompany you to act, and have a good time. No. Eat? I'll eat. Wang Feng struggled to get up from the ground, trembling his hands and fearfully accepted the elixir. With red eyes, he slightly raised his head to glance at Zhang Hanshi, and then tremblingly lowered his head immediately. He couldn't tell if it was snow or tears in the corner of his eyes, but 99.9% of it was definitely snow. Eat? Zhang Hanshi coldly said again, scaring Wang Feng into a jolt and trembling as he passed the medicine to his mouth. It stopped when it reached its mouth, as if it was hesitating and didn't want to eat. This is, what? Wang Feng pretended that he didn't recognize it and asked fearfully, poison. When Zhang Hanshi came out with an unapologetic bluntness, Wang Feng was instantly shocked and his legs went limp, paralyzing him on the ground. Can I not eat? 3. Zhang Hanshi started counting again, like a magic voice pressing Wang Feng. 2. Eat. I'll eat. As soon as Wang Feng lifted the already blood-stained elixir, he swallowed it into his mouth at once. After all, he couldn't hold on any longer, and all of a sudden his whole body collapsed in the snow with a weak body. I'm going to die, or going to be treated like a dog. Up? As if Wang Feng couldn't take the blow anymore. His eyes slowly closed up as if he had fainted. But Zhang Hanshi couldn't help but laugh lightly. He had to say that Wang Feng was still quite cute when he was scared. Looking at the wounds on his hands that were already slowly recovering, Zhang Hanshi picked Wang Feng up in one arm and carried him back to the house. As for the house next door, that pile of collapsed houses hasn't even been cleaned up yet. Late at night, the snow was blowing furiously, but the house was quiet. Zhang Hanshi was sitting on a chair and plopping down to cultivate. In conjunction with the surrounding spell formations and the pills she had swallowed, wave after wave of aura was sucked into her body. Wang Feng's consciousness had long since awakened. No, I should say, he never fainted from start to finish. In order to act like it, Wang Feng made a violent rise, shouted in fear, and danced with his hands as if he had a nightmare. Then froze and lifted his hands to look at them. The blood on his arms had long since been wiped clean by Kong Hanshi with a warm towel, and the wound was also restored by that spring return Dan to a complete. Wang Feng turned his viewpoint to look around again, and the bottom of his eyes gradually started to become alarmed again. Chapter 101 Kong Hanshi, a little psychopath. And the content of this article has nothing to do with. P.S. Ding, this unified sun found that you do not seem to like to see Zhang Hanshi was cheated again. So allow this unified sun first excessive a few chapters. The back will be in another direction to guide the hosts. So please viewers old masters first aid antidote to poison Dan. There are any problems can be said directly. Unified sun has been in. In will be changed. Thanks to viewers old masters watch. Please look forward to it. Please, will you leave me alone? Wang Feng shouted, his tone bitter. Seeing Zhang Hanshi open those beautiful eyes that were as if they could take people's hearts, he hurriedly lowered his eyes and didn't dare to meet her gaze. You tell me what you know, or I'll let you die from the pain of burning bones. Zhang Hanshi used the flattest tone and said the most frightening words. If Wang Feng didn't know, he would really be fooled by her. I don't really know who I am and where is this place. All I know is that I opened my eyes and then I saw you. And when you said magic, I subconsciously assumed it was bad. Just leave me alone. I really don't know anything. Wang Feng's expression was on the verge of tears as he leaned against the wall with a scared look that he wanted to run but couldn't. Zhang Hanshi raised his eyebrows slightly, suspicion growing in his eyes. That means he's even forgotten his own name now? You don't even know your own name? And yet you know things like poison? Zhang Hanshi said it in one word. But who is Wang Feng? It's not simple to cheat. I don't know why. I just know that in my mind I would recognize that as something bad on my own. Wang Feng's tone was tinged with panic, trembling as he tried to take a step off the bed. But Zhang Hanshi's face color became unpleasant to the naked eye, and Wang Feng hastily shrank back with trembling. I will be your master from now on. Master? Father? Wang Feng seemed to be confused for a moment, then proceeded to speak. You won't treat me like a dog? Why should I treat you like a dog? Zhang Hanshi's brows furrowed, clearly unhappy with Wang Feng's words, followed by an icy tone. You remember what you just ate? When Wang Feng heard it, as if he thought of the pill just now, he gave a dry heave. With that look, that stance, and that look, Zhang Hanshi was afraid that Wang Feng would vomit on her bed. Why did you capture me here? Oh, Wang Feng's eyes were slightly red, flowing down 2 lines of clear tears choked and opened his mouth, and the Shadow Emperor personality was on the field again. The dog host is really good at pretending I remember that I also did not give you the great deception this Gongfu No. I have to record it to learn it properly. Dog system, off. Wang Feng cursed in his mind as he listened to the system's tirade. Cut. What do you say? Zhang Hanshi took out her cold sword and approached Wang Feng step by step. Her stance was just like that of a real female devil. Cold sword made a matching sound at this point. Master, kill him. He really is a bad person. Don't trust him. Wang Feng seemed to be startled by the sudden sound. His body trembled a bit visible to the naked eye, and he shrank all the way towards the corner. "Don't you! Stay back!" Wang Feng was so scared that he shouted, but Zhang Han sure acted as if he didn't hear him and pressed on step by step. Ha! Cold Sword also realized that Wang Feng seemed to have changed. How did he become so afraid of its master? However, this didn't stop it from wanting to hack Wang Feng to death. Zhang Hanqi slowly raised his cold sword and gently set it on Wang Feng's neck in a cold voice and warned, "If you don't listen, I will kill you." "No, Kong Han Suk, don't play like that. How did you become so morbid? I pretended to lose my memory, and you revealed your true nature, didn't you?" Wang Feng was speechless for a while in his heart. How come he hadn't realized that Zhang Hensher had this side before? In the past can be able to just kill. Words succinct. Now how with a magic cultivator like to control him like? "I do as I'm told. I absolutely do as I'm told." Wang Feng raised his hands tremblingly and glanced at the cold sword on his neck, which could isolate his aorta if it advanced just a fraction more. "Kill him quickly, master. Let me do it if you can't. Loosen your grip on me." The cold sword was held in Zhang Hanqi's hand and could not move a bit, otherwise it would have stabbed forward and stabbed Wang Feng to death. "We'll see how you behave in 100 days, and then we'll find me to get an antidote." Zhang Hanqi's words were cold, as if they didn't carry an ounce of emotion. Then ignoring the wailing cold sword, he put it away. With that, he turned around. The white dress on his body was driven a piece, as if he was a fairy. It's that this fairy seems to be a little bit of a tiny psychopath right now. Maybe, is only for Wang Feng alone. Good. Wang Feng seemed to be resigned to his fate. His tone was paralyzed, and he leaned against the wall unable to support his strength. "Am I going a little too far?" Zhang Hanqi looked at this scene and said in his heart, but he did seem to have lost his memory, because from the time Wang Feng woke up until now, the look, the expression, and all the actions, the emotions in his eyes, it's so different from before. It's like it does seem to have forgotten everything. "You know what my name is?" After a while, Wang Feng's emotions seemed to have stabilized, and he spoke to Zhang Hanqi, who was sitting in a chair in silence. "Wang Feng." Zhang Hanqi didn't hide it and said it all at once. "Wang Feng?" Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanqi with a slightly dazed expression, as if he had just realized that he was called by that name. "Aha!" Zhang Hensher faintly answered, not humble, unable to see what emotions were there. "So here, where the hell is it? Ice Palace?" "No, not the Palace of 10,000 Devils? It's not something you should think about." Zhang Henshi's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, sending a shiver down Wang Feng's spine, and he trembled, not daring to speak again. Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanqi, enough to sit on the bed and watch her cultivate for the whole night, not closing his eyes for the night. But that didn't really affect him. He was still in a pretty high realm right now. As soon as Zhang Hanqi opened her eyes early in the morning, she saw Wang Feng looking at her in a half-awake, half-asleep state. A look of wanting to sleep but not daring to. He can't even practice now? Zhang Hanqi could not help but wonder in his heart, every time he was watching him sleep and cultivate, but this time it seems, didn't. "Sleep if you want to." The sudden appearance of Zhang Hanqi's voice startled the half-asleep Wang Feng so much that he opened his eyes for a moment, and his body was stunned slightly. "No, don't dare." Wang Feng sounded as if he was afraid that Zhang Hanqi was testing him, and he trembled and said he didn't dare. "Ding, host, are you sure this approach will work on her? Pretend to be retarded. Don't end up really being retarded. So what's the solution? Is it hard for me to just go up there and turn it on without a 1-2 padding and end up being taken away by her 1-2-3? These days it seems that she still has feelings for me in her heart, and this time, she has also escaped this matter of the disappearance of the storage ring's resources. Isn't this 2 birds with 1 stone?" Wang Feng answered the system's question in his mind and felt that his approach was quite okay. "That you really just think of her as a quest character to be rated in your mind? You've been with her for so long, and you really don't have an ounce of genuine fondness for her?" The system's tone took on some unknown emotions, and the more he listened to it, the more it felt like a person was conversing with Wang Feng. Chapter 102. So, do I like Zhang Hanqi or not? Wang Feng was stunned by the system's words and tone, and his thoughts were confused. He had been killed by Zhang Hanqi for 8 lifetimes, and in his 9th life, he only thought about staying alive, and hadn't really thought about it. At the beginning when the system sent out that raid mission, he was just trying to stay alive, and Zhang Hensher was also good looking, so the raid was a blood money. As for the question of whether or not he liked Kong Hansei, his first 2 or 3 lives were simply to obtain her body and then die. The 4th, 5th and 6th were trying to take revenge plus obtain her body and die. The 8th life, purely for revenge. What body? He does not care anymore. Just wanted Zhang Hanqi dead. But it was only in the 9th life that he was able to truly understand the good side of Zhang Hanshi. At least it wasn't like the first 8 lives, where they met and fought. Zhang Hanqi is a cold-mouthed and tofu-hearted person. He also likes to tease her after the two of them are familiar with each other. If he really had to say, in all the years since he came to this world, Zhang Hanqi was the person he had circled for 9 lifetimes, so how could he not have the slightest affection for her? So, does he like Kong Han Suk or not? I don't know. Wang Feng returned the sound system. He was also a little unclear. But let's not forget that he's been a bachelor for 10,000 years. And things like, are so nebulous he can't tell. Abruptly. Steep. A sound of footsteps came and pulled Wang Feng back to reality. Looking up, Zhang Hanqi was walking towards him. Wang Feng lifted his eyes to look at Zhang Hanqi dead in the eye. The bottom of his eyes no longer looked as measuring and a little flirtatious as before, but without the slightest ripple. Zhang Hanqi walked to him and paused, coldly and faintly glaring at Wang Feng. Although she was a bit uncomfortable being looked at, she couldn't lose her temper to this liar, and forcibly suppressed the desire to avoid her gaze. Sleep. I didn't expect Zhang Hanqi to come over and then say just one word. Cold words, commanding tone. Wang Feng raised his head to meet Zhang Hanqi's beautiful eyes and surprisingly did not say anything similar to flirting. Instead, he nodded gently and dutifully responded, okay. Zhang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng, who obediently laid down and closed his eyes, slightly raising his beautiful eyebrows. Why did he feel that he suddenly became strange? With a wave of his hand, the quilt on the side moved through the air and covered Wang Feng's body at once. Wang Feng's body was slightly stunned, and he obediently fell asleep. And this night, Wang Feng didn't even run his gongfu. 100 days and months go by in a flash. Wang Feng was carrying a storage ring in his hand, the same one that Zhang Hanqi had given him before. The resources inside are intact, and there's even more of them. And under Zhang Hanqi's teaching, Wang Feng also learned how to cultivate. With the support of this resource, Wang Feng soon arrived at the 3rd level of the spirit expansion realm, and these days, he had never left the depths of the ice palace. It caused the female disciples outside to go crazy. After squatting for so long they still hadn't seen Wang Feng's silhouette. They're all going to think the asshole has run away. There was only one woman who knew the truth, and that was the holy maiden of the ice palace. She knew that the man, he, lost his mind. I wonder if he's awake now. Lang Ningyue thought in her heart as she gently took a sip of tea while situated inside a palace. Today was the day to pick up the pills, so Wang Feng wanted to see what pills Zhang Hanqi would give him to eat. Master, today is the day to give me the antidote. Wang Feng lifted his head and looked at Zhang Hanqi with tearful eyes. He is now this movie star personality and Zhang Hanqi mixed okay. Wang Feng, in addition to the first few days to pretend to be shivering, the rest is to begin to gradually return to the original personality. It was just an extra condition of amnesia added to the returning original personality, and Kong Hansei was slowly getting used to it. Although this liar had lost his memory, his character was still so that, which reassured her a little. At this moment, when Zhang Hanqi heard the word master, a trace of unseen lost emotion flashed under his eyes. Aha! Zhang Hanqi took out an elixir with a golden Xian body, which was not extraordinary to look at. Master, are you sure this is the antidote? Wang Feng asked Zhang Hanqi in a questioning tone. This was clearly the Xian Wang spirit pill. Did she always think I lost my memory and then wouldn't be able to recognize the potion? How come this Kong Hansei keeps his heart in his mouth? But he likes it. Ha. The top-grade king pill was just about the maximum amount of medicinal power that a person in the spirit expansion realm could withstand. The elixir for healing was not different from the elixir for cultivation. Cultivation pills will be propped up and burst into flames as soon as one's body can't handle it. The healing ones were different. The effect was mild, and even if it was an imperial pill, that only brought people back from the dead, not with that raging aura inhalation. This was also the reason why Wang Feng wouldn't be burst that time when he ate the extreme 6 flavors Earth Emperor pill. Oh no! That pill was now inside his storage space. Zhang Hanqi's tone was unpleasant to the fleshly ear, as if she was unhappy that Wang Feng was doubting her. Seeing as you've been good, this is both an antidote and an elixir. Zhang Hanqi stood up and walked over to hand Wang Feng the elixir. Thank you, master. Wang Feng followed the elixir with a slight arch of his hand, and his tone of respect was so respectful that it made Zhang Hanqi unnatural. Later, what's wrong? It's okay. Zhang Hanqi wanted to speak but stopped, with a look of wanting to say something but being afraid that saying it out loud would cause him to lose face. Wang Feng raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly in confusion, as if he didn't know what she was going to say. You cultivate well. I'm going out. Zhang Hanqi said, not waiting for Wang Feng to speak again. Walked straight to the door and opened it to go out. Ha! Wang Feng waited for Zhang Hanqi to leave and laughed softly twice. Zhang Hanqi's appearance of being so eager to speak was really a bit cute. When Wang Feng saw Zhang Hanqi's back disappear, he began to think about the next step to take care of the female disciples outside the ice palace. After all, he was too arrogant that day. Even the inner disciples sat down together as if, by the way, there's another traveler, how about a code word with her? If you use it well, it's a big help. If you don't use it well, you'll just find a chance to crush her head later. Forget it, let's break through to the 4th level of the spirit expansion realm first. Wang Feng no longer hesitated after thinking about it, and took the Xian Wang spirit pill and took it. It was instantly melted in the mouth and was incredibly mellow. A day and night of practice. The higher the realm, the more difficult it started to be to raise it, and it was enough to cultivate until about a month. To this day, Wang Feng had not broken through to the 4th level of the spirit expansion realm until this day, and Zhang Hanchu's cultivation was now at the 2nd level of the spirit expansion realm, and there was a vague feeling that he would soon surpass him. Wang Feng had pressed down his cultivation by a small realm. In the eyes of others he was at the 3rd level of the spirit expansion realm just now, and now he was at the 4th level of the spirit expansion realm. In the world of cultivation, go point for good. You can go, but not goat. Always leave some unexpected bottom card. Or not. Wang Feng stood up, shook his head, twisted his body, and a crackling sound came out from his tiger body. Open the door to your room and step outside. Inhale. Exhale. Yes, I haven't been out of this house for a month, and I'm getting a little bored. Flesh realm Wang Feng had already told the system to return it a long time ago, and now it was time to go to those Ice Palace disciples to resolve the conflict that time. Taking out the food in his storage space, he slowly took one step at a time towards the outside. He wasn't in a hurry to get a good meal. Stepping toward the outer door, the snow drifted down, but none of it reached him. Chapter 103, If you can't beat me in single combat, do you want to beat me in a group? Ice Palace. At the dueling platform. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Feng's body was bound like a dumpling, and hundreds of talismans were pasted on his body, so he was scared and shouted, ha, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Accept our judgment. A group of female disciples acted like hooligans and threw Wang Feng towards the dueling stage. The talisman paper and other things on Wang Feng's body also automatically flew back to their original owners. No, where have I offended you? Wang Feng climbed up and stood on the dueling stage with a confused look on his face. Trying to pretend you don't know? No way. The second sentence was shouted by countless female disciples in the same breath. Is there a door here? Wang Feng's sentence. A group of people are dried silence. Here, as if, indeed there is no door. Don't say so much. There are some female disciples who are beautiful but talk in a formidable way. Moving to Wang Feng. You guys are so aggressive. Then I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards. Wang Feng boomed. In a flash, the aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Junction Spirit Realm erupted from his body. As for why he only exploded his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Junction Spirit Realm, mainly Wang Feng was afraid that he would explode his cultivation of the Spirit Expansion Realm. And then if he became a Spirit Expansion Realm 9th level person to come, then he must not be annoyed to death. With this shot, Wang Feng had no reservations, and the faces of a group of female disciples were blown out of shape by the breath. Immediately after that there was also a sword intent bursting out from his body, startling the group of female disciples who all lost their colors. Most of the female disciples present were at the Jieling realm, but there was no shortage of inner disciples with high cultivation levels. Even the inner disciples couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. Sword intent plus breaking through one major realm and 9 minor realms in 100 days. What kind of concept is that? It's only been how many days? He's broken through to the 9th level of the Spirit Junction realm. Some female disciples with weak hearts were almost shocked into incontinence. All of a sudden none of the smart people dared to go up and challenge Wang Feng. And here, there wasn't a single stupid one. I should say that the brains of those who could enter the Ice Palace were at least capable of thinking. Wang Feng's aura vaguely had the feeling that he was still about to break through the Spirit Expansion realm. In other words, that bastard is now in the half-step Spirit Expansion realm. Come, challenge me. Wang Feng's words were arrogant and he stood on the stage with his hands up as if he was provoking them. No, it's provoking them. I can't take it anymore. I'll do it. A woman at the 9th level of the Jieling realm swooped down from the sky, raising her sword to stab the arrogant Wang Feng on the stage. Wang Feng's eyes condensed, his spiritual energy wrapped around his fists. His fingers that were stabbing against the sword turned into the color of iron, swung his hips, and blasted out with a punch. Boom! A sound explosion came out, and the place where Wang Feng swung out his fist just now even hit a circle of air that was visible to the naked eye. Bang! This punch met the tip of the sword, and in an instant that female disciple was sent flying by that force coming from the sword. This weaponized avatar is so good. He. As soon as the previous woman flew out, Wang Feng had just sighed at the power of the artifactualization avatar, and was immediately followed by another one. A new female disciple at the peak of the 9th level of the Jieling realm raised her spear and slashed straight down from the sky at Wang Feng's back. Wang Feng's eyes glanced at him and hurriedly staggered away. Sneak attack. Wang Feng jumped up and flashed through the chopping lance, followed by a big swinging leg. Bang! Of a moment, the female disciple could only raise her spear to block, and the kick sent her flying towards the side of the ring at breakneck speed. The foot slid hard against the ground, making a long gully. Again! Wang Feng shouted and stomped on the ground. The whole person was like a sharp arrow rushing towards the female disciple who was at the edge of the ring. The female disciple scrambled to raise her still trembling hands and raised her spear to meet Wang Feng's attack. Wang Feng stabbed her with a flying kick and sent her flying straight out of the ring on the spot. He was finally caught by the person below and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Good guy. Not a bit of hand left. The women on the stage are showing fear. In fact, Wang Feng has been very staid. Just now the woman's cultivation. He that kick can directly give her kick to death in the past. I'll do it. Another woman ascended onto the stage. At the peak of the 9th level of the Junction Spirit Realm, and also had a vague feeling that she was about to break through the expanded Spirit Realm. You're so arrogant. Just after she got on stage she let out a sentence and then she pulled the double-bladed shack at her waist. Pulled it out. Boom! The figure exploded and flashed, heading towards Wang Feng, who did not dare to underestimate the situation. And his figure popped up towards the sky. The woman saw the situation and made a quick change in her strikes, her double blade stabbing straight at Wang Feng's lower 3 plates. Are you for real? Wang Feng was startled, but his movements didn't change much and he fell straight down. Finally his feet kicked hard, and the double-edged sword that looked indestructible in force just flew away from him. The female disciple obviously did not expect Wang Feng's force to be so great, and the confidence she had just felt suddenly faded away. Wang Feng's figure turned in midair and a palm landed on the female disciple's head. The female disciple's pupils shrank and she was about to dodge away, but when she met Wang Feng's cold eyes, she realized that she couldn't move. Wang Feng ended up venting 3 centimeters in the air and quickly closed his hand. So close, almost did not hold back to give her a headshot. Wang Feng's heart was relieved. Fortunately, held back. The female disciple also knew that she had lost and flew down to the ground with Wang Feng, picking up the distant double-edged sword and silently getting off the stage. This time, she lost without even resisting 3 moves, seemingly inferior to that second female disciple. In fact, if Wang Feng is serious, they can't even resist a single move. Even senior sister Qing Shui, who was ranked 90 in the outer sect, lost. The pupils of the disciples on the stage looked at their distant senior sister and their pupils quaked. In other words, Wang Feng was now ranked 90th in the outer sect. Don't look like it's only 90th place. This was the Ice Palace's top 100 of the entire outer door. None of them were heavenly prides, and all of them had the potential to cultivate into the Yuan 3 realm or above. Layout of the Ice Palace, those at the Spirit Expansion realm or below can cultivate at the outer gate, and only those at the Spirit Transformation realm or above can enter the inner gate. One could apply for the position of Elder when they reached the Tian Yuan realm. As for the monthly remuneration for each capacity, it goes without saying that the higher the better. And, Wang Feng stood on the stage and shouted. This time finally no one came up. I'll leave if no one is there, and don't ever challenge me again, because you really can't beat me. Wang Feng shook his head at the end of his words, as if he looked down on them, and indeed looked down on this group of brats. The people above the expanded spirit realm under the stage watched as they gnashed their teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that the Palace Master and the Supreme Elder didn't allow anyone above the expanded spirit realm to challenge him, they would have gone on long ago. Bastard! We don't want our faces. Today it's just a siege to beat you up. The crowd of female disciples at the Jieling realm were almost so angry that they had menstrual disorders, and all of them drew their own weapons and ran towards Wang Feng. No martial virtues. Wang Feng's eyes glazed over as he looked at the countless female disciples pouring in, and he hurriedly ran off the stage in a frenzy. This fight sea of people, he has to fight until when kill and cannot kill, sooner or later to be wheeled to death. You bunch of dead ES. If you can't beat them in single combat, then fight in a group battle. Do you still want to be shameless? Wang Feng did not forget to taunt while running, and the more Wang Feng said, the tighter the chase behind him became. No more. Today is the day to fight to the death to beat your ass. Wang Feng ran while the female disciples behind him were in black, flying in the sky and running on the ground. Even the ones that burrowed into the dirt are a bit outrageous. You're not following the rules. I'm going to tell my master. This shout finally made the female disciples behind them slowly stop. They were indeed a bit afraid that the Palace Master would chastise them. At this time, a beautiful figure in the sky flew over, wearing a white hat on her head, and when Wang Feng saw it, he immediately looked happy. Chapter 104, Are we old friends outside? Master, they grabbed me right after I came out. I don't even know them, and now they're going to beat me. Wang Feng hurriedly ran behind Jiang Hanshi, who had already flown down. and gently pinched Jiang Hanxi's sleeve, and cried at Jiang Hanxi. That pitiful appearance infuriated the group of female disciples without exception. Almost all of them broke into a blush. You make your own mess. You deal with it. Jiang Hanxi said and moved a few steps to the side, leaving Wang Feng frozen in place. No, Kang Hanshi, don't play like that. Wang Feng spat in his mind, and took advantage of the group of female disciples across the street to run in a hurry between the time they froze. You see, the palace master won't protect you either. What else can you do? Countless female disciples with happy faces instantly surged over again, and Wang Feng was whisked on his ass to run around in the outer gate of the ice palace. Help! Master, you can't do this. Wang Feng ran for a while and then ran back to his original position, running to Jiang Hanxi and asking for help again. Don't run! Wang Feng sniffed and looked back, no longer asking for help, and hurriedly flew again. Jiang Hanxi stood in place silently looking at Wang Feng and the disciples who passed by her over and over again. Where are the people? Where are the people? The female disciples chased back once more to find that the asshole's figure had unexpectedly disappeared. Disperse. Jiang Hanxi looked at the female disciple who was going crazy chasing after her and said, because Wang Feng was actually not forgetting to taunt them while running. Jiang Hanxi couldn't look away after all. As Jiang Hanxi dropped this cry, the countless female disciples could only leave resentfully. Come on out. Snap. As Jiang Hanxi's voice fell, a hand pierced through the land not far in front of Jiang Hanxi. Wang Feng popped out of the dirt at once and hastily patted the snowfrost and dirt on his face. Blah blah blah. Disgusting heart. Wang Feng couldn't stop chanting on his lips while patting the dirt on his face. Thanks for saving me, master. He. Wang Feng gave a thank you to Jiang Hanxi after chipping away the dirt on his body with his spiritual energy, and ended up giggling a few times. He then looked at a group of female disciples above the expanded spirit realm in the distance who were not involved in the chase and said a few words. You may come and sit in the main palace sometime, but remember to bring a gift. Oh, I'll entertain you with my master's tea. Wang Feng first arched his hand at the female disciples, looking quite courteous if he could block out his words. No wonder it's so hated. Some of the female disciples spat at the smiling Wang Feng in the distance to the senior or junior sister beside them. Ah, master, pain. Just as Wang Feng finished speaking, Jiang Hanxi reached out her slender hand and lifted Wang Feng's ear as she walked back towards the main palace. Ha ha ha, a mocking voice came from behind him, as if he was deliberately trying to make Wang Feng hear it, laughing extra loud. You really forgotten everything? Jiang Hanxi let go of Wang Feng after mentioning him to an unoccupied place, and his words were retarded for a moment in the middle of his sentence. I woke up next to my master, so I really don't know, but I realized that I have surprisingly several more techniques in my head. Wang Feng walked beside Jiang Hanxi and answered her question without blushing. Incidentally, it also added to Jiang Hanxi's subconsciousness that he could use his previous feats. From the time of his resurrection until now, Wang Feng didn't dare to use the feats that he had fought with her in the 8th life, or else he would surely reveal the clues. He had countless feats, and several of them could be used casually, and all of them were strong. Do you want me to copy it for you, master? Wang Feng crookedly walked on the side of Jiang Hanxi while looking at her and opened his mouth to ask. But someone as arrogant as Jiang Hanxi wouldn't want to see his feats, which was why he dared to ask. But it's fine if she wants to really look. There's plenty. No need. As expected, Jiang Hanxi faintly replied back, and did not ask Wang Feng what kind of gongfu he had, nor did he need to. The two of them were silent for a while, and Wang Feng felt that the atmosphere was a bit quiet and spoke again. Master, have I been here before? You aren't lying to me? Jiang Hanxi gently lifted her slender and good-looking chin as she sniffed, her eyes looking towards Wang Feng. Lying to you, so what? Wang Feng didn't expect her to admit it. It feels like this Jiang Hanxi is a bit silly everywhere else except for cultivation. Ah, too honest. In an instant the guilt in Wang Feng's heart violently began to grow. Having lied to her all along, he really deserved to die. Hiss. But it couldn't be helped. He had lost his memory this time. Not only to fool Jiang Hanxi, but also to fool the 3 old ladies. He should know that Jiang Hanxi had sent him a storage ring of resources, and it just disappeared like that for no reason. If that 3 old ladies knew about it, they would either imprison him or just kill him for good. Wang Feng also had a headache about this matter. If he had known, he would not have converted the resources of the storage ring so quickly. He still had to be more careful in the future. Then, master, surely I wasn't captured by you? Wang Feng was clear in his mind, but he still opened his mouth knowingly. Sort of. Hearing these words, Wang Feng in order to freeze in place for a while, as if he was thinking about the meaning of these words. Jiang Hanxi turned to himself and headed back towards the main palace deep within the ice palace, but did not fly up as if he was waiting for someone. But the who seems to be stupidly frozen there thinking. Jiang Hanxi unconsciously slowed down a bit. Wang Feng hurriedly continued to follow after he came back to his senses. looking at the series of small actions of Jiang Hanshi, but laughing playfully in his heart. When Jiang Hanshi saw that the person he was going to wait for was following him, he walked back to his normal pace. Master, have we met before? Aha! Jiang Hanshi faintly replied back. Wang Feng covered his mouth as if he had thought of something, with an unbelievable look on his face. Are we close? Jiang Hanshi chose to remain silent on this question and continued to listen to the chatter in his ears. Bad? Listening to Wang Feng's uncertain voice, Jiang Hanshi remained silent, because she wasn't sure if their relationship was good or bad. People she had obviously killed 6 times were now surprisingly still laughing and talking together. Of course, the smiling and laughing was naturally talking about Wang Feng. Master, then, are we old friends outside? That's why you brought me to the Ice Palace, right? If it was the Wang Feng who really lost his memory, of course he couldn't have said this, but he didn't lose his memory. Jiang Hanshi turned her head, but she couldn't see her face under the bucket hat. But Wang Feng didn't need to look to know what kind of look she had. Frowning, with a displeased face, he looked at him coldly, and anyway, these were the ones, so it couldn't have been a laugh, could it? Jiang Hanshi turned his head away after looking at him for a while, still silent, no longer willing to talk to Wang Feng, lest he get upset. The two of them walked all the way to the depths of the Ice Palace, and Wang Feng couldn't stop chanting in Jiang Hanshi's ear. Along the way Jiang Hanshi didn't say anything, just quietly listening as a spectator, although these contents were all questions asked of her. Chapter 105, Shia wants to hear it, but Feng doesn't seem to be calling. Master, you seem like a fairy. There's a voice in my heart. Every time I see you, I want to call you Sister Fairy. When Wang Feng said this, his voice gradually lowered, as if he was afraid that Jiang Hanshi would hear him. The sound was just right, and just weak enough that I don't know if it was intentional or accidental, or maybe it was intentionally careless, and the sound was just loud enough that Kong Hansei could hear it. Jiang Hansei's footsteps lurched at the words and stopped in place for a while, and Wang Feng also stopped when he saw this. Although Jiang Hanshi did not say anything, his eyes under the bucket hat seemed to be staring at Wang Feng as if he was staring at him to death. Wang Feng clasped his arms and shrank, taking 2 steps back in fear. Master, what's wrong? It's okay. Jiang Hanshi continued to move forward, and Wang Feng hurriedly followed. The two of them went all the way back to the courtyard in this manner, and Kong Hansei stopped when he was at the door. You can try following the voice in your mind, and maybe it will awaken some memories as well. Jiang Hanshi said and walked in with some small flustered steps, sitting down with his back to Wang Feng and started to cultivate. Wang Feng's expression was first shocked by the Shadow Emperor, and then it was a heartfelt snicker. Ha ha ha, Kong Hanshi, show, chicken feet. Seems like it would have to be called out at just the right moment. Master, I can really call? Wang Feng's words carried a very puzzled tone. Jiang Hanshi closed his eyes tightly and ignored Wang Feng. Just after a long time, the voice she had inexplicably expected in her heart still had not sounded. Jiang Hanshi swept away the boredom in his heart and concentrated on his cultivation. Squeak! Wang Feng carefully opened the door of his room and went out. Jiang Hanshi was in the middle of his cultivation. Although he heard it, he did not say anything. He could not remain a prisoner. Wang Feng, who came out to the outside, felt the cold, while the clothes he was wearing had long been changed into a white cloak. Hiss! Hoo! Sucking in the cold air of the frigid sky, Wang Feng happily walked towards the outside, intending to take a look at the terrain of the Ice Palace nowadays. Walking on the cold path of the Ice Palace, the snow under his feet was stamped by him, and Wang Feng was just walking in a daze, just wandering around anyway. Some of the female disciples passing by would give him a hard stare, and Wang Feng was not willing to show weakness and glared back hard. These kids can't tell who's stronger, can they? He wouldn't be afraid of them if they were singled out, and those female disciples who had fallen behind had obviously thought of it and didn't come up to make a move. In fact, Wang Feng had already been considered to be recognized by the Ice Palace disciples in disguise, sword intent plus talent, and he had defeated the 90th disciple on the outer sect ranking list. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. Wang Feng glared at the female disciple across from him again, who obviously didn't believe him and had to glare at each other with him. Cut! Wang Feng's chortled. His tone was full of disdain, and he turned around and continued to stroll, not bothering with her. Seeing Wang Feng ignoring her, the female disciple was so angry that she stomped her feet at the back, unable to fight. Please expand the spirit realm of the senior sister. The senior sister, and afraid of being chastised by the palace master and the supreme elder. After all, his identity is the palace master's personal disciple. Wang Feng walked all the way and also glared at one female disciple after another. Walking a few steps, he had to be glared at. If his eyes could kill, Wang Feng would have already been lying on the ground and huffing. Wang Feng walked all the way and was also glared at. The disciples of the Ice Palace originally came with cold spiritual attributes. Coupled with that eerie look, Wang Feng was actually somewhat unnatural by looking at him. So, are you guys eager to beat me? And then go to the palace master to receive the king's weapon? And then, realizing that you can't beat me again, are you afraid to go on? Wang Feng said it in one word, and some female disciples with a stronger sense of shame didn't even dare to raise their heads to look at Wang Feng again. So yeah, don't make a fool of yourselves. I'm invincible in this piece of the spirit binding realm now, so now you guys go about your business. I know I'm handsome, but can you stop looking at me all the time? I'm shy too. Aha. Wang Feng even covered his face as he spoke, similar to a blushing little. The scene looked like the surrounding female disciples almost snapped out of the 3 rooms on the spot. Come on, look at you. Who wants to see you? At this time, out of a brow with a few points of solemnity, quite a few general temperament of the woman walked out to voice out. Wang Feng looked at it. The peak of the 9th level of the expanded spirit realm. That's fine. And those female disciples also started to do what they should do after this one voiced out. Obviously this woman was very prestigious in the Ice Palace. Don't be too arrogant. It's better to sleep with your eyes open in the middle of the night. The woman turned around and pugnaciously made a neck-wiping gesture at Wang Feng before exposing a bit of expanded spirit realm aura out. Thanks for the reminder. You. The woman was dumbfounded by Wang Feng's sentence of thanks. Shouldn't he be afraid? Wang Feng smiled cheekily a few times when he saw this, matching how innocent he looked with that face of his. But anyone who came into contact with him would have been nearly so angry with him that they would have wanted to punch him in the face. Seeing this, the woman also did not dwell too much with Wang Feng, lest she be infuriated with myocardial infarction, turned around and stepped away. Why is this thing so tough? Wang Feng frowned and looked at the back of the departing her. Or Jiang Hanshi is good, cold mouth and bean-curd heart, and looks beautiful. Wang Feng compared the two in his mind twice, realizing that there was no comparison between her and Jiang Hanshi, and then continued to stroll. Wang Feng appeared to be familiarizing himself with the Ice Palace, but he was indeed familiarizing himself with the terrain of the Ice Palace, but most of all, he was waiting for someone. Since that thing thinks he's from the old country, it'll always come back for him when it sees he's awake. It was also true that Wang Feng hadn't been walking for long before he saw a woman who looked cold, but a little bit light and voluptuous walk up to him. Wang Feng shot a glance and frowned lightly. Although she was very good looking, temperament and face value were also only a little bit lower than Jiang Hanshi. But for some reason, Wang Feng always felt that she was missing something compared to Jiang Hanshi. It felt strange. To put it simply, Wang Feng had little interest in her. However, he found that since he had seen Jiang Hanshi, it seemed that he saw other women again found always worse than Jiang Hanshi. In fact, cultivators at the top of the face value are almost as pretty as each other in the eyes of others. It's just that the kind of feeling and temperament they gave off was different. And Wang Feng obviously liked Jiang Hanshi like this. The other women are more beautiful. Wang Feng does not have much of a feeling of heartbeat anymore, completely unable to raise too much interest. And for some reason, it was the opposite with Kang Hansio. Otherwise there wouldn't have been a life where he got his legs broken because he went to steal her intimate apparel and thus got his legs broken. Although it was said that it was to test the advanced body technique, but to be honest, Wang Feng felt that the former was a bit more. He had also wondered if some dog was up to no good. But the situation was such a situation, and Wang Feng was a bit unclear. This senior brother, being new to the city, do you need someone to show you around to familiarize you with the topography of the palace? Chapter 106 Smart people have smart ways of communicating with each other. This senior brother, being new to the city, do you need someone to show you around to familiarize you with the topography of the palace? Lang Ningyue's first words when she arrived did not directly open the door to ask Wang Feng if he was a traveler. This senior sister, what should we usually do when we meet for the first time? Wang Feng rubbed his fingers together. The meaning was obvious, and it darkened the color of condensing Moon's face. He had no choice but to take out a storage bag out and then pounded on it for a while before finally handing it over to Wang Feng. That's always good, isn't it? Thank you, senior sister. As soon as Wang Feng nonchalantly took the storage bag, he arched his hand at her. Then, turn around and leave. It's a game to play and never let yourself get caught in the crossfire. Hey, why did you take it and leave? Lang Ningyue grabbed Wang Feng's sleeve and yanked him to a halt. Elder sister, may I ask what else you have to do? Wang Feng retracted his arm back and threw away Lang Ningyue's grasping hand. Is this guy a eunuch? Seeing a woman like a fairy like me doesn't make his heart flutter? Lang Ningyue couldn't help but slander in her heart when she saw the scene. Senior brother can be really powerful at one person alone against a group of females, although it is whisked away. But in essence, you have long won a great victory, even more so, in countless years. The first truly male disciple in the palace. Senior sister really admires you too much. Senior sister, just say what you want to say. Wang Feng could not help but face a black color. This thing talk how to tt gas ah, but also implied that the loss of him really want to give her a slap to sober up. May I have a word with you, senior brother? Lang Ningyue could only ask Wang Feng's opinion first as she watched the people passing by look at them with strange gazes. Alright. Wang Feng followed Lang Ningyu to her holy maiden hall, which was also considered Lang Ningyu's unique residence for this holy maiden. Lang Ningyue couldn't help herself as soon as she entered the hall and opened her mouth. Two tigers, two tigers. The whole thing made Wang Feng's mouth twitch hard, and he was embarrassed. No, big sis, are you really not embarrassed? Run fast, run fast. Although Wang Feng spat at condensation moon, he still picked up on her cryptic message. Then he found himself a seat and sat down, and it proves his identity as a traveler. As for why he dared to divulge this identity, what he was looking at was Lang Ningyue's identity as the Holy Maiden of the Ice Palace. To be able to mix into the identity of the Ice Palace's Holy Maiden, he believed that Lang Ningyue should be a smart person. Smart people have smart people's communication office style. He does not reveal his identity. Condensation moon will probably immediately drive away him. That put paid to his idea of asking for resources, and she was still a card that was definitely a king when used properly. Lang Ningyue's face was pleasantly surprised as she spoke in astonishment. You're really a traveler like me. Oh, just kidding. I crossed over at the age of 1, quenched my body at the age of 2, gathered spirit at the age of 3, was invincible in the mortal world at the age of 4, found out that there are immortal cultivators in this world at the age of 5, cultivated bitterly at the age of 6, became a great empire at the age of 7, took hold of the extreme ice empress at the age of 8, and at the age of 9. Stop, 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 stop. Lang Ningyue hurriedly told Wang Feng to stop. She still had a lot of questions to ask. Wait, you said you took the extreme ice empress. You believed me when I told you I was joking? Lang Ningyue was rendered speechless by Wang Feng as a whole, and just now she thought that his first joke was an auxiliary of tone. But it was true. 8 years old. How could that be possible? But it was indeed possible in the immortal cultivation world. Just particularly small. What's your crossing age? Crossing ages? Wang Feng was confused. What kind of word is this? Just how long has it been since you crossed over? Oh, not much, just about 1,000 years. I don't know how long exactly. Wang Feng waved his hand and casually answered the question, really not expecting her to come up with the whole word crossing age. Ha, so long. Then how did you survive for so long as a 9th level of the Junction Spirit Realm? Wang Feng sniffed. He began to realize that this thing's brain seemed to be a little less intelligent. Why did he believe it as soon as he said it? Then he hesitantly opened his mouth and asked, you wouldn't have never left the Ice Palace since you crossed over, right? Or else? Lang Ningyue seemed to have changed as if she was a different person as she headed to the chair by the table. Then her hands held up the cheeks on either side of her face, muttering in a way that didn't match her cold aura at all. Finished? Wang Feng looked at her like this, and there was always a bad premonition in his heart. Have you ever killed anyone? Wang Feng threw out another question that changed the look on Lang Ningyu's face. Killing people. It's against the law to kill someone. Oh yeah, and this isn't the blue star. Lang Ningyue seemed to have suddenly reacted as if she had become a bit lost for a moment. She was honestly going a little crazy trying to get back to Blue Star. Who would want to come to a cultivation world where they could die at any time when they could stay in a peaceful place? And hearing this, Wang Feng's bad feeling grew stronger. How many years have you been here? November 30th, 38. Lang Ningyue answered in a flash, and then began to talk about how and why she had arrived in this world. I'm telling you, I was run over by a big truck. And I didn't think that one day this kind of thing that only happens in novels would happen to me. Woo woo, said Condensing Moon also cried, crying pearly, the whole Wang Feng ahead of black lines, but it was as if Cold Snap Moon didn't realize it, and continued talking while wiping her tears. After all, it was so hard to meet an old-timer and finally have a place to tell her grievances for so many years. The most detestable thing is that the original body her memories except for some basic common sense of the immortal cultivation world. The rest of it was surprisingly not inherited to me. All I know is that I woke up in this world and became a fairy, and I was happy for a while. It wasn't until, from the moment I was searched in the Divine Sea by the Supreme Elder who realized something was wrong. I didn't know that this was the world of immortal cultivation. The fortunate thing is that my soul is as if it was supposed to be this body's. The Supreme Elder found nothing endowed, and thought that I had over-rapidly cultivated, resulting in damage to my brain. Blah 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 a whole lot. Wang Feng listened silently beside her and finally came up with a summary. Lang Ningyue, soul where, did not inherit all the memories? Ice Palace Saint Daughter. Soul fit 100%, since the crossing has not been out of the ice palace. Most of all, stupid. Why did I say she was stupid? Because this one even told Wang Feng the entire process of her past life. It was almost as if he hadn't told Wang Feng whether he had been in a room with a man or not. Even she had told Wang Feng what cards she had, just because Wang Feng was her Blue Star hometown. It could almost be said that he was defenseless against Wang Feng, but Wang Feng also had to be on guard that she was lying to him. Wang Feng also confirmed the bad premonition in his heart, and sure enough, it didn't feel right just hearing her speak. Now Wang Feng silently took back the sentence before the beginning in his mind. Smart people have smart people's way of communication. So, your idea now is to never leave the ice palace? Chapter 107, I'm just asking if you're going to invest? So, your idea now is to never leave the ice palace? Wang Feng's eyes had changed when he looked at her. What a smart person. Fake. It's all fake. Otherwise, the immortal cultivation world I've heard is incredibly dangerous. And the female disciples in the palace will always talk about the demonic cultivators they've killed from time to time. When they tell me I can only try to maintain the original high-flying attitude they know I have by silently smiling and nodding in response to them. You know what? I'm really pretending so hard and I'm so tired and I want to die. Wang Feng looked up and frowned as he uttered the one word he expected. I don't want to die. I want to eat Blue Star's food so bad. Woo woo. Saying that condensed moon seemed to somehow drop and cried out in pain. Snot flowing out of her nose. Whoa. Big sis, will you stop crying? Wang Feng helplessly patted his forehead. Really convinced? Thought it was a smart person, combined with a stupid goods. Really no eyes. Didn't the Ice Palace's Supreme Elder notice? Wang Feng had some doubts in his heart. Those three old ladies were really senile? I don't know why Long Ningyu was so aggravated and scared. It was because she had been taken by the Ice Palace's Supreme Elder or her master, or some of its other elders. She already didn't know how many times she had been searched in the Divine Sea. And the most awesome time was when she was captured by the second Supreme Elder and had her soul searched once. Finding that the memories searched out were surprisingly blank also finally made the elders put their hearts down. It did seem that he had damaged his memory for some unknown reason, resulting in a crippled soul, which was why he was like a different person. It was also that soul search that had sufficiently made Lang Ningyu demented for dozens of days. The pain of that was self-evident. She dared to say that the acidity was definitely no weaker than the Thunderbolt Dharma King's brain shock healing method, or even 100 times stronger. Waking up after dozens of days of dementia scared to death that one slip will click. Do you know what it's like outside the cultivation world? Although Lang Ningyue didn't dare to go out, she still quite yearned for the outside. She was tired of staying in the ice palace all these years. What else can it be? Strength is honored. As long as you're strong, you can kill whoever you want. Ha! Lang Ningyue let out an exclamation of surprise, even though in her heart, she had already known that this was the case. I'm telling you, a pretty one like you hasn't beaten the enemy if one of them accidentally misses. Then there are only two endings that greet you, and you know what they are when you think about it. TSK TSK TSK. Wang Feng said and also glanced at her with an unknown meaning, which scared Lang Ningyu to the point that she wrapped the clothes on her body. So do you have Goldfinger or not? Wang Feng asked the question he had been wanting to ask, and the question that Lang Ningyu had never mentioned. No, I've traveled over here until now, and I have nothing but the original owner's identity and cultivation. Wang Feng nodded thoughtfully at the words. It seems to be another bitter person. Or, she is hiding it? If you're holding out on me, there's nothing I can do about it. But it's definitely not good for you, so I want you to think about it. Wang Feng's eyes glazed over and he used a bluffing tone to scare Lang Ningyu. P.S. Here is why the protagonist dares to threaten the holy maiden whose realm is higher than his. First, he has a bottom card and is sure that he can protect himself. Second, this is the Ice Palace. His master is his wife. Third, he has the capital of a great emperor. The three supreme elders will surely protect him. This is the capital. If she had been pretending up until now, then this person was very deep in the city and was definitely a great threat to Wang Feng. No, I swear on my Dao heart that there's absolutely no such thing as a golden finger for traveling across the world. What Wang Feng did not expect was that Lang Ningyu directly swore with her Dao heart, which also made Wang Feng dispel a few of his suspicions about her. Even though condensation moon has traveled to the present is estimated to be just a frog at the bottom of the well. People have not been killed, nor have they been out of the ice palace. How can she grow like this? As soon as she met him, an old countryman she had never seen before, she blah 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 blah, like a college girl. Oh no. According to the inside of the story she told, she was indeed a college girl. This kind of person if they run into one of those lawless travelers. I guess I was tricked into willingly losing my body and foolishly sending a bunch of resources to him. However, it was also thanks to the Ice Palace that Lang Ningyu had been able to live peacefully for so long. Wang Feng had seen one of the most miserable female travelers with no golden fingers who had been arrested and sold to a place like that. You can't die if you want to. It's worse than death. He was already a bit delirious when he was finally rescued by Wang Feng in passing, delivered the last punch of her life at her request. Have you ever leaked out the identity of a traveler? Wang Feng pondered for a while and continued to open his mouth to Lang Ningyu. No, I saw that when I was soul-searched myself. The Supreme Elders couldn't detect any information, so I just kept it to myself. I still have some novels I've read. I'm not that stupid. Lang Ning answered Wang Feng's question. She realized that she was the one who was supposed to ask Wang Feng the question. How was she slowly being turned against him? Indeed. You're very smart. Wang Feng scratched the corners of his mouth and looked at Lang Ningyu with a thumbs up with a look of a retard. Listening to Wang Feng's praises, Lang Ningyu was even a bit fluttery. No deal. You better not tell anyone that I'm a traveler. Otherwise I'm sure the Palace Master and the Supreme Elder won't do anything to me. But you, for sure, will live and die. Wang Feng finished quietly looking at Lang Ningyu's reaction. In fact, he was also a bit unable to guess. Bluffing her just. I dare not. Lang Ningyu hurriedly waved her hand, thinking to herself that this quite good-looking old countryman was not at all approachable, and started threatening her at every turn. Do you know any spells now? Are there many resources? After a moment of silence, Wang Feng took a sip of wine and once again asked Lang Ningyu the most important question. He's as close to a villain as you can get right now, interrogating the prisoner. But this was also a shadow in Wang Feng's heart. He didn't know how many times he had been shaded by travelers before. Although it all backfired, it always left a shadow in his mind. Will, as for resources, it's okay, I didn't cross over for nothing. So that means you've grown everything but your brain since you traveled, right? Wang Feng's language had made Lang Ningyu's originally still crying look whole. Thinking to myself, can this person even talk? More is fine. Now I'm a bit short-handed lately. Invest in me some resources. When I'm rich, I'll take you flying. This was the true intent of Wang Feng's words, and the previous sentence was just a courtesy. Didn't we just give it away? Lang Ningyu was a bit stunned. Why was she asking her for resources again? Wasn't that just a meet and greet? Whoa, what's wrong with you? Lang Ningyu was really almost so angry that she jumped up and slapped Wang Feng, but it was not easy for her to meet an old countryman. I have the Palace Master. That is, my master, covering me now. And then you pay the protection fee. And then I cover you. So that means you are also covered by the Palace Master. Understand? Lang Ningyu sniffed thoughtfully, frowning in thought. Just say you're investing or not. I won't force you if you won't. Wang Feng threw out the choice and let Lang Ningyu choose for herself. After all, he couldn't force it. Chapter 108, Bringing a Breath Back for Death. In the end, Wang Feng walked out of the hall door of Lang Ningyu's residence with a smile on his face. And he had an unknown number of extra spirit stones and treasures in his storage space. And at this time, inside the Holy Maiden Hall, Lang Ningyu was still burning her brain. It's not right. I'm a holy maiden now. I'm just a little bit worse than the Palace Master and the others. And the inner disciples have to treat me respectfully. After reacting, Lang Ningyu hurriedly chased after her. But Wang Feng had long since run away, making her face red with anger. It's just a way to give yourself an extra layer of security to stay alive in the immortal cultivation world. Although she comforted herself with this in her heart, Cold Snap Moon still felt a pang of loss in her heart. 30 years ago, except for those 8 years when he was tortured by the god-searching Sea Watch, the rest of the realm was something she had asked the elders for advice herself before breaking through from the peak of the 9th level of the harmonization realm to the 9th level of the yuan-breaking realm. Otherwise her position as the Holy Maiden wouldn't have been so secure. Luckily the original body's talent was still there. Otherwise she would have suffered old age. The dog host is a real dog. Even this kind of ignorant girl is deceived. If the host has the opportunity to practice greatness again, the host deserves the title of Greatness of Liars. Wang Feng was speechless as he listened to the system's tirade on the way back. Screw you. I don't even know if she's cheating on me. Whatever. Hurry up and convert all of these into origin points. Snappy. Wang Feng commanded to the system. And the things that Lang Ningyu had given him a total of over 1,000,000 origin points. The total number of origin points he had now was 5752382. I have to say, this condensation moon is really generous. Wang Feng decided to change that sentence in his heart. What kind of hometown meets hometown and shoots you in the back? Now it's hometown meets hometown and tears in both eyes. Don't worry. I'll take care of you if anything happens. Wang Feng silently chanted in his mind, although he said that he would say this every time he received something from someone else. It sounded like a comfort. But Wang Feng did go to the meeting when the accident happened. That's if he doesn't have to fight for his life. Or if he doesn't, he can't. And because of this, in the 8th century, countless people wanted to lend him resources but couldn't find him. Unconsciously, Wang Feng and the system counter sprayed back to the residence. Just before entering the house, the door of the house opened with a squeak. Jiang Hanshi didn't like wearing a bucket hat when she was in the main palace of the Ice Palace, and she didn't know why. Maybe she didn't like it. Where have you been? Jiang Hanshi came up to raise an accusation, coldly talking Wang Feng out of his pretty face. I went out to see what the palace was like. Why? Wang Feng's tone was a bit confused, and the system had the sense to stop continuing to make noises inside his mind. Jiang Hanshi cold eyes, step by step approaching Wang Feng. Wang Feng was shocked, looked backward 2 steps. Master, your eyes, so scary. Wang Feng's speech took on a stutter. Without saying a word, Jiang Hanshi flashed in front of Wang Feng in a flash, feeling the exact same aura as the person who had come to the house that time. Jiang Hanshi spoke again. Where have you been? I'm right here in the palace. Jiang Hanshi sniffed and lifted the collar of Wang Feng's chest as he yanked him inside the house in one go. The door to the room closed. Inside the house, Jiang Hanshi's beautiful eyelashes were almost coming up to Wang Feng's face, giving him a look of hair. Master, you want to do? What for? Wang Feng was forced into a corner shivering and asked in fear. In fact, he did it on purpose, wanting to see what would happen to Jiang Hanshi when he came back with a strand of condensation moon's breath, commonly known as a death wish. I didn't expect her reaction to be so big, which made Wang Feng feel a little inexplicably happy in his heart, and at the same time a little afraid that Jiang Hanshi would cut him. I'm going to ask you one last time. Where have you been? I'm really right here in the palace. No, I was also invited to take a trip to senior sister's residence. What's wrong? Jiang Hanshi's eyes stared, deadlocked with Wang Feng, as if he wanted to see something in Wang Feng's eyes. Which sister? Master, I don't know. When I see her again, I'll point her out to you. Wang Feng could only pretend that he didn't recognize Lang Ningyu for the moment, but her next sentence instantly made Wang Feng unable to resist. Take me now. Jiang Hanshi's words were cold and merciless, like a command, as if he was bound to catch that vixen. Next time. No. Jiang Hanshi's tone was resolute, not giving Wang Feng the slightest chance to refuse. Okay, well. Wang Feng lowered his head, as if he had a weak heart, not daring to meet her eyes. And this appearance made Jiang Hanshi's heart somehow even gave birth to a trace of anger, only to be forcibly suppressed by her. Point the way. Jiang Hanshi lifted up Wang Feng, put on the white veil bucket hat, and walked to the door and pulled it open with one hand. The doors are pulled with a crunch. Crunch. Ass shook, and Wang Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This time it really wasn't a pretense. Jiang Hanshi didn't look that angry on the surface, but his actions had proved it. Wang Feng couldn't help but recall the angry appearance of Jiang Hanshi in his first 8 lives. Hiss. Thinking about it, Wang Feng couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air in his mind. Flying halfway, Jiang Hanshi pondered who exactly was the person who had the means to enter the main palace. In fact, this is the real reason why she is going to catch that female disciple. This is the real reason, right? It must be this that is the real reason. Kanganchi reassured himself in his mind. At this moment, Lang Ningyu, who was sitting in the Holy Maiden Hall, was leaning back in her chair and leisurely drinking tea. Anyway, these 30 years of nothing but cultivation is how the pendulum swings over. Bang! The door of the hall was kicked open, frightening Cold Snap Moon into taking out her own innate weapon, the Cold Spirit Ice Gun. Who? Lang Ningyue gazed at the door of the hall and let out an angry voice. Those who could be so violent could definitely not be the elders. Sweeper, don't move! Wang Feng came in with a big pop, and the 4 words dumbfounded Lang Ningyu, and she was somewhat at a loss for words when she was standing in place. Immediately after coming in, there was also Jiang Hanshi. Although Lang Ningyu could not see Jiang Hanshi's face, she could also feel her chill. Palace Master. Lang Ningyue hurriedly put away her weapon and bowed her hand to Jiang Hanshi, while there was some doubt in her mind as to what the Palace Master was doing here. What is it that you seek out my disciple for 3 times? Jiang Hanshi stood at Wang Feng's side looking at the Ice Palace Holy Maiden and opened her mouth in a cold voice. This Holy Maiden had still been recommended through her before. No wonder it was possible to enter the main palace. It really wasn't difficult with the cover of the Holy Maiden's identity and her own secret techniques. All she had to do was pretend to say that she wanted to see the Supreme Elder or show her token to get the female disciples of the Ice Palace to let her go, which was the exclusive right of the Holy Maiden. Lang Ningyu froze for a moment, thinking that Jiang Hanshi was trying to ask her what she was doing by inviting Wang Feng. Palace Master. I just couldn't help but be curious about the talent of the man who could enter the people of the Ice Palace, so I invited him to sit in the palace for a while. Is something wrong? Lang Ningyu asked suspiciously, then walked over and raised her hand to greet them as they entered the hall and took a seat. It wasn't a good idea to keep standing like this. Jiang Hanshi looked at Lang Ningyu in front of him and stood in place for a moment in silence. What is your explanation for the fact that I found your scent in my house some time ago? Lang Ningyue was scared by Jiang Hanqi's words and her heart trembled. Her heart cried out what to do shouldn't she be searched for her soul again? Chapter 109 Shio's jealousy turned over. Palace Master. You've sensed it wrong, haven't you? Everyone in the palace knows that I usually don't go out if I'm fine. Except for cultivation. Lang Ningyue could only pretend with a stiff upper lip. Her hands in her sleeves couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ahem. Let me say 1-0. It's kind of weird for us to be standing around talking like this, so let's go in and sit down first. Wang Feng stood out and raised his hands, interrupting the exchange between the two women, and then, he became the center of attention. Since you want to go in and sit down first. Wang Feng heard the words immediately held up his hands frozen in place. Jiang Hanqi's tone of voice although it sounds very normal, but of fine taste. Wang Feng gently lowered his raised hands in the two women's gazes and silently lowered his head and walked back behind Jiang Hanqi to stop talking. This is the first and last time. Jiang Hanqi turned away after saying that. The meaning of his words couldn't be more obvious. Thank you, Palace Master. Lang Ningyue looked at Jiang Hanqi's back and could only bow her head and arch her hand to say thank you. This was a warning. Her forehead was sweating as a yuan-breaking realm cultivator. It was really because Jiang Hanqi's sense of oppression was too strong. Not only was her realm unreadable, but her speech was also so cold. She was truly afraid that the Palace Master would give her a soul search. Wang Feng stood still and looked at her slightly trembling arms. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Jiang Hanqi was really still so scary in front of others. Wang Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had felt Jiang Hanqi's oppressive feeling. Don't you want to leave? Do you want to spend the night here? Eat Jack. Coming. Wang Feng's body could not help but tremble slightly when he was called out by such a Jiang Hanqi, and he hurriedly chased after him. In the future, you are not allowed to go to the Ice Palace disciples' residence again, lest you disturb the cultivation of both parties. Returning to the main palace, Jiang Hanqi in the house looked at Wang Feng and warned in a cold voice. What about you? I'm the Palace Master. And even more so, your master. So why can't I come closer? Then, Master, Jiang Hanqi frowned slightly as she sat in her chair, not understanding what exactly Wang Feng was going to say. As if he had made a great determination, Wang Feng shouted out all at once. Can I hug you? His proximity. Is that how close? Jiang Hanqi was stunned by Wang Feng's words and looked at him dumbfounded for a while before coming back to his senses. What do you think? Jiang Hanqi looked like he was letting Wang Feng guess for himself, but the meaning of it couldn't be more obvious. But if Wang Feng was allowed to guess, then there was only one possibility. Chant. I think it has to be okay. Wang Feng said and even walked towards Jiang Hanqi with open arms, only to stop when he was still a sword's distance away from Jiang Hanqi. It was a real sword distance, as the tip of the cold sword was only about 3 centimeters away from Wang Feng's chest. Master. This time cold sword didn't even say anything. His mouth was sealed, and slowly he didn't even whimper anymore. Probably tired. Now what do you think? I don't know if it was Wang Feng's illusion, but Jiang Hanqi's tone even brought a bit of playfulness. Well, no. Only after Jiang Hanqi heard this did he put his cold sword away. Well, what about the elders? Wang Feng sent out another question. Jiang Hanqi was silent for a while after hearing this. Indeed, she was talking about the disciples of the Ice Palace. What about the elders? Neither can I. Jiang Hanqi's cold words were answered instantly, as if he hadn't been to his head at all. Wang Feng stood in place, looking a bit at a loss for words as he was being watched by Jiang Hanqi. Jiang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng for a while, then spoke in a cold voice. If you are not honest, I will hand you over to the Supreme Elder to be taught. Wang Feng's face pretended to look shocked, and he was also genuinely shocked. Master don't After all, a Taishan Elder is also an elder. I just want to stay by Master's side. Please Master, don't get that idea again. Wang Feng folded his hands together to ask for a favor, and it was this action that froze Jiang Hanqi in his tracks. Fairy, please help me for once. Please, Master. When Wang Feng saw Jiang Hanqi frozen, he couldn't help but be moved to doubt and waved his hand in front of her and called out twice. As Jiang Hanqi listened to this unfamiliar address, his heart was inexplicably a little sour for some reason. Feeling the wisp of condensation moon if anything on Wang Feng's body, Jiang Hanqi could have raised her hand and waved a spirit wind to wave it away, but instead she ghostly took out a small bottle. Go gargle your body. Jiang Hanqi handed the small bottle to Wang Feng coldly and faintly opened his mouth. It was filled with a clear liquid. I don't know what it was, but it looked like it should be flower liquid. Master, with my cultivation level I don't need to wash up anymore. Why do I still need to do so? Wang Feng's heart was clear and he spoke knowingly. In the end, Wang Feng obediently went out the door under the silent death stare of Jiang Hanqi. Master, how can I wash such a small bottle? the door to the room opened again, and Wang Feng smiled and talked to the little cutie, like asked a question. Whoosh! Zhang Hensher didn't know where to pull out a large bucket and threw it over to Wang Feng, who hurriedly caught it. The door closes. The door opened again. Master, what if there's no water? Jiang Hanqi swished. Threw out another inflammatory firestone and looked at the snow behind Wang Feng again. The spells in this world were strange in that a spirit root with unequal attributes couldn't cultivate another's attribute spells. This was also the reason why Wang Feng was like this, and why he also had to drill wood for fire that time. The door closed. The door opens again once more. What else? Jiang Hanqi slightly raised her eyebrows to look at the smiling Wang Feng in the doorway and wondered. Master, will you wash together? The apprentice is a bit scared to be out there alone. Roll. Jiang Hanqi opened his eyes and looked at him, coldly spitting out a word. Creak. The door closes. Wang Feng carried the bucket and the inflammatory flame stone silently at the door and took out the kettle of unlimited water and started to pour water inside the bucket. Finally, he wrapped his spiritual energy around the inferno stone, activating and controlling it to prevent it from giving the bottom of the barrel a burn through. Throwing the inferno stone into the bucket that was already filled with water. The water in the bucket started to heat up with the naked eye, and the temperature gradually rose. As for the size of this bucket, it could barely fit Wang Feng, right? Looking at the warm clear water, resembling a hot spring, there was a small stone at the bottom that had been kept heated. Finally, Wang Feng carried the water to the door of the house, took out the bottle of liquid that Jiang Hanqi had given him, and poured it all down. In an instant the scent was overflowing all around. Even Jiang Hanqi inside the room could smell it, and the tip of his nose couldn't help but sniff slightly. Thought he wouldn't pour it all in, right? But it's good. Sheesh, what was I thinking? Jiang Hanqi hurriedly suppressed his chaotic thoughts and concentrated on cultivating. At this time outside, Wang Feng was rustling off his clothes, stripping down to just a pair of large floral pants. Then the whole thing jumped toward the bucket, then made a hard hunch and got inside. Chapter 110. Wang Feng has opened a skill. Tiger Pounce. Ah, it's stuck. It's stuck. This shout of his was heard even by Jiang Hanqi inside the house. Jiang Hanqi instantly associated it with the scene outside and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. The bucket she had fetched was meant for him to fetch a bucket of water to splash and wash in, and he was now presumably diving right in with his whole body. Jiang Hanqi closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, letting Wang Feng outside make his own mess. With his strength, it was enough to directly explode his spiritual power to blow that barrel out, outside the house. Oh, cozy. Wang Feng couldn't help but let out a murmur as he felt the temperature coming from the barrel in this cold snowy day. Forget about it. Take a dip. It's a long-lasting spa anyway. System, take some of the low-grade spirit sources inside my storage space and pour them into the bucket. Wang Feng didn't even want to stretch out his hands, and he couldn't stretch out his hands because he was still stuck, and it was mainly just too comfortable. It's like the early riser in winter who doesn't want to show a little limb out of the covers. Ding! Handling fee of 100 origin points. 100 points for you? You can't afford to live off system. The system can't afford to live. Can the host send me some origin points? With big eager eyes. Ouch. You're even going to match yourself with an image now. Wang Feng really did not expect that the system would even supplement the image of his eyes out at the back. Want? Eager. No. Roll your ass. The small bottle containing the low-grade spirit source in Wang Feng's storage space was taken out by the system. It then hung in the air and gave a hard knock to Wang Feng's head before finally starting to pour it into the bucket and finally storing it back in the storage space. You dog! Why are you like a dog? Wang Feng cursed twice, and the system ignored Wang Feng, seemingly too lazy to have a meaningless sparring session with him. Wang Feng didn't make a fool of himself by continuing to scold the system, but began to operate the chaotic overlord body technique to absorb the spirit source inside the barrel. Classic 5 minutes later. Wang Feng didn't fall asleep as soon as he practiced, but he would only sleep with peace and comfort. After all, his gongfu could work even during sleep, so it was a good time to go to sleep. As the chaotic overlord body skill was running and absorbing, the spiritual source and aroma in the barrel were all sucked into Wang Feng's body. This scent is not pungent and smells like a soothing sensation. It could be said that if Wang Feng walked out right now, he would totally be a big fragrant baby. It was late at night and the snowflakes were falling even harder. Wang Feng in the bucket unconsciously shrunk toward the water, and the warm hot water made him feel incredibly comfortable. At last half his chin was submerged in the water, showing a nose for breathing, and some white snow had fallen on the top of his head. Jiang Hanqi inside the house held his breath and finally collected his breath, raised his eyes, and looked at the sky outside, which had long since darkened. When she turned her head to look, she had thought that Wang Feng would be huffing and puffing on the bed, shocked to find the room empty except for her. Stretching out her slender jade legs and standing up, Kong Hansei swept around the room. The mind couldn't help but think that he wouldn't go looking for that holy maiden again, would he? As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Hanshi headed for the door. Only her steps got faster and faster, and she was close to kicking open the door to her room and flying out. I've said not to disturb each other's cultivation, and I'm sure I'll have to punish them when I catch them later. As soon as she pulled open the door of her room, Jiang Hanxi was about to leave the main palace of the Ice Palace to seek Wang Feng. Just as soon as she pulled open the door to her room she froze. Jiang Hanshi lowered his head and looked at Wang Feng, who was stuck in the barrel, stuck in a pensive mood. How the hell did he get in? The hot water was steaming in the cold snowy day, and Wang Feng's entire body looked a little fluttery, hunkered down inside the barrel with a comfortable, demented look on his face. Jiang Hanshi looked at him like this. Know that the heart is a misunderstanding of him. She really did not expect to gargle a body, but also gargle a sleep. Jiang Hanshi walked forward and gently squatted down, quietly looking at Wang Feng's clear face. Wake up! Jiang Hanshi reached out and gently poked Wang Feng's clean and white face, calling out gently. As she expected, there was no movement. In the end, Jiang Hanxi put her hands into the water, but the bucket didn't have much room in the first place, causing her hands to meet with Wang Feng's sturdy chest. Jiang Hanshi paused in his movements, and finally cupped up some water and lightly splashed it against Wang Feng's face, and Wang Feng finally opened his eyes fiercely as if a switch had been flicked, and a fierce light appeared. Conditionally reflexively, his body's spiritual energy exploded. The entire barrel instantly exploded, and Wang Feng's entire body was like a tiger pouncing towards Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi didn't expect him to react so strongly, and all of a sudden his entire body was splashed by the exploding water, immediately followed by Wang Feng's tiger pounce. She hurriedly raised her hand to push Wang Feng, trying to avoid the pouncing Wang Feng. However, she still underestimated Wang Feng's force. Wang Feng's physical realm and Dharma cultivation realm were equal. I didn't expect that. I didn't push Wang Feng away, but instead he grabbed his hands. Snap! Wang Feng pressed down on Jiang Hanshi, and the two of them fell toward the house together, hitting the floor heavily. Wang Feng's eyes were slightly red as he opened his mouth in a swift manner and bit towards Jiang Hanxi's neck. Jiang Hanshi looked at the seemingly crazy Wang Feng, eyes startled, wanted to draw back, but the body and hands were again Wang Feng dead press on the floor. In desperation, he could only explode his entire body's spiritual energy to protect his neck, and his body's cold aura radiated out, cold and cold. Teeth and white neck touched together. Jiang Hanshi is not afraid. If Wang Feng forces too much, only to be bounced off. Just when he was about to bite down, Wang Feng's movements gave out, gently loosening his teeth. He slowly lifted his eyes upwards to meet Jiang Hanshi's eyes. Sucking, Wang Feng subconsciously sucked back the saliva on Jiang Hanshi's white neck. Jiang! Master! Master! Wang Feng looked at the dripping wet Jiang Hanshi for a moment. His throat rolled involuntarily, and he swallowed the saliva in his mouth. Jiang Hanshi's hair is a little wet, looks like a person to see, and there is a row of clearly visible red teeth marks on the neck. Wang Feng, he was sleeping soundly just now, being splashed by the water so much. Subconsciously it was like going back to the life of being shady in the previous 8 lives. It caused him to muscle memorize the means of casting his previous life's protection, because it wasn't as if he hadn't bitten off people who came near him like that and then tried to plot against him. Jiang Hanshi was pressed underneath him, quietly staring at him until he realized after a long time that Wang Feng hadn't even gotten up yet. There was some shame in Jiang Hanshi's heart. She as a master was actually being pressed by her disciple, and she couldn't even break free. Seen enough? Jiang Hanshi's hands were pressed by Wang Feng not far from his head, and his words were chilling. Back! Look enough! Wang Feng, who was somewhat lost in a trance, hurriedly changed his words as he listened to Jiang Hanshi's icy to the extreme tone. Wearing only a pair of big floral pants, he hurriedly climbed up from Jiang Hanshi. In a hurry, he ran to the bed and wrapped up the quilt, shivering as he looked at Jiang Hanshi. The path he ran through brought up a cloud of fragrance. Wang Feng was on the bed sniffing the clear aroma that he didn't know whether it was from the quilt or his own body. Wang Feng wrapped up a little more tightly and hurriedly utilized the chaotic bastard body technique to dispel the coldness of his body. Jiang Hanshi was able to undo his restraints and hurriedly stood up, looking at Wang Feng on the bed with coldness in his eyes. Chapter 111. Looks like it's time to go to the central state. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi, whose hair was slightly wet. This was the real delicate beauty. The thought that this was his doing made his head press down a little vainly. As for why Jiang Hanshi didn't make much of a move when she saw the scene of Wang Feng getting into bed, because her bed had long been Wang Feng's. Wang Feng has also been confused as to why she refuses to go to bed no matter what, and tells him to just go to sleep and stop talking so much. Wang Feng ran the chaotic overlord body technique, dispelling the coldness from his body in one go, and opened his mouth somewhat sheepishly to ask, Master, why did you suddenly appear in front of me? Scared me. Wang Feng was shivering all wrapped up in his comforter, which was wet with water from his body. When I saw that you had not returned for a day, I wanted to go and look for you, but I did not think that you would be able to sleep at the door. Zhang Hanqi frowned as he looked at Wang Feng, who was nestled under the covers and shivering. Another look at his dry wet piece of clothing. I really want to give him a slap. Zhang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng for a while and finally turned around and went out the door, only to return after a while, and the clothes on her body had long since been changed into a long, gradual blue dress, and the wet white dress had long since disappeared. Zhang Hanqi had thought that Wang Feng would hurry to change his clothes after she came back, but he didn't realize that he was still nestled inside the quilt looking around. What are you looking around for if you don't hurry up and get changed? Zhang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng coldly and faintly and said, and no emotions could be seen on his face. Ooh. Wang Feng twice, then remembered that he hadn't put on any clothes yet, and just now he was just focusing on recalling the image of pressing down on Zhang Hanqi. As soon as Wang Feng lifted the comforter, he took out his clothes from the storage space and put them on in front of Zhang Hanqi. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Zhang Hanqi turned around in a hurry and spoke in an angry tone. Every time he changed his clothes he had to do it in front of her. Master, who are we to each other? Master and disciple are like family members, right? Now even if you change your clothes in front of me, I won't have a single mood swing. Relatives. Looking at Zhang Hanqi's suspiciously frothing eyes, Wang Feng added another sentence. Master, if you don't believe, shut up. Before Wang Feng could finish his words, Zhang Hanqi directly cut Wang Feng off as if he had already guessed what he was going to say. Wang Feng obediently shut his mouth and carefully lay back on the bed. Zhang Hanqi stared coldly for a while, speechless, turned around and sat down on the chair with his eyes closed to cultivate. The atmosphere of the room quieted down, and Wang Feng also lay down and prepared to run his gongfu to sleep. In a few days you'll have to go to the task pavilion to pick up the list for a trip down the mountain to practice. Right at the 4th minute, Zhang Hanqi's voice suddenly broke inside Wang Feng's ears. Ha! Wang Feng's eyes widened and he twisted his head to look at Zhang Hanqi. This is the rule of the Ice Palace. Every person in the spirit expansion realm has to take the list for a trip down the mountain to practice, and also to solve the things under the mountain that some lowly cultivators can't manage. Zhang Hanqi did not open his eyes, and when he heard Wang Feng's puzzled voice, he slowly explained. Oh. Wang Feng let out an oh, but in his heart, he was calculating that it looked like it was time to go looking for that thing in the central state. Zhang Hanqi no longer dares to approach Wang Feng at night, leading to a night without words. A few days passed by, and from time to time, there were some female disciples at the peak of the 9th level of the Jialing realm who sent challenge letters to Wang Feng. Wang Feng simply jumped onto the challenge stage in front of countless people in the Ice Palace today, making those female disciples look confused. Ahem! Junction Spirit Realm senior sisters and brothers, come to the challenge stage quickly. Wang Feng coughed twice to clear his throat, and utilized his spiritual energy to shout. The voice traveled 3 passes in a small area, and then it was time to start passing it from person to person. Soon, uncountable female disciples had already gathered under the ring, and even some inner disciples had come to watch the fun. Wang Feng looked at the people were almost done and opened his mouth to shout impatiently. Don't you Jialing Realm ones come to challenge me anymore. It's annoying as hell. Senior brother, what kind of body rinse did you use? Why does it smell so good? Someone shouted from the stage, but it was shouted by someone above the spirit expansion realm or spirit gathering realm, because the ones in the junction spirit realm were all offended by him. No, can you stay out of my conversation? Wang Feng looked at her and frowned indignantly and said. He was also helpless with the scent he was wearing. It had been so many days and surprisingly it hadn't gone down yet. What kind of flower liquid did Zhang Hanqi give him? This flavor couldn't even be dispelled by running his spiritual energy. Of course there are ways to dispel it. It just costs a bit of resources, but it's not worth it for just 1 cent. Moreover, Zhang Hanqi seemed to like the fact that he was carrying this scent, or else he wouldn't have let him go and wash up. Come to the first layer of the spirit expansion realm. Beat me and I'll let my master give you the king's weapon. As soon as Wang Feng's words came out, the stage immediately boiled over. He actually wanted to beat the expanded spirit realm with the peak of the 9th level of the knotted spirit realm. All of a sudden, many female disciples of the spirit expansion realm, regardless of whether this was true or false, flew up at one go. Okay, this one came first, so go down, all of you. Wang Feng waved his hand at the slow arrivals, causing a pleasing sigh of relief. Come on, hit me. Then senior brother, be careful. Although that female disciple of the spirit expansion realm said so on her lips, her hands were not merciful at all. A halberd appeared in the female disciple's hand, startling Wang Feng. So tough? Ah! The female disciple let out a furious cry. Her chi gave enough, instantly bursting toward Wang Feng, jumping up and slashing down violently. Wang Feng stood still in place, his body's breath soared, and when he raised his hand, his arm instantly transformed into a sword, with sword intent lingering on it, and it was incomparably powerful. Bang! There was a crunching sound, sparks shot out in all directions, and Wang Feng's feet were crumbled out into a large crater by the blow. Without giving the woman a chance to react, Wang Feng's stance flickered and he took a few steps forward at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Clank! In just an instant, the sword transformed from the hand was already on the female disciple's neck, and she lost without even using her stance. Okay, that was fast. The female disciple froze in place. Her realm was obviously higher than Wang Feng's, but she only saw a section of residual shadow before Wang Feng appeared in front of her. Also, what kind of secret technique is this? To be able to change your hand into a sword, and it was able to resist the attack of her halberd, whether it was her or the female disciples on the stage. There was a look of disbelief amidst the shock, as they didn't know what secret technique this was either. The Junction Spirit Realm beating the Expanded Spirit Realm. One move to win. In an instant, the stage was in an uproar, and only some people in higher realms silently recalled the battle that Wang Feng had just fought. Wang Feng changed his hand back to normal, raised his hands, and his temper was no longer so arrogant. It's all been said. Don't bother me with the Junction Spirit Realm in the future, or else my ass will open flowers for you. Saying that, Wang Feng jumped off the ring and walked towards the task pavilion according to the direction that Zhang Hanshi had told him long ago, leaving a chorus of chattering voices behind them. Fading away. Chapter 112, Going Down the Mountain / Lao San. You go to protect the road. Mission Court. Wang Feng stroked his chin and fell into deep thought as he looked at the tasks on the list. They're all from the north. What's going on here? How's he going to get to central China? Wang Feng chose and selected, and finally chose a quest to kill the snow demon at the 5th level of the spirit expansion realm and bring back the snow demon's heart. As for why he chose this mission, it was because it was long and within the range of what he could accomplish. As soon as he unveiled the list paper, the gazes of the people around him instantly gathered towards him, and some even opened their mouths to advise him. Senior female. Senior brother. You're afraid that you can't solve this snow demon with this cultivation level, right? There was a female disciple of the spirit expansion realm who looked at Wang Feng, and her address was almost called Senior Sister, really because she was used to being called in the Ice Palace. Senior Sister, don't worry. I don't fight unsure battles. This mission, I have 99% certainty. Well, Senior brother, allow Senior Sister to say one more thing. What kind of gargling body do you use? Seeing Wang Feng like this, that female disciple also stopped meddling in the matter. Those who could be brought back by the palace master were probably not simple goods. But her next sentence rendered Wang Feng speechless, because he didn't know exactly what kind of flower liquid Zhang Hanshi took to him. Body odor. Wang Feng thought about it for no reason and said these words in her astonished gaze. Alright, that female disciple is also not a little cute. Seeing that Wang Feng refused to say anything, he didn't harass her too much. In fact, even though the Ice Palace disciples couldn't be moved, they still wanted to smell good on themselves, so sometimes they go down to the mountains to find some nice smelling flowers, which are then processed and finally used for bathing every now and then. After all, who among girls doesn't want to smell good? Seeing that the female disciple stopped talking, Wang Feng said his farewells and then came all the way to the elder guarding the task pavilion and put the list paper on the table. The female elder who was dealing with the other list papers took it without lifting her head, and signed some 7s and 7s and so on with a spirit pen. Take it for yourself, and bring the list paper and the snow demon heart along with you to exchange for pills or spirit stones when the time comes. If you don't come back in 100 days to turn in your quest, the list paper quest will be put back up by then. Of course, you have completed the task, just did not come to hand it in. There are disciples to receive the list again if they will go down to the mountain to explore once again, and after finding that it has been resolved, it will no longer be put up on the list paper. After the female elder filled it out, she looked up while returning the list paper to Wang Feng, only she froze just as she lifted it up. Thank you, elder. As soon as Wang Feng took the list paper, she left without looking back, leaving behind the elders who were still frozen in place watching her back. Hey, are you sure you can accomplish this task as a Junction Spirit Realm? The female elder reacted and shouted in a hurry, and it wasn't Wang Feng's face that she froze. What froze was that Wang Feng, this little Kalemi, wanted to accomplish this task with his cultivation level of the Jieling realm? I am 99% sure. There is no need to persuade me of this battle. Wait for my return. Wang Feng was holding the list in his hand outside the door, and the snowflakes drifted down to his head one by one, as if he was going to his death. The female elder rolled her eyes at the counter. I didn't persuade you, I just doubt your strength, but don't die outside. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. The good atmosphere was all ruined by her. Why don't we bet on it? It's written in the palace rules that Ice Palace disciples are not allowed to gamble, or else they'll be sent to the cold prison to face the wall for 3 days. Wang Feng. Okay. Look at your counter, so many list paper. I think the elders are also very tired. Egu. Unlike me. Free ah. Wang Feng said and also stretched his back. Snorted inside. Get out. Seeing the female elder that was quite a bit wanting to draw her weapon to cut Wang Feng hurriedly flew away. After wandering around the ice palace for so many days, Wang Feng had not wandered around for nothing, and at least knew where the main palace, the inner and outer gates, and the main gate were. It turned out that the place he had made a mess of was the outer gate. The inner gate, on the other hand, was on the other side of the main palace, and Wang Feng hadn't gone to see it yet. However, I heard that the inner disciples are all elites, and they usually don't come out of the gate for nothing major except for cultivation. This was also the reason why Wang Feng saw so few inner disciples. Gentlemen, Mr. Wang is going. Amon Yen. Some female disciples passing by or going out of the gate were startled by this sudden roar. Who has such a big voice? Senior brother. Don't go yet. Senior sister will give you a ride. Wang Feng looked at the imposing senior sister who flew over at breakneck speed and hurriedly flew down the mountain. The god looked startled. His hips twisted, and the big foot just barely brushed against his ass. Ihia. I'm going to go. Bye-bye. Wang Feng's voice faded away, finally until it could no longer be heard. Deep in the ice palace, Zhang Hanshi and the 3 supreme elders looked at the image of Wang Feng descending the mountain in front of them. Oldest, you go be the protector. The second great elder who had been silent on the side opened his mouth and looked at the third great elder. Why don't you go? Can't you ask an elder at the peak of the 9th level of the Saint King realm to follow him? The 3 supreme elders were obviously a bit unhappy. The 3 of them hadn't defended anyone in how many years? In the past, it was the default in the Ice Palace to call a strong person at the peak of the Saint King realm to be a protector. This kid has the qualifications of a great emperor and is qualified to have you follow. The second supreme elder spoke with reason, but the third supreme elder wasn't a cutie pie either. How could he just be convinced by her like that? Then why don't you go? I'll go. As soon as the words of the third supreme elder finished, Zhang Hanshi, who had been silent at the side watching the scene below, coldly spoke out. No! Almost the instant Zhang Hanshi had just finished speaking, the 3 supreme elders shouted in unison, stopping Zhang Hanshi. Finally, after layers of reasoning, layers of justification, layers of moral abduction, the 3 Taishan elders went. Keep an eye on him. It's hard to find someone with the qualifications of a great emperor. As the third great elder set off, Zhang Hanshi unexpectedly instructed the third great elder. At that moment, the 3 supreme elders felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, the third supreme elder was practically suffocating. Even if Zhang Hanshi hadn't specifically instructed her, she would have taken care of it. Choking on the fact that Kong Hansei knew she would take care of it, she made a point of telling her. Although Zhang Hanshi was borrowing the name of a great emperor's talent, the 3 great elders still vaguely felt that something was wrong. It's over. The palace master's heart. I'm afraid it can't be saved. Waiting for the 3 supreme elders to leave, the 2 remaining Taishan elders were guilty of twitching in their hearts and hurriedly advised Zhang Hanshi. It's time to return to the main palace. Make sure to cultivate properly. Aha. After some time, Zhang Hanshi answered faintly and turned around to fly back towards the main palace. The 2 supreme elders looked at the screen again, and sure enough, that brat's vision had long disappeared. Elder, the palace master is really getting out of sorts. After Zhang Hanshi left, the 2 didn't leave immediately, but talked about it, with the Grand Taishan elder being the first to exit. It can't be helped if it's not right. Ugh, it's hard to tie her up, or kill it for that kid? That's a great emperor. Ugh. The second supreme elder gave a sigh, and finally the great supreme elder followed suit. Chapter 113, Emptying Your Heart. The 4th day after Wang Feng descended from the mountain. I don't know what Zhang Hanshi is doing right now. He should be practicing, right? Wang Feng flew in the sky with boredom, but his mind couldn't help but think of Zhang Hanshi's cold face. There was also the blushing look he often got when he teased her, especially her ears, which seemed to be particularly sensitive, so she'd have to try biting them sometime. Hey! Thinking about it, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Alas, I do not know how long it will take to make Zhang Hanshi love him. After reacting to the Wang Feng heart thought of this some melancholy, Wang Feng thought about all kinds of deeds over and over again, while stepping on the flying sword to stick to the snow and play while rushing. Looking down from the sky, the direction Wang Feng was traveling seemed like a place where a large snake had wandered. Zhang Hanshi, who was cultivating in the main palace of the Ice Palace, seemed as if he had sensed something as well. Subconsciously looking at the location of the bed and couch, after seeing that there was only an empty bed left, his heart could not help but feel a little stuffy. Slowly lifting his feet out of the chair, He ghostly opened the door and came outside for a couple of breaths. The direction he was looking at was exactly Wang Feng's side, but unfortunately, they were too far apart to see it. Jiang Hanshi looked at the snowflakes that filled the sky, and a small rattle appeared in his white slender hand. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise lightly. That crook should take the list and go down the mountain, right? As the palace master, I'm retraining once. Should I also take a trip down the mountain to experience? Jiang Hanshi looked at the rattle in his hands, unconsciously gave birth to such an idea in his heart, and finally shook it off. Or heart, forget about it. Jiang Hanshi slowly raised his right hand, extended a finger, and gently tapped the small head of the smiling male child on the rattle twice, finally taking it back into the divine sea space. He turned around and went back to the house, sitting down on the bed and cultivating. Small town. Wang Feng followed the map on the list paper after rushing all the way to a small town labeled near the Snow Demon Snow Mountain. The fastest place to ask for information was the restaurant, and Wang Feng's eyes flashed as he swept around the town. The town clearly had many restaurants, and Wang Feng seemed to have purposely sought out a restaurant and walked in. Boss, I am a disciple of the Ice Palace, and I'm asking you about something. The shopkeeper was playing the calculator, and when he heard the voice coming from in front of him glanced at Wang Feng. The man. Little brother. There's nothing to be gained by you cheating on me. The shopkeeper had a few points of disgust in his eyes, and his tone was very unpleasant. The surrounding area could all know that the Ice Palace only had female disciples. You don't believe me? Me. I believe. When the shopkeeper was about to continue talking, Wang Feng directly pulled out a purple-edged ice character token, and his body's aura was exposed. Directly, the shopkeeper inside the counter was so frightened that his tone stuttered, and he hurriedly replaced it with a smile. Now even if the man in front of him wasn't an Ice Palace disciple, he was still an Ice Palace disciple in the shopkeeper's mind. He was only at the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm, so naturally, he was scared to death by Wang Feng. Even some of the people inside the inn who were eating and drinking tea had a look of horror on their faces. This was the 9th level of the Jieling realm aura. Without a doubt. Let me ask you a piece of information. I heard that the snow demon on the snowy mountain over there has been doing a lot of evil lately. Is it true? Wang Feng stood at the counter with his two hands on the counter and his feet crossed in a bored look. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, as if pondering whether to say it or not. Snap. What are you afraid of? Delaying the Ice Palace's business. That's punishable by beheading. Wang Feng saw the hesitant appearance of the shopkeeper. To the table is a beat. Soft, not eat. Can only come hard. It's not really an evil deed, I guess. At best it's a slaughter of a town. The shopkeeper's voice gradually weakened towards the end of his speech, almost to the point of inaudibility. What did you say? Wang Feng stared wide-eyed and dug his ears a little closer. What do you mean at best? Roar. Instead of the next sentence, Wang Feng was greeted with a roar that almost deafened his ears. Click. A sound of upper and lower jaw teeth colliding vigorously rang out. Wang Feng, on the other hand, had already flashed to the outside of the inn, coldly looking at the snow demon inside. Ha ha ha, brat. With this cultivation you still want to come and kill me. Only the outer layer of the shopkeeper's appearance began to change, slowly turning into a woman with a full figure. The clothes on his body had also turned into tulle, and his hidden appearance was tempting to the extreme. Well, does the concubine look good? The woman who was transformed by the snow demon fiddled with her graceful posture, and a purple light flashed in her eyes. As it finished its words, the entire appearance of the restaurant suddenly changed, transforming into a greenhouse, a very quiet greenhouse. Not a single guest, as if it was chartered by Wang Feng. Good looking. Ha. Wang Feng's eyes were mesmerized, and he stretched out his hands and walked in, seeming to have been struck by a charm. Come, my concubine will make you extremely happy in the Western Paradise. The snow demon threw a wink. The man was a good-looking man. Then let's give him an extremely happy death, just in time to suck his essence. Well, hey. Wang Feng walked over, and before he touched her body, he began to dance on her breasts in the air, with an impatient look. My brother wants to say something heartfelt to you. Sister, want to hear it? Wang Feng heatedly smiled dementedly, and his hand half a meter away from the snow demon compared it to its chest as if it was comparing its size. Brother wants to say what? Snow demon's voice carried a strange allure, as if it could simply arouse a man's desire. Sister, come here a little. Wang Feng gasped and looked unusually excited, and the snow demon also put her body and ears together when she saw this. It was impossible for a cultivator at the 9th level of the Junction Spirit Realm to break free of her demonic enchantment technique, which was one of the reasons why it let its guard down. Pust! A sound of entering flesh came out, and the vertical pupils of the snow demon's eyes instantly widened to look at Wang Feng. Wang Feng to its eyes clear, face smiling open, hollow out the heart, but no words. Oh, sis. Like, ha ha ha. Wang Feng stretched his neck to whisper into the snow demon's ear, literally killing people. And the hand that had been inserted into the snow demon's heart was still slowly stirring inside the snow demon's chest. Ah! A mournful cry rang out and pierced. With a sound, a blue beating heart held in Wang Feng's hand was blown away. You die. The snow demon's body cultivation exploded, expanding to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit realm. I'm tired of code. The fake cultivation of the task list paper. This is not the main character plot. How did it happen to me? Wang Feng hurriedly raised his feet and ran. And the awesome thing was that the heart he was holding was still beating. Also, give me. Behind him came the mournful roar of the snow demon. Wang Feng looked back. The snow demon had already turned into another appearance. A head of rough white hair flew about, and the vertical pupils in his eyes were blood red. The corners of his mouth were split to the base of his ears, and the teeth in his mouth looked like a nail. Chest broken with a big empty hole. Limbs like a cat like pulling the ground to Wang Feng fierce chase, but also shouted also. Give me. Ghosts. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng immediately ran faster, only to feel a burst of excitement. A bunch of stances stacked on top of each other. Even the snow demon chased after him with some difficulty. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Feng raised the blue heart and mouthed a mockery behind him. Chapter 114 Snow Demon. Death. Die for me. With the snow demon's roar, Wang Feng's eyes instantly glazed over. How many people has this thing killed? It's amazing that it can trigger and control avalanches. Wang Feng looked at the heavy snow that was accurately coming towards him in the distance. His heart was secretly shocked, and he hurriedly turned his direction and flew away. It is reasonable to say that the general snow demon can at most trigger an avalanche, and this one is directly about control. The entire avalanche blasted towards Wang Feng's side with precision and accuracy. It was impossible for this snow demon to have slaughtered only one town. I really don't know what the group of cultivators on the mountain are doing. They can't even get rid of a snow demon. Wang Feng also knew during his residence in the Ice Palace that the Ice Palace wasn't the only power here either. There were many other forces, large and small, just the Ice Palace taking the sole lead. Asterisk 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 ah. I can't believe you can make avalanches without them. Wang Feng was chased all the way outside the town, and as he ran, he suddenly saw the snow on the ground start to fly. Then it piled up and came crashing down on him like a wave. Stop. I'll just crush it if you come any closer. Wang Feng turned around in a circle, and the hand holding the blue heart seemed like it was about to start exerting itself, and the snow demon stopped in a hurry when she saw this. The avalanche that covered the sky seemed to have come to a slow halt as if it had also stood still. Wang Feng held the blue beating heart. He knew that crushing just one heart would at most cause the snow demon to suffer a great deal of yuan qi. Although the mission said to go back with the snow demon's heart, it didn't say that a snow demon without a heart couldn't live. Give it back. I'll spare your life. The snow demon opened its blood-red vertical pupils and slowly stood upright from its cat posture, looking dead at the blue heart in Wang Feng's hand. Nah! Wang Feng threw his heart towards the sky, and the snow demon pounced on it in a hurry. Biu! Bang! A chaos-colored laser psychic shot the blue heart to pieces. Ha ha ha! I fooled you, little cutie. Only then will I take your word for it. Wang Feng mocked the snow demon once again before turning around and running. He couldn't believe a demon that liked to eat human flesh and blood. The snow demon held the pile of crumpled hearts behind Wang Feng and viciously vomited out several large mouthfuls of blue blood. Obviously the absence of the heart had done a lot of damage to it. The snow demon's entire body then began to slowly frost over, and the avalanche moved once again. Only this time it was even louder. Even some towns 100 miles away that hadn't been massacred by the snow demons yet had seen the large avalanche that covered the sky. Ah! A mournful roar came out, heard by everyone in the distant city, but only very quietly. Wang Feng looked at the snow waves that were blasting in, and hurriedly took out the protective golden mantle that Zhang Hanshi had given him from his storage space, throwing it towards his head. A golden barrier rose around him, and Wang Feng hurriedly continued to fly. Rumble! The big snow waves slammed down, and even with the protective golden mantle of the king's artifact, Wang Feng felt that his footsteps were blocked so much. With his current strength he still couldn't utilize the full power of the magic weapon which was why he didn't dare to use the star sword. Otherwise, after he used it, although he said that it wouldn't be like Zhang Hanshi's, it probably wouldn't be much worse. I'm going to skin you. I'm tired of yards and coming over so quickly. Wang Feng looked at the snow demon that was less than 10 meters away from him. His aura was climbing crazily, and he was on the verge of breaking through the spirit transformation realm. But because it didn't have a heart, it seemed like it couldn't step over this hurdle, and was just stuck at the peak extreme of the spirit expansion realm. Wang Feng's cultivation at the 4th level of the expanded spirit realm had erupted long ago, but there was still a difference of 5.9 realms with it. Looking at all the white snow all around, Wang Feng knew that the only way to leave was to kill it here. It just so happens to be a way to get rid of the people. And as for the mission, what do you care about the mission when your heart's been blown out by him? After thinking about it, Wang Feng took out an extreme imperial artifact Heavenly Flame Lance and charged towards the snow demon with his protective golden mantle on his head. He doesn't believe that he can't beat a small boss with all his high-level equipment. Boom la! With a sweeping blow, a large rolling fire came out of the lance, and the snow around it was turned into water vapor. Ah! You're tired of yelling. Can't you fight properly? Wang Feng raised his gun and stabbed at the snow demon's mouth, bound to stab its mouth until it could no longer scream. One day later, the three Supreme Elders were hidden in the sky watching with great interest. The shock in the bottom of their eyes could not be hidden. Although this kid had numerous magic treasures, it was not like he could catalyze two high-level magic treasures, and being able to fight across 5 realms was something she had not expected. Not bad, not bad, worthy of being a demon with the qualifications of a great emperor. The palace master didn't look at the wrong person this time. The 3 Supreme Elders had watched a battle of Wang Feng and had already considered Wang Feng to be very recognized in their hearts. The only downside is that the palace master's heart seems to have been hooked by this brat. Alas! 3 days later, the people of the town looked at the heavy snow that was still dancing wildly in the sky 100 miles away, and although it had been 3 days, they still couldn't hide the deep shock in their eyes. Is this the strength of that snow demon? Some cultivators stood on the city wall looking at the snowy place in the distance muttering. They were originally a group from a nearby clan to hunt snow demons, but it seemed that they were preempted by others. However, they were also secretly thankful in their hearts because the strength of the snow demon on the quest stated that it was at the 5th level of the expanded spirit realm. Now looking at the avalanche that was traceable, the 9th level of the expanded spirit realm was more than that. Right? Avalanche? Stop! Stop! Someone in the city shouted out. And all of a sudden, all the people who were busy with their own business, their gazes all looked over. After all, this avalanche hadn't stopped for 3 days and nights in a row, and now it looked like that battle was over, and hopefully that cultivator had won. Otherwise their side of town might be scourged by that snow demon all over again, and that snow demon would definitely go further if it sucked on that cultivator. By the time the ice palace comes, it will take time, and then the snow demon will have already scourged the town again. And in the center of the avalanche slowly dissipating revealed a clean-cut man who was lying on the snow. It was Wang Feng. Who? Wang Feng lay on the snow panting heavily and stuffed an elixir into his mouth. What crossed the ranks was all a lie. If he didn't have that pile of high-level magic treasures, he would probably be beaten like a dog and only be able to run away. It's still a bit difficult to cross the ranks. In the future, it's better to let Xiao Hao get on with this kind of crossing the ranks. Wang Feng, who had returned to some injuries, climbed up his body with difficulty and changed his right hand, which had turned into a halberd, back to its original form. He found that this instrumentalization was not as simple as he thought, and one of the terrifying things was the ability to proliferate. Take for example the length of one of his hands, which he actually pulled up to 3 hand lengths when he changed that hand into a halberd. If you looked at it from a distance, you'd think he was grasping a halberd and fighting. After Wang Feng stood up, he took back the heavenly flame lance and the protective golden mantle that had fallen beside his left hand into his storage space. With that, he took a few steps forward and picked up the snow demon's body and head and put them into the storage space. Ding! Recovering the headless corpse of a snow demon at the peak of the 9th level of the expanded spirit realm, 50,000 origin points gained. It's not bad. As for this head, save it to return to the ice palace to deliver when the time comes. Wang Feng said and straightened his body against the cold around him, stepping through the snow towards the city that was 100 miles away. Ding! Host, you're being watched. Ha! Wang Feng was halfway down the road when he was suddenly confused by the system's voice. How did he not realize it? Ding! The opposite side's late quasi-emperor realm cultivation. I only scanned it just now. Wang Feng was in deep thought as he walked. In the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm in the northern realm, this TM must be that third-ranked bastardess. She's defending me? Chapter 115, Teleportation. Preparing to go to the central state. Wang Feng casually thought about it. After all, when a person with the capital of a great emperor went out, a protector was essential. But to be able to let this old woman give him protection, he really did not expect, is really a bit unexpected. And protecting the way is protecting the way. She still likes to hide in the dark as a rat. Is she afraid that my people will bully others by their power? It's just a matter of whatever. Find a chance to get rid of her. Letting her follow me around will probably affect my journey to Central State. Wang Feng pondered in his mind how to get rid of this old woman. He was confident that he could save his life. It was the same with or without a protector. And it was really unpleasant to be watched. The next day, the old city. Wang Feng stepped in with one foot, and talk of his battle against the snow demon could still be heard faintly in the streets. Some say that they all died together. Some say that he left after winning the fight, and some say that he was a gaijin hero who defeated the snow demon. There were countless rumors, and after hearing them, Wang Feng just smiled and walked inside an inn. After a while, I'm telling you guys, that gaisher hero and that snow demon fought a heavenly collapse, a heavenly fire lance swept out. That snow demon, tsk. Wang Feng, who was standing on the table of the inn, said that it was a passionate Go on, you tsk a chicken. The people surrounding him became anxious. Why did they stop talking about it? Inside the whole city, they felt that this man's storytelling was the most truthful, which was the reason why so many people gathered around him. The matter of the gaijin fighting the snow demon. It can only be realized but not told. Tsk. Wang Feng shook his head, took out his silver to settle the bill and headed to the room he had already booked. It's so cool to talk about it that you don't bother to talk about it. Just for the fun of it anyway. Phew. I can't make it up at first glance. It drew a lot of appeals from the people behind him, but his heart was strangely itching to hear the end of the story. Really, dog? This thing really gets stuck, and suddenly stops when it comes to the passionate part. Returning to his room, Wang Feng transported the chaotic overlord body technique, calculating in his mind to see if he could go to the central state tomorrow with the help of the teleportation array in this city. 100 days or so to look for. 10 days to look for yourself. If you can't find it, just turn on the system to locate it. It should be enough. However, according to what that female elder said, the 100 days time was just the list paper time, not his experience time. In other words, even though he had exceeded the time, this snow demon's mission had already been completed and was waiting for him to turn it in. If he didn't go to hand in the list paper, when the Ice Palace disciples received the list again and went down the mountain to get the news, they would naturally cancel the list paper for the snow demon's mission. As for Jiang Hanqi's side, with Jiang Hanqi's character, it should also just think that he has more time to practice, and it is estimated that there will not be any big emotional fluctuations. Wang Feng lay on his side on the bed secretly calculating in his mind, so the timepiece should not be in a hurry. Oh yeah, and dump that octogenarian in the shadows before you get caught back in the middle of it. That's easy, just use the system's scent blocking feature and then change your face a bit. After all the reckoning, Wang Feng began to cultivate Chaos Overlord body technique, leaving another strand of divine sense before falling asleep. The other side of the Ice Palace in the Jiang Hanqi seems to feel. The last few days always feel that the heart is missing something, but then everything is normal. Looking at the bed where he hadn't laid down for a long time, Jiang Hanqi walked over, just a sniff from afar. The aroma of that flower liquid that she had gargled her body to Wang Feng was still lingering on it. Jiang Hanqi looked at the empty bed and couch and couldn't help but get lost in thought. Ghostly, she took out the rattle again and looked at it. The male child on top was looking cute as hell with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping, and the girl child was still chilling, just the left corner of her lips crooked a little bit, a little playful look. Seeing the appearance of the girl child, Jiang Hanqi involuntarily raised his hand and touched the corner of his lips, wondering how the pattern on it had changed. Words, can he feel it if I shake it now? Kang Hansei thought about striking and did so, and actually shook it twice. There were several thumps of drums. On the other side of the room, Wang Feng, who was practicing the chaotic overlord body technique and sleeping until midnight, shivered. Instantly, he sat up and almost shot out to explode his cultivation to blast the entire room. Jiang Hanqi, what's wrong with you? You scared me. Wang Feng, who was sitting on the bed, gritted his teeth and cursed when he reacted. A sudden shudder ran through his mind as he slept, and it would be strange not to be startled. Wang Feng waited for a while before lying back and continuing to sleep after there was no more violent trembling in his heart. The next day, noon. You, sure this teleportation array won't send me crooked? The reformed Wang Feng looked at the tattered and torn teleportation array in front of him and asked hesitantly to the old man who had brought him here. Let me make it clear. The place I'm going to is the east side of the central state. Don't pass me to the west side. Wang Feng stretched out his hand and pointed at the old man in front of him who looked a bit unreliable. Don't worry. If you give me 20 extreme spirit stones, you can choose any of the three places. Central state, eastern wasteland, and western desert. The old man patted his own chest and assured him, which allowed Wang Feng to take out 20 extreme spirit stones and throw them to him. But there was really nothing else that could be done. This was the only large teleportation array in the city, and it was also the only one that could cross domains. If you pass it in the wrong spot, you'll be waiting to eat my big foot. Don't worry. The old man took the spirit stone and pushed Wang Feng into the teleportation array while still comforting him. Then heartbreakingly, he took out 16 of the 20 extreme spirit stones that Wang Feng had given him and prepared to embed them into those 16 grooves. Ready to launch? Ready or not? Report, Captain. Ready. Wang Feng solemnly saluted the old man, making the old man sound dumbfounded. but knowing that he was ready to go was fine. When Wang Feng's words fell, the aura on the old man's body seemed to changed. His expression was serious, and the 16 extremely high-quality spirit stones were scattered to the 16 grooves. Click 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 click. The 16 sounds of the spirit stones were ruthlessly embedded into the 16 grooves, and the teleportation array that Wang Feng was in also raised a crystal screen up. Bye-bye. See you around. The old man waved his hand and Wang Feng's figure disappeared in front of him with a whoosh. Snap. Fortunately, he still had some moral boundaries, and could only watch as the remaining 15 extremely high-grade spirit stones slowly disappeared into the grooves. Silly boy. Never again. Go home. The old man leisurely said, his pace joyful far away in the opposite direction of the transmission array, and the 3 heavenly elders in the sky were frantically searching through the city. Where is he? No. The night went by and the person disappeared? How could she, a late-stage quasi-emperor realm protector, fail to watch even one person? It's over. I'm sure I'll be complained by the oldest 2 when I go back. What can I do? Central State. North. Chapter 116. What? The 2 great emperors' capitals all ran away. Central State. North. In a ruined ancient city, Wang Feng's figure whooshed down from the sky. My day. Wang Feng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly utilized his spiritual energy to fly up. I knew that old man was untrustworthy. Wang Feng cursed angrily in his heart, whose teleportation array would send people to the sky. When he flew down to the ground, Wang Feng looked at the dilapidated ancient city in front of him and became more and more depressed. System, scan where this is. Ding, deducting the scanning fee of 5,000 origin points. The host is now located in the northern part of the central state. Damn old man. Wang Feng was so angry that he jumped straight to his feet, and he kicked hard at a boulder under his feet, directly kicking it out. He had a vague feeling that the old man was unreliable, and sure enough, he wasn't. Now I have to go find the teleportation array again. I'm really speechless. Looking at this dilapidated ancient city in ruins, the teleportation array that he had teleported over just now was nowhere to be found. No wonder it would be transmitted to the sky for him, together with the fact that the teleportation array was probably buried up by that piece of rubble. The strange thing was that the teleportation array that was in an unknown location was still able to teleport. It's also bullish enough, I have to say. That old man is quite tactful. Wang Feng sighed helplessly as he flew on top of this ruined ancient city, looking at the city as if it had experienced some kind of sacking. 30 days later, Zhangzhou, east of Qingzhou, Tianxian City. After 30 days of hardship and danger, Wang Feng finally managed to follow the system's mark to this place. Although it was said that he had been pitched dozens of extreme spirit stones on the way, fortunately, he had borrowed them back. System, are you sure this is the right place? Wang Feng looked at the markings that looked like a mission not far away, and then looked at the immortal cultivation family in front of him, and in his mind, he opened his mouth to the system and asked, that's right, there's a marking that doesn't open. That's not pure cuteness, is it? Besides, 200,000 origin points would be returned when the item was found. It was only a 100,000 loss. It's okay, he'll cry a little. Ding, sure, you still don't believe in Unico's ability? Wang Feng squinted his eyes and looked up. There were 2 words written right in front of him on a door several meters high. The King's Mansion. Egu. That's good. Then I'm also a member of the Wang family, so I should be able to get in. When Wang Feng thought about it, he did it, and with a fling of the white robe on his body, he walked over with a confident look on his face. Who? The guards in front of the door. Aha. 2 gathering spirit realm 9th layer to watch the door. Wang Feng is a little surprised. It seems that this king's house is not simple. Ahem. My last name is Wang. My full name is Wang Feng. Wang Feng clenched his hand into a fist and lightly covered it to the side of his mouth and coughed lightly twice, then just said a name, letting the guards make up their own minds. Wang Feng? Don't know. Get out. Wang Feng was dumbfounded. If you don't know, you don't know. Do you talk like this? It's not right. Could it be that everyone in the residence of these 2 escorts knows about it? Do you know what I am? Wang Feng's big foot stomped against the ground. Bang! The stepped out a pit. The guard frowned. His face changed to a playful smile, and he retreated behind the threshold, making a gesture of invitation. My lord, please. Wang Feng was dumbfounded again. If he had known that it was so simple, he would have just come up and come straight to the hard way. Nope. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Wang Feng walked in with a suspicious gaze, but left a talisman paper in a hidden place on them guards. Just after walking into the royal residence, Wang Feng immediately felt the presence of the spirit gathering formation. The aura was several times stronger than outside. What a great deal. And at the same time when Wang Feng walked into the king's residence, the guard at the door took out a jade pendant and pointed on it, not knowing what he was doing. When the point was finished, the jade pendant flashed green and the guard saw the message sent, then straightened back up to look at the door. Stop! Wang Feng, who was walking along with the system's fixed markers inside the royal residence, suddenly heard an angry shout. 1 minute later, Wang Feng switched places with the guards, and as soon as the person appeared, he hurriedly took a step and started running wildly. The other guard beside him was taken aback. How the watchman looked at the door and the person beside him suddenly changed. But he quickly reacted. But he didn't go after it. He could only angrily heckle twice, and then chase 2 steps to stop. As for the guard who had been switched by Wang Feng, whether he had been slapped to death by that harmonization realm man, Wang Feng did not know. Phew! Coming up for air, Wang Feng ran to the other side of Tianxian City before he stopped and exhaled heavily. Luckily, he realized in advance that something was wrong and left a backhand, or else it would really be a bit hanging. No, you can't even get into the marked place this way. Wang Feng stood up and started walking towards the center of Tianxian City, which was also the busiest area in Tianxian City. Turning the corner, 50 days later. Hiss, the hunt for this crap is taking a bit longer than expected. Ha, I'm sure Jiang Hanshi knows by now that I'm not in the north. Wang Feng took out some food under the thousands of meters deep tunnels and nibbled on it while thinking. However, these days he realized that his sinful relationship with Jiang Hanshi seemed to be prolonged if he reasonably left his side. The current Jiang Hanshi was probably still cultivating in the ice palace while he was digging a tunnel here. That's right. After 50 days of observation, he decided to dig a tunnel, the dumbest way and the best way, digging all the way through, utilizing the system's self-contained astringency, all the way to the place marked. No one could discover it. Dig in. I'm digging in. I'm digging in. Wang Feng's hands turned into sharp claws similar to those of a burrowing rat. Only his is stronger, bigger, harder, because he's steel and can proliferate and grow bigger and longer. Northland, Ice Palace. Jiang Hanshi looked at the rattle in his hand for a while. He ran off again. Jiang Hanshi heart some annoyance. The expression also unconsciously become a hint of aggrieved. Can't stay. Still can't stay him. The melon that is twisted by force is really not sweet. She and the 3 supreme elders had searched almost the entire northern realm, and the last news they got was that he had teleported to the central state. Central state. Jiang Hanshi was a bit lost in thought. He was about to go to the central state when he was in the southern region. Now that he had come to the northern realm, and finally ran off to the central state again by taking advantage of his mission adventures. What important things did he have in the central state? She asked Wang Feng to take the list down the mountain this time just to see if Wang Feng had a sense of belonging to the ice palace or not. After all, he was captured back. Since a twisted melon is not sweet, then I just add sugar. A demon with the talent of a great emperor. She wouldn't let it go. Nor could she. Jiang Hanshi put on a white veil bucket hat, left a letter, and as soon as he pulled open the door of his room, he flew all the way to the mountain gate of the ice palace. Soon, deep in the ice palace. Bad. Deep in the ice palace, the 3 supreme elders sat in one piece looking at the envelope on the table. The 2 great emperors had all disappeared, so it was strange that they weren't anxious. I told you that boy would hook the palace master's heart. Look at that. Look at that. And oldest 3. You can't even keep an eye on anyone. I really don't know how you cultivated this late stage of the quasi-emperor realm cultivation. When this person was in a hurry, he started spitting and complaining, and the 3 supreme elders were immediately infuriated. Chapter 117, Digging a Tunnel to Retrieve the Treasure. What's the point of talking about it now? Are we going to find it or are we going to wait? The Grand Supreme Elder spoke up, browbeating the 2 of them down and pondering in silence. That stubborn temper of the palace master. Since he sneaked away, we probably won't be able to find him if we go looking for him. The 3rd Supreme Elder pondered for a moment and took the lead to speak. Aha! The 2nd and 1st Tai Shang elders did not object. Indeed, they had been following Jiang Hanshi for at least tens of thousands of years, and had long been clear about her temperament. After all, the aura on Jiang Hanshi's body, if she didn't actively divulge it, even they couldn't see it. There was no doubt that there should be a big undercard in place, and that was the reason why they were not in such a hurry that they were at a loss for words. It's just that the palace master naturally has treasures on her body to protect herself. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to go all the way back to the ice palace from the southern domain without any problems. And besides, after she returned to the ice palace, the resources inside the divine sea space were sufficient. As for that kid, ugh, the Grand Supreme Elder sighed. The brat who could sneak away in front of Lao San was probably not simple. Now go prepare for the Emperor's meteor secret realm. Focus on cultivating Ningyu, always staying in the palace. How can you do it without any training at all? By the time the Emperor Meteor secret realm is about to open, I'm sure the palace master will be able to get the news, and we won't have to bother looking for it. In the end the topic ended here. Wang Feng and the 2 of them ran away, and the next one to suffer was Leng Ningyu. At this moment, cold nodding moon, who was in the holy maiden hall, couldn't help but shiver. Hiss, the heart is strange. It feels a bit like the precursor when being searched for the soul. The holy maiden hall and the cultivation of the cold condensation of the moon in the heart of the dark, cannot help but be a little afraid. Zhengzhou, east of Qingzhou, Tianxian City. The 10th day of Wang Feng's tunnel digging. Almost there, almost dug through. Wang Feng utilized the system's breath-holding function and dug little by little towards the marked point. The closer he got to the ground the lighter he dug. I have to say, the system's astringent function is really good. Unfortunately, the one drawback was that he had to leak that realm aura he wanted to leak at all times when he was out. Otherwise it's easy to be mistaken for a mortal, and then it's annoying to have to slap them in the face. Wang Feng dug for a while and then raised his head to visually check the depth of the tunnel with the markings on the ground, and visually check how far it was from the ground. It was as if that mark was see-through. It could be seen through a wall, even if it was across a large domain. 500 meters. Dig, dig, dig. 400 meters. Dig, dig, dig. 100 meters. Gently digging and digging. The more Wang Feng went to the back, the lighter he dug, because he didn't know where the hell it was up here. As for the dirt, it was all packed inside his storage bag and storage ring. He didn't need to be afraid that his breath would be exposed, but that he would move too much and attract people. Wang Fu, Wang Qin's boudoir. Wang Qin squatted on the ground and looked at the ground that was slightly throbbing. Wang Qin held a sword in her hand, and when the thing inside came up, she was ready to directly stab it to death. Snap! A steel claw slowly broke through the ground, and Wang Feng was about to lightly climb up. Suddenly, he felt a blast of wind coming at him and staggered away, but his chest was still cut with a bloody scar. When he looked up, a handsome woman was looking at him with a frown on her face, holding a blood-dripping king's artifact longsword in her hand. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the royal residence? Wang Qin loudly laughed, once again raised his sword and stabbed. Out of his hand was a deadly killing move, not giving Wang Feng the slightest chance to speak. Don't! Wang Feng's eyes were stuck inside his throat, and when he saw the long sword containing sword she stabbing, he hurriedly jumped back into the tunnel. Wang Qin is also a brainless, pampered, see Wang Feng vulnerable. All of a sudden, he rushed down, bound to cut him down here. Wang Feng ran for a while and looked back. She was alone. According to just vaguely saw the house furnishings. A moment in the heart will understand. He is digging into other people's rooms inside. It's just one person, so this is still a chicken to be afraid of. Wang Feng glanced at her information. Hiss, hard to get, and surprisingly, she was still the daughter of the master of the royal residence, the third level of the spirit expansion realm. Stop, misunderstanding. Wang Feng raised his hand to see if he could settle it peacefully. After all, he only wanted to get his things back. Trespassing on the king's residence. Today you're not a capital offense. You're still a capital offense. But Wang Qin didn't listen to the explanation at all. Wang Feng was helpless and exploded the fourth layer of the expanded spirit realm aura. Wang Qin was shocked and hurriedly flew back. Damn men! I really don't know what the guards the royal family keeps are for. Wang Qin cursed and actually pulled out a jade pendant in front of Wang Feng. Stupid! Wang Feng cursed. His body exploded and rushed over, snatching the jade pendant in her hand and throwing it behind him. Wang Qin's pupils shrunk slightly, not expecting him to be so fast, wanting to storm back, but realizing that it was already too late. Bitch man! Go to hell! Wang Qin saw that he couldn't retreat, transported his whole body spiritual energy to gather in the sword. A move straight stabbing strike. And this straight stabbing is still a sword technique. The strikes are deadly. In this narrow space, Wang Feng realized that he really couldn't hide. Hastily, he turned his hands into sword blades and crossed them in front of his body, his hand swords dazzling with intent, ready to resist her strike. He found that the divine ability of artifact transformation was a bit counterintuitive. After transforming into a weapon, there was no feeling in his hands. Boom! With Wang Qin's strike, spiritual energy tumbled out from the tip of the sword, and Wang Feng's face was shaped in a way that was distorted by that strong wind. The entire center of the tunnel was more than doubled in sword energy. The good thing was that the foundation mud underneath the royal mansion was solid, and the tunnels opened up by Wang Feng were small, so fortunately they didn't collapse. I can't. If we keep dragging this out, we'll have to run before we get our stuff. Wang Feng's heart was hard. He changed his hand back, and rushed up in a storm, raising his big palm. I'll let you have a mouthful of men. To be honest, after being scolded so many times, Wang Feng was also a bit angry. Snap! This time, Wang Qin didn't dodge it. Wang Feng was just too fast. Slap! Of all things, Wang Qin was actually directly knocked out by this slap. Even his teeth flew out several times. Wang Feng's fleshly body damage really lived up to its reputation. Not caring about this woman, Wang Feng lifted her up and dragged and darted towards the marked point. Now he was considered to have taken the liberty of breaking into someone else's home, and it was a bit immoral to take the life of the owner of that home again. Although it was said that Wang Feng wasn't a great person, it wasn't to the point where the abuser was him and killed the victim. You're going to be chased anyway. It doesn't matter if you kill or not. It's better to leave some bottom line. Snap! Throwing the crazy woman to the floor. A round stone half a man's height was standing in her house right inside the room. Time was running out. Wang Feng hurriedly took a few steps forward and his right hand tightly hugged this oval-shaped black stone. As soon as he grabbed it, a piece of rune paper appeared in his left hand, and as it exploded into flames, Wang Feng's figure whooshed. The figure disappeared. Outside of Tianxian City. After teleporting out, Wang Feng's face was a little bit painful. This was a royal rank instantaneous talisman that Zhang Hensher had given him to save his life. Dog thing, I finally found you. Wang Feng to a side of half a person high round black stone is afoot, seeking almost half a year to find Wang Feng didn't care where this place was and lifted it up and ran furiously all the way in the opposite direction from Tianxian City. Chapter 118 Yen Ice Golden Dragon Egg. This was because the heavenly immortal city in the distance behind him had begun to blockade itself, and there were many people flying around, both in and out of the city. It seemed that the royal family had already started searching for him, and if he hadn't had this royal-ranked transient talisman, he really wouldn't have been able to run away. Wang Feng flew all the way. He could even hear the roars coming out of Tianxian City, trespassing on my royal residence and beating up my little daughter. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. The roar traveled out an unknown distance, and Wang Feng ran as far as he could. His slap was not only the face of the royal family's daughter, but also the face of the master of the royal family. I don't want to, but it's supposed to be mine. It drank my blood. I'm just taking it back. Wang Feng ran while slandering in his heart, and the thing was almost out. If he didn't get it back, he would die of blood loss. This thing had followed him for 2 lifetimes after all, so how could he possibly let it go for nothing in this lifetime? Wang Feng didn't dare to stop for a moment, ran for I don't know how far, and finally held the oval black stone to excavate the tunnel. After digging for an unknown amount of time, it felt like it was at least 1,000 meters away from the ground before stopping. You're killing me. Ugh. Gotta get back to the ice palace as soon as possible. Wang Feng cursed at the black stone beside him in the open ground. Finally, he took out an imperial weapon sledgehammer and smashed it down with the maximum force he could use right now. 80. Wang Feng smashed it while shouting joyfully under his breath. The black stone attached to it was extraordinary, and he wasn't afraid that the contents would break. He dared to say that it would be impossible to break anything in here except for a powerhouse above the great emperor realm. Click. Snap. The outer layer of black stone began to fall, and after being smashed so many times by the imperial artifact sledgehammer, it was surprising that it only fell off a little. It could be seen that this black stone was also not a mortal object, and Wang Feng was not surprised that this was the protective layer he had set up. While smashing it, he picked it up inside the storage space and exchanged it all for origin points if he didn't use it at that time. After smashing for an unknown number of days, Wang Feng could not count the time in the tunnel, but it did not matter. 80. With this hammer, Wang Feng was riveted, and finally, the last black stone fell from the eggshell. Yes, it's an egg, one that hasn't changed in 10,000 years of incubation. Dragon eggs. As for whether it was pure blood, Wang Feng didn't know. Anyway, he had hatched it for 10,000 years, and it hadn't hatched out until now. It's so nice to finally see you again. I've missed you so much. Daddy's little baby. Wang Feng changed his attitude from days ago and hugged the radiant golden egg with a circle of red and blue intertwined wave patterns printed in front of him and kissed it furiously. System, hatch it for me. Wang Feng anxiously shouted to the system in his heart. 10,000 years ago this dragon egg wanted not so few origin points. Wang Feng only remembered that the number of origin points he wanted at the beginning was a 9, and then he couldn't remember how many zeros were behind it. Ding, are you sure? 999. 999 origin points. Oh, have you changed? Why don't you just snap and ask me if I'm sure? Hurry up and be quick. Wang Feng shouted a few more times, and this system would even ask him if he was sure? Oh, it's pretty good, and it would be better if you didn't deduct origin points. Ding, consuming 999 origin points. Starting to hatch the Inferno Ice Golden Dragon Egg. Please ask the host to drop blood for the egg to nourish and recognize it. After listening to the system's prompt, without saying a word, Wang Feng turned his right hand into a sword and made a cut to his left hand, scattering blood into the dragon egg. As the blood seeped in, Wang Feng's origin points were gone for 999 points, and then an inexplicable energy began to ripen the dragon egg. The dragon's egg, which was still fine, began to heat up. Along with the entire tunnel, turning it into a hothouse. Wang Feng hurriedly picked up the dragon egg while it was still not so hot, and flew all the way to the ground and quickly dropped it again. Ho! A dragon roar sounded in the sky and a vision occurred as a golden light shot down. This is heavenly Tao suppression. Wang Feng stared at the golden light that shot down with wide-eyed shock, and there was also a burst of law power mixed in. Ho! The dragon egg was not willing to show weakness, and inflamed red and icy blue radiant colors burst out from the body of the egg, followed closely by a golden light. The two waves of shadowy light faced each other, and Wang Feng hurriedly turned his back and closed his eyes. Otherwise he's so close he feels like he's going blind. After waiting for a few breaths and feeling the movement behind the arrival almost disappeared, Wang Feng dared to look back. To be born. Wang Feng took a healthy step and hurriedly ran to the dragon egg as cracks had already started to form on it. Run! As soon as Wang Feng picked up the dragon egg that was still clicking, it was a dash and opened another wave of escape. If they didn't run again, with that vision just now, it was expected that someone was already rushing their way. The talisman. Ignite. Teleportation charms. Ignite. Transient charms. Ignite. Anyway, no matter what kind of talisman paper, all of them were used. Wang Feng's figure ran an unknown distance at once, not daring to stop for a moment. There will definitely be a great power going to the place where the dragon eggs hatched just now, because every time the heavenly Tao suppresses a vision, sometimes the one that is suppressed moves even the quasi-emperors. Click! The eggshell being held by Wang Feng broke open a small opening, and a slinky, round, and somewhat cute eye looked out curiously in that small opening. Finally shrinking back, he stretched out his paws and began to pick at the small opening in the eggshell, which grew larger the more he did so. Bald Jojo. A golden dragon head with red and blue stripes stretched out, with a pair of tiny horns on top of its head. Wang Feng heard the sound and ran while looking down. One person and one dragon's eyes locked together. Dad, father. The little dragon head's long little mouth moved as it opened its boolean watery eyes and cried out. The voice was like that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, milky and soothing. Wang Feng was a little confused. The body of the little dragon head has not even come out of the eggshell. I did not expect to call out a father first. Dad, Dad. Although Wang Feng was a bit confused, he still reacted and increased his speed to fly again, because he used to want to keep this dragon egg as a pet, trying to increase the closeness, so before it was even born, it was always Daddy, Daddy calling itself before it. I didn't expect this little dragon to actually hear it, but Wang Feng couldn't care about anything else right now. He only wanted to run to a safe place. Click! A sound of a broken egg came, and Wang Feng was so shocked that he hurriedly looked down again. Instead of picking at the eggshells with its claws, the little dragon ate them, its little basketball-sized head clicking and biting the shells in one bite. That look is still a bit dull and cute. Wang Feng ran while it chewed. The sound of footsteps and chewing crowned the ears. One day and one night later. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Wang Feng was hunched over. He ran until he was about to vomit, and he was completely doing his best to escape. The spiritual energy in his body had long been empty, and even with his current physical realm he was a bit overwhelmed. Standing legs are shaking now, running all day and all night without stopping and holding an egg. No, it's called a dragon now, because the eggshells got eaten by this thing halfway through the day, and it kept daddying afterward. Chapter 119, Harvesting a Daughter. Daddy! Ow! Wang Feng couldn't stand up after all, and with a miserable cry, he paralyzed on the ground all of a sudden, panting heavily. Pulling out an elixir for recovery, he swallowed it with difficulty and began to slowly regulate his vitality. Daddy! Hungry! The small dragon body 1 meter long or so, the whole body intertwined and entwined this a red and blue stripes. The original color is gold. Wrapped in the right arm of Wang Feng and glutinous Twitter shouted, Father! Father! Wait for father to recover first. Wang Feng gasped for breath and lay on the ground stumbling over his words, and little dragon sniffed and obediently coiled on his body. A faint golden stream of light then slowly surged into Wang Feng's body, and its golden scales became visible and darkened. It was born when it should have been at the Yuan 3 realm or above, but unfortunately it was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. But fortunately, there was also a spirit transformation realm strength, and this golden stream of light should be one of its abilities. Wang Feng's eyes glazed over in surprise as he looked at the little dragon coiled on top of him. He felt that his spiritual energy, and his entire body and mind were rapidly returning to their peak state. Daddy! After a short while, the little dragon milkily called out again, lying on Wang Feng's chest with a somewhat listless look. Wang Feng felt his body. It had all recovered, and hurriedly stood up, put the little dragon as a scarf around his neck, and started digging the tunnel. I don't know how long it took, but when Wang Feng felt that he could stop, he slowly stopped. Eat big chunks. Wang Feng fed all the black stones stripped off the top of those eggshells into the mouth of the little dragon. Finding that it still wasn't enough, he took out another top-grade spirit liquid, directly broke open its mouth, and poured it in violently. Ow. It was just a few bites, and the little dragon instantly came to life, flying around Wang Feng inside the tunnel. Daddy, that's all you're going to say? Wang Feng was a little puzzled, although he used to call himself daddy all the time next to the egg, but he also said other words daddy, eat, as if little dragon understood what Wang Feng meant. He said another word, Wang Feng, still not full? Wang Feng grabbed its tail and coiled it in his hand and carefully surveyed it with some novelty and excitement. It was also the first time he had seen a real dragon, and as a descendant of the dragon, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited to see a real dragon. The little dragon put on an innocent face and shook his head dully, then nodded again. Wang Feng's face instantly became embarrassed, wondering what the hell it meant. Drink until you're full. Wang Feng took out many more top-grade spirit liquid and broke it open against Xiaolong's mouth, and the bottle was plunged in and just poured. Ow 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 ow. After being dunked for a while by Wang Feng, a kidnapper-like tactic, Xiaolong began to whimper, gently bobbing his head. Had enough? Wang Feng took the bottle containing the top-grade spirit source back from its mouth and put it back into the storage space. Hiss. This thing is really able to eat This next shall not eat my 100, 000 to 200, 000 origin points. Wang Feng patted the little dragon's head, and the little dragon looked at Wang Feng in a milky way, its face turning red as if it was holding back some big move. Frog fun. You're not going to poop, are you? Wang Feng was startled by looking at its suffocating red appearance, but he still forced himself to throw it away, only to see a drop of essence blood appear at the little dragon's brow. Wang Feng was even more puzzled. Hadn't it already recognized its master? Ow howl. A dragon's roar came out in the tunnel, and the drop of the little dragon's essence blood also shot onto Wang Feng's chest like a bullet with a poof. Wang Feng was startled and hurriedly went to peel off the clothes on his chest, picking it apart. A dominating dragon head totem in red with blue and a gold background was emblazoned on his chest. Before Wang Feng could rush to ask the little dragon a question, another milky and cute dragon roar came out. The little dragon crashed straight toward his chest, and whoosh, the little dragon burrowed into Wang Feng's chest. Ha! Wang Feng was confused and stood still staring blankly at the dragon head totem on his chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the recognition totem of the Inferno Ice Golden Dragon Cub. Thereafter the life of the Inferno Ice Golden Dragon is bound to the host. If you live, it lives, if you die, it dies, but if it dies, you don't die. Ding! Congratulations to the host, recognized by the Inferno Ice Golden Dragon. Pet cultivation feeds back to the peak of the 9th level of the expanded spirit realm. As the system's beep fell, the aura on Wang Feng's body began to surge. The realm thumped to the peak of the 9th level of the expanded spirit realm, and Wang Feng immediately felt as if he couldn't use all of his strength. Ha! Wang Feng was once again confused again, feeling the energy within his body. He just reached the 9th level of the spirit expansion realm in a blur? Daddy, hungry. At this time, a voice came from Wang Feng's head, and the little dragon was able to communicate with him in his head without any obstacles after recognizing his master. Hungry again? Wang Feng was once again confused and had begun to somewhat doubt that he could afford to raise this dragon. Hungry. The little dragon's milky voice came out again, and then the dragon's body grew from small to large, drilling out in Wang Feng's chest. Finally, when he was about to fall to the ground, he was covered in golden light, so bright that Wang Feng could not open his eyes. Daddy, hungry. Wang Feng removed the hand covering his eyes, and his eyes suddenly glazed over. Transformations. Doesn't this have to be done after the 3rd realm of Yuan? But yeah, it's a dragon. It's normal for some special divine beasts to be a bit special, and this thing is even a girl child. Just now when it was a dragon body, Wang Feng could not really hear whether it was a male or female. After all, it was all a child's voice, but Nuoki Kiri's, the female child's, is reasonable. From Wang Feng's field of vision, Xiaolong had turned into a female child, probably around 4 or 5 years old, powdered and looking milky and cute. The one on its body was also wearing a golden ancient garment, red with blue. The base color was golden ancient garment, especially lovely, which should be made of its dragon scales. Daddy, hungry. The little dragon transformed into a female child tugged at Wang Feng's pants on his legs and looked up at him with watery eyes. Wang Feng looked down at her, and that look was so charming and loving that he really wanted to make people rua a meal. Wang Feng is a little speechless. In addition to dad, eat, hungry, these words, this child seems to not know other words. Daddy, nah, here you go. Wang Feng interrupted her and hurriedly took out the bottle containing the medium-grade spirit source and gave it to her. The girl child cupped her hands over it and dutifully cupped it and drank it. As for why she wasn't given the top-quality spirit source anymore, It was because it had already been consumed by her. And if the extreme spirit source was given to her to drink now, her body was afraid that she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Feng picked up Xiaolong and ravaged her face, soft and fragrant. It was really fun to the extreme. Little dragon stopped drinking the spirit source and gave a disgruntled wrinkling his big watery eyes as he looked at Wang Feng in an aggravated manner. Ha ha! Wang Feng awkwardly laughed twice, holding her, then dug all the way back up with the coming tunnel. Wang Feng's 100th day out of the ice palace. Chapter 120, when I saw Hardy again, he was already a Tenji dog. Zhangzhou, East. Wang Feng affectionately hugged Xiaolong, who had transformed into a little girl child, and walked in the forest where the trees were not lush. Prepare to head to the Earth Immortal City that you learned about from the pedestrians on the way, and then seek out a large-scale teleportation array to return to the Ice Palace when the time comes. Daddy, eat! The little dragon's mouth didn't stop along the way, always looking for Wang Feng to ask for food. Wang Feng had already wondered for a moment if he could afford her or not. Daddy, hungry. Okay, eat, 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 eat. Wang Feng took out pills or spirit sources and other things and put them into the hands of the little dragon. And at once the little dragon was milky and smiling with joy. Daddy's face is a little dry. Moo-ah. Little dragon milked and giggled playfully and kissed Wang Feng's face, causing Wang Feng to be unable to resist reaching out to her face and ravaging it. The little dragon was obviously very dissatisfied, wrinkling its watery eyes and shaking its head frantically to resist Wang Feng's clutches. Ha ha ha, let's go. Daddy will take you home to your mother. Seeing this, Wang Feng also stopped teasing her and carried her all the way to the direction of Earth Immortal City. The camera followed Wang Feng for a while before pulling back violently. Mother! Jiang Hanshi stood in the shadows looking at Wang Feng's departing back, his eyes a little lost in thought, his heart messy and sour, a little at a loss for words. I also don't know how Jiang Hanshi managed to avoid Wang Feng's breath perception. And also the system surprisingly didn't remind Wang Feng. Jiang Hanshi now finally knew why he was so obsessed with coming to the central state. So it was because of this reason. Does he have amnesia or not? If he has lost his memory, why hasn't he forgotten about coming to central China to look for her, Xiaolong, mother and son? Or is it that he's lost his memory, but still remembers the incident? Only he doesn't believe me and won't tell me? That's not true. I'm his master. It's none of my business if he has a wife. Jiang Hanshi reacted and woke up with a start, letting the sour feeling press down and chasing after Wang Feng. And after she was gone, a palm print was visible deep in the flesh on the tree she had just held by her hand. When he couldn't find Wang Feng, Jiang Hanshi took out her small rattle and observed it for a while, and began to take steps again. Earth Immortal City. The reformed Wang Feng walked on the streets, and his aura only leaked the 9th level of the Jialing realm. Daddy, eat! Xiaolong's little finger pointed to a vendor selling ice candy gourds. Wang Feng saw this and walked over to buy 2 bunches, and one person ate a bunch. I heard that the royal family's daughter over in Heavenly Immortal City was beaten up, and soon Earthly Immortal City will be closed as well. So you have to confirm your identity before you can enter or leave. Is there such a thing? Wang Feng was walking on the road when he was suddenly attracted by these 2 voices, holding Little Dragon, and approached them to ask, seriously, can we still teleport now? Wang Feng was eating a sugar gourd when he suddenly appeared beside the few people they were chatting with, startling them. What are you doing? Just out of curiosity, I recently had to teleport to the Northern Realm. I wonder if the teleportation array is still working now. Wang Feng ate all the sugar gourds in a few bites, then pinched Xiaolong's face with his free hand and asked with a puzzled face, oh, now that teleportation array use is working. It's just that you have to confirm your identity, and you've even put a few dogs there specifically to confirm your scent. Dogs? Wang Feng's eyes with doubt. The dog can confirm what breath? He has converged his breath. It should not be found. I don't know. You'll just have to teleport and see for yourself when the time comes. A few passers-by saw that they were also people with the same topic, so they didn't say anything and answered Wang Feng's question. Oh, thanks. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Wang Feng said thank you and turned to leave. Wang Feng, who had eaten all the way with Little Dragon and also walked all the way, began to ask passers-by about the location of the teleportation array. Oh, over there. You keep going straight. Then turn right, turn left, then go straight for a little while longer to the fork in the road and turn left. Epileptic gong. When Wang Feng saw him talking endlessly, he couldn't help but curse. This douchebag was teasing him at first glance. What's wrong with you people? That passerby saw Wang Feng's appearance. Although he didn't know what epileptic public meant, he probably knew that it was probably not a good word. Step aside. Wang Feng said, leaked point realm breath, turn around and go. That passerby is also a bully. See Wang Feng, so also do not dare to provoke him. After searching for a while, Wang Feng stood not far from the large teleportation array and was talking to the person who was watching over it. Big brother, you see it's not easy for me to bring up a baby here. I have to go to the northern realm to look for her mother. So look at it as a favor and let me go over and teleport. No way. The teleportation array is off. Go back. The guards watching there chortled, but their eyes also lit up when they looked at little dragon beside Wang Feng. In his heart, he said that this child is really good looking, and if he is caught and sold, he will definitely be able to sell for a good price. Woof woof woof. At this time a familiar dog barking sound came. Wang Feng was a little confused. This sound, this texture, hiss, this is Hardy. Wang Feng twisted his head to look, and saw that Era had already pounced towards him and took a bite at his foot, just like a mad dog. My day. Against you. In a fit of anger, Wang Feng grabbed it by the neck with one hand the moment it lunged over. It caused Era to stare at those 24K dog eyes and wail with her mouth open. Wang Feng had been wondering why Era was this crazy, and after thinking for a while, he remembered that he was now in disguise. Don't move! As soon as the many guards saw this, they raised the weapons in their hands and surrounded Wang Feng. Let go of it! A guard who seemed to be the leader raised his spear and shouted at Wang Feng as his aura began to climb. The third level of the spirit expansion realm. Hardy, don't you remember Big Brother me? Have you forgotten the time we built the fire? Wang Feng touched Era's head and gently pinched it, and when Era heard the sound, she stared back with a blank stare. Although Wang Feng's face was not a real look, but that look, Era instantly wailed with excitement. Woof woof woof. Era barked a few times in excitement, but this caused the guards' weapons to come 1 point closer to Wang Feng and Xiaolong. Don't! I know this dog. Wang Feng hurriedly put Era on the ground, making Era so excited that she jumped around Wang Feng several times. This isn't just any dog. This is the Tianji canine of the Tianji Holy Land. Ha! That's it? Wang Feng's eyes glazed over as he looked at the leading guard who had spoken, pointing his finger at Era with a disbelieving face. Woof woof woof. At this time, another vicious dog ran over and made a vicious pounce in Wang Feng's direction. This dog is many times stronger than Era, full of tendon meat. By this thing pounced, absolutely cannot eat. Just Era's physique alone was half as tall as an adult, let alone this one, which was like a saber-toothed tiger. As soon as Era saw this thing, he quickly ran to the side with his tail between his legs, as if he was scared. Wang Feng looked at the ferocious appearance of the muscle dog that pounced over with its wide-open mouth. Wang Feng had no doubt that his bite would probably hurt for a while. Chapter 121, a chorus of songs on all sides. Day. Wang Feng raised his foot and delivered a whirlwind kick. Bang! The vicious dog was instantly sent flying by this violent kick. The guards hadn't reacted yet, and watched as the behemoth Tianji dog just flew away like a kite. It's over. It's over. It's over. The leading guard rushed to pick up the dying vicious dog with an anxious look on his face. The vicious dog of the first layer of the Junction Spirit Realm was given a 9.9 death by Wang Feng's kick, and this time, the Tianji Holy Land would definitely blame them. Arrest him! The lead guard shouted to the remaining guards behind him as he healed the vicious dog's wounds. Well, Wang Feng also knew that he couldn't teleport today when he saw this scene, and he didn't know why that crazy dog was pouncing on him. As soon as Wang Feng picked up Xiaolong, he struck a whirlwind kick with spiritual power, instantly sending those guards flying out of the room by scraping them. Bye you. Wang Feng utilized his spiritual energy and performed his stance to fly towards the outside of the city and ran quickly. Don't let him get away. All of a sudden, many more people came out from all around to surround Wang Feng. Out of the gate was the next 3 moves, bound to knock him off his feet. Get out of here, all of you. Wang Feng's chest rose and fell as he let out a loud roar, and a circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye instantly erupted. All at once those who surrounded him flew and were wounded, and it was not known whether any of them were dead or not. Daddy, it's okay, you don't change back to your real body. The little dragon hugged Wang Feng's neck and cried out in a sticky voice, and was about to change back to her dragon form when Wang Feng hurriedly stopped her. This was something they probably wouldn't be able to walk away from even more if she changed back to her dragon form. Wang Feng flew and ran all the way, and when he saw that he was about to leave the city gates, the leading guard popped out again. Kid, be a good boy and come with me, or the crime will be compounded. The leading guard flew down from the sky, holding a blue lance and staring menacingly at Wang Feng. I'll give you a chance to get out of the way, Wang Feng said with his mouth, but his body didn't stop, holding Xiaolong with his left hand and forming a palm with his right hand. Near Yen Palm, a black fire-colored palm seal was struck out, and the aura on his body boomed into the peak of the 9th level of the expanded spirit realm, because he had already seen that the spirit transformation realm had started to appear above the city wall side. There were even Saint King realms in the large cities of the central state, so the appearance of the spirit transformation realm was no big deal. It was normal. The pupils of the leader's guards shrunk violently, and they hurriedly moved to fly back, raising their lances into a blocking style. Boom! Ah! With the sound of an explosion, a scream followed from the center of the blast. A man whose body had been blown up beyond recognition lay dying on the ground. Help! Help me! The leader looked at the cultivators on the city wall and shouted morosely, but the people on top of the wall looked as if they were oblivious. Only some little karami rushed to pull him off in a hurry and scampered away, not knowing if he was dead or alive at the end. Woof woof woof! A few barks came from the dogs, and Wang Feng looked up to see that there were a few so-called Tianji dogs right beside the people on the city wall. Wang Feng knew after thinking for a while. He had heard before that the Tianji Holy Land would train some dogs. It was used to find people and give the dog a chance to practice the favored method created by the combined efforts of the Tianji Holy Land. After the dog cultivation not only can peep one or two of the heavenly chances, but also can look for the breath, then the general dog do not know how many times stronger. It should be impossible for Wang Feng's heavenly chance to be found, so it would have to be the scent left inside that crazy woman's room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Feng cursed after he figured it out and looked at Xiaolong who hugged him, who already had a big heart to the point of falling asleep on top of him, and was also speechless for a while. Stop or be killed without pardon. A muffled voice came from the city wall, and Wang Feng's footsteps could only stop hard. Do what? I just want to use the teleportation array to take the waifu to her mother. You guys still want to kill me now? Do you have any kingly laws? Wang Feng hugged Little Dragon, a cute waif, and wiped tears from his eyes as he cried out to the watching cultivators. It was also as if he was afraid that Xiaolong would be frightened, and he gently patted her back. Some of the unknown people were a little indignant when they saw Wang Feng surrounded like this and holding such a cute waif, but they didn't dare to interfere. They could only watch from afar. The affairs of the Tianji Holy Land were not something they could meddle in. Thieves, full of lies, injuring the Wang family head's daughter and killing my Tianji Holy Land's Tianji dog. You don't want to escape again. There were a total of 5 spirit transformation realm cultivators on the city wall, and one old man angrily rebuked Wang Feng, but they didn't seem to have any intention of going on together, but watched with interest. Xiaolong, daddy. Wang Feng gently patted the little dragon, who woke up in a daze, looking at Wang Feng with a blank look on his half-asleep, half-awake face. Can you not take your original form and go back inside my body? Xiaolong sniffed and shook her head. Wang Feng had no choice but to put her on the ground and told to stand obediently. Since you guys are trying to stop me, then it is you who deserve to die. Wang Feng also no longer hesitated, and in one go, he crushed the Hong Lek Chi Tian card and random weapon summoning card in his mind. At that moment, a light of the great Tao from the outside world, which was incomparably bright, shot straight down from the sky towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng really did not expect that there would be a great fortune to come down. This is not adding to the chaos? I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but I think it's a good idea. This is the great creation Chi-Luck. In an instant, no matter whether it was the surrounding cultivators who were watching or the people on the city wall, they all moved. Kill him. Take away the creation and Chi. There was a lot of shouting and killing all around, killing towards Wang Feng, as if they were afraid of who would kill him first. Seconds, Jiang Hanqi, who was preparing to strike from afar, suddenly felt the cold sword inside the divine seesaw tremble, accompanied by the sound of her shouting. Master, there's someone forcibly summoning me. I can't resist. The seal on me. Unravel. Unlocked. Cold Sword's voice carried a tremor, obviously panicked. And then whoosh, disappeared from Jiang Hanqi's divine sea space. What's going on? Jiang Hanqi jerked to his feet. His complexion under the bucket had rarely panicked. After a while, Jiang Hanqi's gaze trembled as he looked at Wang Feng, who had killed countless people in the distance with a single cold blow. The pupils in his eyes dilated and his entire expression was dumbfounded. That cold aura was like a nuclear bomb, instantly splitting the entire city wall with a big gap, and it continued to fly towards the back without stopping. A sword. Nirvana annihilated 1/3 of the walls of the entire city and purged more than 90% of the cultivators that surrounded Wang Feng. If not for the fact that Wang Feng's cultivation was too low right now, this cold aura would have been enough to split and blow up everything in the dozens of miles in the direction he was splitting. Hong Kong, the 3rd second. System, use all my origin points for the lottery. After Wang Feng wiped out uncountable people with a sword, he shouted to the system in his mind in a hurry. He decided that he didn't want the origin points while Hong Lek was around, and that he couldn't afford to give up the child to catch the wolf. Ding! Host origin points 456-8569 detected. $1 million jackpot for consecutive lucky draws open. Chapter 122 Striking Out. His arm in the outside world also began to crack inch by inch due to the saber blade from casting the cold sword, as if it was going to explode into pieces in the next second. As soon as Wang Feng pulled out the blood-burning pills, As long as his body was within the range of being able to resist, he ate all the pills he could. All of a sudden, Wang Feng hardened himself and temporarily pulled his realm to the spirit transformation realm. Spiritualization. In an instant, Wang Feng only felt that the spiritual energy that flowed directly inside the meridians began to attach to the flesh and blood, circulating to the entire body and mind. Whether it was meridians or flesh and blood, the entire body was filled with spiritual power. Explosive power. But it was only temporary, thanks to the potion that burned the body's potential. "Daddy!" The little dragon cried out at the scene, and his aura became rigid and overbearing, and his body began to emit red, blue, and gold light. "Don't! Father is fine. Don't transform back into your original body." Wang Feng switched the cold sword that had sealed his mouth to the other hand and held it. In a flash, he darted back to pick up the little dragon in a hug, stopping her from transforming back into her original form. Wang Feng was sure that there was definitely someone else in the shadows who was watching them. There was already an imperial artifact tempting them now. It was just that they weren't sure if Wang Feng had any more cards. After all, someone who could have an imperial artifact was definitely not a simple commodity. This caused them to still be jealous in their hearts and not dare to show themselves. After all, no one wanted to die. It was the same king realm that came, and even though it wasn't so bad that they would die in the hands of Wang Feng, who was in the expanded spirit realm, they wouldn't be able to do any good in front of the imperial weapon. Now if Xiaolong transformed back into his real body again, he was afraid that today would be a difficult day, and it was estimated that not only would there be people from the Yuan-San realm, but there would also be people from the Sacred King realm who would make a move. Even if it was just a scaly dragon, that was enough to make them go crazy, let alone little dragon. A true dragon. Hong Kong, 6 seconds, the system's roulette wheel began to spin, and the sound of di echoed in Wang Feng's head. But Wang Feng didn't even bother to look at it. The right arm that wanted to explode picked up Xiaolong and held the cold sword in his left hand, which was trembling madly with pain. However, the expression on his face was calm and incomparable. The district's serious injury was not enough. If it wasn't for the cold sword now recognizing him as its master, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to even hold it. And to be able to strike an attack and still not fall was already considered very strong. Because the system had forcefully unsealed the cold sword, it was now a true imperial artifact. He was also confused when he saw the cold sword back then. How did he summon this thing over and force it to be unsealed? Los Angeles, CA 9 seconds. Wang Feng hugged Little Dragon and killed his way out of the city. The rats hiding in the shadows appeared. And all of a sudden, 3 Yuan 3 realm cultivators appeared. Just now, these 3 cultivators didn't show up because they had been brought down in wisdom by Hon Luck, dragging their minds and pondering over the benefits. Now that the time had passed, they came out to eye Wang Feng intently. Countless people looked at the cold sword in his hand, a pang of greed with a tremor of fear in their eyes. It's an imperial weapon. It's an imperial weapon. Kill him. This was no longer a dispute between Wang Feng and the Wang clan in the Tianji Holy Land, but every cultivator who saw him. But though they kept shouting, none of them dared to go on. The scene of that sword decimating 90% of the people just now was still deep in their hearts. "Daddy!" Being hugged by Wang Feng, Xiaolong cried out with tears in his eyes and heartache. Wang Feng smiled lightly and gave a comforting cry. It's okay. They had run out of the city, and except for the few people behind them, there was no one left in front of him and Xiaolong. The little dragon was held by Wang Feng and looked at those bad guys behind him, and a pair of horns grew out of the top of his head with a poof. Jab. Boom. A ray of lightning killed from the horns on the little dragon's head, instantly blowing some of the cultivators behind him to pieces. Even some of the spirit transformation realm didn't resist. Wang Feng looked at Xiaolong with surprise in his eyes and secretly gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Worthy of being a true dragon. Wang Feng looked at the pursuing cultivators. They had already run dozens of kilometers, and had been blasted by the little dragon so much that they were still chasing. On the other hand, those 3 Yuan 3 realm cultivators were interested in giving Wang Feng pressure in the sky, slowly following behind in the sky. Damn you guys! Wang Feng couldn't stand it anymore after running around with little dragon for a while. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people now, Wang Feng let the already weakened little dragon transform back into its original body, whooshing into the dragon totem on his chest. What Wang Feng didn't expect was that the little dragon was dying, but it still had the ability to recover for Wang Feng. He felt that the wounds that were still unbearably painful just a moment ago became much more comfortable after the totem in his chest gave a red, blue, and gold flash. Moreover, the power in his body had become greater, and the spiritual power in his body was rapidly recovering, crazily ingesting the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The 3 cultivators from the Yuan-San realm saw the little dragon's true body and their pupils shrunk violently. No wonder that little girl child suddenly sprouted a pair of horns. The 3 thought it through and all of a sudden burst out laughing. but all of them didn't say anything, each with an evil intent, obviously not wanting others to know. Countless people who followed behind listened to the uncertainty of if not laughter in the sky. Tired of laughing code? I'll chop you three up today. Wang Feng roared and his body flew toward the sky, not retreating but advancing to kill those 3 Yuan 3 realm cultivators. Put! With a sound, Wang Feng's head unexpectedly grew a pair of horns as well, and his body was covered with golden dragon scales. This is competency share. Wang Feng was surprised and happy in his heart, and with a thought, as expected, the golden dragon scales on his body disappeared. With another movement of his mind, the dragon scale appeared on his arm. Wang Feng's eyes full of killing intent lifted up and looked at the 3 Yuan 3 realm cultivators. Their realms weren't too high, 2 at the 9th level of the harmonization realm and 1 at the 2nd level of the Yuan breaking realm. However, this was not a matter for Wang Feng, who was now holding the imperial weapon cold sword, to kill them all. With his 8 generations of combat experience and feats, Wang Feng was confident in killing them with his imperial weapon in hand. Don't run! Fiery red dragon scales appeared on Wang Feng's feet, and a stream of flames erupted as his body instantly headed towards them. But those 3 Yuan 3 realm cultivators were no fools, and it was as if the 3 of them had a heart-to-heart. A palm was slapped out, then quickly pulled away again. Wang Feng hurriedly raised his cold sword to block this attack, while the cracks on his arm were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The dragon scales covering it also began to dissipate in pieces into light due to the backlash. Putty code, fight! Wang Feng roared. His aura climbed to the extreme, slowly raising his cold sword, and in an instant, countless people began to fly back. Fear was on everyone's face that he was going to unleash that sword again. Heaven, sacrifice, sword, law, whoosh! Wang Feng's body instantly shifted out several thousand meters at once and ran behind him. A bunch of curses behind him in an instant. Asterisk 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 guys. I fooled you. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng didn't forget to scoff as he ran, his body bursting into flashes as he ran off into the distance. Without his cold sword, Jiang Hanshi chased after them with some difficulty until he could no longer see them. Nervously, she hurriedly took out her little rattle and looked at it for a moment before moving her feet again to fly after it. And on the rattle in her hand, the little boy's side was being covered in blood. Suddenly, the pattern on the left arm disappeared and was empty. Jiang Hanshi's body burst into flashes, taking out all the talisman paper he could use and everything he could use to catch up, and following the little rattle's instructions, he flew wildly. Chapter 123, I saw my own body. Don't die. Don't ever die. While Jiang Hanshi was rushing, she kept praying for Wang Feng in her heart, hoping that he would still be able to survive before she arrived. Junction of Heavenly Immortal City and Earthly Immortal City. Where Wang Feng was, the sky was filled with blood-red stars. It's not something else. It's the blood mist. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng held his sword in his right hand covered with golden dragon scales and laughed. Topless and covered in bloodstains, he wore a jade disc around his neck. His left arm had long been empty and was bleeding like crazy, but Wang Feng acted as if he didn't feel it, and the soles of his shoes were stepping on the last cultivator on the ground at the 2nd level of the Yuan breaking realm. After me. Oh, ha ha ha. Wang Feng's voice was hoarse, like a demon from hell, looking at the people at his feet with a hideous smile, combined with the golden, or blue, or red dragon scales intertwined on his body. The whole person was even more terrifying and domineering. Don't kill me. I'm willing to recognize you as my master. The Yuan breaking realm cultivators who were stomped to death on the ground begged frantically for mercy, and around the 2 of them were countless blood slags. Why is it said that it is blood slag? Because all of them have been destroyed into blood mist by Wang Feng's sword, and there are slags everywhere on the ground. Do I need you? Wang Feng raised the cold sword that was on his neck and chopped it down hard at once, and the whole head rolled out instantly. Rampant child, killing so many people, you deserve to die. Wang Feng, who was about to relax, heard this thick voice and his heart lifted up again in an instant. Head of the Wang family, 9th level of the same king realm. Wang Feng looked up and locked eyes with the man in the sky. His handsome face had long been filled with blood-colored stars. It was a stark contrast to the flamboyant figure of Wang Yin, the head of that Wang family in the sky. Sure enough, the Saint King realm had still made a move, and he had expected that there would be a Saint King realm hidden in the shadows. Wang Feng hurriedly put his divine sense god into his mind and panically looked at the 4 things that were drawn out. After just a few glances, Wang Feng ha ha ha, he laughed epileptically and looked at Wang Yin, who was at the 9th level of the Saint King realm, with a hideous face. The Han Luck Chi Tian card is just awesome, and all 4 draws are probably full of gold items. There's just a 1% chance of gold inside the Mega Millions jackpot, but this time there's a hunter. It's 99.9%. He was confident that with the card in his storage space, it would allow him to use the cold sword without injury. That is to say, him, could kill this Wang Yan at the 9th level of the Saint King realm. Wang Yan in the sky looked at him with a wary face. This kid was even laughing when he was dying. I was merely taking back what was mine. And your little daughter had to kill me, so I had no choice but to resist. And I didn't kill her. Are you sure you want to kill me? Wang Feng had a pair of horns on top of his head. His voice was hoarse and incomparable, and his body was filled with killing intent. So much so that even Wang Yan of the Saint King realm couldn't help but be shocked. If you don't get rid of this son, you are a great enemy. Leave and we will no longer be enemies. Or in the future, I will execute your entire family. Wang Feng's voice was like a demon. His right arm that wanted to explode was holding a cold sword, and his eyes were full of killing intent as he looked at Wang Yan in the sky. Instead, a small portion of his divine sense was in his own mind, and that was the bottom line he dared to have. The bottom line he drew from the raffle. Invincible defense card. Function, during the period of use, invincible defense for 60 seconds. Except for those above the Great Emperor realm. All cultivators below the Great Emperor realm can't kill you. Time limit, 60 seconds. This card is definitely a golden card. Directly invincible defense under a Great Emperor. Is the peak of the quasi-imperial emperor came are useless. That is, even if a peak paragon emperor came now, he would be able to escape with the help of the invincible defense, in conjunction with the harmless use of the cold sword. As for why not kill? Kill a fart. 60 seconds. A quasi-imperial palm can destroy him. And only invincible defense 60 seconds. The emperor weapon cold sword. It was an emperor weapon, yes, but Wang Feng was not a great emperor. It was already good enough to run. Wang Yan in the sky in the outside world looked at Wang Feng on the ground and hesitated. This son is very strong and has monstrous creation and fortune, and will definitely be a great threat if he does not die young in the future. But, he's in this state now. Ha! It's ridiculous. How dare he threaten me? Wang Yan had a sneer in his heart, but on the surface, he was calm and looked at Wang Feng as if he was thinking. In fact, he didn't come out here because of his daughter's beating. Rather, he had heard that this son had an imperial artifact and also carried great fortune, which was why he had traveled a long distance and hoofed it here. It was a good opportunity to see him long exhausted. Suddenly, Wang Yan quickly slapped his palm out, the greed for the cold sword in his eyes undisguised, and himself flew towards Wang Feng. Putty code, I'll kill you. Wang Feng looked at the large palm flying over with a thought. And the invincible defense card in the storage space was about to be crushed, but an attack was faster than him, not attacking him, but killing towards Wang Yan. Boom! A large chaotic palm passed over Wang Feng's head at an almost invisible speed. The golden palm that Wang Yan, who was at the 9th level of the Saint King realm, had struck over was instantly nirvana'd and disappeared without a trace. The chaos palm went unabated and flew straight towards Wang Yan violently, bound to kill Wang Yan. Boom! With an explosion. Before Wang Feng could react, his body was pounced on and he instantly fell to the ground. Wang Feng froze, feeling the softness of his body and the faint cold fragrance. On top of that, there was another figure that swiftly instantaneously moved in front of them, condensing a chaos barrier to ward off the aftershocks that rushed over. Wang Feng stared blankly at the attack that exploded like an atomic bomb in the distance of his back. There was also the figure that transported the chaotic spiritual power barrier to block this figure in front of them. Boom! A heart-stopping chaos aftermath blew in. But luckily there was a figure in front of them to block it. As for the reason why Wang Feng froze, it was naturally the information of the person in front of him. Corpse King Maple. Identity, the corpse of Wang Feng's 8th life/emperor puppet of Jiang Hanshi. Dharma/body realm, Great Emperor realm. Natal weapon, none. Wang Feng was dumbfounded. Looking at that back, he couldn't even care about the feeling of softness on his body. Pust. Snap. There was an explosion. Which was, explosion of blood and flesh. As if the limb had exploded in front of Wang Feng, a burst of chaotic aftermath waves scraped through, and with this strike, undoubtedly, Heavenly Immortal City and Earthly Immortal City all saw it, and it had even rippled through. After the chaotic strong wind disappeared, Emperor Corpse King Feng transformed into a chaotic villain and slowly flew into Jiang Hanshi's brow, and the hundreds of miles around them had long since been overthrown beyond recognition, and even the walls of the two cities had been blown to pieces. Fortunately, the chaotic aftermath had long since weakened by the time it reached the city walls. In the end, it was fended off by the combined hands of a few hidden Saint King realms and the cultivators of the two cities. Even so, it consumed most of the power of all the cultivators. Even the Saint King realm wasn't surprised. Almost all of them couldn't fly, with very little spiritual energy left in their bodies. There was no way to find out what was going on in the center of the battlefield anymore. And even if there was the ability to do so, they wouldn't dare. The Emperor's mighty imperial force was irresistible and difficult to resist, and this was still the result of Jiang Hanshi controlling only one strike. Battlefield center. Tick, A drop of warm liquid dripped onto Wang Feng's neck. More than chest, stomach, all of it. Wang Feng panicked and looked down. And Jiang Hanshi also slowly raised her head, her pair of pretty eyes meeting Wang Feng's. Chapter 124, Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi's haughty and ice-cold pretty face was filled with blood-colored cracks. It was as demonic as it could be, as if it was going to shatter and crack open the next moment. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng with a lot of emotions in his eyes, yet it seemed like there were very few, just bleakly staring at Wang Feng silently. Snapping, Jiang Hanshi finally couldn't hold on any longer, and her head went soft on Wang Feng's chest in a flash. Wang Feng vision in looking down. Jiang Hanshi arms empty, nuisance crazy flow of blood, a little bit flowed to Wang Feng chest above. Explosions of flesh and blood. No, not fake. It was Jiang Hanshi's arms because they were all blown up directly after controlling the Emperor's corpse, blowing up to his shoulders, even the sleeves of his arms were gone. This was the consequence triggered by the forced manipulation of the Emperor's corpse, and it backfired so much that both arms exploded all over. Even the body was affected, full of blood-colored cracks that climbed over Jiang Hanshi's body as if it were a spider's web. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi, who was full of blood cracks, and with the warmth of the liquid on his body, he panicked. Even the 8th world had been careful to live up to the great Emperor realm, and had never panicked so much in 1,000 years. The nemesis of the 9th life, suddenly dying, or dying to save him. Wang Feng's eyes instantly dyed red. Kong Hansei! Wang Feng cried out in a hurry and stretched out his hands to pick up Jiang Hanshi, but he realized that his left arm had long disappeared, and it was only his right arm that hugged Jiang Hanshi. The two were like a pair of lovebirds about to die a miserable death, making people look at them with heartache and heartbreak. No, don't die. Wang Feng was so flustered that he could barely speak, and an inexplicable emotion spread wildly in Wang Feng's brain. He couldn't even care about the injuries on his body. It was clear that he used to want Jiang Hanshi to die so much, but now it was the opposite. Why is she here? Why? Wang Feng's brain was chaotic. Obviously his whereabouts Jiang Hanshi was definitely not aware of. Can't she just stay in the ice palace until I get back? I'm capable of defending myself. Why would she be so stupid as to chase me all the way here? Ignoring his own injuries, Wang Feng sat up with one hand holding Jiang Hanshi with difficulty. As soon as he yanked off the jade disc in his chest and shoved it onto Jiang Hanshi's chest, the disc began to emit green light to heal her. Wang Feng took out the strongest potion that could heal his injuries again in a hurry, and his right hand even almost fell to the ground without holding it steady. A bite to open the cap of the bottle. Panicked and poured out the elixir. Full of blood and still trembling hands picked it up and stuffed it into Jiang Hanshi's mouth. Go ahead and swallow. Swallow it. Wang Feng's tears were coming out of his eyes in anxiety, as if he was a helpless child without parents. However, panicked as he was, Wang Feng still hastily took out the kettle and poured it into Jiang Hanshi's mouth. However, Jiang Hanshi still didn't move at all, and he couldn't swallow the water in his mouth. At this time, the little dragon also flew out from Wang Feng's chest. After the little dragon came out, the dragon scales on Wang Feng's body and the dragon-shaped horns on his head also slowly disappeared. Little dragon's eyes filled with crystal tears looked at the injuries on Wang Feng's body. Despite the weakness in his body emitted golden light about to heal Wang Feng. Give it to her. Give it to her. Wang Feng hurriedly lifted up Jiang Hanshi, who was breathing in less and out more, and signaled Xiao Long to heal her first. Come on. Seeing that Xiao Long was still hesitating there, Wang Feng growled and filled his eyes with red. Seeing this, the little dragon hurriedly flew onto Jiang Hanshi, and golden streams of light began to flow into Jiang Hanshi's body. The further back the stream of light went, the lower the little dragon's eyelids went, as if he would fall asleep the next moment. Wang Feng was not idle. Seeing that she could not swallow the elixir in her mouth, he did not hesitate at all to pick her up and kissed her, blowing out a breath from his mouth. Instantly the elixir in Jiang Hanshi's mouth flowed into his body along with the water, the little dragon plus the elixir treatment. Jiang Hanshi was able to stabilize his breath. Looking down from the sky, the entire battlefield was a black earth, with the miserable two people and an emanating golden light in the center. Wang Feng couldn't think of anything else and picked up the cold sword on the ground and touched Jiang Hanshi. Put the jade disc a little better on Jiang Hanshi to prevent it from falling. The cold sword was no stranger to knowing the meaning, and disappeared without a trace in a flash. Although the statute of limitations for the random armament summoning card was 3 hours, it was still possible for it to go back to Jiang Hanshi's divine sea space. I don't know how long it took, but the little dragon's head went limp, eyes slightly closed, breathless, slowly shedding tears. Tears dripping onto Jiang Hanshi also slowly recovering from her injuries. Jiang Hanshi's breath stabilized, only that there were no more arms on his body, and even the blood-colored cracks had not disappeared. Wang Feng couldn't care about anything else at this time, and picked up Jiang Hanshi with one hand with difficulty and carried her over his shoulder. Hiss! Who? Jiang Hanqi's body touched Wang Feng's wound, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of pain. It ended with a flourish that carried Kong Hancher over his shoulder in one swift motion. The little dragon also burrowed back into the middle of his body, and Wang Feng endured the pain in his body and ran as fast as he could. Heavenly Immortal City or Earthly Immortal City. No matter where it is, it's all a crowded, noisy place. Emperor's might. This is the attack of a great emperor. The several Saint King realm powerhouses who had just slowed down from the attack stood on the highest roof in the center of the city with their legs a little weak. Why would a great emperor realm powerhouse strike here? Several Saint King realm powerhouses. You looked at me and I looked at you, each with a look of fear on their faces. Not to mention those people at the foot of their room. Heavenly Immortal City and Earthly Immortal City were all cultivators. Not a single mortal. Everyone knew what imperial might meant. And when a great emperor struck, even they didn't think they'd survive. They thought they were going to die when that black and white shockwave hit them. Luckily, the old ancestors of the hidden or some families in the two cities stepped in and joined forces with most of the cultivators to fend them off. Otherwise this strike, just the aftermath, would have directly destroyed two cities, and large ones at that. I'm afraid it could be seen that this difference in realm, under a great emperor, all were ants. Some heavenly pride demons of lower realms might still be able to cross the ranks. However, it could be difficult after the Paragon Emperor, and the most heaven-defying ones would only go against a small realm. After 3 days and 3 nights passed after this chaotic aftermath, not a single person was willing to explore the center of the attack. No one wants to die. It wasn't until 10 days and 10 nights had passed that it was finally contacted by the sound transmission treasures of the two cities. The 8 Saint King realm powerhouses joined forces together and headed towards the center of the attack. In both directions, 3 Saint King realm powerhouses from Earth Immortal City and 5 Saint King realm powerhouses from Heaven Immortal City began to rush towards each other from their respective sides, and at the center of their rush was where the attack appeared. Just as they reached the periphery, their expressions became terrified. Good. What a terrifying attack. It really is a great emperor. A Saint King realm powerhouse on the side of Earth Immortal City looked at the devastating, baptized land without a single weed. Even the land had been overturned in many places, and there was debris and black filth everywhere. The two teams finally converged, and the 8 people. You looked at me and I looked at you. All of them had a confused look on their faces. Chapter 125, Culture. Do you guys know exactly how this great imperial strike came about? One reclusive old man wasn't at all sure what was going on this time. He only knew that he was secluded in the Earth Immortal City, not asking about the world, and was sleeping to sleep. He didn't even know that a great war had occurred in the Earth Immortal City, until he realized that there was an attack coming. As soon as he went out, he hurriedly teamed up with the remaining 2 Saint King realms and the crowd of cultivators to block it. It's that kid. A few people looked at the bloodstains on the ground, and a middle-aged Saint King realm 7th level powerhouse opened his mouth. The place they were looking at was exactly what Wang Feng and the others had left behind, and this was the only piece that was intact. Which kid? An old man with a long beard at the 9th level of the Saint King realm asked suspiciously. There's a brat holding an emperor weapon, and one person is resisting the cultivators of half the city to kill them from Earth Immortal City. And the heavenly Tao also descended great fortune on him. I originally also wanted to go to rob, but a search, think about it or forget it. We all know that can be the heavenly Tao descended fortune, not a simple goods. The moment we offend him and fail to kill him, it will be a scourge. Even a scourge to our own family. We have not fought for many years, and it is fortunate that I have not broken my fast this time. That middle-aged man at the 7th level of the Saint King realm also explained what he had seen and heard when he saw this. Hiss. In an instant, except for another Saint King realm in Earth Immortal City who also knew the truth and wasn't surprised, the rest of them all sucked in a breath. By the way, where's that Wang Yin guy? It was at this time that the people from Earth Immortal City reacted and looked towards the group from Heaven Immortal City. He should be dead. Those who could cultivate to the Saint King realm weren't stupid, and after everything was connected, they soon vaguely guessed it. Serves you right. Damn it. Even if one person dies, he even harmed 2 cities. That stupid bastard. A few of them even cursed on the spot. They had not fought for so many years and now the damage was disastrous. Recasting the city wall is another huge sum of money. They are the families that have to contribute resources, otherwise it will be difficult to do if the sword sect blames them. Go. Since it's fine, it's better to go back and think about the matter of recasting the city walls and pacifying the people. Otherwise no one will dare to come to our 2 cities in the future. There was an old man who looked relatively calm and peaceful, waved his hand, and then flew back towards Heavenly Immortal City on his own. Aha! A few people looked at each other, and after another look around, nothing was gained. The great emperor's strike was so terrifying that everything visible around him was all wiped out. Where there was still a leak to pick up, even the very best holy weapons are useless. In front of the great emperor, Only by hands can directly slap it to pieces. Ugh. There was an old man at the 8th level of the Saint King realm who searched around and saw that he couldn't find anything, so he had no choice but to go back. Eventually the silence slowly began to fall around them again, and darkness descended. Dead silence. Unknown forest. Chancher. Wang Feng violently opened his eyes. The blood in his eyes had not even faded, until he felt the temperature in his arms before putting his heart down. Daddy! The face of the little dragon that had taken human form was tinged with pallor, but it still stood on the side looking at Wang Feng with a heartbroken expression. It's okay. Wang Feng touched her head with his right hand and took out some more pills or some ores for her to eat to recover from its previous consumption. Although it was said that these things started because of her, she didn't know anything about it, and it was also Wang Feng who he himself had to come looking for her, so he couldn't blame anyone. But, Jiang Hanshi, why did you seek over? Wang Feng, with blood still in his eyes, looked at Jiang Hanshi, whose eyes were closed in his arms. Wang Feng couldn't help but gently touch the blood-colored cracks on her face with his right hand. Hard to bear. Wang Feng only felt a hard, drilling pain in his heart. Obviously. How he used to wish that Kong Han Suk could go to hell, but now why would he feel so bad? Looking at Jiang Hanshi, who had already had her breath stabilized by the jade disc tied around her neck, Wang Feng first told Xiaolong to look around, then took out the pills and swallowed them. Letting the blood-colored cracked Jiang Hanshi lying on his lap, he began to close his eyes to recover his vitality. He had to hurry up and recover his left hand, relying on the extreme spirit sources and imperial grade pills he had received in the past few days. Flesh buds had already started to appear on Wang Feng's left hand, and Wang Feng did some calculations. He would be able to recover when this extreme spirit source was almost completely used up. However, it could only be taken in small quantities every day, or else if one consumed too much of it, one would be afraid that it would be difficult to withstand the spiritual energy. He could have recovered with origin points, but origin points he didn't have right now. Although he could take many of the things in his storage space and exchange them for origin points, the origin points to restore his arm were massive. In other words, restoring his arm with origin points for a short period of time, although it was an instant, might take the resources of his entire storage space, and to use pills and extreme spirit sources for a long period of time, you only need these two things. Therefore, Wang Feng chose to trade time, which was the most cost-effective way to heal his injuries. Now he wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't the end of the road yet. Like in his previous lives, he was able to tough it out with one hand and one foot, and now it was just a broken hand, which could only be described as a minor injury. Time passes and in the blink of an eye it's late the next day. Crackle! Crackle! The sound of a spark exploded softly in the quiet of the night, and the small fire brought a bit of warmth into the darkness. And this fire is naturally born by the little dragon. It itself carries the fire attribute. It is not difficult to make a fire. At this time, Wang Feng suddenly felt that Jiang Hanshi lying in his thighs moved a few times, and then subsided after a while. Wang Feng hurriedly and slowly stopped from the medicinal power of the elixir and spirit source and slowly collected his breath. When he opened his eyes and looked down, Jiang Hanshi was quietly looking at him with his pretty face full of blood-colored cracks raised. Although she was seriously injured, her eyes were clear and incomparable, without much emotional fluctuation, quietly staring at Wang Feng, not knowing how long she had already looked at him. She knew that they were safe. Cold sure. Wang Feng didn't intend to disguise himself anymore, and looking at the already recovered Jiang Hanshi, he opened his mouth and called her by her real name. Jiang Hanshi's eyes widened a little, and he couldn't help but raise his nice eyebrows, but then instantly loosened up because it hurts so much. It was also the first time that Jiang Hanshi had used that Emperor Corpse's ability at full strength, not realizing that the consequences would be so great. She used to be able to go weak all over for 30 days or so after just forcing the use of a holy weapon once, let alone forcing the use of an emperor's corpse. This time, there was the 4th level of the expanded spirit realm cultivation in place, and the nature of the emperor's corpse and the sacred artifact were different. There's also the fact that for whatever reason, it's not so bad that you can't even move, but it's close, and both arms are still gone. Double arm. Nope, the arms are still there. With a slight glance of his eyes, Jiang Hanshi felt it again and made sure that both arms were still properly on his body. Chapter 126, Confession/Shio, who was so aggrieved that her tears were spinning. It's just that Jiang Hanshi's hands were without the cover of his clothes, and his body was weak, so he could only move slightly. Don't move. Wang Feng reminded him softly and hurriedly took out the extreme spirit source, allowing little dragon, who was still gnawing on the ore to recover his breath, to twist open the lid. Then the spirit source flew out with a mild chaos spirit power control. The spirit source was gently applied to Jiang Hanshi's face, then lifted his hand to wipe it evenly, allowing the spirit source to moisturize her skin. He had been coming like this these days, keeping an eye on Jiang Hanshi's injuries to prevent them from worsening. Drink some. Wang Feng had the little dragon gently lift up Jiang Hanshi, then passed the bottle containing the spirit source to her mouth. These days, because she couldn't swallow, Wang Feng could only feed her mouth to mouth all the time, but it was nothing. It wasn't like he hadn't kissed her before. Jiang Hanshi was a bit resistant, and couldn't help but think of the scene in the past when he was fed that icy cold and still sweet stuff again. Do as you're told, or you won't get better. Wang Feng's tone intensified a bit, and Jiang Hanshi was still a bit resistant, but Wang Feng's next sentence made him obediently open his mouth. If you don't drink, then I'll have to feed you with my mouth. Wang Feng's tone intensified as he made a gesture to pour the spirit source into his mouth, and Jiang Hanshi hurriedly gently opened his closed mouth. But Wang Feng didn't know if it was on purpose, as if he didn't see it, until Jiang Hanshi shyly gave a soft ah. Only then did Wang Feng stop the spirit source that was about to be poured into his mouth. Looking at Jiang Hanshi's slightly open mouth, Wang Feng could not help but laugh lightly at the sight. Lifting the bottle, he poured some spirit source down and waited until he had the right amount before stopping. Gobble. After drinking the extreme spirit source, slowly the look on Jiang Hanshi's face became comfortable, and the kind of cracking sensation on his face lessened a lot. With his throat moisturized, Jiang Hanshi transported his breath and began to absorb the medicinal power with the Emperor Ice technique. Wang Feng reached out and swept her into his arms, holding her tightly as if he was afraid that she would fall down. Jiang Hanshi's body was slightly stunned for a moment, but did not make any great movements, nor could he make any great movements. He could only pretend to be fine, closing his eyes and silently running the Emperor Ice skill to recover his body and mind. Seeing this, the little dragon looked at Wang Feng suspiciously, then obediently went back to one side to nibble on something. It wasn't that Wang Feng wanted to take advantage. It was just that the posture of the three of them was really strange. Jiang Hanshi was clearly leaning on Wang Feng, but he was in the position of being supported by the little dragon. Wang Feng had no choice but to hold on to Jiang Hanshi, preventing her from falling down or being held up uncomfortably. That's it, isn't it? Absolutely. Wang Feng was also not idle, cultivating while wrapping Jiang Hanshi, cultivating for a while longer if he could, recovering his vitality first. After a while, you remember? After a long time Wang Feng stopped running his energy, and then heard a pleasant voice from in front of him, with a hint of hoarseness. No. Jiang Hanshi was stunned by Wang Feng's words and turned his head to face him, frowning slightly with a somewhat puzzled expression. I haven't been losing my memory. I'm sorry I lied to you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hanshi suddenly laughed a few times after hearing Wang Feng's words, his eyes slightly red, his voice carrying a bit of desolation. She then said why Wang Feng would insist on rushing to Zhongzhou. So it turned out that he had never lost his memory from the beginning until now. And still, he came to the middle of the state to look for his wife and child, but he just wouldn't tell her. Is there such a thing as not being able to trust? Jiang Hanshi struggled to get up, but his movements were weak as if they weren't there, and his white hands were against Wang Feng as he tried to straighten up. Again, because of his weak breath, it was difficult to control even the breath on his body, let alone his spiritual power, so he could not disintegrate Wang Feng. As for how her arms recovered, it was naturally due to Wang Feng. That Hong Luk Chi Tian card was truly as terrifying as it was, as if it had expected this situation to occur behind him. Surprisingly, he drew out a golden quality extreme holy pill, the 9 turns regeneration pill. On top of that, there was a 60-second invincibility card, a pair of underworld cold amethyst earrings, and a pair of sun and moon marriage bracelets. The injuries of both Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were due to the wounds that were countered by the forced use of external objects. Wang Feng was forcibly using the cold sword and forcibly elevating his realm, and Jiang Hanshi was doing so by fully controlling Wang Feng's emperor corpse. Moreover, Jiang Hanshi's injuries were even more severe than Wang Feng's, so even if they had the usual holy pills on them, that would not be able to recover, and this was the most depressing part for Wang Feng. Fortunately, there was a 9 revolutions regeneration pill drawn from the $1 million prize pool, and the system produced a fine product. But, too bad there's only one. Wang Feng didn't even think about it. That time he took it out and shoved it directly into Jiang Hanshi's mouth. Finally, she smothered herself with a mouthful of water and fed it to her, watching her arm grow back a little. But he himself had no more elixirs to take and could only rely on himself to recover slowly. But even if it was the right holy medicine, it still couldn't cure the blood-colored cracks on Jiang Hanshi's body. It could only bring her limbs back to life. It was even possible that the reason why Jiang Hanshi was still able to move slightly was because of that holy medicine. And this was the most difficult point for Wang Feng. The backlash was really too severe. Back to the present. Get loose. Jiang Hanshi was visibly angry and coldly shouted out. His voice was slightly hoarse, but still so pleasant to the ear. Wang Feng was helpless. Women at this time were the most impossible to mess with, and could only slightly loosen his hand, allowing Jiang Hanshi to stand up with difficulty. But just as Jiang Hanshi tried to straighten up, all of a sudden, he fell back on Wang Feng with a jerk. As if he had expected it, Wang Feng hastily stretched out his only remaining right hand to hold her, preventing her from falling to the ground. Ah! Hiss! The injuries on his body were so vigorously poured by Jiang Hanshi, and although Wang Feng had recovered for so long, it still hurt quite a bit. Although he could have held back from screaming, it was better to scream at this point. Stop it! It hurts! Wang Feng sat down on the ground and swept her up, saying in her ear with hard words through clenched teeth. Ginger Henshaw struggled again, but it was weak, so weak that it was as good as nothing. I should never have come to your rescue. Jiang Hanshi turned his head and glared straight at Wang Feng coldly, his eyes slightly red. Wang Feng's heart trembled when he saw her like this, because it seems like Jiang Hanshi, to be crying, to be made to cry by him, or should I say to be aggravated by being lied to for so long. When did Jiang Hanshi ever cry? Woke up after the whole body blood color cracks pain unbearable, she did not cry, even in the past tens of thousands of years, maybe just a small time to cry. Sorry. Wang Feng could only silently lower his head and could only apologize one after another, but a simple apology was always useless. Jiang Hanshi didn't know whether it was because of the injuries on his body or because he was afraid of Wang Feng's pain, so he didn't continue to struggle. The two of them had different thoughts, and the only sound left around them was the sound of the little dragon chewing. Why do you keep lying to me? Jiang Hanshi finally couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to ask, and a question that had been haunting her heart. Afraid you'll cut me. Wang Feng's words paused for a moment, and Jiang Hanshi lay leaning on Wang Feng's arm was stunned by his words. Chapter 127, Sensitive Shio. Why should I cut you? Think about it. Can I be afraid of you? A man you've killed so many times? As if Wang Feng was a bit angry. The hand holding her thin waist tightened and contracted, sending a whole shiver through Jiang Hanshi's body. Jiang Hanshi glared fiercely at Wang Feng before lightly bumping his chest with his head backward. It hurts. Wang Feng hurriedly screamed miserably, trying to make Jiang Hanshi's mood become a little more comfortable. When Jiang Hanshi heard Wang Feng shout, he also stopped, as if he was afraid of hurting Wang Feng twice. Why can you summon the cold sword? This is my bottom card, but the cold sword is already back inside your divine sea space. Wang Feng pondered for a while and finally chose to confess, but he wasn't going to talk about things like the system. Seeing that Wang Feng refused to say anything, Jiang Hanshi didn't aggressively continue to ask, and then used his divine sense to look at the IC space. The cold sword was still really quietly suspended in the air inside, and that Emperor's corpse was also still sitting in the depths of the divine sea space with its eyes closed. However, the cold sword is now unsealed. With her cultivation level, she is afraid that she cannot use it again, and can only go back to the ice palace to add the seal at that time. What is your purpose in continuing to approach me despite dying so many times? Jiang Hanshi asked a question once again, twisting his head and staring at Wang Feng with a burning death glare, wanting to see what he would say. Wang Feng lowered his head to meet her eyes. His gaze was pure and flawless, and he spoke with a straight face. Because I liked you from the first moment I saw you. Of course, I'll admit that at first I was just seeing things, but then I realized that I liked you more and more. So much so that I couldn't help myself. It's hard to say what I like. I keep thinking of you, and even though I've been beaten off by you so many times, I can't resist. I want to see you. Wang Feng said of fierce offense. Jiang Hanshi had frozen in his arms for a long time. The blush of his face quickly rose. In fact, Wang Feng wasn't telling a lie. He did like Jiang Hanshi very much. So much that he liked it so much that it was going to explode. Because she was too beautiful. Too beautiful to be described. Too beautiful to be described. No different from the image of a fairy in Wang Feng's mind. A fairy of his heart descended in front of him, and to say that he didn't like it would definitely be a lie. It was also true that in the past he would always think of Jiang Hanshi, and even thought about it so much that he couldn't eat or sleep. But most of the reason is because he's afraid that Jiang Hanshi will suddenly appear in front of him and stab him to death with a sword. You're lying to me again. How can you be near me because you simply like it? After reacting, Jiang Hanshi didn't get carried away by the flowery language and went to completely trust Wang Feng, but continued to ask out of his mouth. This time it's for real. Wang Feng hurriedly explained that he did like Jiang Hanshi. It was true. Jiang Hanshi eyed Wang Feng, not saying a word. His heart was obviously disbelieving, and Wang Feng naturally saw it. I swear on my life and Dao heart that I love Jiang Hanshi, and if I lie, I'll be bombarded with 5 thunders and blown to pieces. Hey! Wang Feng finished his sentence at such a fast speed that not even Jiang Hanshi reacted, and it was too late to stop him. But after Jiang Hanshi heard Wang Feng's oath, she froze and was leaned back in Wang Feng's arms. She was thoroughly convinced now, or else the sky would have started to flicker with thunderclouds by now. Does it still hurt? Wang Feng saw Jiang Hanshi blushing with a small face froze in his arms, gently asked a question. The two of them smelled like blood by now. The other day when he was in a hurry to recover, Wang Feng simply wiped the bloodstains on the two of them casually, and didn't have much time to deal with such trivial matters. Zhang Hanqi was held by Wang Feng for a long time without saying anything. Wang Feng saw this and put his head to the side of her face to see how she was. Zhang Hanqi didn't know if it was shyness or because of something, but he hurriedly twisted his head and looked away. Wang Feng looked at the blood-colored cracks on her face and neck, which made Zhang Hanqi's entire person even more demonically beautiful. However, when Wang Feng looked at these cracks, he felt a stifling, uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It was there because of saving him, and judging from the look of pain on Zhang Hanqi's face as he frowned a little when he first woke up, it definitely wasn't pleasant. How did you find me? Wang Feng had been pondering this question for a long time. How on earth did Zhang Hanqi find him? Snare drums. This time, Zhang Hanqi didn't avoid the topic and said it outright. Oh, I should have known better than to give it to you. Wang Feng laughed softly twice behind Zhang Hanqi, but his words carried a pang of regret. Zhang Hanqi naturally understood what he meant. If she didn't have a snare drum she wouldn't have been able to find Wang Feng, and she wouldn't be in this sorry state now. Do you want to die? You are my disciple. Zhang Hanqi's tone carried a bit of anger, clearly upset by the words Wang Feng had said. If she didn't come over, this cheap apprentice was going to die. The palm that person slapped towards Wang Feng, Zhang Hanqi was secretly thankful that she was quicker in controlling the emperor's corpse. Otherwise, Wang Feng would have been slapped to the ground. Don't say it. Zhang Hanqi was a bit displeased and directly stifled Wang Feng's attempt to say that he had his own life-preserving cards. Thank you, fairy sister. Zhang Hanqi's complexion was slightly stunned. She hadn't heard this long-lost title in a long time. Call master. Although there was some small pleasure in Zhang Hanqi's heart, her face was always thin. But Wang Feng liked her like this and then teased her. Didn't you say you could call you fairy sister where there were no people from the ice palace? Zhang Hanqi's face and ears were flushed from where he had just confessed. The current appearance was even more reddish, putting Wang Feng in a state of mind. I'm talking about. Before Zhang Hanqi finished his words, his entire body violently trembled, and the last word was uttered with a shudder. Then he felt weak, as if he had been electrocuted. You! Zhang Hanqi's eyes were wildly trembling as this Wang Feng guy actually bit her ear. She couldn't even control her spiritual energy well now, and her body was already weak. Where you can control the sudden biting sensation and already have sensitive ears. Feeling the gentle grinding and biting sensation and the hot nostrils, Zhang Hanqi felt her body start to soften weakly. Zhang Hanqi only felt a tingling all over his body. So uncomfortable feeling. Don't. Loose. Open. Zhang Hanqi wanted to forcefully tell Wang Feng to let go of her, but at the end of her words, that voice still trembled uncontrollably. Mats, open up. Zhang Hanqi's voice was turning into a plea for mercy, and Wang Feng rounded up, which gently released her. Fairy sister, you're so cute. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng looked at Zhang Hanqi who was softly on top of him. His entire face seemed to be plated with a layer of redness. Flushed and adorable. Chapter 128 She. Mother. Who is it? You. Zhang Hanqi was in Wang Feng's arms for a long while before he angrily uttered a word, but he didn't know what to curse. How could she possibly know how to curse when most of the time she even spoke very little and succinctly? Next time you do that. You what? I'll smash your mouth. Zhang Hanqi paused for a while. If he said that he wanted to kill Wang Feng, then what was this matter of saving him the other day? In the end, he could only say that he wanted to smash Wang Feng's mouth, so he could at least be considered to have put in a hard word, but it was as if Wang Feng didn't care. Come on then, you hurry up and recover. I'm waiting for you to smash my mouth. Zhang Hanqi's eyebrows were slightly knitted. Her red little face was hard to put on a cold look, looking even more adorable in turn. The injuries you have, do they hurt? Wang Feng's words suddenly turned, looking at the blood-colored cracks on Zhang Hanqi's face and neck with a few inexplicable emotions under his eyes. It's okay. Zhang Hanqi seemed to be back to his old self, only the blush on his face did not recede and his body was warm and dry. As for whether the injuries on her body hurt or not, Zhang Hanqi she knew herself well and didn't need to say much. The two of them were silent for a while longer, each looking around somewhat absent-mindedly. Clicking and clacking, the chewing sounds around them had gotten smaller by an unknown amount since Wang Feng and Zhang Hanqi had just made love to each other. It was only now that Zhang Hanqi realized that there was a little girl child beside them. She didn't know what she was looking at even after looking away for so long just now. Looking at that child, Zhang Hanqi's eyes had a bit too many fluctuating emotions, yet they were well hidden. Xiaolong, have you had enough? Wang Feng wrapped one hand around the limp Zhang Hanqi and looked at little dragon and shouted, loosen me up. Zhang Hanqi now also realized that their position was inappropriate, and hurriedly shouted at Wang Feng to let go of her. You're weak right now, so don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Wang Feng whispered softly in her ear to comfort her. But Jiang Hanshi looked at the countless large trees in the surrounding area and couldn't figure out why Wang Feng was holding her in preference. Put me against a tree. The corner of Wang Feng's mouth twitched. Seeing that he had been discovered, he had no choice but to stand up, and with one hand, he swept Jiang Hanshi up, leaning against the tree with difficulty. Wait, your arm. After leaning Jiang Hanshi back, Wang Feng was about to get up and sit aside when Jiang Hanshi suddenly spoke out. It was only then that Jiang Hanshi realized that Wang Feng had been holding her with one hand the entire time. His left arm was empty, with only a little sprout of flesh just growing out of it. No wonder the snare drum showed his left arm as empty at that point. Jiang Hanshi Ming face above expressionless. The heart is not know how to drop, as if by a hand seized. Ha ha, it's fine. Minor injury. Wang Feng said and smiled indifferently and patted the flesh bud there with his other remaining right hand. Did you restore my hands to me? Aha. Wang Feng didn't hide it. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. Jiang Hanshi could basically know it with one guess. Then why can't you recover yourself? Because I only have one elixir. Your injuries can't be recovered by ordinary holy medicines. So this is the only way. Cootie, why don't you start with yourself? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng and cursed indignantly. Ha ha, if Fairy Sister has a guilty conscience, then you can kiss me as compensation. He. Looking at Wang Feng, he still looked as if he was joking indifferently, with an optimistic look on his face. Jiang Hanshi's crystal bright eyes gazed at Wang Feng for a long time, and Wang Feng himself couldn't help it. Seeing this situation, Wang Feng didn't tease her anymore and turned his head to look at the little dragon and walked over. The little dragon, who was eating with gusto, was also stopped by that call from Wang Feng just now. Doubtfully looking at Wang Feng, those ores were like amber candies in her mouth, crunching and crunching at the first bite. Daddy, what's wrong? The little dragon's mouth was still a little bulging, staring at Wang Feng with big round eyes blinking. You came to Central State just to find her? Jiang Hanshi looked at the little dragon and spoke out again. The emotions in his eyes were unknown, his gaze looking straight towards the little dragon and staring tightly. Aha! Wang Feng hummed. He did come to the Central State to look for her. While wondering what Jiang Hanshi wanted, she, mother, who is it? Jiang Hanshi said this sentence as if he had hesitated for a long time, but he finally said it. Wang Feng suddenly turned his head fiercely to look at Jiang Hanshi. The corners of his mouth gradually and suddenly began to turn upwards. It was simply harder to press than AK. After living for so many years, as a veteran, could he not understand what Jiang Hanshi meant? You, what are you laughing at? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng's expression as if she knew that Wang Feng had discovered her little thoughts, and her expression was a bit unnatural. Why do you ask? Wang Feng didn't say it outright to demolish Jiang Hanshi. The little dragon on the other side saw the two of them stranded there gabbing again and once again turned his head to eat the ore, clicking and clacking. I'm your master. So what's wrong with asking who the apprentice's wife is? Jiang Hanshi paused for a moment, as if he had only just organized his reasons, and said it with a cold and slightly unnatural face. Her mother is in the middle of the state. But, Wang Feng wiped his eyes as if he was about to cry, and his words stopped. Little dragon, come here and heal her. Wang Feng's voice was a little choked as he walked over and picked up the dumbfounded little dragon. Xiao Long was a bit overwhelmed and wiped Wang Feng's eyes, realizing that there were no tears here either. Daddy! Little dragon was at a loss, not knowing what exactly Wang Feng, his cheap father, was up to. Wang Feng didn't say anything, holding little dragon and wiping his eyes. He walked over to Jiang Hanshi and slowly squatted down. What's wrong with you? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng in this state and instantly thought that little dragon mother should be dead. Wang Feng didn't answer her and squatted in front of her with little dragon in his arms, not knowing what he was thinking. Brain. Little dragon. Call mother. Daddy. Call this man before you mother. Wang Feng was having a crazy conversation with Xiao Long inside his head, and had been teaching her the vocabulary of mother. You call her mother? Later father will give you spirit sources to drink, ores to eat, and pills to eat. Father. Mother. Halfway through his speech, little dragon changed his words and somewhat unskillfully milked a mother in Wang Feng's mind. Yes. Wait until daddy tells you to scream. Mother. With the little dragon's last words of mother in his head, Wang Feng looked back at Jiang Hanshi and buried his head on the little dragon's back and rubbed it. Little dragon somewhat aggrievedly pulled Wang Feng's head twice. Daddy is so annoying. In fact, her mother is now in the middle of the state. Jiang Hanshi was puzzled. She thought that Wang Feng's wife had died. It's far away and near. It's just that her mother doesn't seem to be willing to recognize me as her husband. Far from heaven. Nearby? Jiang Hanshi pondered in his mind. Aren't they the only three people here? Couldn't it have been her? Chapter 129 Mother. Kiss. The The little dragon opened its big watery eyes and looked at Jiang Hanshi with a glutinous twitter cry, but Bruce didn't know what was going on in his head, and the harumph was coming out. Mother! Mother? Are you calling me? Rao Jiang Hanshi's 10,000 years of unchanging complexion had a moment of consternation, slightly widening some of his pretty eyes to look at the little dragon. Yeah, oh, dragon, come on, change her. Xiaolong sniffed and pouted his little mouth as he glanced at Wang Feng in dissatisfaction. Where's the food that was said to be delicious? Even if you don't give it to her, you want her to transform. In the end, Xiaolong still implemented it. Jiang Hanshi could no longer control the color of his faces, a pair of beautiful eyes wide open. The bottom of her eyes were brightly illuminated by the little dragon, shining with golden light, and with her shocked expression, it was adorable. Heal her wounds. Wang Feng dragged the little golden dragon that had transformed into red and blue stripes and gently placed it into Jiang Hanshi's arms. Jiang Hanshi still looked a bit unbelievable. Ignoring the little dragon in his arms, his eyes slowly lifted up to look at Wang Feng. She finally knew what was far away and close to home, and it was a coincidence that this girl child didn't have a mother at all, but a dragon. It was hard to believe that Wang Feng could have a child with a dragon. This is the dragon child I picked up. How's that? Wang Feng looked at her shocked appearance and laughed as he reached out and gently poked the right side of Jiang Hanshi's little face, purposely avoiding the blood-colored cracks. When Jiang Hanshi heard Wang Feng's words, there was some unknown small pleasure in his heart. This is just a dragon child he picked up. Humph. She also finally knew what was far away and near. You. Jiang Hanshi felt the touch coming from his face and wanted to scold Wang Feng, but was interrupted by Wang Feng's next sentence. Wang Feng's address gave Jiang Hanshi a diaphragm, but a sudden warmth and tingling sensation came from his body. It was little dragon who was healing her wounds, and the blood-colored cracked wounds were crispy and warm, especially comfortable. Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but grunt lightly at the sudden sensation of excitement. Its sound is simply evocative. Even Wang Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this voice. After reacting, Jiang Hanshi pursed her lips and frowned her eyebrows with some shame and indignation as she looked at Wang Feng in front of her. Her ears red through and through, but the warmth and tingling sensation on her body was so comforting that she could only force herself to hold back from screaming out. Scream if you want, just so I can hear it. I like to hear it. Wang Feng came in front of Jiang Hanshi with a smirk on his face. His words were similar to words spoken by a pervert. Shameless. Jiang Hanshi cursed and almost couldn't help but hum out again, hastily concentrating on suppressing it. In the back, no matter how much Wang Feng teased her with his words, she stopped talking and simply closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, Xiaolong, dinner is served. Wang Feng had a pile of oars in front of him, and Xiaolong, who had already begun to be a bit breathless from healing Jiang Hanshi's wounds, suddenly opened his eyes wide. All at once, he flew away from Jiang Hanshi's arms, gradually transforming into a small female child wearing a red and blue striped interwoven golden ancient garment as he flew past. Late night, clicking and clacking, crackle, crackle. A sound of crunching and chewing and small sparks exploding resounded through the silent night. Wang Feng squatted in front of Jiang Hanshi and carefully looked at the blood-colored cracks on her neck and face. Jiang Hanshi was extremely unnatural by the look and had no choice but to turn her head away, while Wang Feng felt nothing. The blood-colored cracks on Jiang Hanshi's face were about to start glowing red again, an experience he had gained over the past few days. There will be a period of darkness after applying Ling Yuan, and when it starts to turn red again it is proof that it is coming back. I need to reapply some spirit source healing to your face, so don't move. Wang Feng looked serious as he carefully observed the route of the blood-colored cracks on Jiang Hanshi's face. With that, he took out the extreme spirit source, and as soon as he bit open the lid, he used his spiritual power to control the spirit source to fly out, gently dabbing it onto her face. Wang Feng put the bottle away when he saw that the spirit source was dipped, and then stretched out his finger and gently touched it. Seriously, he smeared the spirit source inside the blood-colored cracks, so that the wounds would be nourished and healed by the spirit source. Without realizing it, the two of their faces came exceptionally close, and Jiang Hanshi unexpectedly did not make a sound to keep Wang Feng away. Instead, she quietly watched as Wang Feng applied the spirit source to her face, which was ice cold when it touched her skin. After a while it turned lukewarm, and a warm current flowed madly over her face, soothingly. Seeing that the application was almost done, Wang Feng's eyes lifted slightly, instantly locking eyes with Jiang Hanshi. The two of them did not speak to anyone as if they had a tacit understanding, their deep black eyes moving slightly as they silently watched both sides. Words. According to the plot of one of those sweet dramas, she shouldn't resist if I kiss her now, right? Wang Feng gazed at Jiang Hanshi's calm, beautiful and deep eyes and secretly thought in his heart. As soon as he thought of it, Wang Feng brought his head a little bit closer, and he could clearly feel the warm breath that Jiang Hanshi exhaled. Almost, just a little bit. Don't move, don't move. the tips of their noses were only a centimeter apart, and their lips were only 2 centimeters away from touching. Wang Feng was so excited in his heart. Kissing her in front of Zhang Hanshi, it would be strange not to be excited. She didn't even have this kind of excitement when she was unconscious. The tip of the nose is only 0.5 centimeters away. Wang Feng was so excited in his heart that the closer he got. Suff! A small breeze blew by, and the broken hair gently hit Wang Feng's face, as if he had slapped him, while Kang Ganchi's head twisted to the left. Wang Feng froze in place looking at Zhang Hanshi's white and beautiful side face somewhat helplessly. Well, she wouldn't. Looking at her ears that are as hot as scalding water. Since I can't kiss you, I'll. No more kisses. Hiss. Wang Feng reached out and gently pinched Zhang Hanshi's face, then slowly stood up. Nibbling and unable to nibble, Wang Feng could only go to turn over the fire in boredom. Zhang Hanshi dared to gradually turn his head after a long time to make sure that Wang Feng had left. When he entered his eyes, he saw that Wang Feng was turning over the fire in boredom, and the light of the fire shone on his face, making his whole person look much more handsome. And at this moment, Wang Feng was looking at his panel. He hadn't looked at the panel for a long time and didn't know how many origin points were left. Wang Feng, 1969. Chinese maple painter. Dharma/body realm, peak of 9th level of spirit expansion realm. Technique, chaos hegemony body technique. Avatar, sword intent. Artifact transformation. Items, invincible defense card X1. Top grade holy weapon star sword X1. Big flower pants X1. Plutonic cold amethyst earrings. Sun and moon marriage bracelet X1. Origin point, 368569. Overall verdict, boy, you're finally not just a simple chicken. Instead, you're an awesome chicken. P.S. Quickly help me add any I've forgotten? The author's brain is bad. Not good. Help me add it. Wang Feng looked and suddenly saw the comprehensive evaluation rating, and in his heart, he spat at the system for a while. I really thank you. The corners of Wang Feng's mouth twitched as he spat at the system in his mind. Ding. It's okay. You're welcome. Who asked you to be my host? Ha. You hey your sister. Chapter 130, The Sun and Moon Marriage Bracelet. You hey your sister. Wang Feng couldn't help but curse this shameless system in his heart. How does it feel that this system is even more than him? Wang Feng then clicked on the information of the Sun and Moon Marriage Bracelet and looked at it. I don't know if this is a gold item or not. I wasn't listening closely at that time of the draw because I was in the middle of a dry run. Sun and Moon Marriage Bracelet. Requirements, both men and women must love each other to a certain extent before they can wear this bracelet. Function, take this bracelet to wear into another heart-to-heart belonging to the opposite sex of the hand. Male to the sun, female to the moon. Heaven and earth as a proof. The sun and moon with the reference. When the descent of the heavenly great luck. Heaven and earth. Sun and moon with the same glory. Ignoring the bottlenecks. The realm of the substantial breakthroughs. Both sides of the luck of the big increase. And at the same time forcibly the two sides of the marriage locks together. After Wang Feng read the introduction, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. What the hell is this condition? And to love each other to a certain extent? How much does it take to love each other? There's no precise statement. How does he know? System. Speak up. Where did you get this product? I want to return it. Wang Feng in the outside world made a hard turn over the fire. And in his mind he just spat at the system. As a result, the system didn't reply to him at all. And Wang Feng was so angry that he was cursing at it in his heart. If the extent of this is to love each other to the point where Kong Hansia was as dead to him as that mission and willing to give himself for nothing, then he's invincible. Why not make one by hand himself and give it to Zhang Hanshi with more sincerity? What's the use of having it this broken bracelet? Never mind. Let's give it to Shirori to wear and see if we love each other. Wang Feng cursed the system in his mind for a good while. The system just didn't make a sound. And he simply got up and approached Zhang Hanshi with light steps. Zhang Hanshi raised his eyes and looked at Wang Feng who was leaning over. There was some doubt in his eyes. What bad thing did he want to do again? Fairy sister. That one. What? Zhang Hanshi sniffed and looked at Wang Feng with some doubt. This asshole was stuttering. What did he want to do? And the asshole inside her just touched her wrist in front of her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Hanshi hurriedly used all his strength to draw it back. But in her current state, she was ultimately unable to resist Wang Feng's forceful pull and refusal to let go. She knew that the moment this asshole was near her, he would be thinking bad things inside his head. Don't move! At this time, Wang Feng shouted, looking serious, lifting his eyes and firmly staring at Zhang Hanshi, his eyes as if they were so firm that he could join a party. Zhang Hanshi was laughed at by his serious tone, and then met his firm eyes, subconsciously letting out some strength. Immediately after that, he heard Wang Feng shout, Fairy sisters. Seeing Wang Feng calling her, Zhang Hanshi was a bit puzzled, not knowing what he was going to say. However, Wang Feng did not continue to speak, but a delicate bracelet in the color of ice blue moon appeared in his hand. Jiang Hanqi's heart fluctuated a little when he saw this, but he didn't show anything on the surface, still pretending to look at Wang Feng in doubt. Wang Feng took the bracelet and gently slipped it towards Jiang Hanqi's wrist, and the bracelet slowly passed through Jiang Hanqi's white palm. Jiang Hanqi gently resisted twice. Minuscule. And anyway, the force was definitely not big enough to make Wang Feng let go. The bracelet passed through the palm of his hand and finally gently brought it on Jiang Hanqi's wrist, automatically shrinking to fit. With this icy blue moon-colored bracelet as a backdrop, Jiang Hanqi's temperament was even more cold and good-looking. Go in, go in, go in, get in. Wang Feng's expression was a bit dazed for a moment, and he jerked his head up to look at Jiang Hanqi. And Jiang Hanqi was looking at the ice blue moon-colored bracelet on her wrist in a daze, not noticing Wang Feng looking at her in the slightest. Wang Feng gently loosened his grip on her wrist, and it was then that Jiang Hanqi came back to her senses and raised her eyes to Wang Feng. A ripple startled at the bottom of Jiang Hanqi's eyes, and his deep black pupils moved slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. And Wang Feng was looking at the fiery red bracelet on his palm and asked Xiaolong to come over and hold it. Then raising his right hand, the fire-red bracelet slowly passed through the palm of his right hand and was worn into his wrist. In the instant it was fully worn in. It didn't matter if it was Wang Feng or Jiang Hanqi. The bracelets on the wrists of the two of them suddenly suffered and slowly turned into streams of light, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Hanqi watched Wang Feng's series of operations. Suddenly seeing this scene, his pupils shrunk slightly, and subconsciously hurriedly looked toward his wrist. No, it's gone. The sudden series of operations caused Jiang Hanqi's heart to swing up in a big wave, and he looked at his wrist with some disorientation. No, no, and Wang Feng, who was in front of her, also suddenly voiced out, his voice full of surprise, but no surprise. As expected, in response to this, Wang Feng was only surprised by the disappearance of the bracelet, but there was no great surprise. But when he checked the storage space, he was really going to explode with anger. In his mind, he spewed a fury at the system. Where are the bracelets? Where are the ING bracelets? Even if they haven't fallen in love to that extent, it doesn't work out, and then they just disappear. It didn't backfire. Ding, it didn't disappear. Where did that go? Wang Feng questioned to the system. This system will not give him to swallow, right? The system doesn't reply anymore. It likes to play riddles. So angry that Wang Feng's fists are clenched. Suppressing his emotions and looking at Jiang Hanqi, who was silently watching him, Wang Feng was a little embarrassed. After all, in the cultivation world, sending bracelets is considered an alternative similar way to send a ring. That is, similar to his heart loves her. As a result, the bracelet is now gone. Fairy sister, don't look at this, bracelet is gone. In fact, it still wear in our hands. Don't worry. Wang Feng hurriedly consoled. Made up nonsense. And did not know if Jiang Hanqi believed it. Jiang Hanqi was still just like that, lifting a pair of beautiful eyes to look at him silently for a while before making a sound. AWOL. Jiang Hanqi only said 4 words, then closed her eyes and rested her mind. No one knew what she was feeling in her heart right now. Ha ha. Wang Feng could only laugh awkwardly twice. It seemed that Jiang Hanqi didn't care too much about this matter. It just feels like he gave her the bracelet without her consent. After a while, Wang Feng stood not far from Jiang Hanqi and added some more firewood to the fire to keep it burning. Then he took out another large barrel, spirit stones, and formation flags and began to lay a shielding spell formation around him. Jiang Hanqi opened his eyes when he heard the commotion, not knowing why he was actually a little flustered looking at this scene. In his heart, he always felt like Wang Feng was going to do something bad, and he didn't know what Wang Feng was going to do by suddenly setting up an array, and it was still a shielding array. What are you going to do? Jiang Hanqi still couldn't help but ask this question as he leaned against the tree. Wang Feng should not be able to do anything too despicable to her. After all, it wasn't even like that before, but there was a lot of shamelessness. Me? I'm taking a bath. What if I'm seen later? So set up a spell. Wang Feng opened his mouth without blushing or jumping, and at first glance, he thought that this was normal talk. But, then why did you set me up in the formation as well? Jiang Hanqi hadn't reacted after hearing Wang Feng's words and wondered why he had brought her in as well. Chapter 131, Don't worry. I'll never touch anything I shouldn't. I'll give you a bath later. Ha! Jiang Hanqi let out 2 consecutive hooms at once, the first one somewhat unresponsive, the second one clearly mistaken. I don't wash. Jiang Hanqi balked. How could she let a man bathe her? Wang Feng began to take out the kettle and pour water into the bucket, then put the inferno stone down and let it slowly heat up. We both smell so bad of blood. If we don't wash, do you want to keep festering like this for the rest of our lives? Jiang Hanqi sniffed and his nose twitched slightly, smelling the smell of his body. Seems to make some sense. That's not true. That doesn't make him wash me. Clicking and clacking. In addition to the sound of them talking, there was also the sound of the little dragon shelving that clicked and ate. Wang Feng looked at Xiaolong and was thinking about whether or not to kick her out for a bit. He wasn't worried that the little dragon would be taken by a demonic beast. Just the dragon breath on little dragon her body was enough to make all beasts submit, even demonic beasts within the Yuan 3 territory. This was also the reason why they hadn't had any demonic beasts come to disturb them inside the deep forest. It's just a little girl. It's just a little girl. It's the same as Jiang Hanshi anyway, and her brain is nothing but eating and sleeping. Let her rest there and nibble. Wang Feng ignored Jiang Hanshi's indignant speech and rustled off his robe. Of course, the bottom line was kept at the end, along with a pair of large flowered pants to wear over the bottom. I have to say that these dahlia pants are so good. I can't believe they haven't torn after so much wear. The quality is awesome. It just so happens that he has two of them, one blue and one red, that he can always wear them interchangeably. Snap! Wang Feng snapped his fingers and a barrier slowly rose around them to cover them. At the last moment when the crystal cover closed, one could still clearly see the shy, indignant and somewhat flustered look of Jiang Hensher, the fairy, leaning against the tree. The barrier is circular in scope, with a diameter of about 10 meters on all sides, which is plenty of range of motion. The fire was burning right in the center within the barrier spell. The confined space made the fire look a little brighter. Whoa! Wang Feng took out a fragrance-dispersing towel, the very one created from the 99 flower liquids. Fairy sister, do you still have any of that fragrant flower liquid you used to give me? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng's appearance for a moment of silence, and finally 2 bottles of something appeared on the ground in front of Jiang Hanshi. She had just been so teased by Wang Feng that she had forgotten to take them out. Wang Feng's eyes lit up at once, almost forgetting that there were definitely a lot of treasures inside Jiang Hansher's divine sea space. Looking at the 2 jade bottles on the ground, one was containing an extremely high-grade spirit source. The bottle was also exceptionally large. There must be a lot of spirit sources inside. The other bottle was naturally what Wang Feng had asked for, only it was sealed by the bottle and the aroma inside could not be smelled. With the flower liquid, the smell of blood on your body washes away much better. It was important to know that the last bottle of flower liquid had tortured Wang Feng for more than a whole month. There were countless people in Tianxian City who asked him what he used to wash his body, even more men than women. In the end, Wang Feng couldn't stand it anymore before spending some resources to eliminate it. Sitting against the tree, Jiang Hanshi had a few more small boxes appear on the ground in front of him, all of which were things such as pills. Take it and heal well. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng and said faintly, Sister Fairy, you are a rich woman. Wang Feng was like a little kid, wearing a pair of big flowered pants and ran to Jiang Hanshi. Looking at Wang Feng, who ran over with only a hint of hanging on, Jiang Hanshi's face like a reddish haze silently turned away. After Wang Feng put those things away, he opened the bottle with the fragrant flower liquid and poured a few drops into the water in the bucket. Whoa! Wang Feng didn't drill his whole body into the bucket this time, but rubbed it onto his body with a towel dipped in water. A faint fragrance of freshness emanated within the screen mask spell, and all of a sudden, it only felt as if the smell of blood in the surrounding area had disappeared. Whoa! Whoa! After a while, Wang Feng dressed in a white robe poured out the bucket with a bit of blood-red bath water and refilled it with a jug in one hand. Jiang Hanshi watched as the bucket became fuller and fuller of water, and his heart became more and more panicked, beating faster and faster. She didn't doubt for a second that Wang Feng would take off her clothes and wash her body. No way! Never let him wash it. Jiang Hanshi turned his gaze to the cute little girl who had been resting there on the side nibbling and drinking the spirit source and eating the ore elixir. Finally, the water is full and it's time for a bath and shower. Wang Feng immediately changed into a serious face, like a proper gentleman. It was as if there was a scholarly aura emanating from his body if anything. Little sure Ori, don't worry, I'll never touch places I shouldn't when I give you a bath. Wang Feng righteously said so, and then moved the bucket of water to Jiang Hanshi's side within the shielding spell formation, and then took out a new fragrance-dispersing towel. No way! Let her wash me. Jiang Hanshi gazed at the little dragon not far away who was biting the ore to the point of clicking and clacking, and also taking a sip of the spirit source every now and then. The little dragon seemed to have noticed someone calling her as well, and looked over suspiciously, her cheeks still puffed out, combined with her big watery eyes and small white face. She was living like a dopey munchkin. Mother, kiss. Wang Feng looked at her mouth that was ready to speak. He thought she would call daddy, but he didn't expect the first sentence to call mother first. It seems that Xiaolong also likes Jiang Hansher. It's just that Jiang Hansher hasn't gotten to know her that well yet and is a little hard to get along with. She's just a kid, how can she wash? Wang Feng said, still in his mind told Xiaolong to just keep eating. This side doesn't need to care. Xiaolong turned his head and continued to eat the ore when he heard his father's voice inside his head. A dopey look of I don't know anything. I don't understand anything. I won't wash it then. Seeing this, Zhang Hanqi knew that Xiaolong probably couldn't understand her, and spoke directly with a resolute tone. No way. It's all going to marinate in flavor. Wang Feng turned around and opened the bottle of flower liquid in Zhang Hanqi's mortified eyes and poured some flower liquid into the bucket of water going down. Scented towels put in and moistened. The more Wang Feng moved, the faster Zhang Hanqi's heart beat. Also, you're getting changed out of your clothes, just in time to change them together. Wang Feng was wringing out a wet towel as he absently opened his mouth to Zhang Hanqi. Don't! Zhang Hanqi refused time and time again, but time and time again. It was as if Wang Feng hadn't heard him. Don't worry, it's not like I didn't read. Halfway through his sentence, Wang Feng realized that he seemed to have misspoke and hastily stopped. But Kang Hansei seemed to have understood, and her ears instantly reddened through and through, though apparently she didn't realize it herself. In just one day, she had lost count of how many times her face had burned and how many times her ears had turned red. She was feeling a rush of blush and heat right now. Didn't see anything? Zhang Hanqi clearly had already vaguely guessed it, but still reddened his ears to act like he didn't know and asked suspiciously. No. Wang Feng even said that it was nothing and threw the towel inside the bucket, then turned around and squatted in front of Zhang Hanqi. I'm going to undress you. Look how torn your clothes are. Wang Feng said and also pulled the tattered sleeve at her right shoulder, which was completely in a blown-up appearance. The tulle skirt that clung to the skin inside was still faintly visible.